On the day my family went bankrupt, the princess of Jingquan found me and promised to protect my family as long as I married her. I agreed. After marriage, I received an anonymous message saying that the bankruptcy of my family was caused by the princess of Jingquan. I believed the information without a doubt and argued for divorce every day, even preparing to elope with my secret lover. On the day she found out I was planning to elope with someone else, she became furious and we had a big fight. Unexpectedly, she became pregnant with my child in a fit of anger. I was determined to have her abort the child until the high and mighty princess of Jingquan knelt before me with tears in her eyes, begging me to keep the child. I agreed, but my condition was to let me leave. 5 years later, when I learned the truth, I was stunned. It turned out that I had been hating the wrong person all along, so I hurried back to the country, and by the time I got off the plane, it was already midnight. I was holding 2 large suitcases, looking at the magnificent villa in front of me, and I walked up to the door to enter the password. All of Xin Yui's passwords for the past 5 years have been our wedding anniversary, and they have never changed. As the big gate slowly opened, what came into view was a dark expanse. I was a bit surprised, but I didn't feel like thinking too much. It's been a long time since I had a good rest. Right now, all I want is to relax in a bath, then go to bed. The bedroom is all set up the same as when I last came back. Xin Yui never casually enters my room, just has the maid come to clean it every day. By the time I finished showering and came out, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Downstairs was still quiet, and no one had returned. I was really tired, so I thought I would call Xin Yui tomorrow and went to bed to rest. In a drowsy state, I faintly heard the sound of an engine and footsteps downstairs. I tried to open my eyes to look, but my heavy eyelids wouldn't cooperate. Not knowing how long I had been asleep, I always felt like someone was watching me. Goosebumps covered my body, and I sat up in shock, turning on the bedside lamp. In the dim light, I saw Xin Yui sitting by my bed, looking at me and holding my hand. Xin Yui didn't expect me to suddenly wake up, quickly let go of my hand and stood up, with a hint of panic in her eyes. Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you doing in my room? Don't you know scaring people can scare them to death? I asked her while calming my breath. Xin Yui explained in a panic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just saw your luggage downstairs when I came back, knew you were back, and wanted to come up to see you. At this point, I checked my phone, and it was already past 1 in the morning. Why are you back so late? Xin Yui stiffened, not expecting me to suddenly care about her, thinking I would just tell her to leave. After regaining her composure, she said, there's a new project at work that's been keeping me busy, so I came back late. I dropped off Tuanzi at her grandmother's place. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I could have brought her back with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Xin Yui realized she seemed to be questioning me. Her face changed, and she quickly corrected herself. I didn't mean you had to tell me when you were coming back. I meant you could have told me in advance so I could bring Tuanzi back to keep you company. After saying this, Xin Yui realized it was inappropriate. I had no feelings for her, let alone for Tuanzi to keep me company. Following the principle of the more you say, the more mistakes you make, Xin Yui simply lowered her head, stared at the floor, and remained silent, watching Xin Yui's changing expressions, as if she were acting in a TV drama. I couldn't help but laugh. Am I that scary? I sighed and said to Xin Yui, I understand now. Let's have Tuanzi come back tomorrow. It's very late today, so you should rest early too. Xin Yui was pleasantly surprised and quickly replied, okay, then excitedly left the room in a flurry. I watched in silence behind her. Was I really that excessive before? Making Xin Yui act like she was facing a formidable enemy. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but laugh. The Ice Queen Xin Yui also has such a lovely side. Why didn't I notice it before? The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed. After getting ready, I was about to go downstairs for breakfast. As soon as I walked down the spiral staircase, I saw Xin Yui sitting at the dining table, sitting upright with her hands on her lap. She was wearing a white cotton t-shirt on top and casual pants on the bottom, looking soft and comfortable. In my impression, Xin Yui was like a goddess on a pedestal, always in professional attire, aloof and unapproachable. But the Xin Yui in front of me now had a hint of warmth and harmlessness, looking gentle and harmless. However, her sitting posture was indescribable, like a primary school student sitting on a chair, listening attentively to the teacher without daring to move. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xin Yui heard the sound and immediately looked at me, visibly becoming more nervous, not knowing where to put her hands. Sensing her gaze, I quickly pretended to cough a few times and then sat down at the dining table. Xin Yui, seeing me sitting next to her, became even more restless. She had hardly ever eaten at the same table with me, but today was different. She couldn't figure out what I wanted to do, so she could only take it step by step. After I sat down, I saw a table full of breakfast and felt speechless. Who eats so much breakfast at home? both Chinese and Western styles. Xin Yue saw that I hadn't moved my chopsticks for a long time, and slowly said, I'm afraid you just came back from abroad and can't get used to the breakfast in China. So I asked the aunt to make both Chinese and Western food. You don't have to bother in the future. Just make Chinese food. I haven't had Chinese food in a long time. Hearing this, Xin Yue quickly said, okay, I will tell the aunt later. After speaking, she carefully observed my expression, afraid that she had done something wrong to annoy me. Seeing that my expression didn't change much, she breathed a sigh of relief. I touched the plate and found that it was still hot, which surprised me a bit, and asked, did you just get up to have breakfast too? Why is everything still hot? Yan Han how dare to say that he did not know when she woke up, afraid to miss her, so he pushed all the company's affairs, from 6 o'clock onwards sitting at the dining table waiting for her to come down. Breakfast has been warmed up over and over again, just for fear that when she woke up the breakfast is cold. But fearing that saying this would make Jiang Bian hate her and go straight upstairs without eating, he lied to her and said, well, I just got up too. Jiang Yan nodded, picked up her chopsticks and started eating, asking him as she ate, it's already 9 o'clock, don't you have to go to work today? The company isn't busy today, so I don't need to go. In the company busy to fly left special assistant. President your heart really does not hurt. Jiang Bei's action of eating at these words gave a start, thinking, it seems that you just said last night that the company was busy with a new project recently. However, Jiang Ren didn't expose him even though she was thinking this way, but asked him, when will Cebu come back? I'll be back in a little while, I called mom and dad and I'll have the driver bring it back later. Jiang Yan nodded. From the marriage, Jiang Yan did not like Yan Han, of course, also do not like everything about Yan Han, for Yan Han's father and mother also only just married to see aside. After that no matter how Jiang Yan do not go to see them. All these years, it was Yan Han who was in the middle regulating the relationship between her and her parents. Nowadays it would be awkward if they met again, so Jiang Bing planned to take a break and meet his parents after her relationship with Yan Han had eased. During this meal, Yan Han sneaked a glance at Jiang Bei every now and then. Of course Jiang Bei felt his naked sight, but when she thought of the way he looked like a mouse seeing a cat as soon as he saw her, she didn't bother to say anything. After eating, Yan Han cleared the table and put the bowls in the sink, waiting for Auntie to come and wash them. Walking out of the restaurant, he saw that Jiang Yan was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone. He hesitated for a long time, not daring to walk up to her, wanting to ask her, but afraid that he would make her unhappy by talking too much. Just as he was about to go up to the study to deal with his official business, Jiang Yan opened his mouth. Is there anything you want to say to me? Yan Han was flattered, not expecting Jiang Yan to notice him, organizing his language for half a day then speaking, I want to ask you, this time when you come back, will stay for a few days? I don't know. A hint of despondency flashed in Yan Han's eyes, and when he was about to leave, Jiang Bei spoke again, it'll stay for a while, I'm on vacation, I won't be going to work for the last few months. Oh, wait, a few months? A few months. A few months. Yan Han was flattered, and even felt that he had heard wrong. Since the two were married, Jiang Yan could not come back, and even if she saw him, she did not take the initiative to open her mouth to talk to him. He quickly asked, so you've been living at home for the past few months? Can you stay at home for so long? Do you want to buy something? And asked himself like, oh, that's not necessary, every month I will give you that house for a new one, then you make a list of recipes, I will later. Stop. Yan Han doesn't need to be so troublesome, I'm living just fine now, I don't need to care about changing anything. Yan Han realized at this time that his words are really too much, alone chagrined himself every time he encountered things about Jiang Bian messed up, himself review next time cannot be in this way, will make Bian bored. Yan Han just wanted to open his mouth to apologize, and before he could make a sound, the sound of an engine came from outside, followed by the sound of cheerful footsteps, running while his grandmother shouted, Mama, is Mama back? Chapter 4, Can We Be Together Forever? Jiang Bei hurriedly stood up at the sound and walked towards the door, and just as she walked down the hall, she saw a little pink and jade donut running towards her. Sippy little baby stopped when he ran in front of Jiang Bo, because he remembered that his mom didn't seem to like him very much. He hadn't seen his mom a few times since he was born, and every time he met her, it was very short, and her mom had never hugged him, so he didn't dare to go over and hug his mom all of a sudden. In the Four Eyes, Sibei suddenly spoke pitifully, Mama, this time you come back, are you going to leave again in a few days? After saying that, she lowered her head, tears flashed in her big eyes, and in the next second, the golden peas fell down like no money. This operation to see the Jiang Bian are stunned, obviously 1 second was happy, how the next second to cry. This point Yan Sibei child really with his own father. Yan Han watched from the back and stifled a laugh, thinking that this little brat could really follow him, knowing how to make his mother's heart soft. Jiang Bei somewhat stiffly reached out and touched the little group's head, and opened her mouth to say, Sibei won't cry, okay, mommy won't go away this time when she comes back, and will stay at home with you and daddy, okay? Hearing these words Yan Han and Xiaoduanzi both froze. Xiaoduanzi thought, Mama said she would stay at home with me and dad. Yan Han thought to himself, this time she came back so abnormal, why is it? Was it because she wanted to please them and then leave him better? Thinking of this, Yan Han instantly went scarlet, and the air pressure around him went several degrees lower. Then without a word, he went upstairs. Jiang Bei looked at Yan Han's back, thinking that he looked like he was angry again, and she didn't mess with him. So what's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? It's true that a man's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea. But Jiang Bei thinks that the most important thing now is to repair the relationship with the small group of people first, and then go to find Yan Han to talk about it at night. So Jiang Yan first helped little Tuanzi take down her school bag and put it on the sofa, and then said to her, "Mommy brought you toys this time when she came back. Do you want to go see what it is?" Yan Sibei's eyes, which had just been moisturized with tears, were clear, and when she heard these words, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, yes. What kind of gift is it, Mom? This is the first time you gave me a gift. No matter what it is, as long as it's from Mom, I love it." Jiang Yan heard the heart sour and swollen, once again reflecting on the past 3 years. He really deserved to die, in the future to be even better to the small group of people can. Jiang Yan embraced the small group of people upstairs to get the gift sent to him. This way the small group of people are thinking, the original mother's embrace is this fragrant, soft, comfortable. Dad is not the same. Dad's chest arms are hard. The action is not gentle. Choking the dead. The small group of people secretly resolved not to hold Dad again. Yan Han, who was dealing with official business in the study, sneezed, and he wondered how he suddenly sneezed. Was he going to catch a cold? But he couldn't infect the cold to evening, so he silently took out a jacket and put it on again. Jiang Yan carried Yan Sibei to the bedroom and took out a large box from the suitcase and handed it to him. Yan Sibei was pleasantly surprised to see it. "It's Optimus Prime. I love watching Transformers. Thank you, Mama. She's the best." After saying that, she sweetly planted a bite on Jiang Ren's face. Jiang Bei froze. "Very wonderful, also very good feeling." Jiang Bei smiled, also leaned over and kissed the little guy's fleshy cheeks. The little guy's smile froze on his face, and then the root of his ear turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading to the neck. Jiang Bei couldn't help but lose his smile, thinking, "Yo-oh, or a pure-hearted little young man at all." Little Yan Sibei shocked. This is the impression of Hem first kiss her at mother's lips also fragrance soft. Mother where are fragrance soft, so like Hempa. Jiang Bei looked at little Sibei's increasingly red little face and opened her mouth to ask, "Do you want Mommy to take you down to play with you?" To be. Little Yinsabai hurriedly replied. Jiang Yan accompanied the little dumpling to play all morning, during which Chen Ma came to make lunch, so Jiang Yan froze for a moment, hurriedly went forward and said to Jiang Yan, "Madam, you're finally back." The young master asks Mr. Jiang every day when you're coming back. They miss you, so stay a few more days this time. The young master needs your company too. Chen Ma is Yan Han transferred from the old mansion, is also considered to have watched Yan Han grow up. On their previous things have heard, this time watching Jiang Yan accompanied the little young master to play happy, so he talked a little more. Jiang Bing looked at the back of the little group of people playing happily, his gaze filled with tenderness, and said with a smile, "I'm not going to leave first this time, I'm going to keep them company." Chen Ma hurriedly said, well, it's good that you can figure it out." During the meal, Jiang Yan carried Yan Sibei to the baby chair and fed him little by little. In fact, Sibei's little friend could eat on his own a long time ago, but he didn't say so. He loved Mama, and he also loved his mom to feed him. On the opposite side of the table, Yan Han saw that Jiang Bo had given all her attention to Yan Sibei, and she hadn't even looked at him squarely for so long as he sat here, so he gave the little group a cold look. Xiao Duanzi had been happily enjoying his mom's feeding, when he suddenly felt a sudden drop in temperature around him, and when he twisted his head, he realized that his cheap father was looking at him with a cold chill, and he was shocked, and his body was covered with goosebumps. Instantly, he opened his mouth and said, "Mama, I can eat by myself, you should also eat first, the food will get cold in a while." Jiang Yan laughed too. "Good, then you have to eat slowly by yourself. Oh, Mom will help you pick out the fish thorns first." Yan Han looked at Jiang Yan to the small group of food, heart surging a warm feeling. He also cannot help but give Jiang Yan dishes want to let her eat more. Jiang Yan looked at the extra dishes in the bowl, her movements gave a start, and then ate the dishes in the bowl as if nothing had happened, and Yan Han looked at Jiang Yan's movements and was flattered. So test-like, and to Jiang Bo clipped the dish. Jiang Bo, an expressionless eat, Yan Han like found a new continent. This meal did not eat much like to Jiang Bo clipped the dish. Jiang Bo bowl stacked like a small mountain high. Jiang Bei spoke helplessly, "Yan Han, don't pinch me anymore, I really can't eat anymore." Yan Han hurriedly picked up, it's okay, you can't eat it, I'll eat it." After saying that, Yan Han took Jiang Bei's bowl away and didn't mind eating it by himself. Little Yan Sibei on the side looked pleased. He felt that the relationship between mom and dad has become better. In the future is not every day and mom to play together. Their family of 3 is not never have to be separated. Little Sibu thought happily. Chapter 5, Cultivating Relationships. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa and watched TV, and Yan Han looked at the large and small next to him, feeling unusually satisfied, and wishing that time could stay in this moment forever. Yan Han carefully stretched his hand to the sofa behind Jiang Bei, and from the back it looked as if he was tenderly encircling Jiang Bei. This small gesture filled Yan Han's heart with a strange sense of satisfaction, and he secretly rejoiced. In fact, like Yan Han, such a capitalist, time is very expensive. In addition to watching some financial news and so on, Yan Han never wastes their time in this kind of meaningless entertainment variety show. He came out of the restaurant and saw a large and small neatly sitting on the sofa. He ghosted over. After a while, Yen Han twisted his head to see the little one's sleepy little head a little bit, still trying to open his eyes to support the spirit of watching TV cannot bear to interrupt this family of 3 cozy moments. Actually, to be honest, Yen Han didn't want to, he could even sit here all afternoon without moving, but he still couldn't help but open his mouth. Yen Si-bei, it's time for you to go take a nap. Jiang Bei, TV watching obsessed, heard the sound of this, realized that there is a small group of people next to him. Alo had found that his head is almost fell to the ground to go. At this time he heard Yen Han shouted at him, raised his head, sleepy eyes looking at the Jiang Bei, confused said, Mama, you can coax me to take a nap? Jiang Bei was a bit stiff. She had never coaxed a child before, how did she know what to do? Someone help her. At this time, Yen Han spoke, Yen Si-bei, go take a nap. Before Jiang Bei could react, Yen Han opened his mouth. He felt that Jiang Bei would not agree. He was afraid that Jiang Bei's refusal would make Yen Si-bei even more upset, so he preemptively opened his mouth to refuse for Jiang Bei. More importantly, Jiang Bei hadn't brought up a small child in the past 5 years either, and she knew even less how to coax a small child to take a nap, and he didn't want her to work too hard just after returning to China. Hearing Yen Han's stiff rejection of him, Si-bin's little baby felt aggrieved that her daddy had suddenly become so fierce, and her cute big eyes were suddenly filled with tears. But, I just want my mom to put me to bed. My mom has never put me to bed. All my kindergarten classmates have their moms and dads to put them to bed, but I don't. Mom is busy at work, and she has very little time to spend with me, so it's not easy for her to come back, so can't she spend more time with me? Said little Si-bei. Jiang Yan listened to Yen Si-bian's accusation and felt heartbroken, although she didn't like Yen Han, but Yen Si-bian was an accident. She gave birth to her in October. She was too cruel to a child who was only 3 years old. She hurriedly went forward and held Yen Si-bei in her arms, patting his back and comforting him. Baby, don't cry, mommy and daddy won't be separated. Before it was mommy who was too busy at work. It's mommy's fault. Mommy will coax Si-bei to sleep every day from now on, okay? Yen Han froze when he heard these words. She said she wouldn't separate from him. Was this true? This is a dream, right? He pinched himself hard. Well, it hurt. It wasn't a dream. But he still couldn't believe how his salvation could say such a thing. Was she possessed by a ghost this time she came back? Yen Si-bei sniffed, wiped away her tears, and blinked her big innocent eyes to measure him. Are you telling the truth? Will you never separate from daddy? It's true, mom swears. I trust mom, so can you put me to bed every day from now on? Okay, so now mommy will carry Siobhan upstairs for her nap, okay? Good. So Jiang Yan hugged Yen Si-bei and went upstairs for a nap, leaving Yen Han alone and messy on the sofa. After Yen Si-bei was carried away by Jiang Bei, she even secretly made a face towards Yen Han where Jiang Bei couldn't see, as if to say, see, mom just likes me more. Yen Han decided to go after this child later to settle the score. Jiang Yan put Yen Si-bian on the bed, then closed the curtains, and after lying next to the little group of people began to be at a loss as to what to do. Little Tuanzi could see that Jiang Bian didn't have much experience and opened her mouth to give her an idea. Mom, then tell me a bedtime story. Okay, then mommy will tell you a story about the crow drinking. Yes. I don't know if it's because Jiang Bei first coaxed the little group to sleep, so Yen Si-bei was very excited. Jiang Bei told several stories to tell their own mouths are dry. Yen Si-bei is still open wide-eyed spirit of the spirit of looking at her, not the slightest bit of sleepiness. Jiang Bian lowered his head and said, see Bian baby, do you have to close your eyes first when you take a nap? Hey, I want to see more of mom. Yenshir said with a giggle. That's fine, then can we wait until this afternoon to see it? It's nap time. Okay. Wordsmith was a little lost, but still obediently closed her eyes. In the end, after Jiang Bei managed to put Yen Si-bei to sleep, she went downstairs and drank a full glass of water before going back to her own bedroom. She came back and kept thinking, what kind of state will she and Yen Han get along in the future? Yen Han could not let her go. She did not have the idea of divorce. In fact, leaving aside the other not to mention, Yen Han's face is indeed long on her aesthetic, sword eyebrow, starry eyes, handsome, bright as the moonlight. Eyebrows as far as the mountain's first dye scratched to the temples, eyes such as starlight falling into the deep sea, the nose is high and perfect, a thin lips like a painting, the peaks of the lips are clearly defined. She intends to get along well with Yen Han to do her best to compensate him, but she now has no love for Yen Han, but there is no love can be cultivated well, and Yen Han is so handsome she is not bad. Thinking about it, Jiang Yan recalled, and Yen Han's only night, 8-pack abs neatly separated, skin is healthy wheat color, and then down is clear mermaid line. Jiang Bing suddenly returned to his senses and rolled himself into the quilt, patting his face that was red to the point of dripping blood. Jiang Bing, what on earth were you thinking about? It turns out that you're also an old sex maniac who covets beauty. After thinking clearly, Jiang Yan suddenly realized that after getting married, except for that one night, Jiang Yan and Yen Han had always slept in separate rooms, with her living in the master bedroom and driving Yen Han to the guest bedroom. How can this work? How can this cultivate a relationship? Jiang Bian made up her mind to come back to get along with Yen Han. The main reason is to want to give Yen Si-bian a complete childhood, but in fact, since the misunderstanding was lifted, she found that she did not resent being with Yen Han, and even with him she felt very comfortable, so she decided that the two of them should first cultivate the emotional feelings. The first step is to first sleep in a bed. After all, they are husband and wife, and even the children have, there is no need to be in twisting and turning. So, Jiang Yan sneaked to the guest bedroom barefoot, intending to move all of Yen Han's things to her bedroom bit by bit. Moving to the third trip, she was holding Yen Han's intimate apparel and shirt in her hand, and as she passed the study slowly opened. Chapter 6, I'm Not a Pervert. Yen Han stood behind the door with a glass of water, looking at what she had in her arms. Zhang Bei followed his line of sight and looked down. Suddenly his heart was in his mouth, and his brain raced on how to explain. Ahem. Inside what? I'm not a pervert. I'm just thinking that I've come back to give Siobhan a full childhood and to tell him that we won't be separated. So as a first step we have to live together. Right? Yen Han looked at Zhang Bei in shock. What did she say? She said she wants to sleep with me? Why? Why has she changed so much? But he really likes this kind of Zhang Bei, Yen Han thought. If Bei Bei can always lie to him like this, then it's good. Yen Han suddenly frowned. Zhang Bei secretly said bad. Frowning, what does it mean? She is not a pervert. He will not think she is too lewd to throw her out. No way, no way. Jiang Yan was thinking. Yen Han had already put down the cup of water and picked her up. Jiang Yan was shocked, and just when she wanted to open her mouth, she heard Yen Han say, why don't you put on your shoes? If you catch a cold, how can you do it? Omo, the original is concerned that I do not wear shoes. Then you cold face frowning a frown. Why? Scared me to death. Really a stuffy gourd. Were not the past 5 years I did not like you, Zhang Bei secretly thought. Yen Han put her on the bed in the bedroom and squatted in front of her and said to him, Bien bien, if you've decided that you want me to move in, you can just talk to Chen Ma in a while and have the maids move in. But have you really thought about it? Zhang Bei put down the things in his arms and said to him with a serious face, Yen Han, I came back this time because I found out that the incident 5 years ago had nothing to do with you. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you for so long. I'll treat you and see Bei well in the future, although I may not be able to give you the feelings you want right now. But give me time, I'll try my hardest, can I? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yen Han suddenly got up and hugged Zhang Bei, his voice choking, thank you Bei Bei. Thank you for being willing to give me a chance. Yen Han was trembling. Zhang Bei gently patted his back to calm him down. After lying on Zhang Bei's neck nest for a while to slow down, Yen Han got up and said to her, just let Chen Ma come and move things in a while. You take a rest first, I'm going to work. Good. Zhang Bo finished, hooked his neck and printed a kiss on the corner of his lips. Yen Han's breathing instantly became rapid. In the moment Zhang Bo left the pressure on the back of her head then kissed again, the opposite of the guest. I don't know how long it took until the kiss was so long that Zhang Yan couldn't catch her breath, and Zhang Yan gently patted him before Yen Han separated from her, looking at her with eyes full of tenderness, and then his thumb wiped her lips before he hoarsely opened his mouth. I'm going to go to work first, huh? Zhang Ru was kissed for lack of oxygen, blinking her big, misty eyes and nodding at him. After Yen Han left, Zhang Bei reacted to what she just did, wrapped herself in the quilt like a silkworm chrysalis and rolled back and forth. Help, 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 help. What did I just do? How am I so unreserved? Yen Han won't think that I'm a random woman. But, Yen Han's lips are so soft, so kissable. But how is he such a good kisser? In these 5 years except for that night he didn't have any intimate contact with Yen Han. Did he have a lot of girlfriends before he worked it out? Or, has he been unable to resist his loneliness and cheated on his wife for the past 5 years? The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the harder it became. She didn't know what she was having a hard time with. Anyway, it was just the thought of Yen Han having intimate contact with another woman that made her angry. Jiang Yan lifted the covers with the intention of going to question Yen Han. Just at this time, Zhang Bei's cell phone rang. She took it over to see. It was her good girlfriend Yuan Shu. Zhang Bei picked up the phone. The gentle voice came. Bei Bei, when did you come back? How come back didn't tell me? I miss you so much. Jiang Bian heard her best friend's voice, and instantly forgot the matter of questioning Yen Han to the ninth cloud, and replied, I just came back last night. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Do you have time now? Do you want to go to the old place to meet? Yeah, I'll be out the door now. I'll see the baby in a minute. See you in a minute. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yan changed into a beige long wrap dress, with an apricot-colored cashmere coat on the outside, wore a pair of white boots, and draped her hair, which had been permed into a big wave, down, looking gentle and serene. When I passed the study room I was hesitating to tell Yen Han, but when I thought that he might have a lot of love history, I immediately didn't want to pay attention to him, and I picked up my bag and went out directly. Zhang Bei drove to a cafe, this cafe Zhang Bei from college when they liked their snowtop coffee and croissants. Zhang Bei every time to return to China to call on Yuan Shu to accompany her to get together here. Zhang Bing went in and saw Yuan Shu sitting by the window, and couldn't wait to go over and hug her, saying, Shu, I missed you so much. Me too. When Zhang Yan sat down, Yuan Shu asked her, how long are you planning to stay back this time? Plan to stay for a few months, I guess, to give myself a break and spend time with my son and Yen Han. Yuan Shu's coffee drinking action gave a start and said, what's going on? Didn't you hate the two of them before? Yes, but recently I found out that incident 5 years ago wasn't done by Yen Han. All along it was me who misunderstood him. It was that anonymous email. I was planning to find out who sent it to me. The smile on Yuan Shu's face stiffened and she quickly said, how could that be? Didn't they all say at that time that it was Yen Han who did it? How come it wasn't him again? After so many years, can anonymous emails still find out who it was? Zhang Bing was a bit strange and said, Shu, what's wrong with you? That message was told to me by my brother. There's no way he would check it wrong. If I can't find out about the anonymous mailbox, I'll tell Yen Han, I guess he'll have a solution. The expression on Yuan Shu's face couldn't be maintained completely, took his own bag and said to Jiang Bing, Bing, I'm sorry, I suddenly thought that I still have some urgent matters, this time I'll leave first, next time I'll surely treat you to dinner huh? After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Bian to reply, he hurriedly went out the door. Jiang Yan looked confused. What's wrong with Shu? She's so abnormal today. Chapter 7, Bring Back the Lady. When Jiang Bei and home, has been dinner time, Jiang Bei just opened the door, saw the speech Sibian children crying on the sofa Pearly Rain, in terms of cold squatting in front of him to wipe his tears, while coaxing him said, do not cry, mom will be right back, let's eat, okay. Then he searched all the rooms, but did not see his mother's figure. The little Sybil cried anxiously, so he went to the study to find his father. When Yen Han heard that Zhang Bo had disappeared, he also panicked, thinking of Zhang Bo's perversity today, thinking that Zhang Bo had let them relax their guard and then quietly left never to return. Yen Han stretched out his trembling hand to pick up the cell phone, to call Zhang Bo, even called several did not answer. Yen Han pain heart throb, he was busy holding the desk to stabilize his body. Then he dialed Zuo Lin's number, blockade the airport, check the surveillance, and arrest the lady as soon as you see her. Yen Han thought, don't lie to me, please don't lie to me, if you haven't been able to get it is not so painful, but just after having the whole world, someone told you that it is just a phantom, this kind of violent blow Yen Han can't bear. After taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Yen Han turned around and rushed to Yen Sibei and said, Sibei, you go ahead and play by yourself for a while, mommy said that she'll be right back if you behave yourself. Si Yen wiped her tears clean with her little fleshy hands and asked, really, will my good mommy come back? Really, daddy promises you. As a result, after several hours, to the dinner time has not Jiang Bo's news, call also no one answer, small Sibo completely taut. Jiang Bei listened to Yen Sibei crying heart is broken, quickly put down the bag jogging over, said, Mom back, who said do not want our baby? Yen Han and Yen Sibei rushed back at the word. After seeing Jiang Yan, Yen Han got up and rushed forward to hug her, the strength of which almost crushed Jiang Yan's waist. Yen Han buried his head in the nape of her neck, smelling her scent before realizing that this was not a dream, his Bian Bian really came back, she did not abandon both their father and son, she still wants him. Yen Han asked in a muffled voice, where have you been? Why didn't you answer so many calls to you? Jiang Yan hurriedly hugged him back and replied, I went to see Yuan Shu, I was too tired to charge my cell phone after I came back yesterday, and as a result, my cell phone turned off when I went out. Yen Han muffled and hugged for a while before releasing his hand. After Yen Han retreated, the little one hurriedly greeted up and hugged Jiang Bei's leg, crying while complaining in a small voice, Mom, why are you coming back so late? I thought that you didn't want me again oh. Jiang Bei squatted down and looked flatly at the little group, and said with a serious face, baby, when mommy says she won't go, she really won't go, trust mommy, okay? Yancy nodded and stepped forward to hug Jiang Bing. Jiang Bing patted the little group on the back and said, alright, it's late, let's go eat first. After the family of three finished eating, Jiang Yan and Yen Han accompanied little Tuanzi to play with the blocks for a while, and Jiang Yan was about to take him to take a bath and go to bed. Who knows that the little group of people but red-faced opened his mouth, no mommy, I can bathe by myself, daddy said it, men and women are not related. Jiang Yan said, but I'm your mom, I'm allowed to give you a bath. Saying this, she was about to pull Yen Sibei up the stairs. But Yen Sibian would rather die than give in. Yen Han also forbade Jiang Yan to give him a bath. He pulled Yen Sibian and said, I can give him a bath, I'll take him, you can just come and put him to bed later. Jiang Yan couldn't be stubborn with the two of them, so she nodded and went to warm up the milk for Yen Sibei. When Yen Bei finished his bath, Jiang Bei told him storybooks to put him to sleep. After Xiao Duanzi fell asleep, Jiang Bei's eyes rolled and she got up and went downstairs to pour a cup of warm water and sent it to Yen Han who was working in the study. She knocked on the door, and a low cello-like magnetic voice rang out from inside, please come in. This voice made Zhang Ren's bones crumble. Jiang Yan went in with a cup of water in her hand. Yen Han was surprised to see it was her for a moment, hurriedly stood up and walked over, took the cup of water in her hand, wrapped Jiang Yan in his arms and asked, why are you here? Chapter 8. May I? Came to bring you a glass of water, don't work too late. I have something else to ask you. You say. Yen Han said as he pulled Jiang Yan to the sofa and sat down, and after placing the water cup on the table, he obediently pulled Jiang Yan to sit on his lap. Jiang Bing weighed her words and said, Yen Han, I think that since we're going to get along like a normal couple, we need to get to know each other better. I want to ask you, how many girlfriends have you had before me? In total? Yen Han instantly acted as if he were an enemy and said in a panic, I didn't. You were the only one from the beginning to the end. Jiang Bei narrowed her eyes and sized him up. He looked sincere, the panic on his face didn't look fake. Jiang Bei simply asked her directly, then how come your kissing skills are so good? Yen Han was confused for a moment, then his body relaxed and he pressed his forehead against hers, whispering to her, because the kiss was my baby, it was uneducated. Jiang Bing's heart fluttered and her face instantly turned red like a big apple. How could Yen Han be so good at this? Luckily she thought he was a stuffy person before. Jiang Yan hurriedly pushed away Yen Han and stood up. Her speech was not even coherent. No what? I'll go to bed first, don't work too late huh? After saying that, she rushed out of the study as if there was a flooding beast behind her chasing her. Yan-han looked at her flustered back in the back, closed his eyes and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He really hoped that Zhang Bei could be like this all the time, and not turn into the cold to the core attitude towards him and see Bei before. Yan-han finished the rest of the work, not knowing if Zhang Yan had slept or not, so he went to the bathroom and the guest bedroom to take a shower before going back to the bedroom. Zhang Yan was nestled on the bed brushing a small video when she saw that Yan-han had come. She felt at a loss for words and asked him, "Are you going to sleep now?" "Aha." After Yan-han finished speaking, he went to Zhang Yan's right side and lifted the quilt to lie down. Zhang Bian saw Yan-han lying down and turned off the bedside lamp. Humans had an especially good sense of smell and hearing when they couldn't see. Zhang Yan smelled the crisp tobacco odor plus the light cedar fragrance coming from Yan-han's body, which was extraordinarily good and made Zhang Yan feel very secure. Zhang Yan glanced towards Yan-han, who was sleeping in a very proper posture, lying straight and good, with his hands folded on his abdomen. The only thing lacking was the interval between the two was like one at the South Pole and one at the North Pole. Zhang Bing quietly, carefully, little by little, moved towards Yan-han's side. Finally, with her efforts, their bodies were next to each other, but Zhang Ren wasn't satisfied with that. After waiting for half a day and realizing that Yan-han did not respond, he gave an inch and simply rolled over and hung on Yan-han like an octopus. In the darkness, Yan-han opened his eyes, swept the octopus hanging on his body, and rolled over and directly pressed Zhang Yan underneath him. Yan-han propped his arms on both sides of Zhang Bei's body and asked, "Zhang Bei, have you really thought about it? Won't you regret it?" Zhang Yan circled around his neck and said seriously, "Of course I've considered it. I've actually never had any thoughts of divorcing you since I learned the truth, and this time I came back my subconscious was also telling me to get along with you." Yan-han's eyes reddened and he lowered his head to lie on top of Zhang Bei. Zhang Bei obviously felt warm liquid fall on the nape of her neck. She put her hand on Yan-han's hair and rubbed his hair to soothe him. When Yan-han calmed down, he got up and stared into her eyes and asked, "Is that okay?" Of course Zhang Bei knew what she was talking about. She looked straight into Yan-han's eyes and directly hooked his neck to pull him down, blocking his slightly cold lips. Yan-han froze for a moment, and soon turned against her, prying open her teeth and kissing her deeply. Kissing and kissing, Yan-han's big hands began to be dishonest, kneading her slender and smooth waist twice, groping left and right. Yan-han kissed Zhang Bing's neck while saying in a hoarse voice, "Bing Bing, I've fantasized countless times about you willingly being with me, and today it's really come true. I'm so happy." Pulling back, "I love you." Zhang Yan tried to respond to Yan-han, but was unable to answer him. She didn't resent having intimate contact with Yan-han. After all, there was really nothing to be squirming about when both of them had children, not to mention that this kind of thing was going to happen sooner or later in the future. But, love, now she cannot respond to the word cold. When it was over, Zhang Bei was so sore and tired that she couldn't even lift a single finger, allowing Yan-han to take her to the shower. Just when she thought everything was finally over and she could have a good rest, Yan-han pulled her and tossed her around in the bathroom for a long time again. When he came out, Zhang Ren was indisputably directly passed out. Chapter 9 Gu Ming's Call. Early the next morning, the sunlight spilled diagonally through the window onto Zhang Bian's eyelashes, which fluttered and then opened her eyes. After covering her eyes with her hand to adjust to the sunlight for a while, Zhang Yan opened her eyes to see if Yan-han was still there, and the result was a small, powdered ball of jade. Yanqian flopped onto Zhang Ran's pillow and stared at her with big, clear eyes. Seeing her open her eyes, she happily shouted, "Mama, you're finally up. It's already 10 o'clock. When Dad left, he told me not to disturb your rest, so I've been lying here for 2 hours." Zhang Bei sniffed apologetically and rubbed the little group's head, gently saying, "I'm sorry baby. It's Mommy who's sleepy. Mommy will go wash up now and then accompany you. Wait for Mommy here." As a result, Zhang Bei just stood up. Her feet were soft and she almost fell down. She couldn't help but curse in her heart to Yan-han, this bastard, in giving him a touch she is a dog. It was hard to walk to the bathroom and look at herself in the mirror. Her face was rosy and glowing, and she looked extraordinarily good. The only downside is that, what the hell are these red marks on her neck and collarbone? What kind of dog is Yan-han? He bit her like this? When she thought of those charming images last night, Zhang Bei indisputably blushed again, and she hurriedly slapped her face to stop those images from intensifying. After washing up, Zhang Bei accompanied Yan Bei to play for a while. Her eyes turned to Yan Bei and said, "Baby, Mommy will take you to the company to find Daddy to play, right?" Yan Bei's eyes brightened and she said, "Yes, yes, yes. Go and play with Daddy." So Zhang Yan ran to the kitchen, intending to make a love bento for Yan-han. Looking at Chen Ma who was cooking, she said to her, "Chen Ma, what does Yan-han love to eat? Teach me, I want to cook for him and send it to the company." Chen Ma had hoped that Zhang Yan could get along well with Yan-han, and she was even happier when she heard that, and hurriedly answered yes. After more than 2 hours of hard work, Zhang Bei looked at the barely recognizable sweet and sour pork chops, braised pork and fried shredded potatoes and hooked her lips in satisfaction. This was the best she had ever done. It's not a pretty sight to sell, but it's still palatable to eat. Zhang Bei beautifully packed, holding his son and went to Yan-han's company. "Sorry, there's no way to see the president without an appointment." The receptionist looked at Zhang Yan with a smile, thinking, "What's this for?" Holding a child to find the president, it can't be the president's affair dead outside, holding a child to recognize his ancestors? The front desk lady brainstormed a big drama of the mansion. Jiang Bing directly said, "You call Special Assistant Zhua and tell him that my name is Jiang Bing." The receptionist half-heartedly called Special Assistant Zhua, and suddenly her expression suddenly changed, looking at Jiang Bo with shock, and hurriedly hung up the phone after saying goodbye. The front desk lady's attitude changed 180 degrees and hurriedly said, "Madam, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. The left special assistant said that she would be right down to take you up." Zhang Yan nodded. She didn't blame the receptionist. After all, she also had a business-like attitude. It was normal that she didn't recognize her. She was the one who didn't allow Yan Han to go public in the first place. Thinking like this, Zhang Yan's guilt towards Yan Han increased by one more point. Zhuo Lin down, Si Jiang, this woman to do what? Will not again want to quarrel with the boss to go. To not contact the moving company in advance. Zhuo Lin brought Zhang Yan to the president's office on the top floor, and Zhang Yan said to him, "Assistant Zhuo, you go to work first, I'll just go in by myself." Zhuo Lin thought, great, I don't have to let me face this Shura, so he rushed to his workstation. Zhang Yan knocked on the door, and a low, magnetic voice came from inside, "Enter." After Jiang Bei went in, Yan Han didn't even lift his eyes and directly said, "Put the documents on the table and you can go out." Opposite a long time have not moved, and the Yan Han patience exhausted intends to raise his head to scold, found that the person who came is exactly his own little wife, rushed to put down the pen in his hand, stood up and walked to her side, took the things in her hands, arm hooked in her waist, deeply inhaled the breath belonging to her. He was thinking about her all morning today. He didn't even deal with his work. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that Zhang Yan would get tired of looking at him one day, he would really want to stick with her all the time. When he had hugged her enough, Yan Han pulled her hand towards the sofa and asked, "Why didn't you tell me in advance if you were going to come here, so I could go down to pick you up?" "No, you're so busy with work. I'll just come up myself." Yan Han stopped and turned to embrace her. The hot air between his breaths sprayed on his ears. His low voice resounded in Zhang Bei's ears, "Bei, nothing is as important as you." Zhang Bing admitted that he was aroused by these words, and with a sweet face, he tightly embraced Yan Han back. Behind the forgotten and still forced dog food small group. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He fell silent and, with his short legs, walked himself over to the opposite side of the couch and sat down. Yan Han pulled Zhang Bei to sit on the sofa, and Zhang Bei excitedly said to her, quickly taste it, this is the lunch I personally made for you." Yan Han was flattered and opened the lid of the thermos box as if it were a treasure, looking at the dark mass inside. Zhang Bian saw some embarrassment, and quickly opened his mouth. "Don't you see that they don't look good, but I tasted them and can eat them, don't worry, it's not poisonous." Yan Han dotingly rubbed Zhang Bei's head and said, "It's okay. As long as it's made by you, I love to eat it. Even if it's poisonous, I'm still willing to eat it." Zhang Bo's face reddened, helping him set up his lunchbox and urging him to hurry up and eat. Yan Han lifted his lunchbox and started to eat. He ate with a face of enjoyment, and in the end, he ate all the 3 dishes that Zhang Bo had brought with him without any leftovers. After dinner, Zhang Yan went to the lounge to put the little group to sleep, and came out to sit beside Yan Han to accompany him in the office. At that moment, Zhang Yan's phone rang. The caller ID is Gu Ming. Yan Han saw it, but he pretended not to see it. "Continue to work. Want to see what Zhang Yan will do." After Zhang Bing saw it was Gu Ming, she walked to the window and picked up the phone. Chapter 10, Abandoned. Yan Han always pay attention to the movement of Zhang Bo's side, and the Zhang Bo said into the phone, "Good. I now come over." Yan Han's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, like the heart was gnawed by millions of ants, coming from the dense pain, but he still looked at the documents without changing his face. Zhang Bei hangs up the phone back, see the face of Yan Han, all as if he is looking at the documents angry. She opened her mouth. "I have to go out beforehand, we'll be right back." Yan Han didn't ask anything or even raise his eyes, and gave a cold Waiting for the sound of the door closing, Yan Han raised his eyes reddened with anger, and with a strong force in his hand, snapped the pen in his hand. "Redeemer, don't lie to me, this is your last chance. I can't guarantee what I'll do if I find out that all the sweetness of these days has been a lie." Zhang Bei didn't tell Yan Han because she was afraid that he would think too much, and she came here this time because she intended to make things clear with Gu Ming. Since her previous failed elopement, she only occasionally chatted with Gu Ming to find out what was going on lately and nothing else. In fact, she is not much like Gu Ming. Just when he was in college, he is the school grass in good learning and won many awards. Many people adore him. Then he is the president of the student body. Zhang Bo coincidentally belongs to his management, so over and over, Zhang Bo confused also have a good feeling about him. Zhang Bian likes to play straight ball, so she chases him all over the school, until 3 months later, Gu Ming promised her. After the two had been in a relationship for more than a year, Yan Han showed up. The elopement after the marriage was actually not Zhang Bei's intention. It was Yuan Shu who knew that she didn't like Yan Han and kept adding more fuel to the fire by telling Gu Ming, even saying that Zhang Bei had depression and was going to commit suicide. Gu Ming then contacted Zhang Yan and said he wanted to take her out of here and escape from Yan Han. Zhang Yan agreed, and then there was that scene later. Zhang Ren parked the car in front of the coffee shop, picked up his bag and walked in. When she went in she saw Gu Ming at a glance. He was still the same as 5 years ago, warm as jade, calm and elegant, just a touch more mature than 5 years ago. Jiang Yan walked over and sat down, and when Gu Ming saw her, a smile appeared on his face as he pushed the cup on the table and said to her, "Your favorite snow-topped coffee. Thanks." This made Jiang Bian feel like a lifetime ago. The last time the two sat here was when they were about to graduate from their senior year of college, and he ordered her a cup of snow-topped coffee just like this. 5 years had passed but things were different. Gu Ming spoke. "Have you been doing well lately?" "It's good, Yan is good to me, and we have a very good son." Gu Ming nodded, the despondency in his eyes flickered away. "That time 5 years ago, I'm sorry, I was irrationally trying to take you away when I heard Yuan Shu and I say that you were depressed and wanted to commit suicide, and as a result, it caused you to fall into an even greater abyss." Jiang Bing froze. "Yuan Shu said that?" "At that time, I did want to run away, but I didn't get depressed, and suicide was even more impossible." Gu Ming also froze. "No? But that's what she told me at the time." Jiang Bian thought of her panicked appearance when she met with Yuan Shu earlier, and a touch of strangeness surged in his heart. Actually, the person who messed with Jiang in the first place wasn't Yen Han at all. Gu Ming was even more shocked. "It's not Yen Han? Then what's with those photos?" "I don't know, I haven't checked yet, but I've been looking into who sent that anonymous email." Gu Ming said, "Good, if there's anything you need help with feel free to talk to me." Jiang Bing smiled. "I will definitely not be polite." Gu Ming revealed a doting smile and extended his hand at Jiang Bing, saying, "Then Bing Bing, I wish you happiness." Jiang Bian returned his grip and said solemnly, "You must be happy too." Unbeknownst to the two of them, a camera was pointed at them from the shadows just then. Yen Han was fidgeting in the office when suddenly his cell phone rang. It was an anonymous email. It was full of photos of Jiang Bei and Gu Ming when they were at the coffee shop. The two of them were talking and laughing, and in the photos it looked as if the two of them were chatting intimately holding hands. Yen Han was suddenly angry and red-eyed. He thought in despair, so no matter what he did, the one who was abandoned would always be him? At this time Jiang Yan's phone call over, Yen Han hesitated, or chose to connect. After connecting he did not open his mouth, but waited for Jiang Yan to say something. Did she regret after seeing Gu Ming? Call this to quarrel with him again? A pleasant voice came from the other side of the phone. "Yen Han, are you off work yet? I'm going home first. Remember to bring the little group home for dinner when you get off work." Home. This word let Yen Han violent emotions slightly calm down a little bit. Back to a good hurriedly hung up the phone. He was afraid to say it again. He could not help but question her. When she got home, Jiang Bo was helping Chen Ma with the dishes. Little Tuan Zi ran over and hugged her legs when she saw Jiang Bo. "Mom, where did you go in the afternoon? I miss you so much." "Mommy had to go out for a while, so quickly let Daddy take you to wash your hands for dinner." When eating, even the little group felt the low pressure. The original lively restaurant, now silent Jiang Yan, even the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. She asked Yanxian quietly with her mouthpiece, "What's wrong with Daddy?" Yanxi shook her head with a confused look on her face. After finishing the meal under the depressing atmosphere, Yen Han went upstairs without a word, and hadn't even shared a glance with Jiang Yan since he came back. Jiang Bing was even more puzzled. How did Yen Han get so angry, and what did she do? Unable to think of anything else, she simply opened the door directly into the study. Yen Han frowned at Jiang Bo and said coldly, "Won't you knock when you come in?" Jiang Yan was stunned by Yen Han. She has not seen such a serious Yen Han for a long time. Yen Han has always been careful and humble in front of her. Jiang Bei was so angry that she exited without any reservation and slammed the door to the sky. She lifted her feet and walked out, and just after 2 or 3 steps, her feet were like eyes, and she retreated back to the door of the study. Jiang Bing looked at the door of the study. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. What right did Yen Han have to be mean to her? He was really angry with him. Thinking about it, she pushed open the door to the study again and burst in with a huff. Chapter 11, The Same Mailbox. Yen Han saw Jiang Ren slam the door and left. His heart ached beyond words. He really did not know how to keep his retainer. He also wanted to be gentle with her, and also wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but he could not do it. Until he saw Jiang Ren come in again, his eyes flashed with surprise. He watched Jiang Ren angrily walk up to him, but he felt lucky that his Ren didn't give up on him. "Why are you so angry with me? I come back to stay with you and your son, cook for you and send it to the company, okay? What did I do to make you angry? Why don't you tell me?" Jiang Bei angrily yelled out at him. Yen Han brooded for a long time before speaking. "You went to see Gu Ming this afternoon." Listening carefully, I could hear a trace of aggravation. Jiang Ren froze and said, "Just because of this? And you held hands?" "Holding hands? Who told you that?" Yen Han flipped those photos out to show Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan frowned after reading them. She sighed, put down her phone and went forward to pull Yen Han's hand, and opened her mouth. "You're so smart. Don't tell me that you didn't realize that all these photos were taken in borrowed positions? And yeah, I did go see Gu Ming, but we didn't talk about anything. I just shook his hand and we both let go of the past." Yen Han looked into her eyes and asked in a small voice, "Really?" Jiang Ren sighed greatly and said, truer than pearls, "I know you won't believe me right now, but let's take our time and slowly cultivate our feelings, okay?" Yen Han suddenly looked like a lion that had its fur smoothed, lying on Jiang Bei's neck and answering sullenly, "Good. Then are you still angry with me?" Yen Han said, his head burying itself into the nape of Jiang Ren's neck again. "Why should I be mad at you? I just mean you." Jiang Bing lost his smile and said in a serious manner, "Angry. Yen Han looked up in confusion, the panic in the bottom of his eyes couldn't even be hidden. Then how can you not be angry? How about you hit me? Saying that, he lifted Jiang Bo's hand to greet his own face. That's not necessary, I don't want domestic violence. Jiang Bei took Yen Han's hand again and said, it's my fault for not telling you that I went to see him this time, but you have to learn to trust me, can you? Yen Han nodded in silence. Jiang Yen stroked Yen Han's hair, her eyes suddenly glanced at the cell phone on the table, and found that the mailbox number was actually the same account as the one that sent her an anonymous mailbox last time. Jiang Yen narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. In the evening, after putting the little group of children to bed, Jiang Bei came out of the bathroom after a bath, and was blowing her hair, when Yen Han came in and took the hairdryer in her hand, and carefully helped Jiang Bei blow her hair, as if what was in her hand was some kind of treasure that would be broken if she wasn't careful. Jiang Yen closed her eyes and enjoyed Yen Han's service. After blowing her hair, Jiang Yen nestled in Yen Han's arms and said to him, in the future, if you want to understand what I do, come and ask me directly, don't understand me through other people, I will tell you if you come and ask me. Speech Chill said, good. Jiang Yen sat up, her upper body lying on top of Yen Han looking at him, and said, then can you find out who the person who sent the mailbox is? This email address is the same one that told me 5 years ago that John's broken capital chain had something to do with you. Yen Han's eyes narrowed dangerously, send it to you too? Yeah, that's the mailbox I always thought you were behind Zhang before. Yen Han nodded thoughtfully and said, go to sleep first, I'll have Zhuo Lin check it out tomorrow. Good. After saying that, Zhang Ruyan stood up and dropped a kiss on the corner of Yen Han's mouth, then immediately found a comfortable position in Yen Han's arms to sleep again. Even Zhang Bing did not realize that she is now more and more dependent on Yen Han, but also eager to have more physical contact with him, seeing him always want to kiss and hug and lift high. The following morning, Monday, Zhang Bei woke up early. She didn't forget that she had to send Si Bei's little baby to school today. Zhang Bei got up and washed up, first went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Zhang Bei was frying an egg, when Yen Han suddenly hugged her from behind, his hands attached to her stomach, his head buried in her shoulder. The hot air that Yen Han exhaled sprayed at Zhang Bei's ear socket. Zhang Bei felt itchy, so she reached out and pushed him, saying, you quickly go to the dining room and sit down, I'm frying an egg and then we can eat. Yen Han's voice was still raspy from just waking up, lazily saying, no, I'll wait for you to finish and go out together. It was at this moment that the little group's tender voice came from the doorway, Papa Mama Shy. Zhang Bei, a burst of face hot, make out by the child found there is more embarrassing than this. Zhang Bei hurried to break his hand, quickly go out Si Bei have seen, I will be good soon. Then you kiss me. Yen Han said, the side of the face to the past. Zhang Bei was wrapped up helpless, up to kiss him, the results have just come up to the past. Yen Han turned his face over, Zhang Bei just kissed her lips, have not had time to make a sound. Yen Han held her head to a French wet kiss, the results, no suspense, the egg paste. When eating breakfast, that battered egg was caught in the bowl by Yen Han, although it was battered, Yen Han still ate it beautifully. After dinner, Yen Han went to work and Zhang Bei and Xiao Duanzi got into a car to send Xiao Duanzi to kindergarten. After sending Yen Si Bei, Zhang Bei back to sleep asleep, in getting up is feeling refreshed. After dinner she suddenly received a phone call from the hair little Su Qing. From kindergarten onwards the two have known each other, have been going to school together, to the university two people are not a major, just occasionally get together. It wasn't until after they got married that Su Qing came to her when she didn't think that Yen Han did what happened to Zhang's. She was dismissive when she heard it and felt that Su Qing wasn't turning toward her, so she slowly ignored her. After receiving Su Qing's phone call, Zhang Bei was so happy that she was about to jump up and down, picking up the phone and couldn't wait to open her mouth. Xing Cheng. Opposite Su Qing froze, take the far cell phone to see the other side. Is Zhang Yan right? Tentative asked, Zhang Yan? It's me, Kiyoshi. You're possessed? Hearing this, Zhang Bing had a black line on his head and said coldly, what are you calling me for? Su Qing then felt that this was the normal Zhang Biao and said, I heard that you went back to China? Yeah, I just came back a few days ago. I miss you Qing Cheng, let's meet up. Although the words were said immodestly, they were Zhang Bing's sincere words. The caller hesitated for a few seconds before saying, good. Chapter 12, I want to make it up to him. Zhang Bian came to the bar to find Su Qing. This bar is Su Qing opened. Her dream from the time she went to college is to open a store themselves as a boss lady. When she saw Su Qing, he was sitting on a high stool drinking. She rushed straight up and hugged him. Su Qing was startled and asked, what's wrong with you? Why are you so strange today? I want to hug you. I'm sorry Qing. The Zhang's thing really wasn't done by Yen Han. I've misunderstood him for so many years, and it's also because I'm stupid that I've alienated us so much. Can you forgive me? Zhang Bing said sullenly. Su Qing was surprised for a split second, then said smugly, really found out? I told you, how could he do such a thing when he seems to love you so much? Jiang Yan asked her, then are you still angry? Su Qing gave her a blank look then said, let's see how you behave. What Miss Su said is true, then I'll treat Miss Su to a hot pot, may I have the honor? Su Qing pinched his throat and said, let's go then, little elder. I want half. Su Qing ordered a table full of dishes just to properly slaughter Jiang Bing. During dinner, Su Qing asked her, so what do you want to do now? Do you still want a divorce? What about your children? Jiang Yan shabu shabu ma while saying, I don't want a divorce, he is handsome and gold I don't lose, right, I always feel guilty about him, I want to make it up to him. So you're staying with him now to make it up to him, and not because of affection? Riverbend pokes at the bowl of tripe and says, you could say that. But then again I don't think it's entirely true, because I feel happy when I'm around him. Su Qing was silent for a few seconds and said, then you have to think clearly for yourself because he is going to accompany you for the rest of your life in the future, and it will be troublesome if you don't have any feelings. I know. Jiang Bing didn't have much of an appetite left, so she casually ate a few bites and kept watching Su Qing eat. After the two ate hot pot, went to shopping, accompanied Su Qing and LV to buy a bag. Jiang Bei found that there is a belt is very nice, very suitable for Yin Han with. Jiang Bei bought intended to give the night to Yin Han. After shopping, Jiang Bei said goodbye to Su Qing and went to pick up Xiaoduanzi. Xiaoduanzi wanted to rush over when she saw Jiang Bei, but was stopped by the teacher, who looked at Jiang Bei in a measured way and asked, you are? Before Jiang Bing could say anything, little Tuanzi snatched the answer, she's my mom. The teacher looked at Jiang Yan and smiled as she opened her mouth. So you're Yan Sibei's mother, I usually haven't seen you so I don't recognize you, I'm really sorry. Jiang Bei guffawed and said, it's fine, I'll come to pick him up more often in the future, trouble you teacher, bye. On the way home, Jiang Bei drove the car has not spoken, she pondered just Yan Sibian's teachers do not recognize her, she really absent from Yan Sibian's childhood for too long, how should she make up for him in the future? They had just arrived home when the sound of an engine came from the yard, followed by the sight of a suited and booted Yin Han walking in. The setting sun's afterglow spilled over his angular face, which was gilded with a fine golden light, the fur on his face clearly visible, the trivial light topping over the bridge of his nose, falling into his sunken eye sockets, and dropping into the bottom of his eyes. Jiang Bei looked dumbfounded for a moment, until Yin Han walked to her, his low and clear voice rang in Jiang Bei's ears, what are you looking at, so mesmerized? Jiang Bian instantly returned to his senses, awkwardly wanting to find a crack in the ground, his eyes dodging stuttering, no. Didn't see anything today's sunshine is quite bright ha. Yin Han looked back at the sky outside which was about to completely darken, and looked back at Jiang Yan with a smile under his eyes. Jiang Bo instantly became even more embarrassed and said with a dry smile, I'll go see if Mrs. Chen's dinner is ready. After saying that, she ran away in a huff. Yin Han looked at Jiang Bian's grayback with a doting face, thinking when can he make Jiang Bian fall in love with him, such Jiang Bian is also too cute. Jiang Yan also has not been afraid to raise his head in Yin Han, but Yin Han has been to his bowl of food, since Yin Han found Jiang Yan not exclude him, almost every meal Jiang Yan do not have to clip their own food, Yin Yan is like a no feelings of clip machine, every time to her bowl stacked like a small mountain as high as to give up. After dinner, Yin Han went to the study office, Jiang Yan accompanied the little group to go upstairs to paint, Yan Sibei painted the bunny, the vegetable garden and the street are very nice, the colors on it are very good, because Jiang Yan is a jewelry designer, so she is very sensitive to color matching. The more Yan Sibei's painting Jiang Bei looked at, the more she liked it, and while Yan Sibei went to take a bath, she was going to take the painting and show it to Yin Han. As a result, he accidentally knocked off the book next to him, and a few photos fell out from it, which Jiang Bian picked up and looked at. Jiang Yan swept a glance and found it familiar, all the scenes of their family together. She paused when she took out the first photo. This photo was of the three of them sitting at the dining table and eating together as a family. Jiang Yan recalled that this seemed to be one of the few times she came back every year after she left the country. She rarely accompanied Yin Han to have dinner with them, so Jiang Yan remembered it very well. The picture looked cozy, getting along harmoniously, but Jiang Yan knew that this was her going to catch a plane, and it was too late to go to the airport to eat, so she simply ate something at home. The second photo was, in front of the kindergarten, Jiang Yan holding Yan Sibei's hand as she crossed the street, with Yan Sibei looking at her with big bright eyes. This one she also has the impression, that day happened to catch the speech Sibei birthday, he wanted to let Jiang Bo to pick him up after school, Jiang Bo agreed. This is also the 3 years Jiang Bo first to pick him up after school. The photos were all snapshots and the pixels were blurry, they looked like they were captured by Yanxian with her phone watch. There are many more photos below, Jiang Bing looked through them one by one. The sound of water in the bathroom stops, Jiang Bei unknowingly has long been in tears, she hurriedly puts the photo back to its original position, fearing that the little group of people can see the difference, and runs out with a glass of water. Jiang Yan in the corridor crying sobbing, slowed down for a while, and then washed his face with cool water, went downstairs to get a cup of milk up and into the small group of bedrooms. Yan Sibei was about to go out to look for his mom, when he saw that his mom came back with a glass of milk and her eyes were still red. He was immediately distressed and went forward to hug Jiang Bei and asked, Mom, what's wrong with you? Your eyes are red, have you been crying? Jiang Bian smiled, no baby, Mom just got something in her eye just now. The little one nodded half-heartedly and took the milk and drank it all in one gulp. After coaxing Yan Xian to fall asleep, Jiang Yan gently walked out and came to Yin Han's study to open the door and walked in. Yin Han stood up, was about to walk towards her, Jiang Bei all of a sudden pounced on him, buried in his chest crying sobbing uncontrollably. Yin Han has not yet reacted, the clothes on his chest has been wet a large area. He asked in a panic, what's the matter baby? What happened? Chapter 13, Phone Calls That Don't Work. Perhaps because Yin Han's chest was too warm and secure, Jiang Yan cried even harder. Yen Han saw that Jongren didn't say anything and could only pat her back to calm her down, while thinking about the reasons that could possibly make Jongren cry so sadly. He had just eaten dinner fine, and then went to put the little group to bed. The only thing that might have made Jongren sad and upset was what had just happened at the little group. Yen Han viciously thought, this little brat, again caused his mother sad, see how he packed him tomorrow. Zhang Bei whimpered and spoke, Yen Han. Whimper. I'm there. Am I? Too. Incompetent. Oh. Zhang Yan slowed his breath and said again in a broken voice, I have been messing with you before. And still ignoring Sibin, I just saw the photos that Sibin secretly took. There are photos of our family of 3 together, and photos of me sending him off to school. Did I do it before gone too far? After listening to the speech cold, heart also a burst of sour, although he raised the speech Sibin grew up would have not treated him poorly, what he wants to get, but accompanied by his time is less than pitiful, these photos in fact, he has never seen. Yen Han patted Zhang Bei's back and said to her, aren't you back, so we'll spend more time with Si Bei together in the future, huh? Riverbend huffed and hemmed. After pacifying Zhongren, Yen Han also stopped working and took Zhongren directly back to the house to sleep. In the bedroom bed, Zhongren needed Yen Han's large, thin and bony hand. Her small hand was as small as a small baby's hand when she put it up for comparison, and she couldn't help but ponder how someone could have such a large hand. Yen Han, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Bing with a doting face. To him, one more day of the current happy days was all earned. He simply loved such a Zhang Bing to death. Yen Han looked at the look cannot help but kissed Zhang Bei crying swollen eyes. His kiss slowly moved down, cheeks, nose tip, the corner of the mouth, and ultimately accurate kissed Zhang Bei moist soft like jelly-like lips. Then, Yen Han's lips slowly moved down again, and his kiss continued. In a daze, Zhang Yan suddenly thought of something, and spoke in a broken voice, I asked you to check the mailbox thing. How is it? Yen Han didn't have the heart to pay attention to her, but he was afraid that she would get angry, and took the time to reply back to her, still checking, give me some more time. Behind the words cold did not give Zhang Bing another chance to speak. A night of charming, wait until the light of the day flooded with white fish belly when the words of the cold to hold Zhang Yan to the bathroom to take a bath. Zhang Yan tired words do not want to say, last time also said not to give him a touch it. The result is again by the beauty of the bewitchment of the Zhang Yan poked and prodded, next time and the next to give him a touch she is a puppy. The next morning, the alarm clock rang. Yen Han stretched out his arm to help Zhongren turn off the alarm clock to let her sleep a little more. The results of a low head to see, Zhongren rolled into his arms again, rubbing against his chest, holding his waist and asked, what time is it? The voice still carried the confusion and softness between the days. Yen Han's eyes instantly darkened by a few points, and his hoarse, low voice returned to her, 7:30, it's still early, you can sleep again. No way. Zhang Bian struggled to open her eyes and said, I still have to send little Tuanzi to school, I can't go back on my word, it's the same if I come back and sleep again. Yen Han looked at her determined look and knew that he couldn't change her either, so he lowered his head and kissed her lips and said, okay, I'll go with you. Zhang Ren's eyes brightened and she asked softly, won't it delay you from going to work? Yen Han laughed lowly and said, as I said, nothing is as important as you mother and son. Zhang Bei hooked her arms around his neck to pull him towards her. Yen Han, you're so nice. After saying that, he kissed up. After the family finished eating, they went to send Yen Si Bei to school together. All the way Yen Si Bei was very excited. This is the first time that his mom and dad sent him to school together. When we arrived at the school gate, Yen Si Bei greeted her classmates when she saw them and said, look, my mom and dad came together to send me to school. That stinky look was really cute. And so the little group sent to school. Yen Han sent Zhang Bei back home to make up sleep. Get off the car and pulled Zhang Bei over to kiss him deeply before letting him go. Zhang Bei covered the lips of the kiss swollen, ran back home in a hurry. Yen Han looked at Zhang Bei's panicked back. His heart has softened into a puddle of water. On the way to the company, the driver in the rearview mirror carefully watched Yen Han. This way Yen Han's mouth are hooked up a smirk that seems to be there. Before, this Yen Wang emotions can never be exposed. Every day is an expressionless cold face. The driver thought to himself, this lady's power can be really big. Zhang Bian had just fallen asleep when her cell phone rang. It was Agent Chen Jing's call. Zhang Bian picked it up with annoyance and said impatiently, you'd better have something big that you have to talk about. Auntie, just received a notice. Tomorrow night's F Country's runway show selected your design of jewelry. You have not been waiting for this opportunity. On this show your fame will be able to enhance a stage. The opportunity is not to be lost again. Zhang Bing sat up at once, completely awake from his nap, and asked suspiciously, didn't you say before that I wasn't chosen? Before, but the finalization stage, there is a person's jewelry design was exploded plagiarism. The organizers temporarily withdrew that set of jewelry. There is a vacancy. The result of seeing your design, think your design concept and there this runway show and the core concept of the match on the fixed you. But I'm not prepared, and I thought I said I wouldn't be taking jobs for the last few months. Chen Jing simply want to scold her. I know, but this show is too important. You wait for a few years of opportunity. You now pack your bags, rush to the airport. Tomorrow night's show can still catch up. You are in a hurry. If you do not have to participate in the activities behind the day after tomorrow morning, directly fly back to all. Jiang Bian hesitated for a moment and said, good. She jumped out of bed and started to pack her things. taking only a few sets of change of clothes and putting them into her suitcase before heading to the airport. Chen Jing had booked her on that flight 2 hours later. On the way to the airport, Jiang Bei has been calling Yen Han, but there has been no one to answer. Jiang Bei is anxious. To the plane she will be turned off. Yen Han cannot get through, her phone will be anxious. Chapter 14, she chose to leave after all. At this time, Yen Han is sitting in the large conference room. This quarter's marketing hit a record low, the entire conference room low pressure so that the leaders do not dare to breathe loudly. Yen Han's cell phone is set to mute to Zuolin custody. The result is that even after Jiang Yan passed the security check and got on the plane, she didn't get through to Yen Han's phone, and Jiang Yan didn't have Zuolin's phone number and didn't know how to get in touch with him. She to the F country has to be a day later. She was afraid that Yen Han cannot find him and will think too much. The message was also sent to him. Just do not know, he will not believe it. He is so insecure, people. Do not let her good heart to build up a little bit of trust in the disappearance of the exhaustion of the. By the time Yen Han got his cell phone, it was already 3 hours later. Yen Han sat in his boss chair after the meeting and pinched his brow. His face was a fatigue that could not be dispersed. At this time, Zuolin walked back with his cell phone and said cautiously, "Boss, just now madam made 12 missed calls to you." Yen Han hurriedly snatched the cell phone, his cold eyes swept over Zuolin like a knife, and said, "If you fail in your duties again in the future, you'll pack your bags and get out." Zuolin bit her in the bottom of the heart, silently spit. "Is your own rules during the meeting must be muted, cell phones are not allowed to answer the phone, and now it has become my dereliction of duty, really evil capitalists." Yen Han did not have time to care about what he was thinking, busy to Jiang Bei back to the phone, and even played several are off. Yen Han's eyes gradually died haze, is going to continue to play when, suddenly saw the WeChat message prompts. "I suddenly had important work in F. It happened so suddenly I didn't have time to tell you, and your phone couldn't get through. I'm getting off the plane at 12 noon tomorrow, so I'll call you back to explain when I get off the plane." "Right. Don't forget to pick up Dumpling from school tonight and tell her I'll be back in 3 days and will bring him a present." It was followed by an emoji of a cute little bunny firing love hearts. Yen Han's mood but not a little relaxed, the whole person as if by a pot of cold water poured over his head. Yen Han thought sadly, ultimately still like this? After getting along with so many days, she felt that I did not do well or do not want me? She still chose to leave me, so that was left behind again? Zuolin watched from the side as Yen Han's face grew worse and worse, so he busily shouted, "Boss? Boss? Boss, what's wrong with you?" It was only then that Yen Han came back to his senses, glaring at Zuolin with reddened eyes and roaring, "Get out!" Zuolin's face changed and he quickly retreated. He indignantly thought, it must be that demon girl again. Every time he encounters something about that demon girl, the boss will be messed up, and I don't know what kind of bewitching soup the demon girl has given the boss, so how can it be that it has to be her? Yen Han locked himself up in the conference room and sat there all day, during which time he sent a message to the driver to pick up little Miss Tuanzi from school. Sitting to 9 o'clock in the evening, Yen Han moved already numb legs, then stood up, walked to the window, looking out the window. Silent night, only the lights of the car on the road brightly, as if such a big city, there is no one belongs to his home. By the time he got home, it was already more than 10 o'clock at night. He opened the door and went to the little group's bedroom to take a look. The little group had already fallen asleep long ago, and in his hand, he was still holding the remote control car that Zhang Bianhui had given him when he came back. Yen Han gently walked in and stood in front of the bed with a gentle brow looking at the little group of people. Yen Sibei's brow is very much like Zhang Bei's. When he opens his eyes to look at him, it always gives him a feeling that Zhang Bei is looking at him, so he exceptionally favors this son of his. After looking at it for a long time, Yen Han silenced Yen Sibei's head, and then walked out, gently closing the door of the room. Yen Han returned to the bedroom. After a shower lying in bed, there is still a light fragrance left by Zhang Bei. He lay on Zhang Bei's side, buried his head deeply into Zhang Bei's pillow, thinking, Bei, don't lie to me, really don't lie to me, I can't afford it anymore. A sleepless night. Early the next morning, Yen Han came out for breakfast with a haggard look on his face. The little group was startled to see it and asked in a milky voice, Daddy, didn't you sleep well last night? Your dark circles under your eyes are about to fall off. Yen Han gently rubbed the little group's head and said, well, yesterday the company was busy with some things rather late, so I didn't sleep well. Quickly eat, right? Send you to school after eating. Yen Sibei nodded obediently and continued to ask, what about mommy? Didn't mommy come back yesterday? Yen Han's eyes darkened, the corners of his mouth hooked far-fetched. Mom has something to travel. Mom told you to stay at home, obediently not allowed to make trouble. Come back to bring you toys. The little one's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. I'll definitely listen to Daddy. Yen Han looked at a happy face of the little guy, smiled bitterly, thinking, Daddy does not know if it is true. Daddy can only be at home with you to be good and wait for Mom to come back. In addition to that, I do not know what I can do. After sending Yen Siwei to school, Yen Han simply did not go to the company and went directly to the bar. The manager politely led Yen Han into the box. After 2 bottles of wine, his friend Zhou Siki rushed over. The capital Zhou family, although not so high than the status of the Yen family, but is also considered to be a rich family. Zhou Siki every day to mix with the major entertainment venues, and simply opened their own bar to play. Zhou Siki entered the door and shouted, Yo, rare guest, usually call you to come, you do not come, this morning come to borrow wine to kill their sorrows? If the manager didn't tell me that you came by yourself, I wouldn't have known. Yenhan glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything. Joseki as did not see. Continued, what's the matter? Tell me, what is the reason for you to come here in the morning to drink your sorrows away? Chapter 15, Tricked Again. Yenhan sipped his own wine, as if treating Joseki as air. Joseki did not care about him, opened a bottle of wine and said, let me guess, let you this cold-faced king of hell to come in broad daylight to drink to ease their sorrows, in addition to your family of the essence of no one else, right? Yenhan glanced at him and didn't say anything. Joseki raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, Io, really let me guess right? It's really because of the fine art? Yenhan coldly spoke, you should call her sister-in-law. Joseki said disdainfully, still sister-in-law, I don't have a sister-in-law who gives birth to a child and runs away for 3 years without caring. Joseki took a sip of wine and continued, a few days ago I heard that she went back to the country again. This is staying for a few days and leaving again, right? Every time she leaves you look like this half dead. Oh no, this time it's worse than even before. Before you just had a few drinks, this time you don't want to die. Joseki looked at the empty wine bottles all over the table and said. Yenhan shook the wine glass in his hand and spoke with a hoarse voice. This time she came back changed a lot. She took the initiative to care about me and the child, and told me that she would stay at home for a few months, but as a result, she left again yesterday without a word. She said that she would come back but I don't know if I can trust her. After Joseki heard this, the wine he just drank almost didn't spray out. He coughed a few times, and hurriedly opened his mouth, cough cough cough. No way brother, you believe everything she says? If what she said was true, even a sow could get up a tree. But I still wanna believe her for once. What she said, let me believe her. Joseki completely speechless, with a look at the eyes of the retarded look at him this love brain big brother. Their brothers a lifetime of fame were ruined by him and Lu Honshu, too love brain. The two of them look at each other with no words bottle after bottle of wine. Yenhan is worrying why Jiang Bian just doesn't like him. What the hell is he going to do to? Joseki, on the other hand, was thinking about how to get Yenhan to give up Jiang Bian and change this stinking love brain of his. When Joseki reacted, Yenhan had already finished all the wine he ordered, and since he drank so much wine on an empty stomach without eating all day yesterday and this morning, he was now covering his stomach and lying on his back on the sofa with a painful face. His face was white with pain, and he was sweating coldly. Joseki was so scared that he hurriedly threw down the bottle of wine and rushed to Yenhan's side, shaking him and asking, brother, what's wrong with you, are you alright? Yenhan was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, and Joseki hurriedly called 120 and shouted for the lobby manager to come over and help take care of Yenhan. After some tossing and turning, Yenhan fell into a coma in the hospital with a hangman's bottle. Joseki stood in front of the hospital bed and looked at the pale face of Yenhan, sighed helplessly, cough, what are you trying to do? After guarding Yenhan for a while, his cell phone rang. Joshichi glanced at the caller ID, the note his wife. Joshichi disgusted skimmed his mouth, looking at the bed weak Yenhan. His father blamed all the blame to the Jiangbo, so did not hesitate to hang up the phone. Jiang Yan even called a number of phone calls are not answered. Cannot help but wonder, Yenhan is not a sleepy person how at noon call is not answered. After Jiang Yan got in the car and rushed to the runway venue, she simply sent a message to Yenhan. What are you doing, Yenhan? I've called you so many times and no one answers. Aggrieved. JPG. I've already arrived at the venue, and if things go fast, I'll be home tomorrow. Wait for me at home. Joseki looked at these messages and was furious. His brother had been victimized by her and she was still so happy over there. Joseki simply deleted all the messages she sent. Just then, Yenhan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the four clean white walls brain dangling for a moment, before reacting to the fact that he drank himself into the hospital. He slowly looked sideways at Joseki who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Joseki also happened to look up and seeing that Yenhan had woken up, he hurriedly asked, brother, do you still have any difficulties? You really scared me to death. You didn't eat for so long and still dared to drink on an empty stomach. You really don't want to die. Yenhan didn't bother with him and only asked him, did ever call me? Joseki thought about the call records and messages that he had deleted, and said sheepishly, no, how could that selfish woman think of calling you? She doesn't know where she's having a quickie right now. The glimmer of hope that had just arisen in the bottom of Yenhan's eyes dimmed in an instant, and he hooked the corner of his mouth in a self-deprecating manner. Really she still left me behind. She is a woman full of lies. What try to love me? Immediately backwards or coaxing him. Yenhan tiredly closed his eyes and said in a hoarse, uncharacteristic voice, you go out first, I'm too tired and need to rest for a while. Joseki looked at Yenhan's look as if the sky had collapsed and thought about whether or not to tell him the truth, but he really wanted his brother to let go of Jiang Bian and find a woman who would really treat him well. Joseki inwardly had a celestial battle, and then said, okay, then I'll leave first, I'll have Zhuo Lin bring you food in the afternoon, you can't go without food anymore. Joseki looked at Yenhan, whose eyes had already closed on the hospital bed, and sighed as he walked out of the hospital room. The moment the door of the room closed, Yenhan opened his eyes, looking out the window at the bright weather. The sunshine through the glass sprinkled into the house, originally full of hope and warmth of the picture, but Yenhan felt like falling into the ice cellar. A trace of warmth cannot feel. By the time the evening, after the runway show was over, Jiang Yan, who was so busy that she finally had some time to catch her breath, took out her cell phone and looked at it. There was no message from Yen Han nor his phone call. Jiang Bian scratched her head in confusion. Since yesterday when she went out, Yen Han had not been hitting on her. A hint of bad feeling welled up in her heart. She found Chen Jing and asked her if there were any other activities that she had to show up for. Chen Jing thought for a moment and replied, the rest is just some dinners and such, and if you're really in a hurry, I can also talk to them for you. Jiang Yan roared sharply, then I'll leave first, there's still some things at home. The organizer side is counting on you, haha, help me book the latest flight back to China. After saying that, Jiang Bo ran away directly as if someone was chasing her behind. Leaving Chen Jing alone in the wind, she sighed and resigned herself to explaining to the organizers. On the way to the airport, Jiang Yan hesitated to give Yen Han a call, but when she thought that she had called so many times and sent so many messages but didn't reply, he must have been angry because of her leaving without saying goodbye, and it would be useless to call as many times as she wanted. So Jiang Bei gave up the idea of calling, intends to fly directly back to coax him. Yen Han so love her, must be very good coaxing it. Chapter 16, Inaojiao. By the time Jiang Bei got off the plane it was already 8 o'clock in the evening of the next day, and she didn't stop for a moment to rush home. Jiang Bei pushed open the door with a face full of anticipation, only to find that the house was empty, not a single person, only the dining room was lit. Jiang Bei walked over suspiciously and found that Chen Ma was stewing corn rib soup inside. Chen Ma was startled to see Jiang Bei suddenly come back and took a breath before saying, Madam, how come you walk without a sound? It scared me. Jiang Bing didn't answer Chen Ma, and asked right to the point, Chen Ma, where did Yen Han and Si Yen go? Why is there no one at home? Chen Ma looked at Jiang Bing strangely, asking with a questioning face, you still don't know, ma'am? Jiang Bing was even more puzzled. What's this all about? Madam, Mr. was hospitalized due to stomach perforation. It was said that because he hadn't eaten for a day and drank a lot of wine, he fainted straight away, thanks to Mr. Zhou who took him to the hospital in time, and the youngest master was sent to the old madam because there was no one to take care of him. Did Mr. Zhou not tell you about these things? Jiang Bei's heart sank, she couldn't care about anything else. She threw down her luggage and rushed to the hospital. Just as she took a step, she was stopped by Chen Ma. Chen Ma said, Ma'am, are you going to the hospital? This happens to be the soup for Mr. You bring it over together. After Chen Ma packed it in a thermos box and then told Jiang Bian which ward in that hospital, Jiang Bian hoofed it and took a taxi to the hospital. In the hospital, Yen Han looked out the window with an expressionless face as Zhou Siki watched him from the side. Suddenly, Zhou Siki sighed long and hard, I say brother, can we not act like the sky is falling? It's not just a woman, you've been this expression for the past 2 days, eat, sleep, eat. The company does not care about it. Every day to say no more than 3 sentences, you, this is why the pain. Yen Han remained in that position looking out the window, not moving at all, as if he hadn't heard Zhou Siki speak at all. Zhou Siki helplessly rolled his eyes, thinking that his brother can be really planted in the hands of this woman Jiang. Zhou Siki just wanted to tell Yen Han he deleted the chat records of the matter. The result is just at this time, the window sounded of footsteps. Jiang Bei carrying a thermos box, the wind and fire pushed open the door to come in. Yen Han saw Jiang Bei eyes instantly bright, but only for a moment. After the eyes will be dulled down, and as if nothing happened, turn his head to continue to look out the window. Zhou Siki froze for a moment when he saw Jiang Bing, then raised an eyebrow and looked at Yen Han's reaction playfully. Jiang Bei frowned suspiciously. What was wrong with Yen Han? Why is he so cold? Just because you left without saying goodbye doesn't make it so bad, right? Jiang Bei walked over with the thermos box, put it on the table, sat on the edge of the bed, and first asked Zhou Siki, what's wrong with him? Why didn't he eat and drank so much wine? Zhou Siki glanced at Yen Han and replied, what do you think? Jiang Bing stretched out his index finger and pointed at himself. Zhou Siki laughed a little, stood up and said, well, it seems that there's nothing more for me to do here, so you guys talk amongst yourselves, I'm leaving. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he hummed a little tune and exited the door of the hospital room. With only 2 people left in the hospital room, Jiang Bei felt that the atmosphere was instantly depressing. Jiang, I didn't mean to leave without saying goodbye f. Jiang Yan said while observing Yen Han's face, but she couldn't see anything. Yan Aojiao still had the same look just now, looking out the window expressionlessly. Jiang Ren continued to speak, I really do not mean it. As compensation I promise you a condition. Can you let me do anything can be the kind of? Yan Aojiao looked out the window expressionlessly. 2. Yan Aojiao looked out the window expressionlessly. 3. Yan Aojiao moved and slowly turned her head, asking in a hoarse voice, anything? Sure. Anything, as a cow or a horse. Speech or I nodded and said, then I'll think about it. Jiang Yan was like an amnesty, and hurriedly said, then you take your time to think about it first, let's drink the soup first, right? Yen Han didn't say anything. Jiang Yan took it as a default, gave Yen Han a good soup, sat next to him and looked at him, carefully opened his mouth and asked, why did you not eat but also went to drink so much wine? Yen Han paused in his movements and calmly said, I thought you had left me behind again and weren't coming back. Jiang Bei's heart is like being stabbed by millions of needles, spreading a fine and dense pain. Jiang Bei does not understand what's wrong with him, but he feels very heartbroken for Yen Han, so heartbroken that he is not willing to leave him even for a step. Jiang Bing spoke solemnly, Yen Han, when I say I won't leave, I mean I won't leave. Just how little confidence do you have in yourself? It's okay if you don't believe me now, but I'll prove it with time. Yen Han froze. Zhang Bing's solemn voice made him have a momentary trance. Was he really wrong? Should have trusted her, Yen Han thought to himself. Jiang. Thinking it was the message she sent him on the day she left, Yen Han said, I was in a meeting that day and didn't see it. What about yesterday? I also called and messaged you after I got off the plane. Were you in a meeting too? Zhang Bei was quite aggressive. The eyes seemed to be looking at a husband who had gone off the rails. Yen Han panicked and quickly spoke. What phone call? I did not see said, but also afraid of Zhang Bo do not believe hastily brought the table on the cell phone, pull out the call records and information page for her to see. Zhang Bian frowned as she looked at the record that was stuck on the day she left, and also took out her own cell phone to pull up the record, which showed the time of 12 o'clock in the middle of the day yesterday. Yen Han wrinkled his eyebrows and thought for a while, thinking about that time yesterday when he was still in a coma. The only one who could have possibly touched his cell phone was Joseki. The bottom of the eyes of the word cold dents out a few points of anger. Zhang Bei looked at the expression of the word cold, and then thought of Joseki here to take care of 2 days, also guessed a few points. Zhang Bei cannot help but in the heart of the Joseki. 3 children incense. Yen Han has been thinking about how to punish Joseki to let him long memory, fortunately did not abandon her, if it is because of this misunderstanding, that Joseki death are too cheap him. Jiang. Yen Han was beside him as if he was not the one who said it, with a face of doting looking at the serious appearance of Jiang Ru, thinking, really good, Ru don't want her, Ru really came back. Chapter 17, Who else can I give it to if not you? After arriving home, Jiang Yin first went to the kitchen to learn how to make soup with Chen Ma. She planned to cook for Yen Han with her own hands in the future, because Yen Han was too insecure. She wanted to start with these small things, it would be good to make him feel a little bit more secure. Yen Han was placed on the bed as a patient by Jiang Yen, nothing let him do, there is something to shout at her not to do it yourself. Yen Han very much enjoy the bed as a waste. Yen Han lay in bed for too long, thought of the clothes on his body as 2 days ago stomachache day when admitted to the hospital clothes, because hospitalization where our hospital gowns have not been changed, have a cleanliness fetish he immediately feel dirty, so he got up to go to the check room to change clothes. When he arrived at the check room he saw his clear black suit, and suddenly thought that the clothes Gu Ming wore were never light-colored, giving people a sense of cordiality, and the whole person was as gentle as a spring breeze. He thought, it must be because his own style of dress is also too dull to lead to. He picked a set of light apricot-colored home clothes to change into, rushed to the mirror satisfied with the measurement of their own, which does not have that flavor it. Just when he was satisfied with his masterpiece intending to go out to go lie on the bed, his afterglow suddenly glanced at a bag in the corner, which he had never seen before this. Yen Han curiously walked over to open it, and found that it was a men's belt inside, and a storm gathered in his eyes at once, the veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he gripped the box with a force so hard that it turned white. This is for Gu Ming again, right? Now you've brought the gift home. Did you buy it for him when you were abroad? So you were still thinking about Gu Ming when you left the country. What about him? What about him? Is he just a plaything for her when she's bored? A puppy that comes when she wants, runs up to her when she gets a good look, and then tosses him aside when the novelty wears off? He stoically closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his dark, heavy eyes were still the same ancient look as before, and he forced his anger to put the box back, and he thought to himself, said to trust her, and that she doesn't like Gu Ming anymore, and that she needs to learn to trust her herself, and that he can't be so uncontrollable with his emotions anymore, and that it will make hate him. He returned to the bed to lie down as if nothing had happened, forcing himself to hold back his out-of-control emotions, his reddened eyes gradually regaining their clarity. He lay with his arms folded on the bed and looked at the ceiling, looking like a child who had been abandoned by all and was waiting for someone to come and redeem him. After Jiang Yan finished cooking with Chen Ma downstairs, she went upstairs with the intention of calling Yen Han for dinner, and opened the door to find Yen Han lying straight on the bed with his hands folded, and for some reason, that look made Jiang Yan's heart ache, and a wave of unknown feelings welled up in the bottom of her heart. Zhang Bei quickly walked up, half kneeling on the bedside, holding Yen Han's hand and tenderly said, the meal is ready, let's go down to eat together, okay? Yen Han twisted his head to look at her, that dear General Clarity clear eyes at this time only he alone, do not know really thought she deeply loved him, but the truth? I'm afraid that only he himself is clear. Yen Han sat up expressionlessly, breaking away from Jiang Yan's hand to go downstairs. Jiang Yan looked at her empty hand, suddenly felt speechless. What's wrong? She was not just cooking downstairs, how did she provoke him again? Men are really fickle species But Jiang Yan thought that he was still a sick man, so she didn't bother with him, and would settle the score with him piece by piece when he got well. Zhang Bei chased down. When she ran to the restaurant, Yen Han just sat down. Zhang Bei excitedly ran to sit next to him, picked up the bowl to give him kanji, while serving kanji, and he said, quickly taste, this millet kanji simmered for more than an hour, it can be nourishing the stomach Yen Han looked at Zhang Bo excited to give him food. Yen Han, and feel that this seems to be quite good. Zhang Bo seems to love him very much, so he still do not know to be satisfied? Yen Han silently ate the rice in the bowl. Jiang Yan saw that although he did not speak but did eat a lot, his mood also got better. After dinner, Chen Ma cleaned up the table. Yen Han and Zhang Bei went upstairs. Yen Han first went to the bathroom to take a shower. Zhang Bei packed her luggage, from the F country back to the hospital in a hurry to run to the luggage, have not yet had time to pack. Put all the clothes back to the check room. Jiang Bei suddenly glanced at the box placed in the far corner. She patted her head. This is still before she left the country to buy for Yin Han. The result is to forget. This brain of hers really cannot remember anything. In order to prevent himself from forgetting again, Jiang Bei simply took it out and put it on the sofa in the bedroom, waiting for Yin Han to come out to give it to him. To say the least, this is still the first gift he bought for Yin Han. He will be very happy, Jiang Bei thought prettily. With only a towel wrapped around his waist, Yin Han stepped out of the bathroom, holding a white towel in his hand as he wiped his still dripping hair. On those well-defined abs, the glistening water droplets emitted a hidden shimmering light under the reflection of the light, and the mermaid line was hidden under the white bath towel. Jiang Yin swallowed and hurriedly averted her eyes. Yin Han saw Jiang Bing's wolf-like eyes from the time he came out. He smiled dotingly and thought, it's so good, he's not useless, at least this body can still make Bing Bing like it. In order to divert her attention, Jiang Bo hurriedly opened her mouth with a red face. In the eye what? This belt, it's what I thought looked good when I went out with Su Qing before and bought it for you. You quickly open it to see if it looks good or not. Yin Han looked at the bag on the sofa and froze for a split second, then spoke incredulously, this is for me? Jiang Run looked at him inexplicably, right, who else can I send if not you? Yin Han looked at Jiang Bei clear Ling Ling full of doubtful eyes. 2 big strides rushed up to hold Jiang Bei tightly. Jiang Bei felt his trembling, finally noticed that his mood is not right, back to hold him busy asked, what's wrong with you? Nothing, salvation, I'm just so happy. Jiang Yan was even more heartbroken. Look, what did she do before? She just gave a gift. Just let Yin Han excited into this. Jiang Yan broke away from his embrace and cupped Yin Han's face and said, in the future, I will often send you gifts, and I will do my best to be good to you to make up for those 5 years we missed. In response to Jiang Bei's, it is Yin Han's overwhelming kisses. Yin Han kissed her hard without a trace of gentleness to speak of, as if she wanted to tear her down and swallowed into the abdomen and rubbed into their own blood and bones. Yin Han gently put Jiang Bei on the bed, moving gently to straighten her scattered hair, eyes full of deep love staring at her tightly. I really love you, Bei. After saying that, he re-kissed again, and the night was charming. Chapter 18, Come home with me to meet Mom and Dad. The next day, Zhongren slept directly until 12 o'clock at noon before waking up leisurely. Her hand habitually touched the side, only to touch a piece of cold. Zhongren cursed and opened her eyes, spitting out this scummy man who ran away after sleeping. Jiang Yan held the waist to sit up, the whole body as if let the big truck ran over the general body aches. She leaned on the bed intense to slow down and going down to wash up. At this time, Yin Han pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Jiang Yan had woken up. 3 steps across the 2 steps over, reached out to Jiang Yan into his arms, warm and broad hands to help her rub her waist. The action is gentle as if Jiang Yan is a porcelain doll, like a large force will be broken as if. Jiang Yan closed her eyes comfortably in Yin Han's gentle movements to enjoy his service, and the depression in her heart that she had just woken up and didn't see him was also slowly rubbed away with his movements. Yin Han tenderly kissed Jiang Bei's earlobe, the hot air between his breath sprayed on Jiang Bei's ear, and his low magnetic voice reached Jiang Bei's ears. Does it still hurt there? Jiang Bo of course no there refers to where, instantly made a big red face, even the oracle also stained with a touch of red. Yin Han looked at the slowly reddening oracle, cannot help but gently laugh out loud. Closer to Jiang Bo a few points to lower the voice said, how is it still so easy to be shy, eh? Jiang Bing was even more shy by his words, hastily shrunk her head into his arms, hammered him with her fists while saying sullenly, don't you say it. Yin Han caught her fist, fingers nimbly inserted into and her fingers interlocked. The other big hand clasped the back of her head, chin on top of her head dotingly back to her. Good. The two hugged for a while longer. Jiang Yan waited for the blush on her cheeks to fade before lifting her head to look at Yin Han, her voice unconsciously colored with a hint of petulance. Carry me to wash up. Yin Han looked at the small woman in front of the just been moisturized, face white red, moist and glossy, lips slightly toothed, voice also with a silk whine, eyes flirtatious at the moment in the eyes of only him a person, as if he is her whole world. Yin Han looked at the heart of the apathetic body, temperature rose rapidly, sexy throat rolled. But in the end is last night to be too hard. Some fear of Jiang Bei is afraid of getting hurt, afraid of their own and making something. So hurriedly got up and put Jiang Bei into the bathroom, said, I go down to see the meal is still hot or not, I'll come to hold you down in a while. After saying this, he fled like a man and left. Jiang Yan was speechless to the extreme. As for running so fast, she is not some kind of flood beast. Jiang Bei wash up. Yin Han just opened the door to come in. He picked up Jiang Bei on the downstairs to go. Last night just focusing on him to clip the food. Jiang Bei had not eaten much, and he wanted her a whole night, but do not put his sweetheart sweet preserves child to starvation. Jiang Bian looked at a table of food, stomach indisputably rang twice. Jiang Bian awkwardly looked at Yin Han, to say that the cold is a face of favor to put her on the stool, while giving her food while saying, eat more, so that you have the strength, good work. Jiang Yan speechless rolled his eyes. This person is not a moment not to drive hard but the hunger in the stomach has made her cannot care so much. Pick up the bowl and chopsticks on the wool, feed up. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Yan covered his bulging stomach and hiccuped, then paralyzed in his chair and didn't want to move. He looked at Yin Han, who was cleaning up the dining table, and lazily opened his mouth. Don't you have to go to work today? It's not that I did it too hard last night for fear of someone's anger, and I skipped work today when the after-sales service got in place. Alright, then you clean the house all over again, I'll go up and catch up on my sleep first, housekeeper Yen. Zhang Bei finished saying that and twisted her head to leave without a care in the world. Yen Han stayed where he was and watched her dashing back helplessly and laughed out softly. Zhang Bian lying on the bed just found a comfortable position ready to brew sleep on the phone rang. She lightly wrinkled his eyebrows and picked up the phone. See, the caller ID is Extinct Master. Shakta Karp hitched up from the bed to sit up, carefully cut open the answer button. Just put the cell phone to the ear. There came a growl. Jiang. You little brat. You've been back for so many days without telling me and your dad. Do you still have us in your heart? Zhang Bei hurriedly took the cell phone far away and waited for the other side to quiet down before she curtly opened her mouth. Mom, don't be anxious. I've been too busy for a while, so I didn't have the time to talk to you about it. I don't care. You must bring Yen Han and my grandson back for dinner tonight. Mom, Shaban has been taken out on a trip by his grandmother and won't be back until next week. Then you must bring Yen Han to me. If you don't stop and have a good life with Yen Han, you'll pretend you don't have me as your mom. After saying that, Zhang mother didn't care what Zhang Bei was going to say and directly hung up the phone. Zhang Bei looked at the phone was hung up inside, but also really do not listen to her to finish the sentence. Since the marriage of Zhang mother has been persuaded her in Yen Han good life, but every time she said this she had to fight with the mother of the Zhang, then she did not realize that the good of Yen Han, but in the future it will not be, she will certainly treat Yen Han well. Jiang. Zhang Bo lay on the bed and rolled over several times, thinking that he couldn't sleep anyway, so he simply got up and changed his clothes, and went home early to see his parents. Zhang Yan shows a smoky pink wool dress, pinched waist, skirt hem on the large side looks like her small waist surplus a grip more slender, with a pair of soft-soled white fur slippers, looks gentle and virtuous. She appreciated her own and jumped and ran to the study to look for Yen Han. In the study, Yen Han did not know with whom he was on the phone, said, then about tomorrow, and then bring me a copy of the previous medication. Heard the sound from the study door, Yen Han hurriedly hung up the phone, turned back to see her running towards him, and hastily stood up reaching out to catch her, pretending to be serious too, venturing out, what if you fall? It's not that I have you to catch me, you won't let me fall. Zhang Bing said proudly. Yen Han laughed along with her when he saw her vivid and lively little expression. Zhang Yan said, quickly pack up and come home with me to see mom and dad. Yen Han froze for a moment when he heard these words, and then his eyes widened incredulously. In fact, Yen Han has only seen Zhang Yan's parents once, that is, at the wedding. After that time, Zhang Yan has not allowed Yen Han to see her parents, but also threatened to say that if he dared to go and he divorced, so Yen Han has never seen again. This time to listen to Zhang Ren personally set out. Yen Han is simply happy to vertigo, embracing Zhang Ren's hand and tightened, thinking, is not really never leave me? Then I have to do better to line. Chapter 19, Because You're You. Zhang Bei looked at the mountain of clothes on the sofa and still in front of the mirror kept changing the jacket of Yen Han, cannot help but speechless rolled his eyes. She is in the cannot help but speak, you these suit jacket are black. What is the need to change around? Of course they do, this one has obsidian cuffs, that one is a little more stiff and formal, and that one over there is a little looser and more casual. Okay, hold it, we're just going back for dinner. You don't want to be so formal and make it look like a business meeting, you just wear your usual gym clothes, look younger. Yen Han's face instantly darkened. Do you dislike me for being old? Zhang Yan was shocked, realizing that she had hurt Yen Aojiao's fragile heart, and hurriedly opened her mouth. How could it be? I mean, let's go home or just relax and be comfortable. After saying this, she was busy carefully observing Yen Han's face. Yen Han gave him a half-hearted look, then walked to the check room to change his clothes. Zhang Bing looked at his back and sighed in relief. Not long after Yen Han came out, he was wearing a set of light gray sportswear, the top inside a white t-shirt hem exposed to a section, shoes wearing AJ3, very teenage, like a college student who has not graduated. Jiang. Yen Han first drove with Zhang Yan, first went to the mall to buy some supplements, and to Zhang Mother bought a full set of lipstick. Zhang Mother has always loved to collect all the major brands of all the colors of the lipstick, although she cannot finish coated. Zhang Father is very fond of playing Go. Yen Han bought a set of the best Go. Zhang Bing looked at the stuffed trunk and asked, how do you know what my parents like? Yen Han dotingly touched her head, voice gently said, and you married when you inquired. Marry you into the door, of course, to understand your family. Zhang Bei's heart instantly rose full. She had always thought that Yen Han just wanted to find a random person to get married. It turned out that he silently did so much for her, which cannot help but more let Zhang Bei puzzled. Yen Han, this deep love for her in the end, from where it comes from? Zhang Bing pondered this problem all the way, looking out the window without saying anything. Yen Han saw her pondering, thought it was Zhang Bing, felt that he had investigated their family before the wedding to make her angry. After arriving downstairs, Yen Han stopped the car, reached out and pulled Zhang Bei's hand, said to her with a guilty and careful face, I'm sorry Bei, I didn't mean to investigate your family, I just want to know more about you guys a little bit. I won't be in this way in the future, don't be angry, okay? After speaking he froze, then snorted out a laugh. I'm not angry, I'm just thinking, why me? Yen Han, why do you love me so much? Yen Han's expression stiffened for a moment, and he quickly recovered his naturalness and said, because you are you. No reason, just love you for being you. Zhang Bei froze and looked at Yen Han, not expecting him to answer her like this. She looked at Yen Han's deep eyes that could drown people, her eyes dodged for a moment and said, get off the car quickly, Mom and Dad have been waiting for a long time. Yen Han lost his eyes, cautioned himself not to be too hasty, as not completely in love with him, to be gradual only. Yen Han went in with a big bag of things. Jiang mother, as if she didn't see Jiang Yen, rushed over to Yen Han, took the things in his hand and said, "Io, come to your own home and bring so many things, why?" After saying that, he pulled Yen Han to sit on the sofa and said to Jiang Bei, "What are you waiting for? Quickly pour tea for Yen Han." Jiang Bian was stunned by the scene in front of her. Who the hell is this pro-mother? Yen Han sat on the sofa with Jiang's father and mother. Jiang's father has been asking Yen Han about the business world. Yen Han answered the questions in a humble manner. Jiang Bei has never seen Yen Han to who is this attitude. He in front of others is always a high above the appearance of planning, the face of their own father attitude so respectful as let Jiang Bei did not expect. Jiang mother said, "You guys chat first, I'll go to the kitchen to see how the preparations are going." Jiang mother pulled Jiang Bei into the kitchen. To the kitchen Jiang mother asked straight to the point, "How long are you going to stay back this time? Still wanna go? I tell you Si Bei, already 3 years old, you have not fulfilled the responsibility of a mother. You see how good Yen Han, so delicate mind, so good to you, what you do not know enough?" Jiang Bei's ears are getting cocooned from hearing these words, and she busily said, "Okay Mom, I know. I'm not going to leave this time. I'll get along with Yen Han and won't make a scene anymore." Jiang mother looked at Jiang Yan with a surprised expression. "Really? Really? I messed with him before because there was a bit of a misunderstanding between us, and now that the misunderstanding is cleared up I'll naturally get along with him. You'd better, and if I catch you not stopping again, I'll see what I can do about you." "I know Mom, did you make me sweet and sour pork today? I haven't eaten it in a long time." Jiang mother laughed and said without a smile, "Greedy cat, just knows how to eat." When the meal is ready, Jiang mother greeted everyone to eat. On the dinner table Jiang mother, pleased to look at the Yen Han has been to Jiang Bin clip food, can be said to be the mother-in-law to see the son-in-law, the more you look the more you like. After dinner, Jiang Yan said goodbye to her parents to go home, because Yen Han had to get up early for work in the morning. The two of them didn't stay overnight. Yen Han had just driven his car into the garage when he received a call from Joe Siki. The voice on the other end of the phone was noisy. Joe Siki shouted at the top of his voice, "Brother, Lu Hanshu returned to China 2 days ago. Want to come to get together? You haven't gotten together with us for a long time." Yen Han originally wanted to refuse, but on second thought, there was a debt that he had yet to settle with Joe Siki, so he agreed. When Jiang Bing heard that Yen Han was going out, he was busy urging him not to drink alcohol and not to eat icy and spicy things to take care of his stomach. Yen Han doted on Jiang Ren's rambling voice and said dotingly, "Got it, your honorable wife." Jiang Bian heard this name, hastily stopped the words. Fortunately, the car is dim. Yen Han cannot see her expression. Her face at the moment has been red to the root of the ears, but also is slowly spreading to the neck. After Jiang Bo said in a panic to take care of herself, she opened the car door and got out of the car with her hands in a hurry. Yen Han looked at Jiang Bo's flustered back, the corner of his cool lips hooked. His little wife is really cute. Until he couldn't see Jiang Bing's figure anymore, Yen Han reversed his car out the door and rushed to the bar. Chapter 20, I Have a Wife. Opened the door. Inside, the smoky still mixed with the smell of all kinds of alcohol. Yen Han slightly imperceptible frowned. Since Jiang Bo is pregnant, Yen Han has never smoked again. Drinking is only occasionally. In a bad mood will drink 2 cups. At first, to such an environment to come also slightly uncomfortable. When the people inside saw that Yen Han had come, they all stood up and greeted Yen Han, who walked in and sat down on the main seat, while Lu Han Snapdragon sat on the single sofa, with Joe Siki sitting next to him. Joe Siki held his wine glass and spoke, "Yo, finally willing to come out from the gentle land?" Yen Han glanced at him and looked at Lu Hanshu next to him and asked, "When did you come back?" Lu Hanshu shook the wine glass in his hand and lifted his eyelids to look at him, lazily answering him, 2 days ago." Yen Han nodded, "Still going?" "I don't know, let's talk about it." After saying that, Lu Hanshu tilted his head back and drank all the wine in his glass. The three of them grew up from a dean, coupled with the family business have dealings, so the relationship is extraordinarily good. To each other's things are also well known. Lu Han Snapdragon went abroad because he was dumped by Su Qing, and because he really can't let go of people, and after a few days of drinking, he went to look for people to get back together, and as a result, they already had a new boyfriend, and he was seamlessly taken over. That night he cornered Su Qing and questioned her. Su Qing lightly said the sentence, "I do not love you." Lu Hanchuan was shaking with anger, stared at Su Qing for a while and then turned around and left. The next morning, Lu Han Snapdragon bought the earliest flight to go to Y Country. These years have been staying in their family Y Country branch, the name of the expansion of overseas markets, but the actual situation of a few of them are like a mirror in the heart. Yen Han didn't ask him again, but picked up a cup of warm water on the table and took a sip before speaking to Joe Siki. "How did you unlock my cell phone?" Joe Siki was chatting with someone else on his cell phone and didn't raise his head when he sniffed. "What cell phone? I'm taking my own cell phone." Yen Han didn't say anything and just looked at him. Joe Siki felt that there has been a line of sight staring at himself, raised his head and found that Yen Han smiling but not laughing staring at him. He instantly shivered and felt that the big thing is not good. Racking his brain, what mistake did he make recently? Besides today, the last time he saw Yen Han was when he was in the hospital, and when did he touch his cell phone when he was in the hospital? It's over. That delete text messages because really cannot see his brother. That miserable look, in a fit of anger to delete, and later also regretted, but just want to tell him, Jiang. If not, why Yen Han never participate in this kind of bureau today but came it, dare this is to find him to settle accounts, out of the mixed sooner or later to return. Yen Han looked at his changing expression and knew that he remembered, raised his eyebrows with an expression of waiting for him to confess and resist. Chelsea scrunched up his face and said, facial unlock it when you put it in front of you. Third brother, I really didn't mean to do it. That day I really couldn't stand to see that demon girl torturing you into that half-dead look, and in a fit of anger I deleted it. Yen Han nodded, I also can't stand to see you stooping low because of a piece of land, so I gave it to Mr. Wang of Huaxi Technology. Zhou Siki was instantly struck by an electric shock. Third brother, you can't do this. Without that piece of land my father would have to skin me. Yen Han shrugged and spread his hands, returning to him, what does it have to do with me? After saying that, put down the wine glass in his hand and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, you guys have fun, today on my account, I have a wife at home and you group of single dogs are not the same. Between the words there is also quite a feeling of complacency. After Yen Han left, it wasn't long before Lu Han's Snapdragon state also not interesting plus the jet lag has not been reversed, also left. Out of the door of the bar, found that outside at some point in the rain patter, was about to raise his feet and walk out but found a person standing under the eaves next to her fingertips clamped a scarlet cigarette, under the smoke Lu Hanshu still recognized that person as Su Qing. Su Qing also looked over this way, saw that it was Lu Han Snapdragon's pupils slammed, hastily extinguished the cigarette at his fingertips, his remaining light glimpsed that the person did not have the intention to leave, stiffened his voice and greeted, long time no see. Lu Hanshu nodded at her without saying anything, but one of the feet that had stepped into the rain reached back and stood alongside Su Qing. The two of them were speechless relative to each other, or Su Qing took the lead in breaking the silence, asking him in a flat voice, when did you come back? 2 days ago. Strange but familiar voice, strange is that the voice no longer has the same favor and indulgence to her before only cold and hard. The voice made Su Qing almost fail to tense up, and after easing her emotions, she added, still going? I don't know. This word-shy attitude made Su Qing a few more points sadder. The two stood side by side for a while longer, and as the rain outside gradually stopped, Lu Hanshu opened his mouth, I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Su Qing to say anything else, he directly stepped into the middle of the night. When she couldn't see Lu Hanshu's figure anymore, Su Qing crouched down and wrapped her arms around herself as she cried silently. When he broke up with Lu Han Snapdragon there is a reason, their family is not a rich and powerful family, but it is also considered to be a petty family. Su Qing can buy what you want to buy without any worries. She was also spoiled little princess from childhood. As a result, suddenly one day a group of people came to the door, saying that her father had gambled and borrowed from loan sharks, and that if he couldn't pay back the money, he would abolish her father, and that her mother was on her knees begging him to spare the family, and that they would find a way to pay back the money. At that time, the family bought all that can be sold. 3 people rented a small house of more than 50 square feet to live together, or rely on Jiang Bo's relief to survive that period. As a result, the days have just improved. Her father went to gamble and caused a debt back, their family of 3 had to hide. Su mother also chilled to the extreme, directly with Su Qing left Su father. Also at that time, Su Qing felt like Lu Han Snapdragon, such a proud son of God, should have a great future. Himself and his conditions are too different. His life should not have such a stain, so she proposed a breakup, but seamlessly do not love him or false, in order to allow him to be able to give up her. She stuck to the root of the wall and cried uncontrollably, and this scene was all watched by Lu Han Snapdragon. It was he still wanted to see her with his own eyes, so he sat in the car and did not leave, but ended up seeing this scene of her crying bitterly. He didn't expect to meet her again here, and he also wanted to know if she had been doing well in the past few years, and why she was crying because she couldn't let go of him. But he didn't dare to ask the question. He was afraid to hear a negative answer. He had also forced himself to let go of her, but he had failed. He returned to China this time because of Su Qing. He still wanted to win her back, but hesitated because of Su Qing's previous desperation. His hand rested on the door handle, hesitated or did not get out of the car, annoyed, closed the door, stepped on the gas and took off. Chapter 21, Is it her? After returning home, Yen Han hurriedly searched for Jiang Bo's figure. He hadn't seen his Bo for a long time, and now he just wanted to rub Jiang Bo into his blood and bones, and the two of them could never be separated again. He went upstairs and pushed open the bedroom door. Jiang Yan was finishing blow-drying her hair and preparing to go to bed, and was surprised for a moment to see that it was Yen Han, asking, how did you come back so quickly? Yen Han walked over and embraced Jiang Bei into his arms, breathing in the scent of Jiang Bei's body, and said sultrily, missed you. Jiang Yan has just finished showering, wearing a white silk halter nightgown. Yen Han commissioned him, his hands touched all the slippery white skin. Yen Han suddenly a bit of heart, without saying anything picked up Jiang Yan and went to the bathroom. Jiang Bei was suddenly picked up, exclaimed in shock and fear as she wrapped her hands around Yen Han's neck and asked, what are you doing? Take a bath. I've already washed it. Wash it again. The water in the bathtub sank and floated, rippling with the two men's movements. A night of charming. Early the next morning, Jiang Yan helped her aching waist to sit up. Since she came back and confessed her feelings to Yen Han, this person has become more and more uncontrolled. Every night she has to do it until she is incapable of crying before giving up. it seems that in the future, she has to make a pact with him. After Jiang Bei washed up and ate breakfast, she felt that the house was cold and quiet, as if something was missing, and thinking that she hadn't spoken to her son for a long time, she called Yanxi Bei. In the video, Insi Yen is living it up at the beach wearing cool little sunglasses and sunbathing and drinking coconut water. Jiang Yen asked, "Si Yen, did you have a good time? When will you go home?" "Happy. Me and Grandma went to a lot of places to play, and we'll be home in a few days, Mommy. Be safe, oh, and take care of yourself." "Got it, Mom, I'm going to go play surfing. I won't talk to you first, bye Mom." After saying that, he didn't wait for Jiang Bei to reply and hung up the phone by himself. Jiang Bei sighed, this plastic son, when he went out to play, he forgot about her as his mom. Having used up too much energy last night, she was about to go upstairs to catch up on some more sleep when Gu Ming sent a message, saying that he had found some information about their families near bankruptcy and asking if she had time to meet up for a chat. Jiang Yan asked her about the location and then changed her clothes and went out. After arriving at the agreed location, Jiang Yan sat opposite Gu Ming, who handed him a file bag containing pictures of Yuan Shu and Zhang's suppliers meeting at the hotel, and the two of them went to a room together before leaving the next morning. Gu Ming said, Yuan Shu and this supplier started having contact 2 months before Zhang's bankruptcy, and would go to a fixed suite in this hotel every week. "So you're trying to say that the sudden break in our family's capital chain has something to do with Yuan Shu?" Zhang Bing was incredulous. "I'm just guessing. I passed by that hotel last night and saw Yuan Shu and a man enter the hotel arm in arm, so I had someone investigate. I'm not sure, but prevention is not an option." Zhang Bei was in a trance for a moment. Yuan Shu is her best relationship with her college classmates. They eat together and take classes together and share everything. I did not expect Yuan Shu will harm himself. Zhang Bei, a moment some cannot accept. Jiang Yan arrived home, thought to ask Yen Han mailbox how the matter of investigation. The results of a lot of phone calls Yen Han did not pick up, so to Zhuo Lin called. This is still her last time she could not contact the Yen Han will have to Zhuo Lin's phone number, thinking that you can contact him in the future. The phone rang once and then was answered. "Ma'am?" Zhuo Lin was a bit surprised. "Are you with Yen Han?" Zhuo Lin glanced at Yen Han in the room and replied sheepishly, "Yes, the president is in a meeting right now. It's estimated to end in an hour." Jiang Yan thought about it. He drove to the company of Yen Han will take half an hour. Why not go directly to the company and wait for him? This kind of thing is better to say in person. As soon as Zhuo Lin heard that Zhang Ren wanted to go to the company, he immediately panicked. "Madam, you don't have to come, the president will go back soon after the meeting." Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes and asked, "What kind of meeting was it? Why don't you let me go to the company?" Zhuo Lin's back was wet with cold sweat. The president of 1,000 instructions not to let the lady know that he came to cure things, but deceiving the lady will not have a good end. He said with tears in his eyes, "Madam, please let me go. I really can't say ah. When the president goes back you ask him yourself." A touch of bad premonition welled up in Zhang Bing's heart. "He's not keeping a dog outside behind my back, is he?" No. The president's love for you, the sun and the moon can be seen, madam. I derailed, the president will not even derail ah." Jiang Yan listened to what he said and snorted out a laugh. "Okay, it won't be difficult for you, wait for him to come back, I'll ask him in person." Zhuo Lin was like an amnesty. "Okay, thank you ma'am." After hanging up the phone, Zhuo Lin leaned against the door panel and calmed his breathing, really scared him to death. Almost his year's bonus is not guaranteed this trenchless is a capitalist. It was only after a while that Yen Han inside the room yelled and turned awake, rubbing his aching head. He slowly sat up, closing his eyes to ease the shock that hypnosis had just given him. "How did it feel this time?" Jin Chuan asked him. Jin Chuan has become the #1 psychologist in Haicheng at a young age, graduated from Qingbei University with a doctorate, and is Yen Han's attending physician. At the same time, Yen Han is also the patient with the strongest defenses in his heart, the most non-compliant with medical advice, and the most difficult to save. He had given up on therapy 3 years ago, and today I don't know what kind of madness he's going through that he's opting for hypnotherapy. Hypnosis is the fastest and most damaging treatment for Yen Han, and the slightest mishap can cause him to become mentally deranged. Before it was all controlled with drugs, now he chose the most dangerous method to get better faster. Yen Han shook his head at Jin Chuan's question. Jin Chuan sighed and said, "In fact, your paranoia and suspiciousness and crankiness are all from your childhood growing environment. As long as you find someone who truly loves you and is willing to give you a sense of security, coupled with my medication, it will slowly get better. Why do you have to choose this desperate method?" Yen Han rubbed his forehead and didn't say anything. He thought, he did not have time to take his time, he had to make Jiang Yan love himself as soon as possible, otherwise he would not be able to keep her again. Without her every day was tasteless. Jiang Yan waited at home for a long time before she heard the sound of an engine coming from the yard, and she hurriedly ran downstairs. Just walked to the hall of the speech cold to see Jiang Bo jogging all the way down, also rushed to go over, long arm wrapped to embrace her into the arms, as if this is the only way he can really feel the existence of her. Jiang Bei looked at Yen Han's tired and fragile face, even forgetting to question him. She was busy hugging him back, patting his back and asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" Chapter 22, Where did Yen Han go? "It's nothing, let me hold you for a while," Yen Han said in a hoarse voice. Jiang Yan stood still and let him hold her. After a while, Yen Han stood up and gently pulled her hand towards the restaurant, saying as he walked, let's go eat first. Jiang Ren indulged in his tenderness and also forgot to ask him about where he went in the afternoon. At the dinner table, Jiang Bing suddenly remembered the mailbox thing and asked, that mailbox thing, did you find out about it? Found it. Yen Han put down his chopsticks, picked up a paper towel and wiped the corners of his mouth. His eyes looked seriously at Jiang Yen and continued, I started from the photos, looked up the nearby surveillance as an entertainment reporter took the photos. I gave this company to force pressure him to say that he was asked to take these photos of the person is Yuan Shu. I think that mailbox is also her mailbox. Yen Han carefully observed Jiang Ren's face. He knew that Jiang Bian's best friend for 4 years in college was Yuan Shu, and he was afraid that Jiang Bian would not be able to accept this news. But Jiang Bing was uncharacteristically calm, still eating his meal, looking as if he had already known the outcome. You knew this already? Speech Chill asked suspiciously. Jiang Yen replied, Guming asked me to meet him this afternoon and showed me some photos about Yuan Shu, so I guess that the mailbox should be hers as well. Jiang Yen had spent the afternoon coming to terms with this, and at the moment wasn't surprised in the slightest. As Jiang Bing pondered what he should do, he missed the flash of gloom on Yen Han's face. He thought, thinking that Jiang Yen still didn't love himself and might have to leave from his side one day, Yen Han was like having millions of needles stuck into the crevices of his nerves, hurting until his eyes went black. Yen Han said, I'm done eating, I'll go to the study first to approve the documents. After saying that, he left in a hurry. When he arrived at the study, Yen Han first sat down on a stool to slow himself down, and then took out the medicine that came from Jing Xuan and took it. After the hypnosis is finished, Yen Han's mood are not very good. If you do not get timely security, then for a period of time will become more paranoid and cranky, can only be forced by drugs to suppress. Yen Han knew the consequences of this, but he still couldn't control it, afraid that Zhang Bei would run away from him when she saw his true colors, so she could only hold herself back, and Bei Bei had also said that she wanted him to learn to trust her, and that she couldn't afford to be so paranoid, and that she would get bored with her. Zhang Bei went back to the bedroom to take a shower after eating, and just after she finished her shower and laid down on the bed, Su Qing's phone call came. Jiang Yen picked up, and a slightly tired voice came from there, is your husband at home now? Jiang Ren's head was full of questions. You called me just to ask me about my man? Su Qing over there was slightly speechless and stammered, no, do you know that Lu Hanchu is back? Jiang Yen was slightly surprised and returned, he actually came back? Jiang Bing, as Su Qing's best friend, she naturally knew the story of the abusive relationship between her and Lu Hanchu. Su Qing was slightly embarrassed as she returned, I want you to help me ask, is Lu Hanchu still leaving this time when he comes back? Su Qing graduated from college, he used his savings from his part-time job to open a bar, because she also has a business mind so the bar operates very well, every day is full of status, he also has a small pool of money is also making investments. That's why she felt that she still wanted to retrieve Lu Hanchu if possible. Jiang Bing understood her intentions and said with a teasing smile, Egu, this is playing this little scheme. Before I told you, the person who really loves you will not give up on you. You have to use such an extreme way to force him to leave. This is not asking for trouble? Su Qing couldn't stand her teasing and felt her face flush as she hurriedly changed the topic. Stop talking about me. How are you and the one in your family doing? Hearing this, Jiang Ren got serious and sat up to return to her. I don't know. I told you I'm making it up to him. When he said these words, Yen Han was standing outside the door. He was in the study and had a hard time adjusting his emotions, telling himself that he must believe in, she would never lie to himself, but he ended up standing outside the bedroom door to hear these words clearly. His throat stuttered, instantly felt that he could not breathe, his heart was like being pinched by a big hand, his body was numb as if he could not even stand, and every breath seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He thought in despair, so all those things she said before were lies to him? She was only saying those nice things to coax him in order to make it up to him? His eyes scarlet headache, his hands slowly tightened, his arms veins rippled. In the moment he was about to restrain, want to go in and grab her to ask the truth, chose to turn away, because he was still afraid that he would lose control and hurt, then he would never forgive himself in his life. Jiang Bing inside the room did not feel the situation outside the door in the slightest, and after a pause he continued, I was compensating him to be nice to him, but now I feel that I like him a little bit, I want to see him every moment, I want to be pampered with him, and I also want to stick with him. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, Su Qing hurriedly interrupted her as the more she heard, the more carnal she became. I know, don't say another word, women with love brains are horrible, I won't talk to you anymore, don't infect me with your love brain, hang up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Bing felt that Su Qing must be jealous of her to be like this, well, it must be. Jiang Yen lay in bed and swiped a small video waiting for Yen Han to come back to bed, but ended up waiting and waiting for himself to fall asleep first without any fight. Early the next morning, Zhang Bo habitually hugged to the side, wanting to hug to that hot stove, the result of hugging to indeed a piece of cold. Her eyes snapped open, reacting to the fact that Yen Han had been out all night. She hurriedly touched the cell phone on the bedside table to call Yen Han, but the result was an icy cold off tone. She was busy calling Zhuo Lin again. Zhuo Lin looked at the caller ID and shook his head helplessly. This president's special assistant can be really bad, but the phone still has to be answered. Just scratched to answer, not waiting for him to open his mouth. Jiang Yan's urgent voice came from over there. Special Assistant Zhua, where did Yen Han go last night? Why didn't he come back all night? Chapter 23, Yen Han's Indifference. Zhuo Lin revealed a standard smile with 8 teeth and said respectfully, "Ma'am, the president has temporarily gone to country Y on a business trip." Jiang Bei's brows furrowed so much that he could pinch a fly. Then why didn't he tell me? Zhuo Lin thought of this morning in the office to see the Yen Han. The clothes on the body did not change, or yesterday that piece, sitting in the boss chair, eyes full of red bloodshot, dark circles, dark, face a little luster or not, obviously a night have not slept. To see him come and only said to him, "Help me book the earliest to Y country air tickets." That look was obviously another fight with the lady. Zhuo Lin really couldn't bear it. His own president was really too miserable, so he said to Jiang Bing, "Madam, did you quarrel with the president again?" Jiang Bing inexplicably said, "No, we were fine all last night. He didn't go back to his bedroom to sleep all night." Zhuo Lin felt that Jiang Bei must have done something again to make his president unhappy, so he advised again, "Madam, you have seen the president's heart for you. He really loves you. You are thinking carefully whether you directly have any conflicts again? Otherwise, the president would not have gone on a business trip without saying a word." Jiang Yan answered yes and hung up the phone absent-mindedly. She thought about it carefully. It seemed like he was out of sorts yesterday after she finished talking about meeting Gu Ming. He wasn't so petty after all, was he? Jiang Bei was also a little angry. She had told Yen Han so many times to trust her. She didn't hide anything from him. She said everything to him. Why was he still so paranoid? Did he never trust her at all? The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, so she just didn't want to think about it, threw her cell phone to the side, covered herself with the blanket and continued to force herself to sleep. On the other hand, Yen Han, who was far away from Y country, saw that Jiang Bei hadn't sent him a message or made a phone call for so long, and at this time of the day, she must have already woken up from her sleep, yet she still hadn't contacted him. Yen Han held the phone to mock the hook of the lips, tilted his head back and leaned on the back of the chair. His fingers pressed his temples to relieve the headache. He just finished hypnosis yesterday. The body is the weakest time, also took a forced suppression of emotions plus a whole night have not slept. Yen Han is now deficient, pale, dark circles under the eyes. Anyone who looks at it will be shocked. But he didn't leave himself time to rest, because as soon as he was idle he thought of Jiang Bing, and wanted to leave everything behind and fly back, pretending that he hadn't heard those words, pretending that there was no Gu Ming between her and him. But no, this kind of Jiang Bin is not really happy. She stayed by his side just to compensate. He did not want her to sacrifice herself to satisfy him. He loved her, but he preferred that Jiang Bin could be happy, so he was going to come out to calm down and think about whether it was wrong for him to forcefully keep his retainer. At this time a knock on the door interrupted Yen Han's thoughts. Yen Han stood up with difficulty and stood in place to slow down before walking to open the door. At the door was his assistant in the branch on the Y side. He came to give Yen Han a report on today's work. The door just opened and saw Yen Han's bloodless face. The assistant was startled and asked tentatively, "President, your face doesn't look very good. Do you need to take a rest first?" Yen Han's hawk-like eyes swept him a glance and said coldly without a trace of emotion, "Do your part." After saying that, he walked out with his long legs. The small assistant stayed in place and wiped the cold sweat hurriedly chased up, after the fear of thinking, just boss, that glance is really terrible. It seems that boss these 2 days in a bad mood, must be careful with their words and actions. Yen Han opened 2 meetings in a row, and then went to a dinner party in the evening. The people are surprised that Yen Han actually came this time. Before, the Yen Han never bothered to participate in this kind of activities. The people have surrounded them, all want to climb this tree, so Yen Han all-nighter circling around in these people. When Yen Han returned to the hotel again, it was already 1:30 a.m. He looked at the quiet cell phone, suddenly deflated, shut down and threw it on the table and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Lying in bed after the shower, the body is very tired but very conscious, tossing and turning, cannot sleep, until 3 a.m. To sleep in a daze. In his sleep, Yen Han felt like he was in a big furnace at one time, and at another time like he was in a place of extreme cold, and broke out in a cold sweat. When you open your eyes, the purpose is a white wall, small assistant sitting next to the hospital bed. Yen Han woke up, rushed up, and said, "Yen, you finally woke up. I went to give you a report on the work this morning. The result is that you found that you have a fever. How to call cannot be woken up. You rushed to send you to the hospital. The doctor said it is the previous gastric problems again, coupled with a bad rest on the fever. Do you feel better?" Yen Han listened to the little assistant and nodded before asking, "What time is it now?" 7 o'clock in the evening. "I know. Go ahead and go home." The little assistant explained to President, "The doctor said you can't skip meals anymore. This porridge I put on the table for you remember to drink." Speech Chill closed his eyes in annoyance and waved his hand. The little assistant saw that Yen Han did not want to say more, and could not say anything else, but only left. Yen Han brought the cell phone that his little assistant had brought for him on the table, turned it on, and found that Jiang Yan had sent him a message. "When will you be back?" Seeing Jiang Yan send him a message, Yen Han's eyes lit up for a moment, but then quickly extinguished. It occurred to him that Jiang Yan was only doing this to make up for herself, and he hadn't yet figured out if he was going to let her go or just live his life as if nothing had happened. So Yen Han just coldly replied with 3 words. "I don't know." Jiang Yan waited for a long time with her cell phone and did not receive a reply. Just when she was about to fall asleep, her cell phone vibrated, and Yen Han's cold 3 words shattered Jiang Yan's last hope. She had thought of sending a message to Yen Han and then explaining it clearly, but the result was that she saw that people's meaning did not want to solve the problem at all. Jiang Ren's eyes reddened in aggravation, and she rolled over onto her pillow and cried silently. Sighed, crying and cursing, "Stinking Yen Han, asshole, so bad to her, come back and roll yourself to sleep on the floor." Se Han stared at the phone that was quiet again, and his heart slowly sank, and at that moment he also made a decision. Chapter 24 Gossip. Early the next morning, Yen Han checked out of the hospital. He wanted to get busy and not leave himself time to think about Jiang Bing. On the other hand, Jiang Bei, was staring at her cell phone every day in a state of disorientation. She didn't know why Yen Han was suddenly so cold to her. She also wanted to turn around and leave in the same dashing manner as she did before, but Jiang Bei realized that she couldn't do it anymore. Through this period of time together, Jiang Bing found that she seems to be inseparable from Yen Han. Before it was originally held to try the mentality, but now she has fallen deeper and deeper. I do not know when her feelings for Yen Han has changed. She wants to live a good life with Yen Han, do not want to leave him again to live that kind of bumpy life. There is Yen Han in the place where she felt at ease, only feel at home. Jiang Ren pondered for a day in depression, and finally decided to send a message to Yen Han, hoping that the two of them could have a good talk. Jiang Ren deliberated for a long time before typing out a few words. "We'll talk about it when you get back." 5 minutes went by, 10 minutes went by, half an hour went by, an hour went by. Yen Han still didn't give her a message back. Jiang Ren was so angry that she really couldn't help but dial a phone. On the third call, when the line finally picked up, "Yes?" came the slightly tired voice, with a hint of impatience on closer inspection. Jiang Yan reddened her eyes as she listened to this cold-to-the-core voice. Yen Han had never spoken to her in such an unfamiliar tone before. Jiang Yan took a few deep breaths, smoothed out her emotions, and opened her mouth. "What's wrong with you in the past few days? Why are you so cold? Why are you angry? If it's because of Gu Ming, I can explain. That day I..." "Not mad." Yen Han interrupted Jiang Bei, paused for a moment before continuing. "It's the company is too busy. I don't have time to call you. There is something else. Nothing, I hang up. There will be a meeting in a while." The words of Yen Han Jiang Yan want to say all blocked back. Jiang Yan want to talk about seemingly do not know where to start. The other party seems to care about the appearance. Jiang Ren only choked out, "No more." As soon as the words left his mouth, the opposite party hung up. Jiang Bei looked at the phone, was hung up and froze. Yen Han is no longer the previous Yen Han. Now he does not seem to love her at all, do not care about her, do not pay attention to her. The previous Yen Han never hung up her phone. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei's eyes are restocked with tears. After Yen Han hung up Jiang Ren's phone, his heart ached so much that he couldn't help himself, especially when he heard Jiang Ren's choked words. He wanted to leave everything behind and go back to hold her tightly in his arms. However, Jiang Yan does not love him. Jiang Yan is to make up for him. He has trapped her for a long time, forcing her to give birth to a son for himself. What else is there not to be satisfied? The only way for her to truly be happy is to let her go, and that's okay with him. He's happy if Jiang Yan can be happy, and he really doesn't care if he can stay by Jiang Yan's side. Yen Han annoyingly threw his cell phone aside, took out the medicine, poured a glass of water, and took the medicine that forcefully suppressed his nerves. The knock on the door sounded, and Yen Han knew that the time had come, and he thought that after tonight Jiang Bing would be able to leave him. Jiang Yan cried and fell asleep. When Yen woke up, night had already fallen. She rubbed her hungry stomach, decided to go to eat a meal first, wait for Yen Han to come back. She will settle the score with him. She will definitely not forgive him this time. Chenma was startled to see Jiang Yan come down with swollen walnut eyes. Chenma said, "Madam, what's wrong with you? Why are your eyes swollen from crying?" Jiang Bing didn't really want to say it, so she perfunctorily replied, "I just watched a movie. It was too moving." Chenma half-heartedly returned to her, "Then I'll go get 2 ice packs, so you can apply them after you finish eating in a while." Jiang Yan nodded, picked up her chopsticks and prepared to eat, and Chenma left after preparing the ice pack. Jiang Bing finished a meal without any appetite and sat on the sofa with the intention of watching a variety show to ease her mood. Just turned on the TV, the entertainment news on the homepage reads, China's Yen Group President Yen Han dined alone with Royal Lady Lisa tonight, and returned to the hotel hand in hand after dinner, suspected romance exposed. The accompanying picture below is that in a beautifully dim Western restaurant, Yen Han and Lisa are eating face to face, with Yen Han looking at the person across from him with a gentle face. The second picture is that after the two of them left the restaurant, Lisa took Yen Han's arm, and the two of them got into a car with a smile and a laugh, and Yen Han even opened the door for her in a gentlemanly manner, before he himself went around the other side and got into the car. In the third picture, this car pulls up to the front of the hotel and the two get out together and enter the hotel. Jiang Bian looked at this seemingly well-documented news, and the remote control in her hand fell to the ground, shocked and speechless. She rushed to call Yen Han, hoping that he would tell her that it was all a lie, that it was all caught by the media and that nothing had happened between them. However, after dialing several times, she was unable to get through, so she called Zhuo Lin again, and this time the call went through, so she asked, "What's going on?" Although Jiang Bei didn't say it completely, Zhuo Lin understood what she was talking about. Zhuo Lin also just saw the news. He just saw the news is also a face of confusion. He does not know He did not accompany the president to go to Y country, he stayed in the company to deal with some important documents. He did not know what the president is crazy. He did know that this Lisa had been interested in their president a long time ago, and every time she sent out an offer, the president had rejected it. What was wrong this time? He replied dumbfounded, "Ma'am, I'm not too sure about this, I didn't follow Mr. Yen on his business trip this time, but don't worry, this is definitely the media catching wind and lending a hand to the filming, and Mr. Yen definitely won't do anything to betray you. It better be." Jiang Bei hung up the phone in annoyance. She took a deep breath and reviewed the past 2 days of speech in cold. First, he didn't tell her about his business trip, then he started treating her coldly like a stranger, and then he made a scandal out of her like he is doing now. Jiang Bei knows how much Yen Han loves her, and she didn't think it was true when she saw the news, and now she even feels that Yen Han is deliberately doing it to her after reviewing it. After she figured it out, Jiang Bei wasn't in a hurry and was looking forward to Yen Han's next move. She was also curious about how far he could go. She was also curious about what he could do. She was also curious about what Yen Han was angry about. The purpose of doing so could not be simply to anger her. The more Jiang Yen thought, the more confused. Simply do not want to, threw the phone to the side, pull out the variety show, intends to give himself a relaxing mood. After all, in the past 2 days is really by the speech cold angry. She thought, since Yen Han is on purpose, then he is to see her anxious to take the initiative to contact him. But she is not jealous and not angry not to contact him. The anxious should be Yen Han. Chapter 25 Divorce Settlement. Yen Han looks at the intensifying news and thinks that this is the effect he wants to achieve, to make Bian Bian misunderstand the cold heart and then leave him to go to the life she wants. This was what he wanted, yet he couldn't be happy. A dull ache came from his heart and his eyes turned scarlet from stoicism. At this time, the screen popped up on the caller ID of Jiang Bing. He now has too many emotional ups and downs, afraid of not being able to control himself, so he simply hung up the phone, thinking that Bing Bing disliked him so much, she should be happy to see this news, and must have called to discuss the matter of divorce. Yen Han heart also vaguely fantasize, a little later and then a little later, so that you can still do a few more days with as a couple. Yen Han realized that he was being paranoid again, and hurriedly interrupted his thoughts, hooking his lips in a self-deprecating manner, and then picked up the bath towel and entered the bathroom, intending to take a shower to clear his head. After taking a bath, Yen Han walked out with only a white bath towel around his waist. His upper body was still dripping water down, his healthy wheat skin color, and his clear mermaid line was slowly hidden in the bath towel, causing people to pick up his face. He picked up the cell phone on the sofa, and realized that just now Jiang Rui called him twice and then never took care of him again. He couldn't help but frown. What is the meaning of this? While poking and prodding, he wondered if it was possible that still liked him a little bit and didn't want to divorce him yet? With a trembling hand he dialed the phone back, wondering what Redeemer would say to him yet dreading hearing the words of divorce. Do. After 3 rings, the phone was answered and neither one took the lead. The air was awfully quiet as the two listened to each other's breathing. In the end, it was Jiang Yen who couldn't hold back first and spoke. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yen Han's mouth opened, wanting to say that those were all fake, so that she wouldn't believe what was in the news, but he couldn't say it. His cool lips opened and closed, and finally only managed to say, no. Jiang Bing was simply all but laughed at. How can you say such icy words from your 37-degree mouth? Yen Han fell silent, speechless. Jiang Yen said, then what is the purpose of your doing this? To make me jealous of seeing the news? It's more than that, isn't it? Yen Han laughed to himself and thought. However, he spoke coldly, this is the truth. If you can't accept it, I can have Zhuo Lin draw up a divorce agreement. I'll leave the house and Si Yen will be mine. Yen Han thought, he can't stay, but he will try his best to stay Si Bin. This is his only thought. Jiang Yen Han, you bastard, forced me to give you a child. After giving birth to a child, abandoned me. Are you still a human being? What do you think I am? A tool for you to give birth to a child? Yen Han froze for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Yen to be so angry. He was confused and casually asked the doubt in his heart directly. Isn't this what you want? Jiang Bing's lungs were about to explode with anger. Yen Han, you bastard, divorce is divorce. Jiang Bei angrily hung up the phone, sat on the sofa and thought for a while. Why Yen Han so do not believe in her, but also want to divorce her, or feel angry. She angrily went upstairs to pack their own luggage. Footsteps on the stairs, step thump sound. Jiang Yen put away her own clothes and jewelry, collected a full 2 big boxes, the rest of the things she was ready to turn back and asked Chen Ma to send it to her. She struggled to carry the suitcase downstairs. Chen Ma, who was washing the dishes, saw Jiang Bei packed her bags to leave. She ran out of the kitchen in a panic, holding a dishcloth in her hand. Mr. and Mrs. S relationship has just warmed up. Don't let there be any accidents. Chen Ma ran up to her and hurriedly asked, Ma'am, where are you packing up your bags to go? Chen Ma, don't call me ma'am anymore. I'm planning on divorcing Yen Han. I'm not your ma'am anymore. Go call someone else. After saying that, Jiang Yen pulled the suitcase and walked out. Chen Ma looked at Jiang Bo's back, really don't know what to do, rushed to the sofa, pick up the landline to call Yen Han. After the phone is connected, Chen Ma did not wait for Yen Han to open his mouth, said in a hurry, Sir, Mrs. She packed her luggage and left. You quickly go to coax her it. When Yen Han heard that Zhang Bian had already left, suddenly, his breath hurt, and he was silent for a long time before he said in a voice that was hoarse to the point of breaking, "Got it." With that, he hung up. Chen Ma looked at the indifferent Yen Han and sighed, thinking, Mr. Really can't keep a woman's heart. Jiang Yen pulled the suitcase, walking aimlessly. In fact, she did not know where she could go. Home is impossible. Jiang father and mother know that she is going to divorce with Yen Han. Words will certainly pick her skin, especially when you think of Jiang mother's attitude towards Yen Han, as if Yen Han is her own. Jiang Yen simply took a car to go to Su Qing's home, and Su Qing's home to live a few days in a gradual manner with Jiang father and mother said. The doorbell rang and Su Qing wondered who would come to her house at this hour. When he opened the door to his room, it was Jiang Yen who was carrying 2 large suitcases. Su Qing was surprised for a moment. Why did you come to my house in the middle of the night, still carrying 2 suitcases? You were swept away? Jiang Yen didn't answer her words, lifting the suitcase into the door on her own, and said in a cloudy manner, I'm getting a divorce. This sentence is like a thunderbolt. Su Qing, scared unclear, hastily pulled her to sit on the sofa. The soul of gossip lit up. Expand to tell? You didn't watch the news? Read it. But how could Yen Han love you so much and really cheat on you? You won't believe it, will you? Su Qing looked at her in surprise. Jiang Yen gave her a blank look and said, of course not, but I was more curious about what his purpose was for doing this. I called him to ask him, but it turned out that he said all of this was true and that he wanted to divorce me. Holy, what's this dude's problem? Jiang Yen shrugged and said helplessly, I don't understand either. Chapter 26, Have you made up your mind? Su Qing was exceptionally shocked that Yen Han could say such things to Jiang Yen, and she sat in amazement for half a day before she remembered to ask Jiang Yen, what are you going to do then? Are you really leaving? Jiang Bian made a strong effort to lie back, lying on the sofa looking at the immaculate white ceiling, and said softly, I don't know either. In fact, just now she was really angry on the words out of the mouth, under the impulse to pack up and leave home. Now think carefully, in fact, she is really so free can say leave on leave? It seems not. But what makes her even more angry is that Yen Han actually can really say the word divorce so easily. What problem can't be solved by 2 people discussing it? Moreover, she had already taken the initiative to find him so many times, he still had that cold and icy look of not wanting to say a word more. Could it be because? What about the fact that Yen Han never really cared about her at all? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, so she just stopped thinking about it and picked up the pillow next to her and covered her face to cut off the light, as if that would isolate her from all the annoyances of the outside world. Su Qing was still undeterred and asked cautiously and tentatively, so did he say anything besides divorce? Jiang Bian lay there thinking for half a day before he came up with one. He said that he netted his family. Netting? So he's giving you all his property? My goodness, do you know what kind of concept that is? What kind of person is Yen Han? That's someone who holds the economic lifelines of China. At this moment, Su Qing does not care about anything, hurriedly rubbed to the side of Jiang Bo, doggedly said, Bo baby, you developed in the future can never forget me go rich and powerful, do not forget each other. Jiang Yan gave her a breathless look and said, stop acting. Su Qing instantly switched to a serious face and asked seriously, what about Cebu baby? He said he wants custody of Cebu. Zhang Ren took the pillow off her face and said in a depressed voice. Now Su Qing was not going to do it. She could love Sebin baby too much, so understanding, beautiful and cute child she also wanted one. How on earth could she jump over the man to get such a cute human cub? Su Qing hadn't come up with a good solution yet. I don't agree. If he remarries, if he has a stepmother, he will have a stepfather, such a cute baby. We can't condemn him, no matter how it turns out for the 2 of you. Cebu must be here with you. Su Qing looked at Zhang Bo with firm eyes and said with righteous indignation. Zhang Bei looked at Su Qing who was so excited. She also hooked up her lips and smiled. Her mood wasn't so low anymore. It didn't seem so bad. At least she still had a best friend who was dedicated to her well-being. Zhang Bei was really a bit tired this day, and after saying a word to Su Qing, she went to the guest room to sleep. She lay on the bed after a shower. Her body was unusually tired, and when she closed her eyes, she was conscious again, and after tossing and turning, she could not sleep, so she simply turned on her phone and swiped through the videos. As a result, 5 or 6 out of 10 videos are reporting about Yen Han and Lisa. The content is mostly the same, nothing more than saying that the 2 of them are a good match, or that the clean Yen Han is breaking out in scandal for the first time in many years, and that being able to appear in front of the public doesn't mean that a good thing is close to happening, and that there are even unscrupulous media outlets who, for the sake of eyeballs, go so far as to say that the 2 of them are even having a child. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The more Jiang Yan looked, the more angry she became, so she just turned off her cell phone and lay down on the bed to force herself to sleep. Jiang Yan tossed and turned all night, until the day dawned. She was only slightly sleepy. Early the next morning, Su Qing bought breakfast and went to call Zhang Bing for dinner. Just walked to the door with the intention of knocking. The door of the room was pulled open from the inside. Su Qing looked at the haggard face of Zhang Bing, emotionally said, you can now go to the zoo as a national treasure. This black eye is really bull. How did you get out? Also teach me. Zhang Yan didn't bother to pay attention to her, and directly treated her as if she wasn't there. crossing over her and heading towards the dining table. Su Qinglu stayed in place and scratched her head awkwardly. She originally wanted to enliven the atmosphere to let Jiang Bing happy, but now it seems that the effect seems to be not very good. After breakfast, Su Qing to go to work, she graduated and opened her own bar. The beginning can only be barely profitable, the results under her leadership, the better and better. And now ready to open a second, just started, a lot of things need to be her hands, she really cannot go. She was afraid if Jiang Bian stayed alone in the nonsense, it is necessary to pull Jiang Bian to go together. Jiang Bei did not go, said too tired. Wanna make up sleep at home, Su Qing thought. Anyway, she came back every day at noon. When Jiang Bei woke up she also came back, then also let her go, did not care about her. He cleaned up and went out the door. Jiang Bei went back to the house to catch up on her sleep, and by the time she opened her eyes it was already past 12 o'clock in the middle of the day. When she woke up again, her mind wasn't as foggy and her whole being was much more awake. Jiang Bian lying in bed woke up, took out his cell phone to boot. She was surprised to find online news about Yanhan were removed. Last night behind a striking explosion word. Today there is no news. Jiang Bian of course do not believe it. Must be who used the money ability. The first time I saw it, it was a very good thing that I was able to get it. At that moment, Jiang Bei's cell phone popped up the call page, and the caller showed Yanhan. Jiang Bei's finger hesitated on the hang up button, but in the end, she didn't choose to hang up and answered instead. Where are you? There were no unnecessary pleasantries, and came up with a face-splitting question, and Zhang Ren's heart cooled halfway again. She also said nonchalantly, "What's it to you, Mr. Speech?" Yanhan breathing suddenly a pain, this unfamiliar three words as soon as the exit, as if it highlights the two have nothing to do with it like. He slowed his breathing and spoke calmly again, "When will you have time to come over and sign the divorce papers? I've already had Zhuo Lin draw it up, so you can just sign it if there's no problem." Jiang Yan closed her eyes and calmly asked him, "Have you really decided? You really want to divorce me?" Yanhan froze. These decisions were never in his hands. As long as Zhang Ren hooked his finger, he would come over like a lapdog, including now. In fact, Yanhan really regretted all these childish things he did, creating misunderstandings just to make Jiang Bing leave him. So early this morning he lets Zhuo Lin withdraw those false news. He also carefully thought about it, even if it is compensation that so what, as long as Jiang Yan and his side on the good he should not be delusional to get Jiang Yan's heart, cannot be separated from Jiang Yan's people, has always been his Chapter 27, You. Take care of yourself. Yanhan didn't know how to answer her and was silent for a long time. But such silence was tantamount to acquiescence in Jiang Yan's eyes. Jiang Bing closed her eyes in disappointment, as a clear tear fell at the corner of her eye. She hated Yanhan's timidity and uncertainty, and even more so, she hated his lack of trust in herself. She replied calmly, "Yes, I'll be there this afternoon." On the opposite side of the table, Yanhan wanted to say something, but had nothing to say, and finally only said, "Good. Just hang up." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Bei tilted her head back and looked at the clean white ceiling. She didn't know why she and Yanhan had come to this point, but the only thing she knew was that she hated Yanhan's cowardice. It was only after a long time, so long that the tears that had slipped from the corners of Zhang Ren's eyes onto the pillow had dried, forming a dark stain on the pillow, that she slowly sat up. After washing up, Jiang Yan drew a light makeup to cover her haggard face, to make herself look a little more temperate and not so vicissitudes. She did not want to lose face in front of Yanhan. Jiang Bian went out and took a taxi to her in Yanhan's home. Standing in the doorway, Jiang Bian felt deeply, the last time he came back or apprehensive, intends to live a good life with Yanhan. This time, however, it was to discuss divorce with him, and this month's life seems like a dream now that I think about it. In terms of sibling, little friend still went to travel, did not come back. She had promised the little guy that mom and dad will not be separated. This time when he came back, how should she explain to him? Entering the password to enter the door, the large house was quiet. Jiang Yan tentatively shouted, "Chen mom?" The only response to her was silence. She thought that at this time, Yanhan must be in his study office, so she lifted her feet and walked towards the study on the second floor. Standing in the doorway of the study, there were bursts of conversations coming from inside, occasionally interspersed with Yanhan's low magnetic voice. For some reason Jiang Bei's heartbeat accelerated, inexplicably nervous. "I don't know how long I waited at the door before the sound of footsteps came from inside." Jiang Bei immediately stood up and stared at the door without looking away. Zhuo Lin opened the door and saw Jiang Bei standing in the doorway. He was shocked for a moment before he respectfully shouted, "Madam." Jiang Yan did not know how to respond to him, because this may be the last time he called her ma'am, and she will soon not be. Yanhan in front of the desk was originally looking down at the documents, heard the movement at the door, instantly raised his head toward the door, and at a glance saw the person outside the door that made his heart miss. Almost instantly, Yanhan's heart ached as if it had been rubbed by small stones, and his throat tightened and swelled. He just kept staring at Zhang Biao until she walked in front of him, and only then did he control himself to withdraw his gaze. He drank a mouthful of water to soothe his dry throat, then took out the divorce agreement and said to Jiang Bing, "You can sign it if there's no problem." Jiang Bei received the documents in the hands of Yanhan. Looking at the eye-catching divorce agreement, 5 big words feel particularly harsh. She flipped it open and looked at the content inside. Yanhan was indeed a clean slate. All the real estate under his name was given to her, and even the shares of the Yen Group were divided among her. She was now the one who owned the most shares of the Yen Group. She knew what it meant, even if she did nothing, and ate, drank and had fun every day, all these assets were enough for her to live for the rest of her life. She asked, "Why did you give me these?" "Because you gave birth to a child for me, which caused irreversible damage to your body. I want you to be able to live a carefree life in the future." Yen Han replied as he looked into her eyes. Jiang Bing's eyes were indisputably moist again. In fact, she believes that Yen Han loves her very much and could not possibly do anything to apologize to her, but Yen Han is too suspicious, experiencing a little thing he does not trust her, and even choose to divorce her. The most important thing between husband and wife is trust. Even if she salvaged the marriage, in the future their lives will not be smooth, the accumulated conflicts sooner or later will explode, and then salvage also has no meaning. Jiang Yan closed her eyes, the tears in her eyes forced back, and put the divorce agreement back on the table, said to Yen Han, "I do not want these, I can feed myself. If the divorce, I think it is better to break the cleaner to do not owe better. Divorce agreement you and letting someone draw up a bar, directly sent to me on the right, I will no longer come, you. Take care of yourself in the future." After saying that, Zhang Bei left, and did not give Yen Han the chance to open his mouth in. Yen Han looked at Zhang Bei's back, his heart sank and sank. He still overestimated himself. He thought he could do without Jiang Bo. At most it would be difficult for a few days. As long as she lived a happy life, he could endure anything. But now he was heartbroken and couldn't breathe, as if there were thousands of roots of truth in this. His nerves, his temples jumped, as if the next second he would have to break out of the bondage. Speech Chill couldn't support himself and collapsed on the table. It took a long time for that choking feeling to get a little better, and he slowly sat up and calmly walked to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. If he ignored his hands that were shaking so much he could barely hold the glass. After drinking the water, he resumed his office back in his study with a terrible calm. Waiting for him to finish dealing with the documents, after looking at the time it was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening. No wonder his stomach hurt so much. It turned out to be that he had forgotten to eat again, and without Jiang Yan accompanying him to eat, he couldn't taste the flavor of those foods. Downstairs, he casually ate something, and after taking stomach pills, he sat on the sofa, his elbows propped up on his knees. Just sitting like this, he felt that the house was terribly quiet. There was no longer the laughter that had been there before, even if he had just watched Jiang Yan do nothing, he had felt happy, and now he felt nothing but endless loneliness. Chapter 28, Emotional Disorders. Yen Han sat alone in the living room for a long time. At first he was able to restrain himself, to the back of the really cannot restrain. The living room can smash all the things smashed. Then he paced to the liquor cabinet again and grabbed a bottle of wine, prying the cap off and pouring it directly into his mouth, and he didn't bother to walk to his chair, sliding slowly down to the floor with his back directly against the liquor cabinet, one long leg curled up, his arm resting on his knee, the bottle of wine in his hand, and sitting on the floor in a state of disheveled disarray. He couldn't figure out what he was going to do without Jiang Bing. Yen Han just sat on the ground all night. Early the next morning, Chen Ma came to the villa on time to cook, and saw that the always meticulously dressed Yen Han was sitting on the floor, with stubble growing out, dark circles under his eyes, and several bottles of wine lying around him. Chen Ma was startled to see Yen Han in this state and hurriedly walked up and said, "Sir, what are you doing?" Yen Han's out-of-focus eyes only then slowly refocused, looked up and saw Chen Ma seems to be only just reacted. Now it seems to be daybreak. He closed his eyes and eased his eyes that were all red and bloodshot, staggered to his feet with his hands propped up on the floor, and said to Chen Ma, "I'll give you a few days vacation, so you don't have to come in for a while these days." With that, he lifted his feet and headed for the bedroom. Chen Ma looked at Yen Han's lonely back from the back, knowing that her status was inappropriate, but she still really couldn't help but say, "Sir, really can't let go of Madam. You go and chase her back. Madam looks like she really loves you too." Yen Han's footsteps paused but did not turn back. He mockingly hooked the corner of his mouth. Love him? She was merely compensating him. Chen Mom sighed helplessly in the back. Obviously the two people's relationship has obviously just been repaired a little bit. How did it become like this again? However, on the other hand, yesterday, after Jiang Bian returned to Su Qing's place, he felt exhausted, his brain was muddled, and he simply lay down on the bed and slept again, and when he woke up again this time, it was dark. She went to the living room to pour some water to drink, and when Su Qing saw her, she said, "My big miss, you're finally awake. If you don't wake up I'm going to call 120. Here, I brought back dinner for you. I'm good, right?" Su Qing took out the takeout box she had packed outside and winked at Jiang Bing. Jiang Yan perfunctorily said yes and started eating on her own. She had slept all day and now she only felt bitter in her mouth and hungry in front of her chest. Su Chang knows Jiang's mood these 2 days is not good, did not bother with her, but also intentionally not to bring up this topic to make her sad, sitting next to Jiang, and then watch variety shows with her. Su Qing laughed and laughed, but Jiang is showing a lack of interest in the appearance, and cannot say who was coaxing who. Jiang Ren didn't want to go out to work for the time being. She was a jewelry designer. She had designed many famous pieces for various brands, and the sales were all very good, which made it possible for Jiang Ren to support herself even if she didn't go out to work right now. And she also wanted to regulate her own mood first, and then leave after she solved all the things over here. After a week of doing nothing like this, an unfamiliar phone call came to Jiang Ren, and she picked it up suspiciously. "Hello? Do you have time now? Come out for dinner? I have something I want to say to you. Jiang Yin froze for a while listening to the familiar voice, until the other party's impatient voice came, can you hear me? Only then did Zhang Ru react. This person was Joseki. She had no contact with Joseki before, and the only few times she met was through Yin Han, so naturally she had not saved his phone number on her cell phone. She thought about it and agreed with him. She looked at the location sent to her by Joseki, Guishan Garden. This is a restaurant, not everyone can go in, only the capital has a dignified character can go in to eat a meal. Jiang must let her accompany him to participate in a meal, only to have gone to that one in only time. Unconsciously thought of Yin Han again, Jiang Yen had thought that he had already put down, but until the time to come to this step, only to find that he is more inseparable from Yin Han than imagined. Jiang Bian tried to force the tears back with her eyes wide open. After adjusting her emotions, Jiang Yen changed her clothes before taking a taxi to the agreed place. When they arrived at the front desk of the hotel, the manager, upon hearing that he was a friend of Zhou Xiao, hurriedly and respectfully invited Jiang Bing in. Jiang Bei had just sat down when Joseki couldn't wait to ask her, what's going on with you and third brother? Jiang Yen took a sip of tea and said calmly, we're getting a divorce. Divorce? Joseki's surprised jaw almost dropped. No wonder no wonder this week Yen Han even do not go to the company, every day just stay at home to drink. He that stomach also do not know can hold on to what time. Jiang Yen frowned and asked, don't you know? How the should I know? I can't even see Sango these days, he does nothing but drink every day now. Why is he drinking again? His stomach can't take so much alcohol, why don't you guys talk him out of it? We have to be persuaded too, no one can control him but you. Jiang Bian didn't know how to answer him, so he only remained silent. Joseki sighed before saying to Jiang Bing, he's always had a serious emotional disorder you know? Jiang Ren's eyes widened in shock, she had never heard Yin Han mention it before. It's normal that you don't know, he babies you like a baby, how could he let you know his bad side? Joseki took a sip of water before continuing, he has had this disease for many years, because of the influence of his parents, his father's monstrous love for his mother, imprisoned her, created a cage for her, because of years and years of mental repression, resulting in his mother suffering from a very serious mental illness finally died of depression, his father could not accept the result, and also followed. So, Yin Han never knew what it was like to truly love someone, plus you didn't love him and always tried to escape from him, he became even more paranoid and cranky. In order to get better quickly, in order to be able to keep you, he went and chose the most dangerous method of hypnotherapy, and as long as there was the slightest mistake, it would lead to his psychosis. All of this, I don't think he ever said anything to you, did he? Jiang Bei could not speak, his throat was sore and rising, tears slipped down like money, and a dense pain came from his heart. Chapter 29, You Don't Want Me. Jiang Bian never knew this, she never paid attention to Yin Han before, this time she came back to try to be good with him, it seems that she has not known much about him, she just enjoys the good that he brings to herself. Jiang Bing's heart ached so much that she couldn't speak. Joseki looked at Jiang Bian like this, and also knew that she was shaken, and continued to add, I don't know what happened between you and third brother, but the day before he left the country was the first day he restarted hypnotherapy, and as far as I know, third brother, who had just finished hypnosis, would have become even more paranoid and irritable. If you still have that little bit of letting go of Sango, go back and check on him, he hasn't been to the office in a week, and the way he's been drinking, I don't know how much longer that stomach of his is going to last. Without waiting for Joseki to finish, Jiang Bei picked up her bag and stumbled out of the door of the private room. Joseki sat in his seat, looking at Jiang Yan's flustered back, smugly hooked his lips, proudly thought, but really thanks to me this family without me will have to fall apart. After Jiang Yan ran out of the door of the private room, she took a cab on the side of the road and rushed to the house to find Yin Han. Open the door, into the eye is a mess, the home as far as the eye can reach the place all smashed to pieces, only one sofa is left intact, the only one intact standing in the living room, showing extremely out of place. Jiang Ren carefully stepped over the debris on the floor and tiptoed toward the bedroom. Opened the door of the bedroom, came to be a variety of tobacco and alcohol mixed together in the flavor. Jiang Yan was choked back 2 steps, take a deep breath to prepare for the mental preparation before walking in. Inside the house curtains are closed and no lights are turned on, the first thing that comes to mind is darkness. The weak light coming in from the corridor and the darkness inside the house form a clear demarcation line. Jiang Bei adapted to the darkness and fumbled his way to the switch to turn on the lights. It was then that she took in the scene inside the house, the various crooked bottles on the floor, the cigarette butt stacked high in the ashtray. In terms of cold, sitting on the floor, back against the edge of the bed, head resting on the bed, an arm raised to block the eyes, revealing the lower half of the face green stubble long. It seems to be a long time have not taken care of, around the body is difficult to hide the disheveled atmosphere. Jiang Bei pulled the curtains open to let the warm sunlight in, and opened all the windows and doors. The moment the fresh air came in she felt refreshed. Yin Han felt the movement, slowly raised his hand, and only after adapting to the blinding sunlight slowly opened his eyes, into the eyes of Jiang Bo standing against the light, the sunlight hitting her body, as if to give her a layer of aperture. He felt that at that moment, she was like a little angel, holy and beautiful, and he was a person full of dirt, only worthy of standing in the darkness to secretly look up to her. As he froze, Jiang Bei took a step toward him and crouched down in front of him, and he suddenly had the evil thought of pulling her down from the altar as well. Jiang Yan saw him looking at himself and not speaking. She couldn't help but open her mouth first. Why did you drink so much wine? Only when he heard the question did Yanhan pull himself out of his own world. Now he was deliriously awake and didn't know if what was in front of him was really Jiang Bian or if he was hallucinating because he missed her so much. He blinked and murmured a confused reply to her, because you don't want me anymore. Jiang Yan was speechless. You first said who does not want Hua? The person who filed for divorce is obviously you? Yanhan stared at the floor and said accusingly, it's you who doesn't want me. I'm not the first person you think of when you go out to dinner with another man, and besides, you're not really happy around me, you're just trying to make it up to me. Don't try to fool me, I heard you on the phone last time. When Jiang Bing heard this, she had a questioning look on her face and hurriedly recalled when she had said such a thing. She suddenly thought that the night before Yanhan left the country, she and Su Qing called, it seems to talk about what compensation to come. He could not be his own here brainstorming a big drama it. Jiang Bei thought that she couldn't ask him anything now, so she thought she would wait until he was sober. So she cajoled, okay, I did it wrong, so now let's go take a shower then get some rest, okay? Yanhan lifted his eyes to survey her and asked, then you stay with me. Okay, I'll stay with you, I'll wait outside until you come out, okay? No, you're coming with me to the shower, what if you sneak off? Jiang Yan's eyes widened, no, I can wait for you outside, I can't go in with you. Yanhan blinked his innocent eyes and asked in confusion, why? Jiang Bing also didn't know how to explain such things to the Yanhan in front of her, and could only say perfunctorily, no means no, you go take a bath and sleep quickly, I'll wait for you here. When Yanhan heard this, he started to play a rogue, hugging Jiang Bei's arm and not letting go, childishly saying, don't, you never keep your word, I won't wash it then. Jiang Run was helpless to the extreme, only to even coax and deceive him to play the discussion, and finally this farce to the bathroom asked to open a crack, and Jiang Run to stand in the place where Yanhan can see an end. Fortunately, Yanhan's bath wasn't too long, perhaps because he was afraid that she would run away the second time, and he came out after just 10 minutes of washing. Jiang Yan blow-dried Yanhan's hair for him because it felt so good in her hands she scratched it 2 more times before letting him go to bed. Yanhan dead grasp her hand does not let go, a whole week she has not come to his dream, this time she is not easy to come, he was afraid that she will run away again. Jiang Run just sat on the edge of the bed with him. Chapter 30, His Retainer. When Yanhan woke up again it was already night, he opened his eyes into the darkness, he raised his hand and rubbed his swollen head, recalling what happened before he fell asleep. It seems that Jiang Yan came, coaxed him to take a bath and put him to bed and also made him a sober soup to drink. Yes, Jiang Yan has come to him, his Yin Yan has come to him, his Yin Yan still has a soft heart. Thinking of this, Yanhan hurriedly stumbled out of bed and opened the door without even having time to put on his slippers. He desperately wanted to confirm whether it was his dream or whether Jiang Bo had really come. When he arrived downstairs, he saw that the light in the kitchen was on. Yanhan's eyes crossed with surprise. He rushed over to try to hold his baby, but the kitchen was empty, the dishes were neatly arranged, only a bowl of white porridge was placed in the warming box. Yanhan did not believe it. He walked out again around the living room and dining room inside and outside a circle, did not find Jiang Bei's shadow, as if he only now accepted the reality. The whole person just exuded a ray of vitality, and then was shrouded in gray. He hung his head and stood in the same place. The whole person looks like being abandoned by the whole world. I do not know how long I stood, so long that Yanhan felt his feet were cold by the floor penetration, really cannot afford to plan to go back to the bedroom to continue to sleep. It was at this moment that a startled cry came from behind him, the voice that he had longed for and that haunted his ears day and night. You're awake. Yanhan turned his head incredulously, and when he saw Jiang Bei's familiar face, his eyes reddened indisputably, and he rushed to Jiang Bei in 3 steps, raised his arms, and hoisted her into his embrace and held her tightly, letting her whole body fall into his deep embrace, as if only this way could he really feel her presence. Jiang Bei was caught off guard by his sudden movement, but sensing Yanhan's unstable mood and thinking of what Joseki had said about his emotional disorder, the hand she had just raised to push him away turned into a slow ring around his robust waist. Sensing the response Jiang Yan gave him, Yanhan pressed Jiang Yan into his arms again, and Jiang Yan let him hold her in this position. I don't know how long it had been, but Yanhan hadn't let go of her, but Jiang Ren felt that she was about to suffocate in his arms before she had to gently push her and said sullenly, if you don't let go of me, I'm going to be suffocated to death. Yanhan seemed to have reacted to the fact that he had really hugged her too tightly, and hurriedly let go of Jiang Bei to check if she was alright. Jiang Bei breathed in fresh air before she felt alive, rushed to take a few gulps of fresh air. She thought to herself, if she didn't push away Yanhan, she was going to be the first person in the world to be suffocated because of hugging, right? Looked at Jiang. To leave him again, how to do? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and he hurriedly observed Jiang Bo's face, not sparing even a single subtle movement of hers, and only let his heart drop when he saw that she didn't have the disgusted expression that he was familiar with before. After Jiang Yan slowed down, she gave Yanhan a coquettish look and said, are you going to smother me? Although it is the words of reproach, but with Jiang Bo's expression, and does not seem to be accusing him, he also do not know how to reply to make Jiang Bo happy. Deliberation for a long time only to dry reply to the 3 words, I did not. Jiang Bei looked at Yanhan like a log, helplessly shook his head, forget it, in the future it is better to teach him step by step how to fall in love. Jiang He seems to be not satisfied with this, slowly clasped Jiang Bei's hand, looked at Jiang Bei, did not respond, then inches like hands slowly flipped over in Jiang Bei fingers. He could no longer suppress his rising corners of the mouth at this time. Jiang Yan walked in front of him and sensed Yan Han's constant small movements, but she was too lazy to care about him, so she went along with him. Jiang Bei first walked to the kitchen to take out the bowl of porridge that had been warm, and took a spoon, during the period of time because of one hand inconvenienced countless times like to shake off the hand of Yan Han, for the cold is like a dog pile, dead and she held together, just do not separate. Jiang Bei twisted her head around and just wanted to scold him, but when she saw his crystal eyes and that aggrieved expression, as if she had done something unforgivable, she didn't bother to open her mouth. In the end, it was Jiang Bei holding the spoon and Yan Han carrying the kanji. The two of them walked to the dining room like Siamese twins. I thought that I could let go of my hand when I was eating, but Jiang Bian was really underestimating Yan Han. He was holding a spoon in one hand and holding Jiang Bian's hand in the other, not holding back on either. But when Jiang Yan thought that Yan Han had an emotional disorder, and that this was the only way to give him the security he wanted, she gritted her teeth and endured. A meal finished peacefully, Jiang Yan asked him if he was full. He quietly nodded, living like a big sticky dog. Jiang Yan cannot help but think, this is really the outsiders say that the thunderous, murderous Yan Han? He can't be taken over, right? Putting the cutlery into the wash basin, Jiang Bei led him to sit on the sofa in the living room, and began to settle scores. Why don't you eat properly and drink so much wine? Moreover, it was you who initiated the divorce. Who are you showing yourself to be so cheap? Yan Han's originally bright eyes instantly darkened. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, he simply closed his mouth as a mute, hanging his head and letting her say it. Jiang Bian watched as Yan Chacha's realm of feigning pity grew higher and higher, but she was determined to let him know that he couldn't be like this time when he encountered problems again in the future, and that it was necessary for the two of them to face and solve the problem together, or else the two of them wouldn't last long, and she coldly added another sentence, speak. Chapter 31, Don't Hide From Me. Yan Han looked at Jiang Bei's serious and earnest expression and knew that she would be even more angry if he didn't answer, so he could only hang his head and say lowly, I'm sorry, I won't be like this next time. I think you knew that the anonymous email was something sent by your college classmate through Guming and not me. You didn't treat me as someone you could rely on. I was too impulsive that day. I'm sorry. The pitiful tone coupled with his expression made Jiang Bei don't even know how to continue to be angry with him. Of course, Jiang Bei also knew that it couldn't be just because of this, but even more so because of his illness. The thought of him enduring so much pain for his own sake, and that he hadn't yet chosen to understand him, sent a dense pain through his heart like it was being gnawed on by millions of ants. Jiang Ren immediately softened his tone as well and asked him, why didn't you tell me? Unsure of himself, Yan Han looked up in confusion and asked, what? You're sick. Yan Han's pupils contracted violently. He did not know how Jiang Yan knew about this, but he is not cured now, afraid that Jiang Yan because of this and dislike him afraid of him, panicked to explain to, not the, Jin Chuan said that as long as I take the medication on time I will soon be cured of this disease. I really have to cooperate with the treatment positively, will not affect you, I'll restrain myself. You don't hate me, okay? Jiang Bei's heart ached beyond words. She leaned forward and kissed Yan Han's lips, blocking the words he was about to say. Yan Han held his breath in a split second, looking unbelievably at the enlarged face in front of him, and after freezing for a while, Jiang Bei seemed to be dissatisfied with his indifference, so he stuck out his tongue and licked Yan Han's lips. Yan Han instantly came back to his senses, finally loosening the hand that had been holding Jiang Bei's fingers, clasping the back of Jiang Bei's head with one hand, and wrapping one hand around Jiang Bei's waist to press Jiang Bei inside the sofa, so that Jiang Bei's entire being was shrouded under his shadow. The familiar and unique flavor of Jiang Bei that Yan Han had been longing for faintly lingered on the tip of Yan Han's nose, making him lose control a bit at once, and he kissed Jiang Bei hard without a trace of gentleness and explored the territory of her oral cavity. I do not know how long. Jiang Bei was kissed all limp, not a trace of strength, breathing. She raised her hand and gently patted Yan Han's back. He reacted like, stayed back and let go of Jiang Bei, but the lips have not completely left, still gently affixed to Jiang Bei's lips, giving Jiang Bei space to breathe, and from time to time pecked Jiang Bei. This is the person he has been thinking about for a week. Of course, it is impossible to let her go so easily. He almost thought that in this life, he could not kiss her or hug her, and now the person is back. Of course, he does not want to let go of her, and hopes that he can stick to her at all times. After Jiang Bing recovered a trace of strength, she raised her hand and climbed onto Yan Han's neck, slightly distancing herself from him, and said to him, I've never disliked you, and this matter of you being sick should have been said to me a long time ago because I love you, and I will face it together with you, instead of letting you bear these pains on your own alone, and end up hurting your heart over and over again. The more Jiang Yan said, the more heartache. Her eyes became moist, and she did not want to cry in front of Yan Han. Her arm force pulled him down, face buried in his chest, rubbing all the tears on his clothes. Yan Han was not annoyed, instead he enjoyed the moment when she relied on him. Yan Han simply rolled over and lay on his side beside her, pressing her head into his arms so that she could cuddle a little more comfortably. He patted the back of Jiang's finger, while thinking about the words of Jiang will accompany him together, is this true? But said she stayed just to make up for him. After Jiang Bei calmed down, she raised her head to look at Yan Han and said to him, don't hide anything from me in the future, okay? Since we are husband and wife, we have to face anything together. Yen Han looked at Zhang Bing's eyes, in that pair of deer-like clear and bright eyes, he saw only full of love and trust. He lost his mind in this clear eyes, and then he wanted to ask the words he wanted to ask. That day I heard. It was at this moment that a shrill phone rang, and the two of them looked over together. It was Zhang Bian's phone ringing. She let go of Yen Han, sat up and walked to the coffee table to get her cell phone. Yen Han's eyes had been following her. She naturally noticed the naked sight, and also knew that she had to give enough security to Yen Han to help his condition. So when Zhang Bei got her cell phone, she walked back to sit beside Yen Han and answered the phone in front of him. Su Qing's big grinning voice came from inside. Little Zhang Bo, where have you been? Not back so late. Have you been abducted by a wild man? Yeah, abducted, but not a wild man. Well, do not tease you, is the speech cold the rest will explain to you later. Tomorrow I go to your place to pack the luggage first hang up After saying that, Zhang Yan also did not wait for the opposite side to reply, then hung up the phone. Su Qing on the phone at the end of the gas is not light, really a sea color and forget the righteousness of the past few days is who is taking in her The result is that now even words cannot say two sentences directly hang up her phone, it is really angry with her. Zhang Yan just hung up the phone, Yen Han cannot wait to kiss up. As early as when Zhang Yan called he could not help it, if not for fear of his Yen Yan angry, he would have kissed up. Just made up with the word cold is like a skin hunger, as long as a moment not in Jiang. Chapter 32, Where's Barbara? Early the next morning, Zhang Yan opened her eyes and moved her aching body, noticing that her waist was tightly bound by Yen Han's arm, and her back was tightly pressed against Yen Han's chest. She simply rolled over directly to face Yen Han. She looked at Yen Han's quiet sleeping face. The sleeping Yen Han closed those eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate the heart, and the whole person became softer. She couldn't help but think of last night, the two kissing on the sofa, somehow being carried into the bedroom by Yen Han, removing the clothes on her body, Yen Han forcing her to say she loved him over and over again, but wherever there was a slow answer, he would punish her in a different way. In the end she was tossed to sleep and woke up and went to sleep, and when she came out of the bathroom she didn't know what time it was, she only remembered that the sky outside was hazy and bright. Thinking of these, Zhang Bei looked at Yen Han's eyes with a faint grudge. She looked down at her chest. There were marks made by Yen Han everywhere, even on her arms. Here it is again. Yen Han won't stop until he makes marks on her body every time. When she looked at Yen Han still sleeping so soundly, she became even more upset and directly went up to pull the flesh along his cheeks outward. Yen Han was woken up by Zhang Bei's movements, his eyes slowly opened a slit, and he was not annoyed, dotingly looking at Zhang Bei who was making a scene on his face with a ghostly face. After fooling around for a while, Yen Han reached out and pulled her disruptive hands down and wrapped them around his waist, leaned in and kissed her again, pressed her head into his arms once more, patted her back, and said to her in a husky, low voice that is characteristic of the morning, "Be good, stop fooling around and sleep some more, I'm so sleepy." Zhang Bei heard this, just still struggling in the quilt hands suddenly quiet down. She knew that this week, Yen Han must not have a good sleep. Yesterday when she came to find him, his dark circles under the eyes are going to fall to the ground, and yesterday, exercise for so long, at this time she also cannot bear to mess with him, just want to let him rest more rest. The first thing she wanted to do was to let him rest a little more. Zhang Bei lay quietly in Yen Han's arms until the sound of Yen Han's steady breathing came from the top of her head, and she raised her head. Jiang. Luckily, I have a clear head now and didn't miss out on someone who was so good to me, or I wouldn't have anywhere to cry. She fixedly looked at him for a while, and then gently broke away from Yen Han's embrace, went to the bathroom to wash up, and went downstairs to the kitchen, intending to make a loving breakfast for Yen Han, so that he could also feel that he was really getting closer to him. The only time she had cooked were when she delivered love lunches to Yen Han. Before that she was a person who didn't dip her fingers in the spring water, and her cooking skills were really not good, and could even be described as very bad. Only Yen Han could eat the food she made. She opened the short video software, found the tutorial and followed the blogger step by step, determined to get it right this time. After a long time, Zhang Yan looked at the eggs that were fried black. How could not think of exactly which step went wrong? She followed every step of the short video to do with the principle that failure is the mother of success and that you get up from where you fall. She took the ingredients out again and redid them. Upstairs, Yen Han slowly opened his eyes and habitually rolled over with the intention of hugging Zhang Yan, but he hugged an empty space, and with only the icy cold bed, he instantly came to his senses. Where is Youngjio? Where did Youngjio go? His Youngjio didn't leave again. Did she lie to him yesterday when she said we'd face it together? Did she still resent his illness in the end? He got out of bed and put on his slippers, went to the bathroom to look, no one, and then hurriedly ran downstairs. Downstairs quiet as shadow of a person, he was even more panicked. Just when he was clueless, the kitchen suddenly spread a cry of alarm. Yen Han's lifeless eyes flashed with a flash of light, and he hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. Arrived at the door, into the eyes with an apron Zhang Yan, pulled all the hair behind the head, quiet and beautiful, if you ignore her posture at this time words. Zhang Bei was afraid that the oil in the pot would splash up and scald her. She was now half a meter away from the pot, her arms stretched out long, and the spatula in her hand was struggling with the ingredients in the pot. Yen Han looked at this scene, suddenly cried and laughed, but also felt relieved, as long as her elegance did not leave him as good. Yen Han walked up to take the shovel in Zhang Ren's hand and said, "This kind of thing will call me up to do it. Why do you still do it yourself? What if it burns you?" Jiang Yanshou replied, why did you get up so quickly and not sleep a little longer? Realized you were gone and came down to look for you. That's just as well, you go and wash up and leave me alone. I'll fry another egg and we'll have breakfast. After saying that, Jiang Yan snatched the spatula back from Yan Han's hands, and Yan Han didn't say anything more as he looked at Jiang Yan's firm appearance, only admonished her, don't burn yourself. After receiving Jiang Bing's affirmative answer, he went upstairs to wash up. Waiting in the down, Jiang Bo just happened to put the freshly made breakfast on the table, see Yan Han downstairs busy greeting him to eat. Yan Han saw such a Jiang Bian, only feel that he is the happiest person in this world, more hope that time can be fixed in this moment. Chapter 33, can't you see? Yan Han walked to the dining table and sat down, looking at the table of breakfast that Jiang Yan had made for him. He felt that this was what it felt like to be truly cared for, although the bread and omelette were already battered. Jiang Bing brought the last fruit salad to the table, saw that Yan Han had been staring at these breakfasts without the intention of moving the chopsticks, thought that he was disliking his own cooking, scratched his head and embarrassedly opened his mouth. I haven't done much cooking, so it may not sell very well. If you don't want to eat it, then let's go out to eat? No, I think it's good, I'll eat it all. Yan Han came back to his senses and refused in a hurry. As if to prove that he really didn't dislike her, Yan Han ended up eating all of the breakfast. There really wasn't a single bit left. After eating the meal, Yan Han violently drank 2 big cups of water. These dishes are too salty, even he had a lot of salt lumps. Jiang Bei looked at the clean dining table and smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that Yan Han really liked her cooking, so she would have to cook more for him in the future. After breakfast, Yan Han said that he had to go to the company to work, because he had already just a week of work. The company has accumulated a lot of documents waiting for him to deal with. Yan Han went upstairs to change into a suit. When he came out, Jiang Bei realized that the belt he brought today was the gift she bought him that day, and it became even better looking when worn on Yan Han's body, and she instantly felt that today's Yan Han was much more handsome again. She pointed her finger at Yan Han's tie and said, your tie is tied crooked. Who knew that? Yan Han directly said, I can't see it myself, so help me organize it. But I won't. I'll teach you. Yan Han directly pulled Jiang Bei's hand, holding her hand, his slender knuckles flipping, and quickly retied the tie in a straight line. Yan Han hoped that in the future, every day's tie would be tied for him by Jiang Bian, just like the unusual wives in TV dramas who sent their husbands to work every day. So Yan Han lowered his head and stared at Jiang Bian with bright eyes full of expectation, asking her, how was it, did you learn it? As a result, he only saw Jiang Bing look at him with a puzzled expression and asked, can't you see this? Yan Han did not expect Zhang Ren's focus on this above. His hand made a fist like vainly clenched up against his lips, pretended to cough, replied, just found that suddenly can see. Jiang Bing was helpless, thinking, do you think you're Ziwei? Do you think you're Ziwei? Jiang Yan sent Yan Han to the car. Before Yan Han got on the car, he pulled Jiang Yan to his side and kissed her for a long time. Jiang Yan's face was red through and through, because there was still a driver and a doorman around, and Yan Yan kissed her like this like no one else. On the contrary, Yan Han was not embarrassed at all, and even licked the corners of his mouth with intent, and gave him another peck before he was willing to get into the car. After seeing Yan Han leave, Jiang Yan went upstairs to change her clothes. She had an appointment to meet Yuan Shu today. She wore a black trench coat, inside is a tight halter dress, more show her body bumpy, in the satchel a baguette bag, the hair coiled into a pillhead, living a revenge girl image. Zhang Biao took out her concealer again to cover down all the red spots on her neck. From Sweet Little White Rabbit to Neo Cobalt Rui Boshi, Jiang Yan drove to the place where the two of them had agreed and stepped in on her high heels. Yuan Shu has long been there. Since the last separation, Yuan Shu has been thinking about how to provoke the relationship between Jiang Yan and Yan Han. Some time ago, she learned that the two of them are going to divorce but also to sign the divorce agreement. She's secretly happy for a long time. The result is that when she received a phone call from Jiang Yan she was shocked, did not understand how Jiang Yan suddenly asked her. She thought to herself, could it be that she had been expelled from the house by Yan Han? Wouldn't she then be able to go on to become Mrs. Yan? Wouldn't her life of glory and wealth be within her reach then? The more Yuan Shu thought about it, the more agitated she became. Her hands couldn't control the slight trembling. She picked up the water cup and drank, wanting to come to stabilize her emotions, but then she looked up and found Jiang Bo was walking towards her. She instantly switched that complacent expression to the most common innocent little white flower of Jiang Bing. All of this fell into Jiang Yan's eyes. Jiang Yan hooked her lips and thought, such poor acting, how could she not have realized it before? And still managed to be fooled by her for so long. Jiang Bing walked straight to Yuan Shu and sat down opposite to her. Yuan Shu pretended to hold her hand and said joyfully, Bing Bing baby, you finally want to get up and ask me out. Before I was really too busy to get in touch with you. You won't blame me, will you? Jiang Bei smiled faintly, did not move and drew out her hand, pulled the broken hair around her ear and said calmly, no, I know you're busy, how could I possibly blame you? Yuan Shu awkwardly withdrew her own hand. She always felt that today's Jiang Bian was shifty, but she didn't dare to be sure because Jiang Bian was just an easily provoked dumbass who didn't know anything in her eyes. But she felt uneasy and decided to test her out. By the way, have you heard anything now from the anonymous email address? You said you wanted to check last time? Jiang Bian looked at her faintly and casually said, no, haven't found out yet, maybe it's been too long to find out. Yuan Shu breathed a sigh of relief, and the false smile resurfaced on his face. Jiang Bian drank water unhurriedly and added, but I found out that this mailbox also sent pictures to Yin Han some time ago, and Yuan Shu instantly panicked when she heard this, and for a moment she forgot her disguise and asked with increased volume, and what? You quickly say it. Jiang Bing pretended to be surprised. What's wrong with you, Shu Shu? Why are you suddenly so agitated? Could it be that you know this person? Chapter 34, Zhang Ren's counterattack. Yuan Shu realized that she had lost her temper, hurriedly adjusted her emotions and fake laughed twice. How can it be Ah Bing Bing? How can I know Ah? Jiang Yan looked at her poor acting with cold eyes and didn't dismantle it, because just by virtue of her being a powerless person, she couldn't possibly have the guts to do such a thing, and once she was dismantled, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Therefore, Jiang Bing felt that there must be another backer behind her, and she can't scare the snakes now. Well, I also don't think you'd recognize, right? What do you mean? What do you mean? Is this your way of thinking that I know the person who harmed you? Yuan Shu was anxious to prove himself. Zhang Ren shrugged and said, no, just asking you, you won't be angry, right? Yeah, I can't believe you doubted me. But I've been eyeing a rare leather bag lately, so I'll forgive you if you buy it for me. Saying that, he couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and wanted to show the pictures to Jiang Yan, as if he was determined to win. Jiang Bing didn't even want to pretend this time and directly rolled her eyes at her. In fact, I don't blame Yuan Shu to Jiang Bo as a wrongdoer. Before still on the university, Jiang Bo has been to share their own things and Yuan Shu together, especially a variety of expensive bags and clothes, as long as Yuan Shu like. Jiang Bo absolutely do not say a word of no, even if in the like also will not be left on their own. The thing that made Jiang Bing most remorseful was still the wedding gift that Yin Han had given her when she had just married him, a necklace with a pink diamond in the center, polished by Yin Han into the shape of a love heart, and the left and right sides were embellished with other rare diamonds of varying sizes. When Jiang Bing knew that this necklace was made by Yin Han himself after 3 months of tinkering, he was so dismissive that he threw the necklace in the jewelry box and left it alone. Then once, Yuan Shu went to look for Jiang Bo, saw the necklace in the jewelry box, said to Jiang Bo and took it away. At that time, Jiang Bo thought that a necklace is just a necklace, no big deal, so he let her go. Now that I think about it, I was pretty sick back then. Yuan Shu found the photos and handed the phone to Jiang Bo, who lazily raised his eyes and directly said, if you like it, go buy it yourself, why tell me? Yuan Shu did not notice the change in Jiang Bei's attitude. Thinking that Jiang Bei was still the same Jiang Bei she had coaxed so casually, she said, Bei ah, you're the best, I really like this bag, you buy it for me. That tone of voice gave Jiang Bing goosebumps, and he didn't want to be false with her, saying, do I look like an ingrate? Yuan Shu pursed his lips not knowing what to say. Jiang Yan continued to, also, the necklace you took from me before, the one that Yin Han gave me, mail it to me. Yuan Shu was shocked at how Jiang Bo suddenly remembered the necklace. That necklace is worth a lot of money, can be worth a set of villas in the center of the city. Yuan Shu were to give it back to her, so the discussion to, that necklace you did not give it to me, why suddenly think of wanting to go back to Ah? Jiang Yan interrupted her, when did I say give it to you? You said you liked it before and asked me to lend it to you for 2 days, but I didn't say I would give it to you. Oh, and such an expensive necklace, if you report it to the police for stealing it, you should have to sit in jail for quite a few years, right? Jiang Yan seemed to think for a moment, then spoke in surprise, yeah. Shu Shu, I'm not talking about you, don't get me wrong, with the relationship between the two of us, you'll definitely return it to me, right? Yuan Shu's back teeth are about to be gnawed, again threatening and moral abduction, words are letting you say, what else can I say? Yuan Shu could only maintain a stiff smile and said with a heartbroken voice, yeah bien, I'll definitely give it back to you. That's good, then turn around and send it to me, you know the address of our house, I have something else to do so I'll go first. After saying that, Jiang Bei didn't look at Yuan Shu anymore, picked up her bag and walked out of the cafe with light steps. Only Yuan Shu was left looking at Jiang Bo's back with a resentful face. Why should all the good things be hers? A handsome husband with lots of gold, a wealthy family, and even Senior Gu Ming was dead set on her. She will definitely find a way to snatch all these things. Out of the cafe Jiang Bei refreshed, before the Yin Han saw her give away the wedding gift after he never lost his temper with her, that day and she was angry with a lot, successive days did not pay attention to her. Wait until Yin Han see her to ask for the necklace back will be very happy at, Jiang Bei beautiful thought. Just then, Jiang Ren's cell phone rang, and after she glanced at the caller ID, she excitedly picked it up. Ching Chung. Are you coming to get your luggage or not? So much stuff, it's a pain in the ass. Jiang Bei smiled and returned, coming, on the way, we'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ren immediately drove to Su Qing's house. Opening Su Qing's door, he found her sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching TV, and when he heard the door to his room ringing, he turned around to look at her, and then said in disgust, hurry up and take your baggage guys away, it's making a mess in my house. Jiang. Jiang Bing walked away to pack his own luggage unhappily. After packing up her things, Jiang Yan pulled her suitcase out of the bedroom and saw Su Qing frowning and staring at her phone, seemingly unaware that she had come out. Jiang Yan said, then I'm leaving. Su Qing was startled, and in a desperate attempt to cover up the situation, he hurriedly snapped on his own cell phone and said, let's go. Jiang Bing looked at Su Qing's reaction and narrowed her eyes. This situation, obviously something was being hidden from her. Chapter 35, Can't Let You Go. Jiang Yan put down her suitcase and walked straight towards Su Qing. Su Qing felt that something bad had happened, and subconsciously clutched her cell phone tightly in her hand. Jiang Bian came over with a big stride, one leg kneeling on the sofa, one leg maintaining a standing position, her hand propped up on the backrest of the sofa, circling Su Qing in the corner of the sofa, staring at Su Qing with probing eyes, saying, "Tell me, what is it that you're hiding from me?" No, nothing. Su Qing stammered a little vainly. Jiang Bing narrowed his eyes as he sized her up and didn't say anything. Su Qing gulped, and the two of them maintained this position against each other. After a long time, Su Qing secretly glanced at Jiang Bing twice. Seeing that Jiang Bing had absolutely no intention of letting her go, she simply gave up struggling, paralyzed her hand in front of her, and said, "Look at it, look at it, look at it." Jiang Bei snatched the cell phone and unlocked it, a series of actions in one go. Once unlocked, the entry point is the WeChat chat page that I passed your friend verification request, now we can start chatting. The note is Luhan Snap. Jiang Yan had thought there was some secret, but when she opened her cell phone, it was a friend message, and she was just about to return her cell phone to Su Qing, but she thought that the name Lu Hanshu looked so familiar. Where have I heard it before? Luhan Snap. Luhan Snapdragon. Luhan Snapdragon? Jiang Bei took back the cell phone and looked at Two Eyes, unimaginable asked, "This Luhan Snapdragon? It won't be that ex-boyfriend of yours, Luhan Snapdragon, right?" Su Qing nodded. Jiang Yan directly sat down next to her with his eyes glowing, the soul of gossip lit up, and he was close to grabbing a melon in his hand. "What's going on? How did you two start having contact again? Come on, confess and resist." Su Qing sat up straight, took back the phone, calmly stated on that day, I went to eat with the partners, the wine in my bar are imported from them, the recent hot wine but suddenly increased the price. That day I wanted to ask them to eat to talk about cooperation, the result is that he said that he cannot do the main, he said he wanted to bring his top boss to come and talk to me. Jiang Bian couldn't wait to interject, so, that top boss, that's Luhan Snapdragon? Su Qing nodded gruffly. So what's up with you guys with the tweets? Su Qing sighed heavily and said, on the last to go back to their respective homes, that partner said that in the future, let me directly in Luhan Snapdragon docking on the good, I will be hard to ask for his contact information, I would have thought that he would give me his assistant, the results of the direct he let me sweep the code. After all, he is now the gold master father, I also dare not refuse, so I added. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes and helped her analyze, according to reason, this kind of docking is definitely for the assistant's contact information. How could it be given directly to the person himself? You've seen that president himself personally docking business. As if Jiang Bing had a flash of insight, he suddenly looked at Su Qing, cupped her face, and blurted out, I know. He definitely hasn't let go of you yet and intends to recover you, otherwise why did he suddenly return home when he was staying well abroad? Su Qing frowned and slapped her hand away, saying, how can that be? He's such a good guy, he should be with someone better. There's nothing for me to want and I was a seamless scum of a woman before in his eyes. Why can't he let go of me? Jiang Bo hated the iron is not steel. You do not so belittle yourself, you and hard and progressive, long and good looking, good figure and good, convex back. There is a man cannot let go of you, this is how normal. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and added, look at Yin Han, with this kind of condition, what kind of woman do you want? How come you have to be dead set on me? Why do you have to marry me? A person whose family is almost bankrupt. You can't use normal thinking to think like these rich people think. Maybe they are special too. Su Qing still shook her head. You don't know. After I swept his WeChat, he turned his head and left. Not a word was being said to me. And, I've seen him before when I went out to socialize. You guys have met before? Jiang Bing was shocked. Yeah, the day he came out, I happened to be at the door to sober up, and he was also very cold that day. Su Qing sighed. But you couldn't let go of him in the first place, could you? If that's what's happened, why don't you fight for it again? Su Qing thought for a long time after listening to Jiang Yan's words, and also felt that Jiang Yan's words were very reasonable, how to know the result without trying a little. The two chatted for a long time again, until Jiang Yan looked at her cell phone. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Before she hurriedly said goodbye to Su Qing, she didn't forget that there was still a sticky person waiting for her at home. Jiang Bei drove back home, just arrived at home and put the bag down. Yin Han smelled the sound and came out from the study. The moment he saw Jiang Bei it was as if he saw the whole world. Taking a long leg towards Jiang Yan, he walked sharply and quickly, and when he was still 2 steps away from Jiang Yan, his long arm fished out, and he swept Jiang Yan into his arms. Feeling Jiang Yan's warm body temperature, Yin Han felt as if the exhaustion of today's day had dissipated. He buried himself in Jiang Ren's neck and said in a muffled voice, and under the fine hearing there was also some aggravation, why did you come back so late? What did you do today? In fact, Yin Han asked this sentence as a little apprehensive. He has never asked Jiang Bo's things. He does not want her to feel that he is monitoring her, want to give her all the freedom, but Jiang Bo said to try to believe her. He also wanted to test Jiang Bo's bottom line where. Jiang Yan heard the tentativeness in Yin Han's voice. She also wanted to give him enough security. She patted its back and said gently, I went to see Yuan Shu today. I'll ask for all the things she took from me back. Chapter 36, No Real Acceptance. Hearing this, Yen Han pulled Jiang Bei away a bit and said to her with a serious face, "This person has a deep heart, you have to be careful, next time you go to see her you have to talk to me, I can send a few people to protect you secretly." After saying this, Yen Han seemed to realize that something wasn't right, and hurriedly added, "I didn't mean to ask you to report to me, nor did I want to spy on you, I'm just worried about your safety." Jiang Bing looked at him at a loss for words with some heartache, pulled up his hand and said, "I know, in the future there will be something I will discuss with you beforehand, she doesn't dare to do anything to me now, don't worry about me too much." But Yen Han was still uneasy about her, and embraced her tightly again, saying, "But I'm still worried about you, if anything happens to you, I really don't know what to do." Jiang Bei's heart warmed, and she said soothingly, "I know, I'll definitely tell you in advance when I go to see her alone again in the future, huh? Good." Yen Han said sullenly as he buried himself in Jiang Ren's shoulder. The two of them hugged for a while longer, and Yen Han asked, "I'll take you out to eat tonight, what do you want to eat?" Jiang Bing pondered for a while and said, "Hot pot, it's been a long time since I've had it." Yen Han dotingly touched her hair, his voice gentle as if it could overflow with water. "Good." The two went back to the bedroom to change a set of clothes. Yen Han had to follow Jiang Bei to go to the check room to change clothes. Jiang Bei did not agree, although the negative distance contact has not been rare, but Jiang Bei is still embarrassed to be honest with Yen Han in broad daylight. But Jiang Ren couldn't resist Yen Han's soft words, and held on to him, saying, "Where have I not seen you before? Why are you still so shy? Why are you still so shy?" Jiang Bing instantly made a big red face. The result is obvious, Yen Han finally got what he wanted and Jiang Bo together into the check room, halfway did not hold, pulled over Jiang Bo and kissed and touched and hugged, the two changed clothes hard to change for half an hour. When she came out of the bedroom again, the flush on Jiang Bei's face hadn't faded, but on the contrary, Yen Han was glowing and proud as if he had gotten some kind of treasure. Jiang Yen wore a white cashmere sweater with matching black pencil pants, and Yen Han wore a black sweater and black casual pants, as if the two were wearing a couple's shirt. In fact, this is also the word code requirements. He saw a female employee's boyfriend in the company today to pick her up from work, the two wearing a couple shirt, a black and white bear sweater. The word code instantly thought of the Jiang. He has never been in Jiang, just changed clothes when he saw the two almost. They coaxed the giant gand he wore with the. Yen Han didn't call a driver and planned to drive himself and enjoy the two-person world with Jiang Bing. The little one child to travel these days, he and Jiang Bo also in the quarrel, which looks at the little one child will soon be back, he and Jiang Bo just in good, this two-person world seems to have not long left. Yen Han heart remorseful, if I had known it was so, I would not be so fast to give birth to the baby. To the underground garage, Yen Han chose the most comfortable Rolls Royce, he helped Jiang Bo open the door, one hand against the door frame to prevent Jiang Bo hit his head, helped Jiang Bo close the door before going around to the driver's side to get on the car. After Yen Han fastened his seatbelt, he realized that Jiang Bo was still looking down at his cell phone, so he leaned over and tried to fasten his seatbelt for him. Jiang Bo lowered his head and realized that there was a piece of black shadow shrouding her, which scared her so much that she hurriedly leaned back. Yen Han looked at Jiang Ren's subconscious behavior, his heart instantly sank. Subconscious behavior will not lie. Jiang Ren felt himself over. She backed away. This is to prove that she has not accepted him from the bottom of her heart so far? Trying to truly accept him but still failed? Yen Han withdrew his hand, backed up and sat upright, keeping a good distance from Jiang Bo, and opened his mouth to remind, the seatbelt is not fastened. Jiang. Jiang Yen put down his cell phone and fastened his seatbelt. Yen Han started the car, and there were no words all the way. After getting off the bus, although Yen Han walked beside Jiang Bei, but has not been holding her hand, Jiang Bei felt strange. Before the Yen Han cannot wait for the two of them can always be together, no matter what time to stick. How this time so peaceful? Could it be that there are too many people and it's not good to pull and tug in public? But this wrongness lasted well into the night. Even just at dinner, although Yen Han has been giving Jiang Bei clip food, but Jiang Bei can obviously feel some strange, as if the two people are just met today. Yen Han acted gentlemanly and detached, but has been caring for Jiang Bei, so that Jiang Bei does not know how to open the mouth to ask him. Until after returning home, just stepped into the door. Yen Han said he still has work not dealt with, went to the study to deal with the documents. Jiang Yen would have liked to go up to ask the question, but she felt that her body and hair are full of hot pot smell. She intends to first go to the wash fragrance, and then go to coax Yen Han. Jiang Bei lying in the bathtub, staring at the white ceiling, thinking about what happened tonight. At home was still fine, how come everything changed after arriving at the car? She was puzzled. Until Jiang Bei finished showering and blow-drying her hair, she thought for a while, or went to the check room, and picked out a relatively cool nightgown, a black halter skirt, lace on the edge of the skirt and chest for embellishments, and a slightly slimming design to outline Jiang Bei's perfect figure. Jiang Yen looked at the mirror and hooked her red lips with satisfaction. She did not believe it. This still cannot take Yen Han? Jiang Yen straightened her hair before heading towards the study. Chapter 37. Don't you like it? Yen Han hadn't turned a page in the file in front of him since he entered the study and sat down. He was thinking, in the end, how to let Jiang truly accept him? Where exactly he did not do well enough. In the end, how to do can really love him it. As he was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door of his room. Last time, Yen Han let Shenma rest for a few days. Shenma has not come back yet. Since Jiang Bo came back yesterday, he only notified to let Shenhua come back to work tomorrow. The only one who can come knocking on his room door at this time is Jiang Bo. In fact, Yan Han has not yet thought about what state should face Jiang Bo, should be the same as before as nothing happened, or in Bobo maintain a certain distance can make her comfortable. He had planned to be quiet on his own, but at this time Jiang Yan came to him, he could only take one step. Yan Han was afraid that Jiang Ren would be waiting impatiently, so he quickly walked over and opened the door to the room. The moment he opened the door to his room, Yan Han froze. Although Jiang Bing usually likes to wear a nightgown to sleep, but usually to the middle of the calf-long skirt, so just covered to the middle of the thigh skirt or his first time to see Jiang Bing wear. Jiang Bing looked at Yan Han's dumbfounded expression and laughed lightly, saying, "What? Didn't you prepare all these clothes for me? Don't you like it?" In the first few years, although Jiang Bei never went home, but Yan Han is the major brands every quarter of the new products to Jiang Bei to buy back in the checkroom, although Jiang Bei has never worn before, but this seems to have become a habit of Yan Han, can make him feel that this home has traces of Jiang Bei has lived. But those things he left to Zhuo Lin, and the clothes were all cleaned regularly by Zhuo Lin and Shenhua, and he didn't take a close look at what each piece of clothing looked like. The knot in Yan Han's throat rolled, feeling his mouth dry and his whole body paralyzed. "There's no dislike, you look beautiful in this dress." After saying this sentence, Yan Han kept staring at the floor, not even daring to look at Jiang Bian. No girl is unhappy when being complimented, and Jiang Bian is no exception, not to mention that the one who complimented herself is still her favorite person. "Do you really intend to talk to me here?" Jiang Bing asked. Yan Han seemed to have just reacted to the fact that the two were still standing in the doorway, and he hurriedly stepped aside to allow Jiang Bei to walk in. Jiang Bei is not polite, walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Yan Han closed the door, slowly walked towards Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei thought that he wanted to sit next to himself, but also think that Yan Han finally got the hang of it, especially moved to the side, to Yan Han to make a big place. Unbeknownst to him, Yan Han turned his feet, walked to the single sofa next to him, and took a seat. Jiang Bing almost wondered if the person who forced her to get married before was Yan Han or not. How come it seemed like he was the one being forced now? "If the mountain does not come to me, I will go to the mountain." Jiang Yan stood up and walked towards Yan Han, so she sat directly on his lap, and wrapped her hands around Yan Han's neck. Yan Han was startled by Jiang Bo's sudden movement and stiffened, not daring to move a muscle. Jiang Yan looked at the indifferent Yan Han, and in the spirit of the principle of doing it yourself, directly reached out and pulled Yan Han's hands onto his waist. Pulling over Yan Han's stagnant face again, she cupped his angular cheeks in her hands, locked eyes with him, and asked, "Can you tell me what happened now? Why did you suddenly become so detached from me?" Yan Han looked at Jiang Bei, the knots of his throat rolled up and down, and he spoke hoarsely. "What kind of state of getting along between us would make you feel comfortable, do you think?" Jiang Bing felt that Yan Han asked this question in an inexplicable way, frowned at her, and said, "Just a normal couple's mode of getting along, like before. Doesn't that make you feel resistant?" Jiang Bo seemed to finally understand what was going on in Yan Han's head, squeezed his cheeks with both hands and said angrily, "What is going on in your head? If I resisted you, why did I come back to you? Why do I care about you? Why don't I just divorce you and leave you to fend for yourself?" Yan Han pulled Jiang Ren's hand down and held it in his hand, saying, "To compensate me." Jiang Bing was even more speechless. "There are many ways to compensate you. If it's really to compensate you, why should I take my whole life to compensate you? I'm not that great." "Really?" Yan Han stared intently into her eyes, as if trying to find the slightest trace of her reluctance in them. Jiang Ren interlocked her fingers with him and looked back at him seriously. "Really, more real than pearls." Yan Han looked at Jiang Ren's serious appearance. His heart was a soft mess. How could his little wife be so cute? Yan Han simply didn't hold back any longer and kissed against her red lips. At first it was still gentle and soft, slowly tracing the shape of Jiang Yan's lips, but as the kiss went on, Yan Han became harder and harder. Jiang Bei even felt the rusty taste in her mouth, freeing a hand to pat Yan Han, who only reluctantly let go of her. "Jiang." Yan Han was almost unable to hold on again by Jiang Ren's look, and hurriedly pressed Jiang Ren's head into his arms to block the provocative eyes. But can't see doesn't mean can't feel. Jiang Yan today wearing a black halter nightgown, Yan Han's hand wrapped around her shoulder. Under her hand is Jiang Yan's delicate warm skin. The material of the pajamas is very thin. Jiang Yan is sitting on Yan Han's lap again. He can feel her body temperature. Yan Han instantly felt that the places where he came into contact with Jiang Bo became hot. Jiang Bing also seemed to notice that Yan Han was out of sorts, so she raised her eyes and asked him, "What's wrong with you?" Yan Han only looked at her and didn't say anything, burying his head in the nape of Jiang Ren's neck and said, "Let me slow down, baby." Chapter 38, What's the deal? Jiang Bian was still wondering what Yan Han was up to, but as a result, she sensed something and punched him in shame, saying angrily, "Can you be a little more decent and pour out all the yellow waste in your head?" Yan Han helplessly laughed, his body leaned back, leaned on the sofa, took Jiang Yan into his arms, slowly stroked her hair, gangly, "I'm only a modest to you, and Yan Yan, I'm a normal man. Pull back." Do you remember earlier when you said you promised me 3 conditions? Jiang Bei instantly had a bad premonition. She instantly sat up, got off of Yan Han, took 2 steps back to straighten her clothes, looked at him warily and asked, "What are you going to say?" Yen Han swept his eyes up and down Jiang Bing, raised his eyebrows, stood up and approached Jiang Bing, and returned in a gangly manner, I want you to wear new clothes for me to see. Yen Han instantly switched to the aggrieved face, you are such a trustworthy person, you will not deny, you will definitely promise me, right? Ha! At the end of the day, Jiang Yan still agreed to Yen Han's request, the clothes or calls will in to send. Jiang Yan do not know how to face the left special assistant in the future, her face have let Yen Han to lose all. One night down. Early the next morning, Zhang Bei woke up and had been staring at the ceiling with her eyes lifeless. She decided that she must make an appointment with Yen Han. Can't let him indulge like this anymore. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan dabbed and sat up, and scared Yen Han who was still sleeping next to her. Thinking that Zhang Yan had a nightmare, she sat up straight and asked Zhang Yan nervously, what's wrong, Yen Yan? Did you have a nightmare? Zhang Yan turned her body around and faced Yen Han. Her expression was so serious that Yen Han thought she was going to say something about leaving him again or something like that, and Yen Han's heart was in his throat. Zhang Ren spoke, let's sign an agreement. Yen Han's heart sank, his face instantly condensed, and he asked icily, what agreement? Is it a divorce agreement? The second half of the sentence Yen Han did not ask, because he was afraid to get a positive answer from Zhang Bo. Not waiting for Yen Han to finish his brainstorming, Zhang Yan directly opened his mouth, the covenant, in the future, this kind of thurible can only be done on Tuesdays and Saturdays, and the rest of the time should be left for me to have a normal rest. Yen Han froze, seemingly not expecting Zhang Yan to say such things. Yen Han thought about Zhang Bo's words, and then gave a low laugh, raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. This ups and downs also made Yen Han sober up quite a bit. He looked at her helplessly and said, this kind of thing still needs to sign an agreement? Jiang Bing said seriously, or I'll be drained by you sooner or later, and then you'll go and find a stepmother for Si-bin. Yen Han put away that dangling expression and looked at her seriously, no nonsense. Zhang Bian's small face collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yen Han seems to realize that his tone is a bit heavy, and hurriedly Jiang Wu to his arms, easing the tone of coaxing, do not say such words, back a million steps, even if you are not in the I also go back to find you, always only you a person. Zhang Bei instantly happy again, even she did not realize that now a word from Yen Han can casually pull her emotions. Because it is the weekend, so Yen Han gave himself a day off. The two together nestled in the sofa to watch TV, Yen Han office, Jiang. At dinner, Yen Han is planning to personally go to Jiang Yan cooking. The results of the phone rang, Yen Han glanced at the caller ID, ignore. The results of the opposite perseverance of several consecutively, Yen Han annoyed, did not have the good sense to pick up. You better be up to something. Third brother, bring your sister-in-law along to come out and play together today everyone is here just you to get together, Lu Hanshu are here. Zhou Siki's dangling voice came from the opposite side. Yen Han had wanted to refuse directly, but seeing Zhang Bei's expectant expression next to him, the words on his lips turned a corner, send me the address. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Yen Han touched Zhang Bei's cheek and asked, want to go out and play? Riverbend nodded. In fact, she didn't really want to go out, but he heard the second half of Zhou Siki's sentence. He said that Lu Hanshu was also there, and that she, a good Chinese best friend, had to go and help Su Qing to poke around before she could. The two of them dressed up, and when they were about to go out, Zhang Bei looked at him blearily and asked, I don't understand you guys chatting with a few big men, can I call on Su Qing to accompany me? Yen Han looked at Zhang Ren and laughed helplessly and lowly, saying, when did I not agree to your request? Zhang Bei heatedly laughed and went forward to hold onto Yen Han's arm, leaning her whole body on him and smiling sweetly at him, you're the best. Yen Han leaned down and kissed her forehead favorably. After Zhang Yan sat in the car, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Su Qing. Now, Phantom Night Bar, Lu Han snap, out of time. It's a second back there. Be right there. Zhang Yan hooked the corner of her lips, put down the phone, thinking, really envy Su Qing has her such a good girlfriend Chapter 39. After the two arrived at Phantom Night, they happened to bump into Su Qing at the door who had also just gotten off the bus, so the three of them walked in together. Pushing open the door of the private room, there were about 10 people inside, all unfamiliar faces. Zhang Yan only recognized Zhou Siki and Lu Hanshu. When the people inside saw the visitors, they put down the wine glasses in their hands and all stood up to greet them, third brother, third sister-in-law. When a girl saw Jiang Bing, she exclaimed and teased, no wonder third brother never brings his sister-in-law out for us to meet, she's as precious as anything, so it turns out that third sister-in-law is so good-looking. Why, are you afraid of being abducted by us? This sister-in-law called to the heart of Yen Han, listening to very smooth, Yen Han hooked the corner of the lips did not respond. Seeing that Yen Han showed no signs of anger, the others followed suit and chimed in, yes, it's the first time I've seen my sister-in-law today. Yen Han returned in a rather good mood, blame me, then I'll punish myself with 3 cups first. When he finished speaking, he was about to pick up the glass of wine on the table that hadn't been used yet. Zhang Yan pushed the wine glass away before Yen Han was about to touch it and said angrily, still want a drink? You don't feel sick to your stomach again? Yen Han seems to have not expected Zhang Yan will make this move. Stunned for a moment, he did not expect Zhang Yan will be in charge of him. This is not to prove that the two of them in the future cannot also be open without the need to hide the marriage. Thinking this way, the smile on Yen Han's face could not be hidden. A hand over Jiang Bei's shoulders, rushed to the crowd said, "That can't be helped, I'm a strict wife." Listen carefully and you can still hear the smugness in the words. When the words fell, the uproar of the crowd rose and fell. Jiang Yan realized what she had done and instantly reddened her cheeks, and next to her, Su Qing also looked at Jiang Yan with an ambiguous face. At that moment, someone asked out loud, "Who is this beautiful woman next to your sister-in-law?" The query of this broke Jiang Ren's overwhelm, and she hurriedly followed the words and picked up, "It's my best friend, called Su Qing, who I called to accompany me." After saying that, Jiang Bei even glanced towards Lu Hanshu. Lu Han Snapdragon sat on the single sofa in the far corner on the left, his thumb and middle finger holding the wineglass, index finger resting on the mouth of the glass. The dim light in the room hid his body, as if the whole person was fused with the darkness. He hung his eyes, impassive appearance, as if he was indifferent to their arrival. Su Qing also noticed Lu Hanqing's indifference, and she dropped her eyes with some loss and stopped looking towards him, trying her best to look like she was acting indifferent as well. During that time, there were many boys who came to talk to Su Qing. Su Qing was more inclined to the type of a bright and beautiful woman, and there were quite a few people who pursued her in the past few years, but she just never said yes. Su Qing is sitting alone is not interesting. Then with the person who came to chat a few more, the person proposed to add WeChat. Su Qing thought we are a circle, refused to be embarrassed, then took out his cell phone and swept the code. Jiang Bei saw Su Qing scanning WeChat with another boy, twisted her head to survey Lu Han Snapdragon. Lu Han Snapdragon's face was expressionless, a cigarette clasped in one hand, his eyes were faint. He didn't even look over to Su Qing's side. Jiang Bei's line of sight stayed at Lu Han Snapdragon's place for a slightly longer period of time, and Yen Han also realized this, and as if unintentionally changed his standing position, blocking Jiang Bei's line of sight, and then pulled Jiang Bei's hand and walked to the main sofa and sat down, specially letting Jiang Bei sit on the farthest position from Lu Han Snapdragon. Yen Han called the waiter and ordered 2 glasses of juice and some fruit plates and cupcakes for Jiang Yan and Su Qing. Jiang Yan told him to go and play with them without bothering about her, so she took the juice and pulled Su Qing to sit aside to chat. "See, he's really cold to me," Su Qing said as she turned the drinking glass in front of her. Jiang Bei twisted her head to look at Lu Han Snapdragon again, and this glance was caught by Yen Han. She smiled at Yen Han sheepishly, and then hurriedly twisted her head to pretend to talk to Su Qing. Yen Han's eyes looked coldly at Lu Hanshu, who was puzzled and said, "Why are you suddenly looking at me like this?" Yen Han looked him up and down and said contemptuously, "It's nothing, just see that you're not as handsome as me." Lu Han Snapdragon is simply speechless to the extreme to him, simply directly ignore him. On the other side, Zhang Bing pondered and said, "Why don't you take the initiative to test her? How active?" Jiang Yan frowned tightly, as if she had encountered some problem of the century. She thought back to her own relationship history. She and Yen Han directly ignored the love process directly to have a child. The only time she chased Gu Ming, she didn't have much heart to chase. The experience in this area is indeed very blank. Just hit the straight ball. Jiang Bing suddenly said, "What straight ball?" Jiang Yan put on a lofty look. Didn't the internet say that sincerity is the best surefire way to kill? Su Chong looked at her half-heartedly. "Are you serious? Really? We're all adults, don't waste each other's time. If you feel something you go after him again, if you don't feel anything you just pull back." Su Cheng nodded, agreeing with her. "You have a point." Jiang Bing was so proud. If she had a tail behind her, she would be up in the air right now. Don't look at her lack of emotional experience, but she could be Su Qing's emotional military advisor. Jiang Bei continued to give Su Qing ideas. "Find a suitable moment in a while. You can directly ask him if he has a girlfriend now, explaining your attitude. But for someone of his status, even if we're together now, what can we do? We still won't last long after all." Su Qing beat a retreat again. "But you're not so bad. Against all odds, you're the one who raised your family. But we're not even on the same latitude there." Jiang Bing knows Su Qing is stuck in a loop again, and unless she figures it out on her own, there's no way anyone can convince her. Su Qing silently pondered for a long time, until Lu Han's Snapdragon phone rang. He picked up the phone out of the box. Su Qing, a clenched teeth, simply also got up and followed. Chapter 40, Be Your Girlfriend. Jiang. On this side, Su Qing chased out the door and saw Lu Han Snap was leaning against the window on the phone, a cigarette lit between his slender thumb and forefinger, the sparks brightly extinguished. She stood at the corner of the turn and just stared at his back, her thoughts drifting back to the time when they were together before. To outsiders are a cold face of him, but in the face of her time is always a gentle gentleman. Even if the two quarreled, are also were he first to admit fault, coaxing people well before slowly enter reasoning, but also can always take care of her little heart is very good. But now, he is also cold and emotionless to her. It seemed that Su Qing's gaze was too warm, and Lu Hanshu, who was on the phone, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned around. Su Qing, who was caught up in her memories, did not expect Lu Hensho to suddenly turn around, and for a moment she could neither walk nor hide, but only stood dryly in place, at a loss for words. After Lu Hanshu on the other side saw that it was her, he said to that side, "I still have something to do, let's talk later," and then directly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lu Han Snapdragon put out the cigarette and leaned sideways on the wall, looking straight at Su Cheng. Su Cheng wanted to run straight away countless times under his sight, but thinking of Jiang Bo's words she tried to control herself and walked up stiffly. She walked slowly to Lu Hanshu, as if this section of the road was longer than her whole life, and Lu Hanshu just watched her movements with an expressionless face. When she stood in front of Lu Hanshu, she thought for a moment and squeezed out, "Have you had dinner?" Lu Hanshu raised an eyebrow and snorted, laughing. "You're coming out with me, you're not going to ask me if I've eaten, are you?" Su Qing is embarrassed and wants to find a hole to bury himself. Su Qing didn't answer, the two of them looked at each other speechless. Lu Hanshu saw that she didn't say anything for so long and gradually ran out of patience, stood up straight and straightened his clothes and said, "Since there's nothing else to do, I'll go back first." Su Qing immediately panicked when she saw that he was about to leave, and hurriedly reached out to tug on his sleeve. Lu Hanshu glanced down at the onion-white fingers tugging at his sleeve, a stark contrast to his black jacket, and his eyes twinkled. Su Qing followed Lu Hanshu's line of sight before she realized what she had done and immediately let go of her hand, her two hands stirring together helplessly as she stammered, "I want to ask." Lu Hanshu calmly looked at her silently waiting for her to follow up, seemingly very patient. Su Qing gritted her teeth at the thought of Zhang Bing's words and said directly, "I want to ask, do you have a girlfriend now?" Lu Hanshu's pupils contracted violently. He didn't expect Su Qing to ask him this question. He hid his emotions and asked indifferently, "So what if there is? So what if there isn't? If not, do you think I could be your girlfriend?" As if he had heard some big joke, Lu Hanshu asked, "Su Qing, if I remember correctly, you were the one who dumped me in the first place, right? Now you're talking to me about being my girlfriend. What do you think I am? Do you think I'm a dog that comes when you call and goes when you want?" Su Qing had nothing to say because what Lu Hanshu said was the truth. She hurriedly said, "There was a reason in the beginning, and I didn't have a seamless connection." "In the beginning? Yeah, well, tell me what it's about." Su Qing didn't answer, because she didn't want Lu Hanshu to know her stains. She only wanted Lu Hanshu to remember her best. Su Qing didn't know how to explain to him, and could only say, "There really was a reason for what happened before, and I didn't do it seamlessly, that was all a lie, and you were the only one from start to finish." The words fell, Luhan Snapdragon directly kissed up. Su Qing was Luhan Snapdragon's reaction was shocked, dumbfounded, for a long time did not slow down, can only follow Luhan Snapdragon's action efforts to respond to him. On the other hand, Jiang Bo had been distracted ever since Su Qing had gone out, and had failed to listen to Yan Han's speech several times. Just as Jiang Bei looked at the door of the private room for the umpteenth time, Yan Han spoke to her, "No need to look, just now Luhan Snapdragon sent a message saying that he and Su Qing left first." This time, Jiang Yan heard all of Yan Han's words word for word. She turned her head, wide-eyed and unbelievable to, "Gone?" Yan Han nodded. "Two people walking together?" Speech Chill nodded again. Jiang Yan silently gave Su Qing a thumbs up in her heart, truly worthy of being her Jiang Yan's best friend. The main thing is a fast. After Su Qing left, there was no point in Jiang Bei staying alone. Yan Han could see her boredom, and he didn't want to surround himself with these people, so he took Jiang Bei away after saying a word to Zhou Siki. Zhou Siki also do not understand why, obviously very happy bureau, one or two of them have taken their own people away. After the two of them got into the car, Jiang Yan felt a little hungry, so she proposed to go to her university's snack street, Jiang. In fact, Yan Han also very much want to go to the place where she lived to see, so as if it can make up for that period of time he was not there. Two people to the snack street, Jiang. Chapter 41, It's Just a Coincidence. Finally, the two stopped in front of a noodle shop. This noodle shop is a store that Jiang Bian often came to during her college days. Because she loves noodle food, she forces those around her to eat with her. Su Qing is influenced by her to love noodles as well. When she and Gu Ming were together, she also let Gu Ming accompany her back and forth many times, and when she thought of this, Jiang Bei glanced sheepishly at Yan Han. The two of them walked into the store. The boss came out to help them order. The boss recognized Jiang Bei at a glance, surprised to, "It's you, a classmate. You haven't come for a long time since you graduated. Where's that male classmate who always came with you in school before? Did you guys split up?" Hearing these words, Jiang Bing had a black line on his head. On the contrary, Yan Han, his face had become as black as the bottom of a pot. Jiang Yan growled inwardly, "Boss, if you don't know how to talk, don't say anything. An old man is still so gossipy." Jiang Bei's desire for survival was overwhelming, and she hurriedly leaned over and hugged Yan Han's arm, saying, "What are you talking about? Nah, this is my husband." The boss at this time, as if only then saw Yan Han next to him, smiled sarcastically and said, "So you're already married? Just didn't pay attention. Sorry, don't you mind, huh?" Jiang Yan smiled at her boss and turned her head to look at Yan Han, realizing that his face hadn't looked so dark since she took his arm just now. Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief in the bottom of her heart. The boss stopped gossiping now and asked, "Same old story?" "Right, but there's one without cilantro or scallions." Yan Han stood next to him and watched Jiang Bo deeply. His Bobo actually noticed that he didn't eat scallions and cilantro. Did this mean that Bobo really cared about him? Okay. After that, the boss went into the kitchen to work. Because the time is late, now there are not many people in the store, only 2 tables of people in the store to eat. Jiang Yan pulled Yan Han to a window place to sit down. She took out a paper towel and wiped the table and chairs, because she was afraid that Yan Han is not adapted to these small roadside restaurants. After the two of them were seated, Yen Han put all the food he was carrying on the table, and asked Zhang Yan in a seemingly careless manner, "When you were in college, did you often come here to eat?" "Yeah, I loved coming to their house for dinner in college, and I've brought friends around me." Yen Han nodded, not in reply. The Zhang Bian in college liked to come here to eat. In combination with what the boss had just said, it was not difficult to guess that the person the boss said had come to eat with Zhang Bian before was Gu Ming. But Yen Han is now glad that the person who accompanies Zhang Bo here for dinner in the future will be him, not Gu Ming, anymore. The two waited for a while. The boss came with 2 bowls of steaming beef noodles. Zhang Bo's fingers were excited, just took out the disposable chopsticks and was ready to start. As a result, the sound of the door opening came from the doorway, and at the same time, a familiar voice rang out, "Boss, come with a portion of beef noodles, no green onions, no cilantro, pack it up." Zhang Yan and Yen Han twisted their heads together to look over. Zhang Yan's smile froze on her face when she saw the visitor, and when Yen Han saw him, his eyes instantly showed caution and hostility as he nervously looked at Zhang Yan. Gu Ming also didn't expect to run into Zhang Yan and Yen Han here. He nodded politely at the two of them and turned his head without looking at them again. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Zhang Bei is sitting on pins and needles, feeling that all the beef noodles in her mouth taste like chewing wax. Fortunately Gu Ming asked for a package, otherwise she did not know what to do. And the opposite side of the speech cold but in self-mocking thought, the original salvage does not really know that he does not eat onion and coriander, simply because he happens to be the same as Gu Ming only. The original salvage care about the person is not their own, is their own again self-indulgence. It wasn't until Gu Ming walked out that Zhang Yan felt that the world had regained its luster, and she looked over at Yen Han, who had his head lowered in a thoughtful manner, mechanically picking at the beef noodles in front of him in his hands. Zhang Bing secretly said that it was not good. This expression of Yen Han, Zhang Bei is really too familiar. He must be making up a love-hate drama between her and Gu Ming, and then sulking on his own, and she has to coax him. Zhang Yan hurriedly interrupted Yen Han's thoughts, "That, I didn't expect him to come here for dinner either. If I had known I wouldn't have brought you here." Yen Han extracted himself from his own thoughts. He gently smiled at Zhang Bian and returned, "It's fine, if you like to eat you can come more often in the future." Not right, too wrong. When did Yen Han speak so well? Zhang Bing secretly thought, things out of the ordinary there must be a demon, if people are abnormal there must be a knife. So he hastened to add, "No, I didn't really enjoy it very much." She carefully observed Yen Han's expression and carefully said, "You're not angry, right?" "No, how could I be angry? Eat quickly, the noodles will all pile up in a while." Yen Han dotingly touched Zhang Bei's head. In fact, Yen Han really did not get angry, he just really some loss, but he felt that Zhang Yan has been willing to let him involved in her previous life. This is also a kind of progress. He cannot be in the luxury of other. The two finished their meal and drove home. After arriving home, Zhang Yan disliked the smell of the snack street all over his body and hair, so he first ran to the bathroom to take a shower, and when he came out, he saw an unread message on his cell phone, which was sent by Yuan Shu. "Bimbashi, do you have time tomorrow? I have something for you." Zhang Yan hooked the corner of her lips, belonging to her thing she will sooner or later want back. Chapter 42, Not Going to Tell Me. The next morning, Zhang Bei woke up early, specially painted a big red lip, intending to first overwhelm the other party from the momentum. Yen Han looked at from the wake up after the beginning of busy Zhangren, want to ask her what is the matter but do not dare to ask, afraid of Zhangren think he is nosy, hesitation for a long time have not been able to ask the export. Zhang Yan walked over to Yen Han with 2 sets of clothes, a black halter dress with a short chambray jacket, and another set of denim bell-bottom pants with a black turtleneck bottom. Zhang Bing himself really had no idea, so he planned to come and ask Yen Han, these 2 sets, which set of clothes looks a bit more imposing? Yen Han thought for a moment and pointed to the dress. Zhang Ren agreed to, "That's right, I also think this one looks a bit better, I'm going to wear a set of temperamental preemptive strike." Yen Han really couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to ask, "Why do you have to make a preemptive strike? Who are you going to meet?" "Yuan Shua." Zhang Yan replied carelessly as she fiddled with her skirt. Yen Han stood up from the sofa and walked over to Zhang Bei, wrenching her upright and asking with a serious face, "Did I tell you that you must talk to me when you go to see Yuan Shu alone? If I don't ask you today, are you not going to tell me?" Zhang Bei looked at Yen Han's serious expression, realized that the big thing is not good, and quickly changed a pleasing expression, fawningly said, You don't be angry, I was going to tell you later when we eat, it is not yet have time to do so." Zhang Yan pulled down Yen Han's arm and shook it from side to side, pouting, "Really Dee? I really want to tell you, I won't hide it from you, besides she shouldn't dare to do anything to me now, there won't be any danger." Yen Han remained expressionless, but he didn't draw back his arm either. "You said it yourself, it's supposed to be, what if she's just so bold?" Zhang Yan skimmed his mouth and did not say anything. She cannot say Yen Han, but also know that if you make him angry but also their own a coax, so just shut up. Yen Han looked at Zhang Bei's silence and began to reflect on whether his tone was too heavy and would hurt Zhang Bei, but he felt that he had to make Zhang Bei realize the importance of this matter, so he ruthlessly did not coax her. Yen Han paused and continued, "In a moment, tell me the location you've agreed upon, and I'll have Zhuo Lin send 2 people there, and I'll have them protect you in the shadows." I know. Then are you still angry?" Zhang Bing asked cautiously. Yen Han sighed helplessly and said, I'm not angry, I just want you to raise your safety awareness and be on guard. Remember. Jiang Bing felt that Yen Han was really a bit like her old father educating her at times. Yen Han rubbed Jiang Bei's hair soothingly, gently planted a kiss on her forehead, and pulled her hand to the restaurant to eat. After breakfast, Zhang Yan said he wanted to drive to the appointment. Yen Han dead set against it, must personally send Zhang Yan to rest assured that Zhang Yan also cannot argue with him to go with him, who do not want a suited and booted president to be a free show for it. When she arrived at the appointed place, Yen Han said that the person transferred by Zhuo Lin would arrive about 15 minutes later. Zhang Yan nodded and unbuckled her seatbelt to get out of the car. Yuan Shu, who was sitting by the window, saw through the window that it was Yen Han who sent Zhang Bei here, and her back teeth were about to be clenched. She thought to herself, haven't these two people been in a divorce? How come their relationship is so good again now? It was too late to think about it more. Yuan Shu would definitely not let go of every opportunity to brush his presence in front of Yen Han. She hurriedly stood up and walked outside, thinking that it would be good to just say hello to Yen Han, but as a result, when she walked to the door, she was left with only a face full of automobile exhaust, and Yen Han had long since left. Zhang Bing looked at the defeated Yuan Shu, not to mention how happy she was, and deliberately said, Shu, did you come out specifically to greet me? Yuan Shu made an effort to tickle the corners of her lips to make her expression not look so twisted and said, of course it is. After saying that, she was about to go and cross Zhang Bing's arm. Zhang Yan, as if he didn't see her hand reaching out, made a sideways move to avoid her hand and walked directly towards the store, saying without looking back, then let's quickly go inside. Yuan Shu's eyes burst out malicious light. You are complacent. I would like to see after today, how long you can still be complacent. Yuan Shu walked over to Jiang Bing and sat down opposite to her. She had already adjusted her emotions and reappeared with a generous and decent smile, and said, Bing Bing, the necklace you mentioned last time, I brought it over for you. He said, taking out a square jewelry box from his bag and placing it on the table. After Jiang Bing opened it, according to the online statement, he first hastily appraised the authenticity, intending to send it to the professional appraiser in a while. Jiang Bei is very puzzled why Yuan Shu so easily returned to her, always feel that there lies some conspiracy. Yuan Shu suddenly added, by the way Bian, I brought some bags you gave me before, but it's not convenient to bring them in the trunk. Do you want to go with me to take a look? Jiang. Yuan Shu looked at Zhang Yan's back as she walked out, hooked her lips, a good show, it's about to start. Chapter 43, Kidnapping. But what Jiang Bing doesn't know is that when Yen Han sent Jiang Bing here, Yuan Shu felt that this matter is definitely not so simple. She quietly sent out a message, asking them to carefully line up around the area, and that Jiang Bing will definitely bring her bodyguards. Since Yuan Shu had brought a lot of people for this operation to be foolproof, almost surrounding this cafe, Zhang Bian's bodyguards had already been controlled by Yuan Shu's people. Yuan Shu got the news before leading Zhang Yan towards the place where she parked her car, and then when she walked to the second corner, Zhang Yan felt that something was wrong. This place was getting more and more remote and deserted, so she planned to go back first. As a result, just when she was planning to turn around, two people suddenly came from the back. One of them took a towel and covered Jiang Bei's mouth and nose with a dead hand. Jiang Bei felt something powdery enter into her nasal cavity. She felt that the big deal was not good in time to hold her breath, but it was still a little bit too late, and she broadcast the emergency contacts call at the last moment of unconsciousness. Because Jiang Bo did not inhale too much ecstasy, she only felt weak, confused, felt that the two men tied her hands and feet, and then lifted her into the trunk of a van, vaguely can still hear the sound of their speech. After a short while, Zhang Yan felt the two men get into the car and the car was started. She frowned in disgust as she smelled the stench of cheap cigarettes and sweat in this trunk. It was awful, and the car was still traveling on a rough road. The bumps kept her dry heaving. I do not know how long. The car finally stopped. Jiang Bo's consciousness has been almost restored, but still feel the whole body cannot lift a trace of strength. She also does not know where she is now, ready to pretend to faint to try to stall for time and wait for her pro-husband to come to save her. The two men stopped the car, opened the trunk, and combined their efforts to carry Jiang Bing out. Jiang Bing felt that they carried her inside a house. After the two men went out, Jiang Bing heard the sound of chains colliding. Her heart was cold. This time she couldn't even run away. Jiang Bian ensured that the two went far away, then sat up and observed the room. This room seems to be a utility room. Piled up all kinds of old wooden boards and all kinds of tools covered with a thick layer of dust. The room is shabby and damp. Only a small window can penetrate an array of light. Jiang. The two opened the door to see Jiang Yan is sitting against the wall on the ground. Jiang Yan, this is really see their front face. One of them looks very tall and strong, skin tanned. There is a scar from the brow bone connected to the position under the eyes, like a centipede coiled on it, fierce and vicious. The other to be a little bit shorter. A round face with small squinting eyes looked greasy and disgusting. Jiang Yan looked at them vigilantly. The greasy man saw Jiang Yan, woke up, showed a lewd smile at her, whistled and said, Yo, the real person is more exquisite than the photo looks. It seems that they didn't lie to us. This time our brother and sister may enjoy. Well. Once Jiang Yan heard this, her heart was half cold, and she was also more sure that this thing was Yuan Shu's doing. But if they were scheming for money, it was fine. She could give them more money than Yuan Shu. Jiang Yan opened her mouth tentatively. What's the purpose of your kidnapping me? How much money she gave you? I can give 5 times as much, as long as you release me. The greasy man laughed twice and said, "Our brothers and sisters, outlaws are just outlaws. What's the use of wanting so much money? There is no life to spend, it is not certain. But you have such a beautiful woman, we can still see it for the first time, ha." When he finished speaking, his lewd gaze sized Jiang Ren up from head to toe, and a chill surged through Jiang Ren's heart. Jiang Bing at this time can only put their hopes on her kissing husband, hoping that Yan Han can find him earlier. On the other hand, Zhuo Lin cannot contact the bodyguard assigned to Jiang Bo, reported to the Yan Han heart without reason panic. Coincidentally at this time Yan Han received Jiang Bo emergency dial over the phone, more confirmed the heart of the conjecture. He connected to the phone, but there is only rustling sound, no one to speak, not a moment, the phone was hung up. He hurriedly asked Zhuo Lin to check the surveillance video in that neighborhood and report to him in time if there was any news, and asked Zhuo Lin to investigate where Yuan Shu was, and he brought 2 people to find him directly. At this time Yuan Shu was complacent, feeling that she did seamless. She has called the police, when the police came to say that she was knocked out, and when she woke up and the Jiang Bian has been taken away. As for Jiang Bo, when she is defiled it will be too late. Yan Han will definitely not want her anymore. Jiang Bo will become a street rat, and everything that Jiang Bo has now will be hers. Thinking of this, Yuan Shu excited, the whole person is trembling. But what she didn't expect was that the one who came before the police was actually Yan Han, which disrupted her plan. But she decided that she still had to act like a victim in front of Yan Han first to make him sympathize with her as well before she could do so. She looked at Yan Han stride towards her, she hurriedly rubbed her hair to rush up to want to grab Yan Han, crying. The result is that there is still a meter away from Yan Han when he brought the bodyguards pressed in place. Yuan Shu froze for a moment, then saw Yan Han look at her eyes, cold and emotionless, like looking at a dead person. Yuan Shu bottom of the heart hairs, the voice trembled and asked, "Mr. Yan, what are you doing?" "What?" Yan Han didn't respond and directly said, "Take it away." Then he got into the car, as if it would be disgusting to say one more word to her or look at her. Chapter 44, I'll be right there. Yuan Shu looked at this situation, also do not have the luxury of being able to brush the presence of Yan Han in front of her. She realized that Yan Han is likely to come to settle accounts with her, but now the 2 brawny men pressed her, so that she has nowhere to run but with them to go. Yuan Shu was brought to a dilapidated factory building, and the bodyguard threw her to the ground without mercy before retreating behind Yan Han. Yan Han opened the door and said, "Where did you take Jiang Yan?" Yuan Shu's face turned pale when she heard this. She really didn't expect Yan Han to know so quickly. She stammered, I don't know, I woke up when Jiang Bo was." Yan Han didn't have time to listen to her nonsense, frowning tightly and repeating impatiently, "I'll give you one last chance, I'm asking you, where is Jiang Yan?" Yuan Shu back of the cold sweat to the clothes are seeping wet. She has not seen such a speech cold, before he is indifferent, but today's speech cold is very scary, eyes harsh as if want to kill her, but she is still pounding the death struggle. "I really do not know what you're talking about, I was knocked out, and then I woke up after the Jiang Bo was not there, I really do not know." "Then this is your own death." After saying these words, Yan Han turned his head toward the outside, commanding as he walked, "Tie her up and keep an eye on her for me." Yan Han just sat in the car. Zhuo Lin called, "Mr. Yan, Madam was dragged into a van. The car went northwest. There's a village in that direction that was deserted a few years ago. Madam is most likely there. The address, I've already sent it to your cell phone. I've already sent someone to rush over there." "Okay, I'll go over there now." Finished, Yan Han hung up the phone to start the car to the destination. He stepped on the gas pedal to the end of the hands holding the steering wheel are trembling. He has been forced to pretend calm, for fear that Jiang Bei encountered something untoward. He secretly prayed in his heart, "Bei, wait for me, I'll be right there." On the other hand, Jiang Bian was still trying to stall for time, half negotiating, half threatening. "My husband is Yan Han, you guys have heard of Yan Han, the president of the Yan Group. As long as you guys let me go right now I can pretend that nothing has happened. If anything bad really happens to me, my husband won't let you guys off the hook." The scarred man, who had been silent, snorted when he heard this, and before he could open his mouth, the greasy man grabbed the lead. "Who are you threatening? That has promised us that she will send us out of the country when she is finished with her business. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Where can you find us? No more nonsense with you, your fine skin and tender flesh. It must be very slippery to touch. I've never had a superb like you before, ha 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 ha." Saying that, he stretched out those fat hands towards Jiang Ren. Jiang Yan took the opportunity to cut the rope on her hand when she was just talking to them, and when the greasy man was about to touch him, she quickly used her whole body's strength to kick him in the stomach, and then unlocked the rope on her feet in 3 or 2 times and ran towards the door. The greasy man was kicked and fell on his head. He gritted his teeth and said, How dare you kick me? Let's see if I don't beat you to death." Just when Jiang Bei was about to touch the door handle, someone came up and yanked her hair. Jiang Bei was yanked with a scream and the whole person leaned back and fell on the ground. The scarred man grabbed Jiang Bei's hair and opened his mouth fiercely. "Still wanna run? I'll see where you can run this time." At this time, the greasy man also walked up and slapped Jiang Ren in the face. "Stinky, I'll let you kick me. I'll see if you still dare." Jiang Bei's face instantly swelled high, her eyes blackened at tinnitus, slowed down for a long time before slowing down. The greasy man viciously pinched her chin, said, Beg me and I'll let you serve me well." Jiang Yan glared at him, dead gritted teeth do not open their mouths. Greasy man even more angry, yanking Jiang Yan's hair on the ground. Jiang Yan was hit by this huge impact of a moment, did not tense, scream out. Yan Han, they just arrived at this village, heard the scream. Yan Han head buzzed, and hurriedly led the people towards the birthplace. Yan Han saw the van parked in front of a dilapidated house, immediately let the door kicked open, into the eyes of Jiang Bo lying on the ground. A man clamped down on her, another person is grabbing her hair, is ready to once again smash to the ground, and Jiang Bo, one side of the cheek swollen high, the face of the blood, the whole person looks lifeless. Yan Han, instantly angry red eyes, copied the stick next to him and smashed it on the greasy man's head. The greasy man was still shocked that someone had come over so quickly, and in a moment of inattention, he was directly smashed in the head by Yan Han, and the stick instantly snapped into two halves. The bodyguard beside Yan Han saw this and immediately stepped forward to press both of them to the ground. Yan Han rushed to the side of Jiang, hold her in his arms. He did not dare to touch Jiang. He did not know where Jiang had injuries for fear of causing secondary damage to her. He could only call her in a low voice, "You open your eyes and look at me. Can you see me? Is that I didn't arrive in time? It's my fault." Saying that, a teardrop dripped onto Zhang Ren's face. Zhang Bei knew that it was Yan Han who had come, but she really didn't have the strength to respond to him right now. She wanted to wipe his tears but couldn't even lift her hand. She could only use all her strength to flash a smile at him. Yan Han carefully picked up Zhang Bei and rushed to the hospital. "Hold on a little longer, Bei. We'll be at the hospital soon. Hold on a little longer, okay? Just as Yan Han hugged Zhang Bei and passed the scarred man took the opportunity to break free from the bodyguard's restraints and took out the scissors he had just picked up on the ground and rushed to stab at Yan Han. Chapter 45, Awakening. In his afterglow, Yan Han saw someone rushing towards him, but because he still had Zhang Ren in his arms, in order to avoid Zhang Ren from getting hurt, Yan Han turned his body sideways, with his back to the scarred man, and the knife plunged directly into Yan Han's shoulder. After the scarred man broke free from the bodyguard, he rushed towards Yan Han. Because he was too fast, everyone couldn't react. After catching up with the scarred man, they hurriedly pressed him to the ground. A bodyguard rushed forward to check on Yan Han's injuries. Yan Han twisted his head and rushed to him. "I'm fine, keep an eye on that woman. When I turn back I'll dispose of her personally, and those two kidnappers will be handed over to the police, so that they can spend their whole life in jail." "Yes, Mr. Speech." After saying that, Yan Han rushed to the hospital with Jiang Yan in his arms. Along the way ran countless traffic lights. The shirt on the back of Yan Han was seeped through with blood, but he couldn't care less about the pain. All his attention was on Jiang Yan, afraid that Jiang Yan would make a little mistake. Driver in front of the cold sweat, put the gas pedal to the metal, afraid of not yet arrived at the hospital he first died. Yan Han on the road has already let Zuo Lin contact the doctor, arrived at the hospital, President Li and the director of surgery together, waiting at the door to meet, because it is temporary to find the nearest hospital. The director has never seen such a big shot before. See Yan Han holding Jiang Bo get off, and hurriedly lead the people to walk up. After pushing Zhang Bei into the operating room, Dean Li stood next to Yan Han and carefully opened his mouth. "Mr. Yan, although this is a small hospital, but the doctors are all very good. Madam will definitely be fine, don't worry." Yan Han didn't even look back. Looking at the red words "in surgery" above the doorframe, he said back, "If anything happens to her, you don't need to run this hospital." Yes, we'll do our best to rescue Madam." Dean Li, in line with the principle of saying more is more wrong, held back the words that were intended to persuade him to go and bandage his wounds first, and accompanied him to stand beside Yan Han, trying to reduce his own sense of being. Yan Han stood at the door of the operating room, motionless, as if a statue, let the wound on the back continue to bleed. His brain is now blank, all the body's consciousness are gathered in the right hand just touched Zhang Bei's wound, as if there is still a residual Zhang Bei's blood of the scorching hot temperature. Hot, his heart panicked in pain. Zuo Lin rushed to see such a scene, Yan Han motionless standing in the doorway of the operating room, as if it has grown with the ground there. Zuo Lin walked up and spoke after 2 seconds of deliberation, "Mr. Yan, you should go and bandage your wounds first. If you fall down, who can take care of Madam when she comes out? If the lady sees that you are injured, she will also be in a bad mood, will not affect the recovery even more. I've heard that it's most important for patients to maintain a good mood while they're recovering." After saying that, Zuo Lin passed a look at Dean Li, who instantly understood and quickly agreed to, yes, the patient should keep a good mood in the most favorable recovery. Yan Han finally reacted a little when he heard this. He couldn't let get in a bad mood. The first person that woke up and saw had to be him. He turned his head and said to Zuo Lin, "Have the doctor come here and bandage me up." Zuo Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had made the right bet. No matter what time it is, as long as it is to move the lady out, it will work. The nurse pushed a cart to give Yan Han bandages. Yan Han just sat on the chair at the door of the operating room, disinfecting the stitches without saying a word, as if the injury was not his own like. Zuo Lin silently sighed in the bottom of his heart. If something should happen to the lady, the president may not really live. Yan Han bandaged the wound. The operating room door just opened. Yan Han immediately walked up, did not wait for Yan Han open. The doctor directly said, "Mr. Yan, the patient has some slight concussion, the wound has been bandaged, the body of some traumatic injuries, the other is nothing serious, and now has been transferred to the general ward." And so the patient woke up and then observed a few days on the all right. After asking the doctor about some precautions, Yen Han gave Jiang Yan a transfer procedure to the best hospital in the capital city. After all the arrangements, Yen Han rushed to the ward to find Jiang Bei. He saw Jiang Bei quietly lying in the hospital bed. The heart is incomparable self-blame, obviously already guessed Yuan Shu's mind. He still let Jiang Bei go. If Jiang Bei really have any problems, he will never forgive himself. He moved a chair and put it next to the hospital bed, just holding Jiang Bing's hand. He now only feel Jiang Bing's body temperature and heartbeat to confirm that Jiang Bing is beside him. Waiting for Jiang Bian to open his eyes is already night. Jiang Bian's eyelashes moved. Yen Han sat next to him and has been observing Jiang Bian. Jiang Bian, the subtle movement instantly captured by him. Bian Bian? Pulling? After Jiang Bian opened her eyes, she quietly looked at Yen Han, her vision slowly focused. She froze for a long time before remembering that she was kidnapped, and now she should be in the hospital. Yen Han looked at Jiang Yan, woke up, quickly rang the pager. The doctor came to Jiang Yan, did a full body examination, to determine that there is no problem now, only need to recuperate after leaving. Yen Han walked up and poured a cup of water for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's thirsty throat was almost smoking. Seeing that Yen Han understands her so well, if it wasn't for the fact that she has no strength right now, she would want to jump up and give him a hug. Jiang Bei gulped down 2 large cups of water before her throat felt better, and she spoke in a hoarse voice. How did you find me so quickly? Yen Han adjusted Jiang Ren's bed to a suitable height and tucked Jiang Ren in before he spoke and replied. After the bodyguards arrived and realized you weren't there, I had Zhuo Lin check the surveillance. Chapter 46. Do you have a dog outside? Yen Han instantly cooled down his face and said seriously, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Ru stopped her voice and pouted in aggravation. Seeing this kind of Jiang Yan also can't bear to say heavy words, he hurriedly took Jiang Yan into his arms, patted her back and pacified her. Don't worry, no matter where you are I'll find you the first time, and definitely won't let you go on your own. Jiang Yan leaned in Yen Han's arms and listened to his heartbeat. His hands surrounded him and closed his eyes at ease. Just as Jiang Yan drifted off to sleep, she suddenly thought of something, instantly opened her eyes and eagerly asked Yen Han, are you hurt? I remember when you hugged me and went out he seemed to rush over with a knife. Yen Han's eyes flickered down. Jiang Bo is now just awake, body is not yet good. He does not want to let Jiang Bo again divided energy to worry about him, not to mention that his injuries then not serious in a few days on the long good. Yen Han replied, it didn't hurt me. He was stopped by the bodyguards when he came over. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Jiang Bei just woke up, before and spent so much physical strength, now has long been hungry chest to back. Yen Han so say her attention was instantly pulled away, hastily nodded, pitifully looked at Yen Han, opened his mouth, to, I'm really hungry. Yen Han smiled dotingly, rubbed Jiang Bei's hair, and said, then I'll call Zhuo Lin now to have him send it over. After a while, Zhuo Lin stood at the door with several thermos boxes, and Yen Han took them, and brought the medical table to put it in place, and opened the lunchboxes one by one and placed them on it. Jiang Yan looked at these things, want to cry. White porridge, boiled noodles, eggs, millet porridge. Yen Han each let Zhuo Lin prepared a little bit, afraid not to Jiang Bian's appetite, his careful Jiang Bian feel, but these clear soup things on Jiang Bian, this hot pot love to eat explosive spicy, the most favorite spicy crayfish heavy taste lovers is simply the biggest pain. Jiang Ru Chong Yen Han pitifully opened, I have been alright, the legs do not hurt, the arm is not sour as the head is still a little bit of pain, I do not have to abstain from food, can you eat something else In fact, Yen Han heart soft into a puddle of water, but the face does not show. In this kind of thing he is absolutely will not rely on Jiang Bo. He helped Jiang Bo peeled the eggs into her hands, cold and merciless opening. No, the doctor said, in your complete recovery before you cannot eat spicy things. Jiang Bei looked at Yen Han's expression that did not fluctuate, and secretly pinched herself under the quilt, forcing out a few drops of tears. She looked at Yen Han with her reddened eyes in aggravation, and said, is it really not possible? She expected that Yen Han most cannot stand her like this. As long as she pampered, Yen Han will certainly agree with her. She has been ready to meet the hot pot spicy hot Xinjiang fried rice noodles ready. Who would have thought that Yen Han just pushed the white porridge in front of her and said at her with an expressionless face, it really can't be. After saying that, he thought for a moment and added what Jiang Bing had told him earlier, it's truer than pearls. Jiang Bei's little face instantly collapsed. The few drops of tears that she had just forced out instantly disappeared. Her brow furrowed as if she could pinch a fly to death, and she just stared at Yen Han. Half the time, she snapped, do you have a dog outside? Yen Han was confused for a moment before reacting to what she meant by this sentence. He looked at Jiang Bo helplessly and said, what is this nonsense again? The extent to which Jiang Bian's thinking jumped around made him want to call the doctor back to take another brain CT for her. Jiang Bei complained, before I said anything, you always followed me, how come this time, how can I say anything is useless? You still say you don't have a dog outside? Yen Han helplessly explained, no, before is before, now your injury can't be sloppy, can't rely on you to eat whatever you want to eat, wait for you to recover while I'll take you to eat, okay? HM? Jiang Yan skimmed his mouth, knowing that he was in the wrong, and stopped talking, silently drinking the bowl of tasteless millet porridge. After a while, she suddenly thought of something, looked up at Yen Han, and asked, then where is Yuan Shu? Since Jiang Bo's accident all his thoughts were on her, if not Jiang Bo mentioned, Yen Han almost forgot that this person existed. He replied, already arrested, wait for you to get well, at your disposal. Jiang Bei jumped up and wrapped her arms around Yen Han's neck. planted a kiss on Yen Han's cheek and said, "I knew it. My husband is the best, you understand me the most." Yen Han instantly reacted, gripped Jiang Bei's shoulders and asked excitedly, "What did you call me?" Jiang Bing didn't react and thought for a moment before remembering what she had just said in her excitement. Her cheeks instantly burned and she inwardly shouted furiously, what did I just say? She doesn't think I'm an unreserved woman." Jiang Bo pretended as if nothing had happened on her face, continuing to lower her head to drink kanji, and calmly said, "It's nothing." Yen Han stared at Jiang Yan with eyes full of expectation and said, "Can you call me once more?" Chapter 47, Kiss Your Wife. Jiang Bei originally wanted to pretend not to see, do not intend to take care of him, but his gaze full of expectation let Jiang Bei really cannot bear to, but really let her call her and feel that she cannot call out. At the time when Jiang Ren was in a dilemma, the knock on the door sounded, as if Jiang Ren had gotten salvation. He immediately raised his head and stared at the door with bright eyes, but on the contrary, Yen Han, who had a face of impatience and annoyance, reached out and rubbed his hair with a frown and shouted, "Enter." Zuolin opened the door and saw such a scene, his own boss's face black as the bottom of a pot. The boss's wife looked at him with bright eyes, like looking at the savior. He's secretly bad. Looking at this situation also know that he seems to be bad boss. What big things. He immediately lowered his head in his heart cursing, when to come not good, have to now to knock on the door. I just hope the boss will not put his year-end bonus buckle know it. When Yen Han saw that the visitor was Zuolin, he became even more angry. If he did not give him a big story about what the sky was falling today, he would definitely not let Zuolin go. Zuolin looked at the face of Yen Han, deliberated for a while, whether to casually say something to put off the past, and then hurry to go without disturbing the boss and the boss's wife, or truthfully report. He saw that his boss's face was really bad, so he reported truthfully, "Mr. Yen, Yuan Shu is locked up in that old factory building from before. She has been making a scene for a day, and she said that she wants to see Madam." Hearing this, Zhang Run was surprised for a moment and said, "What's the point of seeing me?" Instead, He Han snorted disdainfully and asked rhetorically, "Is that all there is to it?" Zuolin thought back for a moment and then nodded with certainty. Yen Han instantly wanted to throw Zuolin to Africa to experience a bit, on this point of still have to report, disturbing him and kiss his wife's sweet time. Thinking that he can't be angry in front of Bian Bian, Yen Han took a deep breath to suppress his anger and forced himself to calmly say to Zuolin, "Don't come to me if there isn't a big deal in the future, and don't disturb my wife's recuperation." Jiang Bo, who was watching the show from the side, heard Yen Han's name. Her ears were hot and her cheeks were stained with pink color. She hurriedly lowered her head and continued to drink kanji and pretended that nothing had happened. When Zuolin heard the name of his boss, he shivered and goosebumps fell all over the place, and after giving a positive answer to Yen Han, he hurriedly left this place. Zuolin secretly, the president of the special assistant is really not good when not only to come over to send dinner at night and dog food for him to eat, and he was squeezed every day, even the time to fall in love or not, every day to sigh a sentence, the evil capitalists. Suddenly there were only two people left in this hospital room, and Yen Han didn't have the frankness he had just now, and the atmosphere became awkward all of a sudden. Yen Han touched his nose and sneaked a look in that direction of Jiang Bing. He realized that Jiang Bo was quietly drinking kanji. As if she didn't hear his words, he couldn't help but feel a little lost, and began to think again, did Bo hear him or not? Did she not hear him? But he said very loudly, but if he heard, then why did not react at all? Or heard but do not want to care about him, pretend not to hear. Yen Han was puzzled. Jiang Bing's inquiring voice broke Yen Han's thoughts. "Aren't you going to eat?" Yen Han snapped out of his own thoughts and returned, "I'll just eat when you're done. By the time I'm done eating, the food will be cold, so let's eat together." After saying that, Jiang Yan put a bowl of white porridge in front of Yen Han, and Yen Han simply picked up the spoon and ate with Jiang Yan. Jiang. The reason for this is that what he thinks is that still invites him to eat with him, which means that didn't hate him, right? Perhaps it maybe really did not hear it, so that can always accompany. After eating, Yen Han cleaned up the lunchbox and table, and let Jiang Yan go to sleep after talking with her for a while. After Yen Han stuffed the quilt for Jiang Yan, he sat on the chair next to him and looked at Jiang Yan's quiet sleeping face, with a straight nose, soft cheeks, long and curved eyelashes casting a shadow on Jiang Yan's face, and the moonlight sprinkled in adding a touch of coolness to Jiang Yan, like a doll that would break if he exerted himself. I do not know how long. Yen Han gently out of the hospital room, went to the corridor to smoke a cigarette. No one knows how scared he really is today. He was all day in the forced calm. He has no way to imagine in case of what happened to Jiang Yan today how to live. Think of this. Yen Han take the cigarette, fingers are trembling. After easing his emotions, Yen Han went downstairs and walked to the parking lot, driving in the direction of the old factory building. Chapter 48. Why did you hit me? Yen Han drove alone to the old factory building. The bodyguard who was watching at the door saw that it was Yen Han's car that had arrived and hurriedly walked up to pull open the door for Yen Han. After getting out of the car, Yen Han walked straight to the door of the factory, gestured at the bodyguards. One of the bodyguards walked forward to open the chain for him to push open the door. Yen Han directly paced and walked in. Because it was already late at night, Yuan Shu had been exhausted after a long day. She curled up in the corner and had fallen asleep without even realizing that someone had walked in. Yen Han stared at her and snorted, and said expressionlessly, "Wake up." One of the bodyguards walked out and called a basin of water from somewhere, pouring it directly on Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu was startled and screamed to sit up, wiped a handful of water on his face, just wanted to swear. The result is to see the words of the cold to come, and quickly put on a pleasing expression to the words of the cold to say, words of the general manager, this thing really is not what I did. I am redeeming the relationship is so good how will harm her it, you let me see redeeming the line, and I said to her myself, please, please. After saying that, Yuan Shu crawled to Yen Han on his hands and knees trying to tug on his pants leg. Yen Han frowned disgusted back a few steps to let Yuan Shu grabbed an empty. Yuan Shu's face suddenly became ugly. She has been so lowly, Yen Han still so disgusted with her, but if she cannot see Jiang, because in the heart of Yuan Shu, Jiang is still that she will unconditionally believe in her when she says a few words of a little cutie. Just as Yuan Shu attempted to climb forward in, Yen Han spoke, I've kept you until now just to wait for to dispose of you myself after she recuperates from her injuries, not because you still have any value. I advise you not to make a scene in front of before she recuperates from her injuries and dirty her eyes, or else I can't guarantee that I'll do something about it either. Yen Han condescendingly looked at Yuan Shu, the words out of Yuan Shu bottom of the heart a shock. She realized that she has no chance. Yen Han has already determined that this thing is what she did. She has no way out, even that person has given up on her. After saying this, as if it was too dirty to even look at her one more time, Yen Han directly turned around and left, and the bodyguard followed Yen Han out and relocked the door again. Yen Han drove back to the hospital, first took a set of clothes in the next ward to change before going to find Zhang Bian, because he felt contaminated with the bad smell outside, cannot be contaminated with his Bian Bian. Yen Han changed his clothes and walked into the hospital room lightly. By the color of the moon, he walked to the side of Zhang Bei, watching Zhang Bei for a long time, and then leaned over and gently stabbed a kiss on Zhang Bei's forehead. The next morning, Zhang Yan opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling for a while before realizing that she was in the hospital. She turned her head to look. She saw sitting on the sofa is opening a video conference to the computer of Yen Han. This meeting looks quite important, because Yen Han's suit wearing the board, he has never buttoned the top two buttons of the shirt, but this time, it is buttoned up tightly. Jiang. Noticing Zhang Ren's line of sight, Yen Han raised his head and Zhang Ren's line of sight collided. Zhang Ren realized that peeping was caught packing, so he modeled a couple of coughs and slowly sat up. Yen Han watched Zhang Ren wake up from his nap and then said to the computer, I have something else to do, so I'll postpone the rest of the report to 1 p.m. What Yen Han was thinking was that at 1 in the afternoon Zhang Bian was still taking a nap, and after having the meeting while Zhang Bian was sleeping, he would be able to accompany her in the afternoon without any worries. After saying the words, Yen Han also didn't care what the other party said before directly shutting down the computer. After putting down the computer, Yen Han got up and walked over to Zhang Bei's side, asking with concern, is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable? Zhang Bian thought for a moment and replied, yes. Yen Han instantly tensed up and hurriedly asked, where is it uncomfortable? You lie down first, I'll call the doctor and we'll do another checkup. When Yen Han was raising his steps and preparing to go out, Zhang Bei quickly reached out and pulled him back, saying, no, it's actually not that serious. Just give me a little bit of spicy crayfish and hot pot and I'll be fine. It was only then that Yen Han reacted to the fact that Zhang Yan was craving for something, and he raised his hand to directly give Zhang Yan a pop. Zhang Bei did not expect that Yen Han would do this. For a moment of no defense was he popped right in the face. Zhang Bei covered his head and looked at him accusingly, asked, why hit me? Yen Han played after his own regret, his elegance so delicate, if angry still have to coax their own, although he did not force, just gently touched a little, but he also knows that elegance, if he is up to it, he cannot hold back. He raised his hand to rub Zhang Ren's forehead for him and said, in the future, you're not allowed to joke around with such things. Zhang Bing angrily said, I'm not joking. My stomach is already protesting, I can't get better without hot pot. Yen Han listened helplessly to Zhang Ren's accusations and let out a low laugh. Fine, wait until you're better, eat as much as you want, huh? Don't! I want it now. Yen Han suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Bing and slowly opened his mouth. Bing Bing. Zhang Bing instantly had a bad feeling. Do you remember when you said earlier that you would unconditionally grant me 3 requests? Zhang Bei frowned and thought about it, before remembering what he had said before when he came back from an event abroad in order to coax Yan Aojiao to say out. Having said this, Zhang Ren couldn't back out and replied in a small voice, remember. Yen Han hooked his lips and smiled. Then the second request is that you can eat what you want to eat after you get better. Right now you can only eat some light food first. Zhang Yan skimmed her mouth, feeling that God is really unfair to her. Yen Han hospitalized, she has to try to do everything to coax him well, and she hospitalized but also in turn to be asked, really sinful. Chapter 49, Cebu Baby. Zhang Yan reluctantly finished breakfast. Heart more hate Yuan Shu, if not for her word she to eat so bad food. After breakfast, Yen Han cleaned up the table. The door suddenly came a footsteps. Yen Han and Zhang Bo at the same time towards the door to look. The door was slowly pushed open. Into the eyes of the Yen Si Bei is trying to tiptoe twist open the door handle. Open the door for a moment. He saw sitting on the bed of Zhang Bei instantly red eyes. Quickly ran towards Zhang Bei. While running shouted, Mama. Just in the moment when Yen Si Bei little friend was about to report to Zhang Bei, he suddenly felt that his collar was grabbed by someone, and he twisted his head and frowned with a small brow grudgingly looking at Yen Han, who prevented him from running to his own mother. As if he didn't see his expression, Yen Han only said flatly, Your mom still has injuries on her body, so don't hurt her if you're reckless. When the little dumpling heard this, he couldn't care less about arguing with Yen Han, and immediately turned his head to look at Jiang Bo worriedly, saying, "Where are you still hurt, Mama? Is it still painful? I'll give you a huff and puff and it won't hurt." Jiang Bei laughed and rescued the little group from Yen Han's hands and carried it into her arms before she said, "It's not as serious as your father said. He's making too much of a fuss. I'm all better, nothing's wrong with me anymore." Xiao Duanzi stared at Jiang Yan with big bright eyes. "Really? Truer than pearls. See if I'm not fine now." Yen Sibian heartbreakingly hugged Jiang Ren and said, "Mama, which bad guy is bullying you? Let Mr. Yen go to find him to take revenge." Jiang Yan cried and laughed at the little group's words, and before she had a chance to speak, she heard Yen Han frown and ask, "Mr. Yen? Where did you hear all that from?" The little dumpling was bold in Jiang Ren's arms and said with his small chest, "That's how everyone else calls you, they say you're fierce and powerful." Yen Han helplessly held his forehead. "Don't listen to other people's nonsense. They say it's all true." The little group argued with reason. Yen Han glared at him, and Yen Sibei instantly retreated back into Jiang Bei's arms like a deflated leather ball. Seeing that the father and son had finished bickering, Jiang Yan stroked the little group's head before opening his mouth and asking, "How come you're the only one who came up here by yourself? Who brought you here?" Yen Sibei revealed her face and said, "Great-grandma brought me here. She and the housekeeper were walking too slowly, so I ran up here first by myself." "The great-grandmother is also here?" Jiang Bing was surprised. In fact, she is still a little afraid, because the first few years have been in Yen Han mess, even his family has not seen a few faces, this moment if the sudden meeting if Jiang Bo is also not ready. Thinking of this, she looked up nervously at Yen Han. In fact, Yen Han could see Jiang Bin's hesitation. He thought that Jiang Bin didn't have the intention to see his family, he was planning to send people back first. When he heard Jiang Bin's worried voice, "Grandma's coming here. Would it not be too good for me to see her like this? Would it be too much of a mess? Why don't you wait for me to be discharged from the hospital and then go to see Grandma?" Yen Han reacted for 2 seconds to what this sentence means. He was surprised to look at Jiang Yan. "You just said that you want to see my family?" Jiang Bei was surprised at how Yen Han had such a big reaction, but Grandma was coming up soon and she couldn't think too much about it, and hurriedly asked, "Can I see Grandma like this? Will it be too ugly? There are still bandages not removed." Yen Han was just about to speak when the sound of talking came from the doorway. How did this little Sibi run so fast? When Jiang Bing heard the voice, her heart instantly lifted and she nervously looked at the door. In fact, speaking of which, Jiang Bing had only met Yen Han's grandmother once, and that was when she and Yen Han got married. Jiang Yan's impression of her is not deep, only vaguely remembered that she is a very kind old lady. Even if she then had to make trouble with Yen Han, she has not interfered in their affairs. Even when Jiang Yan wants a divorce, she came to find Jiang Yan, said that if she really want to be good words, she can help persuade Yen Han. Did not wait for Jiang Bo to think down, the door of the ward was pushed open. Jiang Bo reflex-like stand up from the bed, hurriedly put Sibo directly on the side. The little Sibo has not yet reacted to what happened, has been thrown to the side of the real mom. On the contrary, Jiang Ren, she stood up and then hurriedly said, "Hello Grandma." After saying the words, he didn't know what to say, just stood so straight, more upright than when he was punished by the teacher in elementary school. When old lady Yan saw Jiang Yan standing up, she hurriedly went forward and said, "Egu, why did you stand up? Quickly sit down, your injury is not yet healed, quickly take care of it." Jiang Bian was helped to sit down by the old madam. The whole person was still tense, hoping that someone would come to her rescue at this time. She really didn't know what to do. This was when Yen Han walked up and tucked Jiang Yan in before asking, "Why did you come without saying hello?" The old lady said, "What for? Am I not welcome?" Yen Han smiled helplessly and said, "How come? Isn't this not being unprepared for fear of slowing you down? Yo, look at my big grandson, for the first time he cares about me as an old lady." Jiang Yan listened to the two grandchildren's bickering and secretly laughed out softly. She realized that Yen Han's grandmother was also a very funny little old lady, so that there was no pressure on her to get along. This is also the first time she has seen Yen Han chatting with someone in such a relaxed and easy way, and this is probably the only person he respects in this world. Chapter 50, Mrs. Yen. Yen Han looked at the little old lady's eloquent tongue, shook his head helplessly, and simply stopped talking. The old lady saw that Yen Han wasn't talking anymore and felt that she had won a round, so she returned her attention to Jiang Bing. Jiang Bing saw old lady Yen looking at her, and uncontrollably her body tensed up again. Old lady Yen looked at Jiang Bing for a while, then suddenly turned to Yen Han and asked, "Have those few people been dealt with yet?" "Haven't had the time yet, planning to think long and hard about it after has gotten better," Yen Han replied. Old lady Yen snorted coldly and said, "All bullied into our Yen family, what should be done with you also weigh yourself." Yen Han nodded. Old Mrs. Yen seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately greeted housekeeper Feng, who was standing outside the door. Old Feng, Egu. People are just not useful when they get old. Where are the things I brought for my granddaughter-in-law? Quickly bring it in. Butler Feng sniffed and walked in quickly, carrying a thermos bucket in his hand. "Old madam, it's all here." Butler Feng carried both of his hands full, and after placing all sorts of tonic on the table, he retreated to the side and waited. Jiang Run was a bit flattered. she thought that the old lady was just sending the little group here to drop by to see her, but she didn't expect that she still came prepared. Jiang Yan hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Don't bother Grandma, I don't lack anything here." Yan Han walked up and said, "Grandma, since she gave it, just take it, this is also a piece of Grandma's heart. Thank you Grandma in advance." Elder Lady Yan said in relief, "Yes, my grandson-in-law is injured. What is it for me as an elder to show nothing? I can't do much more. This is all I can do, just keep it." Jiang Yan looked at Yan Han, who nodded at her. Jiang Bing looked at old Mrs. Yan again and replied, "Thank you, Grandma, for taking the trouble." Old Mrs. Yan didn't say anything and looked at Jiang Bo with a smile, her eyes full of love. Yan Han in the side to see the real, silently in the bottom of the heart relieved. He grew up most of the time stayed in the old lady Yan side, but also very respectful of the old lady Yan, and Jiang Bian is his lover. These two are the most important people in his life. He very much hoped that the grandmother can be accepted by the Jiang Bian, and now it seems that the two can get along very well. Several people chatted for a while. Seeing that it was time for dinner, Mrs. Yan intended to take the little group back, wanting to let Yan Han accompany Jiang Bei to recuperate at ease, and then send Yan Bei back when Jiang Bei was discharged from the hospital. But when Little Dumpling heard that he had to be separated from his mother again, he refused to go no matter what. He had only just met his mother and was interrupted before he could say a few words, and now he was going to be taken away again, and he wasn't happy about it. Yan Han's selfishness is also hoping that Yan Bei and Mrs. Yan old lady to go, so that he and Jiang Yan can live in a two-person world to properly cultivate their feelings. After a long stalemate, Jiang Yan saw that father and son were about to turn against each other, and hurriedly said, that, "Why don't we let Si Yan stay here? I haven't seen him for a long time, and then send him back after dinner tonight? How about that?" After saying that, Jiang Bing tentatively looked towards Yan Han. Yan Han shook his head helplessly. His wife's honor had spoken. What could he say but to comply? The little dumpling got what he wanted and burrowed back into Jiang Bo's arms, relying on Jiang Bo's protection to look provocatively at Yan Han. Yan Han looked at Yan Sibian's expression and inwardly wondered if it was because he was too idle, and can go out to travel, and want to do what. It seems to turn back to Yan Sibian to enroll in a few more tutorial classes before the line. Yan Bei, who was lying comfortably in Jiang Bei's arms, would never have thought that his own father was figuring out how he could get him to leave Jiang Bei. The old lady of course had no problem with this proposal, and she also hoped that mother and son could spend more time together, so she took butler phone to leave first. Chapter 51, Helpers. After Mrs. Yan left, Yan Han took a phone call and also went to the company with a serious face, and before he left, he let Zuo Lin send 2 bodyguards over to guard their mother and son, and also let Jiang Bing call him as soon as he felt uncomfortable, and also guaranteed that he would definitely rush back before nightfall. Jiang. After Yan Han left, Jiang Yan carried the little group over and kissed and hugged him. She missed her son so much after not seeing him for such a long time. Listening to the little group of people say a lot of interesting things that they encountered while traveling, and hearing that the little group of people ate a lot of specialties, Jiang Bing completely sat down. She pretended to be sad and asked the little group, "Baby, you went out and ate so many delicacies, but mommy is here poorly and can't eat anything. Your own father only gives me those tasteless things every day. Do you want to help mommy?" Upon hearing this, the little group instantly widened their eyes and asked angrily, "Why don't you give mommy anything to eat? Because daddy domesticated you?" Jiang Bei instantly cried and laughed. She did not know where the little group heard the word domestic violence, busy explaining to, no domestic violence, dad is very good to mom, just because dad thinks that mom will recover faster, but you think, mom cannot eat anything good to eat every day, eat bad, will be unhappy, how can recover well in a bad mood, right? A bad will be unhappy, how can she recover well if she is not in a good mood, right? Xiao Duanzi looked at Jiang Bian seriously and nodded with seeming understanding. Jiang Yan continued to lull, "When mommy is in a good mood, she will recover faster, and then she can play with you. Do you want mommy to get well soon?" When Yan Bei heard that Jiang Bei could recover well quickly, her eyes brightened and she said firmly, "I want to." Jiang Bing smugly hooked her lips and continued, "Then do you want to help mom?" The little group immediately replied, yes. Jiang Bian saw the ploy succeeded and said, "You go and talk to the uncle of the bodyguard at the door, you say you want to eat snacks, let them help you buy a little back, mom will make a list for you, and you will just give it to them." Words fell. Jiang Yan, busy over the phone, listed a bunch of snacks she wanted to eat on it. The only pity is that you cannot eat hot pot and crayfish, but there is always better than nothing. After Jiang Yan finished writing, she handed her cell phone to Xiao Tuanzi, who took it and handed it to the bodyguard guarding the door on his ass. Jiang Bei looked at the bodyguard who walked out with his cell phone and hooked his lips in satisfaction. After a while, the bodyguard brought back 2 big bags full of snacks. Jiang Yan's eyes are bright. The bodyguard out of the bodyguard after the first towards the bag of burgers down. She really want to eat fried chicken burger, in order to cover up the eyes, specially let the bodyguard to buy the happy paradise meal. Jiang Bo of course did not forget her savior, opened a packet of cookies to the little group, and freed his hand to pull the little group over, directly in the face of the Yan Sibian kiss, happy to, "Baby, you are really mom's little lucky star." Yan Bei also do not know what he did to make Jiang Yan really happy, but he felt that as long as his mother quickly recovered well can be, mom happy he is happy, he also stupidly followed the Jiang Bei with a smile. The more Jiang Yan looked at the little dumpling, the more adorable she felt, and she also became more and more proud of herself. How could she be so good at giving birth, and give birth to such an adorable little treasure out of it? Seeing that it will soon be dinner time, Jiang Bei estimated that Yen Han will soon be back, then all the garbage in the hospital room to pack up, let the bodyguard throw down, and open all the windows to ventilate the air, for fear of leaving a little taste for Yen Han to smell, and the rest of the snacks did not finish. Jiang Bei all stuffed into the closet. After the big success, Jiang Bei looked at the neat ward and hooked her lips with satisfaction. Such a neat place as Conan came also can't see what she has done, right? Jiang. Chapter 52, Why Can't Mom Eat? When Yen Han entered the door, he saw a large and small group lined up in front of the TV, turning their heads in unison to look at him, making him feel that the day's fatigue had disappeared. But keen as Yen Han, in the first time he came in, he felt a strange smell in the house, but he did not think much about it. All is the hospital disinfectant water smell. Yen Han walked up, after rubbing the head of the little group, then walked directly to Jiang Bo, sat down next to her, asking her today, the wound still hurts, there is no uncomfortable place. Yen Sibian simply did not have the eyes to see. At the same time he is also more puzzled. Dad so concerned about the mother, why would still refuse to give her something to eat it? Yen Han si Jiang that Ice Jade Pavilion Kanji and Pastries is the capital of the famous good. Yen Han before these are not interested in not how to understand, but he wanted to bring back to Jiang Bo taste, then sends Wu Lin to order, and afraid of not in line with the tastes of the Jiang Bo, Yen Han simply bought Ice Jade Pavilion all the characteristics of the kanji and pastries. Jiang Bing looked at the pastries packed up in wooden boxes. Each wooden box had 3 layers inside. Each layer was a different flavor and different kind, unique and exquisite. Jiang Bei looked at these pastries on the surface smiling, heart bitter, although these pastries are very delicate, but she really cannot eat anything now. She forgot that she should leave a little appetite to deal with Yen Han. This is completely finished. When Jiang Yan saw the bodyguard bring in 7 or 8 more thermos boxes, she couldn't even maintain the smile on the surface anymore and ran away in a puff of smoke on the pretext of going to the toilet. Seeing that Jiang Bing didn't seem to show much interest, Yen Han was ready to remove these things and wait for Jiang Bing to come out before asking her what she wanted to eat. But Yen Si Bei's little friend's eyes lit up at the sight of these exquisite and beautiful little things, and when she saw her own father preparing to remove all these, she spoke up hastily, "Daddy, even though mommy can't eat anymore, I haven't eaten yet." It was only then that Yen Han seemed to remember that there was another child here, but he also quickly caught the point of his words and asked, "Why can't mommy eat anymore?" Little Dumpling quickly stopped his words, but on second thought, he thought that mom ate in order to recover from her wounds faster, and it seemed like mom didn't say that dad couldn't know, so he told Jiang Bian all about it without any psychological burden, because mom said that in order to be able to recover faster, she ate a burger, fried chicken, Coke, and fries in the afternoon. Yen Han quickly cooled down his face. He knew that, Jiang Bian here today so well behaved, things out of the ordinary, there must be a demon. No wonder he came in today, smelled a trace of strange flavor. Yen Han looked around the room. The only thing that can hide things is the closet. Yen Han walked over and slowly pulled open the closet. Jiang Yan even had the idea of vomiting in the toilet, but she knew that vomiting was very bad for the body, so she just thought about it, and she decided to go out and take a couple of symbolic bites, claiming that she didn't have an appetite to muddle through. Jiang Yan washed her hands intending to go out, but her right eyelid kept jumping. She had a premonition that something bad might be about to happen, and as a result, when she opened the toilet door, what came into her eyes was that Yen Han was standing in front of the closet, looking at the things inside. Yen Han sniffed and twisted his head toward Jiang Yan, who looked at Yen Han and blinked, thinking that there must be something wrong with the way he opened it, so he calmly backed away and closed the toilet door again. It's truer than a pearl. Jiang Bei closed the bathroom door after retreating back to wash his hands, and once again opened the bathroom door. Yen Han is still standing motionless and expressionless looking at her. Even if he does not speak, Jiang Bei also know that he is now in a bad mood. Jiang Bing blinked and turned her head to look at the little dumpling, who was sitting on the sofa shaking his little legs, holding a cinnamon cake in his left hand and a horseshoe cake in his right hand, with his mouth stuffed with a bulge, and was looking at her with a smile on his face. Jiang Bing had a blackout in front of her eyes. How could she be so shrewd that she forgot to urge the little group to keep it a secret? Jiang Yan's brain is running extremely fast, whether to directly admit fault or pretend wound pain, or directly fainted to forget. Jiang Bei has not come up with a countermeasure. The result of a look up, Yen Han has walked to her front. Jiang Bei startled, she held her breath, do not know what Yen Han will do next. She suddenly flash of light, the brain popped out to go down to the small group of people said that domestic violence, and she could not help but associate it with a variety of domestic violence on the network. Especially Yen Han is still a black belt in Taekwondo. She simply has no chance of victory to speak of. The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more scared she became, and just as she was about to just scamper away, Yen Han suddenly sighed and pulled Jiang Yan's hand towards the sofa. Jiang. Yen Han let Jiang Bei sit on the sofa, he himself walked out. Jiang Bei froze looking at the door, can only sit there obediently waiting for Yen Han to come back. Not long after, Yen Han opened the door and walked in, followed by a group of white coats, with small nurses pushing various instruments behind them. The doctor first let Jiang Bei lie on the bed, took out a variety of instruments to Jiang Bei up and down to check a number of, next to the small nurse in the notebook kept noting the data, Jiang Bei obediently lying on the bed at the mercy of other people, because of Yen Han and the sight of the eyes blinking look at her, she was afraid of disobedience she is going to be thrown out of. After all of them were examined, the doctors gathered around to analyze the data, and for a while the ward was terribly quiet, and Jiang Bei's heart couldn't help but lift up. Not a moment later, Jiang Bei's attending doctor pushed his glasses and raised his head to look at Yen Han and said, Mr. Yen, there is nothing wrong with the lady, her body is recovering all right, although it is a matter of abstaining from food, but it is not much of a problem to eat it occasionally, you don't have to be too nervous. Hearing the doctor say this, Yen Han relaxed with fleshly eyes, and after saying thanks to the doctor, he sent them away. Jiang Yen was beside her like she was watching a play, as if she didn't realize that the main character of this matter was her. She had to say that this checkup was completely redundant, purely a waste of healthcare resources, but she could only think about it in her heart. She didn't dare to say it outwardly. Jiang Bei twisted his head to look at Yen Bei. The little group from just saw his daddy expression so serious. There are so many doctors come in, also notice as if something happened. From the time the doctor came and walked to Jiang Bei bed beside the small corner, he knows this kind of occasion he cannot interrupt. Wait until the doctors are gone. He dared to approach Jiang Bei. Yen Bei looked at Jiang Bei with a worried face and asked, Mama, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that your body will recover well if you eat more? Jiang Bing had wanted to ask the little group of people how Yen Han knew about this matter. But in the end, looking at the little group of people with this appearance, where else could he open his mouth? She simply jumped straight off the bed, picked up the little group and walked over to the sofa, saying, Mommy's fine, didn't the doctor just say that? Those doctors are just here for routine checkups, every few days. Really? Little Dumpling looked at Jiang Biao half-heartedly. It's truer than a pearl. When has Mommy ever lied to you? Mommy wouldn't lie to you even if she lied to your daddy. Chapter 54, Don't Come Tomorrow. Yen Bei felt like there was something wrong with that statement. But since his mom had said it was fine he was relieved. Jiang Yen is trying to go to hold the little group of comfort to comfort him. The results of Yen Han pushed the door into the ward. Jiang Yen hurriedly relay back on the bed, pretending to be a weak look, for fear that Yen Han to look for her to settle scores in the autumn. Yen Han looked at Jiang Ren's appearance and knew that she really didn't have any problems at all right now. Yen Han escaped the hospital bed towards little Tuanzi, touched little Tuanzi's head, and said, in a moment, Feng Butler will come to take you back, so go back and obediently listen to great-grandma, okay? The little group nodded obediently and asked in a small voice, then can I still come to Mommy tomorrow? Yen Han couldn't help but lose his smile. This question was asked as if he was the bad guy who prevented Xiao Duanzi from meeting his real mom. Yen Han pinched the little group's face and feigned seriousness. That depends on whether you listen tonight or not. I'll ask Tai Grandma tomorrow if you've finished your recent homework yet. If not, then you'll have to wait until you've finished your homework before you can come. Jiang Bing lying on the hospital bed secretly drummed his face. Her own son to come to see her but also have conditions. The evil capitalists. Little Tuanzi said with a serious face, finished writing. I did finish my homework when great-grandma took me out to play. Yen Han hooked his lips in satisfaction. After a while, Butler Feng knocked on the door and came in to pick up the little group. Before leaving, little Tuanzi reluctantly pulled Jiang Ren's hand and said, Mama, I'll come to see you tomorrow. Oh, you have to sleep well today. If Papa bullies you and then doesn't let you eat, you'll tell me tomorrow and I'll go to find great-grandma to tell her off. Yen Han smiled helplessly as he heard these words from the sidelines. Jiang Bing also couldn't help but lose his smile and said, I know, your nagging appearance can really be a shadow of your father. Don't worry, your dad won't bully me. It was only then that Yen Bei was relieved to go out with Feng Butler, and when she passed by Yen Han, she specifically urged, you really aren't allowed to bully Mama. Oh. Yen Han gasped and pinched Yen Bei's little face vigorously. Yen Bei child covered her red cheeks, angry just wanted to be angry, who knew that Yen Han suddenly coldly came, if you don't leave, tomorrow you will be locked up in the home lessons, and you will never be allowed to come again. Yen Bei was stunned into silence, leaving only those big clear and bright eyes glaring angrily at Yen Han to vent his anger silently. Yen Han couldn't help but laugh in his heart at the little group's expression, but he didn't show it on his face, and raised his eyebrows at Yen Bei, threateningly saying, still not leaving? Yen Bei children even if they are angry again do not dare to fight hard with Yen Han. Holding Feng housekeeper's hand angrily walked away, but also intentionally stepped hard on the floor bang bang sound, as a way to show their dissatisfaction. Jiang Bing looked at the scene of father and son bickering, although she wanted to fight for the little group, but with her current situation is also not dare to talk back to Yen Han. She secretly said to the little group in her heart, rest assured baby, when mom takes back the initiative, mom will definitely get justice for you. After watching Yen Sibian go, Yen Han twisted his head toward Jiang Bei secretly bad, immediately put his head down did not dare to meet Yen Han's eyes, but also pretended to look like he was very busy, flipping through the east and west to see, although even she herself did not know what she was looking at. Yen Han looked at the pretentious Jiang Bing and found it very funny, and deliberately wanted to tease her, so he said, what are you looking for? Let me help you find it? This sentence made Jiangren even more embarrassed, so he could only laugh dryly and pick up, oh, no need, I'm just checking to see if Sibo has left anything behind. Who knew that Yen Han didn't give any face at all and directly picked up the sentence? But he came with only one person and didn't bring anything. Jiang Bing was completely speechless this time, secretly poking and prodding, thinking, Yen Han, this guy is not crazy today. Really angry with her. Jiang deep breath a few times after the left and right thought, or can't swallow this breath, simply swinging rotten, to kill or die casually him. Their own today have to first out of this bad gas and then say. She got up and stood directly on the hospital bed, which was a head taller than Yen Han, which boosted her morale even more, and she directly exclaimed, Yen Han, I didn't just steal some snacks. What did I do that was so sinful? You haven't given me a good face since you came in today. Besides, I'm fine now. I'm still standing in front of you and arguing with you. You've checked, and you're still looking at me with a blank face. What else do you want me to do? The more Jiang Yan said, the more aggrieved she became, and at the end of her words, her voice directly brought a sobbing tone, and her tears snapped and fell like broken beads. Chapter 55, Really? Jiang Bei marveled at her acting skills turned out to be so good that tears could come at the drop of a hat, while secretly observing Yen Han's face. Yen Han had watched Jiang Bei's performance with interest at first, but it wasn't until Jiang Bei began to shed tears that he realized the seriousness of the matter. In the face of hundreds of millions of large single at work can calm and collected speech, in the sea his own little petite wife dropped a few drops of golden beans after the beginning of the hand, panicked to go forward to the river into his arms, while wiping her tears, while patting the back of the river, the tone of voice like coaxing the little baby is gentle, afraid of a little louder voice will scare the baby in his arms. Yen Han said softly, no more crying, my fault, I'm just too worried about your body, I'm afraid that you'll be left with after effects in the future. If the doctor says that there's no more problem, then I won't restrict you anymore in the future, okay? Jiang Bian was waiting for those words, but she also knew that she couldn't show too much happiness or else she would be seen. So Jiang Bing raised her head and asked pitifully with her tear-stained eyes, really? I can eat whatever I want from now on? Yen Han, where to withstand this pitiful eyes of Jiang Bo, directly subconsciously replied, really, what you want to do can be. That look is like the ancient king who was seduced by the beauty of the emperor. Jiang Bian immediately smiled with joy, busy wiping the tears clean and said, then I want to eat spicy crawfish, hot pot, spicy rabbit head. Yen Han looked down at the chattering girl in his arms, the smile on his lips grew, even the corners of his eyes were uncontrollably revealing a smile. Yen Han thought to himself that it was fortunate that his baby was willing to give him a chance, otherwise the two of them might not have had the chance to get along like this in their lives. Jiang Yan saw that Yen Han had not responded to her, so she raised her head to look, and as soon as she raised her head, she met his gentle watery eyes. Those dark and bottomless eyes seemed as if they wanted to suck her in, and Jiang Yan looked red. As Yen Han looked at Jiang Bei's petulant appearance, the knots of his throat rolled up and down, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous, festering uncontrollably and spreading outward in wisps, like being compelled by something. The distance between the two people is getting closer and closer, until they can feel each other's warm breath between their breaths. Yen Han could no longer hold back, directly lowered his head and kissed on top of that softness that made him long for her. His lips gently brushed her lips like a feather, a slapdash kiss, teasing Jiang Ran's inner itch. Yen Han played recklessly, until the word cold ran out of patience. In this moment of heartbeat, let each other forget everything around. Jiang Bei was kissed by the whole body, numb, head dizzy, can only subconsciously respond to him. Gradually Jiang Bei cannot hold back, soft, can only be the entire weight of the person leaning on the body of Yen Han. Yen Han directly placed Jiang Bo on the hospital bed, legs apart, kneeling on the side of her waist. His hand gently stroked her face, and then heavy kisses. I don't know how long it took, but just when Jiang Bian felt it was hard to breathe, Yen Han let go of Jiang Bian. Yen Han looked at the little woman underneath him whose cheeks were red and about to drip blood. In an extremely good mood, slowly moved to Jiang Bei's ear and said in a low, deep voice, continue? Speaking between the hot air exhaled straight to Jiang Bo's ears, lips seemingly touched Jiang Bo's ear. Jiang Bo, completely unable to resist, she raised her hand around the neck of Yen Han, pulled down, looking to kiss up, but Yen Han suddenly stopped Jiang Bo's movements. Chapter 56, You're the prude. Yen Han raised his hand to block Jiang Bei's lips, raised his eyebrows and said with a bad smile, so impatient? Jiang Bing was dazed and confused for a moment when she heard this, then she instantly reacted and glared at Yen Han in annoyance, huffing to, you're not being proper again. Yen Han hooked the corner of his lips, slowly close to Jiang Bei's ear. Jiang Bei was his breath between the hot air made straight itch. She quietly shrank back, Yen Han to her ear. How is it that I am immodest? Obviously can't wait for you, ma'am. Hearing these words, Jiang Bing's brain, which was originally dazed by beauty, instantly came to its senses, and as she pushed Yen Han away, she stared at him with wide eyes and said angrily, Yen Han, you're just bullying me for being weak right now. You waited for me to be discharged from the hospital. It's not a gentleman to not report this revenge. The corner of Yen Han's mouth hooked up a teasing smile. He is very curious about his baby's way of revenge it. The relationship between the two accompanied by this matter also eased, and Yen Han also no longer pursue the matter of her stealing snacks. To the evening, Jiang Bo really feel all over how uncomfortable, have to go to take a bath, but can allow Jiangbo to eat those junk food is already the bottom line of the word cold, and the Jiangbo has not been completely recovered before the word cold. Really do not rest assured that she went to the bath alone, but also do not rest assured that in their own line of sight, on the discussion said that in 2 days in the wash. As soon as Jiang Yan heard this, she was not happy. 2 days after 2 days after 2 days, she hadn't taken a bath for 2 days, and after 2 more days she was stinking. But she also knows that Yen Han eats soft food, but not hard food, and he will agree to everything by pampering him. Seeing Jiang Yan's eyes in the gurgling turn, Yen Han knew that Jiang Yan was again thinking of what to deal with him. He just wanted to open his mouth to completely reject Jiang Yan to let her save her strength. He is absolutely impossible to let her out of his sight, who knows that Jiang Yan with her pair of glistening watery eyes so full of anticipation to look at the Yen Han, directly called out, "Husband." Yen Han instantly brain blank, cannot believe what he just heard. He raised his eyes and froze looking at Jiang Bo, feeling light all over his body, as if in the clouds in general. As soon as Jiang Yan looked at Yen Han's reaction, she knew that the matter of letting her go to take a bath was already a success. So immediately strike while the iron is hot. Voice became sweeter a few points. Hands incidentally also tugged on the arm of Yen Han, gently swayed twice, pampered like, "Husband, I want to go to the bath. I have 2 days have not taken a bath. You do not let me take a bath if I will not be able to sleep well tonight. You just promise me, okay?" Yen Han had no ability to think. His attention was focused on Jiang Yan's 2 husbands and her delicate voice, and he didn't realize what Jiang Yan said, so he just nodded his head and said, "Good." Jiang Bei's eyes instantly brightened a few degrees again, immediately let go of Yen Han's arm, jumped out of bed and darted to the bathroom while Yen Han had not yet reacted, fearing that when Yen Han realized what he had promised her he would again pull her to lie on the hospital bed. Waiting for the sound of water in the bathroom, Yen Han just from the beauty of the dream back to God, and then turn his head to look at the restroom is too late. Yen Han constantly chagrined himself again and again by Jiang Bian confuse, but also continue to admonish themselves next time must be held. Can't let Jiang Bo 2 sweet words to coax themselves to go, this is also too unprofitable. But now he also only had to walk to the bathroom door, knocked on the door, repeatedly urged Jiang Yan must not soak too long bath, otherwise it will lack of oxygen, and only give her 20 minutes to take a bath, after 20 minutes must come out. Jiang Yan in the inside listening to Yen Han rambling voice, perfunctory response, but she is just the left ear into the right ear out. Anyway, the bathroom door has been unlocked by her, when she wants to go out by her own decision. Yen Han outside listening to the perfunctory voice of Jiang Bei, and instructed 2 sentences will go to the hospital bed to sit. He understood Jiang Bei's temperament, since she has already reached the goal will not pay attention to what he said, he can now only do from time to time and Jiang Bei talked to her out. Chapter 57, Husband. It was only after about half an hour that the sound of water inside stopped, and Jiang Yan walked out of the bathroom while wearing a robe and wiping her hair. Yen Han saw Jiang Bei finally out of the eyes instantly light, and quickly walked up to ask, "Is there anything uncomfortable? Do you feel dizzy? Does your head still hurt? Do you want to call a doctor to take a look?" Looking at the worried look of Yen Han, Jiang Bing could not help but lose his smile, threw the towel casually onto the sofa, stepped forward and wringed Yen Han's neck, simply collapsed directly into Yen Han's arms, leaning his entire body weight on Yen Han, saying, "Not dizzy, not uncomfortable, and no need to call the doctor, it's just that I'm tired of taking a bath and washing it, so I may need you to help me blow out my hair, hubby." Yen Han wrapped his hands around Jiang Bei's waist to make sure that Jiang Bei could lean steadily on her, slightly leaning over to let Jiang Bei lean more comfortably. Hearing Jiang Bei call him a husband again, the arc at the corner of Yen Han's mouth couldn't be suppressed in any way, so he immediately replied back, "Good, then you go and sit down for a while, and I'll go and get the hairdryer." Jiang Yan closed her eyes and leaned into Yen Han's arms, lazily saying, "Later, first give me a moment to hold." Yen Han tightened his arms around Jiang Bei, and firmly hooped Jiang Bei's entire body in his arms. Jiang Bei buried her head in Yen Han's arms, silently hooked the corner of her lips. She knew that Yen Han lacked a sense of security, and Yen Han's trust in her is not so deep now, and may still feel that she is pleasing him so that she can escape in the future. These Jiang Yan know, then she will try to do everything to have a response. Yen Han like what she did, like what she said, as long as you can make Yen Han believe that she really loves him on the good. After a while, Yen Han let Jiang Bei sit on the sofa, he went to the bathroom and took out the hairdryer, adjusting the temperature before starting to blow dry Jiang Bei's hair. Jiang Bo's hair because of water vapor and gravity meekly hanging down, warm wind accompanied by whistling wind sound blowing out. Yen Han long slender fingers shuttle in Jiang Bo's silky hair, feel the soft hair in the warm wind blowing gradually become dry, silky. The two of them were quiet and cozy with the dim light, soft hair, and whistling warm breeze on this mild and still overflowing night. After blow-drying her hair, Yen Han unplugged the hairdryer's power supply, and then twisted her head to look at Jiang Yan. At this time, Jiang Yan's eyelashes were half closed, and her little head was little by little, and she was about to collapse without being able to hold on. Yen Han helplessly laughed. Jiang Yan felt that Yen Han has turned off the hairdryer, and forcefully opened her eyes to look at Yen Han, stretching out her arms, like a child asking for a hug-like posture, her voice still with a slight hoarseness when she just woke up, and daintily said, "Husband, sleep, want a hug?" Yen Han usually see Jiangren cannot hold, where can also afford to live a mouth a husband, but also rushed to and to stretch to hug Jiangren. Yen Han busy hairdryer thrown to the side, around to the front of Jiang Yan, like holding a child to pick up Jiang Yan, gently and softly put Jiang Yan to the hospital bed too, as if Jiang Yan is a rare treasure, a little heavier will break his baby as. After Yen Han helped Jiang Bei cover the quilt, he sat on the edge of the bed quietly looking at Jiang Bei's sleeping face. Jiang Bei turned on her side and felt the empty space beside her, and reached out to touch it. Was also cold. She struggled to open her eyes, and saw that Yen Han was sitting on the edge of the bed quietly looking at her. Jiang Bei reached out to pat the empty half of the bed beside her, and said softly, "Accompany me to sleep." Yen Han was surprised and happy. He had planned to wait for Jiang Yan to fall asleep and then go to sleep in the companion bed himself. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to let him sleep next to her. Yen Han lifted up one side of the quilt and lay in. Jiang Yan lifted one of Yen Han's arms and pillowed it under his head, and then moved into Yen Han's arms to find a comfortable position to lie down, and softly called out, "Yen Han, well, I'm here, don't worry about sleeping." Only then did Zhang Bing close his eyes with satisfaction and fall into a deep sleep. Chapter 58 Facing Losses. After seeing Jiang Ren asleep, Yen Han lay on his side quietly scrutinizing Jiang Ren's sleeping face. Jiang Bian's sleeping face peaceful, let out an even breathing sound, her slightly curled long hair spread on top of the pillow. When she closed her eyes, there is no usual lively, but a few more points of tranquility, her long eyelashes and feathers such as the color of a chick duck, crystal full lips slightly long, tooting her mouth, inexplicably cute. The more Yen Han watched the more fascinated, he countless times felt incredibly fortunate that he really got the woman he regarded as a treasure. After a while, Yen Han tucked Jiang Yan into the quilt, carefully withdrew his arm, and gently walked out of the room to the next ward. In the ward next door, Zhuo Lin and the surgeon had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that Yen Han had finally come, Zhuo Lin hurriedly walked up and said anxiously, "Mr. Yen, you finally came out." Yen Han sat on the hospital bed, took off his shirt, revealing his white skin, the man's lean and powerful chest exposed in the air, the waist and abdomen of the wall, mermaid line sexy, 8-packed abdominal muscles are arranged tightly, the body lines are smooth and just right. It is the left shoulder of the white bandage has long been stained red with blood. Yen Han this whole day have no time to change a piece of gauze, and do a substantial action led to the left shoulder just stitched wound all cracked, and now urgently need to restitch the wound, or face the risk of infection. And he did not want to let Jiang Bing know that he was injured. Things will let her worry. She is now the most important thing is to put their own body first to recuperate well. The doctor rushed forward to remove the gauze and re-sew the wound, while Zhuo Lin reported to Yen Han on the side. "Zhuo Lin, Mr. Yen, our company headquarters in Country Y was hit by a pair of companies yesterday. Several large companies jointly acquired, monopolized the raw materials needed for our production. Originally we have no profit in the royal family to do a business, only to fight for the opportunity of this new order. And now the company belongs to the urgent need for this new order back to blood, but they are low over the cost price to snatch away that the order. Several companies will face a huge loss, but it is very likely to lead to damage to our reputation. The share price plummeted, the money turnover Yen Han quietly listened, always cold face is still not much emotion, only that tightly frowned brow highlights the situation at this time is not optimistic. Zhuo Lin paused for a moment and then said, "Mr. Yen, the board of directors over in Y country is now in constant strife, and they all feel that the company's situation is now precarious, and it is urgent that you go to the town. Zhuo Lin knows that Jiang Bei has just suffered a kidnapping, so that Yen Han left Jiang Bei to travel is absolutely impossible, and Jiang Bei suffered a kidnapping after the Y company was maliciously attacked. It is impossible for them to think that this is a coincidence. In such a situation, it is even more unlikely that Yen Han left Jiang Bei to leave." Yen Han's brows furrowed as he thought for a while and said, "Let Lu Han Snapdragon go over there first on the Y countryside. His status as an associate director can also temporarily keep them at peace." After a pause, Yen Han added, "Opposite these companies that have always been at odds with each other can unite to suppress me at this critical point without losing money. There must be a mastermind behind it. You go and check who is behind them." "Yes," Zhuo Lin replied. The wound on Yen Han's left shoulder was also bandaged, and he redressed and went to the company with Zhuo Lin. In the past 2 days, due to the fact that Yen Han is not in the company, piled up a large number of documents need him to approve, and the company in Y country was attacked, so that the company's headquarters has been affected. A number of cooperative companies do not hesitate to pay compensation for breach of contract, also want to terminate the contract with Yan's. All these things need to be Yen Han personally to solve. When it was dawn, Yen Han's work was almost done, and he wanted Jiang Bei to be the first one to see him when he opened his eyes, so he had Zhuo Lin send him back to the hospital again. Yen Han gently approached the ward, sat beside the hospital bed for a while, waiting for the coolness of the body or dispersed before lying back on the bed, tightly Jiang Yan in his arms, quietly feeling the warmth of the arms. Yen Han felt the body's fatigue all evaporated before rest assured that he was holding the Jiang Yan fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 59, Staying in Home with You. The sunlight shone through the gap of the curtains into the hospital room, and it was shining impartially on Jiang Bei's eyes. Jiang Bei raised her hand and put her arm over her eyes to block out the sunlight, and then adjusted her posture with a sideways movement of her head and slowly opened her eyes. Into the eyes is the speech-cold clean white face, through the angular cold, the dense eyebrows, high nose, beautiful lip shape is not in the flaunting of noble and elegant. Jiang Yan looked into the fascination, but also in the dark scolded himself before really blind. In their own side there is such an interpersonal superb themselves cannot see. Jiang Yan raised his fingers outlining the sharp-edged profile of Yin Han, from the full forehead, to the cold brow bone, and then to the perfect such as carving like the bridge of the nose, all the way down. Until she was almost touching the knot of Yin Han's throat, a large hand suddenly grabbed Zhang Bei's wrist blocking her movement. Yin Han slowly opened his eyes, which still had the haze of just waking up, slightly squinting at Zhang Bei. His low voice said, "Seducing me in the morning? I don't mind a morning exercise." Jiang Yan looked at Yin Han just woke up immodest, then viciously glared at Yin Han, a closer look to realize that Yin Han under the eyes of the two pieces of black and blue. Zhang Bo instantly lost the mood to play around with him and said in a heartbroken voice, "Have you not slept properly in the past 2 days? Why are the dark circles under your eyes so severe?" Even without asking, Zhang Bing could guess that Yin Han hadn't slept well in the past 2 days because he had to take care of her, so she followed up with, "It's still early, so you can sleep some more and I'll accompany you." Yin Han hooked the corner of his lips, thinking that it was really good that his own wife would feel sorry for him, so he reached out and swept Jiang Yan into his arms again, saying, "Then you're not allowed to go anywhere." Jiang Yan muffled a hum in his arms. The two slept together for more than an hour before getting up. Just after washing up, Yin Han intended to let Zuolin send lunch. The door of the ward was pushed open from the outside. Zhang Bei was shocked by the sound of opening the door without warning. Yin Han frowned and looked at the door, only to see Lu Han Snapdragon walked into the room as if no one else was there. Angrily, "Yin Han, you have a beautiful woman here to hold a small life so cozy, send me to the Y country, do you have a conscience?" His beauty has not yet been hugged. Yin Han swept a glance at him and walked over to Zhang Bei's side, asking in a soft voice, "Scared?" Zhang Yan shook her head and returned, "I'm fine." Lu Hanshu looked speechless. "Are people in love so mushy?" Yin Han got Zhang Bei's answer before looking back at Lu Hanshou and returned, "Bei was just injured. I have to stay here to take care of her. Those old guys in the board of directors of Y country are constantly making small moves. It's best if you, the vice director, go over to sit in the town." Lu Han Snapdragon before the love field lost just returned from the Y not a few months, intends to come back to restart his wife road, which has not yet begun to be Yin Han to block. Business is not half in the middle road collapse, where he is willing to, this will come to look for the Yin Han to ask for a statement. Lu Han Snapdragon had to settle an account with him, at that time said to open the Y country market, but I took the lead to go, stayed over there for so many years to make the company bigger and stronger, which only came back for a few days, and want me to go back to the vice director of the old man not to do it. Jiang Yan listened quietly at the side, knowing that Yin Han's company in Y seems to have some kind of problem, but also knew that Lu Han Snap disappeared in these years turned out to be going to Y's company, did not talk about his girlfriend. She had to hurry up to tell this news to Su Qing to be able to do so. Words cold brushed the clothes on the ash that does not exist, not slow, and not let you stay there for 3 years and 5 years, first let you go there to keep an eye on the board of directors those people, and so on. Lu Han Snapdragon only felt a little more comfortable after hearing this. A single side of the river. When Yin Han saw Jiang Ren's aggrieved little appearance, he was no longer the same cloudy expression just now, and hurriedly grabbed Jiang Ren's hand and gently caressed her cheeks, saying, "If you don't want me to go, I won't, so I'll stay at home with you, and recuperating your injuries is the most important thing." Lu Hanshu looked at the side with a speechless face. "Are people in love all like this? Don't you get tired of being sticky? Why do both of them look like they don't have a brain?" Lu Hanzue knew that he would be too eyeless to stay here at this time, and after leaving a sentence of "I'm leaving," he left the hospital room without looking back. And on the other side, neither Jiang Yan nor Yin Han looked at him, as if he, the person, had never been here. Chapter 60, No Need to Abstain from Food. Zhang Bing asked, "What's going on in country Y? Is the situation bad? Why are you in such a hurry to go there?" Yin Han didn't want to say anything that would make Zhang Ren worry, he just wanted to protect Zhang Ren and just let her be his princess happily. Yin Han hooked the corner of his lips and said, "It's fine, there's just a project that hasn't been negotiated, it'll be fine after a while." Zhang Ren nodded thoughtfully. She was definitely very relieved for her husband, and she also believed that if she encountered any difficulties, Yin Han would be able to handle it. Zhang Yan then more wanna quickly get well, don't delay Yin Han's work, so she said with gusto, "Then in order for my body to heal quickly, we will be discharged from the hospital today. Go home and get well, I will get well faster, and won't delay your work." Words cold absolutely will not be assured to let Zhang Bei home now, but he cannot afford to Zhang Bei softly. In Zhang Bei persuasion, words cold to find a doctor and give Zhang Bei did a full body checkup, to determine that there is no problem before agreeing to take Zhang Bei back home. Sitting in the car, Zhang Bo lying on the car window looking out the window flying past the scenery, Zhang Bo not to mention how happy, these days can only stay in the hospital room can be bored her to the bad. Zhang Bing suddenly thought of something, sat up straight and looked at Yin Han, asking, "What about Yuan Shu? You must know that she has nothing to do with my kidnapping, you won't let her go, right?" Yin Han pretended to cough twice and said, "How can that be? I arrested her at the first opportunity and waited for my wife to be sentenced." Yin Han looked like a puppy that desperately wanted to be praised by its master. Jiang Yan nodded. She is very relieved that Yan Han is doing things. She also believes that Yan Han will never treat Yuan Shu well. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan's mood are pleasurable for a few minutes, moved to the side of the Yan Han, hands directly around the arm of the Yan Han, smiled and said, "Of course I know that you will not let her go, then first lock her up for a few days, when the mood is good to go to see her again." Yan Han hooked the corner of his lips and dotingly touched Jiang Yan's hair. Okay, all according to you, whatever you say. She definitely doesn't have the guts to kidnap me herself. I just don't know if the people behind her can be caught out so we can put an end to this. Said here, Jiang paused for a moment. She suddenly thought, instructed Yuan Shu to do so. The purpose of the person is to destroy her and Yan Han. If you cannot catch this person later, there will certainly be different things. Just do not know Yan Han Y company out of the matter, and this person has no relationship. Jiang is calmly analyzing, but Yan Han cannot be nervous at all. Proudly looking at Jiang, he thought to himself that the original his is so smart, can think of Yuan Shu behind the back of someone else instructed. His wife in all aspects are very powerful. The two just arrived home with their own thoughts. The first thing Jiang Bian did after entering the house was to lie down on the sofa and rolled on his back, exclaiming, "It's still comfortable at home." Yan Han heard the word home, not to mention how comfortable. He has never felt this word so good. He silently went up to help Jiang Ren take off his shoes and put them in the doorway. Shenma also rushed to welcome out when she heard the sound. Seeing her husband and wife come back together, she was overjoyed in her heart, and busily said, "Ego, Mrs. You're finally back. I'll have to make some delicious food for you to replenish your body in the next 2 days. I'll make you your favorite sweet and sour pork chops." After finishing her sentence, Shenma was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something and retreated back, asking, "By the way, ma'am, did the doctor say that you have to avoid eating?" Jiang Bian heard this, looked up with anticipation and looked at Yan Han. Yan Han looked at the little stars in Jiang Bian's eyes and couldn't say anything else, sat on the sofa, propped his forehead with his right hand and shook his head helplessly. No need to abstain from food. Jiang Yan immediately sat up straight when she heard this, wrapped her hands around Yan Han's neck and kissed him on the side of his face with a bark. Shenma blushed as she watched from the sidelines, so she hurriedly ran to the kitchen to cook. Chapter 61, Tomorrow with You. As the sky darkened, Shenma's dinner was ready, so she began to greet Yan Han and Jiang Yan to come and eat. Jiang Bing gulped at the wide array of meals on the table and praised Shenma's craftsmanship without stinting. Shenma smilingly looked at Jiang Bo, since Jiang Bo changed his mind after this home is getting better and better. After eating, Jiang Yan leaned back on the back of the chair, her hand touched her slightly bulging stomach, and said contentedly, "It's still Shenma's cooking that's delicious, and the junk food outside can't compare to Shenma's 1.5 stars. Yan Han poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of Jiang Bei, chuckling softly, "Now you also admit that what you ate before was junk food." Jiang Bei twisted her head and watery eyes glared at Yan Han without saying anything, picking up the glass of water on the table and drinking it all in one go. Yan Han laughed lightly at him, knowing that Jiang Yan was defeated, also stopped teasing her and just said, "Drink slowly, don't choke." Jiang Bing also ignored him. Yan Han touched his nose resentfully, knowing that he still had to coax Jiang Bei when he got angry. He was busy changing the topic. After a while, someone will send little Sibei over, don't you want to play with him? When Jiang Bian heard this, her eyes immediately glowed. Then when will little dumpling come? Has he eaten yet? Yan Han was about to answer her when the sound of an engine suddenly sounded outside the door, and he turned the conversation around and said directly, "It's not here already, just go ask." Jiang Yan had just walked to the door when little Tuanzi rushed to her legs with her little school bag and hugged her legs. "Did you miss mommy?" Jiang Bei asked as she took the little group into her arms. "Yes," Speech Siren replied in a loud voice. "How much?" "Think as tall as a tree." From a young child's perspective, they believe that big trees are the most gigantic things in the world, so they often use them as an analogy for their thoughts. Jiang Bing directly kissed the little group on their fleshy cheeks and returned, "Mommy is also super like Xian. Has Cebu eaten yet?" Jiang Bing asked again. "Eaten, just at great-grandma's." Receiving an affirmative reply, Jiang Yan walked over to Yan Han's side to say a word to him, and then directly carried Yan Sibei to the children's room, accompanying the little group to play with the blocks. Yan Han looked at the back of this large and small back, lightly smiled and sighed. It seems that with the small group of Jiang Bo no longer need him. At this time, Zhuo Lin also walked in from outside and respectfully said, "Mr. Yan, there are still some things waiting for you to handle on the company's side." In the last few days, Yan Han has been in the hospital with Jiang Bo. The company side fell a lot of official business waiting for him to deal with, coupled with the Y countryside of the company had some accidents, and now the board of directors of the headquarters of the Yan also appeared some gossip. The reason that Yan Han brought the little group over was to let him accompany Jiang Yan, otherwise he wouldn't have let the little group come over and ruin their world of two people. But more importantly, he was afraid that Jiang Bei was bored, but also more uneasy Jiang Bei at home alone. The recent events make him feel that these are not coincidental, in addition to strengthening the security of the home, but also arranged for bodyguards to follow Jiang Bei every day, but cannot let Jiang Bei find out that they are only responsible for silently following Jiang Bei to protect her safety. If it is the Yan's right home is okay, afraid of fear and that person's goal is Jiang Yan, Yan cold dare not bet, also cannot afford to gamble, now he dare not imagine if Jiang Yan disappeared in his life he will be how. Yen Han went upstairs to say hello to Jiang Yen and then went to the company with Zhuo Lin. When it came to dinner time, Jiang Yen wanted to wait for Yen Han to come back to eat with her, but she sat and waited and didn't see anyone, so she simply called Yen Han directly. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Pull back. A low, magnetic voice came from the other end, which was also mixed with exhaustion that was hard to ignore. Jiang Bo's voice was unconsciously gentle. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? Yen Han seemed to realize that it was already dinner time, and after looking at the time it was already 6:30, he hurriedly said, you guys eat first, there's no need to wait for me, I still have work to finish. Jiang Bo also knows that during this time he must have fallen a lot of official business to deal with, but they cannot help, only to urge, then you remember to eat. Come back early at night, do not wear out the body. Yen Han hooked his lips as he listened to Jiang Ren's broken thoughts. Is this what it feels like to be cared for? I hope they can stay happy like this. After a few more words of advice, Jiang Yen was able to hang up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yen shouted small group of children to dinner. The two ate dinner together. Jiang Yen and go to accompany the Yen Sibian to play Monopoly for a while before coaxing him to go to bed. Jiang Yen is in the bedroom bored with the phone, want to wait for Yen Han back, but waiting for the right and left did not wait for Yen Han. Jiang Yen did not dare to call, but also afraid to call Yen Han will disturb his work. Waiting like this until 12 o'clock, Jiang Yen really couldn't hold on and fell asleep. On the other hand, all the employees in the Yen group had already gotten off work, even Zhuo Lin had already gone home, and only the lights in the president's office were still on. Yen Han closed his sore eyes and pressed the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers to ease the soreness of his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again he realized that there weren't even a few cars left on the road in the distance. Lighting up his phone, which showed that it was already past 1 a.m. Yen Han realized that it was already so late, and hurriedly grabbed the car keys and the suit jacket on the seat back and rushed towards the parking lot. His elegance should wait for him to go home, but I do not know or so late. Elegance has just been discharged from the hospital, cannot stay up all night, you have to keep enough sleep to be able to. When Yen Han rushed back home, he saw that the lights in the living room were still on, and after changing his shoes, he gently walked to the master bedroom and gently pushed open the door. Zhang Bei still turned on the bedside lamp and waited for him to come back, but the person had already hugged his cell phone and was sleeping soundly. Yen Han let out a light laugh and gently approached Zhang Bei, placing the cell phone she had been holding onto the bedside table, ruffling the long hair that was scattered across Zhang Bei's face, revealing Zhang Bei's bare forehead and straight nose and blown-out skin. Yen Han was momentarily mesmerized and took out his cell phone to take a picture of Zhang Bei's sleeping face. He hoped that he could record the various details of the time spent between the two of them. Yen Han watched for a while longer before changing clothes and going to wash up. Wash off the cold air before Yen Han got into bed and lifted the quilt, lying down next to Jiang Run. Feeling the depression beside her, Jiang Yen, who was not asleep, roped over in a daze and directly wrapped herself around Yen Han like an octopus, burying her face into his chest. In a half-asleep voice that sounded like a pet, he said sultrily, "Why are you coming back now?" Yen Han's heart instantly turned into a puddle of water, lowered his head and gently kissed Zhang Bei's forehead. His voice was unconsciously lightened. "I'm sorry, because I was too busy and forgot to look at the time. I'll come back earlier tomorrow to accompany you." Good. Jiang Ren gently answered, and the person fell asleep again, his breathing becoming gentle and long. Chapter 62 Lu Yu returns to China. The next morning, Jiang Yen rolled over and felt empty around her. Jiang Yen opened her eyes in a daze and realized that she was the only one on the bed, and reached out to explore her body, and even the residual warmth is not left. If it wasn't for the remnants of her memory, Jiang Yen would have wondered if Yen Han had actually returned last night. Jiang Yen rubbed her eyes and picked up the cell phone on the bedside table with her hand, lighting it up and looking at the time, which was only 8 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yen skimmed her mouth. So early in the morning Yen Han has already gone out to work. These 2 days will not even have the time to accompany her. As he was secretly complaining, Jiang Ren's cell phone rang, and the caller ID was Zhang's mother. Jiang Ren answered the phone while wondering why her mom was calling her so early in the morning. Zhang mother's excited voice came from the receiver. "Bien bien tomorrow night bring your son-in-law and si bien to the house for dinner. Tomorrow afternoon your brother is coming back from Y country." Zhang Ren froze for a moment, then responded in kind. Zhang mother over there nagged him a few more times before hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yen stared at the ceiling and began to daze. Her brother was adopted back. Zhang father's previous comrades due to the mission died in the battlefield. His wife due to excessive pining for her husband everyday tea eventually led to depression, resulting in their children no one to take care of. The relatives also feel that at that time Lu Yu is a drag, no one is willing to adopt him. Zhang's father brought Lu Yu back for the sake of his former comradeship, and that year, when Jiang Bing was 3 and Lu Yu was 5, Lu Yu naturally became Jiang Bing's older brother. Lu Yu has known since he was a child that he is an outsider and does not really belong to this family, so he has been very understanding since he was a child, and as long as he can solve things on his own, he will never bother others. Jiang Bian when she was a child also wanted to let this suddenly join the big brother to play with her, but due to Lu Yu's character is too cold, so Jiang Bian grew up without Jiang Bian's initiative. The relationship between the two people slowly become more and more distant. Living under the same roof is only a nodding acquaintance. If there is nothing special there will rarely be exchanges. But just last month Lu Yu suddenly calls to tell her the truth about how Zhang's group once almost went bankrupt. Now Zhang Bing can't figure out what this brother of hers is thinking. Thought for half a day also did not come up with a reason. Zhang Bei simply do not think. Get up and simply clean up a bit, eat breakfast in the small group will be sent to the kindergarten after the thought of their own idol at home anyway, might as well go to look for her dear husband. She has been almost 24 hours did not see him. When she arrived at the downstairs of the Yen group, Zhang Yan thought about whether she should still give Yen Han a call first, fearing that going up directly would disturb his work. The phone was answered just as soon as it rang. On the other end, Yen Han's low, magnetic voice came out, "What's wrong? Miss me so soon?" Zhang Bing silently rolled her eyes in her heart. When did Yen Han become so immodest? Don't want to. Zhang Ren returned stiffly. Don't want to, hang up then. Zhang Bing huffed, how dare you? Yen Han lightly laughed and threw away the pen in his hand, leaned on the back of the chair, and lazily said, I don't dare, how can I dare to hang up on my wife's phone call? Zhang Bing was then satisfied by 2 points and asked, are you still busy? Well, but it's almost done soon, so we'll go to dinner in a few minutes. What time did you leave in the morning? I got up and realized you weren't there, and you came back so late last night. Zhang Bei's tone of voice also carried a little bit of aggravation under the fine hearing. I'm sorry, I did have a lot to do in the last 2 days, but it's almost enough to get home early today to be with you. Good, then you have to come back for dinner tonight. Oh, I'll have Chen's mom make dinner in advance and wait for you. After saying that, Zhang Yan hung up the phone. Yen Han listened to the busy tone on the phone, helplessly shook his head. This person is really want him. The phone said hang up, do not leave him a time to answer. Knowing that Yen Han is still in the office is good, Zhang Bei grabbed the co-pilot's bag and went straight to the top floor of the president's office. Zhuo Lin was surprised for a split second when he saw Zhang Yan coming, and busied himself by coming forward. Ma'am, why did you come all of a sudden? Tell me if you're coming so I can go down to pick you up. Zhang Yan waved her hand and said, it's fine, go ahead and get busy. Special Assistant Zhuo, I'm just here to see Yen Han. Zhuo Lin also realized that Zhang Bei might want to give Yen Han a surprise, so he didn't say anything else and went straight back to his office. When she arrived at the door of the president's office, Zhang Yan thought for a moment and turned to the pantry to make a cup of tea before knocking on the door of the president's office. Enter. Zhang Bei opened the door and went in, seeing that Yen Han didn't even lift his head, still reading the documents with his head down, so he gently walked over and put the cup of water on the table in front of Yen Han. Yen Han still said without lifting his head, put down the cup, you can go. As a result, after waiting for half a day and not seeing the other party make a move, originally not much patience, Yen Han frowned and raised his head, originally wanting to reprimand the other party, but found that it was Zhang Bo, then immediately stood up and walked to Zhang Bo's side. Surprised, he asked, why are you here all of a sudden? Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow. What, I'm not welcome? Of course you're welcome. After saying that, Yen Han single-handedly carried Zhang Yan to the desk, raised his hand and gently rubbed Zhang Yan's red lips, and lowered his head to kiss. Yen Han hugged Zhang Bing tightly. Zhang Yan's eyes widened, thinking that this was in the office. Why was his mind full of this yellow waste? Yen Han did not give her the opportunity to speak. So many days he has long been unable to endure. Men once the meet after it is very difficult to collect their own. Zhang Bing wore a white dress today, which made it easier for Yen Han. The sudden coolness caused Zhang Bei to be shocked inwardly, and she hurriedly grabbed onto Yen Han, pressing towards him in an attempt to draw a trace of warmth. Chapter 63, This is a Company. Yen Han felt Zhang Ren leaning towards him and laughed softly. Zhang Bo became even more annoyed and whispered angrily, are you crazy? This is in the company. Yen Han said without thinking, what are you afraid of in your own company? Who would dare to come in? Yen Han did not give Zhang Yan the opportunity to speak, originally to say all the words choked in the throat. Zhang Yan water-eyes indignation glared at Yen Han, only to forcefully pound it on the shoulders of Yen Han. Slowly Zhang Bing also lost the energy to be angry with him. Yen Han do not know what suddenly thought of a bad laugh, leaned over and slowly came to Zhang Bian'er, said what? Zhang Yan did not react at first. When she understood what he was saying, all of a sudden her cheeks reddened through and through. She could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill down. She was shocked at when Yen Han was able to say something like this. Zhang Yan incomparably regret this decision to come to find Yen Han today, might as well find her little sister to drink afternoon tea, and not be pulled by Yen Han here at toss. It was lunchtime. Zhuo Lin waited outside the door and didn't see the two out, hesitated for a long time outside the president's office door and didn't dare to knock on the door, carefully thought about if he ruined Mr. Yan's business then his year-end bonus this year will definitely be gone, but if he didn't call Mr. Yan for lunch, Mr. Yan will at most scold him for a while. Thinking for a moment, Zhuo Lin left without looking back. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Bei was already exhausted, and her entire body leaned on Yen Han to keep from collapsing. On the contrary, Yen Han, like a male demon who has sucked the essence of the full glow, a face of insatiable. Yen Han organized both of their clothes and Princess carried Zhang Ren to the sofa, letting Zhang Ren sit on his lap and gently rubbing her waist for her. Zhang Bei said breathlessly with her hands around Yen Han's neck, why is your brain netted with these yellow wastes? Next time I will never come to your company to find you. Yen Han said helplessly, Biao Biao, I'm a normal man, if I don't react when I see you you're the one who should be distressed. Jiang Bian looked up and glared at Yen Han, saying indignantly, I'm hungry. Yen Han said, then I'll ask Zhuo Lin to bring the food up, or shall we go out to eat? Zhang Bo really didn't have the strength to go out now, and lazily said, let special assistance was send it up, I don't want to move. Yen Han favored him and said yes, then called Zhuo Lin to send lunch up. Not long after Zhuo Lin brought lunch up, 5 dishes and 1 soup, the already hungry Jiang Bei wolfed down the meal, and then lay on the sofa unwilling to move. After Yen Han cleaned up the garbage, he sat down next to Jiang Ren and said gently, do you want to go to the lounge to take a nap? I still have some business to do, let's go home afterward. Jiang Yan nodded and stretched out 2 slender white arms at Yen Han to pamper him to hug. Yen Han effortlessly picked Jiang Yan up like a child and walked towards the lounge with his arms resting on her hips. Carefully put Jiang Bo on the bed, for her to cover the quilt to watch Jiang Bo fall asleep, Yen Han carefully out of the lounge. After sleeping for more than an hour, Jiang Yan slowly opened her eyes and slowed down before remembering that she was now in Yen Han's lounge. Jiang Yan picked up her cell phone and swiped it, seeing the chat with Jiang Mother before remembering that the purpose of coming to find Yen Han today was to tell him that they were going to go home for dinner together tomorrow night, but it all ended up being messed up by him. Jiang Yan felt that with her memory, she would forget in a while, and simply got up and went out directly intending to tell Yen Han. Outside the door, Yen Han was sitting at his desk reading his financial statements and twisted his head to look over when he heard the commotion. Jiang Bei saw that Yen Han had a serious face when he saw her, and his eyebrows were furrowed as if he could pinch a fly, and when she was thinking back to what she had offended him, she saw that Yen Han stood up from his chair and walked towards Jiang Bei. Jiang Bing froze in place. Yen Han's face was indeed a bit cold. Should she stand here, or turn her head and run? Just as he was thinking, Yen Han walked up to him and picked her up without a second thought. Jiang Ren exclaimed, what are you doing? Why are you running out without shoes? You're about to have your period and the ground is so cold, you'll have a stomachache again then. Jiang Bing looked at him with slight surprise and said, you remember all of this? Yen Han didn't reply to her words, put Jiang Bo on the sofa and said in a serious manner, tomorrow I'll let Zhuo Lin put the office on carpet, so you can walk barefoot when you come in the future. No need to make such a big deal out of it, it's not like I'm barefoot all the time, I wasn't wearing slippers when you carried me in at noon. By the way, I came to talk to you about coming to our house for dinner tonight, my brother is coming back tomorrow. Yen Han frowned at his words, your brother? Why did he suddenly come back? Jiang Yan shook her head, at that time, he was the one who told me that what happened back then had nothing to do with you, that's why I came back. Yen Han sniffed and laughed, sitting down beside Jiang Ren and said, it looks like I'll have to thank this great uncle of mine tomorrow. As soon as Jiang Yan saw that he was out of shape again, she changed the topic and said, are you busy? When are you going home? Almost there, 2 more files. After Jiang Yan swiped her cell phone for a while and waited for Yen Han to finish his business, the 2 of them went home together. After arriving home, the little dumpling had already finished his homework. Seeing Yen Han and Jiang Bo back together, the little dumpling was so happy that he rushed forward to hug Yen Han's legs, tilting his little head and said, Daddy, where did you go yesterday? I didn't see you for a day. Yen Han bent down and took the little group into his arms. Daddy isn't rushing back to accompany you. The 3 of them ate dinner together, and Yen Han put the little group to sleep before returning to the master bedroom. Jiang Yan had been looking at his cell phone. Yen Han came in and first went to the bathroom to take a shower. He took a quick shower, less than 10 minutes wrapped in a bathrobe and walked out. Yen Han casually wiped his hair twice before casually throwing the towel aside and sitting next to Jiang Ren. Jiang Bei looked at this hungry wolf-like eyes of Yen Han, suddenly felt bad, threw the cell phone aside and picked up the quilt to wrap himself, his eyes vigilant, and asked, what do you want? Yen Han couldn't help but laugh a little at her actions. What do you think? No way. Absolutely not. Why? There's no reason for that, you can't overindulge, you have to abstain. Yen Han snorted, baby, it's only been a few times, you haven't even made it up to me in the days you've been recuperating from your injuries. That doesn't count, that's my health. No, I'm not feeling well, get up off me, I'm going to bed. Hearing that Jiang Bing was uncomfortable, Yen Han didn't dare to take any chances and eagerly said, what's wrong? Where is it uncomfortable? Let's go to the hospital now. After saying that, Yen Han stood up with the intention of going to change his clothes. Jiang Yan hurriedly pulled him back. No need, you don't touch me for the next 2 days, let me rest and I'll be fine. Yen Han then reacted to Jiang Nguan as lying to him, but also really worried about her body, and finally only let Jiang Nguan help her blow dry her hair, and hold her down and kiss her for a while before letting her go. Chapter 64, Come Back Safely. Early the next morning, by the time Jiang Ren woke up from his sleep in a daze, it was almost noon. Yen Han and Xia Duanzi had already gone out a long time ago. Jiang Bian woke up and chose what to wear for the evening before going downstairs for dinner. In the evening, Yen Han came back after work to pick up Jiang Yan and Yen Sibei, and the 3 of them set off to Jiang Mother's house together. When they arrived at Jiang's house, Lu Yu had already returned early and was giving Jiang's mother a hand in the kitchen. Hearing the door open, Lu Yu washed his hands and rushed out. Jiang Yan shouted, brother, long time no see. Little Tuanzi followed suit, uncle. Yen Han nodded at Lu Yu from the back, incidentally putting down the gifts he was carrying in his hands. Lu Yu said, going back to your own home, why bring so many things? A more detached courtesy, and one that highlights the relationship between a few people. Jiang's father and mother also rushed out when they heard the sound, and when they saw that the whole family had arrived, they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Jiang's father and mother called Jiang Bian to help in the kitchen, and little Duanzi went to play with blocks by herself, leaving Lu Yu and Yin Han in the living room. The two were speechless relative to each other. Lu Yu was making tea when he suddenly opened his mouth for no reason. It's not too peaceful lately, make sure to protect both of them. Yin Han raised his head, his sharp eyes staring at Lu Yu. Of course he knew that he was talking about Jiang Bei and Xiao Duanzi, but what did he mean by suddenly saying this? Lu Yu poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yin Han, then said, "You also had some personal grudges with the Bloodthirsty Society before, right? Originally, they had subsided for 2 years, but recently, they didn't know which power they had gotten support from, and purchased a large amount of arms, and as far as I know, your company and country Y should have been attacked." Yin Han looked at Lu Yu's eyes are getting more and more gloomy, not to mention the Y branch by the competitors of the suppression. Just this afternoon in the company he has received a call. The words of the company in YA branch was bombed. Fortunately that branch has been converted into an arms depot, no casualties, but this warehouse stored a large number of arms. Lu Yu took a sip of tea and then said, "The forces behind the Bloodthirsty Society we have been investigating, because before we have also been subjected to joint suppression, raw materials were bought out, the stock price plummeted, in the process of investigation found that this person seems to have some kind of connection with the Bloodthirsty Society. The Bloodthirsty Society is also striking at you. I always feel that they are rushing to come to our family, and I'm afraid that they will start from the salvage." Lu Yu paused before continuing, "She stayed alone and the outside is too unsafe. If she can stay in your side that is naturally the best result. I investigated the truth of the year sent to her. The rest will depend on the destiny of the two of you. If not I was going to receive her to my place. The results did not expect you guys seem to have a good time." After saying that, Lu Yu put down his teacup and looked at Yin Han playfully. Lu Yu said what happened before in a few words, so Yin Han didn't have the need to dwell on it, and opened the door to ask, "Then why did you come back this time?" Lu Yu looked at Yin Han and didn't rush to speak, asking instead, "Why do you think I came back suddenly?" Yin Han said nonchalantly, "I guess it's because you found out that person is in the capital city." It was supposed to be a question but Yin Han said it in a declarative tone. Lu Yu laughed and complimented, "Worthy of being the president of the Yen group." While this was happening, Zhang Yan came out from the kitchen with dishes and called out for the two to eat. Only then did the two men collect their pinpricks and walk off to help in the kitchen. After dinner, a few people chatted in the living room for a while before getting ready to go home. At the door, Yin Han waited for Jiang Bei to bring little Tuanzi. Lu Yu said at the sighted Yin Han, "I'll have my assistant send you the information I found out here. After all, China is your turf, so try to see if you can find out about that person." "Good," Yin Han answered. After finishing high school in China, Lu Yu took the initiative to study in Y. After graduating, he said he wanted to start a business with a few friends and stayed in Y for 7 years. Jiang's father to see Lu Yu so promising is also happy, and so the old himself went over there, and Lu Yu's real father is also considered to have an account of. On the way home, Jiang Ren couldn't help herself and asked, "What were you talking to my brother about in the living room today?" Because Jiang Bei knows that Yin Han and Lu Yu have never met twice, but today the two of them have been chatting in the living room for so long they can't help but make Jiang Bei a little curious. Yin Han did not want to hide from Jiang Bing, so he said the content of today's chat between the two to Jiang Bing to listen, and at the end of the sentence added, "Before the Yan's branch in Y country is also subjected to suppression, I sent Lu Han Snapdragon to go first, and intends to wait for you to go to take a look after you are completely well." Jiang Yan hurriedly said, "I'm already fine, you just go about your work." Yin Han laughed softly and swept Jiang Yan into his arms and said, "What? Listening to your tone, you still want me to leave quickly?" "I didn't, I was afraid I'd hold you up at work." After a while, Jiang Bing asked again, "When will you go?" "Flight's tomorrow morning." "So soon?" Jiang Yan had a hint of surprise. Originally she thought that Yin Han would stay for 2 more days. "Well, things aren't going too well over there. A branch of the words has been blown up this afternoon." Realizing that the situation in Country Y was very unpromising, Jiang Bian urged, "Then you must promise me that you'll be safe when you go to Country Y." Yin Han lowered his head and dropped a kiss on Jiang Ren's forehead and said, "Don't worry, there's still you and Siren, I'm sure I'll come back safely." After returning home, Jiang Bei took out Yin Han's suitcase and packed clothes for him, checking the weather forecast of Y country while matching clothes for Yin Han. Yin Han stood on the side, full of tender eyes looking at Jiang Bo. In fact, every time he traveled on business, there are people who packed his clothes and sent them directly. There is no need to pack their own luggage, but he saw that Jiang Bo was willing to do something for himself, then he will not fail Jiang Bo's heart. The next morning, Yin Han packed up and ready to go. Before leaving in Jiang Bo's forehead fell a kiss. Jiang Bo felt the movement of confused eyes open, see Yin Han have been packed up and ready to go instantly woke up. Chagrined, I said, "Why did I sleep over? I was going to say I'd give you a ride." Yin Han hooked his lips and said, "There's no need to send me. I'll be happy if you rest and eat well at home." Jiang Yin bristled, "But I also want to do something for you." Yin Han dotingly touched Jiang Ru's hair. "You've already done a good job, Ru. After saying that, he pointed to the suitcase. "Mrs. Yin packed my luggage for me, also matched my clothes for each day. You've done a good job." Jiang Bei hooked her hands around Yen Han's neck and moved up to kiss his lips, admonishing, "Then I'll stay home obediently and wait for you to come back." "Good." Zhuo Lin waited outside the door for a long time before seeing Yen Han walk out, rushed to welcome him. Seeing the large suitcase pushed in Yen Han's hand, startled, carefully reminded, "Mr. Yen, your luggage has been packed and sent to country Y." Yen Han lightly glanced at Zhuo Lin. "This is what my wife packed for me." After that, he got into the car without looking back. Zhuo Lin's head went down for a moment, thinking what's there to show off. His wife packed his luggage every time he traveled. Chapter 65. Are they in danger? After Yen Han got on the airplane, he sent a message to Jiang Yen to report his safety. "Jane, give me a call when you land." Speech Cold smiled and agreed. Sitting on the side of Zhuo Lin saw Yen Han holding a cell phone, smiling like a spring breeze without guessing. Also know that must be Yin and Jiang Bo send messages. Zhuo Lin some speechless. How come he hadn't realized before that Mr. Yen, who was a man of his word at work, was also a love brain. Jiang Bian lay in bed across the room and couldn't sleep, directly got up and went to make breakfast for the little group. This time, Jiang Yan's breakfast was simply much better than the last time. She rushed upstairs to call the little group down to eat breakfast. The little Yin Bei sleepy, dilly-dallying for a while before slowly and leisurely to wash up, mainly, heard the breakfast as Jiang Bei handmade. He was more resistant. The last time his mother made breakfast is still fresh in his mind. This time his father traveled, more no one to share with him. After seeing the breakfast on the table, little dumpling asked incredulously, "Mama, did you make all of these?" Jiang Bei brought out the porridge that had just been boiled and put it on the table, saying, "Yes, it's all done by Mom alone. How about a big improvement?" Jiang Bian looked at the little troop expectantly, and the little troop's eyes shone brightly as it nodded like garlic. Yen Bei couldn't wait to sit down, scooped up a small wonton in the bowl and tasted it. The little dumpling instantly glowed with both eyes. He didn't expect his mom's cooking to be so delicious. Jiang. After breakfast, Jiang Yan sent little Tuanzi to school, and she also felt like she had nothing to do alone, so she took a turn to go find Su Qing. Pressed the doorbell for a long time, inside only came out a little movement. Su Qing was still dreaming. "I do not know which murderer has been ringing the doorbell." She rushed out angrily, saw the displayed Jiang Bo's face. She helplessly scratched her hair. This ancestor early in the morning to torment people. Su Qing's eyes didn't even open as she sleepily opened the door. Jiang Yan saw Su Qing's sleepy appearance and was shocked to say, "Not you, what sleep early in the morning?" After saying that, she directly barged into the house and took her own slippers to change into and walked to the sofa to sit down, naturally as if she had gone home. Leaving Su Qing alone, she rolled her eyes in bemusement. "Big sister, when will you sleep if not in the morning? What are you doing here in the morning? Your family doesn't pull you to do an exercise in the morning and still let you have time to run around? Can't he?" After saying that, he teasingly looked up and down at Jiang Bo. This time, the one who rolled her eyes turned into Jiang Bing, and she exasperatedly said, "I don't think you should call Su Chang anymore, just call Su Duan." Yen Han traveled this morning. Su Cheng yawned and walked towards the bedroom, saying as she did so, "You play by yourself, I'll sleep some more." Su Qing had just laid down on the bed when Jiang Bing chased her in, lying next to her and staring at her with bright eyes. Su Qing was creeped out by her stare and asked directly, "Something to talk about? You and Lu Han Snapdragon, now what is the situation? In the end, that night party you are not together to go it, how now a little news have not off?" Su Qing annoyingly put the quilt over her head and said sullenly, "I don't know, after he brought me to his house that day, he pressed me against the door and started kissing me, and I felt that he had obviously already reacted to it, and he was holding up a small umbrella underneath. But he suddenly let go of me and said that he wanted to send me home." Jiang Yan listened with a question mark on her face. "Then what? Then you really went home?" Su Qing lifted the quilt off, her eyes staring at the ceiling listlessly, and said indignantly, "He grabbed my wrist and shoved me into his car. Besides, I'm a girl, I can't really just say that I want to have something with him, that's too unreserved." Jiang Bei looked at Su Qing sympathetically, "So it seems that the one who can't is probably Lu Hanshu." This is in return when she just entered the door. Su Qing said that Yen Han cannot, she can really hold a grudge off. Su Qing said breathlessly, "I can feel that thing underneath him. How could it not work?" Jiang Bei simply lay down directly. "Then why didn't he touch you? He just held back? Did you guys have any contact after that day?" Speaking of this, Su Cheng became even more depressed. "No more. He hasn't looked for me, and he's kicked me out, so how can I look for him again? I don't want to be a licking dog. Your sister's life is fine without a man. But why didn't he come to you, after kissing you? Who knows what he thinks?" The more Su Qing spoke, the more annoyed she became, so she simply closed her eyes and didn't think about it. After a while, Jiang Yan thought of something and suddenly said, "Right, I remembered, Yen Han's company in Country Y recently had some problems. Wasn't I in the hospital before? He had to take care of me and let Lu Han Snapdragon go, so both of them should be in Country Y now." Su Qing's first reaction was not where Lu Hanshu was, but that Jiang Yan was in the hospital. She suddenly opened her eyes and asked, "Why are you in the hospital? Why are you in the hospital?" Jiang Bing didn't expect her focus to be on this, so he told him everything about the kidnapping. "I didn't tell anyone, and my parents don't know, and I didn't want you to worry." Su Qing suddenly sat up and fiddled with Jiang Bo back and forth, looking here and there for a while, and demanded, "Get up and run a couple steps for me." Jiang Bei lazily ignored her, rolled over and continued to lie down. I can drive up to you by myself, and Yin Han is on a business trip. Do you think that according to his nature if I'm not well, he can go abroad? Su Qing pondered for a moment. It is indeed so on the Yin Han to Jiang Bo that baby-like, Jiang Bo if there is still any problem he could not let him out. Thought of this she was relieved, then lay back again. Why did Yuan Shu send someone to kidnap you? Jiang Yin shrugged, haven't asked yet, her people are still being held by Yin Han, he's been too busy to deal with her lately, when I'm in a good mood I'll go see her. So the Wise accident had something to do with it? Su Qing was also aware that they had more or less a couple of opposing families outside the mansion, and she wouldn't be naive enough to think that these two things that happened one after the other were coincidental. Jiang Yan nodded. After a moment of silence, Su Qing suddenly asked, then will the two of them be in danger? Jiang Yan didn't answer because she didn't know either. They are definitely in danger this time to go to Y country. After all, it is not like China, in their own chassis everything is good to deal with, but to other countries is always inferior to the domestic. Su Qing also understood what Jiang Bing's silence meant, so she didn't pursue it, and both of them stared at the ceiling in relative silence. Chapter 66, You Can't? Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Yen Group branch in Country Y, Yen Han sat on the main seat, with Lu Hanchu sitting on his right-hand side and Zhuo Lin standing on the side. Yen Han's fingers rhythmically tapping on the desktop. A group of senior leaders seated below were silenced and did not even dare to say anything. Yen Han just arrived in Y. Let Zhuo Lin called all the directors to a meeting. He does not think that several other companies can know that they are in urgent need of that order because of coincidence, and only by the ability of the bloodthirsty will not be able to blow up his armory quietly. He felt that there must be an insider's reception in order to make these two things happen before and after. Yen Han intends to explore the bottom of these people. How can the right family know about that order? We desperately need to work with the royal family to return blood, when the rest of the company's employees don't even know about it yet, except for the members of the board of directors? Yen Han's sharp-edged eyes swept over everyone present, sparing those directors who had seen great storms from being stared at by the eyes of this young scion, but also did not dare to breathe a breath. Yen Han then added, the branch that was bombed was just converted into a warehouse not long ago, and a large amount of arms were stored in it only some time ago. So how could it be such a coincidence that the one that was blown up just happened to be this arms depot? The directors at the bottom pondered for a while, and someone seemed to understand something and picked up. Do you mean to say that we have a mole here? Ha! It can't be, can it? We're all directors. What good does it do us to blow up our own company? Yeah, aren't we the ones who lose out? Mr. Yen, do you think you're being overly concerned? A director named Li Chang said. Speech Cold's biting eyes swept over all of them and didn't answer. It was Lu Hanchu who said in a cold voice, worry too much? Director Li, I think you're getting old and your head is not working well. That warehouse has just stocked a large amount of arms, and most of the Yen clan's forces have been transferred there. No one has leaked the internal information. How could they send so many mercenaries to blow up a place that is still a small branch in the eyes of outsiders? Is there really such a coincidence? This time, Li Chang was unable to speak as he was blocked and could only lower his head. Yen Han's knuckles tapped on the desktop and opened his mouth emotionlessly. The other departments of the company are running normally. Contact the arms dealers who once purchased them and rebuy a batch of arms to make up for it, and the funds will first be transferred from the head office of the state of China. The Yen clan was actually black and white, dealing with the government on the surface, but secretly involved in arms trading as well, only that the use of firearms was banned in China, and their arms trading was only carried out in the Y branch. This time to buy this batch of arms is the Y country famous mercenary legion 713 booked from the Yans. Yen Cold do not want to conflict with 713, he felt that the development of this relationship, there will be a need to use the time. After the meeting back to the office, Yen Han first asked Zhuo Lin to check the whereabouts of the board of directors of those old things and the recent transfer records. There are suspicious behavior to report to him. Lu Han Snapdragon leisurely leaned on the sofa and crossed his legs, holding his cigarette between his fingers as he looked towards Yen Han's side. After Zhuo Lin left, Lu Han Snap tossed the cigarette case onto Yen Han's table and said, want one? Quit. Lu Hanchu was shocked that this old smoker could quit just like that. A wife's husband? For the sake of Jiang Yen to say quit? Mentioning Jiang Bing, Yen Han's eyes had more than a touch of tenderness. There's no way. Who let me have a wife to manage it, unlike someone so useless? How many years the wife has not been held in hand? Lu Hanchu indifferently hooked his lips and smiled. What's wrong with that? At the very least I'm honorable and upright, unlike someone who uses some unorthodox method to tie people up. In or out, you've kept people around, haven't you? It's been so long, it shouldn't be impossible, right? Lu Han Snapdragon choked. Men are most afraid of hearing the word no. You tried? How do you know I cannot? Yen Han was speechless. He didn't think Lu Hanchu could be so shameless. Solely changing the topic, he said, have you found anything in the half month you've been here? Lu Han Snapdragon crushed the cigarette out in the ashtray. The board of directors is already on edge. That group of people are looking for a way back for themselves. Many people have already thrown the stock out at a low price, only so 2 or 3 are still trying to find ways to pull the investor. First, pull out the mole, change the blood within the board of directors, and then transfer funds from China's yen to fill the hole on this side. But headquarters will be affected too. It'll have to do for now, too many underground deals on the Y side to break. Luhan Snapdragon nodded, also no longer speak, he believes in the ability of Yenhan, only lost a single and an arsenal cannot shake the foundation of Yen, this is also just the other side to give a little appetizer just. China. Jiang Bei and Su Qing both lay in bed and fell asleep without realizing it, and by the time they opened their eyes, it was almost noon. Su Qing asked Zhang Bo if he wasn't going to pick up Xiao Duanzi from school. Zhang Bian returned, they don't go home at noon in kindergarten, they eat and nap in kindergarten. Su Qing nodded, and after a while asked, when did Lu Hanshu leave? Zhang Bian thought back, it was about half a month ago, when I was still hospitalized. So now he's with Seihan? I guess so, why? Yenhan has been traveling for so long and you don't miss him? Zhang Yan slapped her head, bad, Yenhan said that he landed to send her a message, but it turned out that she had forgotten about it. Zhang Yan was busy picking up her cell phone to check, and found that she had indeed received a safe message from Yenhan 2 hours ago. She had wanted to send a message back to Yenhan, but as soon as she thought of Su Qing's words just now, thinking that she should also want to know if Lu Hanshu was there, she directly dialed a voice call over. The phone was connected, and Yenhan's gentle, watery voice came from the other end, hello? How come you're not answering the message until now? As soon as Jiang Bo faced Yenhan, her tone carried a petulance that she herself couldn't detect. I came to look for Su Qing, and as a result, both of them accidentally fell asleep, and I just woke up. Hearing the name Su Qing, Yenhan raised his eyes and glanced at Lu Hanshu. The only sound in the silent office was the sound coming out of Yenhan's cell phone. Lu Han Snap's body shape lurched, apparently also heard the content of the phone call. Yenhan received, in these 2 days go out and pay attention to safety, I have arranged bodyguards, they will protect you well in the dark, it will not affect your normal life, but lately or try not to go to a crowded place. It was still unknown if the power of the bloodthirsty society had reached into China, but without fear of 10,000 things, he couldn't afford to gamble with the safety of Zhang Run and Yen Sibian. Zhang Bian hesitated, is it related to the Y country? Aha. Then make sure you guys stay safe over there and come back safely. Don't worry, with you and Sibi here, I will definitely return safely. The others, well, I don't know. After saying that, he intentionally raised his eyes to look at Lu Hanshu. Chapter 67, Hidden in a Golden House? The someone in Yenhan's mouth slowly turned around and glanced at Yenhan with extremely pale eyes. Su Qing, who was on the side, had obviously heard the words as well, and her eyes became unnatural. Jiang Bian also saw her discomfort and hung up the phone after chatting with Yenhan for a couple more sentences. After watching Yenhan hang up the phone, Lu Hanshu opened his mouth and asked, the forces of the bloodthirsty society have reached out to China? Yenhan leaned back, leaning on the backrest and playing with the pen in his hand, I don't think so yet, but I can't put the mother and child in danger. Lu Hanshu was silent for a while and picked up his cell phone to make a call. Send a few people to protect Su Qing's safety. Covert protection. Added at the end. He didn't want Su Qing to find out that he had sent someone to protect her and that he still cared about her as well. Luhan Snapdragon is now also very contradictory. On the one hand, he cannot let go of Su Qing, still feel for her, so very concerned about her safety, and on the other hand he really has not forgiven her. He does not want to be that once Su Qing encountered any difficulties, he is the first to be given up on the object of the. After arranging it, Lu Hanshu hung up the phone and turned around to find Yen Han teasingly looking at him. Lu Hanshu instantly became uncomfortable. It doesn't seem like you like it that much, like you're not afraid of involving yourself with her? Lu Hanshu knew that he was in the wrong and wasn't answering but fell into his own memories. On the other hand, Zhang Bei actually also understood that it wasn't too good for her as an outsider to get involved in Su Qing and Lu Hanshu's affairs, so she could only let the two of them take their own time. Su Qing was also preoccupied and not in the mood to go out to eat, so the two ordered takeout. After eating, Zhang Bing was really bored, and a bold idea arose. She came over to Su Cheng and asked, Qing Cheng, do you want to go to Country Y? Su Qing stared with wide eyes and hesitated, but isn't Country Y very dangerous right now? If we just go like this, will we cause trouble for them? How come? Even if Y Country is dangerous, isn't it safest to be around Yen Han and Lu Hanshu? Su Cheng pondered and felt that Zhang Yan had a point, but in what capacity do I go? Lu Hanzue is so cold, I don't want to stick my hot face up my cold ass again. That's good to say, just say that you are accompanying me, and not to look for Luhan Snapdragon. I have no relatives there, find a companion to accompany me to play, can't you? Su Qing felt that Zhang Yan had a point, so Zhang Yan didn't dawdle, picked up her cell phone and booked the 2 fastest tickets to Y, and went home to pack her bags. She first went to the kindergarten to pick up little Tuanzi, and sent Yen Si Bei to great-grandma's house. On the way, Zhang Yan said to little Tuanzi, baby, daddy is on a business trip to Y Country, mommy will go to look for him in a while, and now I'll send you to grandma's house, so be a good boy and wait for mommy and daddy to come back, okay? Then why can't you take me with you? The little group was a little lost. Zhang Bian was a little bit reluctant to do so. Y Country is still unknown what the situation is now. She has to go and accompany Yen Han, but she absolutely can't let Yen Sibian be in danger as well. Zhang Yan softened her voice and said, because dad has encountered something there. Mom has to go over to accompany him. If baby goes too, mom and dad may not have time to take care of you and will neglect you. So baby is at home waiting for mom and dad to come back. Okay, mom will come back to bring you a gift. Oh. Although the little group was reluctant, it knew the seriousness of the problem and had to agree. After sending Yen Si-bei to her great-grandmother's house, Zhang Bei accompanied Yen Si-bei to play for a while, and coaxed the little group to be happy before rushing back home to pack her luggage. On the way, she dialed Zuo Lin's phone. The people that Yen Han sent to the home, all transferred over to the old mansion to protect the little group of children and grandma. Every day the little group of children's whereabouts have to be reported to her in a timely manner. There cannot be the slightest difference. She also didn't forget to ask Zuo Lin not to tell Yen Han that she was going to Y. She planned to give Yen Han a surprise. After Zuo Lin answered, he began to arrange for Jiang Bo to pick up her driver as well as bodyguards after her arrival. After all, the Y country is not peaceful now. If anything happens to the lady, the boss will have to cut him alive. Madam to prepare a surprise, the hard work can only be their subordinates. The two of them, Zhang Bei and Su Cheng, met at the airport and embarked on a plane to Country Y together. Country Y. Yen Han and Lu Han Snapdragon were busy all day. Basically there was no time to be idle, and they didn't even have time to eat, so it was not easy to get a spare moment to take a break, and they picked up their cell phones, and found that there was not a single message on the cell phone, and they were not immune to being a little bit angry. What's that supposed to mean? You're on a business trip and you're ignoring him? Leaving him alone? Lu Han Snap moved his aching neck and just raised his head, not missing Yen Han's shadowy expression that flickered the moment he saw the cell phone. Even if he used his toes to think about it, he knew it must be because Zhang Run had ignored him for so long. He couldn't help but feel that Yen Han was now like an angry complainer. Thinking about it, Lu Hanshu couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Yen Han raised his head and looked at Lu Hanshu expressionlessly. What are you looking at me like that for? It's not like I don't let your wife send you messages. Yen Han pressed out the cell phone, put it upside down on the desktop, and said coolly, at least my wife called me. What about you? Wife ran away with someone you are afraid you don't even know now? When did you become so venomous in your speech? It's always been like this. Speech Chill shrugged indifferently. The two were going to ask Zuo Lin to order food to be sent up. Just then there was a knock on the door. Lu Hanshu laughed. Zuo Lin is so predictable? You were just about to call him and here he is? Yen Han said, enter. The door was opened from the outside. Yen Han was first stunned when he saw the person coming, and Lu Han Snap turned his head to see the person following behind Zhang Bei was also stunned. Zhang Bei couldn't help but lose a bit of laughter when she saw the reaction of the two men. She walked over to Yen Han and asked, what's with this reaction? You don't welcome me? Or is it a golden house hiding a woman? He said and pretended to look around the room. It was only then that Yen Han slowed down from his shock, and thinking of what Zhang Bing had just said, he suddenly straightened up and said seriously, what nonsense? Seeing that Yen Han suddenly became serious, Zhang Bei knew that she had joked to his forbidden zone. Well, don't say it, you're fierce. Yen Han also realized that his tone just now was a bit fierce, and immediately softened his tone and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Why did you suddenly come over so late? I was bored at home and came over. After saying that, she broke away from Yen Han's hand that was pulling her and walked over to Su Ching. I was afraid that staying here would be boring, so I called Ching Ching to accompany me. The last few words Jiang Bo deliberately bit very heavy, finished and also seemingly glanced at Lu Hanshu. Chapter 68 Nullification of Objections. The latter didn't have much of a reaction, except for the moment when Jiang Bian and the others just pushed the door in. The rest of the time their expressions were light. Su Ching stood aside to see Lu Han Snapdragon without Wave's expression, also some disappointment, a moment also suddenly some at a loss for words. Yen Han saw the twist between them, but did not bother to care, his eyes only Zhang Bing. He now only want to hold his Bing Bing in his arms. Yen Han walked over and pulled Zhang Bei over, his hand on Zhang Bei's waist, and softly asked, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I hurriedly booked the ticket and rushed over. I haven't had time to eat yet. Zhang Ren condescendingly bristled. Yen Han used his other hand to touch Zhang Bei's stomach and said, I'll have Zuo Lin order food up now. Yen Han had just dialed Zuo Lin's phone with his internal line, and a minute later, Zuo Lin brought up the meal he had just ordered from the five-star restaurant with someone. Zhang Bing was shocked at Zuo Lin's efficiency. After placing the dishes, Zuo Lin met Zhang Ren's puzzled eyes and busily explained, these are the ones I had them send ahead of time after you called me and I estimated the time of your arrival. Zhang Bing had to admire the left special assistant's thoughtfulness. Rushed Yen Han said, the left special assistant is so thoughtful. This is not a bonus for the left special assistant? Yen Han smiled and rubbed Zhang Bei's head. Of course his own wife should be spoiled. Turned his head and rushed to Zuo Lin. Double the year-end bonus. Go to the finance to collect it yourself. Zuo Lin almost did not jump up with excitement. The original, as long as the lady is happy there can be a bonus. That is really much simpler than doing those boring financial statements every day. It seems that in the future you have to make the lady happy only. After Zuo Lin answered yes, he left with the others. Zhang Yan was afraid that Su Qing would be embarrassed alone, so she insisted on sitting beside Su Qing to accompany her. Thus it became, opposite Su Qing was Lu Han Snapdragon, and opposite Zhang Bei was Yen Han. During the course of a meal, Yen Han kept giving Jiang Bo dishes, Jiang Bo kept giving Su Qing dishes, see Yen Han some dissatisfaction, these dissatisfaction will be transferred to the Luhan Snapdragon body, their own wives to take care of not good, but also to let his wife to take care of, think of it on the heart. So under the table indignantly stepped on Luhan Snapdragon a foot, Luhan Snapdragon just put into the mouth of the rice has not swallowed the unexpected shock, was choking a bit suddenly coughed nonstop. He gave a puzzled look at Yen Han, he hadn't said a word since Jiang Bei and Su Qing entered the door, he didn't know which point had angered Yen Han again. The latter, however, just glanced at him as if nothing had happened, and said with concern, eat slowly, no one is stealing from you. Lu Hanshu wanted to say something to counterattack, but as soon as he turned his head to meet Su Qing's eyes that were clearly waiting with concern, he couldn't say anything, so he lowered his head and pretended that nothing had happened. Jiang Yan was also furious when she saw Lu Han snap on the sidelines like nothing else, and said at Yen Han, where will Cheng Qing and I stay at night? Lu Hanshu and I both have apartments here. The implication was that Jiang Bo would stay at his place and Su Qing would stay at Lu Hanshu's place. They actually had more than one apartment in Y, but the closest and best secured one to the company was the only one. Even though both apartments were large flats with many bedrooms, there was a difference between men and women, and it was ultimately inconvenient to be under one roof. In Yen Han's opinion, it was best for Jiang Bei to live with him and Su Qing to live with Lu Han Snapdragon. However, Jiang Yan did not follow the rules and directly said, okay, then you go and stay with Lu Hanshu at night, and I'll stay with Ching Chang. Yen Han was shocked that Jiang Bei actually did not sleep with himself, but also angry that Lu Han Snapdragon is so useless. People are here and still do not seize the opportunity. This is good. Bei angry. He cannot reap the benefits. Yen Han was the first to stand up and object. I don't agree. How can you not stay with me at night? Jiang Yan calmly looked up at Yen Han and indifferently to, objection is invalid. Yen Han couldn't say anything to Su Qing, so he could only make eyes at Lu Hanshu. Su Qing also felt that it was not too good to let the couple sleep separately, so she was going to offer to go to a hotel by herself. On the other side, Lu Hanshu wanted to pretend he didn't see it, but Yen Han still kept picking at him under the table, and if he didn't open his mouth, he wouldn't be able to have a good time for the next few days. Don't, go to Yen Han's place, I still have guest rooms there, if Miss Su doesn't mind you can let Miss Su go to my place. What a Miss Su, Jiang Bing came even more angry, just wanting to refuse. Su Qing on the side spoke up, then I'll go to Mr. Lu's place, it's better for you and Mr. Yen not to separate. Good one Mr. Lu, Miss Su and Mr. Lu, after so many years, Su Qing really still cannot eat a little bit of loss, Lu Han Snapdragon in the heart of the belly. Can you really? Jiang Bing worried. Su Qing laughed, of course, I'm not some 3-year-old kid anymore, don't worry. Only then did Jiang Bian put her heart down, and glanced at Lu Hanshu as her eyes went to him. Lu can snap. Only then was Yen Han satisfied down, and the four of them finished the meal with their own thoughts. As Jiang Yan came, Yen Han did not mind office, after dinner to pull Jiang Yan back to the apartment. Jiang Yan, and really cannot rest assured that Su Qing, had to dig Su Qing together. It just so happened that Lu Hanshu and Yen Han's apartment was upstairs and downstairs, so the four of them went back to the apartment together. After Su Qing and Lu Han Snap left, Yen Han directly pressed Jiang Bei against the door, and overwhelming kisses fell. Yen Han lifted his hand and clasped the back of her head, and with his other hand, he hooped Jiang Bei's waist, keeping her tightly pressed against himself. Jiang Bei hands against the chest of Yen Han, slowly gasping, tilting her head to bear the hot kiss belonging to the man. He kissed very domineering, very fierce, as if he wanted to rub her into the body. I don't know how long, until Jiang Bei felt almost breathless. Yen Han felt her struggle before slowly letting go of her, but also did not leave from her, but slowly kissed to Jiang Bei's neck, collarbone, sucking and biting. Jiang Bei felt numb and itchy. Yen Han felt in the way, the hand reached behind the jiang, touched the inside of that piece of clothing buttons, due to the really anxious, solve half a day are not unlocked. Yen Han did not have the patience, so sex directly all the clothes pushed up. Jiang Yan stroked Yen Han's somewhat tangled hair, a wooing sound came out from between her ground lips, and she said in a broken voice, don't be here. Only then did Yen Han pick up Jiang Ren and kiss him while walking towards the bedroom. Yen Han placed Jiang Bei on the bed, gently caressed her cheek and softly said, the moment I saw you in the office, I wanted to do this, and I've been holding back until now. There was actually a bit of condescension in that tone. Jiang Bing felt that this kind of Yen Han was adorable, propped up and pecked him lightly on the lips, deliberately teasing him, not tonight. Yen Han's face fell for a moment. Why? Because. Didn't cover. Chapter 69, no need, okay? Yen Han deflated at once, leaned down, and buried his head on Jiang Bei's collarbone. The heat between his breaths scalded Jiang Bei's body and made him tremble. Can't I just not use it? Speech Chill's muffled voice came out. Jiang Bing seriously thought for a moment and returned, no, I neglected Sibei too much before. I will definitely neglect Sibei again after having a second child. It's not the right time to have a second child. Yen Han lifted his head and stared tightly at Jiang Bing. It was as if there was a sea of stars hidden in those eyes. He didn't expect Jiang Bing's concern to be this. You mean, you're willing to have a baby with me? He hadn't forgotten how he had begged Jiang Bo to keep Yen Sibo at that time, and now if his Bo was willing to give him a baby, did that mean that Jiang Bo could stay by his side for the rest of his life? Jiang Yan was scalded by his fiery sight, her cheeks instantly became fiery, flushing in abnormal redness. Jiang Bing did not expect Yan Han to ask so directly, and was embarrassed to answer his question directly, so she turned a body sideways to him and whispered, "Forget it if you don't want it." Yan Han simply lay directly next to Jiang Ren, his hand resting on her belly and gently rubbing it. "Want, as long as it's a baby you give birth to for me, I want it." After saying that, he gently planted a kiss on Jiang Bian's forehead. In such a good atmosphere, Jiang Yan's upper and lower eyelids began to fight. The morning of getting up so early, and running around all day, now she just wanted to lie in Yan Han's arms and sleep. But she hadn't taken a bath yet, and it was really hard to feel sticky and greasy on her body, so she shrank towards Yan Han's arms and pampered herself. "Carry me to take a bath." Yan Han always will not refuse Jiang Bei's request, dotingly answered the sound good, then got up to go to the bathroom to put water temperature adjustment, before playing across the Jiang Bei carried into the bathroom. The man carried her to the sink first, his hand slowly moving to her shirt buttons. 1, 2, 3. The knots in Yan Han's throat rolled up and down, instantly becoming dry-mouthed. His hand on the back of the waist of Jiang Yan suddenly a force, will be lifted upwards. Jiang Yan has not reacted to the man will be directly kissed down, surrounded by his breath lingering. He pressed one hand on the back of her head, the other hand tightly clasped her slender waist. Jiang Bei was so dazed by the kiss that she didn't even know how she was finally carried into the bathtub by Yan Han. Yan Han stood next to him with his hands clasped on his chest, and only then did Jiang Bian realize with hindsight that he was a bit embarrassed. She spoke weakly, "You go out first, I can wash myself." "What do you mean, use me up and kick me out when you don't need me anymore?" Yan Han was dissatisfied. Jiang Bei's small face flushed, not knowing whether it was steamed by the hot air of the bathroom or out of shyness. She retorted in a small voice, "That's not what I meant." "That's just right, let's wash them together." Before Jiang Bing could react to what he meant, Yan Han stepped into the bathtub with a single stride of his long legs. Jiang Bing regretted it at the moment, and could only keep looking down at the bubbles in the bathtub, never daring to look up at Yan Han. Yan Han couldn't help but lose a bit of laughter, his was also too easily shy. Jiang Bian did not dare to move, but a posture maintained for too long, cannot help but be a little difficult, just wanted to change the position, moved a little, do not know where it touched, and heard Yan Han in a muffled grunt. In the next second, Yan Han leaned over and pressed on Jiang Yi, trapping him in the crook of his arm and said stoically, "Originally, I didn't want to touch you today, but you're just too dishonest." Jiang Ren's eyes fluttered without knowing where to look and retorted to him, "It's not like I did it on purpose." Words cold twisted up a strand of wet hair wrapped around his fingertips to play with. Bad smile. "Is it intentional? You have no way back now." I don't know how long. Jiang Yan came out of the bathroom tired and couldn't lift a single finger, but on the contrary, Yan Han looked radiant, as if he was a demonic spirit that sucked people's essence. Yan Han was really true to his word, of course. In addition to that, he had countless ways to let Jiang Yan help him. Jiang Yan did not know whether to praise him for keeping his word or call him a rogue. Yan Han will Jiang Ren carry to the bed, hand on the waist of Jiang Ren trapped people in their own arms. Jiang Ren really sleepy cannot open their eyes, not a moment in the arms of Yan Han fell asleep. After watching Jiang Yan fall asleep, Yan Han lightly got up and walked to the balcony, blowing a cold wind. Yan Han more awake. Touch off the cell phone to send a message to Lu Hanshu, control your people, don't let her pester Jiang Bian all the time. Lu Han Snap over there was sitting on the balcony smoking cigarettes one after another at the moment, the butts piled up in the ashtray. He was about to go in when his cell phone suddenly vibrated, and when he picked it up, he saw a message from Yan Han. "Lu Han Snapdragon, how can I control her with her arms and legs? Why don't you take care of your Bian Bian, so she doesn't have the energy to pester others?" Yan Han gritted his teeth, did not in reply, could not help but curse in his heart. Lu Han Snapdragon, this waste, even their own people are not good management. Lu Hanshu sat on the balcony for a while longer, waiting for the smell of smoke to dissipate from his body before opening the door and entering the house. He walked to the living room to pour a glass of water to drink, only to look up and see Su Qing open the door and walk out. The two men's eyes met unexpectedly, neither seeming to expect to run into the other in the living room at this hour. Su Qingming came out only after she heard that there was no more movement in the living room. She moved her eyes away in a panic. It was not right to go back, and it was not right to come out. She could only stand in the same place at a loss. In the end, it was Lu Hanshu who opened his mouth first. "Why did you come out? Thirsty for water? Here's one, pour it yourself." Su Qing slowly walked over and picked up the empty cup and poured herself a glass of water to go back. Lu Hanzue watched Su Qing's movements from the side. She wore a silk halter dress, which looked like it had excellent texture, and the waist-cinching design appeared to make Su Qing's waist surplus to requirements, and when Su Qing bent down to pour water, Lu Hanzue hurriedly moved away from the line of sight for fear of seeing something. In the end, he just left a sentence, "No one is allowed to come out dressed like this in the future," and then hurried back to the bedroom, and his footsteps were still a little flustered when he looked closely. Su Qing skimmed her mouth. Even what she wore he had to control, but she had to bow her head now that she was under the roof and could only go along with what he wanted. Su Qing went back to the house to send a message to Jiang Yan to ask her to sleep, but delayed to get a response. Brush half a day of cell phone, also feel bored, then also fell asleep. And only Lu Hanshu was left. After returning to the bedroom, he took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. taking a long cold shower before he could suppress the heat in his body. Chapter 70, Go back to your country and forget about it. Early the next morning, Jiang Ren woke up in a daze, and when he rolled over, he felt that his side was empty. Jiang Yan rubbed her eyes and sat up in a daze. Her heart could not help but feel a little frustrated. Yan Han was busy every day and did not have time to accompany her, only she was alone in the empty room. Jiang Yan put on her slippers and went to the bathroom to wash up first, then went into the kitchen to try to find something to eat. Last night was tossed around by Yan Han for so long, she had long been hungry in the front and back. Jiang Yan just walked to the kitchen. She saw a figure busy in the kitchen. Li Shen heard the commotion and turned around, saw that Jiang Yan had woken up, and busily walked up to greet her. It's Mrs. Wake up ah. Jiang Bing looked at this aunt with a kind face, obviously Chinese, and spoke in confusion. Are you? You can call me Auntie Li, I'm the bellhop that Mr. Yen found. I'm usually responsible for 3 meals a day and then cleaning. I'm not here the rest of the time. Jiang Yan nodded, and then asked, is there any breakfast? Auntie Li busily greeted Jiang Yan to the table and sat down. Yes, Mr. Yen specially instructed before he went to the company that the food should be warmed and wait for you to get up to eat, Mr. Also said that you are accustomed to eating Chinese breakfast, so I wrapped up some small wontons, as well as tea leaf eggs. Jiang Bei looked at the meal in front of her and felt warm in her heart. This kind of feeling of any little thing being taken care of was really good. Jiang Bei looked at Aunt Li's figure washing dishes in the kitchen, and also wanted to know more about how Yen Han has been living these years, so she couldn't help but ask, Aunt Li, are you the one who takes care of Yen Han's food and living every time she comes to Y country? Auntie Li wiped her hands and walked out from the kitchen and smiled. Not really, I just fix a period of time to come and clean up a little bit. The first 2 years Mr. Yen seems to often come to Y on business trips, but when he comes he usually lives in the companies, and only occasionally comes back to live here. You are the first woman I've ever seen that Mr. Yen has brought back with him. Jiang Bo's cheeks quickly reddened when she heard Aunt Li's words, pretending as if nothing had happened as she continued to lower her head to eat. Auntie Li's impression of Yen Han is that he is cold all day long, giving people a feeling that people do not want to get close to him. But the work here is very easy, and the boss is very generous to give the salary is much higher than the market, and Auntie Li is happy to work here at her own pace. She also saw at a glance that Yen Han was very unusual to Jiang Bing. This man who spoke little and was always expressionless, when he was about to leave the house this morning, he actually patiently told her a whole lot of precautions and gave her a list of the things that Jiang Yan loved to eat and didn't love to eat, so that she could purchase ingredients according to the list. This also made Auntie Li realize that Jiang Bing must be the person that Yen Han puts on the tip of his heart to spoil. After Jiang Bei finished eating, Auntie Li packed up all the dishes and left. Jiang. Thinking about last night's events, Jiang Bei's cheeks indisputably reddened again. Jiang Yan was busy patting her head, trying to shoot out all those immodest thoughts. It is true that she can't stay with Yen Han every day. Infected by him, she also started to be immodest. Jiang Bing opened the dialogue box with Su Qing and called Su Qing over to accompany her. Not a moment later, the doorbell was rung, and Jiang Bei immediately ran to the door to open it. As a result, he saw Su Qing sneaking around like a thief, and when he saw Jiang Ren open the door, he hurriedly drilled in. Jiang Yan, what are you doing? Is someone looking for you? Su Qing didn't answer her question, but asked, is the one in your family around? No, left for work this morning. Su Qing finally made herself comfortable, directly lying down on the sofa. I'm afraid of meeting Lu Hanshu. You don't even know how awkward the two of us are. As soon as he heard the gossip, Jiang Bo instantly became interested and jogged over to sit next to Su Qing, with an expression of expand and tell. Su Qing picked up the empty cup on the table and poured herself a glass of water, drinking a large mouthful of water before she began to speak. Yesterday, after arriving at the apartment, Lu Hanzui took me to the guest bedroom and he went out. I packed my own luggage, and it was hard for me to hear that there was no sound from the living room, so I wanted to go out and pour myself a glass of water to drink, and I happened to collide with him. And then what? Nothing happened? What happened? Su Qing said sullenly. He said for me to go out and pour my own water, and after that he left. And this morning I dared to come out of my bedroom when I heard him close the door to go to the office, and when I came out I saw the breakfast he had left on the table. And he even left breakfast for you. Does that mean he cares about you too? Su Qing looked at Jiang Yan with disdain. You've been bribed with just one breakfast? Isn't leaving a breakfast just a matter of course? After all, we're all under the same roof, and it wouldn't be good for his reputation if I were to starve to death. Jiang Bing thought about what Su Qing said and felt that what she said made sense, and she felt that she couldn't put a filter on Yen Han just because he had instructed Aunt Li to make her breakfast in the morning. Ugh! Aside from Su Qing interrupted Jiang Bian's thoughts, and she twisted her head to look at Su Qing suspiciously. I see Lu Hanshu now like a mouse sees a cat. After a while, Su Qing continued, Bibi, I'm going to forget about going back to China. I don't think Lu Hanshu has welcomed me very much either. Su Qing said with a bit of frustration. Don't Just think of it as you coming to keep me company. Anyway, there's no one to play with me when Yen Han goes to the company every day. I'll call Yen Han in a while and ask him to go to Lu Han Snapdragon's place in the evening, so you can stay here and keep me company. After saying that, Jiang Yan took Su Qing's arm. Su Qing's eyes widened. Don't say that. If you say it, your family will hate me to death, and they'll pack me up and throw me back home. In order to prevent Su Qing from imagining things, Jiang Bing grabbed Su Qing's hand with the intention of taking her out shopping. After Jiang Yan packed up, she called Yan Han, intending to tell him. Yan Han, who had been working at the company all morning, saw the phone call from Jiang Yan and looked delighted, thinking that his baby had finally remembered him, and picked up the phone with a gentle voice that seemed to be able to drip water. Hello? Hey, hubby, I'm going out shopping with Qing Qing this afternoon. Why don't you have the driver pick us up? Jiang Yan waited for half a day but did not hear a reply, puzzled out. Hello? Hubby? Are you listening? I am. Speech Chill gritted his teeth. So that's why you called me? There's nothing else you want to tell me? Jiang Bing thought seriously, and after half a day's thought said with certainty, no more. Yan Han, more helpless, Lassie worked all morning, afraid of disturbing Jiang Yan's sleep, has been holding back, did not send a message to her. The result is not easy to give him a phone call, or notify him in the afternoon to go shopping with Su Qing. After hanging up the phone, Yan Han glared indignantly at Lu Hanshu. Lu Han Snapdragon, who had been sitting next to him reading the documents, had a question mark on his face. He didn't seem to have said a word. Chapter 71, Bambi's Purchase. Yan Han arranged a bodyguard and gave Jiang Yan with a good driver or feel uneasy, and called Zhuo Lin accompanied to rest assured that they went out. Zhuo Lin want to go shopping with the lady, do not have to do these let a person anxious statements and wages to get engaged in. Zhuo Lin do not want to do special assistant, or directly do the lady's exclusive bodyguard, more relaxed. Jiang Yan went to a shopping mall followed by a fleet of cars. After getting out of the car, a group of people went into the shopping mall in great numbers. The turnaround rate is super high, making Jiang Bian a bit helpless. Can't let these people secretly follow him? This makes her very embarrassed. Su Qing quietly whispered in Jiang Bing's ear, is your husband usually out in such a big way? Isn't he quite a low-profile person? Su Qing remembers that Yan Han never attends any events or dinners, and he has never participated in media interviews, so very few people in the outside world know what the president of the Yan Group looks like, who was able to cover the sky in China at such a young age. This has led to a lot of rumors about him on the internet, such as ugly and unfit to meet people, he is a disabled person who can only use a wheelchair, he is only 5 meters tall, and so on and so forth. If it weren't for the fact that Su Qing had met the real Yan Han, she would have even thought that the rumors outside were true as well. No, he's not usually like this, probably because this side is not peaceful lately, only send so many people here he can feel at ease. I can't be ungrateful, besides, I'm here to accompany him and not to cause trouble for him. Su Qing nodded and teased, getting more and more self-conscious about being a wife. Jiang Yan slapped her and sheepishly said, what nonsense. The two spent an afternoon browsing all the luxury stores in the mall. In country Y, some things were indeed cheaper than in China, and Jiang Bian had no control over one of them, so she bought all the things she liked. Followed out of the bodyguard hands in large and small carry full of shopping bags, Jiang also feel a little embarrassed. These top mercenaries obviously sent to protect her safety, but the result is that she was treated as a bag carrying. Yan Han was in the president's office, his cell phone was ringing non-stop, and all he received were consumer messages. Yan Han tapped his phone to look at it, and a doting look that he hadn't even noticed showed between his brows. Lu Hanshu was on the side and saw the expression on Yan Han's face. He didn't need to guess and knew that it must be news related to Jiang Bian. He couldn't help but move over to take a look. After seeing a bunch of consumption records, Lu Han Snapdragon breathlessly rolled his eyes. Not you, look at this bunch of consumption records can make you smile like a spring breeze. Yan Han lightly looked at Lu Han Snapdragon. This is a sign that Bian Bian relies on me. Unlike you, who do you spend all the money you earn? Lu Hanshu was silent for a moment, and in a rare moment, he didn't return the favor. He thought carefully for a moment and felt that Yan Han had a point. But Su Qing, from when they were together before, Lu Han Snapdragon gave her his black card, no limit, no password. But Su Qing has never spent his money, even if he bought her any gift, Su Qing will return it in her own way. Thinking of this, Lu Hanshu's face was a bit gloomy. Words Cold also noticed, in the bottom of the heart side slightly, like and do not go after, said 2 words to be stimulated. On the other hand, Jiang Bing and Su Qing were tired of shopping and directly found a Japanese restaurant, ready to eat and then go back. Jiang Yan just sat down and rubbed her sore calves. So tired, my legs are so sore. Su Qing wasn't much better, leaning against the backrest of the sofa and saying breathlessly, I think so too. I'll have someone send all your stuff back later, haha. Yes. Jiang Yan can see that Su Qing has not been in a good mood lately. She knows that Su Qing likes to buy bags the most. There is a whole check room at home of bags, so they pulled her out to go shopping, and bought her a lot of limited edition bags as a gift. Su Qing looked at those limited edition bags, her eyes brightly glowing. These days sadness also swept away. Pull back. Su Qing had a serious expression on his face. Jiang Run thought something had happened, and his heart lifted. What's wrong? Why don't you take Si Bin and run away with me? The 3 of us will live together. What do we need a man for? Jiang Bo was completely speechless, only said, no, the money brought to you to buy bags are all earned by Yan Han. If I run away with you we both have to drink the northwest wind. Su Qing bristled, but there was no way to refute Jiang Yan. After a while, Su Qing added, wouldn't that be bad, spending your husband's money to buy me something? What's wrong with that? The money he earns is our joint property as husband and wife, which is my money. What's wrong with me buying you 2 bags? Jiang Yan said without much care. Su Qing pondered for a moment and felt that what Jiang Yan said made sense, so he stopped thinking about it as well. When the two of them returned to the company after dinner, Yan Han and Lu Hanchu happened to be ready to go downstairs, so they were told to wait in the parking lot. Su Qing then took advantage of this opening to move all of her things to Lu Hanchu's car and sat in the passenger seat to wait for him. Due to the day's shopping, Su Qing was really tired, only just swiped the phone for a while. The eyelids were as if they were 1,000 pounds. How to open cannot be opened. Just then, Lu Hanchu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Su Qing was in a half-asleep state when she felt the vibration and woke up for a split second. Lu Hanchu started the car, inadvertently glancing at the things laid out in the back seat, and asked, "Is this all bought today?" "Aha." Su Qing hummed softly with her eyes closed. After a moment, I don't know what came to mind, but added, "Bought it for me." Lu Han Snapdragon thought of this afternoon. Yan Han saw the consumption record, that smug look, directly angry laugh, with the tongue against the cheek. Well, do not spend his money, other people to buy her a what she received. Quite frankly. Su Qing felt the air pressure around him instantly become lower, but he didn't bother to think deeply about anything, and in no time, he fell into a deep sleep. The car was awfully quiet. Along the way, Lu Hanju was immersed in his emotions and didn't say a word until he reached the underground parking lot of the apartment. He was about to question why Su Qing didn't say a word to him either, when he turned his head and realized that Su Qing was sleeping soundly on the passenger side. Without the defense and caution when she was awake, the current Su Qing was more like a kitten that had been shunned, lying obediently on the backrest of the seat, her long hair soft and smooth in front of her chest, her curly eyelashes leaving a shadow under the light. Lu Hanchu's heart was in a state of annoyance, but he didn't intend to wake her up, but got out of the car and lit a cigarette. Only after his emotions stabilized did Lu Hanchu get back into the car. He stared at Su Qing steadily for a while, realizing that Su Qing showed no signs of turning awake, and resigned himself to opening the car door and carrying Su Qing out. Chapter 72, Ties. Lu Hanchu picked up Su Qing and walked towards the apartment. Su Qing slept in a daze, but felt surrounded by a familiar scent that made her feel very secure, so she drilled into Lu Hanchu's arms and found a comfortable position to continue sleeping. Lu Hanqing felt Su Qing's subconscious trust and dependence, and gently ticked the corner of his lips. The restlessness in his heart swept away, and his arms holding Su Qing tightened a bit more, allowing Su Qing to get closer to himself. After Lu Hanchu helped her take off her shoes and jacket, he gently placed Su Qing on the bed in the bedroom. He sat on the edge of the bed, quietly looking at the sleeping Su Qing, his large hand covering Su Qing's cheek, his slightly calloused fingers gently rubbing Su Qing's lips. "Qing, what should I do with you?" After sitting for a while, Lu Hanchu lightly walked out of the bedroom. He went back to the underground parking lot and carried all the things Su Qing had bought back to the apartment. Since there was simply too much stuff, it took him 3 trips back and forth to move it all into the apartment. Originally, Lu Hanchu could have made a phone call to have someone move up, but he also wanted to do something for Su Qing, so he did it all himself. He also felt quite conflicted, doing all these things that Su Qing wouldn't know about while at the same time holding back from going further with Su Qing. This sense of contradiction annoyed him every day and drove him crazy, but he also wanted to wait until he had sorted out the relationship, and then further develop with Su Qing. He could not have a relationship with Su Qing without clearing it up. That would be irresponsible to Su Qing. The other side. After Jiang Yan and Yan Han returned to the apartment, Jiang Yan gleefully showed off her loot for the day. From bags to clothes to jewelry, Yan Han was extremely patient as he sat on the side and listened to Jiang Bei talk to him non-stop. Jiang Yan took a box next to her and mysteriously said to Yan Han, "Guess what this is?" Yan Han estimated the size and spoke, "Jewelry?" Jiang Yan shook his head. "A shawl?" Jiang Ren still shook his head. Jiang Yan thought that Yan Han couldn't guess anyway, so she directly opened the box. Dang, it's the tie I bought for you." Yan Han's pupils shrunk slightly. He didn't expect Jiang Bei to buy him a gift as well. Jiang Bei also wanted to buy something for Yan Han when she was shopping, even though she knew that all his clothes were customized and the brand would send the latest models every season. While shopping, she instantly spotted this solid black dark checkered tie with the brand's logo. Jiang Bei thought that this tie was very suitable for Yan Han's style, because Yan Han's clothes were all monotonous colors like black and white, so she bought it directly. Jiang Yan looked at Yan Han's eyes staring straight at this tie, and did not have any other expression, making her a little nervous as well. Jiang Bing carefully observed Yan Han's expression and asked, "Do you like it?" As if he had just come back to his senses, Yan Han wrapped Jiang Bei tightly in his arms, like, "Very much, as long as it's bought by Bei Bei I like it." Jiang Dianhui embraced Yan Han and said with a smile, "It's good that you like it. Tie it for me?" Jiang Bei recalled that Yan Han had taught her how to tie a tie over and over again, and had even whispered close to her ear, "From now on, you can only tie a tie for me." A trace of an abnormal blush flushed Jiang Bing's cheeks at the thought of this. Yan Han looked down at the little wife who gave him a tie, the pair of white and slender, soft and boneless little hands in front of his neck to and fro. Yan Han some apathy. Jiang Bei didn't notice someone's deepening eyes in the slightest. Her attention was fully on the tie in her hand. Jiang Bian fiddled for a long time before tying a tie that she felt was perfect, looking at her masterpiece with great satisfaction, and said triumphantly, "Alright, it really matches your black shirt." Yan Han raised his eyebrows and said immodestly, "Not good." Jiang Yan frowned, thinking that the tie he tied made him unsatisfied. Looking left and right he didn't see any problems, and said to Yan Han with a serious face, "It's really good, this time the tie is the best I've ever tied. I mean, me bad." After saying that, Yan Han kissed up. A night of charm. The next morning, Yan Han unprecedentedly did not get up early to go to the company, but waited until Jiang Bo got up. The two ate breakfast together. After Jiang Bei woke up, she felt the arm wrapped around her waist and realized that Yan Han hadn't left yet. Turning her head in surprise, she was met with Yan Han's smiling eyes. "Why didn't you go to work today?" Jiang Bei's just awakened voice was soft and sticky, sounding like she was being pampered. Yan Han hooked the corner of his lips and swept Jiang Yan into his arms again, saying with a smile, "Isn't this to accompany Mrs. Yan? I'm just afraid that if I go to work again without saying a word, someone will feel sad in their heart." Jiang Bing was happy that Yan Han could take care of her emotions so well. The two messed around for a while longer before getting up and washing up together. After breakfast, Yan Han insisted on wearing the tie that Jiang Bo gave him, and asked to have Jiang Bo tie it for him. Jiang Run held the tie in his hand, and his memory was forced back to last night. Thinking about last night's events, Jiang Bei's cheeks became more and more red. She forced herself not to think about these messy things and focused on helping Yan Han tie his tie. Yan Han lowered his eyes and looked at Jiang Bo's changing face, and also knew what Jiang Bo had thought of, so he got up a bad idea and wanted to tease Jiang Bo. After Jiang Yan tied her tie thinking that it was finally over, Yan Han suddenly came to her ear and said, "The quality of the tie that Yan Yan bought is really good." The hot breath exhaled by Yan Han sprayed onto Jiang Ren's ear, causing Jiang Ren to shiver. Jiang Bei's cheeks weren't the only ones that were red this time, even her ears and neck were quickly colored red. She was afraid that Yan Han would say something else about tigers and wolves, so she hurriedly pushed Yan Han out of the house. Zhuo Lin waited outside the door for a long time, only to wait until Yan Han came out. Just wanted to say hello to Jiang Bei, just to see Jiang Bei bang close the door of the apartment, did not leave her the slightest opportunity to. Zhuo Lin thought that Mr. had made Mrs. angry, so he was kicked out of the house. If that was the case, the company would suffer again today. Thinking of this, Zhuo Lin carefully raised his head to observe Yan Han's face, but found that Yan Han smiled like a spring breeze, which had half the anger of being swept away. This was a bit confusing for Zhuo Lin. Zhuo Lin touched his head. Could this be a love affair between Mr. and Mrs. Yan? Chapter 73 Wing Win Win. After arriving at the company, Yan Han realized that Lu Hanshu had already arrived long ago. Lu Hanshu's working hours are generally at his own whim, except for urgent matters to be dealt with at the company. In the rest of the cases he comes at whatever time he wants. Today, he actually came earlier than Yan Han, causing Yan Han to be a bit shocked as well. But by the time Yan Han took a closer look at his stinking face, he could guess something. When Su Qing woke up from her nap this morning, he was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, and when he saw Su Qing walk out to pour water to drink, he called her over to join him as well. After Su Qing sat down, she was not concentrating on her meal, looking like she had something to say but didn't dare to say it. Lu Hanshu saw all her small movements in his eyes and said carelessly, "If you have something to say, just say it." Su Qing stopped dwelling on it this time and directly asked, "You were the one who carried me back last night?" "No, you grew your own wings and flew back. Will you be decent?" Upon hearing this, Lu Han Snap put down the spoon in his hand, picked up the towel next to him and wiped his hands slowly and methodically, and said diffidently, "To put it another way, if I didn't carry you back, could it still be that you grew wings and flew back on your own? And did you carry all those clothes back for me, too?" Lu Hanshu looked at her quietly and didn't say anything. The two of them stared at each other, but in the end, it was Lu Hanshu who opened his mouth first. Can it be that they ran back on their own long legs? Su Qing was completely speechless this time. Then he also stopped answering. Only after a while, Su Qing twisted and whispered, "Thank you." Lu Hanshu raised his eyebrows in surprise and said with a smile, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you?" Su Qing rolled her eyes at him and said indignantly, "Didn't listen to the clear count, don't say good words twice." With that, he turned and went back to the bedroom. Leaving Lu Hanshu alone in the dining room, looking at the closed door of the room, Lu Hanshu directly laughed in anger. This little heartless one, he made so many trips last night, but today he can't even hear a word of thanks? The more Lu Han Snapdragon thought about it, the more angry he became, so he directly picked up his suit jacket and went to the company. Early in the morning made such a mess. Lu Han Snapdragon work is not much good face, found a little error on the contract, have to let people take it back to redo. In the course of a morning, just one statement made the people below reword it 5 times. The entire department was trembling with fear of messing with their Mr. Lu. In their impression of the cold-faced Yen Wang is generally described as the general manager of the speech. Lu is usually relatively good to talk to the one. Today I do not know what happened to the general manager of the Lu. That body of the aura even more than the general manager of the speech are scary. Just when Lu Han Snapdragon had someone change the statement for the 6th time, Yan Han couldn't even look at it anymore, and spoke, "Go eat first, and then change it when you come in the afternoon, and bring it to me after you've changed it." "Okay, Mr. Yen, okay Mr. Yen." The department manager was like an amnesty and hurriedly took the statement and left, fearing that if he was a step slow he would be stopped by Lu Hanshu. Lu Han Snap scratched his hair in annoyance, fished out his cigarette case and lit a cigarette. Speech Chill sighed softly. Alas, a man trapped by love, or his elegance is more adorable. And after Su Qing returned to the bedroom, after thinking carefully, she also felt that her reaction seemed to be a little too much. Obviously it was Lu Hancheng who helped her. No matter what, she deserved to say thank you to him. Su Cheng went straight to Jiang Bian, intending to listen to her opinion. When Su Qing saw Jiang Bing, she noticed the mark on her neck, and her eyes instantly became ambiguous. Yo, the battle between you and the one in your family is pretty intense. Jiang Bian's cheeks quickly turned red. She had wanted to cover up a bit just now, but as a result, she didn't expect Su Qing to come so quickly. She hadn't even had time to cover up these marks. Su Dirt, stop making fun of me now. Let me see if there are any marks elsewhere. After Su Qing finished speaking, she made a move to probe into Jiang Bing's chest. Jiang Yan hastily slapped away her clutches and pulled her clothes tighter. Su Dirt, I'm really going to kick you out. Alright, got it. Su Qing also collected herself and told Jiang Bing about her and Lu Hanchu. And after Jiang Bing heard the cause and effect of the matter, he said to Su Qing, in fact, you should have sat down and had a good talk. He is not willing to disclose his true thoughts, and you are like a little hedgehog who protects himself, and when someone comes near, you stab someone else all over the thorns. He's the one who won't talk to me. He won't talk to me about anything, and I know he must still blame me. Jiang Bei looked at Su Qing with eyes full of heartache. She knew that Su Qing had a hard time in the past few years, all on their own to fight out, but also to pay back the father's gambling debts. Luhan Snapdragon treated her like this. As Su Qing's best friend, she will definitely stand on Su Qing's side, but she also knows that Luhan Snapdragon must also have his own pride that he can't let go of, and the two of them have become unusually awkward to get along with each other. In the evening, after Lu Hanchu returned to his apartment, he found Su Qing sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Lu Hanchu raised an eyebrow. Usually when he was at home, Su Qing was in the bedroom as a shrinking violet. It was still surprising to see her in the living room today. Lu Hanchu walked straight to the bedroom. He had no intention of taking the initiative to speak. After all, he hadn't completely lost his temper from this morning's incident. Su Qing caught a glimpse of Lu Han Snapdragon heading towards the bedroom with her remaining light, and in a hurry, she directly shouted, "Wait!" Lu Hanchuan stopped, but did not turn around, turning his back to Su Qing and quietly waiting for her to follow. Su Qing hesitantly stood up and slowly walked behind Lu Hanchu. "I'm sorry, my tone this morning wasn't very good. It's obvious that you helped me, and I still have such a bad attitude." In fact, after this day, Lu Hanchu has not been so angry, especially at night when he came home to see Su Qing feel that there is nothing to be angry about. But now that he had heard Su Qing's apology again, Lu Hanchuan's heart couldn't be happier. He tried to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth before turning to face Su Qing. "Since you've already apologized to me, I'll grudgingly forgive you." Seeing Lu Hanchu's smelly look, Su Qing wanted to curse again. But she chose to endure. One step back and the sky is the limit. Lu Hanchu didn't wait for Su Qing to open her mouth either, so she continued to ask, "Have you had dinner yet?" "Nope." Now Lu Hanchu's eyebrows wrinkled in a way that could kill a fly, and he said in a serious tone, "Why don't you eat? Your stomach is not good, don't you know?" Su Qing was shocked. She didn't think that after so many years, Lu Hanchu could still remember that she had a bad stomach, so she slowed down her tone and explained, "I don't have an appetite at night. I don't want to eat." "No, if you don't have an appetite then have some porridge. Anyway, you have to eat something so your stomach doesn't get upset." Chapter 74, Give Me Time. After saying that, Lu Han Snap turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Su Qing followed behind him and also followed into the kitchen. Lu Hanchu opened the refrigerator and said after taking a look, "There is no more rice in the house. I'll have Auntie send it over tomorrow, so I'll cook you a bowl of veggie noodles first today." Su Qing's eyes widened with disbelief, and she muttered in her heart that the 10-fingered Lu Dexiao who didn't dip his fingers in the spring water would still cook noodles? Prior to this, Lu Hanchu's impression on her had always been that of a well-bred, rich son of a wealthy family. Who would have thought that such a person actually also has the time to cook? Su Chang leaned against the door and watched Lu Hanchu wash, chop, and cook noodles. It looks like the technique is quite skillful, not at all like a first attempt. Su Qing then realized that she and Lu Hanchu had really been separated for a long time, and a lot of things were no longer the same as they were originally. Su Qing couldn't help but feel a little sad when she thought of this. Wearing a plain black apron, Lu Hanchu earnestly stirred the noodles in the pot, and fried eggs in the pot next to him. This kind of picture was really a bit cozy, so much so that it gave Su Qing an illusion, as if all the contradictions between the two seemed to have dissipated, and the two seemed to be an old married couple who had been married for a long time. Lu Hanchu served the noodles from the pot, glanced at Su Qing, and asked lightly, "Does it look good?" Su Qing was immersed in her own world and subconsciously replied, "Good looking." It was only after he finished that he realized what he had said and went completely red from face to neck. Hastily rubbing his stomach, he urged, "Is it ready yet? I'm so hungry." After saying that, without looking back, she turned around and walked towards the restaurant, afraid that Lu Hanchu would see the embarrassment on her face. Lu Hanchu laughed softly, placing the freshly fried eggs and ham on the top, and putting the boiled green vegetables on top. He took his chopsticks and spoon and walked towards the dining room. Su Qing looked at the noodles in the bowl. Only afterward did she really feel a little hungry. After all, She had something on her mind today. She hadn't eaten much all day. Su Qing also forgot about the embarrassment just now, and hurriedly picked up the chopsticks and tasted a bite, and instantly both eyes glowed, praising, "I can't imagine that the 10-finger not touching the water of the sun in spring, Lu Dishao cooks so deliciously?" Lu Honshu raised his eyebrows. "Are you praising me or undermining me? Of course it's a compliment. However, I always thought that you wouldn't be able to cook." Su Qing spoke again. Luhan Snapdragon took off his apron, his form lazily leaned on the backrest of the seat, and idly said, "I really didn't know how to do it before, but when I was separated from you for a few years, I learned to do it by myself when I was living outside." Su Qing's hand holding the chopsticks paused. Ever since the two were reunited, no one had deliberately brought up those years they were separated, and Lu Hanshu's mention of it at first instantly made the atmosphere awkward, and Su Qing felt that even the noodles in her bowl didn't smell good anymore. Lu Hanshu sat across the table and looked straight at Su Qing. He just wanted to know. Su Qing will explain to him how to explain the things of the year. If this thing is not open, this will always be the barrier between the two people. Their relationship is not possible to return to the same as before. And Su Qing is also a twisted person. On the one hand, she also wants to go back to before with Lu Hanju. On the other hand, she also doesn't want Lu Hanju to know about those humiliating things in their family. She felt that the best way was for Lu Hanzue to stop asking her about what happened before, and the two of them would just start over. But she knew that this was simply not possible. Two twisted people together, if no one is brave to take the first step, the two will not come together after all. After a long time, Lu Hanshu had become disappointed and was just about to get up and leave when Su Qing opened her mouth. She said, "Luhan Snapdragon, can you give me some time?" Without her saying it, Lu Hanshu knew that what she needed was time left for her to think clearly, and that she needed to cross that hurdle in her own heart before she could have no reservations about him. Lu Hanshu agreed very quickly, without even thinking about it. He could wait for the day Su Qing thought things through, for as long as it took, but he didn't want her to still be the first to give up on him when he encountered other problems in the future. Su Qing was also relieved when she got Lu Hanju's affirmative answer. She was also afraid that Lu Hanju wouldn't give her a chance and their destiny would stop there. But after this little episode, Su Qing also lost her appetite and put down her chopsticks to go upstairs. Lu Hanju looked askance at Su Qing, then at the noodles that were less than half eaten, and spoke, "Finish eating before you go up." Because the time is not early, Luhan Snapdragon is afraid Su Qing accumulates food. Originally only cooked a little bit of noodles, but the result is good. She did not even finish half. This is a meal without a meal. Her stomach is even worse. He has not forgotten that the two are still together. One day in the middle of the night, Su Qing's stomach ache, pain and a cold sweat. He rushed to drive her to the hospital to hit the bottle, in order to take care of her busy night before gradually improved. That time Su Qing was in so much pain that she couldn't even straighten her back. He never wanted to let Su Qing endure that kind of pain once again, and he was also afraid that if he wasn't the one who stayed by her side in the future, there would be no one to take care of her so carefully. How to do it? Su Qing picked up her chopsticks again and began to eat the noodles, not realizing in the slightest that the man across the table had such a wealth of mental activity. After Su Qing finished eating, Lu Hanshu took all the dishes to the kitchen, and the two of them went back to their respective bedrooms. After the words were spoken, Su Qing felt that the atmosphere between the two was much better, and it was much easier to get along. The big stone in his heart was a few points lighter, and it also allowed Su Qing to have his first good sleep after coming to Y Country. In the days that followed, there was a much more natural pattern between the two, and eating at the same table for breakfast and dinner wasn't as awkward. After a few more days like this, things in Y were pretty much taken care of, and a few people were all planning to go back home. The airplane slowly landed, and Zhang Yan let out a sigh of relief the moment she stepped on the land of China, finally home. Yan Han took 2 steps forward and wrapped Zhang Ren's waist, gently rubbed it and said, "Tough baby, we're going home now." Lu Hanshu and Su Qing came out a step slower. When the two of them came out, Zhang Yan and Yan Han had already walked out a long way, and all that could be heard was Zhang Yan shouting at Lu Han, "Snap, then I'll trouble Mr. Lu to send our Qingqing home in one piece." Su Qing also saw the way Jiang Bing kept winking at himself. Jiang Bing also sensed that the atmosphere between the two was slowly improving, so he began to find ways to create opportunities for the two. Su Qing. Cough, within what? You don't need to see me off if you're busy, I can go back on my own. Su Qing was afraid that Lu Hanshu would make things difficult for her, so she busily opened her mouth. Lu Hanshu looked at her with a faint glance. He had seen the signals that Zhang Bo had given her just now. If he let Su Qing go home by herself, wouldn't that be a waste of Zhang Bo's goodwill? "I'm quite free, so I'll give you a reluctant ride," Lu Ojiao, Cold Snap said. Chapter 75, Sleeping in the Guest Bedroom. After sending Su Qing to his home, Su Qing was too lazy to be polite with him, directly closing the door and getting out of the car in one fell swoop. Even if you want to go upstairs to sit down, this kind of polite words are too lazy to ask. Lu Hanshu looked at Su Qing's determined back, his face darkened, directly stepped on the gas, and the black Maybach rushed out. Su Qing twisted his head to see Luhan Snapdragon's car turned a corner out of the neighborhood, gently sighed. The two of them, one more than one stubborn, are dead set on losing face. I do not know if the relationship between the two according to the development of such a situation will still be able to ease the. On the other hand, Jiang Yan and Yan Han went to pick up little Tuanzi first, and the three of them returned home together. After arriving home, Zhang Bei took out the suitcase loaded with gifts, and took out all the gifts she brought for the little group, and when Yan Sibei saw her dream remote control car and Lego, she excitedly went up and directly hugged Zhang Bei, barking a kiss on Zhang Bei's face, and excitedly said, "Yay! Mommy is the best!" Zhang Ren held the little group of people to prevent him from standing unsteadily and falling, gently rubbing the little group of people's head. "It's good if you like it." Chenma happily watched this cozy scene from the side. Zhang Bei handed Chenma a bag and said, "Chenma, this is the scarf I brought back for you, see if you like it." Chenma was flattered and took the bag. She didn't think that Zhang Ren would actually bring her a gift. She busily said, "Thank you ma'am, as long as it's from ma'am I like it." Yan Han walked up and wrapped Zhang Ren's waist, saying, "Didn't you just say in the car that you were sleepy and went up to rest?" Chenma said, "Yes ma'am, you and mister have been out for so long, how can you be as comfortable outside as you are at home? Quickly go up and rest. I'll just take care of the little young master." Yanqian's little friend was also very understanding and told his mom and dad to hurry back and rest while he was busy working on his new toy. Zhang Bei smiled then followed Yan Han upstairs. After Zhang Bei finished her bath and came out, Yan Han had already changed his robe and was lying on the bed, thinking that he had already finished his bath in the other guest bedroom. As soon as Yan Han looked up, he saw Zhang Yan walk out from the bathroom. He put down the book in his hand, then gestured for Zhang Yan to sit on the sofa. Yan Han turned around and walked into the bathroom and took out the hairdryer, stood behind Zhang Bei and gently lifted up Zhang Bei's hair and started to blow dry for her. This kind of scene Yan Han has fantasized countless times before, hoping that he and Zhang Yan can one day love each other. Two people living such a peaceful life will be enough. And when this day really came, Yan Han still feel a little incredible, but he will not be in the future, will not be in doubt Jiang. He also realized Jiang, the kind of needless to say, hidden in the subconscious of the dependents. Yan Han knew that Zhang Yan was also tired these days, and after blow-drying her hair, he carried Zhang Yan to bed, turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a bedside lamp, wrapped his hand around Zhang Yan's waist, and hooped her in his arms, and said, "Go to sleep." Zhang Bei's hand rested on Yan Han's shoulder, and she chirped, "Good night, husband." Yan Han hooked the corner of his lips, and a ripple spread in his heart, as his Bianbian finally called him her husband. Jiang. Yan Han felt her hand groping around on his shoulder and secretly said that it was bad, and he was busy pulling Zhang Bei's hand down. Zhang Bian looked at this flustered behavior of Yan Han and felt that he was hiding something from himself, so he directly sat up, turned on the room's lights, and seriously said, "Show me." The great president of Yan, who had strategized in the shopping mall, was a bit weak at once, and Yan Han touched his nose and slowly turned around. Zhang Ren disliked him for moving too slowly and directly pushed him over with one hand. She couldn't help but redden her eyes when she saw the obvious scar on Yan Han's shoulder. Yan Han looked at Zhang Bing half a day without saying anything, turned around and just wanted to speak when he saw Zhang Bing's reddened eyes. Yan Han instantly panicked and hurriedly took Zhang Ren into his arms, comforting, "I'm fine Ren Run. Look, I'm all better already. I didn't dare to tell you at the time because I was afraid you'd be sad and delay your recovery. Don't cry, eh?" Zhang Bian hated this kind of Yan Han the most, refused to tell her anything, beautifully said for her good, but she also wanted to come to heartache him ah. While speaking of Han, he thought darkly that if his injuries for Zhang Bin could make Zhang Bin feel more guilty towards him, thus making Zhang Bin inseparable from him, then he would be fine no matter how many injuries he suffered. Yan Han gently wiped away Zhang Yan's tears, but the more he wiped away, so Yan Han simply stopped wiping and directly pressed Zhang Yan into his arms. Zhang Bei's tears and snot rubbed all over Yan Han, and Yan Han didn't mind at all. After a while, Zhang Bing felt that she had to teach Yan Han a lesson, so that he would never dare to say nothing to him again, and she also wanted to be the one who stood by Yan Han's side and solved his problems. Zhang Ren withdrew from Yan Han's arms and said to him, "You refuse to tell me anything and carry everything yourself, so from today onwards, go sleep in the guest bedroom by yourself, and come back to sleep when you've changed." "No way." Yan Han refused without even thinking about it. "I changed it, now. And didn't you say you wanted to give Siobhan a full childhood? We definitely can't be separated." Zhang Bian was determined to give Yan Han a little lesson. "Then you'll go sleep in the guest bedroom for a week first, just as a punishment for you, wife." Yan Cha began to act pitiful. Seeing that Zhang Bing was not moved in the slightest, Yan Han added, "Is that day okay? I've really changed, I won't dare to do it again." Seeing that Zhang Ren remained silent, Yan Han thought about it and made the biggest concession. "Is 3 days okay then?" 2 weeks. Zhang Yan showed no mercy. 1 week deal. "Okay, then from today onwards it will be a trouble for Mr. Ian to go ahead and sleep in the guest bedroom. Good night." After saying that, Zhang Yan laid down, turned her back to Yan Han, and pretended to be asleep. Yan Han could only take one step and turn around 3 times to look at Zhang Yan. "Wife, am I really leaving?" "Honey, I'm opening the door." "Honey, you need to sleep with the covers on at night." "Honey, I'm closing the door." Zhang Yan closed her eyes and lay on the bed, with an air of unconcern. The sound of the door closing came, and Zhang Ren slowly opened his eyes. In fact, she had also long been familiar with Yan Han's embrace, used to nestling in his arms to sleep, and she did not know whether she could sleep at night without Yan Han. But this problem of Yan Han not telling her anything, she must also make him change. Thinking about this, Jiang Bo's eyelids as heavy as 1,000 pounds how can not open, and finally really fell asleep. Chapter 76, Assholes. When it was late at night, after Yen Han made sure that Jiang Ren was asleep, he tiptoed into the bedroom. There is no Jiang Yan, and the side of the speech cold tossing and turning is unable to sleep. Then estimated Jiang Yan has been sleeping time, quietly lifted the covers on the bed, Jiang Yan gently into the arms, before closing his eyes to sleep. Early the next morning, Yen Han woke up 10 minutes early and went back to the guest bedroom again with a light hand. Because he was afraid that felt that he didn't listen to her, and in a fit of anger Jean would never let him sleep in his arms again. When Jiang Yan woke up in a daze, found that there is no word of cold, she slept well this night, but in the middle of the night always feel ghost pressure. There is something similar to iron pincers pressed against her, so that she cannot move. Thinking about it, Jiang Bo suddenly got a little scared, afraid that there is really something unclean in this house. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan always feel the back of the cold, busy out of bed to wash after rushing downstairs, really do not dare to stay alone in this house. Yen Han, who was in the guest bedroom across the room, was always aware of the movements across the room, and after sensing that Jiang Yan had opened the door, he also opened the door immediately afterward. Jiang Bei saw Yen Han come out from the opposite side, and instantly her heart was solidified. Before Jiang Ren could make a move, Yen Han stepped forward and swept Jiang Ren into his arms, his head resting on the nest of Jiang Ren's shoulder as he muffled, "Wife, I couldn't sleep well without you last night." There was some aggravation in that tone of voice when you listen closely. "No, you have to do what you say you're going to do so you can change it next time." Yen Han lifted his head up and slightly bent down to meet Jiang Bei's eyes, and pitifully said, "It's okay wife, although I have dark circles under my eyes, although every day the company affairs are so busy, and also not sleeping well, one day my body will be exhausted, but it doesn't matter, I still have to listen to my wife." Jiang Bing carefully scrutinized Yen Han for a while, and found that what he said did not seem to be false, and that there was indeed some faint auburn under his eyes, which was even more obvious when compared to his somewhat whiter complexion. Jiang Bian also couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken, but she didn't forget her original intention of giving Yen Han a lesson, 3 days then, no less. A hint of cunning quickly crossed in Yen Han's eyes, and he reswept Jiang Yan in his arms again. Deal. The two of them hugged for a while longer before they went downstairs for breakfast, and Yen Bei was also carried downstairs by the family's aunt at this time, after the family of three finished breakfast. Jiang Yan sent Mariko to school, while Saihan went to the company alone. On the way, Zuolin asked, "Mr. Yen, the bodyguard guarding Su Qing said that Yuan Shu is now having a bit of a mental breakdown. She said she only knows that the person behind it is in China right now, and that they usually contact each other through cell phones and haven't met in person, thus she doesn't know what that person looks like, and hasn't asked anything else yet." Yen Han narrowed his eyes and said, "Lock her up for a while longer, same as before, don't let her see the light, 1 meal a day, same with water." Understood. After a pause, Yen Han added, "When she has her last breath left, if she hasn't said anything yet, put the word out about her." Understood. Zuolin also realized that Yen Han was trying to draw out the person behind Su Qing. Also, the security for the ma'am and the young master should continue to be tightened. "Okay, mister." Words. Yen Han looked at the window, quickly swept through the scenery, slightly frowned. He was not afraid of them to trip him, blowing up his arsenal does not matter, but he was most afraid if Jiang Yan and Yen Sibian encountered danger, then he will never forgive himself. Jiang Bei received a call from Yen Han in the afternoon, saying that the Zhou family is organizing a full moon banquet for their son today, and they hope that Yen Han will bring Jiang Bei along to attend. Originally, Yen Han never attended this kind of occasion, always let Zuolin attend or directly let him buy a gift to bring over. But then it occurred to him that ever since he and Redemption had reconciled, the two had never shown their faces in public, and the rumors about their discord, their unfortunate marriage, and the fact that they were contract husbands had never ceased. That's why this time he wanted to take Jiang Yan there, so that those rumors would not be broken, and he also wanted to let everyone know that Jiang Yan was his, and no one was allowed to covet his Yen Yan. But he didn't know if Jiang Run was willing to attend with him. Before making this call to Jiang Bing, Yen Han had done a long time of mental construction, and he had preset all the possible reactions of Jiang Bing in his mind. This includes the fact that Jiang Yan will probably reject him, saying that she has only been acting with him all this time, and will immediately leave him and Yen Sibing to go abroad, etc. But Yen Han still wanted to try. He also wanted to stand in front of the public with Jiang Bing one day, so that his and Jiang Bing's story would become a good story that everyone would praise. But what Yen Han did not expect was that Jiang Ren actually agreed immediately without hesitation. But Jiang Bing hesitated again. Jiang Yan's one twist made Yen Han's heart lift up, fearing that Jiang Yan would backtrack and scold him for his lack of self-importance. After a while, Jiang Yan spoke again, "But I don't have a dress." Yen Han heaved a sigh of relief, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. Yen Han smiled lightly and spoke, "Don't worry, I'll let Zuolin pick you up, and the dress and makeup have already hired a good designer." "Yeah." Jiang Run agreed with alacrity. "Wait for Yancy to get out of school, then have the driver pick him up." "Siren going too?" "Well, or he's home alone too, so take him too." Jiang Yan thought for a moment. Because of her reason, the little group of children were born without a full moon feast nor a weekly feast. The guilt for the little group of children is much heavier, so she agreed. The two made some more small talk and then hung up. In fact, there is no need to let Yen Sibian also attend today, but the two have never talked about Yen Sibian's existence in front of the public, so it's just right to take advantage of this opportunity for the family of three to attend together. Zhuo Lin sent Jiang Bei to the makeup studio. The makeup artist was full of praise as soon as she saw Jiang Bei. Mrs. Yan's skin is as delicate as sheep's fat white jade, not a single pore is visible, it's just like silky satin, it's breakable. Eyelashes are thick and slender, more curly than after I brushed mascara, as if two small fans, gently a fan, can fan the heartstrings of others. No wonder not close to the female sex of the general manager of the Speech to You So Dead. Jiang Bei was a little embarrassed by the makeup artist's compliments, and smiled lightly twice in response. During the makeup application process, Jiang Bian and the makeup artist had a good chat. The makeup artist had a better impression of Jiang Bing. She had done makeup for many rich wives and big stars. There were many bad-tempered ones, most of them were also used to being pampered, and had to fling their faces at the slightest bit of unhappiness. But this Mrs. Yen in front of her was completely different, speaking warmly and softly, and not at all standoffish. When Yen Han arrived, Jiang Bei had just finished changing into her evening gown. Jiang Yan wore a bustier soft pink fishtail evening dress, revealing Jiang Yan's recessed collarbone, perfectly outlining her charming waist-to-hip ratio. Her voluminous waist was less than a handful, exuding a charming charm. The necklace and earrings that Jiang Yan wore were high-quality items that were personally selected by Yen Han, with a light pink gemstone set in the center of the many crushed diamonds around them, emitting a glistening luster under the light. Yen Han was stunned for a moment and froze in place for a moment. Seeing that Yen Han didn't react for half a day, Jiang Bei couldn't help but turn around to look at herself in the mirror and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you reacting like this? Doesn't it look good?" It was only then that Yen Han reacted, walking up and wrapping Jiang Bei's waist from behind, kissing her sideways and burying his head in the crook of her neck. The rest of the people had long been taken out by Zhuo Lin, and only the two of them were left in the large fitting room. Jiang Bian was tickled by the hot air spewing out from between his breaths, so she pushed his head aside to hide. "Stop it and get going, you're going to be late later. There's no rush, we'll just go back later, just give me a little cuddle first." After saying that, Yen Han buried his head and kissed her. Jiang Bing was startled and shrieked, "Not here, it's going to leave traces in a while." Yen Han hated to make traces so that the whole world would know that she was his, but he knew that Jiang Bian would definitely be angry, so he had to give up. Suddenly, he hooked his lips up to look at Jiang Ren in the mirror and said, "Then I'll change places." After a long time, Yen Han looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Jiang Bei's cheeks to her neck turned pink. She hurriedly straightened her clothes and punched Yen Han's chest a few times, indignantly saying, "You bastard." Yen Han laughed and wrapped Jiang Ren's small hand into his palm, incidentally fishing the person over and wrapping him in his arms, gently kissing the corner of Jiang Ren's lips, laughing as his chest trembled. "Baby, who made you so seductive?" Chapter 77, No More Fooling Around. Jiang Yan was so angry that she simply stopped talking. Anyway, no matter what, she couldn't say anything about Yen Han. Yen Han looked at Jiang Bo, twisted his head away, no longer pay attention to him, boarded a small face as not very happy look. Yen Han know that he annoyed the person, so soft voice to coax. "Don't be mad, baby, I just didn't refrain." Saying that, he lowered his head again and kissed Jiang Ren delicately. Jiang Bei was a little tickled by the kiss, but still had a stern face and said, "Stop fooling around, I'm really going to get angry if you keep this up. Then I'll get up if you don't get angry," Yen Han said sullenly. Jiang Bing was about to die of anger. In terms of playing a scoundrel, she could never play with Yen Han. She was going to stabilize him and settle the score with him when she got home. Jiang Bian gritted her teeth and tried to slow down her tone. "Not angry anymore, you get up quickly." When Yen Han sniffed, he slowly lifted his head up and cupped Jiang Ren's face for a closer look. "You really aren't angry anymore?" Jiang Bian's face was a little hot from the look, so she said perfunctorily, "Really not angry anymore, you let go of me first." Yen Han complied and let go of her, his dark eyes glowing with a sly light. "Then I'll believe you if you kiss me." "Don't." Jiang Ren refused without thinking. Speech Chill made a move to fall on top of her again. She hurriedly stopped Yen Han's head and said sharply, "Got it, got it, got it." Yen Han stood straight again and looked at Jiang Bing with a good look. Jiang Yan drummed up her courage, hooked her hands around Yen Han's neck, pulled down Yen Han's head, and gently planted a kiss on his lips. Yen Han keenly perceived Jiang Bei's intention to leave soon. He quickly reached out his hand and tightly clasped Jiang Bei's head, countering the. Jiang Bei was kissed with some lack of oxygen. Her eyes reddened and her watery eyes looked at Yen Han, who instantly felt that he was too inhuman. He stopped bullying Jiang Bing and stroked Jiang Bing's head soothingly. Well, that's really enough of that. Go fix another lipstick and we'll be on our way, huh?" Jiang Bei stared at Yen Han grudgingly, pondering whether to let him sleep in the toilet or the living room when he went back at night. After Jiang Yan slowed down her breathing, she was too embarrassed to let the makeup artist help her make up her lipstick, so she made up some foundation and reapplied her lipstick before going out with Yen Han. By the time the two of them reached the banquet hall, Yen Qian was already waiting in the car. Yen Si Bei had been bored playing with her own bear doll, and when she looked up and saw Jiang Yan holding Yen Han over to his side, she immediately pulled open the door and ran out of the car. "Mom! Mommy!" Jiang Yi squatted down and opened his arms, embracing Yen Si Wei into his arms. Baby, did you miss mommy? Yen Sibei's little chin was resting on Jiang Bei's shoulder, and her grandmother said in a sticky voice, I want to miss my mommy very much. Mommy misses us too, Sabu baby. Will mommy sleep with you tonight? Yeah. Yen Sibei immediately jumped up happily. It was only then that Yen Sibei noticed that Jiang Bei was wearing a soft pink evening gown today. Quietly reddening her cheeks, she complimented, Mom, you look really nice today. Being praised by her own son for looking good, Jiang Bing was even happier and said with a smile, thank you Sibing baby. Baby is also very handsome today. Yen Sibei was even more embarrassed and hid in Jiang Bei's arms, refusing to show her face. Yen Han was ignored completely on the side. Yen Han gritted his teeth. He endured again and again, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Yen Han stepped forward, lifted up Yen Sibei's collar, put him aside like a chicken cub, pulled up Jiang Bei's hand and hung it in the crook of his arm, his big hand over Jiang Bei's small hand. Yancy stood by and watched this in confusion. Jiang Bei disgustedly peeled away Yen Han's hand, but Yen Han's grip got tighter and tighter, not giving her the slightest possibility to break away. Zhang Ren had no choice but to use his other hand to take the little dumpling and rub his little head, leading Yen Sibei along towards the banquet hall. The door to the banquet hall was opened by the valet. Zhou Shan had been surrounded by the crowd for a toast. As soon as he turned his head and saw that it was Yen Han's family that had arrived, he immediately put down his wine glass and greeted them. The crowd also turned their heads to look over, to see who had such great face that it was worthy of Zhou Shan's personal welcome. Since Yen Han has never appeared in front of the media, very few people have seen his real face. At this time, the crowd also only detected the noble and arrogant aura surrounding him, knowing that he was definitely not an ordinary person, but they were also unable to determine his identity. Until Zhou Shan came out and shouted, Mr. Yen, you finally came. I thought you had something to do tonight and couldn't come. These words, in the quiet banquet hall, clearly reached everyone's ears. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and all sorts of discussions were immediately heard in the banquet hall. Mr. Yen? Which Mr. Yen? Mr. Yen? Is he the same Yen Han who built the Yen clan into a business empire at a young age? Words of cold? I don't think so. Didn't the outside world say that his family is not in harmony? How come the family of three came to attend together, and it looks like the relationship is still very good? I thought he was divorced. Then who's that woman next to her? And whose child is that? Don't talk nonsense. Don't you see the child and that woman's eyebrows are practically carved out of the same mold? Surely they are biological. Then this child also looks 4-5 years old. Yan's group president Yen Han is not 5 years ago rumored to be married? Could it be that he's never been divorced? All sorts of speculations rose and fell, but Yen Han turned a deaf ear to them, not affected in the slightest by those murmurs. He smiled lightly and shook Zhou Shan's hand, then introduced him calmly. This is Jiang Bing, my wife. Zhou Shan smiled and said, Mrs. Yen, I've really heard a lot about you. It's been rumored that you look like a beautiful woman, and today, you really live up to your name. Jiang Bing was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. You flatter me. Zhou Shan saw the little group of children held by Jiang Bian and asked, this is the son of the two of you, isn't it? He's really cute, and his eyebrows are really identical to Mrs. Yen's. Yen Sibei raised her big watery eyes and said in a sticky voice, hello uncle, my name is Yen Sibei. Alas, hello, there are some desserts over there, Mr. Yen can take the young master over there to have something to eat first. Yen Han nodded his head, also unwilling to talk more nonsense. His intention was to bring Jiang Bo and Xiao Duanzi to show their faces. Now that the purpose has been achieved, naturally, he did not want to spend more time talking. Yen Han led them to the dessert area, and just as they stood, they met many people coming over to toast. It was so hard to see Yen Han on this kind of occasion, so naturally, the crowd was unwilling to give up this opportunity, and when they saw the right time, they all walked over with their wine glasses. Yen Han really couldn't put it off, so he let Jiang Yen take Yen Sibei to get something to eat first. These people thought that as long as they could reach a cooperation with Yen Han, even if they only took a tiny bit of benefit from it, it would be a huge gain for them. Yen Han was surrounded by the crowd, saying all sorts of flattering words. Yen Han's interest was lacking. His eyes drooped lazily, but his gaze glanced at Jiang Bo and Xiao Duanzi from time to time. The crowd praised him for his youthfulness, courage and resourcefulness. Yen Han did not react at all, and still responded with a light brow. But as long as anyone said that he and Jiang Bing were a good match, he raised his eyes and smiled faintly at that person, and he tilted his head back and drank the wine that he toasted. But people have also come to understand what Yen Han loves to hear, so they all exaggerate to the point. At the end of the day, Yen Han's wine wasn't missing, but he still couldn't see the slightest hint of drunkenness on his face. He paced in front of Jiang Bei, gently rubbed her hair, and softly asked, tired? Do you want to go back and rest? Can we go now? Yen Han hooked his lips and smiled. Of course, you can leave whenever you want. Jiang Bo was also really a bit tired of standing, so she nodded and led Yen Sibei to follow Yen Han away. Chapter 78. Are you angry? After arriving home, Jiang Yen accompanied Yen Sibei into bed and put the little group to sleep. Jiang Yen was drifting off to sleep when she noticed someone pushing open the bedroom door and walking in gently. Yen Han tucked in Yen Sibei, picked up Jiang Bei and went back to the master bedroom. Jiang Yen struggled in Yen Han's arms, but for fear of waking up the little group, she could only restrain herself. It was not until she closed the door to Yen Sibei's bedroom that Jiang Yan started punching and kicking at Yen Han. She hadn't forgotten about this man bullying her in the locker room today. However, this amount of strength and the view of Yen Han with a kitten scratching the same, cannot shake him in the slightest. When he entered the bedroom, Yen Han threw Jiang Bei on the bed, then leaned over and pressed up. Jiang Bei's quick eyes and hands covered Yen Han's mouth that was kissing down with one hand, and the other hand grabbed his hand that was about to reach into the hem of her shirt. Speech Chill raised an eyebrow, questioning her wordlessly. Jiang Bing huffed and puffed, "Didn't I say, you're not allowed to sleep with me these days? You're not allowed to sleep with me for a few days." Yen Han laughed softly, laughing so hard that his chest was vibrating. He reached out his hand, pulled down Jiang Yan's hand that was covering his mouth, and held it in his hand, looking gangly. "I didn't say that I would sleep with you tonight. After I finish my business I'll leave." After saying that Yen Han was going to kiss down again, Jiang Yan's eyes widened in shock and turned her head. Yen Han then kissed on her earlobe. Yen Han grunted and laughed, and with this action, he also contained Jiang Ren's small and pink earlobe. Jiang Bing stiffened and immediately began to struggle violently. Being together for so long, Yen Han has already felt clearly where Jiang Bo's sensitive points are. Earlobe is one of her most sensitive places. Usually when the love is deep, as long as she kisses her earlobe, she will always become more sensitive and nervous. Yen Han contained Jiang Ren's earlobe, extended his tongue to lick it slowly, and then gently ground the middle of the earlobe with the tip of his teeth, and then kissed the entire auricle of the ear. Jiang Bo trembled for a moment, and then his body became a puddle of water, and he couldn't exert any strength at all, letting Yen Han toss him around. Yen Han reached out and slowly unbuttoned Jiang Bei's pajamas. Jiang Bei felt a coldness in her chest and instantly came to her senses, pushing away Yen Han with her hands and feet. Yen Han's veins jumped straight up, his face sullen as he fell to the side and stared at Jiang Bei, alive with a look of lust. Jiang Yan was busy buttoning up her pajamas, sat up and looked condescendingly at Yen Han, and said with a smile, "Today is only the second day, and for the next 5 days it's going to be hard for you to sleep in the guest bedroom, husband." After saying that, Jiang Yan didn't give Yen Han a chance to reply and ran into the bathroom in a puff of smoke. Yen Han was simply exasperated and laughed. He rubbed his temples with a dark and sullen face and slowed down again before slowly getting up and walking to the guest bedroom. Jiang Yan stayed in the bathroom for a while, hearing the door close before walking out of the bathroom. Jiang Bei went back to Yen Sibei's bedroom. After all, promised the little group said to accompany him to sleep together. She can't break faith in front of the little group again now. She has to try her best to give them father and son a sense of security, to make up for the harm that she had caused them before. Early the next morning, after the family of three ate breakfast together, they let the driver send the little group to kindergarten first. Yen Han went back to the bedroom to change into a set of clothes, and Jiang Bei lay on the sofa and swiped her cell phone. Suddenly she saw several hot searches high on the top of the hot list. The marriage of Yen Han, the man in charge of Yen, is incompatible? Yen Han Jiangbin. Yes, they have a child. Yasmin. Jiang Yan clicked in and looked at them one by one. She suddenly realized what the purpose of Yen Han bringing them to the banquet yesterday was. No wonder she felt yesterday that Zhou Shan didn't look like someone who needed Yen Han to personally show up to maintain a relationship, and he never attends this kind of banquet, let alone taking her and little Miss Tuanzi with him. Most of the netizens' comments were saying that they were a match made in heaven, and Zhang Bing looked on beautifully. But there is no lack of people sour that they are a contractual couple, or family marriage is nothing real emotion, maybe in private or each playing each other. Zhang Bian didn't care about the bad comments and just thought that they had come to the internet to vent about their bad life. She boarded her trumpet and liked all the comments that praised him and Yen Han, and those bad comments that said something really excessive Zhang Bing backhandedly made a report, or else she personally disliked them. Until Jiang Yan clicked into the speech-sibbing words. Yen Si Yen? Yen Han Mrs. Jiang Yan? Upstairs. That's what I thought of when I first saw the name. I thought it was some kind of hoity-toity secret, but it turns out they're playing pure love. Woo-hoo-hoo. Jiang Bian looked at the comments and couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart. She had guessed how Yanqian's name had come about from the start, but when those words came out of the mouths of netizens and were known to all, it was not to be taken lightly. Not a moment later, Jiang Ren suddenly felt a warm embrace with a familiar pinewood scent encircle her from behind. Yen Han kissed her earlobe. Jiang Ren's ear was hot and shrank a little. A cold and low voice rang in her ear. What are you looking at? So fascinated. Jiang Yan shrank her shoulders and handed her cell phone to him, confessing to, the video of us attending the banquet yesterday was posted online, and it's on the hot search. Yen Han did not look at the phone, but still lowered his head to carefully observe Jiang Bei's complexion, and found that Jiang Bei did not have signs of anger before slightly put down his heart. Jiang Bing looked at Yen Han and narrowed her eyes as she asked, did you bring me and little Tuanzi to the banquet just to show up in front of the media and publicize our relationship? Yen Han just put down the heart and instantly lifted up, afraid that Jiang Yan hate his self-assertion, so that the relationship between the two people cannot easily ease and then drop to the freezing point. Yen Han's hands holding Jiang Ren were slightly trembling. He tightened his arms holding Jiang Ren, his chin resting on Jiang Ren's shoulder socket, and said sullenly, I think we've never clarified those messages from the outside world, and we haven't shown up in front of the media, so we just wanted to take this opportunity to tell everyone. Yen Han lifted his head and cautiously tried, Bian Bian, are you angry? If you're not happy, then I'll have Zhuo Lin pull all these news. After saying that, Yan Han was about to pick up his cell phone to call Zhuo Lin. Jiang Bei lost her smile. She reached out and drew away Yan Han's cell phone, placatingly patted his hand on her waist and said, I'm not angry just tell me, we are originally a couple I'm not going to reject you. Look! Jiang Bian gleefully raised her cell phone to him and spoke. The netizens are all saying that we're a perfect match, a huge match, a heavenly match. Yan Han looked up at Jiang Bei's cell phone. He was naturally happy to see everyone's wishes for them, but he was even happier that Jiang Bei wasn't angry about the publicity, but was excited to share it with him. Chapter 79, I love my wife very much. Yan Han's heart softened into a ball, did not hold back, lowered his head and kissed Jiang Bei, until the kiss of Jiang Bei breathless before slowly letting go of her. He looked down at Zhang Ren's delicate lips because of him, and a great sense of satisfaction was born in his heart as he reached out and gently pressed Zhang Ren's lips. Yan Han whispered, it's good that you're not angry. Yan Han paused before continuing to, I admit that I am selfish, the rumors about us in the outside world have never stopped, and before that, I would have let it go, but ever since you came back and our relationship eased, I don't want these rumors to continue to spread, and yesterday was the perfect opportunity. As for what you said about Zhou Shan, although it's also not a crime for me to personally step in, he's one of the suppliers of the Yen clan, and he's been kind of good to the Yen clan for so many years, so selling him a favor will do no harm to the Yen clan, all in all. Jiang Yan nodded, but was also amazed that Yan Han had actually arranged it so meticulously, as if every step was under his control. Jiang Bei also couldn't help but think, he even calculated the timing of their public disclosure so accurately, so was she and Yan Bei also a part of his efforts to gain benefits in the mall, and what he cared about wasn't them at all? Jiang Ren couldn't help but be a little angry, coldly lowering his face, coolly saying, I know, don't you still have to go to work, hurry up and go, you'll be late later. After saying that, Jiang Yan took back her cell phone and started to continue swiping it, leaving Yan Han with a backward glance. Even if Yan Han was slow, he also noticed that Jiang Bei's mood was not right, and simply walked around the sofa to sit next to Jiang Bei, took the cell phone out of her hand, and carried Jiang Bei to sit on his lap. Jiang Bei struggled to get down, and Yan Han's two arms tightened around her so that Jiang Bei couldn't move. Yan Han slowly and methodically hooked up a strand of Jiang Bei's hair, wrapping it around his hand and playing with it. What's the matter, Mrs. Yan, you were fine just now, why are you suddenly angry? Not angry. Jiang Yi twisted her head away from him. Yan Han lost his smile, there was something really cute about the way Jiang Yan was playing with her little temper. Jiang Bei twisted her head to look at Yan Han, her tone not very nice. What are you laughing at? Yan Han let go of Jiang Bei's hair, his fingers moved up and gently stroked Jiang Bei's cheeks, laughing at Mrs. Yan's angry look is also so beautiful. Jiang Yan blankly glanced at Yan Han and twisted her head to stop looking at him, but her face finally looked better. Yan Han came up and kissed Jiang Ren's cheeks and laughed softly. So, can you tell me now what you're angry about, baby? Jiang Ren still didn't look at him or speak. Yan Han wasn't annoyed either, recalling that Zhang Bing got angry just after he finished talking about going to the banquet yesterday. He patiently guessed, since it's not because I'm angry for being unauthorized, it's because I didn't personally hold a press conference and you don't think I'm formal enough? Zhang Bing remained in his original position. Sensing that he had guessed wrongly, Yan Han continued on his own, then you just simply don't like this Zhou Shan person? Then I'll have Yan not work with him in the future. Jiang Yan breathlessly twisted her head to look at him. Yan Han looked at Zhang Bing's expression and realized that he seemed to have guessed wrong again. Zhang Bing felt that if she didn't tell him, he didn't know what pie-in-the-sky reasons he could come up with. Zhang Bing looked at Yan Han and said seriously, Yan Han. Zhang Bo called out Yan Han's name, which startled Yan Han and immediately sat down to listen to the training. You're a businessman, so I understand that you want to maximize your profits, and I understand that you never make a losing deal. Zhang Yan paused before continuing, but you're making this whole thing about us going public also calculated, making me and the baby a part of your selling favor, and I don't like that. Yan Han nodded, realizing that what he had done was indeed a bit of a mistake. He was obviously so precious that he couldn't let them be linked to the interests of the mall. Yan Han leaned down and kissed Jiang Bei's lips soothingly, and her forehead against her forehead, and mumbled, I'm sorry wife, this matter is really what I did wrong, I'll change it, wait for 2 days to arrange a good time, I'll formally convene a press conference to re-announce our relationship. Jiang Yan nodded and added, also, it's okay to let the outside world know about Xian's existence, but I don't want him to be exposed on the internet, he's still too young, I want him to have a happy and joyful childhood. Only then did Yan Han realize that he had only been preoccupied with how to make their relationship public, and many of these things had not been taken into consideration, and he busily agreed, then I'll have the PR department delete all of Sabu's information on the internet in a moment. Jiang Yan nodded, go to work then, you'll be late soon. It's okay, I'm the boss, give me another hug. Yan Han said hold a moment cannot just literally mean so simple. He held Jiang Yan kissed again and again. The hand is not honest. Up and down touched all over the face of insatiable let go of the hand. After arriving at the company, Yan Han first asked the public relations department to delete all the photos and videos on the internet that exposed Yan Sibian's front face. Yan Han ordered it down before tapping his cell phone and boarding Weibo to look at the netizens' messages. There are indeed a few who praise them, but there are also some who are denigrating Jiang Yan, saying that she doesn't know what means she used to marry into a rich family, saying that she will be dumped in a short time, and that she's just a vase with empty looks. The more Yanhan looked, the more angry he got. He felt that since he could see it, Jiang Bian must have seen it too. How could the person he put on the tip of his heart be denigrated and insulted like this? He logged onto his personal account and tweeted, "Hello, everyone, I'm Yanhan. I and my wife Jiang Yan married 5 years ago. She did not like me at first. I chased her, stalking her. She only reluctantly agreed to me. For the rumors spread outside, here to make a unified response, my wife and I have a very good relationship, not divorced nor any contractual couple." The word sibling is indeed Yanhan Miss Jiang Bian, meaning, "I will prosecute all the slanders and rumors against my wife from outside. In addition, we have received everyone's blessings, but also ask the media friends not to spread the photos and videos and personal information of the children of Yan Bian. We want to give him a happy childhood, thank you all." The microblogging ended with a photo of Jiang Yan and Yanhan's marriage license, and the date on it clearly showed 5 years ago. In less than 10 minutes after Yanhan's microblog was sent out, it reached the top of the hot search list. The comments below were also all clear compliments, and Yanhan looked at his phone and replied one by one. "Mr. Yan is still a wife-favoring devil. Speech chill back, yes, I love my wife very much. Oh, I don't care, the Cold River CP is just the best knockout. Thank you. Jiang Yan only, I think Jiang Yan is so nice and beautiful. It is said that she is also a jewelry designer. She has face, talent and a husband who loves her. She's a winner in life. Words chill back, such a good salvation is mine. Upstairs, I'm with you. Jiang Bing really looks good. Much better looking than some of the heavily made-up actresses in the entertainment industry. Mr. Yan, the hatred of taking my wife is not shared. Speech cold back, you envy it." Yanhan did not do anything the whole morning, just in the office holding a cell phone to reply to the comments. Zuolin entered the office and looked at the boss who kept typing on his cell phone, looked at the table side of the pile of documents to be approved, helplessly held his forehead, gently put down the documents, and then silently walked out. The whole time Yanhan did not raise his head to share a look with him, as if he did not even know that he had come in. Chapter 80, You've Got to Let Me Go. On the other side, Jiang Bian was originally going through the black comments on Weibo, reporting one when he found one, but slowly Jiang Bian realized that there were much fewer black comments, and it was almost impossible to go through them. She was puzzled when she suddenly saw a tweet tweeting that, #Yanhan tweeted hashtag saying cold hashtag reply hashtag. Jiang Yan clicked in, only to see the blog post that Yanhan had sent with his account, and then realized why the black comments were almost all gone. Tapping into the comments below only to realize that Yanhan had been busy replying to comments almost all morning, replying to all the comments that blessed them. Zhang Bei couldn't help but lose his smile. It wasn't like him, the big president, to do such a childish thing. But at the same time, a ripple also rose within Zhang Bei's heart, and she also sensed how much importance Yanhan attached to her. She knows that Yanhan is insecure. After yesterday's public has been afraid of her anger, got her permission to show love so recklessly. Jiang Yan also want to do their best to make Yanhan can be more accurate point to feel her heart. Jiang Bian switched to her own large number, which had nothing on it except for some information about the jewelry show that she usually forwarded. She edited a tweet. "I love my husband too." The accompanying picture was a picture of the same marriage license as Yanhan's because she really didn't have a picture of the two of them together on her phone. Jiang Yan turned the album over and over again and did not find a photo of the two together. Jiang Yan simply saved this microblogging, intending to go to the company at noon to find a temporary shot of Yanhan. Jiang Yan looked at the time and climbed up to get ready to make lunch for Yanhan and bring it to the office. Chen Ma was in the kitchen preparing the ingredients for cooking at noon. Seeing Jiang Bei come in, she busily wiped her hands clean and went forward to ask, "Madam, why did you come in?" "Mrs. Chen, I want to make a lunch for Yanhan to bring over, so teach me how to make it." Chen Mom see Jiang Yan and Yanhan relationship become better. Of course she is happy, busy should say, good, need to use the ingredients I have cut out. Jiang Bing followed Chen Ma's instruction and made 3 dishes and 1 soup out. Jiang Bing tasted each dish, although the selling appearance is not particularly good, but the taste is quite okay. Compared to the previous difficult to swallow, the degree is really much better. Jiang Yan packed all the meals into a thermos box and drove to the Yan group. After Jiang Yan arrived at the front desk, she didn't encounter the previous front desk that didn't allow her to go upstairs. After the morning's news, the whole company knows that their Mr. Yin is a wife slave, and they all know what Mr. Yin's wife looks like. This time the front desk lady was very enthusiastic when she saw Zhang Bei and sent Zhang Bei to the president's private elevator. After seeing Jiang Yan up the stairs, he hastened to ventilate within the company again. "Mrs. Yan came to the company. It seems like she came to deliver food to Mr. Yan. I walked her to the elevator. Whoa, is that boss lady the same as on the video? Even better looking than in the video. White, tall, and thin. I want to look like that in my next life." In such a short period of time, the whole company knew that Jiang Yan had come to the Yan group, and as soon as Jiang Yan got off the elevator, she felt several gazes fall on her. Even though those gazes were not malicious, Jiang Yan was still a little embarrassed by the looks, and she quickened her pace to walk towards the president's office in a hurry. In the middle of the way, there were many passing employees who froze for a moment when they saw Jiang Yan, and then hurriedly greeted, "Good day, ma'am." Jiang Bing froze for a moment before reacting that it was her who was shouting. She didn't want to leave a bad impression, so she hurriedly smiled lightly at the other party. "How are you guys?" When Jiang Yan smiled, the small pair swirls on the side of her cheeks were hidden, just like a bud waiting to bloom, giving people a harmless feeling, making people feel as if talking loudly would scare her, and when the employee on the opposite side of the room saw Jiang Yan smile, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Frozen watched as Jiang Yan walked past them, immediately showing off in the company group. When Jiang Yan walked to a corner, she suddenly collided with an oncoming girl, and the coffee she was holding in her hand splashed all over Jiang Yan's clothes. The girl on the other side of the room hurriedly apologized and fished out paper from her pocket to wipe Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei was startled, but didn't get annoyed, but silently picked up the papers for her. The girl thanked her while raising her head. The moment she saw Jiang Bei, she felt a little familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen her before. While she was in a daze, Jiang Yan opened her mouth first. "Are you alright?" The girl quickly said, I'm fine. Fortunately, the cup of coffee is warm, and not so hot, is that this dress is likely to be unable to want. Jiang Bing cannot help but some heartache. "I'm glad you're okay, I'll just go change in a few minutes, so hurry up and get to work." Jiang Yan didn't give the other party a chance to answer when she finished speaking, so she took a step towards the president's office. That girl saw Jiang Bei directly into the president's office before remembering, she seems to be the president's wife, which realized what a big trouble she had made. Maybe she was so hard to get a chance to get into the job, but not yet turned to be dismissed. When Jiang Bei entered the president's office, the colleagues beside her gathered around. Nan, you're in trouble this time, pouring coffee on the president's wife's clothes. If she gets angry, you won't be able to eat. No way, I don't think Mrs. President was angry just now. Nonsense, she can in front of so many people face difficult a small staffet, with Mr. Yen said this matter will be resolved, according to Mr. Yen that favor his wife's temperament is estimated to be what she said. No way, I think the president's wife has a pretty good temper. What's the use of being good-tempered? Just now the president's wife that dresses a high definition, light money are not necessarily able to buy. The girl called Nan's face turned white the more she listened, when a female employee stood out next to her and took her by the shoulders. It's okay Nan, don't listen to them, I don't think the president's wife is that kind of person anyway. Nan smiled at her as a response, and she really couldn't say anything right now, she could only silently pray that Jiang Bing wouldn't bother with her. Yen Han was originally lowering his head to deal with the documents that he did not deal with in the morning, when he heard someone come in without knocking on the door, frowned and was just about to reprimand the visitor for being so unruly. As a result, as soon as he looked up, he saw a slender figure walking towards him. The surprise on Yen Han's face couldn't even be concealed, and he was busy putting down his pen and walking towards Jiang Bing. It was only after getting closer that he realized the large coffee stain on Jiang Bing's body, and he couldn't help but frown, suppressing his anger and asking, "How did you get this?" Originally, Jiang Bing thought it was nothing, but when Yen Han asked, she became a little aggravated and deflated her mouth, just accidentally collided with someone. Yen Han looked at Jiang Ren's aggrieved appearance and became even more angry, directly asking, "Who is it? I'll let Zhuo Lin handle it." "No need." Jiang Yan was busy pulling his hand that was going to dial the intercom. "I was just walking a little fast and didn't pay attention and collided with someone. I didn't think anything of it, but I got a little aggravated when you asked. Just coax me." Yen Han's heart instantly softened into a piece, raised his hand and touched Jiang Bei's cheek, gently planting a kiss on her lips. "Go to my lounge to change clothes first, huh?" Chapter 81 The Baby. Jiang Yan walked to Yen Han's lounge, opened the door of the closet and found that it was all shirts, and only 3 colors, black, white and gray. Riverbend took a larger white shirt and changed into it. Jiang Yan is like a child stealing the adult's clothes. The speech-cold shirt Jiang Yan put on can directly cover the center of the thighs, the hand cannot reach out, can only pull up the cuffs, clean up properly after Jiang Yan opened the door and walked out. Yen Han was setting the tableware and waiting for Jiang Bei to come out to eat together. He looked up and froze the moment he saw Jiang Bei. Jiang's skin is fair and snowy, after wearing a white shirt. It is like sheep fat white jade like white and red, bare legs long and straight, skin like condensed fat, white glowing. Jiang Yan walked towards Yen Han, not realizing anything in the slightest, but spoke excitedly, "You quickly taste it, this is all made by my own hands, although it is not as good as Chen Ma, but it tastes a lot better compared to the previous ones." Only then did Yen Han come back to his senses, silently withdrawing his sight and sitting next to Jiang Yan. "You taste it, you quickly taste it." Jiang Bing excitedly opened his mouth. Yen Han picked up a chopstick of sweet and sour chops and nodded, "It's delicious, whatever you make tastes good." Jiang Bo's heart flooded with silk sweetness, also picked up chopsticks and began to eat. It wasn't until the end that Yen Han put down his chopsticks after he had eaten all the food that Jiang Bei had cooked. Yen Han took a tablet on the desk and handed it to Jiang Yan. "Go play on the sofa for a while, I'll clean up the table." Jiang Yan sat on the sofa holding the tablet. The tablet did not open, she just so supported the head to see Yen Han clean up the table. inexplicably give her a kind of Yenhan can also be a good man at home feeling. Yenhan cleaned up the desktop, went to the bathroom and washed his hands, walked back to Jiang Yen and said, looked at half a day, is it so good? Well, it's pretty. Jiang Bing said with bright eyes. After enduring a meal, Yenhan looked at Jiang Bei's pupils at the moment with only his reflection imprinted in them, so he could no longer resist lowering his head and kissing him. I don't know how long it took before Yenhan reluctantly left. He looked down at Jiang Bei, who was kissed by him with the ends of her eyes reddening and looking at him pitifully. A strange sense of satisfaction arose in Yenhan's heart. He had wanted to do this for a long time, from yesterday when he saw Jiang Yan wearing an evening gown, to the fact that she wasn't angry about what they had made public, and was still looking at the netizens' messages to them beautifully. Yenhan thought about it countless times, and he couldn't hold back any longer at this moment. He picked up Jiang Yan and took big steps towards the lounge. Jiang Yan guessed what he wanted to do and didn't resist. She only reddened her cheeks and hooked her hands around Yenhan's neck and buried her small face in his chest. Yenhan gently placed Jiang Bian on the bed. Jiang Bian was a little shy, covered her cheeks and kicked Yenhan, saying, hurry up. Yenhan laughed softly and hooked a lock of Jiang Yan's hair. Baby, hurry up bad. Jiang Bei was shocked by Yenhan's blunt words and swept over her clothes to wrap herself tightly, exasperatedly saying, then I'm leaving. Yenhan suddenly reached out and pushed Jiang Bei's hands down above her head and kissed her anew. At this time, Jiang Bei's clothes were in disarray. On the contrary, Yenhan still had that well-dressed look. His tie was meticulously tied. Jiang Yan looked a little angry, reaching out to make a mess. Yenhan pleasantly hooked his lips. What's wrong, baby? Jiang Yan lazily ignored him. She could never talk past Yenhan until she messed up his clothes. Jiang Yan only stopped. Yenhan hooked his lips and silently looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan knew that Yenhan must be thinking of something bad again, so he simply lay flat and pretended to be dead. But Yenhan didn't intend to let her go. He held Zhang Ren's hand and said coaxingly, baby, this one helps me too. Zhang Ren opened her eyes and stared at him. Yenhan was not in a hurry, still gently kissing her. Zhang Ren had no choice but to close her eyes and fumble to the location of his belt, pounding half a day and did not know how to unravel. She opened her eyes and looked pitifully at Yenhan. I won't. Yenhan looked at Zhang Ren's pitiful eyes, forehead veins jumped straight, holding Zhang Ren's hand personally teach her how to solve, until he heard the metal snap click. Yenhan only retracted his hand, beside Zhang Ren's gently asked, learn it wife? Zhang Ren nodded gently. Until this moment, Yenhan can no longer hold back. By the time Zhang Ren opened his eyes again, the sky outside had already darkened. She froze for a couple of seconds before reacting to the fact that she was in Yenhan's lounge. Jiang Yan slowed down the spirit before preparing to walk out, just got out of bed on the legs soft, almost did not stand, holding the wall to slow down to feel a little better. Jiang Yan cursed Yenhan 10,000 times in her heart before she walked out with sluggish steps. Yenhan was sitting in front of his desk looking at the documents. When he heard the commotion, he looked over sideways and saw that Jiang Yan had woken up. He put down the pen in his hand, walked quickly to Jiang Yan's side and asked, is it still difficult? He had just failed to hold on because Jiang Yan had given him too many surprises in the past 2 days, and he was a bit regretful at this moment. When he carried Jiang Yan out just now, he checked and had Zhuo Lin send medicine up to apply some to her, and now he doesn't know if Jiang Yan is better or not. Jiang Yan's cheeks heated up as she listened to his question and hurriedly said, I'm fine. Her voice was hoarse and she froze herself. Yenhan hurriedly picked up the water that had been lukewarm next to him and handed it to Jiang Bei. Jiang Yan took a sip before her throat felt better. Chapter 82, Together Forever. Yenhan said again without any surprise in the space of Zhang Ren's drinking water, I rubbed the medicine for you, are you better now? Jiang Yan just drank a mouthful of water almost did not spray out, choking cheeks red non-stop coughing. Yenhan busied to Jiang Yan to smooth the air, the tone is a bit serious, drinking so fast to do what? Jiang Bing would like to say, big brother, is it that I drink too quickly? Is it that what you say is too scary okay? But Zhang Ren couldn't even say a complete sentence now that he was coughing. Only when Zhang Ren was a little better did she slap away Yenhan's hand and asked in an urgent tone, you helped me apply the medicine? No wonder she felt clear and cool when she first got up. Yenhan said rightfully, yes, do you feel more comfortable? Jiang Bian didn't reply to his words, but instead her face instantly burst into red, wanting to find a hole in the ground to immediately burrow into. Yenhan looked at Zhang Ren's dramatically changing face and guessed what she was thinking, and laughed lightly, baby shy? Jiang Bing was really speechless. In terms of playing rogue no one could compare to Yenhan. As soon as Jiang Bei saw this place now, those memories from the afternoon scrambled to come out, and she just wanted to escape this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible. Is there any clothes I can wear? I'm going home? Jiang Yan asked with red cheeks. Yenhan really think that his little wife is cute a little too much, reached out and pinched her soft cheeks, before slowly and leisurely back. Just let Zhuo Lin sent over. I still have a few documents I've not finished. Wait a while we go home together. Good. Jiang Bing nodded. So Jiang Bei went back to the lounge to change her clothes again, and after a while, Yenhan walked in and held Jiang Bei's hand and gently squeezed it, softly saying, let's go home. Good. Yenhan held Jiang Yan and walked outside, Jiang Yan slightly behind him by half a step. The two people clasped their fingers together. Jiang Yan took the opportunity to take out her cell phone and leaned on Yenhan, taking a picture of the two people clasping their fingers together. Photos of black suits and white dresses next to each other, black and white, create a strong visual impact. Coupled with the difference in size of the two people, it looks like a sense of security. Jiang Yan, which is satisfied to put away the phone. At this moment, it happened to be the closing time of the Yen group, and many of the positions were already empty, leaving only a small number of people still working overtime. As she passed by the legal department office, Jiang Yan glanced inside and happened to see the little girl who had accidentally spilled coffee on her in the afternoon hadn't left yet. Jinan Nan was lowering her head to catch up on her progress when she sensed a line of sight, and raised her head just in time to see Yen Han and Jiang Yan walking by holding hands, and Jiang Yan met her line of sight and smiled gently at her. Jinan Nan, apprehensive all afternoon, heart instantly lifted up. She thought she was going to be rolled away. The results of the afternoon did not receive notice, and just now the president's wife also smiled so gently towards her. She was worried about the afternoon now can finally put down the heart. Jinan Nan originally thought that Jiang Yan was just a vase, and now really feel that the president's wife is beautiful and gentle and kind, and the president is simply a match made in heaven. Yen Han drove home with Jiang Bo, and just as he arrived home, he saw that Yen Sibei had just finished her homework and came down from upstairs. When Yen Sibei saw Jiang Bei coming back, she ran towards Jiang Bei with her short legs, hugging Jiang Bei's legs and not letting go of her hands. "Mommy, you're finally back." Jiang Yan picked up Yen Sibei and barked a kiss to the little group. Yen Sibei's eyes were bright as she looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Bo really did not hold back, and reached out his hand to mess up Yen Sibei's hair. The little group did not struggle with his mother. He felt that his mother must have her reasons for doing so. Jiang Bian laughed joyfully at Yen Sibian's fried hair and a dull hair standing on top of it. Her baby boy is simply adorable. Jiang Bei put away her hand and softly asked, "Mommy will still sleep with you tonight, okay?" Yen Sibei stared at Jiang Bei with dear eyes. Her eyes brightened another degree, and she excitedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. I like sleeping with mommy the most." After saying that, he wrapped his arms around Jiang Ren's neck and rubbed against her cheek. Yen Han stood by and looked at Jiang Yan in a sly manner. Jiang Bian couldn't help but lose some laughter. "Grand President Yen, your punishment isn't over yet. You still need to continue sleeping in the guest room tonight, oh." After saying that, Jiang Bei carried the little group toward the dining table, leaving only an icy back of his head for Yen Han. Jiang Bing's heart was happy, and he had a sense of pleasure at having his revenge avenged. Yen Han helplessly propped up his forehead, cannot hold his sweet-smelling wife to sleep. This day one is ahead ah. In the evening, Yen Han is still in the study office. Jiang Bo took advantage of the little group of time in the bath, took out his cell phone and boarded the microblogging, added the new picture taken and clicked send, then put down the phone and went to read a storybook to the children of the Yen Sibian. Wordsmith was clearly distracted, and several times he wanted to say something. Jiang Bei put down the storybook, lay back, and took Yen Sibei into her arms, gently patting his back and asking, "Does baby have something to say to mommy?" After Yen Sibei had agonized for a while, she still decided to ask out, "Mom, did you and Dad have a fight? Are you guys getting a divorce?" Jiang Bian was shocked for a moment, and looked down and asked, "Why do you ask?" Yen Sibei's eyes were red, but she tried to hold back her tears, not wanting them to fall out. "Because you and Dad were sleeping together before. These days Dad sleeps in the guest room. My kindergarten classmate said that her mom and Dad just slept in separate rooms, and as a result, they are now divorced." Jiang Yan cried and laughed as she listened, reaching out to wipe the tears from the corners of Yen Sibei's eyes, explaining, "No, Dad sleeps in the guest room only because he made a mistake and has to be punished, so he goes to the guest room. Mom and Dad's relationship is very good. Definitely won't get divorced." "Really?" Yenshur asked hesitantly. "It's truer than a pearl." Jiang Run looked at him seriously. Getting Jiang Bei's assurance, Yen Sibei only put down her heart and drilled into Jiang Bei's arms. "I believe mommy." Jiang Bing smiled, "Just believe in mommy. Mommy will never do anything to leave you and daddy behind again, and the three of us will never be separated in the future." Putting down his heart, Yen Sibei then slowly fell asleep in Jiang Bei's arms. After Yen Han finished his work, he picked up his cell phone and habitually clicked on Weibo, and found that the hot search list appeared. #JiangBin #. "I love my wife very much, I love my husband very much." Yen Han realized something, trembling hand clicked in and popped up the microblogging that Jiang Yan sent. Yen Han clicked on the picture and realized that it was a picture of the two of them with their fingers clasped together, taken by Jiang Bian when they left the company in the afternoon. Yen Han carefully read that microblogging countless times. He did not expect Jiang Yan will publicly respond to him. He would have thought that she can let the two public relationship has been very good, other than that he dare not think. But now, as Yen Han looked at that tweet out of his mind, it seemed like his redeemer had brought him an even bigger surprise. Chapter 83. Yen Han walked to the small group of bedrooms, sitting on the edge of the bed gently holding Jiang Yan's hand, looked for a long time, before the two covered the quilt gently walked out. Early the next morning, after sending little Tuanzi to school, Jiang Ren came back to catch up on his sleep. This sleep lasted until noon, when Shenma came up to call Jiang Bei for lunch, and only then did she wake up leisurely. After lunch Jiang Yan received a phone call, no notes, but the number is somewhat familiar. Jiang Yan picked up, waiting for the other party to speak first. "Hey, Bian, it's Gu Ming." Jiang Bing was a little surprised. The two had never crossed paths since they parted from the coffee shop before, and this time he didn't know why Gu Ming would suddenly call him. This time I'm looking for you because I want to ask you a favor. What's the favor? I can help for sure. It's like this, Goo's jewelry industry has been lukewarm. The Sapphire series products launched some time ago had a good response, and recently I want to retake advantage of the heat to launch new products again, so that Goo's jewelry industry is on the next level. Gu Ming continued, the Pink Diamonds series of jewelry you designed before. The auction was temporarily put on hold because you went back to China, so I want to buy your design. After saying that, Gu Ming hastened to add, the commission for the design drawings as well as the later finished product will definitely not be given to you less because of the friendship between the two of us. Don't worry about this. I'm not worried about that. You're not like that. I know that. Jiang Yan thought about it. The design of the Pink Diamond series was drawn by her last year. She never had the time to sell it. After so long she was originally worried that it would not be sold well because the design was outdated. Since it could help, Gu might as well sell it to them in exchange for a favor. So Jiang Yan agreed. The two of them hung up after making an appointment to meet at Gu's group in the afternoon. Because it is to talk about cooperation, so out of respect Jiang Yan then painted a light makeup, outside wearing a beige trench coat, inside a beige dress, hair coiled into a pill head, appearing the whole person bright and generous. Zhang Bei drove to the downstairs of Gu's. Gu Ming seemed to have already greeted the receptionist, and as soon as she went in, someone took her into the president's exclusive elevator and brought her to Gu Ming's office. Gu Ming had already dried the tea long ago and was sitting on the sofa waiting for Zhang Bei. Bien, it was hard for you to come all the way here. It's fine. Let's talk about the cooperation first. Jiang Yan wanted to finish talking about the acquisition as soon as possible and hurry home. Since she was afraid that Yan Han would be jealous if he knew about it and wouldn't let her come to talk about the cooperation, she wanted to wait for Yan Han to come home at night before telling him about it. A flash of darkness crossed Gu Ming's eyes, but it was fleeting, so fast that one could not catch it. Gu wants to launch a series of jewelry about love, and pink diamonds also symbolize romance and sweetness, meaning a beautiful youthful love that is shy and sweet. And the Pink Diamonds series you designed fits our company's appeal very well. After the two talked about cooperation, Jiang Yan directly signed the contract. On the one hand, Gu Ming has a series of clear plans for the subsequent jewelry promotion, is sincere in her cooperation, on the other hand is also out of her trust in Gu Ming. After signing the contract, Gu Ming smiled and stretched out his hand, laughing softly, bien, happy cooperation. Zhang Ren also reached out his hand and shook it back very lightly, happy cooperation. Zhang Bei didn't expect the two to talk about cooperation so slowly, and by the time she came out of Gu's, it was already time for Yan Han to get off work. She had to get home soon, or else she'd be late and the jealousy at home would spill over again. When Zhang Bei hurried back home, Yan Han had not yet returned, and she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. But usually Yan Han is already at home by this time, and he hasn't come back today, so she took out her cell phone to ask him. The first time he didn't get through, Jiang Yan called a second time, and still no one answered. Zhang Ren directly dialed the phone to Zhuo Lin. Hello, ma'am. Zhuo Lin picked up the phone apprehensively. Hasn't Yan Han gotten off work yet? Zhuo Lin glanced at the president's office and the head down to review the documents of the Yan Han. Even through the glass can feel the low pressure of the Yan Han and the gusts of coldness emanating from his body. Zhuo Lin cowered for a moment and busily turned her head. Mr. Yan is still dealing with the documents, so he may have to go back later today. Zhang Ren bristled. Well then, I can't get through to him on the phone, so tell him not to stay up too late and come back soon. Zhuo Lin thought to himself, why can't you get through to the phone, young granny? You do not know the reason. But he still did not say anything, answered the sound of good, then hung up the phone. Zhuo Lin glanced at Yan Han, saw that he did not want to go at all, so he also resigned himself to start working overtime. Jiang Yan coaxed the little group to fall asleep, waiting for the right and left or not see the speech called back. Her heart some unexplained panic, said also can't sit and sleep, simply get up and change clothes to the speech to rush to. When she rushed to Yan's, the whole building of the company was deserted. She took the elevator to the topmost floor and walked to the president's office in the dark by the light of the street lamp outside the window. The president's office was also dark, without a trace of light. Yan Han? Are you here? The large office was so quiet she could hear her echo, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared to go to the break room to see if anyone was there. As a result, just touching the door of the restroom, her wrist was held by someone, the palm of her hand was cold, her fingers were long and strong, and she couldn't move in the slightest. Jiang Bei's hands were clamped down and raised above her head, and her entire body was pressed firmly against the door. Jiang Bing was startled and began to struggle violently, yelling, "Help! Help! Yan Han, save me!" That person, however, suddenly kissed up, and Jiang Bei's lips were blocked, so she could only let out a whimper. But the warm embrace and the familiar scent of bitter lemon, and through the faint light from the window, she also saw the smooth, three-dimensional facial contours of the person across from her, more than anything else, making Jiang Bei certain that the person in front of her was Yan Han. She slowly stopped struggling and instead held onto Yan Han's strong and lean waist in an effort to respond to him. Yan Han's kisses came with a vengeance, until Zhang Yandu tasted the faint odor of blood, and then she pushed Yan Han away with force. Jiang Bei's lips were hot and painful. She couldn't help but be a little angry. This person doesn't know how to be a little lighter? The man across from her just looked at her so quietly in the darkness and didn't say a word. It was Jiang Yan who couldn't help herself first, frowning and asking, "Why are you pushing so hard? It hurts me." Instead of answering her, Yen Han stared at her and asked rhetorically, "Where did you go this afternoon?" Zhang Bing is even more angry. He inexplicably does not go home. She came to find him so late and was still startled by him. She asked east and he answered west. Really do not know what he is mad. Jiang Yan was about to lose her temper at him, but suddenly thought that she seemed to have made a trip to Goose in the afternoon, and was so worried about him this night that she forgot that she had been to Goose in the afternoon, and only then did Jiang Yan react to why Yen Han was so angry. "I think that Yen Han already know," Zhang Bei instantly out of temper. She also did not think that Yen Han know so fast, would have liked tonight in the confession with him. Jiang Yan wanted to pacify him in a hurry, not wanting the two of them to create any gaps, so she stretched out her arms and hooked them around Yen Han's neck, softly saying in a soft voice, "You know all about it?" Yen Han still looked at her coldly, without the slightest intention of answering her. Zhang Bing looked at Yen Han with a smile and moved up to kiss him. "It's useless to be pampered," Yen Han said without the slightest bit of emotion. Zhang Ren came up to kiss him again. "It's no use talking about it." Zhang Yi persisted and came up to continue kissing him. Although Yen Han cooperated with her, he remained unmoved and stared at her coldly, as if she did not give a reasonable explanation. This matter would never pass. Zhang Bian realized the seriousness of the problem, stood upright, straightened her complexion, as formal as doing a work report. "Mr. Yen, I went to Goose in the afternoon." Chapter 84, Do you still want to go home? Seeing that Yen Han did not have the slightest sign of picking up, Zhang Yan only had to snappily continue. "It's because he gave me a call at noon today, saying that their company is going to launch a series of new jewelry brands, and that I have a design concept that meets their company's requirements, so I want to buy my design drawings." After a pause, Zhang Yan added, "That's why I went there this afternoon to talk to him about cooperation." Zhang Bian a little weak to the finger, she remembered that Yen Han has a two-way emotional disorder. "I do not know this time he will not be angry with her." Zhang Bei was too weak to raise her head, but Yen Han didn't move for a long time, just looked at her quietly with lowered eyes. The office was silent, only the sound of the two people's heartbeats ringing in Zhang Bei's ears. The silence at this moment made Zhang Bei's heart keep falling, becoming more and more panicked. Yen Han suddenly raised his hand, clasping Zhang Bei's chin to lift her head up, gazing earnestly into her eyes, as if discerning whether what she said was true or false. Zhang Ren just let his eyes survey her without hiding or avoiding. In the darkness, both could only see each other's eyes refracting light as if they hid a sea of stars inside. I don't know how long it took. Yen Han ruthlessly swept Zhang Ren into his arms. The force was as big as if he wanted Zhang Ren to be integrated into his bones and blood. This embrace came too suddenly. With the joy that Yen Han seemed to have lost and found, Zhang Bei was strangled and frowned, but did not push back, but raised his hand to encircle Yen Han's strong and thin waist. Yen Han's low, husky voice came from Zhang Bing's ear. "Bing Bing, I'm really happy." I don't know if it's Zhang Bing's illusion. She felt that Yen Han's voice seemed to be a bit choked. "Joseki told you, I'm sick, but Bing Bing, I'll get better. I'll correct myself slowly. Look at me this time, I'm in control of myself. I'm just a little scared that you're going to leave me, but I'm not running away or hurting you anymore. I'm going to get better. Just give me a little more time." Zhang Bei's throat was a bit infarcted, the tip of his nose was acidic, his eyes welled up with the heat, patting Yen Han's back and coaxing. "It's okay, we'll work together. Sooner or later we'll be cured. Even if we can't be cured, it's okay. You don't have a sense of security, I'll give it to you. I'll tell you whatever you want to know in the future. If you don't want me to see Gu Ming, then I'm not going to see him in the future. I'll terminate the cooperation with him right away, okay?" Yen Han leaned over and buried his head in the nest of Zhang Yan's shoulder, sniffed and shook his head, said, "Do not, jewelry designer is your dream. You also have your own things you want to do. You are a high mountain bird of prey. I cannot break your wings. I believe you." Zhang Bei's heart softened into a ball. Like Yen Han so possessive, she knew how hard it was to let him take the initiative to say these words, which also allowed Zhang Bei to once again peek into Yen Han's raging love for her. Zhang Bei's tears gushed out uncontrollably, soaking the clothes on Yen Han's shoulders. Yen Han felt the coolness, slowly straighten up, raised his hand to open the porch light switch next to him. Through the dim light it was clear that Zhang Bo has long been crying into a tearful person. Yen Han couldn't help but lose his smile. He didn't cry, here was a little girl crying faster than him. Zhang Yan buried in his chest huffed, "If I had known that it would make you so sad, I would not have gone to see him. This afternoon." Yen Han felt that Jiang put him in her first place, this time is really in a better mood. The whole person laughs, the chest is vibrating, and resumed that immodest appearance. "Also thanks to him, only to let our feelings become better, is not it?" Zhang Bian raised his head and nodded heavily. Yen Han thought this serious look of his was simply adorable. After hugging her for a while longer, waiting for Zhang Bing to slow down her emotions, only then did Yen Han fish her out of his arms and carefully observed her, making sure that there were no signs that she was going to be crying before he let out a slight sigh of relief and softly asked, "Okay baby, no more crying, let's go home?" "Good," Zhang Ren softly answered. Yen Han fished out the car keys on the table and was about to leave. Zhang Yan, however, pulled his hand and said with a red face, "Go in first and change your clothes before you go." The color of Yen Han's shirt was darker and lighter, all blotched by her tears. Yen Han looked down before reacting, holding her hand and walking to the lounge. Yen Han went to the check room to change while she sat on the sofa in boredom. Suddenly her eyes glanced at a small pill bottle sitting on the coffee table, lithium carbonate tablets. Jiang Yen frowned and took out her cell phone and searched, only to find out that it was a medication for emotional disorders, a medication for mania, irritability, and low mood. Jiang Bei instantly numb hands and feet. Even such a light little bottle of medicine seems to be about to hold. Just stopped the tears and recaptured. When Yen Han changed his clothes and came out, this was the light he saw. His little girl was sitting on the couch holding something in her hand, her eyes red as a bunny. When Yen Han walked in to see what Jiang Bo's cell phone was holding, he instantly understood why she was crying. Yen Han drew a few pieces of paper and sat next to Jiang Bei, wiping her tears. Baby, are you made of water, shedding so many tears? Hubby's heart is going to be broken by you crying. However, Jiang Yen was not the least bit moved by his sweet words, and turned her head to look at him with teary eyes. Do you often take medicine secretly? Not often, not much since you've been back, just the occasional pill when I can't control it. Jiang Bei put down the medicine bottle, grabbed Yen Han's hand and looked at his eyes and said seriously, will this medicine have side effects if you take it? No, not other than a little drowsiness. Then I'll accompany you to see the doctor tomorrow. Jiang Yi firmly looked him in the eyes, a declarative sentence, not asking for his opinion. Yen Han reached out his hand and rubbed Jiang Bei's hair in a messy manner, and laughed softly. Okay, I'll listen to your wife's honor. Jiang Yen reddened her cheeks and stretched out her hand at Yen Han, saying in a delicate voice, then you carry me down. Okay, hubby, carry you down. Yen Han squatted in front of the sofa. Jiang Bei reached out her hand to encircle Yen Han's neck and jumped up with one force. With one hand resting on her hip and the other holding the car keys, Yen Han easily carried Jiang Yen up. Jiang Yen's side head lying on the shoulder of Yen Han, hands not honestly in the body of Yen Han touch around, a moment to touch the abdominal muscles, a moment to touch the biceps, playful. He said that Han did not feel so good, his breathing gradually became ragged, and said in a mute voice, do you still want to go home? Or, do you want to spend the night here today? Chapter 85 Public Opinion. Jiang Bei sniffed instantly honest, her small waist is still sore now, and I do not know where this man comes from so much energy. Yen Han gently put Jiang Bian into the passenger side and went around to the driver's seat himself. Yen Han started the car, reached out to hold Jiang Bei's hand and interlocked his fingers with Jiang Bei. Yen Han liked this position, only then could he feel that he and Jiang Bei were seamless and intimate. When the two arrived home again it was already early in the morning, the little group of people had long gone to bed. Yen Han held Jiang Bei walked to the master bedroom door, looked down at her, Yen Cha-Cha on the line, his tone pitiful, wife, can I move back to the master bedroom? Jiang Yen didn't answer, she felt that what she did today was indeed a bit lacking, and wanted to make it up to Yen Han. But more than anything, she wanted to be a principled person and not indulge him without any boundaries so that he wouldn't take what she said seriously in the future. So reason told Jiang Bei she should have to reject him. No, say a week should be a full week, can't be so bottomless and unprincipled. Yen Han was shocked at how his best trick didn't work, and today's sellout book made him think he was winning. Yen Han was not discouraged, wrapped his arms around Jiang Ren's slender waist, rested his chin on her shoulder and said softly, but baby, if you are not by my side, I will feel insecure, and my condition will worsen. Jiang Yen was already worried about Yen Han's body, and when she heard this, she thought that sleeping in separate rooms over the past few days had also become the trigger for Yen Han's illness this time, so she agreed regardless. Okay, then you come back and sleep with me. In a place Jiang Bing couldn't see, Yen Han hooked his lips in triumph. Yen Han also did not expect this move so well used, originally prepared a stomach to convince the words of Jiang Bing, but now there is no use. After Yen Han moved all the stuff back to the master bedroom, Jiang Yen was going to take a bath. She was tired from tossing and turning all day and just wanted to lie down and sleep. But Yen Han insisted on taking a mandarin duck bath with her, saying in a nice way that this way he could sleep faster after washing. Jiang Yen always felt that there was some double entendre in his words. Yen Han pulled Jiang Bei to toss and turn in the bathroom, and when he came out, he grinded her on the bed for another round. Jiang Run was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. Jiang Bing angrily thought, never again be deceived by his pathetic appearance, or the one who suffers is still herself. When Jiang Ren woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. She was the only one left in the large room. She got out of bed and washed up. She was ready to go downstairs to eat something. Yen Han heard a movement on the stairs and looked back to see Jiang Yen slowly walking down the stairs holding the stair railing. Yen Han hurriedly walked up, holding Jiang Yen so that her entire weight was on him, and softly asked, I was just about to bring lunch up. Do you want to eat upstairs or do you want to eat in the dining room? Right here. Good. Yen Han gave Jiang Yen a bowl of congee and placed it in front of her, and sat down next to Jiang Yen to help her lay out the food. Aren't you going to eat? I've already eaten. Oh. Jiang slowly eat, no one with you to grab. After Jiang Bian ate her fill, she slumped down on the seat back. Yen Han asked, have you eaten enough? Full. I'll touch it. Yen Han reached out and touched Jiang Bei's stomach, teasingly saying, well, it seems to be full. Jiang Yen made a red face, thinking that this stomach is really not competitive, and angrily kicked Yen Han. Yen Han let her have her little tantrum without ducking or avoiding. A ringing phone disturbed the silence. Yen Han frowned at his cell phone and saw that it was Zhuo Lin, impatiently picking up the phone with a not-so-good tone. Say what's up quickly. Mr. Words. Zhuo Lin sensed that the president was not in a good mood and did not dare to act rashly, not to mention that this matter still involves the young lady. You don't want to do it? Zhuo Lin shivered in fear and immediately said, Mr. Yen, the public opinion about young lady on the internet has been fermenting. Do you think you should deal with it? This morning Jiang Bian has been reigning first on the hot search list, but did not receive instructions from the president all morning. I do not know if this hot search should be withdrawn or should not be withdrawn. Seeing that the direction of public opinion was getting a little out of control, Zhuo Lin was afraid that because Mr. Yen didn't see it, the subsequent development would reach an irreversible point, so he called with the intention of asking Yen Han. Yen Han sniffed and frowned. What public opinion? Zhuo Lin stammered and couldn't answer for half a day, and Yen Han lost his patience. I'll take a look first. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Yen Han opened the microblogging hot search. Jiang Bian heard the content of the call just now, also some curiosity, put his head over also staring at the phone screen. Hashtag suspected of cheating on Jiang Bin hashtag. Hashtag Zhang Bo's first love, Guming hashtag. Hashtag sayings president and his wife are suspected of marital discord hashtag. Yen Han clicked in one by one. There were photos of Jiang Bing entering and exiting the Gu group secretly taken by entertainers, and both Jiang Bing and Gu Ming's personal information had been stripped out. There was very little personal information about Yen Han on the internet, and Jiang Bian had been raked over the coals except for some specific information. Even Gu Ming's personal information was exposed, including Jiang Bo's college days chasing after Gu Ming chasing everyone, as well as the latter two college romance, and then gradually stabilized when Jiang Bo but suddenly and Yen Han engaged. This series of things are all exposed in front of the public. People are realizing that the marriage doesn't seem to be as sweet as they make it out to be, but rather they are getting a peek at some kind of mansion secret. Yen Han frowned. Holgu's president, even in the capital city, can only be considered the middle class, but his personal information will never be casually by netizens or journalists to dig out. Not eating cilantro. It was said before that the two of them were a contract couple, so it's true? Yumi, only 2 days ago came out to show love and hype. Today they go to the first love company. Difficult to comment. 1414. So Yen Si Bei is also a tool used for hype? Such a cute baby. Do they have any humanity? Ah, Momo, so that Yen's president is the kind of person who takes by force? Didn't you say that when you meet this kind of person in reality, you should run away immediately? Super annoying. Don't know the full picture, don't comment. Let the bullets fly for a while. Good morning, support upstairs. There are so many reversal news now. Don't jump to conclusions yet. You're unforgettable. The president of the Yen Group, rich as a nation, or need to take out the hype. Ah. Yen Han's face grew darker and darker as he watched these comments. Jiang. She softly explained, I'll send out a tweet later, sending out the contract I signed with Gu Ming, and they'll believe it. Chapter 86, Deterioration of the Condition. Yen Han pulled Zhang Ren's shoulders, facing him, solemnly said, Ren, I don't need you to go to self-evidence. What? These things I can all help you deal with, as long as you are happy. Yen Han is really afraid that these bad comments online will hurt Jiang Bian. He just want her to be happy and happy, don't want her to be stained with these dirty dirt. He can always be her most solid backing. Jiang Bei then realized that Yen Han's strong love for her, he was like the sea, tolerating and loving everything about her, but with a raging and surging passion. Jiang Yen pulled down his hand, squeezing her fingers into his, interlocking her fingers with his. It won't work if I don't explain the matter between Gu Ming and I. All kinds of speculations will still be coming from the internet, not to mention, it's not a burden to me, and I don't want you to carry it all alone. Yen Han lifted his hand to caress up Jiang Bei's cheek, lifted his hand to touch her eyes, and doted on her. Okay, all according to you, but come and talk to me when you encounter anything. Jiang Yen flashed a bright smile at him. Good. You're my husband, eh? Who will I tell if I don't tell you? There are no words to describe the mood of speech cold at this moment. He this moment is finally sure of Jiang Bing's love for him. He finally realized that in this world there are also people who love him. There are also people who will stand side by side with him. Yen Han embraced Jiang Ren into his arms and hugged him tightly, like he was holding some rare treasure. When Yen Han finished cleaning up the table's empty space, Jiang Bei went upstairs to find the cooperation agreement she signed with Gu Ming that day, took a picture, and posted it on her microblog. Mr. Gu Ming and I did have a past, but it was just some teenage heartache when we were young, and we didn't get together in the end because we weren't right for each other. Later, because my husband and I love each other, so we got married, and it is not some kind of forced drama. That day went to Gu's group is just to talk about cooperation matters. Both of us have already let go of the past, and start afresh. So I hope that everyone will stop rumors or malicious speculation. The accompanying picture is a photo of the signed agreement, as well as a photo of Yen Han's back as he brushes the dishes. It's blurry, but the reserved aura can be seen that it's the president of the Yen Group. 77, finally, we've spoken out. I told you we're the best. Kiyoshi, now those black people are hitting their faces up. It turns out that Mrs. Yen is a jewelry designer, and has won many international awards. So powerful. As soon as Jiang Yan's microblogging was sent out, it instantly hit the hot search. Jiang Yan scanned the comments and didn't look at it, and went downstairs to find Yen Han. The two of them packed up and then went to Yen Han's psychiatrist together. Jiang Bei has always wanted to know about Yen Han's condition, to see if there is anything he is hiding from her, and secondly, she also wants to see how often he takes his medication, and if there are any side effects to the medication he usually takes. Yen Han did not want Jiang Yan to see his vulnerable and out-of-control side, nor did he want her to know that he was a patient, for fear that Jiang Yan would loathe him. But now Yen Han is hoping that Jiang Bing knows more pain him, can no longer leave him only good. After arriving at the hospital, Wei Yuli saw him still quite surprised. After all, this master originally never comply with medical advice, really cannot control it, choose the most radical treatment, the other time are able to tolerate it. When he went up to him a while ago and picked up a box of lithium carbonate tablets, he thought he was reformed and ready for proper treatment, but he told him it was because his wife was back and he was afraid that if he couldn't control his emotions he'd scare her, so he had to try to act like a normal person. Wei Yuli was so angry that he almost vomited blood, so he was also a part of their play? Wei Yuli also realized more, Jiang Yan is his disease is also more his medicine. Jiang Bei sat outside and waited. Wei Yuli asked how often Yen Han took his medication, while later having him lie on the bed for a series of checks. When the two of them came out after the examination, Zhang Ren walked up and asked with some concern, how is his body now? Wei Yuli frowned as he flipped through the checklist in his hand. His emotional state is indeed much more stable now, but his condition is worsening. When Jiang Bing heard this, she was shocked. Why? Why will the condition worsen? Wei Yuli also took out the medical records that Yen Han had checked with him before, and looked through them before answering. Combined with the previous medical records, since you returned to China, his mood has stabilized a lot, and he won't be insomniac all night long, and his physical condition is also a lot better, but... Zhang Ren's heart lifted and he frowned. But what? Wei Yuli compared the data from Yen Han's 2 checkups before speaking, but these are only because you're by his side. Wei Yuli put down the medical record book in his hand and raised his head, his black eyes gazing at Zhang Yan. Because you are by his side his physical condition is getting better, but in fact his condition is getting worse, becoming more dependent on you. Then what do I have to do to make him better? Zhang Ren asked anxiously. Wei Yuli leaned back against the backrest of the seat and said with a smile, that's simple, as long as you don't leave him and give him enough security, his situation will be stable. Is there no cure? Wei Yuli glanced at Yen Han, who was sitting next to Jiang Bei with a harmless face, and received a Yen Han-like threatening look. He understood and shook his head helplessly, no. You are his disease and his medicine. You are his disease and his medicine. These words carried too much weight for Zhang Ren, causing her to freeze. He said that Han was sitting beside Jiang Yan, and had been absently playing with her fingers, as if what was said was not him at all. Jiang Bei asked Wei Yuli for some more medicine that could stabilize her mood before she followed Yen Han home. Sitting in the car, Yen Han leaned over to fasten Jiang Yan's seatbelt, and Jiang Yan suddenly opened her mouth with a serious face. Yen Han, Yen Han was taken aback by her serious tone. Did you sleep by yourself the days you slept in the guest bedroom? No. Speech Chill said without being the least bit vain. Although Yen Han had run off to sleep in the master bedroom in the middle of the night, it was true that he hadn't slept while he was in the guest bedroom himself. When Jiang Yan heard this, her heart instantly ached and her eyes turned vaguely red. Then why didn't you tell me? When Yen Han saw Jiang Yan crying for him, his heart was a little dark, but he still reached out and stroked her reddened eyes. I'm fine Dian Bian, don't cry anymore? Ha! Zhang Bing always wanted to be nicer and nicer to Yen Han. She drove him to the guest bedroom just to make him stop hiding everything from her. She also wanted to share with him, but then she heard him. Zhang Bing chagrined to death, feeling that he wanted to be good to Yen Han, but always made a mistake. Chapter 87, No More Love. It's okay, just now Wei Yuli did not say, you can stay by my side is very good, my condition will be stabilized, you are my medicine. But, Jiang Yan slowed her breathing before continuing, but, in case we pull back. Yen Han took a serious tone and gazed at Jiang Yan with a serious face. There is no such thing as an eventuality. Jiang Yan is a person who is very uncomfortable with promises of the future. No one knows what will happen tomorrow, all promises are illusory. But at this moment, she looked into Yen Han's eyes and ghostly answered yes. She suddenly felt that the future so nebulous things, at this moment suddenly materialized. The man in front of her is her future must have his existence. After coaxing Jiang Bei for a while longer and waiting for her emotions to calm down, Yen Han started the car. Jiang Bei looked out the window as the scenery flew by, not leading in a familiar direction, and wondered out loud, aren't we going home? Not back. Yen Han reached out to hold Jiang Bei's small hand. One hand controlled the steering wheel without looking askance and said, it's not easy to take a vacation, take you to make a date. Jiang Yan's face was a little hot. Since she had returned to China, it seemed like she hadn't really had a real date with Yen Han, or hadn't had much of a two-person world. Zhang Bing is kinda looking forward to doing these little things with Yen Han that couples do. Yen Han brought Jiang Bian to a private theater, before going and specially went to buy a Coke and popcorn, because this movie is a new release so come to see the movie is particularly many people. Yen Han stood right in the middle of the crowd in line, that tall and reserved figure allowing Jiang Bei to see him at a glance. Jiang Yan waited beside him, but not a moment later suddenly there were 2 college student-looking boys walking up with cell phones, red-faced, inquiring, hello, may I ask if I can make a friend to get to know you? Jiang Bing froze for a moment, then guffawed, I'm already married. The boy was shocked too. Sorry, I didn't see that coming. I thought you were a college student from around here too. No one is in a bad mood when they are complimented on their youth, and neither is Jiang Dian. I've been out of college for many years and already have a child. At this time, Yan Han just happened to walk over with his things, and when he saw that a boy was talking to Jiang Run, his face was all black, and the air pressure around him was gloomy. After he walked over, he declared his sovereignty as if he had swept Jiang Run into his arms, his face grim as he looked at the person across from him. The two boys were even more alarmed. I'm sorry, I just thought you were brother and sister, excuse me. With that, he scurried away. Jiang Yan's face turned red as she stifled her laughter. In terms of Han's face as black as the bottom of a pot, his cold voice inquired, very funny? Jiang Ren shook his head like a rattle. Do I look that old? Jiang Ren shook his head again in a hurry. Yan Han looked at Jiang Bei's expression that was trying to hold back her laughter, and with a cold snort, he let go of Jiang Bei, turned around and walked towards the theater. Jiang Yan was busy catching up and coaxing people. Really not old, is that you were used to being the boss, perhaps the temperament is relatively cold, so let others think you are very old. Speech Chill was silent. Really? Yan Han glanced down at her and asked, then will you feel at a disadvantage with me? No way. Jiang Yan was busy shaking her head. I've earned it by having such a handsome, multi-millionaire, loving and caring husband with such a great body. Saying that, Jiang Bing even reached out his hand and touched Yan Han's abs. Only then was Yan Han barely considered coaxed, pulling Jiang Yan to sit on his lap and kissing her until the movie started before letting her go. Jiang Bo's mouth was kiss-swollen, hot and numb. In the heart of the slander this old man really stingy, but on the face also dare not show it, or tortured or her own. This movie is a rom-com about a B-story where the heroine doesn't really like the hero, and then the hero stalks her and uses all sorts of tactics to woo her, but she doesn't love him very much, and in the end the heroine still marries someone else. Jiang Bian felt bored and drowsy from watching it, and he forced his eyelids to keep them from closing, while Se Han was watching from the side with unblinking eyes. Towards the end of the final movie screening, when the lights came on, Jiang Bei saw some redness in his eyes, but it was only fleeting, and he soon adjusted his state so that no traces could be seen. Yan Han led Jiang Ren out of the screening room, and he was silent and sullen all the way. Jiang Bing looked at his thoughtful side face, but still asked out, what's wrong with you? Yan Han pondered for a moment and asked, will we be like what they show in the movies in the future? Jiang Bian then realized what he was worried about and was speechless. Of course not. A movie is a movie and we are us, and a lot of its plot is forced sentimental. Yan Han lowered his head and thought for a moment before raising his head again, then give me a kiss. Jiang Yan looked at the stream of people next to her. She was really embarrassed to be intimate with him in the presence of so many people. He softly coaxed, go home and kiss, okay? Yan Han lowered his head, you really don't love me. Jiang Bei stood on her tiptoes and quickly planted a kiss on Yan Han's cheek. Yan Han looked up, not here. He reached up and knotted his lips, it's here. Jiang Bing was furious. Why didn't she realize before that Yan Han was so capable of acting? She stared angrily at Yan Han without making a move. Yan lowered his head again, I knew it. What do you know that you know? Jiang Bei was worn out, and flew on her tiptoes again, planting a kiss on the corner of Yan Han's lips. Backing away, her cheeks flushed and her watery eyes glaring at him, that's enough okay, no more talking. Yan Han hooked his lips and smiled lightly, finally letting Jiang Yan go, good. And again re-held the hand of Jiang Bing, 10 fingers tightly clasped to go out. Yan Han took Jiang Yan to have a meal at a Western restaurant first, and was planning to go home when Yan Han received a call from Joe Siki, asking him if he was going to drink. It was not easy for people to get together today just missing him. Not going. Yan Han refused without even thinking about it. Don't, the brothers are all here, just you. Jiang Yan was listening clearly from the side. Yan Han was almost always at home with her during this period of time. There was no time to go out to the party. This time it was hard to have a chance, so I wanted him to go there as well. Yan Han was just about to hang up the phone when Jiang Bei tugged on his sleeve, and Yan Han threw her a questioning look. Go on, I'll go with you. Joe Siki on the opposite side heard Jiang Bing's voice and immediately picked up. Yeah, bring your sister-in-law alone. Send me the address. Yan Han hung up the phone after saying that. Yan Han raised his eyebrows, his dark eyes containing a smile as he picked Jiang Ren's chin. What? Are you afraid that I'll break off my relationship with them? Chapter 88, Beautiful Sister. Jiang Yan nodded. Yan Han hooked the hair around Jiang Bei's ear and tucked it behind her ear for her. The slightly cool fingertips lightly touched Jiang Bei's cheeks. Jiang Bei's heart shuddered. Yan Han hooked his lips and teased, love me so much? Jiang Bo's face instantly exploded red, knocking off Yan Han's hand, sitting up straight and staring straight ahead. You love to go or not? Yan Han started the car. Go of course you have to go when your wife has given the word. Jiang Ren opened the windows a little to ventilate the car, pretending that she couldn't hear him. Yan Han is not annoyed, the mood is quite good. Hooked lips. He is also well versed in the reasoning that you cannot get an inch. There were no words on the way, and after arriving at the Phantom Bar, Yan Han pulled Jiang Bei inside. Most of the dozen or so people in the bar were unfamiliar faces, and when they saw them come in, they put down what they were holding and greeted, good day, sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law. Jiang Bing was a bit embarrassed and nodded as a response. Yen Han pulled Jiang Bei to sit down on the sofa and ordered a cup of juice for her to drink. Joseki came up next to him with a glass of wine. Brother, tell yourself how long it's been since you've gotten together with your brothers. You must punish yourself with 3 glasses today. Yen Han hooked his lips and smiled, and just as he was about to pick up his wine glass he was stopped by Jiang Bei. He's on medication these days and can't drink. Brother, are you sick? Joseki asked. It's okay, old habits. Jiang Bing also didn't want to spoil the gang's fun, so he took the glass and said, he can't drink, I'll drink for him. Yen Han was a bit shocked. It's fine, no need to force it. Jiang Yen shook her head and whispered, I'm fine, I'm quite good at drinking, don't spoil people's fun. Yen Han heard this and then let go of his hand. Thought, anyway, he was next to her, always will not let her accident, so he also let her go. Jiang Yen picked up the wine glass and drank 3 glasses in a row. Even Joseki applauded and shouted, sister-in-law has a huge amount. Yen Han's expression was a bit smug, as if a few big words were written on his face. See, I have a wife to protect me. Jiang Bei pursed her lips and felt that the wine wasn't hard to drink, sweet with a hint of refreshing coolness, not very intoxicating. Yen Han raised an eyebrow from the side. This wine has a strong aftertaste, why don't we go home now? Jiang Ren shook his head. I said I'm fine, go play with them. Just then a girl next to her called out to her, sister-in-law, come play cards. The girl had big eyes, dull face, wearing the simplest white knitted top and jeans, looking very innocent. Jiang Bing remembered that she seemed to be Joseki's girlfriend, and had seen her before when she came out. But Joseki, this kind of playboy, each girlfriend is not more than a month. After so long, Joseki sighed is stiller. This cannot help but let Jiang Bing some surprise. Jiang Bian just didn't want Yen Han to come out and still have to hold on to her all the time, and said, I'll go over there and take a look. Yen Han nodded and barked, be where I can see you. Got it. Yen Han's eyes kept following Jiang Bei's back for a long time, unable to retract his eyes. Joseki, who was next to him, saw it and bumped into Yen Han's arm. Alright, the people are gone, collect your soul, you're now a whole forget wife stone. Yen Han glanced at him, what do you know? Joseki brought 3 glasses of the strongest alcohol from the side. Brother. Speech Chill twisted his head to look at him. It was me who did wrong in the first place, deleting the message my sister-in-law sent to you, almost causing you guys to have a gap. I'll drink these 3 cups. When he finished, he picked up the wine on the table and drank it. Yen Han glanced at the 3 empty wine glasses and retracted his eyes. After so many years of brotherhood, you should know what can and cannot be moved. She is my bottom line, and next time don't blame me for disregarding brotherhood. Joseki answered a sound, then lit a cigarette. Leaning on the sofa, hanging eyes do not know what to think. He has always known that Jiang Yan in the heart of the weight of the Yen Han, that day is really angry on the head, only to do out of that kind of thing. I saw the news in the past 2 days, and realized that Jiang Yan is really changed, and also glad that his behavior that day did not push Jiang Yan far away, or he really will die of guilt. On the other side, after Bai Jieja finished talking to Jiang Bing about the rules, several people sat down to play cards. Perhaps because Jiang Yan had a newcomer's aura, she was always the one winning. The piles of cards in front of her stacked high, while Bai Jieja, on the contrary, had nothing on the table in front of her. Bai Jieja pushed the cards and plopped down on the table. No more games, I've always lost since sister-in-law came, I've never won. Jiang Bing smiled, put down the cards in her hand, took a sip of juice and asked, are you a college student? It looks so small. Yeah, junior year at KYU. You're Chowsi's girlfriend? Bai Jieja waved her hand. Not really a girlfriend, sort of. Bai Jieja frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiang Yan and said, adoption? Jiang Bing was a bit unconvinced. Bai Jieja's temperament and character, how do you look at it, does not look like she was adopted. Seeing Jiang Bing's question, Bai Jieja shrugged, indifferently said, our family opened a small company, my brother's poor operation almost closed down, that's my parents' lifelong blood can't possibly stand by and watch it close down, it just so happens that they and the Zhou family's parents know each other, and they took me and my brother to seek help. But who knows, just out of the door, Joseki looked up, said let me do his girlfriend to help the white family, my parents would have been patriarchal, heard also list on the Zhou family this tree without saying yes, and then the 2 of us is now this relationship chant. Jiang Ren couldn't help but frown. Such a person deserves to be a parent? Harm, I'm used to it. It's how I grew up. Bai Jieja indifferently took a sip of the wine in front of her. Jiang Yan quite liked her character, and seeing that Bai Jieja wasn't too old, she was afraid that she would really go astray in the future, so she opened her mouth and said, if you need help in the future, you can always look for me. After saying that, he took her cell phone and added his cell phone number in it. Bai Jieja raised her eyebrows in surprise and smiled sweetly. Good day. Thank you, pretty sister. Jiang Bing lost his smile. Just call me Jiang Bing. Okay, sister Pulling. Jiang Bing felt that the little girl in front of him was adorable, like a lively and cheerful bunny. Sister Pulling, Mr. Yen really loves you. I see that he looks like he owes $8 million to everyone, but when he looks at you, his eyes are so gentle that they can drip water. Jiang Bing was surprised why Bai Jieja suddenly talked to her about this. Bai Jieja didn't notice her doubt and said to herself again, I saw the news in the past 2 days, you two are so affectionate. In fact, what I wish for most in my life is to be able to live a lifetime together. Speaking of this, Bai Jieja's eyes flashed a touch of darkness, picked up the wine in front of her and took a sip. lowering her head to hide her emotions. Chapter 89, Fairy. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, Yen Han was originally playing cards with them, but when he saw Jiang Ren's increasingly red cheeks and realized that she was a bit drunk, he walked towards them. Yen Han sat next to Jiang Bei, looked down at Jiang Bei's cheeks that were already flushed, raised his hand and rubbed her hair, and said gently, "We're home?" "Ha?" Jiang Ren took his hand down and held it in his hand. "Are you guys done talking?" Speech chill held her back. "Well, the conversation is over. You're not going to play with them for a while anymore?" Jiang Yan was afraid that he was leaving so early because he was in a hurry to take her home. "No need, we usually work together in business and see each other often." Yen Han knows what Jiang Yan is worried about. He rarely has any genuine friends. They are all friends of the scene who want to cooperate with Yen to get a piece of the pie. She is afraid that the only few friends he has are alienated because of her. But a man in a high position like Yen Han doesn't believe in or expect to have any friends. As long as his Bangdan is by his side, he's enough. Jiang Yan nodded. She was also really a bit dizzy. Even looking at Yen Han, she felt a bit heavy-shadowed, so she nodded and agreed. The next second directly unloaded. The force generally fell directly on top of Yen Han. Yen Han was a little shocked. Jiang Yan is never embarrassed to have intimate contact with him in public, also can see that this time the person is really drunk. When the people next to them saw this scene, they began to coo, "Egu, sister-in-law, just stop showing love here." "Yeah, what are us single ones going to do when we watch it?" Yen Han picked the person up horizontally and laughed lightly. "My wife is drunk, so I'll take her back first. You guys take your time and play. This time today is all on my account." Joe Siki and the others were energized when they heard this, then were not polite. They then called the waiter to order 2 bottles of the most expensive wine, and Yen Han smiled and went with them. Soon after the two left, Bai Jia felt uninterested alone and prepared to leave. Bai Jia wasn't going to tell anyone, grabbed her bag and headed out. Joe Siki had been drinking and saw Bai Jia's behavior, immediately put down his glass of wine and picked up his car keys to get up and chase after him. It was only at the entrance of the bar that he finally caught up with Bai Jia, grabbed her arm, and asked, "Where to?" "Go home. I'll walk you." He led Bai Jia and headed out. "No need for you to send me." Bai Jia broke away from his hand. "Bai Jia, I advise you to calm down a bit. It won't do anyone any good if I get angry," Joe Siki threatened. "Mr. Joe, don't forget what kind of relationship we have. I'm just someone you're keeping. I'm just a tool to satisfy you. Other than in bed, I don't have anything to do with you at all." Joe Siki was simply laughed at. "It doesn't matter, does it?" "Well, it will matter in a while." As soon as the words fell, Joe Siki shouldered Bai Jia and walked out. No matter how much Bai Jia struggled, it was useless. Joe Siki moved roughly and carried her to the car, started the car and went to the nearest 5-star hotel. Bai Jia also gave up her struggle and sat down in her seat with silent tears. "Joe Siki, do you have to do this to me?" Chelsea didn't respond. Bai Jia closed her eyes and a line of clear tears crossed the corners of her eyes. The other side. Yen Han carried Jiang Bei to the car, but Jiang Bei refused to get on the car, muttering, "I don't want to ride in the car, I want to ride a big horse. I want to ride home." Yen Han was helpless. Where to get a horse this late? Besides, how to ride a horse when she was drunk like this was a problem. Yen Han had no choice but to lightly coax, Okay, we'll go riding tomorrow, now go home first, okay?" "No good. I'm going to ride a horse." Jiang Bing began to play the rogue. Suddenly, her eyes reddened and tears came when she said they would, crystallized teardrops falling down her cheeks one by one. "Do you not love me anymore? You weren't like this before. Before you. Jiang Bei huffed and couldn't speak. "You promised me whatever I wanted before you. Sure enough, when you get it, you don't know how to cherish it. That's how men are." After saying that, she shook off Yen Han's hand and walked forward on her own. Before Yen Han could react to what was going on, her little wife put on a year-end show for him. It wasn't until Jiang Bei shook off his hand that he reacted and hurriedly chased after him, crying and laughing a bit. Fine, hubby will let you ride a horse." Jiang Bing's originally tearful eyes suddenly lit up, and her eyes brightly looked at Yen Han. Yen Han crouched down on the ground with his back to Jiang Bian and told her to lie down on her back. Yen Han carried Jiang Yan on his back as he walked along the road, and Jiang Yan looked excited. Giddy up. Yen Han could only resign himself to Jiang Ren's orders. In the end, Jiang Bian commanded tired, lying on Yen Han's shoulder, a hot air between his breath brushed Yen Han's neck, making Yen Han a little apathetic. Jiang Bing huffed, "Can you walk a little more steadily? Why are you walking so shaky?" "Baby, I'm walking a straight line." "You're lying." Jiang Yan reached out and pinched Yen Han's cheeks. "Can I not know if you've gone straight or not? Also, why did you split?" Jiang Bing was shocked. "When did you go secretly practicing without telling me?" Jiang Bei could now see 3 Yen Han in front of her, talking to her at the same time, looking a little dizzy. Without waiting for Yen Han to answer, Jiang Bing asked again, "Then do you know how to fly with a sword?" Yen Han was a bit helpless. "Baby, I can't detach or fly with a sword. You won't get dizzy if you close your eyes." Really? Liar. You're just going to secretly cultivate by yourself, turn around and wait until you've ascended to become a god, then you can leave me and see Yen. Yen Han gasped and laughed. He didn't bother with the drunkard, he could only coax. "Then do you want to cultivate immortality?" "Want. Jiang Bing looked at him blearily. Then I'll teach you. Yes. Jiang Bing said excitedly. The first step is to relax, close your eyes and dismiss all distractions. I didn't say it right, you can't open your eyes or they won't work. Good. Jiang Ren agreed. She closed her eyes and honestly lay on Yen Han's shoulder, and really didn't make a sound at all, and not a moment later, Yen Han heard the sound of steady, slow breathing coming from his ears. Yen Han finally cleared some quiet, which circled back, adjusted the seat, afraid to wake up Jiang Bo. The action is very light to put Jiang Bo into the passenger. Yen Han drove the car extremely stable, all the way did not dare to have any big movement. 20 minutes of driving life drove more than 40 minutes before arriving home. As a result, just after placing Jiang Yen on the bed, she struggled to wake up. After waking up, Jiang Bing looked around and realized that she was at home. She was even more excited and tugged on Yen Han's hand. Wow. I've also succeeded in my cultivation, I can move instantly. Yen Han's forehead veins thumped, and he couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. Jiang Bing suddenly closed his eyes and said, I'm going to instantly move to the bathroom. After a while, Jiang Bing opened his eyes and realized that he was still in the same place, frowning. Why can't I instantly move anymore? Did you take back my mana? Yen Han helplessly held his forehead. Just tell me directly where you want to go, I'm a god. Really? Jiang Bian's eyes shone brightly, not realizing that she had married a fairy. She had really earned it. Then I want to go to the bathroom. Yen Han blackened his face, shouldered her and headed for the bathroom. Jiang Bei opened her eyes and realized that she was really in the bathroom, and rushed at Yen Han again. Then I want to take a shower now. Yen Han raised his hand and pressed his temple. I'll wash it for you? Jiang Bing was puzzled. Aren't you an immortal? You don't know how to take a bath? Yen Han is really angry laugh. He this time is really know what is called self-inflicted sins cannot live. He went out to bring Jiang Bei's change of clothes, and turned his head to put hot water. Everything was ready before he walked to Jiang Bei. Alright, go wash it. Do you fairies bathe with your clothes on? You still want me to take your clothes off? Jiang Bing nodded rightfully and said in a somewhat breathless tone, aren't these what you immortals should know? Why do you still need me to teach you step by step? Chapter 90. Let's show you back. Just when he was carrying Jiang Bei, she rubbed behind him. Originally Yen Han has endured for a long time, and now Jiang Bei wants him to give her a bath. Yen Han endured a little pain. Yen Han took 2 steps forward and undressed Jiang Bei in 3 tries. At this moment, Jiang Yen stood in front of Yen Han almost completely naked except for having an underwear in. Yen Han raised his hand to touch the underwear clasp behind Jiang Bei and unclipped it, and the roundness wrapped in black was suddenly uncovered and exposed in front of Yen Han. Yen Han's veins jumped as he picked her up and put her in the bathtub. The whole time Jiang Yen was motionless, watching Yen Han's movements, and he himself did not lift a single finger. However, Yen Han also took this opportunity to make a lot of benefits for himself. I don't know if it's because Jiang Yen just slept in the car for a while, so now the spirit of extraordinarily good, she suddenly fancy bath gel rubbed out the bubbles. Noisy wanted Yen Han to blow bubbles for her until the bathtub are all bubbles. Jiang Yen to give up. By the time he rinsed Jiang Bei off and laid down on the bed, Yen Han had long been tired and sweaty. Yen Han was soaked to the skin. He returned to the bathroom for a quick shower, and when he came out again Jiang Bei was already lying on the bed asleep. Yen Han covered Jiang Yan's quilt and then went downstairs to make her sober soup and bring it up. He woke up Jiang Bei who was still asleep. Jiang Bei frowned and closed her eyes and slapped his hand. I want to sleep, don't disturb me. Drink your wake-up soup before you go to sleep. No drink, you're a pain in the ass. Drink or I'll take back your mana. Jiang Bei angrily opened her eyes, snatched the sobering soup from Yen Han's hand, tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp, and held the empty bowl up in front of Yen Han to show him. Yen Han raised his hand to straighten Jiang Bei's messy hair. Alright, sleep baby. Jiang Bei returned the bowl to him and relayed back down again, pulling the quilt over her head, moving extremely hard as if she was venting her dissatisfaction with Yen Han. After putting the bowl down, Yen Han turned off the light and got into bed, reaching out to tug down Jiang Bei's quilt, only to feel a burst of resistance. Be good, don't cover yourself up. Jiang Yen did not listen. Listen to me so that you can successfully cultivate in the future. Jiang Yen pulled down the covers, glared at Yen Han, and turned her back to him. Yen Han wrapped his arm around Jiang Ren's waist as he yanked her over and locked her tightly in his arms. Jiang Yen wanted to take away his hand, but Yen Han's hand was like an iron clamp around her, and Jiang Yen could only struggle violently. Don't want to practice, huh? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Bing came down honestly, not daring to move a muscle, muttering in a low voice, this god is really abominable. What did you say? Speech chill didn't hear. Jiang Bing hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands, fearing that the badass fairy behind her would withdraw her mana. The second step in cultivating immortality, close your eyes and sleep well. Oh. Jiang Yen closed her eyes not quite willingly. Yen Han silently made up his mind next to him, and will never let Jiang Bing drink again. Early the next morning, Jiang Yen woke up with Yen Han still lying next to her and wrapping his arms around her waist. Jiang Yen only felt a splitting headache. Yen Han sensed that Jiang Yen had woken up and opened her eyes as well, taking down Jiang Yan's hand that was rubbing her head, sitting up and letting Jiang Yen lie on his lap, reaching out to press and rub for her, and Jiang Yen closed her eyes comfortably. Yen Han's voice contained a smile as he asked, will you still dare to drink recklessly in the future? Who said I was drinking recklessly? Jiang Bing was unconvinced. I wasn't blocking the drinks for you. Well, babies are the best. It's okay if you don't drink in the future, you just have to be happy around me. Don't worry about what everyone else is doing. I didn't know that wine had such a strong aftertaste. You didn't say anything. It's still your fault. Yeah, it's my fault for not telling the baby ahead of time. That's more like it. Jiang Yan closed her eyes in satisfaction. Right. What's wrong? Did you take your pills last night? Forgot. Why do you take your body so lightly? Jiang Bing glared at him. Yan Han was helpless. Yesterday was really forgotten. Besides, who made a mess that I forgot to take my medicine last night? Jiang Bian was instantly a bit weak, and carefully asked, I didn't do anything excessive last night, right? Yan Han lightly glanced at him, didn't do anything, just had to ride a big horse on the road, and argued about cultivating immortality, and finally had to let me bathe you. Jiang Yan looked at the pajamas that had already been changed under the quilt and asked incredulously, so, you were the one who gave me a bath? Right. Speech Chill said rightfully, and then added, what have you got that I haven't seen before? That won't work either. Yan Han pondered with a seemingly distressed look, raised his eyebrows and smiled, then I'll let you watch it back tonight? Jiang Bing couldn't hold back. Yan Han, don't yell, I'm here. Jiang Bei simply ignored him, closed his eyes and lay down pretending not to hear. Yan Han wasn't messing with her either, and concentrated on pressing and rubbing her. When Jiang Ren was a bit better, the two of them cleaned up and went downstairs for breakfast. Where's Si-Wan? Jiang Bing asked. The driver sent it to school. Jiang Yan nodded without speaking. Yuan Shu has been locked up by me in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, and Zuo Lin said that she's already had a bit of a mental breakdown, so what do you want to do with her? Jiang Bing then remembered that there was this person, who had almost forgotten about her all this time. She can't be that bold on her own. Have you found out who's behind her? Not yet, the man is well hidden, all we know so far is that he's in the country. Jiang Bing thought for a moment and asked directly, then is there any way to use Yuan Shu to lure that person out? Already tried, it's useless, Yuan Shu is just one of his pawns, she doesn't even know the news of the person behind her, it's the same with or without Yuan Shu, she's already been given up. Jiang Yan nodded, then there's no use in keeping her. Speech Chill looked up at her. Jiang Ren held his hand her over to the police, let the law punish her, don't let her dirty your hands. Jiang Yan was afraid that Yan Han would do something irreparable for her. Yan Han held her back and smiled at her, good. After eating, Jiang Yan was still a little dizzy so she went back to catch up on her sleep. Jiang Bian lying on the bed suddenly thought of yesterday's clarification of their own microblogging, clicked on the microblogging to see, found that the comments are all praise them, cannot see the bad comments, I think that this also has the handwriting of Yan Han. What should be clarified has already been clarified, the rest of Jiang Ren did not want to care anymore, closed the phone and went to catch up on sleep. After Yan Han waited for her to fall asleep, he drove to the abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. After so much time had passed, Yuan Shu already didn't know how long she had been locked up, she couldn't even see the light every day, and she didn't know what time it was, she had become a little crazy. Until Yan Han came in, the door was open, the sunlight outside the door shone in, Yuan Shu felt unusually blinding, covering her eyes and slowing down for a while before she could see the visitor. Yan Han frowned in disgust at the sight inside. These days Yuan Shu ate, drank, and slept all in this one small room, and as soon as the door was opened, a foul odor came from the room. Chapter 91, You Don't Deserve It. Yan Han did not go in, but stood in the doorway, backlit, with a 10,000 light as if it was like someone who could come to the rescue to save all beings. But to Yuan Shu, Yan Han looked like a devil who had come to claim his life. Yuan Shu crawled towards Yan Han and tried to reach out to grab his pants leg, which Yan Han avoided. She cried and begged him, Mr. Yan, please, I didn't mean to provoke you and Jiang Ren, it's all that person who made me do it, it's him who threatened me, please let me go. Yan Han looked at her expressionlessly, his eyes cold as if he was looking at a corpse. Yuan Shu still holds a ray of hope, Mr. Yan, these things have nothing to do with me at all, please let me meet Jiang Ren, she will definitely forgive me, please. Who are you to see her? Yuan Shu had thought that she and Jiang Bo had known each other for so many years, and if Jiang Bo saw her, he would definitely soften his heart and let her go, but these words doused her last bit of hope. Yuan Shu slumped numbly on the ground, his eyes staring vacantly at the ground. You should have thought about what would happen to you when you first put your mind to her. Yan Han called the bodyguard next to him, find a few beggars to serve her well. Yuan Shu's eyes widened in horror, no way. You can't do this to me. Isn't that what you were going to do to redeem her before? If she can you can't? Yan Han coldly said, taking the most precious thing against her, wanting to destroy her completely, then let's give you a taste of how that feels. Didn't intend to pursue the matter with her, but he didn't think so. Whoever wanted to hurt his would have to pay back 1,000 times over. The bouncer moved quickly, and in no time at all, 4 or 5 men were brought in. With a glance from Yan Han, they brought the person inside. From inside came Yuan Shu's yelling and cursing, get lost, you bunch of trash, don't touch me. Heh, I wonder who's the trash. The sound of a crisp slap came from inside, Yuan Shu didn't move, and not long after that, all kinds of unpleasant sounds came from inside. Yen Han rushed the person next to him and explained, send her directly to the police station in a while, so that she can't get out in this life. Yes, Mr. Speech. After the explanation, Yen Han left directly. On the other hand, Bai Jiejia woke up sore, and she was the only one left in the large room. She stood up holding the wall and cursed Zhou Siki 800 times in her heart. Last night his posture was as if he hadn't eaten meat for 800 years. Bai Jiejia had hardly slept last night. Bai Jiejia scolded bitterly as she washed, Zhou Siki, you stallion, asshole. Dogs, like they've never had meat in their lives. May you never lift a finger in your life. Then won't your happiness in this life be cut short? The sudden appearance of the voice startled Bai Jiejia. Turning her head around, she saw Zhou Siki leaning against the wall, his eyes indifferent, looking at her carelessly. You. Bai Jiejia still had foam in her mouth, and she was speaking with a bit of a big tongue. Aren't you gone? Anan, I came back again when I heard you scold me. Bai Jiejia was embarrassed to death, saying bad things was heard by the person in question, and was thinking of what could be done to change the subject, when Zhou Siki turned around and headed out, saying in an impatient tone, finish washing up and come out for breakfast. Bai Jiejia washed up as fast as she could and walked out slowly. Zhou Siki sat at the dining table, fingertips lit a cigarette, did not smoke, let it burn. In front of the table is filled with a variety of breakfast, small dumplings, soybean milk donuts, wontons, have everything. Bai Jiejia moved her feet to sit next to Zhou Siki and carefully asked, did you just go buy me breakfast? Zhou Siki looked at her and raised an eyebrow with what appeared to be 3 big words written on his face. What do you think? Bai Jiejia is even more embarrassed. People go to buy breakfast, results still say bad things about people. She was still trying to defend herself. That. Zhou Siki twisted his head to look at her. Bai Jiejia laughed awkwardly twice. I just said it wasn't you. It was another one with the same name as you. Such a coincidence that both of you are named Zhou Siki. Bai Jiejia. Bai Jiejia immediately sat upright. Here. Do I look like a cutie? Okay, come on, let's eat. Aren't you going to eat? Bai Jiejia asked. Not hungry. Oh. Bai Jiejia no longer care about him. Self-conscious eat up. Last night she did not eat anything in the bar, and do a night of exercise. She has long been hungry chest to back. When Bai Jiejia was full, Zhou Siki stood up. Lie down. Again? Is this guy feeding her so he can keep doing sports? Don't you know how tired you are? If you want to be so energetic, I can call some ladies for you. With that, Bai Jiejia was about to pick up her cell phone. Zhou Siki lifted his hand and jerked the cell phone out of her hand and threw it on the bed, bowing down and carrying Bai Jiejia over his shoulder to roughly throw her on the bed. Bai Jiejia quickly yanked the quilt next to her over herself. Zhou Siki looked at her teasingly. Do I look that beastly? Bai Jiejia paused and asked, what do you mean? Yesterday I saw that you were a little swollen, and I just went to buy medicine to put it on you. With that, he raised his hand and lifted Bai Jiejia's robe. Chaoxi's throat tickled a little as he watched. Bai Jiejia quickly reached out to get her clothes. No need for you, I can do it myself? Chaoxi raised an eyebrow, counting it as an inquiry. That's great. After saying that, Bai Jiejia took the ointment and dug into the bathroom. Zhou Siki didn't force himself. He was afraid that if he really gave her the medicine himself, he really wouldn't be able to resist. Yesterday was already beastly enough. Zhou Siki walked to the balcony, knocked a cigarette out of the cigarette box, lit it, and inhaled it before the vice impulse was suppressed a little. When Zhou Siki finished smoking, Bai Jiejia also happened to come out. He threw Bai Jiejia a bag containing a change of clothes. Change into it and send you home. Oh. Her clothes from last night had long since been all messed up by Zhou Siki. Bai Jiejia took out her underwear and looked at the size, and found that it was exactly her size. Bai Jiejia's face darkened. She had just changed her opinion of Zhou Siki, but now she was back to her pre-liberation days. It seems like he's really read a lot of women, and he only needs to sleep to know what size underwear she wears. Bai Jiejia changed her clothes with a black face, came out and walked straight towards the door without talking to him. Zhou Siki confused. This dress is not quite good looking it, or Hermes high fashion. He thought his eyes are not bad. How to change a dress? Her face became so stinky. Zhou Siki took 3 or 2 steps to catch up and asked, what's wrong with you? Chapter 92, Me. Not much. I thought you said you were going to take me home. Why don't you get going? Zhou Siki was simply speechless. He really couldn't understand this woman's temper. The two of them didn't say 2 words on the way, and when Zhou Siki spoke to her, she ignored them. In the end, Zhou Siki had no choice but to park the car on the side of the road and asked bluntly, what's wrong with you? You've been like this since you changed your clothes. If you don't like the clothes, let's go and rebuy them now? No need, mister. Zhou, other than in bed, let the two of us become strangers to each other. Zhou Siki snorted, stranger? Fine, now get the hell out of the car. Bai Jiejia opened the car door and slammed the door to get out of the car. Zhou Siki immediately started the car without a second's delay, only leaving Bai Jiejia with the exhaust of the car. Chaoski, you asshole. After cursing, Bai Jiejia opened the taxi software and called a car. Back at home, Bai Jiejia took off her shoes and flopped her whole body on the bed, but Zhou Siki's face popped up in her head. Bai Jiejia was so annoyed that she picked up her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower, and when she came out, she forced herself to fall asleep and threw Zhou Siki's face out of her mind. When Jiang Bianin woke up, it was already lunchtime. She went downstairs and looked only to see Chen Ma cooking in the kitchen. Mrs. Chen, did Jin Han go to the office? No ma'am, Mr. hasn't been to the office for the past 2 days. He's working in his study right now. Then I'll go up to him. Okay, ma'am will be down for dinner in another 20 minutes. Good. After saying his words, Jiang Yan went upstairs towards the study. Jiang Ren didn't bother knocking on the door, directly opened it and went inside. Yen Han was a little displeased. I don't know who was so bold to enter the study without knocking on the door. His eyebrows furrowed, but when he looked up and saw that it was Jiang Yan, his eyebrows instantly softened. Jiang Bei came in and sat directly on Yen Han's lap, hooking her hands around his neck. Yen Han lost his smile and held her with both hands to prevent her from sliding down. Why have you suddenly become so clingy? Jiang Yan buried herself in his chest and took a deep breath before saying, Where did you go? Why didn't I see you as soon as I woke up? Yen Han intentionally concealed from her, not wanting her to know Yuan Shu those bad things, said carelessly, complained that I did not accompany you to sleep? He bit off the word sleep so hard that it was hard not to think of something else. Jiang Bian raised her head to glare at him. Why was this man driving at the drop of a hat? Yen Han raised his eyebrows. Got it, in the future, stay with the baby more, and strive to make the first person the baby wakes up to see every day as me. That's more like it. Yen Han leaned over and kissed Jiang Ren's forehead, asking in a low voice, Does your head still hurt? Jiang Ren shook her head, her voice petulant, It won't hurt if you kiss me. Somehow, she was fine when she was by herself, but as soon as she was with Yen Han, she wanted to pamper him. Yen Han let out a light laugh, lowered his head and pecked gently on her lips, then immediately retreated, his lips hooking at Jiang Bei if they were not. Jiang Yan disgruntled glared at him. Yen Han teasingly looked at her, lips and gently printed on her forehead, the tip of her nose, and finally landed on the Jiang Yan lips rolled over and flowed. Yen Han's breath is close at hand, the strange tingling spreads instantly, making her heartstrings flutter. Slender arms from his waist side through, tightly clasped together, slightly open Jew lips, she struggled to respond to him. Gradually, the kiss became more and more intense, until Jiang Yan was about to run out of breath before Yen Han finally gave up and let go of her. Jiang Bei's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were mesmerized, and she was panting slightly. As Yen Han looked at her, his heart couldn't help but move, and he once again leaned down and pecked her lips lightly. Baby, you're so cute. Speech Chill's voice carried a hint of huskiness. Jiang Ren's heartbeat accelerated, and the heat on his face did not diminish. She pushed Yen Han angrily. This is great, how am I going to get downstairs for dinner later? Yen Han buried himself in Jiang Ren's shoulder and rubbed it, laughing softly. Wife, you're being too unreasonable, right? Just now it wasn't you who wanted me to kiss. Jiang Yan reddened her cheeks and retorted, Then I didn't let you kiss me like this. Yen Han looked at the dainty appearance of Jiang Bei and laughed so hard that his chest vibrated. Okay, it's my fault. I'll dare next time. Yen Han laughed even more happily, but was afraid of really pissing people off, and tried to control himself. I know, I won't dare next time. If you don't want to go down, I'll bring up the food for you. Don't. Jiang Yan refused with a frown. Chen's mom knows I came up here looking for you, and if I don't go down there, the whole world will know what we're doing. But Bimbashi, we're a couple, isn't it normal to do these things? That won't work either. Jiang Yan was still too embarrassed to let this become common knowledge. Jiang Yan went to the bathroom to wash a face, looked in the mirror and found that the lips are a little red and swollen, cannot help but be a little chagrined, should not say that sentence. She also did not think that Yen Han's self-control is so poor. When Jiang Bing came out, Yen Han held her hand and headed downstairs. Jiang Bei suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have taken his medicine in the morning, right? Did you take your medicine in the morning? You ate while you were sleeping. Jiang. The two of them finished their meal and nestled together on the couch in the living room to watch TV. The two were watching a domestic parent-child variety show. The recording location this time was at a playground. Jiang Bei suddenly hugged Yen Han's arm and said excitedly, Tomorrow happens to be Saturday, let's take Bei to play at the playground together. Our family of 3 has never gone out to play together before. Yen Han put down the watermelon he was feeding Jiang Ren in his hand, reached out for Jiang Ren to spit the watermelon seeds into his hand, and replied, Yes, go tomorrow. Yay! Let's go to the mall right now and buy a parent-child outfit. You can see that other people wear parent-child outfits when they record shows. Yen Han smiled dotingly and obediently said, It's okay, it's most important that you're happy. Yay! Then we'll go up and change now. Jiang Yan put on shoes, tugged up Yen Han to just run upstairs. The result ran halfway suddenly stopped, turned around frustrated. Are you still have to work today? Why don't you go? I'll go by myself, you haven't been to the company for 2 days. Chapter 93, Sleep with Me. Yen Han walked up, raised his hand and rubbed her hair. It's okay, there are still so many people in the company, I'm not in a day or two can't close down, you are the most important. A slight sweetness flooded Jiang Bei's heart. Good, then let's make it quick. After the two went to the check room, Jiang Yan picked a white floral dress, waisted design, appearing Jiang Yan waist slim, and with the same color hairband tied himself a low pill head, lining Jiang Yan gentle and generous. Yen Han looked at his increasingly beautiful and attractive little wife, and remembered what the man said yesterday when the two of them watched the movie, and couldn't help but frown. Yen Han for the first time in the dress code is difficult. He was the first to rule out those dull and serious-looking suits, looked left and right and finally chose a beige spring sweater that was about to collect dust in his closet, and grabbed a pair of white jeans and a pair of classic blue and white board shorts from LV. After changing clothes, Yen-han looked at the opposite side of the full-body mirror, satisfied with a few points. He does not want to be said in the show old, he also has to be worthy of her little wife to do. When Yen-han came out, Zhang Bei was picking out the accessories, and when she saw Yen-han come out, she turned her head and wanted to ask him for his opinion, but when she saw Yen-han in such a costume, she couldn't help but freeze. What's wrong? Yen-han looked at Zhang Bing's attitude and was a bit unreasonably nervous. It's not good? No, it's pretty. Zhang Yan was busy waving her hand. Usually Yen-han wears some shirts and suits, seldom see him wear this kind of clothes. He has a very good figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist, belong to the type of wearing clothes to show thin and meat. This dress is more like just graduated from the mansion young masters, reserved and cold and untamed. I just rarely see you in this type of dress, and this one suits you. Yen-han grunted and laughed, walking up and wrapping his arms around Zhang Yan's waist. I can see that you're looking at it with straight eyes. Zhang Ren's cheeks exploded red and shoved him. You're bullying me again. Yen-han laughed softly. Alright, are you packed? We're leaving now? Zhang Yan broke free from his arms and after rearranging her clothes, she turned her head and left without waiting for Yen-han. Yen-han knew that this was pissing people off, and hurriedly went after them to start selling their misery. Bien, my medicine hasn't been eaten yet. It was only then that Zhang Bian remembered this matter, but still remained expressionless. Where is the medicine? In the living room. After Zhang Bing found the medicine, he poured water again and handed it to him. Yen-han carefully observed Zhang Ren's expression. Baby, are you still angry? Zhang Ren didn't say anything, just passed the water in front of him again in silence. Yen-han twisted his head. I'll take my medicine if you're not angry anymore. Zhang Yan was helpless. She felt that Yen-han was simply too much like a princess. She had to be coaxed, not coaxed. Zhang Yan wasn't angry in the first place, it was just that he kept poking fun at her, making her a little embarrassed. Zhang Yan could only compromise. I won't be angry anymore, so take your medicine. Seriously? Speech chill peeked at her. I'm going to get mad if you don't eat. Yen-han immediately snatched the medicine from Zhang Bei's hand and swallowed it with his head tilted back regarding Zhang Bei's hand. Even if these medicines don't cure it, they can ease his mood and treat his insomnia with some assistance. Well, I'm done eating, and we're reconciled. Zhang Bian found it funny and obeyed him. Alright, get going. You hold me. Zhang Ren reached out and took his large hand in hers. Yen-han 5 fingers into her fingertips and her fingers clasped, the two side by side toward the door. Chen Ma was in the kitchen brushing the dishes, watching the back of the two people doubly pleased, lamented, Madam and Mr. is finally fixed. The two arrived at the mall and strolled around. Parent-child clothing has not been picked, but Zhang Bian looked at a lot of new spring and summer models. Zhang Bian cannot count how many pieces of clothing they bought, and so Zhang Bian are tired of shopping, but also did not find a set of good-looking parent-child clothing. Most of the styles on the market are one identical dress with some cartoon patterns. Zhang Bian thought it didn't look good, so he simply bought 3 similar dresses to act as a parent-child outfit. Zhang Yan bought a set of LV's beige small perfume simple flower suit, half sleeves plus A-line silhouette shorts, waist loosely falling a thin waist chain. Yen-han's is the same color printed denim jacket, to the small group of the same brand of half sleeves plus the same color suit pants. Zhang Bing nodded with satisfaction, already thinking about how he was going to go out and blow up the streets. When Yen-han paid the money, the two of them took their things and went together to pick up little Tuanzi from school. Walking to the entrance of the mall, Yen-han suddenly saw the beauty store next to him, and Yen-han pulled Zhang Bei into it. Zhang Bing was puzzled. What's wrong? I don't need to buy these. I can't use all the ones you bought me before. Those are expired. Buy some more. But didn't you have those delivered to your house last month? Yen-han went in and bought a lot of makeup for Zhang Bei and many more boxes of face masks before leaving satisfied. Zhang Bei is not a person who likes to put on masks. She also wondered what Yen-han buy so many masks, but did not ask the export. He wants to buy then go with him. When the two of them arrived at the kindergarten door, they just happened to be released from school. Yen Sibei came out and saw Zhang Bei at a glance, excitedly ran up. Mom. Zhang Yan squatted down and picked him up. How was it? Did you have fun at kindergarten today? Happy. What brings you here today? I'm here with my dad, so I'll take you to the amusement park tomorrow, okay? Yeah. I haven't been out with my mom and dad yet. Zhang Bian froze for a moment when she heard this, reacting to the fact that before, because of herself, Shadwanzi had never had a mom or dad to take her out every Saturday and Sunday like everyone else. Zhang Bei's nose couldn't help but be a little sour. Sorry baby, in the future mom and dad will take you out more often. Good The little group wrapped its arms around Zhang Ren's neck and barred a kiss on her cheek. Yen-han looked at the scene in front of him and felt that his dream of many years had finally come true. Suddenly, Yen-han felt that there was a line of sight behind him that had been staring at their side, but when he turned his head there was nothing behind him. Because there are a lot of people here to pick up the children, Yen-han thought it was his own illusion, and did not care about it, and took Zhang Bei and the little group of children and went home. After the meal, Zhang Yan was busy in and out, took a handbag and loaded cups, sun hats, small sunglasses, and a series of other things for Yen Sibei. Don't you sit there Come and see what is missing that you haven't brought. Yen Han stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. No need, wife, if you forgot something we can buy it outside. This is the first time we've gone out as a family of 3. I want to leave a good impression on Si Yen. Before it was all because of me that Si Yen didn't have a full childhood. Jiang Yen said guiltily. Yen Han could not see his elegant sad, comforted, but you're back now, ah baby, we will be doubly good to him on the line. Jiang Yen nodded and hugged Yen Han back. At that moment there was a sudden sound of the door opening, and the little group's clear voice came out, Mommy. Jiang Yen hurriedly pushed away Yen Han, straightened his clothes, as if nothing had happened to him too. What's wrong, baby? Speech cold? Mom, sleep with me tonight. Could be. No. 2 voices sounded at the same time. Zhang Bian and Xiaoduanzi looked at Yen Han in confusion. Yen Han cleared his throat and said calmly, Mommy has to sleep with me at night. Dad, you're so old you need company to sleep? Jiang Yen stifled a laugh. Yen Han frankly said, yes, without Mom's company, Dad can't sleep. Chapter 94 Late Night Calls. Jiang Bei then remembered the matter of Yen Han having a hard time falling asleep at night, and immediately changed her words. I'm sorry, Sibei, Mommy has to accompany Daddy to bed at night, but Mommy can go and tell you a story to put you to sleep. Yen Sibei deflated her mouth and compromised. Alright then Mom, you have to wait until I fall asleep before you leave. Oh. Of course I will. Jiang Bei leaned over and picked up the little dumpling and headed for the bedroom. When Jiang Yen put the little group of people to sleep, she returned to the master bedroom. Not seeing Yen Han in the bedroom, she saw that the bathroom light was on. Jiang Yen paced over. Jiang Bei opened the door and saw that Yen Han was applying a face mask to the mirror. Jiang Ren froze. What are you doing? Yen Han was flustered inside, but on his face he still downplayed the situation. Apply the mask. Jiang Bei then realized that those masks during the day were bought by him for his own. Why did you suddenly start wearing a face mask? People say I'm old, and I have to take care of it so people think I'm your husband. Jiang Bian thought of his series of abnormal behaviors today, and only then did she understand that he wore such uncharacteristic clothes in the afternoon because of this. Jiang Ren really couldn't hold back his laughter and stood in the doorway, his stomach hurting from laughing. Yen Han's face was as black as a pot. What are you laughing at? Ha ha, I'm not smiling, you know, I'm a natural smiler. Yen Han looked at her with an expressionless face. Jiang Bian realized that the situation was not right and turned to run. Yen Han chased after him as soon as he took off the mask on his face, wrapped his arms around Jiang Bei's waist, leaned in close, and the 2 of them collapsed on the bed together. Yen Han pressed on Jiang Ren, born with a smiley face. Ha? Ridiculous? Not funny, husband, not funny at all. Jiang Bian scrutinized the situation, and her hands hurriedly hung on Yen Han's neck. Don't worry about what people think, you'll always be my husband. Yen Han's eyes moved a little, slowly leaned down close. Just when their lips were about to kiss, Jiang Bei's cell phone rang. The room full of charming dispersed. Jiang Yen stifled her laughter. Hubby, help me bring my cell phone, okay? With a look of lust, Yen Han went to get Jiang Bei's cell phone, and when he saw the caller ID, his face became even darker. 2 words were clearly displayed on it, Gu Ming. Yen Han handed his cell phone to Jiang Bei, and Jiang Bei looked up to observe Yen Han's face. Yen Han hid his emotions so well that they could not be seen. After taking the cell phone and handing it to Jiang Yen, Yen Han turned around and was about to leave, as if he didn't hear the content of their conversation at all. Jiang Ren reached out and tugged on his sleeve, picking up the phone. Hello? Pull back, it's me. Did something happen by calling me so late? Riverbend asked. That's right, the news from 2 days ago didn't bother you much, did it? Jiang Bing was a bit puzzled. Things have been over for a day, how come he came to ask her now? It's fine, it's already been clarified. That's good, I've been too busy the past 2 days to pay much attention to the news, so let me know if there's anything you need me to work with to clarify. Good. Then I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Bei looked up at Yen Han, her eyes shining brightly, waiting with anticipation for his praise. Yen Han laughed softly. Originally he wanted to go out and did not want to listen to the content of the 2 of them talking, but his retainer pulled him, really gave him enough security. Yen Han leaned down and kissed Jiang Bian's forehead. Thank you, baby. Jiang Bian was only satisfied, pulling him to lie down. Well, go to sleep quickly, Mr. Vinegar King, tomorrow you have to get up early. Early the next morning. When Jiang Bing woke up again it was almost 10 o'clock, and the side was already empty. She sat up from the bed with a carp and finished packing as fast as she could to get out the door. Opening the door to his room he saw a large and small group confronting each other on the stairs. Let mommy sleep a little longer, mommy was so tired from shopping yesterday. But yesterday mom promised me I'd go out today. If you can't, go back tomorrow and don't go in there and bother mom. Mom's going to wake up mad if she breaks her word because she went to bed. That won't work either. Xiaoduanzi glared at him angrily. Yen Han looked back at him carelessly, and neither one of the big and small would let the other go. Yen Sibei turned her head to see Jiang Bei come out and hurriedly ran up to complain. Mom, Dad won't let me go in and yell for you. Jiang Ren glared at him grudgingly. Why didn't you call me when you got up? I want you to sleep more. Speech Chill commiserated. Jiang Bing also couldn't bear to say anything else, holding the little troop downstairs. Come on, let's go eat a meal first, then go to the amusement park in the afternoon, and watch a fireworks show in the evening. Yeah, Little Dumpling said and even twisted his head to make a face at Yen Han. Yen Han faced black. This little brat is now not afraid of him at all. The three of them arrived at the amusement park after dinner, and after taking the little group on a few rides, he clamored for a haunted house. Jiang Bing was actually afraid of this kind of place, but he didn't want to spoil the little group's fun, so he took him there anyway. It's a psychiatric hospital-themed haunted house, and the first room you go into has a steel bed with a dummy lying on it wearing a bloody white coat. Jiang Bian was scared to death, but the little group was brave enough to know that those were fake, just sweeping a glance and striding forward. A few people passed by the iron bed, but it shook wildly. Jiang Bei screamed, turned around and jumped into Yen Han's arms, holding him tightly and not letting go. Yen Han rubbed her hair. If you're really scared, we'll go out now? Jiang Bing didn't want the little group to have regrets. No, I can. In the whole process, Jiang Yen did not dare to open her eyes and hugged Yen Han tightly, refusing to let go, and kept this position. After coming out of the haunted house, Jiang Bian's hands were sore. Xiaoduanzi saw someone selling balloons next to her, so she pulled Jiang Bian along to buy them. Yen Han noticed someone's line of sight. A turn of the head, suddenly saw a figure flashed past. Yen Han frowned and took out his cell phone to arrange for an immediate chase. Jiang Bian came back and saw that Yen Han was holding his cell phone with a grave expression on his face, and asked out loud, "What's wrong?" Yen Han darkened the screen and smiled, "Nothing. Do you want to play something else?" "I want to play on the carousel," Little Dumpling said excitedly. The two stood looking down at the little group, and Jiang Bian took out his cell phone and took a picture of the three together and posted it on Weibo. The more outsiders don't believe in their relationship, the more she has to show her love and punch them in the face. When I got home in the evening, the little group fell asleep after washing up and laying down on the bed because they were so tired. Jiang Yen was busy brushing her microblogging, while Yen Han went to the study to deal with today's events. Zhuo Lin called and Yen Han pressed answer. "Mr. Yen, that person was captured today. He's a mercenary, he has some connections with the Y countryside, he's in the dungeon now. Proceed with the interrogation, we must find out who is behind him." "Yes, Mr. Speech." After hanging up the phone, a bad feeling welled up in the bottom of Yen Han's heart. He stared at his cell phone and fell into deep thought. Now that they were in the light and the enemy was in the dark, he was most worried about the safety and well-being of Jiang Bian and Xiaoduanzi. Chapter 95, Kill Me. When Jiang Bei woke up early the next morning, Yen Han hadn't woken up yet. Noticing Jiang Bing's movements, Yen Han also slowly opened his eyes. "Why haven't you gone to work yet? I wonder who was the one who pouted at me yesterday about waking up from sleep without seeing me." Yen Han's voice still had the raspiness from when he had just woken up. Jiang Bei's heart warmed up and burrowed into his arms. "I'm fine, your work is important, I just want to be pampered with you." The two of them stayed in bed for a while longer before going downstairs for breakfast together. The little group had already left for kindergarten a long time ago, leaving only the two of them at home. After breakfast, Jiang Yen gave Yen Han a tie to send him to the car. Instead of going to the company, Yen Han went to the dungeon first. Opened the iron door. The man in the center was wearing only a pair of pants, covered in blood, his hands were suspended by iron handcuffs, and only his toes could barely touch the ground. The guard next to him dragged a stool over, and Yen Han sat down in front of him. The man snorted, full of concern, "Kill or die as you wish, don't think you can get any information out of me." The gesture of closing his eyes and refusing to communicate with anyone after saying that. "Whatever. But it looks like her mom was the only one in attendance at the parent-child field day held at your daughter's school today." The man's eyes suddenly widened in horror and bloodshot. He didn't expect to have his family move to Singapore and still be found out. She suddenly began to struggle violently, as if she was going to die with Yen Han now. "You killed me. You kill me. Don't you move them." Yen Han shrugged indifferently. "Of course I'm not going to kill you, I'm going to let you watch with your own eyes what happens next." After saying that, Yen Han turned around without any stops and left. "Wait. The man closed his eyes and said with difficulty, "I say, I'll tell you everything." When Yen Han returned to the company, he first called Zhuo Lin in and instructed, "Check Li Cheng's bank card transfer details, travel records, recent call records and his family's movements." Zhuo Lin knew that Yen Han had gone to the dungeon in the morning, and now that he was asked to look into this, he must have confessed to the person who was caught, so it seems that there really is a mole within their group. Also, get that mercenary to be personal bodyguard. "Mr. Yen, perhaps there are more reliable candidates," Zhuo Lin said with little recognition. He was originally an S-class mercenary, then he went gold after meeting his current wife, but I don't know what kind of handle Li Cheng has on him, forcing him to finish this mission before he's willing to release him from the organization completely. His wife and children have already been protected by the people I sent, he's now a most secure candidate. Yen Han explained. Zhuo Lin thought to himself, can be Yen Han sent to protect Jiang Bo must have been investigated clearly, it is not his turn to worry about. Oh yeah. Yen Han continued, recently an auction is being held over there in the Americas, that piece of glass seed Emperor Green must be auctioned back to me, I want to build a ring for. Yesterday when the two went to the mall, Yen Han noticed those jewelry stores, he has always wanted to buy a ring for, but due to the relationship between the two before has not had the opportunity, now he is sure of his heart, others have her naturally cannot be less at all. Okay mister, Words. Book me a plane ticket, I'm going to Y tomorrow. Mr. Yen, do you want to take Mr. Lu with you? I'm afraid it's a bit dangerous to go this time. No, he has to be left here to stabilize the situation. Yes, Mr. Speech. Yen Han waved his hand for Zhuo Lin to go back after he had instructed him. He recalled what the man had just told him. This time the board of directors of Y is going to face a big reshuffle. I wonder if this matter has anything to do with the man behind Yuan Shu. Jiang Yan ate breakfast and then went back to make up for the sleep. At noon downstairs to see a table of dishes made by Chenma, did not have much appetite, ate 2 mouthfuls of satiety. Chenma watched Jiang Ren put down her chopsticks after 2 bites and walked up to ask, "Ma'am, is today's meal not to your liking?" Jiang Ren waved her hand, "No Mom Chen, it's very delicious, it's just that I don't have much appetite today. I guess I'm a bit tired in the past 2 days, I'll be fine in a couple of days." Jiang Bei back to the bedroom to lie down. These 2 days do not know how Jiang Bei is very sleepy, but also always have no appetite, is thinking about whether to go to the hospital to check out, suddenly heard a car engine sound from the yard. Jiang Yan didn't even have time to wear shoes before running down, just in time to see Yen Han walk in from the outside. Jiang Yan rushed up and jumped onto Yen Han's body as a whole, hanging on like a kangaroo bear. Yen Han was bumped and almost didn't stand still, his hands held her hips and stabilized his body before he spoke. "What are you running for? What if you fall?" Jiang Bing smiled, "No, you won't let me fall." This was a sign of trusting the other party, and Yen Han was happy that he could be the one that Jiang Bing trusted, so he didn't say anything else. "Why are you back now today?" Yen Han placed him on the sofa and brought another pair of slippers over before speaking. "I have to travel tomorrow, so I came back to keep you company." Jiang Bing sniffed and lost a little. "Why are you traveling again? Where are you going this time?" Yen Han pinched her little nose. "What? Can't bear to see me go?" "Not at all." Jiang Ren denied. "No, then why is your mouth puckered to the sky?" Jiang Ren reached out and punched his shoulder, looking at him angrily, as if complaining again about how he was teasing her again. Yen Han smiled and held her hands, pinching in the palm of the hand to finish. "Well, go to Y country, about a week we'll be able to come back, don't be angry baby." "Is there something wrong with the company over there again?" Jiang Bing said worriedly. Yen Han didn't want her to worry, "It's just a normal inspection, don't worry." "Then I'll go help you pack now." Yen Han tugged at her, "Don't need to work so hard baby, save your strength for us to do something serious." "What business?" Jiang Bing was puzzled. Yen Han let out a light laugh, for example. After saying that, Yen Han leaned over and kissed Jiang Bei's lips, and when Jiang Beian realized what he meant by what he said, it was already too late. Jiang Bei the sleep directly to the night. Get up after the little group just came back from kindergarten, a family of 3 after dinner. Jiang Bei took out a suitcase to Yen Han collected some clothes into. "You have an apartment there is no lack of anything. I checked the weather, that side is colder than us here, so I gave you loaded with a few pieces of thick clothes. You need to other things you get there and then let them buy." Yen Han wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and rubbed it affectionately. "Good. Can I go with you?" Jiang Ren turned to look at him with bright eyes. "No, you just wait at home for me to come back." Yen Han also do not know Li Chang and Bloodthirsty will in the end there is no connection, do not dare to let Jiang Bo rashly follow him over, stay in China at least a little safer. At the end of the day, Yen Han pulled Jiang Yan a few more times, as if he wanted to make up for the coming week, and Jiang Yan ended up too tired to even lift a finger. Chapter 96, Who's Got a Problem with It? Early the next morning. After Yen Han was fully dressed and walked back to the bedside to look at Jiang Bei who was still sleeping, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead, dotingly saying, "Wife, I'm leaving." Only then did Jiang Bo turn around, tilted her head and kissed him, opening her mouth with a somewhat hoarse voice, "Send me a message when you arrive." "Okay, you go back to sleep baby. I'll walk you down." Jiang Yan rubbed her eyes and sat up, putting on a jacket to send Yen Han to the car before returning to catch up on her sleep again. By the time Jiang Yan woke up from her sleep, Yen Han had already arrived in Y, and had just gotten to the apartment there. Speech Chill has sent her a number of messages. For example, "I'm taking off," "I'm here," "Just got to the apartment," and so on. Although the message was brief and knowing that she was probably still asleep, she did report everything. Jiang Yan picked up her cell phone and messaged back, "I just woke up from a nap. Honey, I'm at the apartment." The messages from the two were sent at almost the same time. Jiang Bian was also shocked at the tacit understanding between the two, and asked again, "Good, then have you eaten?" "Not yet, someone will deliver it later." "Then get some quick rest and jet lag after you eat." "Good." Jiang Yan wasn't replying to the message. After a while, Jiang Ren's cell phone rang again. "Missed you baby. Then hurry up and come back soon after you've taken care of things over there. I'll try to get home early. By the way, don't forget to take your pills, I put them in the compartment of your suitcase, and if you can't sleep at night when I'm not around you, call me on the video." Yen Han agreed, he felt that the feeling of being cared about at all times can be really good. Zhuo Lin in the side to see his own president face Aunt smile, a heart silently read, "No eyes to see, really no eyes to see." After Jiang Bing finished his instructions, he put down his cell phone and got up to wash up. After going downstairs, Jiang Bei saw that Chen Ma had just finished cooking and was carrying a plate of steamed fish on the dining table. Jiang Yan frowned. She smelled a good heavy smell of fish when she came down from upstairs, and now she saw it even more. She felt a little sick to her stomach. Jiang Yan endured or did not hold back, ran to the bathroom and began to vomit, but could not vomit anything out, only dry vomiting. Seeing this, Chen Ma rushed forward and worriedly said, "Madam, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly vomit?" Waiting for Jiang Bing to suppress that feeling of regurgitation, he rinsed his mouth again before speaking. "I don't know. It should be that going out to eat 2 days ago ate my intestines bad, which caused me to have no appetite in the past 2 days. Then you can try to eat out as little as possible in the future. It's all unclean, and it's troublesome if you eat bad. It just so happens that I boiled congee, ma'am. You should drink some congee today to nourish your stomach. I'll go find you some stomach medicine." Jiang Yan nodded and took another moment to slow down before going out, and it was only after a few mouthfuls of hot porridge that she felt better. "Mrs. Chen," Jiang Yan said. "What is it, ma'am?" "Don't cook big fish and meat for the next 2 days, stir-fry some light dishes, I have some no appetite." "Good Lu ma'am." Chen Ma found out the stomach pills and put them on the table, somewhat wanting to say something. Jiang Bing could see Chen Ma's hesitation. "Is there something you want to say to me? Ma'am, do we need to tell Mr. about this?" "No need." Jiang Yan refused, one because she didn't want to let Yan Han worry, and the other was that she didn't think it was a big deal and there was no need to tell him. After Yan Han ate his meal, he took his medicine after a while and didn't forget to shoot Jiang Bian to take credit for it. With that done, he went back to his bedroom to rest. Yan Han lying on the bed tossing and turning, no warm fragrance in the arms without soft jade in the arms, no matter how cannot sleep, close your eyes or Jiang Bo's delicate face. Yan Han simply got up, walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette. Under the dark night Yan Han wearing a black robe seems to blend with the darkness, the scarlet clipped by the fingernails flickered. I do not know how long, the sky are flooded with fish belly white, speech cold feet of cigarette but scattered all over the ground, he only a little drowsy sleep, back to the bedroom for a nap. The next morning, when Yan Han came downstairs, Zhuo Lin was already sitting in the car waiting. He looked into the rearview mirror. Yan Han some tired look, there is a circle of faint black under the eyes, but Yan Han three-dimensional features to cover up these deficiencies, but it looks a little decadent beauty. Yan Han's stern line of sight swept over, immediately let Zhuo Lin retrieved his thoughts, busy to move away from the line of sight. He actually think that their family president decadent beauty, it seems that really saw too much of his gentle appearance in front of Jiang Bo, forgetting that now is the original face of his. Zhuo Lin said, "Mr. Yan didn't find anything unusual about Li Chang himself, but he has an illegitimate son who has a bank card that frequently has records of offshore transfers, and they are transferred in from China." Zhuo Lin also said, "This illegitimate son is called Chen Yi, has not been brought into the Li family by Li Chang, he can have today all rely on the power of his mother-in-law's family. His original wife gave him a son younger than this illegitimate child of his 2 months, this child was 8 years old, the mistress went to the Li family to make a mess, which knew about his illegitimate child, but at that time, the news was suppressed, not many people know about this matter. His original wife at the time to divorce him, I do not know Li Chang with what method to coax down, but he this bastard special to go? Don't be unappreciated by him." Yan Han narrowed his eyes, this is the reason to use Chen Yi's information, it is difficult to be discovered, and even if discovered can all be pushed to Chen Yi, to skim himself, really play a good hand of calculations. Find out if this Chen Yi knows or not. Okay Mr. Words. Li Chang this person is certainly not allowed to stay, but Yan Han also need to know the board of directors in addition to him, there are no other traders. After arriving at the company, Yan Han directly convened the board of directors. Yan Han slowly settled down in the main seat, the previous armory being blown up was a huge blow to the Yan clan, and both Lu Hanchu and I are in the country, so I'm going to choose a director to be the main person in charge of the Yan clan's Y country branch. As soon as the words left his mouth, the directors below looked different, and discussions were heard in all directions. What's with the suddenness? I didn't hear a peep before. Mr. Yan is trying to decentralize. Who will be chosen as the person in charge? Yan Han coldly observed the performance of the crowd and waited for them to discuss more or less before clearing his voice and said, after a comprehensive examination I have finally decided that the main person in charge of country Y is. The crowd held their breath, all looking intently at Yan Han. It's Li Sung. Ah, how could it be him? It's not like their department's indicators are outstanding, how come? Yan Han listened to the murmurs from below and suddenly spoke, since Li Chang gave the company $30 million of aid in his personal name after the last armory incident, he was chosen as the person in charge this time. Yan Han suddenly chilled his voice and asked, who has objections? Chapter 97, why don't you answer your messages? The crowd at the bottom sensed Yan Han's cold tone and were all silenced. Although Yan Han was much younger than all of them, these directors also respected him due to his poisonous vision and means to bring Yan clan, a business empire, better and better. Noticing that no one dared to speak, Li Chang's eyes flashed with brilliance, the joy on his face couldn't even be covered, this sudden good thing smashed him dizzy. Yan Han swept the crowd before saying, if there are no objections, Li Chang will start to take over the company's business in the next 2 days, adjourn the meeting. Yan Han had just walked to the office door when Li Chang came out after him, Mr. Yan, Mr. Yan. At the sound, Yan Han turned around, his face showing impatience. What? Li Cheng has been overwhelmed by joy, also did not notice the impatience in the tone of Yen Han, opened his mouth. Thank you for the appreciation of Mr. Yen, I will certainly live up to the expectations of the company to take the company bigger and stronger. Yen Han impatiently pulled out his ears. No time to listen to him. These scenes, interrupted. Okay, the company recently had an order, it is just right to leave it to you to take full responsibility. Zolan. Yes, Mr. Speech. Show him the contract. Okay, Mr. Li, please follow me. Li Cheng rubbed his fists in excitement beside him and hurriedly said, Mr. Yen, I will definitely live up to your trust in me. Yen Han did not have time to listen to his nonsense, turned around and entered the house, closing the door in one fell swoop. Li Cheng at the door touched a nose some embarrassment. Zhuo Lin stood by and snickered when he was duly reminded, Mr. Li, please follow me. All day long, Yen Han was reviewing documents. He needed to quickly find out all the people in Li Cheng's lineage, so that he could quickly go back to accompany his elegance. By the time the afternoon rolled around, Yen Han estimated that it was now nighttime in China, and picked up his cell phone to try to give Jiang Bing a call. Pressed to light up the screen only to find the phone interface empty. He went on a business trip and all he could think about was how to finish his work quickly and go back to be with her earlier. But she didn't send him a single message this day. Yen Han's face sank, his chest rose and fell violently. Could it be that if he didn't take the initiative to look for her, she would never come to him? Yen Han was a little angry, so he pressed out the cell phone to continue to approve the documents. After 5 minutes had passed, Yen Han picked up his cell phone again with an expressionless face and found that there was still no movement. Eventually he was still unable to calm down and clicked on the chat record with Jiang Bei, and the latest message on it showed the same picture that he had sent over. Baby, what are you doing? Why haven't you returned my messages? After waiting for a while, did not wait for Jiang Yan's response, Yen Han could not help but be a little distracted, and was about to give Chen Ma a call, when there was a knock on the door. Enter. Speech Chill was a little impatient. Zhuo Lin came in and saw that Yen Han's face was not good. He didn't even dare to raise his head. Mr. Yen, Li Cheng promoted a few people this afternoon. All of them were originally on good terms with him, and also replaced the original general manager. And now there are a lot of people who have quite a lot to say, and some people are not clamoring to see you. Yen Han snorted disdainfully, so indolent, he thought he could be so powerful. This person's ability isn't much, and their departmental performance is all in the bottom. It's his old man who seems to have some kind of friendship with Master Yen, so that he can stay in Yan's for so long. Yen Han has always looked down on these backdoor reliance on relations, so he took over the Yen clan after very few of these phenomena occurred. Keep an eye on him and tell the others that everything is at the disposal of the new man in charge. Yes, Mr. Speech. Holding someone up to the highest and now falling down only hurts the most. Yen Han understands this. By the way, Mr. Yen, Zhuo Lin added. Investigated that Chen Yi, there are no suspicious signs, and Li Cheng also did not come and go. He has just entered the 4th year of college this year, the study of art and design. His works seem to have won many awards, and recently is running a painting exhibition. Yen Han nodded, keep staring. Zhuo Lin retreated after reporting. Yen Han repressed the lighted cell phone and found that there was still no movement, so he couldn't help but make a video call over. The phone rang 3 times before it was picked up. Jiang Yan's delicate little face appeared in the screen, and Yen Han, who was still planning to accuse her, instantly lost his temper. Seeing that the background behind her should be the living room, she spoke again with a somewhat aggravated tone. Why don't you answer my messages? Jiang, I didn't see. I woke up in the morning after you guys, that happens to be night. I'm afraid to disturb your rest. I didn't return your message. I'm in the living room with the little group of people to play with the blocks. Just also didn't see your message. It was only then that Yen Han felt a little more comfortable in his heart. Little Tuanzi heard Yen Han speak from the side and rushed over, picking at the phone and shouting, Daddy. Yen Han smiled. Daddy is not at home. Help Daddy protect Mommy. Don't let Mommy be bullied. Jiang Bing lost his smile. There was someone who could bully her. As a result, Yanqian obediently replied, okay, I'll protect Mommy. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, Jiang Yan hung up the phone when she wanted to play blocks with her little group. At night, after putting the little group of people to sleep, Jiang Yan picked up her pajamas and was about to take a shower when she suddenly received a video from Yen Han. Yen Han had just returned to the apartment at that moment. Is Si Bei asleep? Just fell asleep. Yen Han's eyes glanced over and saw the pajamas Jiang Bei was holding, and he raised an eyebrow wistfully. Going to take a bath? Jiang Bing looked at Yen Han's expression and knew that he wasn't holding back any good words, and cautiously asked, what are you doing? Look? Jiang Bing didn't react and was confused for a moment. What are you looking at? What do you say? Jiang Bing suddenly thought of something and her cheeks exploded red. Yen Han, why do you just think about this all day long? Yen Han laughed twice. Baby, you're my wife, and I'm going to be traveling for so many days, I can't eat. Can't I just look? Jiang Yan glared at him. Don't even think about it. With that, he hung up. After Jiang Yan finished her shower and came out, she saw that Yen Han had sent her a good night 20 minutes ago. Jiang Bian was still angry with him and wasn't replying, putting down her cell phone and going to sleep. Early the next morning, it was almost noon when Jiang Ren woke up. She wondered how she had become so sleepy and had a bad appetite in the past 2 days, and wondered what the hell was wrong with her. Jiang Bei went downstairs and smelled the skin egg and thin meat porridge made by Chenma, and started to regurgitate again, running to the toilet to dry heave. Seeing Jiang Bing in this state, and that taking stomach pills didn't work, Chenma didn't know what to think of and asked tentatively, "Ma'am, has your period come this month?" Jiang Bian hadn't reacted yet. "Regular vacation?" "Not yet, counting the days is indeed about 10 days later than usual." Chenma hurriedly reminded, "Ma'am, is it possible that you are pregnant?" Chenma also can't get Jiang Bo's attitude now, afraid that she just missed her. Eases the relationship, still can't accept the arrival of a new life, so reminded of the careful, afraid that it will be like when pregnant with Cebu, want to do everything to try to get rid of that child. Chapter 98, Lost in Love. Jiang Ren froze for a moment at the words. She never thought about this aspect, because she and Yen Han had birth control every time. She didn't expect that she could still get pregnant this way, and Jiang Ren had also said before that she didn't intend to have a second child, and that she wanted to spend more time with Yen Sibian. But when it actually came, Jiang Ru was a bit overwhelmed, and there was no way she could have gotten rid of the child of the two of them. Jiang Bing was a bit stunned. In these few seconds, Chenma was even more alarmed, and she didn't know if she was right or wrong to remind her, in case Madam got angry and wanted to abort the baby, and missed her. Wasn't at home, how could she persuade her? Chenma spoke tentatively, "Madam Mr. is really dedicated to you. Besides, there is already Sibin. It's good to have another second child for two people to be companions. If you abort the child then there is a lot of damage to your body Chenma carefully advised. Only then did Jiang Bei come back to her senses, looking back at Chenma, puzzled. "What did you just say?" Chenma hesitated just before she wanted to speak. She was interrupted by Jiang Bo. "Chenma, go and boil some more white porridge for me. I'll eat something and go to the hospital for a checkup. Hard work for you After saying that, Jiang Yan turned around and headed upstairs. Chenma watched Jiang run from below and couldn't help but remind, "Oh ma'am, you slow down, don't fall." Jiang Yan didn't even turn her head back and shouted, "Don't worry about it, Mrs. Chen." Back in the bedroom, Jiang Yan picked up her cell phone and called Su Qing first to ask her to accompany her to the hospital in the afternoon. "To the hospital? What's wrong with you?" Su Qing said nervously. She thought it was because Jiang Bing's body hadn't recovered from the last hospitalization. "I've had a bad appetite and drowsiness lately, and my period has been delayed for about 10 days, so I'd like to check if there's any chance I'm pregnant." "Pregnant?" Su Qing's shocked voice came from the receiver. Jiang Yan held the cell phone farther away and waited for the voice there to calm down before she pressed it back to her ear. "I say don't be so shocked. It's not even confirmed yet." The more Su Qing thought about it, the more wrong it became. "That's not right. You had a fight with that person in your house? Why don't you let him accompany you?" "He's away on business and I haven't told him about it yet. Wait until it's confirmed. I'm afraid it's empty." "Alright then, see you in front of the First People's Hospital this afternoon." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan changed into a set of clothes and drank another bowl of kanji before going out. Before leaving the house, Chenma gave 1,000 instructions. "Madam to you can be careful, let the driver do anything, don't tire yourself." "Got it Mom Chen, I'm leaving first haha." Jiang Bing rushed to leave the house. Chen Mom has become a lot more verbose since she guessed that she might be pregnant. When she arrived at the car, Jiang Bei realized that there was an extra person in the co-pilot, and before she could make a sound, the person said, "Hello ma'am, my name is Cheng Guang. I was called by General Manager Yin to protect you." "Did something happen? Why did he suddenly call me a bodyguard?" Cheng Guang thought of what Zhuo Lin taught him before. If Jiang Yan asked how to answer, "Nothing happened ma'am, is that Yan's branch now the situation is a bit grim, always take precautions." Jiang Yan nodded. She knew about the bombing of the arsenal before, and didn't say anything more. Anyway, she can't be a burden to him, dragging him down. After arriving at the hospital, Jiang Yan found Su Qing on the first floor who was sitting on a chair waiting for her. "Kiyoshi, here." Su Qing jogged over and saw the person behind Jiang Bing and asked suspiciously, "What is this?" "The bodyguard arranged by Yen Han." Su Cheng nodded, looking at Jiang Yan who didn't even dare to reach out and touch her. Jiang Run looked at her hands that had been hesitating, raising and dropping, and simply took her arm. "Ugh hi." Su Qing called out. "What for?" "Be careful ancestor, let me help you walk, don't fall." Okay, one by one, you guys, be so careful, I'm really fine, just go." Jiang Yan took her by the arm and headed for the obstetrics and gynecology department. Su Qing followed her step by step, afraid of bumping into her, a responsibility she couldn't afford. After the two registered and went in, they took an ultrasound first and waited a while for the results to come back. The doctor looked at the ultrasound sheet for a while and said, "Congratulations, you are 5 weeks pregnant." 5 weeks? Wouldn't that be over a month, and I can't believe I'm just now realizing it. However, your fetus is a bit unstable, you must pay attention to your recuperation, or else you will easily miscarry, and you need to exercise restraint especially in your intercourse. Jiang Bei remembered that 2 days ago when Yen Han was on a business trip, the two of them had no restraint those 2 nights. Her cheeks instantly reddened, and Su Qing teasingly looked at Jiang Bei from the sidelines. The doctor went on to instruct, especially in the first 3 months, you must be careful not to have intercourse. "Fine, I'll remember." Jiang Bing hurriedly responded, afraid that the doctor would continue. After the doctor gave 2 more instructions, Jiang Yan left the consultation room as if she had fled. Su Qing stifled a laugh on the side and coughed lightly and deliberately. You must pay attention in the first 3 months and exercise some restraint. Jiang Yan's face, which had just eased down, burst red again. Su Qing, don't make fun of me. Su Qing laughed uncontrollably, behind Cheng Guang face serious. Fortunately just let him wait for her outside the door did not let him go in, otherwise she will now die of embarrassment. Su Qing laughed enough before asking, you don't tell Yan Han. Jiang Yan shook his head. Wait for him to come back. I want to tell him in person. Now tell him he will definitely not care about it again now he wants to go back to China. Su Qing nodded and sent her to the door, seeing with his own eyes that Zhang Bei got into the car before he was relieved. Lu Hanshu the past 2 days stomachache problem again, coincidentally today came to the hospital to get some medicine, just out of the clinic saw Su Qing walked out from the side, took a look at the direction she came, it was the obstetrics and gynecology department. Lu Hanshu's pupils tightened, and the moment he froze Su Qing had already driven away. Luhan Snapdragon picked up his cell phone and wanted to call to question her, tapping on her phone before he could connect was hastily hung up by him. What position was he in to question her, and who was he to her? The only relationship that existed between the two was still an ex. As an ex-boyfriend who was he to ask her? Lu Hanshu put away his cell phone and turned away with a sullen face. Yan Han traveled for the past 2 days, the important things of the Yan Group are given to Luhan Snapdragon in charge. Yan Han has a contract that needs to be docked with Luhan Snapdragon, and called him. The cell phone vibrated several times. Luhan Snapdragon ignored it, and sat alone on the island table drinking mulled wine. Yan Han called several times, and finally Luhan Snapdragon got annoyed and picked up the phone irritably. Something's wrong? Did you take a gun pill? Lu Hanshu didn't say anything, and Yan Han continued, send me an electronic copy of that contract with QD. We'll talk tomorrow, I'm not available today. Yan Han raised an eyebrow at his words, what for? You fell out of love? Should I guess so accurately? Lu Hanshu didn't say anything. Yan Han suddenly remembered something, fussed, no, you have never fallen in love with someone at all, it is not considered a lost love. Chapter 99, Su Qing seems to be pregnant. Lu Hanshu was speechless, no one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Yan Han said smugly, it seems that I really let me guess correctly, our Mr. Lu is hurt by love. Yan Han paused before continuing, say, what's wrong again, let me, the emotional military advisor, counsel for you. Lu Hanshu took a sip of wine before answering him, Su Qing seems to be pregnant. The sound of a pen dropping on the table came from over there. Lu Hanshu laughed to himself. Emotion Master Yan Han phrased his words before saying, it's fine, you'll chase Su Qing back, and if you're a little nicer to her child, it's not impossible to get him to call you dad. Even if I agree, can Su Qing agree? Will the baby's father agree? Who's the baby's father? Lu Hanshu was speechless, I don't know. Then how did you know Su Qing was pregnant? I saw her walk out of the maternity ward. Yan Han this time completely speechless, summed up and said, this thing is still blame you, like not to go after, now well, you this time completely become impossible to have a relationship with the ex. Lu Hanshu was furious, none of your business. I think you are still too idle in Y country to care about other people's business. The contract will be sent to you tomorrow, hang up. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone without giving Yan Han time to react. Yan Han didn't really care and turned his head to make a video call over to Jiang Bing. Jiang Yan was looking for some maternity clothes online, thinking about wearing them later, when Yan Han's phone call happened to come in, and Jiang Yan picked it up. You're off work? Well, did you miss me today? I want to, a lot, extra today. Yan Han raised his eyebrows, usually he asked this kind of question Jiang Yan would not answer him, today so enthusiastic but let him surprised for a moment. Why are you so happy today? That's all you can see. Jiang Ren thought for a moment and then continued, when you come back, I have a gift for you. Yan Han was a bit expectant, what kind of gift? Now that I've said that, it's still called a surprise. Also, Yan Han paused for a moment, his tone tinged with a bit of teasing. Packing yourself up a bit and sending it to me would be the best gift of all. This person can't get away from these things in 3 sentences, Zhang Bo has gotten used to it, and also don't take care of him, he can only show off his words later, after so long can't touch her, see what kind of hurry he can get into. Thinking of this, Zhang Bing became even happier, okay, I'll send you when you come back. Yan Han's eyes lit up, really? Really, Riverbend, never lie. Okay, you'd better do what you say you're going to do, and then I'm going to come in all the positions. Zhang Ren gritted his teeth and said, okay. Yan Han was a little surprised that Zhang Bian was actually so nice tonight. Taking the opportunity, he also suggested, can I wear the black lace model? Zhang Bing was a bit confused, what black lace? Just after saying these words, Zhang Bing reacted to what he said, Yan Han, can't you be serious, is your brain filled with this kind of yellow waste? Yan Han was a bit puzzled, could it be that Zhang Yan was not talking about this kind of gift? Zhang Bei was afraid that he would say something else and quickly changed the topic, when are you coming back? Baby, you can't wait for me to get back? It's okay to hang up. Zhang Ren hung up the phone directly. Yan Han looked at his cell phone into deep thought, how he was hung up on by so many people one after another today. Zhang Bian wandered around for a while longer and turned off his cell phone when he heard the sound of an engine coming from downstairs. She thought about how she should tell the little group of this matter for a day. She was afraid that a bowl of water cannot be leveled, and she had not been with the little group of too long, and now there is a little one. She is even more afraid that Yan Shidian will think that this will share away the love of mommy and daddy for him. Yan Sibei walked in with her small school bag on her back, and when she saw Zhang Bei coming down the stairs, she threw down her small school bag and ran towards Zhang Bei. Mom. Zhang Bei squatted down to hold the little group in her arms and asked gently, "Did you have a good time at the kindergarten today?" "Happy. And the girls gave me candy." Saying that, Yan Sibei then sheathed a fruit candy wrapped in yellow sugar paper from her pocket. "Mom, I left a candy to bring back for you to eat." Zhang Bian took that candy and her heart melted. Her precious son was still a big warm boy. "Thanks baby, mommy loves it." "Shaban, mom has something she wants to discuss with you." Yan Sibei blinked those big watery eyes, shining like two black gems, looking at her with curiosity. Zhang Yan thought for a moment. "See Yan, if mom and dad give you another sibling to keep you company, do you want either?" Yan Sui froze for a moment. "Am I going to have a younger sibling?" "Mommy wants to talk to you, do you want a sibling?" Yan Sibei nodded her head repeatedly. "I want to. Our kindergarten chubby has a sister who comes to pick him up from school every day, soft and especially cute." Zhang Bian heard that the little group of people are not rejected, which put down his heart. With a younger sibling, mom and dad will not neglect you, you will always be mom's big treasure. Yan Sibei suddenly frowned and looked at Zhang Bei, her tone frustrated. "Then can mom still sleep with me in the future? Is it that she can only accompany her sister every day in the future?" "Of course not, mommy can stay with you anytime. Tonight mommy will sleep with you, okay?" "Yes." The little group was happy again. In the evening, Zhang Bo accompanied Yan Sibian to play with blocks, told bedtime stories, and finally put Yan Sibian to bed. Little Tuanzi thinks it's okay for dad to go on business trips, at least mom has a lot more time to spend with him. The next morning, Zhang Bei got up early, accompanied Yan Sibei after breakfast and sent him to the kindergarten. After returning home, Zhang Bei also could not sleep, went downstairs to learn to cook with Chen Ma, intending to give Yan Sibei handmade dinner to eat. On the other hand, after Li Cheng became the new person in charge, he intentionally raised the price of materials, causing some companies to terminate their cooperation with the Yan clan, and the big blood change within the board of directors also attracted the dissatisfaction of many people, and the group's stock prices were all trending down. Many people were so anxious that they called Zhuo Lin's place, and Zhuo Lin was busy dealing with these people, while someone was leisurely sitting in the office, chatting with his wife. Now that the people in Li Cheng's lineage have been pretty much checked by Yan Han, the only thing that he is not sure about is whether Li Cheng is connected to the bloodthirsty society, waiting for him to reveal his footsteps at some point. There was a sudden knock on the door of the room where Yan Han's office was located. "Enter." Yan Han's low and cold voice came out. Zhuo Lin walked in holding a pile of information. "Mr. Yan, we've been investigating Li Cheng's matter recently. Suddenly found that 2 years ago, Li Cheng in his personal name and Gu's group cooperation, and his personal bank card in half a year ago there is a sum of money from China's unknown account to call, with the current clues, that unknown account are pointing to Gu's." Chapter 100, Bringing Down Gu. Yan Han frowned tightly and ordered in a cold voice, "Continue to investigate, along with the Gu family." "Yes, Mr. Speech." After Zhuo Lin exited, Yan Han's phone suddenly rang, a string of unmarked numbers. Yan Han picked it up, but didn't speak for the first time. That side spoke first. "It's me, Lu Yu." Yan Han guessed that his calling him now might have something to do with what he was investigating right now. As expected, Lu Yu then opened his mouth. "We have recently been investigating the Bloodthirsty Society, and in the past 2 days, we found that the leader of the Bloodthirsty Society and the Gu group, Gu Ming, Li Chang, have connections, and I don't think that what's going on here is so simple." Yan Han is now almost certain that there are some inextricable links between Gu Ming, Li Chang, and the Bloodthirsty Society. "I found out, there's a mole in Yan, and he should have bought out the directors of Yan as well. So what are you going to do next? Now that we've learned the truth, Gu can't stay, he has to pay for what he's done." Yan Han hung up the phone and then called Zhuo Lin in, arranging for him to check the accounts of Gu's group, and then in Lu Yu's company LH Docking. 2 companies are responsible for the domestic market are responsible for the overseas market. Monopoly Gu's group high prices must be raw materials, even if it hurts the enemy 1,000 since the loss of 800 cannot let the Gu's to hold out over this month. Yan's and LH's 2 giant companies take the lead in refusing to cooperate with Gu's, openly making enemies of Gu's. Other small companies in order to survive will definitely see the wind and terminate the cooperation with Gu's, so Gu's will be really hard to support. After only a few days, Gu's stock price plummeted. Gu Ming was anxious every day, and many of his employees found themselves a good next home and resigned. Gu Ming slammed a pile of documents on the assistant's body and gritted his teeth. "Wastes, a bunch of wastes. What did the company do to raise you guys for so long? A bunch of rice buckets." Gu Ming is actually not good at running a company. After graduating from university, he went home and inherited the family business. Now Gu's is far from the glory of Gu's old man at that time. It has always relied on the family fund that Gu's old man saved when he was young, and just kept on struggling to survive. The assistant corrected the glasses that had been knocked askew and calmly said, "Mr. Gu, I've already written my resignation and placed it on your desk, so you can approve it when you're free. Gu Ming suddenly exploded. Get out. Get the hell out of here. Yes, Mr. Gu. The assistant retreated without being humble. Gu Ming rubbed the corner of his forehead and dialed the intercom. Xiao Rou, come in for a moment. A petite, pampered female voice came from over there. Yes, Mr. Gu. Zoe wiggled in wearing a low-cut shirt and a black wraparound skirt. As soon as she came in, she skillfully sat on Gu Ming's lap, her soft and boneless hands wrapped around his neck, and she delicately said, Mr. Gu, why are you suddenly so angry? Gu Ming lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. His other hand skillfully fell on Xiao Rou. Keeping a bunch of losers under your hand, you can't do anything. If only they were all as capable as you. Mr. Gu, you're annoying. Xiao Rou collapsed on top of Gu Ming and reached out to pound his chest. Gu Ming laughed softly and coaxed, be good, help me. Zoe did as she was told. The cigarette in Gu Ming's hand fell to the ground, leaving it to burn alone, and he couldn't help but stretch out his hands. The assistant who was going to go in to deliver the documents silently retreated again when he heard the commotion inside. He has been with Gu Ming for the longest time and knows the things that Gu Ming does in his private life. The female assistants around Gu Ming have never stopped, and they say that they are assistants, but in fact, their usual job is to satisfy his sexual desires. He uses high salaries to hire those fresh graduates who are still inexperienced to come, use high prices to buy them, if not to obey, then forced, and took those intimate photos to threaten them, after getting tired of playing, then give a hush money. For so many years Gu Ming has been like this. The only public girlfriend is the university by his disguise to deceive Jiang Bing, because Jiang Bing's family's power to make him feel married home as a vase is not bad, so agreed to be with Jiang Bing together. Since Jiang Yan did not give him a touch, the two of them at most held hands and hugged. Gu Ming thought she was boring, so he was never idle during this period, and privately looked for many types of girls. In the end, the assistant really felt that Miss Jiang, such a good girl, cannot be cheated by him, just intended to tell her the truth. Let her beware of Gu Ming, who knows that this time the president of the Yen group but the Jiang Bian snatched it. The small assistant felt that it is really God has eyes. Originally, Gu Ming never had Miss Jiang on his mind either, but after learning that she was engaged to someone else, he put on a show of deep love to deceive Miss Jiang. 2 days ago, he said he wanted to sign with Ms. Jiang, but in fact, his real purpose was to let the media make a big fuss about the suspected cheating of Jiang Bing, and such a proud son of the sky as Yen Han certainly couldn't endure this kind of insult. In this way, Yen Han will divorce Jiang Bing, and he will take the opportunity to pretend to be a deep love to take an Ms. Jiang, to merge the power of the Jiang family. The young assistant had long since had enough of being at his side, and this time he finally seized the opportunity to submit his resignation. As he was thinking, the office door was opened from the inside. Xiao Rou came out of it unclothed, her cheeks flushed, her lips wet, her shirt hanging askew, revealing a large portion of her puffy breasts. The little assistant was so scared that he hurriedly lowered his head, and Rou hummed softly as she passed by him. The young assistant waited before knocking on the door and entering. Gu Ming was organizing his clothes, and when he saw it was him coming in, he threw his resignation at his feet without lifting his head. Approved, get lost. At this time, Gu Ming hadn't realized what it meant for the company to walk away from a senior assistant at this time. Okay, Mr. Gu, take care of yourself. The little assistant calmly picked up the resignation letter and said. After the small assistant withdrew, went to the workstation to pack up things, next to the colleagues to see her up. Sheen assistant, you also want to go? Here you and the Gu's longest time even you have to go. This company is not really fast finished. Assistant Sheen smiled and didn't say anything. Even though he had resigned, he couldn't say anything to discredit his former company. After packing up, Assistant Sheen said goodbye to everyone. I don't know what Gu will do in the future, but everyone make a good choice and then go on firmly. Take care. Assistant Sheen took the elevator and left after saying that. The rest of the group was on edge and talking. In one afternoon, an entire office had pretty much handed in their resignations. Chapter 101, Li Cheng's arrest. Not only that, there were already many companies that wanted to terminate their cooperation with Gu even if they were compensated for the breach of contract, and Gu's stock price plummeted, and it was now an empty shell. When Elder Gu got the news, he angrily barged into Gu's, pushed open Gu Ming's office and walked in. Dad, why are you here? Gu Ming was stunned for a moment when he saw Elder Gu come. Elder Gu's beard flew up in anger. If I don't come, Gu's will go out of business. You asshole, how did you mess with the Yen clan to make them suppress you like this even at a loss? Gu Ming's eyes flickered with sinister cruelty. It seemed that Yen Han already knew about those things before he joined forces with Lu Yu to deal with him. The current Gu clan is not a match for Yen Han at all. It's as easy for him to bring down Gu clan as it is to crush an ant. You go and apologize to the people and see if they are willing to forgive you. Dad. It's useless, he's just harboring a grudge because of what happened to Jiang Bian before, so he's been trying to deal with me. Elder Gu was in pain. I told you, that Jiang Yan is an ominous daughter. Told you not to go near her, now it's good. Gu can't even keep her. Dad, I'll find a way, don't worry. What can you do? Elder Gu said angrily. You have a way you would run Gu like this. Gu Ming was annoyed by his dad's nagging. Dad, go back, Gu won't end up like this. I'm your son, don't you trust me? Elder Gu looked at him in disbelief. Gu Ming just wanted to get rid of him quickly, yanking Elder Gu up from the sofa and pushing him towards the door. Dad, just go, I'm sure I can bring Gu back from the dead, don't worry. Brat, this is your last chance. Since Master Gu is the oldest son, he favors the son, and has always responded to all requests, not willing to let him suffer half a bit, which is why he has raised such a mixed bag. After sending off Elder Gu, Gu Ming sat back in front of his desk and lit a cigarette clamp to his fingertips, his face sinister. Country Y, in the president's office. Zolin, Mr. Yen, it's been found that Gu's finances have been falsified in recent years, and there's also tax evasion. Yen Han let out a cold laugh. Report all of this to the media, they know what to do. Okay, Mr. Words. That afternoon, China's major financial newspapers are about Gu's tax evasion and tax evasion financial fraud news. The tax bureau people also went to the door to personally check. Gu's group entrance was surrounded by the water, surrounded by various channels of reporters. Gu's only remaining employees had to be surrounded when they came out from inside, and the reporter asked, "May I ask if you know about Gu's tax evasion? May I ask if you will still choose to work for Gu in the future? Is all the news on the internet true? Is it possible for Gu to turn the tide?" Anyone who wants to get first-hand information asks sharp and direct questions, and Gu's only remaining employees are too scared to come back to work. Walls fall down and people push. The girl who was cheated by Gu Ming before had a lead to tell their own experience online, exposing Gu Ming as an uncompromising scum. There are many followers. More and more girls came forward to speak out for themselves and showed a lot of evidence in chat records, which there are also a lot of minors, and Gu Ming is also facing the risk of imprisonment. Gu Ming stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, looking at the reporters who surrounded Gu's downstairs, and took out his golf club and smashed everything he could. Speech cold. It's all because you made me come to this point, so don't blame me. When Yen Han saw the news, he hooked his lips with satisfaction. It was about time. He had already achieved his goal. Gu was now lingering. Then he stood up and straightened his clothes and called all the members of the board of directors. When the other directors arrived, Yen Han had long been sitting on top of the main seat waiting for them, looking in a good mood. Li Chang was the last one to come. He still had some panic on his face, his forehead was sweating coldly, and his back was already wet with sweat. He didn't know how Yen Han suddenly took a shot at Gu, and he didn't know if the sudden convening of the board of directors at this time had anything to do with this matter. Mr. Yen, Li Chang said with a fawning face. Yen Han nodded in a rather good mood and returned, "Sit." This voice with laughter from Yen Han made him feel even more uncomfortable to sit still. Yen Han waited for everyone to arrive before slowly opening his mouth. "Today I called everyone here because after my investigation, the last time the arsenal was blown up was because there was a mole in the Yen clan." "A mole? That can't be right. Who's the mole? I told you there must be something fishy about that last incident. How could a recently converted armory be blown up so coincidentally? The words actually had a mole." A bunch of discussion sounds at the bottom. Yen Han was calm and composed, while Li Chang's legs were now soft and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Yen Han suddenly looked at Li Chang, and with this glance, Li Chang almost kneeled on the spot. Yen Han raised his eyebrows and said in a careless tone, "Mr. Li, who do you think it could be?" I don't know." Yen Han suddenly straightened his expression and said in a cold voice, still pretending, "Do you need me to help you recall your memories?" Cold sweat fell drop by drop from Li Chang's forehead. Zhuo Lin walked up at this time, holding the folder, and respectfully said, "Mr. Li, here are the records of the transfers between you and the Gu group." Zhuo Lin took out another pile of documents. "Here is the evidence that you contacted the Bloodthirsty Society in the name of your illegitimate son, Zhenyi." Li Sung didn't realize that his illegitimate son, who he had never disclosed in front of the public, would be found out so easily. "Oh yeah, I heard you bought drugs last year and raped a minor. Do I need to refresh your memory on the rest?" "So it's Li Chang. He has an illegitimate child? Didn't he get to where he is by his wife?" "I knew it. This kind of incapable man who relies solely on his wife will be finished sooner or later." Li Chang flung himself to the ground. "Mr. Yen, please, I know I'm wrong, please give me another chance." Yen Han's eyes were faint. "You should tell that to the police." At the end of the sentence a few police officers came in through the door and cuffed Li Chang, who was kneeling on the ground. After solving one, Yen Han coldly swept his eyes over the several directors who had the closest relationship with Li Chang. They all lowered their heads and did not dare to speak, fearing that Yen Han would notice them. Next, Yen Han promoted a few believers. Li Chang's people are all replaced, and also promoted a few good ability into the board of directors. After finishing all this, Yen Han returned to his office, rubbed the corner of his forehead tiredly, and looked at the time. Now Jiang Bian should be planning to go to bed. Speech Chill dialed a video call over. Chapter 102 Accidents. Jiang Bian had just finished her bath and was lying on the bed, leaving only a small night light, when Jiang Bian's cell phone suddenly rang. She rushed to connect and glanced at the sleeping little group next to her. She had promised Yen Sibei to come and sleep with him every day for the past 2 days, so she was still in Yen Sibei's room. Jiang Yen picked up the phone and said quietly, "Hey, why are you calling me at this time? Is there anyone next to you? Why are you whispering?" "Shivan is next to me. I've been sleeping with him for the past 2 days." Jiang Bing looked at the greenish-black color underneath Yen Han's eyes and asked, by the way, did you sleep well and why these days? In the past few days, Zhang Bo was not around, plus there were a lot of things to deal with. Almost did not sleep much, the only few times to fall asleep or rely on sleeping pills. Yan Han thought of Zhang Bing said before there are any things cannot be in hiding him, he also do not want to hide at all, he just want to let more pain him, so confessed, no, these days cannot hold you simply cannot sleep. Zhang Ren frowned, would it be better for you to video with me then? Well, it's going to be a lot better. Then don't work so hard, and hurry back when you're done over there. I know baby, I'll be sure to come home as soon as I'm done, after all I'm looking forward to what you said your gift would be. Zhang Ren's cheeks were hot, and he reached for the quilt to cover half of his cheeks. By the way, the goo thing. Did you do it? Yan Han suddenly tensed up. Zhang Bo suddenly mentioned this will not be to find him to ask for punishment. Yan Han sullenly responded to, I did it. Jiang Bian suddenly lamented, so he is such a person, I didn't know, I always thought he was a very good person. Yan Han listened with a black line on his face, it's not good to talk about other men in front of him, but he observed Zhang Ran and found that there was only shock on her face and no anger or regret, which satisfied him a bit. Yan Han interrupted her, that's how he is, your husband is me now, no talking about other men in front of me. Only then did Jiang Bei react, looking at the screen again, carefully observing Yan Han's expression, and teasingly said, are you jealous? Speech Chill blackened his face and didn't say anything. Zhang Bing felt even more amused, not jealous? Actually, I was with Gu Ming before. Shut up. Speech Chill said coldly. Jiang, you just admit that you are jealous. Well, we have nothing. It is that time blind to see him, now I'm not blind, there is the world's best husband. It was only then that Yan Han's face looked better, and he arrogantly said, it's good that you know. Zhang Bing felt that the jealous Yan Han was just too cute. Yan Han suddenly said, I'll go back on the noon flight tomorrow. So soon? Are you done with all your work? Quickly? You don't want me to go back quickly? Yan Han's face darkened again. Why did he feel that this little wife of his family was not like him at all? Of course not, Zhang Bei hurriedly explained, you're so busy with work I thought you'd be gone for a long time before you came back. Yan Han hummed lightly, don't forget your gift. These days, Yan Han guessed countless times what gift Zhang Yan would give him, and wanted to instantly return to her immediately, so he took care of his work as fast as he could, and then returned to his country. I know, I won't forget, don't worry. The two chatted for a while longer, and Zhang Yan watched with her own eyes as Yan Han washed up and went to bed before she hung up the phone. Early the next morning, after Zhang Yan sent Xiao Duanzi to school, she received a text message from Yan Han. Get on the plane baby, I'll be home this afternoon. Aha, be safe. Jiang Bing admonished. Zhang Bei passed a shopping mall on her way home, thinking to buy a cake and give it to Yan Han when he came back in the afternoon. Cheng Guang followed behind her and got out of the car together, and after ordering the cake, he passed by the mother and baby store, and Jiang Bei saw all kinds of little baby clothes and toys in it and completely couldn't walk, and turned around and walked into the mother and baby store. Jiang Bian did not know whether it was a boy or a girl. Clothes and toys were bought double, one blue and one pink, and a lot of pretty little dresses were bought. Zhang Yan held the little sock that wasn't even as big as her hand. Her heart was going to be melted by the cuteness, and she was incredibly looking forward to the arrival of this baby. Finally, hands are full of shopping bags. Zhang Yan only satisfied to leave. Buy more clothes is always prepared. Wait for Yan Han to see these things will also guess what she said the surprise is it. After arriving at the underground parking lot, Zhang Yan and Chang Guang stood in place and waited for a while before the driver drove the car over. Just put something up. Chang Guang noticed that something was wrong, and immediately will pull out a silenced gun and shoot towards the driver's seat. The people inside drilled out from under the seats and shot at Cheng Guang, who had been blocking in front of Zhang Bian in order to protect him, but was himself hit by a few bullets. At this time, the person inside drilled out and grabbed Zhang Bei's arm and yanked it towards the car. Zhang Bei was staggered by the yank. Cheng Guang forcefully protected Zhang Bian, dragged the time to wait for rescue, but the person inside kicked Cheng Guang's wound. Cheng Guang ate the pain and loosened his strength. The person inside took the opportunity to drag Zhang Bian in to start the car. The dark guards at this point arrived late and fired towards the car, getting in and chasing after it. But the people in the car opened the door and pressed Zhang Yan out. Half of Zhang Yan's body was exposed. The secret guards didn't dare to shoot again. The people in the car frantically swept at them, and the tires of many cars were broken. The man in the car shouted at them that if they were catching up, they would throw Zhang Ren out of the car. Cheng Guang, weakly lying in the back of the car, is covered with blood. Can only watch them leave. If not, they use Zhang Bian driver's car. They are not likely to be on the spot. Cheng Guang, angry, took out his cell phone to call Yan Han, but no matter how it cannot be reached. Cheng Guang immediately ordered someone to check the surveillance on this road to find out where they were headed. It was soon reported, this car went to the marine terminal and took the boat out to sea. Cheng Guang had people check the routes of this pier again, and after ruling out the various routes, Cheng Guang finally guessed the destination they were going to, the open sea. Cheng Guang immediately had someone contact the tower again and had someone contact the captain of Yan Han's private jet. Yan Han was still guessing what gift Zhang Bei would give him when he returned home, but he waited for the news that the captain had told him that Zhang Bei had been kidnapped. Yan Han thought for a moment that he had misheard. He had arranged so many secret guards around Zhang Bing. How could there still be an accident? Yen Han only felt a chill rise from his spine, causing his blood to flow backwards, as if he was in an ice cellar. His eyes became pitch black, as if there were countless red threads of blood spreading across his vision, making him unable to see everything around him. He clenched his teeth so tightly that they cackled, his bite bulging, the muscles in his face quivering slightly from the exertion, and snarled, "To the sea dock." Chapter 103, You'll Die If You Come. On the way to the sea pier, Yen Han had someone contact Lu Hanshu, gathered all the manpower he could call on, including mercenaries and the military, and prepared speedboats and helicopters. After waiting for the sea pier, Yen Han received a call from an unfamiliar number. Yen Han had a hidden guess in his heart, pressed the answer button, but did not open his mouth to speak. The sound of whistling wind came from the other end of the phone, and the person on the other side opened his mouth first. Yen Han. Yen Han coldly spoke, a cold light flashed under his eyes, and he said word by word, "Gu Ming, it's really you, I shouldn't have been merciful to you. Ha ha ha, it's me. Don't blame me for kidnapping your bobblehead. Blame it on you for taking things too far." Yen Han didn't bother to listen to his nonsense. "What do you want? Take $20 million with you, and prepare a helicopter for me to leave here. You come to meet me alone, remember, if you are alone, but if I find anyone else, I will shoot Jiang Bo." After that, the other side hung up. Yen Han coldly ordered for Zhuo Lin to go and prepare what he wanted. Zhuo Lin knew that advising Yen Han now was tantamount to running into a gun, but he still couldn't help but remind, "Mr. Yen, it's too dangerous for you to go alone." Yen Han was unexpectedly calm. "Zhuo Lin, I really can't lose her. If anything happens to me, all of the property will be transferred to Jiang Bian's name, and also, the design of the ring is in the second drawer of my desk. If I fail to come back, the rest of the craftsmanship to find a professional designer to create." Mr. Speech. Yen Han looked at the calm sea without looking up. Not long after, Lu Hanshu also rushed over, saw that Yen Han's bulletproof vest was already fully dressed, and then looked to the side of the Zhuo Lin who wanted to say something, then also understood that this is not persuasive. Still, he tried, "The technicians are trying to pinpoint the location, so maybe it can wait." Yen Han ignored, "Can't wait, can't have a little accident." Lu Hanshu walked up and patted Yen Han's shoulder, "Be careful, I won't let anything happen to you." Yen Han glanced at him and said, "Take care of her for me." In the realm of the high seas, on the open-air deck of a luxury cruise ship, Jiang Yan's hands were tightly tied together by twine, and the raging sea breeze blew against her, causing Jiang Yan to freeze and cringe, and open her eyes in a muddled manner. At this time, a voice that seemed to be laughing came from the side. "Yo, you're awake? A bit earlier than I thought." Zhang Bing looked along with the source of the sound, and at a glance, he saw Gu Ming dangling and leaning there, wiping the firearm in his hand. "Gu Ming? Why did you kidnap me? Why?" "That's for you to ask why that good husband of yours just refuses to lead me a way out." Gu Ming's expression was suddenly sinister as he said, "You did all that on your own, no one forced you, and you have to suffer the consequences of doing something wrong. It's no one else's business." Gu Ming suddenly laughed, "You're still cursing so mid-air it doesn't look like it's a big deal. Why don't you play with me before you die? We've been together for so long and haven't slept with you yet, and Yen Han is so horny for you. Is it true that you're really fun too?" With that, he was about to reach over and undo Jiang Ren's clothes. Jiang Bo saw the opportunity to rush at his hand and bit on it, letting Gu Ming shake it off without letting go, until a strong taste of blood came from her mouth, causing Jiang Bo to want to dry heave, but she hardened herself to hold it back. Gu Ming was furious and slapped on Jiang Bian's cheek. Jiang Bian fell down on the deck with a loose tongue, a black burst of tinnitus coming from his eyes. Gu Ming's hand was almost bitten off a piece of meat, the whole hand was bloody, and he was suddenly disinterested. "Bah, you stinking, what are you pretending to be so noble? You don't know how many times you've been ed." At this point, the cruise ship sailed right into the open ocean waters. The high seas are not controlled by any country, the laws of all countries don't apply here, the weakest survives the strongest, and only the strongest survives. Gu Ming took out his phone and dialed Yen Han. The other end of the phone remained silent, but Gu Ming spoke first. "Yen Han, it's now 9:15, I'll only give you half an hour, you're a minute late. I'll let the people on the boat play with her once, and when you come you might be just in time to see the living Chun Palace." Yen Han's eyes were scarlet, itching to kill the person on the phone by 1,000 cuts. "Gu Ming, you dare to touch her? If even one hair of hers is missing, I will make your life worse than death. Ha ha, let's see if you have the skills then." Gu Ming kicked the sprawled Jiang Bian and asked contemptuously, "Do you have any last words to say? This is the last time you will meet." Jiang Bo was lying on the ground and felt a burst of pain in her abdomen. It hurt so much that she couldn't even straighten her back, and she heard Yen Han's voice before she could force herself up. "Yen Han, you quickly go back. Don't come, there are many people from the Bloodthirsty Society here, they all have guns in their hands. It's very dangerous here, you quickly go back." Gu Ming was afraid that her words would really work, and that Yen Han would really not come back if he listened to her, so he directly hit her with the handle of his gun, and Jiang Bo's head hit the deck with a thud. Yen Han heard the commotion and suddenly became furious. "Gu Ming, what do you have to come at me? I'm the one who made you desperate. Don't you hit her." Gu Ming grunted, "Don't worry about that, she can't die before you get here." Yen Han no longer cared about him, but gently said, pulling, "Don't get tough with them before I come, you must protect yourself first, and wait safely for me to come to pick you up. okay? Jiang Ren desperately shook his head. They all have guns, Yen Han. Don't come, you quickly go back. I'm not worth taking your life off. Pull back, I'm the one to judge whether it's worth it or not. You don't get to say, I'll be there soon. In the meantime you must protect yourself. Can you do that? Jiang Yen cried and shook her head, unable to say a complete sentence. Pull, you trust me, I'll get you out of this, and you know, I can't live with myself if anything happens to you. And what about Yancy? He's just in kindergarten. Jiang Bei heard Yancy Bei's name and thought that she was still carrying a baby in her stomach, which returned some of her sanity. Yen Han heard Jiang Bei's crying a little bit smaller, before continuing. So Bei, promise me, I'm not in this period of time, must protect yourself? Ha! Good. It was only then that Yen Han put his heart down. Gu Ming retrieved his cell phone. You still have 20 minutes now. After saying that, Gu Ming hung up the phone without waiting for him to answer. Gu Ming let all the people of the Bloodthirsty Society come out of the cabin and stand on the deck, so that when Yen Han comes to ensure that everything is safe, he must let Yen Han have no return today. Chapter 104. Let her go. I'll do it. Gu Ming stood on the deck and lit a cigarette, and the scarlet color clutched in his fingertips was particularly blinding. He took a drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke, contemptuously sweeping a glance at Jiang Bing and snickering. Did Yen Han ever tell you why he suddenly snatched you away from me back then? Jiang Ren looked at him and didn't talk. Gu Ming smiled indifferently and said to himself, he actually liked you for a long time, then he found you by my side. He was ready to let go of you, but he investigated me and knew about those things in my private life, and he felt that I couldn't give you your happiness, so he snatched you away. Jiang Yen was incomparably shocked. She never knew about these things. If Gu Ming hadn't told her, she might have been kept in the dark for the rest of her life. The tears that Jiang Yen had just held back instantly came out again. Gu Ming looked at her expression to know that she did not know these things. Why he did not tell you? Because at that time you love me to death, but also have to elope with me. Yen Han afraid to hit you, this never told you. Ha. Jiang Bei's eyes were dark. She couldn't see anything. She didn't know. She had never known this, and Yen Han had never told her how much they had missed between them. Just then, a faint glow came from the distance. Jiang Yen looked that way. Although she knew it was of little use, she still prayed in the bottom of her heart, hoping that it would not be Yen Han. Gu Ming immediately became alert, throwing away the cigarette in his hand and walking quickly towards Jiang Bo, strangling her neck and holding the gun against her forehead. As the speedboat got closer and closer, Jiang Bei saw that Yen Han was standing on the speedboat and was coming this way at breakneck speed, and the last trace of fantasy in Jiang Bei's heart was shattered. Gu Ming, however, was excited. He had been afraid that those words of Jiang Bo's would make Yen Han go back, but now that he really saw that Yen Han had really come, he let go of his heart. The speedboat didn't stop until it was close enough to the cruise ship that it was about to hit it. The moment Jiang Bei saw Yen Han was first happy to finally see him one last time. This more than a week no see, he seems to have lost weight again. Under the eyes of the dark circles are also much heavier, and then the overwhelming influx of despair. Jiang Bing shouted, Yen Han, they all have guns. Their purpose is to lure you here. You shouldn't have come. Bang! Gu Ming suddenly picked up his pistol and fired a shot at Yen Han's feet. Shut up, if you're shouting I'll shoot him. Jiang Bian didn't dare to speak in. He was afraid that he would really kill Yen Han. She didn't know if the two of them could get out of here successfully, but she made up her mind that the two of them would live together and die together. Gu Ming, come at me with what you have, don't scare her. Gu Ming snorted, don't be in a hurry, the game has just begun, none of you can run away. The Bloodthirsty Society's men next to him immediately surrounded them with their guns, and Gu Ming said in a cold voice, check if he has any firearms on him. Yen Han took out the pistol that was pinned to his waist and casually threw it on the deck, and let the people from the Bloodthirsty Society check it again before allowing him to go on the cruise ship. The people from the Bloodthirsty Society lowered the ladder, and Yen Han walked up carrying a black safe. Gu Ming snorted, 5 minutes short of 5 minutes, quite on time. It's a pity, it's a shame not to see a live spring palace. Yen Han didn't pay any attention to him, and after standing still and seeing Jiang Bei's red cheeks, and her forehead that was constantly gushing blood, he angrily said, did you hit her? Gu Ming shrugged indifferently, it's her own disobedience, I'm just helping you temper her a bit. Yen Han squeezed out each sentence as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands, or else I'll definitely make your life worse than death. Gu Ming suddenly laughed out loud, ha, that's only if you guys can walk out of here alive. Even though Yen Han was at a disadvantage now, he didn't see any panic at all, and he still had a strategizing posture. That's fine, but only one of you two can live today. Yen Han was not surprised. Dang sound. Yen Han threw the safe in front of Gu Ming, calmly said, here is the cash you want, the helicopter is also ready, let you become like this as me, you let go of Jiang Bian, I will go with you. Gu Ming's face was shining, and he had the people from the Bloodthirsty Society check it and put it away, when there came the sound of a helicopter buzzing, and the helicopter arrived in these waters, hovering above the cruise ship's head. Jiang Bing endeavored to shout, don't Yen Han. There are still many people from the Bloodthirsty Society in the cabin, he has no intention of letting us go back alive. Yen Han was not the least bit surprised, he had long guessed that this would be the outcome. Gu Ming had already gone to the end, he didn't care about anything now, he was just going to pull them all down now. I know, trust me, I'll get you out of here safe and sound. Jiang Bing did not notice the meaning of the words. She stayed on the cold deck for too long. The cold wind of the open sea night is piercingly cold, blowing her bones are aching, a burst of bouts of pain coming from her abdomen, so that she cannot straighten up fast pain. Yan Han added, Gu Ming, the person you're going to deal with is me, so release Jiang Yan and I'll replace her. No way. Yan Han, we have to live together and die together. I won't let you down alone again. Gu Ming was indifferent to the point where he said, fine, I'm more interested in you than her, letting you experience the same pain as I did before I do. Gu Ming let go of Jiang Bian and let the people from the bloodthirsty society come forward, surrounding them in layers. Every step Jiang Bei took was a cone of pain, and she slowly moved to Yan Han's side. Yan Han saw that she was out of sorts, and only thought that she was numb from staying here for too long with numb legs, and hurriedly stepped forward to support her, untied the hemp rope that bound her hands, and said with gentle eyes, it's okay Bien Bien, don't be afraid, you'll definitely be fine. Yan Han, I don't need you to trade your own life for mine, we have to be together all the time, live together, die together, I don't need you to make a fool of yourself for me. Yan Han tenderly stroked Jiang Bei's hair, gently smoothing it out for her, coaxing, okay, Bei, we'll always be together. Gu Ming pointed his gun at Yan Han at this time and spoke, have the helicopter lowered, and then lower the elevator. Yan Han made a gesture, and when the people on the helicopter saw it, they lowered their altitude and lowered the ladder. Jiang Bing had been behind Yan Han, tugging tightly on his clothes, afraid that Yan Han would really use himself for her life. Yan Han turned his head at this time, both hands to support the shoulders of Jiang Bing, tenderly said, Bing Bing, I love you, no matter how you are I love you, don't need to feel sad because of the previous things, that is all my willingness, you are willing to stay by my side now I'm already very content, in the future, no matter what, also have to live well no. Chapter 105, Bambi, forgive me. I don't want to. You can't leave me behind, I want to be with you. Pulling the plug, Yan Han interrupted her. Yan Han lowered his eyes to look at her and smiled gently, do you still remember the 3 requests you promised me? Jiang Bei clutched Yan Han's arm tightly, her tearful eyes couldn't even see Yan Han's complexion, she wanted to say she didn't remember anything. But Yan Han didn't give her a chance to open her mouth at all, and opened his own mouth, then the third wish is, Bing Bing, forgive me. Jiang Yan didn't even have time to say anything when Yan Han suddenly exerted a force and pushed Jiang Yan out of the deck. Jiang Yan had a small abdominal pain, not much strength, tugging on the arm of Yan Han's hand gently a force was broken away, Yan Han and used all 10 force, Jiang Yan simply cannot react in time to be pushed out by Yan Han. The whole world seemed to be put in slow motion in Jiang Bing's eyes, seeing Yan Han looking at her with a smile on his brow and saying to her with a mouthful of words, I love you, Bing Bing. Jiang Bei tears came out of her eyes, her hands clawed in the air, hoping to catch Yan Han, but she couldn't catch anything. Jiang Bing saw the bloodthirsty society's men pointing their guns at him after Yan Han pushed her away, and Yan Han turned around and pulled a gun out of his clothes and pointed it at Gu Ming, holding an activated time bomb in his other hand as he yelled, I'll see who dares to move. The bomb in the hands of Yan Han is very powerful, the people present have seen it, if it explodes then the entire cruise ship people can hardly escape death, as long as the people around them are moving Yan Han can also immediately detonate the bomb, and they die with them. It was obvious that Yan Han had long been prepared to have no return this time, but he had to protect Jiang Bing's safety even if he had to use his life. There are speedboats below the cruise ship that came to pick up Jiang Yan, and the people below started the speedboats immediately after they received Jiang Yan and escaped from here. On the cruise ship, Gu Ming's eyes widened in anger, and he could only watch Jiang Bei leave. His chest rose and fell violently, he hadn't wanted to leave a single survivor today, but it turned out that Yan Han had disrupted his plans, he said sorrowfully, fine, then let's exchange your life for hers. After saying that, Gu Ming also does not care about the bomb in the hands of Yan Han, anyway, he is now an outlaw, as long as he can pull a cushion is also considered good, raised the gun and rushed to shoot at Yan Han. Bloodthirsty people also followed the shooting. Yan Han hid behind a few oil drums, due to wearing bulletproof vests so did not suffer too much. After the gunshots rang out, a few more helicopters came out from nowhere, and the people on them picked up their machine guns and swept at the people on the bloodthirsty society's side, and in an instant, the sound of gunshots filled the entire sea. The people from the bloodthirsty society were strafing the people in the helicopter with their machine guns, and when Yan Han was distracted by watching Gu Ming looking for a place to hide, he immediately rushed up and knocked the gun out of Gu Ming's hand, and the two of them instantly fought together. Gu Ming was not a match for Yan Han at all, and was pressed down by Yan Han, and within a few moments, he was beaten to a pulp without the ability to fight back. Facing Yan Han's attack, Gu Ming didn't dodge or avoid, just as Yan Han picked up the pistol next to him and prepared to give him a fatal blow, Gu Ming found an opportunity and suddenly fished out a dagger with a cold light from his bosom, and stabbed into Yan Han's thigh in one go while he wasn't paying attention. Yan Han staggered a bit in pain. Gu Ming saw this moment and picked up the remote control of a bomb on the side to detonate it. Yan Han's face changed when he saw it, immediately took off the bomb on his body and jumped. Yan Han's feet had just left the deck when the bomb was detonated, and this time the fire of the explosion lit up the whole sky of the open sea. Jiang Bei didn't know what was going on behind her. At first she could only hear the sound of gunshots one after another. She completely panicked. Even the pain in her body was ignored. She only cried and begged the person who was driving the boat, "We can't go on our own. We have to wait for Yanhan to come with us. Please, I want to stay with him. Can you send me back? I'm begging you." The person next to him came out to comfort Jiang Yan. "I'm sorry ma'am, General Manager Yan ordered us to make sure we take you out of here safely without the slightest mistake. But can't you all see that he's in danger? He was left alone up there. There are more than 100 people in total, and all of them have guns in their hands. Don't you know how dangerous he is?" The bodyguard didn't know how to respond, so he bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry ma'am." Jiang Yan was so angry that she ran to grab the rudder of the boat, wanting to turn around and drive back to find Yan Han. The bodyguard beside her hurriedly came up to stop her when he saw this. "Madam, calm down. General Managerine arranged for us to come here just to protect your safety. If you go back now, wouldn't he have sacrificed for nothing?" Jiang Bei sat on her but on the ground when she heard this, shaking her head frantically. "Your bull ting. I don't believe it. Yan Han will definitely come back safely. He promised me. He never goes back on his word." Jiang Bing felt a stabbing pain in his belly and pressed his hands tightly on his stomach, but he felt some warm liquid flow out. At this time, not far behind the cruise ship, bang sound, suddenly came a deafening bang, followed by burning flames engulfed the entire cruise ship, illuminated the entire night sky, as if to tear the night into two halves. The wreckage of the cruise ship was blown in all directions, filling the air with debris and smoke. The fire spread quickly, and the shockwaves from the explosion sent shockwaves and high splashes into the nearby sea. The cruise ship, in turn, slowly tilted and began to sink in the violent explosion. The firelight illuminated Jiang Bian's face and then extinguished. Jiang Bian froze and looked at the scene in front of her, could not say anything, and finally could not withstand the blow in front of her, fainted. When Jiang Bei opened her eyes again, what entered her eyes was a blinding white. She closed her eyes to slow down before reopening her eyes, and the pungent smell of disinfectant flooded into the tip of her nose, making her react to the fact that she was in the hospital. "So she's been taken to the hospital safely, ah?" Su Qing was wiping her body at this time, turned her head and looked at Jiang Bei looking straight at her. She was startled, and then immediately reacted, holding Jiang Bei's face with red eyes, anxiously said, "How about Bei? How are you? Are you still not feeling well? I'll go call a doctor for you." "Wait." Jiang Bei reached out and gently held Su Qing's wrist, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Qingchang, where is Yan Han?" Su Qing's eyes were flustered and didn't answer her question. "Biao Biao, your body is too weak right now. Let the doctor come and take a look at you first. We'll talk again in a while, ah." Su Qing was about to head out after saying that. However, Jiang Bing had just come to her senses, and her strength was so great that Su Qing couldn't break free. She just stubbornly asked, "Where is Yan Han?" Su Qing was silent. Although she didn't understand anything, she also knew that someone who had just woken up couldn't be too stimulated. Jiang Bing was not in a hurry, and continued repeating in a calm tone, "Qingcheng, where is Yan Han?" Chapter 106, People are still being searched. Su Qing completely out of ideas. Jiang Bo is now so calm as the most terrible. If she cried loudly she did not feel terrible. Su Cheng spoke tentatively, Bian, you can't get excited when I say that." Jiang Yan nodded, still gazing at her calmly. Su Qing scratched his hair and deliberated on the wording before speaking. "The people from the sea rescue team are still searching at the moment, so let us know immediately if you have any news." Jiang Bing had already guessed that it would turn out this way, but when these words came out of someone else's mouth, her heart felt like it had been cut hard by a sharp blade, and like a pair of big hands had clutched her tightly, making it hard for her to breathe. Tears were swirling in her eyes, as if they might come out at any moment, and as she struggled to hold back the tears from falling, Jiang Bing asked again, "Is that child still there?" Su Qing instantly reddened her eyes, her voice trembling, "The child didn't survive. Don't be sad, Bian, you're still young, you'll have it again in the future." Jiang Bei tried to hold back the tears at this moment finally came out. She woke up to find out, her stomach can no longer feel a little life gestation. Its father did not even come to know his arrival. Jiang Bei loosened Su Qing's sleeve and froze at the ceiling, tears constantly overflowing from the corners of her eyes and blotting the pillow. Su Qing didn't know what to say when she saw Jiang Bing in this state. Yan Han was nowhere to be found, and now she didn't even keep the baby. This was really a huge blow to a person. Su Qing walked up and wiped Jiang Bing's tears clean, choking, Bing, don't be sad, we're still searching, there's still hope, isn't there?" Jiang Bian just looked at the hospital ceiling without responding. Su Qing was afraid that Jiang Bo couldn't bear it. Bo, I'll go and call a doctor for you to check you out first. You wait here for me to come back, okay?" Jiang Ren nodded numbly. Su Qing ran out with red eyes. Luhan Snapdragon just arrived at the door of the ward, saw Su Qing hurriedly ran out thinking that something had happened, and hurriedly said, "What's wrong with running so fast?" Su Qing seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and in her haste, she grabbed his hand and hurriedly said, "Is there any news from Yan Han?" Lu Hanchu's face was heavy as he shook his head. Su Cheng didn't dwell on it and continued, Bian just woke up, I'll go call a doctor for her." Lu Hanchu pulled her hand and comforted, "Don't be anxious, waking up means nothing serious, I'll go find a doctor, you go in and stay with her." "Good." After Su Qing finished speaking, she hurried towards the house again. Lu Hanchuan pulled her back, angry that she was still running so fast for a pregnant woman, and urged, "Be careful, don't run." Su Qing didn't know why she was slowing down. She didn't have time to spend with him, and perfunctorily said, I know, I'm going in, you go find the doctor." Su Qing went back to her room. The house was quiet. The quilt on the hospital bed was lifted at one corner, while the bed was empty. Su Qing instantly panicked. "Jiang, where have you been?" Su Qing walked over to check it out, but found nothing. Her body is so weak now, where can she go? Su Qing was about to go out to look for her, but heard a commotion in the bathroom. Su Qing couldn't care less and opened the door regardless. Jiang Bei was washing her hands inside and saw Su Qing suddenly open the door and calmly asked, "What's wrong?" "Pull, you scared me to death. I just came in and didn't see you. I called out to you, how come you ignored me?" "Sorry, I didn't hear that." Su Qing noticed that Jiang Bing's state was a bit off and didn't say anything more, carefully helping her to lie on the bed. "Kiyoshi." Su Qing was startled by the sudden outburst of Jiang Bian and immediately responded, "How long I've been out? It's been a day and a night, and we've been worried sick about you." Jiang Yan's face was expressionless. So, there was no news from Yanhan for the whole day and night? This time it was Su Qing's turn to be speechless. She didn't know what she should answer in order not to irritate Jiang Bing. Jiang Yan also did not force the issue, walked to the hospital bed and sat down quietly waiting. Not long after, Lu Hanchu came in with the doctor. Jiang Yan expressionless sitting there, the doctor told her to do what she did, and did not speak, without any emotion like a puppet on a string. After the doctor finished his examination, he said to Lu Hanchu, "Mr. Lu, there's nothing wrong with MS. Jiang, it's just shock plus." The doctor looked at Jiang Yan's expression, and Jiang Yan didn't look at him, but instead looked out the window in a daze. He came to Lu Hanchu's ear and quietly said, "The shock plus the miscarriage, MS. Jiang's body is very weak now, she can't be subjected to any stimulation, she needs to take good care of herself." "Okay, hard work." "You're welcome, Mr. Lu, this is what we should do." After sending the doctor away, Luhan Snapdragon sat down on a chair and said towards Jiang Yan, "Jiang Yan, Yanhan hasn't gotten any definite news yet, we are still searching, we will definitely be able to find it." Jiang Ren didn't cheer up, but quietly responded, "Good." Lu Hanchu looked at the state of Jiang Bo, also do not know what to say. Su Qing at this time with a bowl of porridge came in. Just now the doctor said Jiang Bo is too weak now, have to eat something, but can only eat liquid food, cannot eat stimulating food. Su Qing sat on the edge of the bed to feed Jiang Bei porridge. Luhan Snapdragon looked silently walked out. Su Qing fed over. Jiang Bo obediently opened his mouth, like an emotionless robot, only drank 2 mouthfuls. Jiang Bo couldn't drink anymore and said to Su Qing, "Qing, I can't eat anymore, I want to sleep." Su Qing looked at the unchanged bowl of kanji and refused. "No, Biao Biao, you need to drink more. The doctor said you're too weak right now." "But I can't really drink anymore." Jiang Bing quietly watched Su Qing. Jiang Bing is now pale, lips bloodless, empty big eyes looking at her, obviously very weak, as if a gust of wind can blow people away, but Su Qing is in her eyes to see an unrefusable insistence. "Fine." Su Qing was defeated. "Then when you wake up from your nap, make sure you finish a whole bowl of porridge." Jiang Ren nodded lightly. Su Qing lowered the hospital bed for Jiang Ren, letting her lie flat and covering her with a quilt before turning off the lights and going out. Lu Hanchu was outside the door leaning against the doorframe smoking a cigarette, his brows furrowed between them, and when he saw Su Qing come out, he asked, "How's Jiang Bo?" Su Qing shook her head, "Not so good, can't eat." "Yan Han, is he still alive?" Lu Hanchu looked at Su Qing with a desire to speak, and finally sighed softly and said, "I don't know, it's still being searched." Su Qing lowered her eyes. Lu Hanchu looked at her and said, "Alright, I'm hiring an escort to keep watch, so don't get too tired." Su Qing was puzzled. "I don't do anything, just peeling fruit and bringing a meal, what's so tiring about that?" "That won't work either," Lu Hanchu said forcefully. Lu Hanchu did not dare to say directly that she knew that she was pregnant, for fear that she really had a new love to alienate him, then they really have no chance at all. Luhan Snapdragon said vaguely, "You just can't exert yourself too much right now. Quickly go back and rest, I'll call an escort to keep watch at night." Su Qing pondered, "Alright then, I'll go back and pack up at night, and bring a change of clothes to guard the Bing Bang tomorrow." Chapter 107, he didn't want to come back alive. Lu Hanchu couldn't persuade him, so he simply gave up and just admonished, "Then I'll call Chen Ma over, it's fine for you to be here, but don't tire yourself out." Su Qing has heard him say many times today, "Don't get tired, be careful," and so on. She is very strange. She is in Luhan Snapdragon's eyes as some kind of ceramic doll, a touch will break that kind of? Or is it because she's in the middle of her physiological period so she's not tired? Luhan Snapdragon, even though I'm in a special period, I'm not as golden as you make me out to be, and I'm not so tired that I'll get tired if I do any work. Luhan Snapdragon was stunned in place, special period, so this is the meaning of admitting that she is pregnant, she simply did not intend to hide it from him. Lu Hanchu's eyes crossed a touch of self-deprecation but immediately covered up by him. Tone casual said, "That also have to be careful, do not really have any accidents, tonight you go back to rest, tomorrow I call Chen Ma over, so it's a deal, I still have something to do first left." Lu Hanchu turned around and left after he finished speaking, not giving Su Qing half a chance to refuse. Inexplicable. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Bo sat in front of the window and looked out the window. The clear moonlight fell on her shoulders, outlining her thin figure, reflecting her even more lonely. Obviously the person who said he would be right back before he left the country, obviously the person who had contacted her every day, obviously the person who reported to her every day that he had taken his medication and slept well, just disappeared. Jiang Bei took out the cell phone that Su Qing had just given her and flipped through the chat logs with Yan Han, the last message still stuck in the "I'm getting on a plane" that he had sent her. Jiang. In fact, other people do not say. Jiang Bo can also guess. Yan Han, this time more bad luck. By so many bloodthirsty will be surrounded. How can he run away? Jiang Bo no. But she dared not think about it. As long as the thought of Yan Han, Jiang Bo heart suffocating pain. Thinking about it, without realizing it, Jiang Bo has already been in tears. Early the next morning, when Su Cheng and Chen Ma came, Jiang Bei had already woken up a long time ago and was staring out the window. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Jiang Yan looked over. Su Qing realized that Jiang Yan's eyes were red and swollen. She didn't need to guess that she had secretly cried for a long time again last night. Su Qing sighed softly. Chen Mom saw Jiang Bo's eyes red the moment, obviously only made up the young couple. How to go through such a thing? Chen Ma walked up and looked at Jiang Yan. Egu, ma'am, why have you lost so much weight in the past 2 days? Jiang Yan looked at Chen Ma without answering. Chen Ma took out the lunchboxes and put them on the table, opened them one by one, and said to herself, Madam, I've made soup for you. The doctor said that you can only eat fluids now, so drink some soup first to make up for it, and I'll make you your favorite dishes later. Chen Ma carried the bowl of soup and was about to feed Jiang Bo. Su Cheng saw it from the side and walked up. Chen Ma, I'll do it. Su Cheng took the bowl in Chen Ma's hand and held the spoon to test the temperature before feeding it to Jiang Bei. Jiang Yan drank a few mouthfuls and said she couldn't drink anymore. Su Cheng said with a tigerish face, What can't you drink anymore? You only promised me yesterday that you would finish it today. Jiang Yan barely managed to finish the bowl of soup as Chen Ma packed up her things and left. After a short while there was a knock on the door. Su Cheng thought it was Lu Hanshu coming and ran over to open the door, only to find that it was Zhuo Lin. Zhuo Lin walked in with a black velvet box in his hand, and his heart didn't feel good when he saw Jiang Bei in this state. Obviously Mr. Yan had just gotten what he wanted. Zhuo Lin put the velvet box in front of Jiang Bei, suppressed the sadness in his heart, and tried to make his voice not sound different. Mrs. This is the diamond ring that Mr. Yan personally created for you, Mr. Yan said that when he went out shopping with you before, he wanted to buy you a diamond ring, but he felt that all the mundane things out there were not good enough for you, and so he sent me to buy this pink diamond at auction, which Mr. Yan designed himself. Originally wanted to give it to you when I returned home, but it turned out to be. Zhuo Lin didn't say the rest of the words, but everyone knew what he was referring to. Originally, Yan Han instructed Zhuo Lin to let the designer do the rest of the craftsmanship if he didn't come back, but when Zhuo Lin found the ring, he realized that all the designs had already been polished by Yan Han, and it was just a matter of installing them in the ring holder. Mr. Yan is so busy every day and still traveling, Zhuo Lin can't imagine what kind of time he spends to polish such a beautiful diamond ring. Jiang Yan opened the box and found that at the top of the ring was a square pink diamond, which refracted beautifully under the light. Next to it was set by a few white diamonds, simple and beautiful. Jiang Bei had cried so much in the past 2 days that she thought she had dried up her tears a long time ago, but she realized that she was wrong. She simply couldn't control herself when it came to matters involving Yan Han. Jiang Bing could no longer control it, buried in Su Qing's arms and cried, speaking with a choked voice, Qing, I miss him so much, I really miss him. This was the first time in the past 2 days that Su Qing had seen Jiang Yan have such obvious outward emotions, and Su Qing couldn't help but redden her eyes when she saw how miserable Jiang Yan was crying. Jiang Bing continued, Qing, can he still come back? He won't die just like that, right? He's Yan Han. Su Qing echoed, yes bien, he will definitely be alive, let's wait patiently again, okay? Zhuo Lin also cannot control the red eyes. He lowered his head and wiped the corners of his eyes, and so Jiang Bei emotionally calmed down a little bit before he opened his mouth. Mr. Yan and then go to save you before you've arranged, if he cannot come back, all the property under his name to you, Mr. Yan, master of the Yan Group of 51% of the shares are also all to you, and now the largest shareholders of the Yan Group, it is your. Jiang Bing constantly shed tears. The original Yan Han before going to save her has already thought of her future. He also pressed no intention to come back alive. Jiang Bian carefully recalled the conversation between the two on the cruise ship. What he said was always, I will definitely get you out of here, you will be fine. He never said, we will get out safely. He clearly wants to use his life to exchange for Jiang Ren's life. Jiang Bing even more collapsed, tears kept falling down, she cried and scolded, bastard, Yan Hamness, he obviously did not want to come back alive. I obviously said that we should be born together and live together and die together and die together. He all lied to me. Why did he lie to me? Su Qing and Zhuo Lin heart are not good. Su Qing front of a large piece of clothing where Jiang Bo crying wet. She did not know how to comfort Jiang Bo, can only keep caressing her back. Chapter 108, The Diamond Ring. I do not know how long. Jiang Yan finally calmed down. She took out the diamond ring to wear on her ring finger, carefully scrutinized, as if so that you can see through the diamond ring to see the way Yan Han designed this ring. When Zhuo Lin saw Jiang Bing's appearance, he couldn't bear to open his mouth to stimulate her, but said, "Madam, the news of Mr. Yan's accident will definitely spread out in a short time, and now it's Mr. Lu who is helping to take care of the company's affairs for the time being, but by the time the company's stock price plummets, the shareholders will definitely be thinking of moving up as well, so you need to pull yourself together, and the Yan's group is Mr. Yan's heart and soul." Jiang Yan's long, drooping eyelashes lightly trembled. This was Yan Han's heart and soul, she couldn't just let it go. Zhuo Lin added, "Ma'am, you should recuperate your body first. Recently, the company's affairs currently have Mr. Lu to help take care of them. There are still long days ahead." "Good," Jiang Yan said. "Yes, the future of the day is still long, but there is no speech cold the rest of the day on the meaning of nothing." Jiang 5. Jiang Bei suddenly found that she and Yan Han, as if really always almost destiny. After Zhuo Lin left, Su Qing saw that it was not a good idea for Jiang Bo not to eat or drink. She was already physically weak, and after the miscarriage, she had to take good care of herself, or else she would be sick. Su Qing sent a message to Lu Hanshu, telling him to tell Chen Ma to bring Si Yan along when she came at noon. She had to get Jiang Yan back on her feet, she couldn't just muddle through the day. Throughout the morning, Jiang Bo's interest is not high, and will not take the initiative to speak, the whole person numb and disheveled, just stubbornly fiddling with the ring on the ring finger. The most obvious time Su Qing saw Jiang Bing's emotions these days was when Zhuo Lin brought that ring. At noon, when Chen Ma came, she brought Yan Sibei with her, and Yan Sibei came in and jumped on Jiang Bei. "Mom, why are you in the hospital again? Are you sick?" Jiang Bing's emotions only fluctuated a little after she saw Yan Sibei. She took him into her arms and hugged him tightly. Yan Qian sensed the difference in her. "Mom? What's wrong with you?" Jiang Bian tried to make her voice not sound any different, forcing herself to hold back her sobs and said, "Mom is fine, Mom just misses Si Bian too much." "Mom, I'm right here, don't be sad." Suddenly, Yan Sibei's little hand touched into his pocket and pulled out a piece of lemon candy. He handed it to Jiang Yan as if offering it as a treasure. "Mom, this is the candy my kindergarten classmates gave me. They said that it's good to eat a piece of candy when you're sad." Little Siwei peeled off the candy paper and stuffed the candy into Jiang Wei's mouth, her big eyes shining brightly as she looked at Jiang Wei expectantly. The lemon candy was sour the moment it entered the mouth, and after that burst of sourness it turned sweet. Jiang Bei's brows spread. "Thank you, baby, it's very sweet." He was relieved when Yan Sibei saw that Jiang Bei was happy, and asked suspiciously, "Mom, hasn't Dad come back from his business trip yet?" No one has told Yan Sibian what happened yet, for fear that he is too young to accept the parting of life and death, and Yan Han has not yet been found and cannot jump to conclusions. "Yes, Daddy is still on a business trip and may not be back until some time later, so Cebu and Mommy will be good and wait at home for Daddy to come back, okay?" Little Sybil nodded meekly and replied, "Yes." "Has Siobhan had lunch yet?" "No." "How about eating with Mommy?" "Yeah." This was the most emotionally rich and the most eaten Jiang Bian had been in the past 2 days. Jiang Bei saw the little group of people after a renewed hope. She firmly believed that Yan Han will come back one day, he must still be alive, and she still have to pull herself together to help him take care of the company's affairs. She has to be good at home and wait for him to come back. Just like what the bodyguard said that day, if she gave herself up and didn't care about her body, then Yan Han would have paid for nothing, and he definitely didn't want to see her like this. Su Cheng saw that Jiang Bing no longer looked like a puppet on strings, but it turned into a person with emotions, and only then did she let go of her heart. Yan Sibei was at the hospital with Jiang Bei in the afternoon, and Jiang Bei cooperated with the doctor's treatment. Lu Hanzue came in the middle of a trip, see Jiang Bei lively up also put down the heart, but he looked at the sight of Su Qing busy this and that, a moment to set up the stool, a moment to wipe the table, look of a bad, dissatisfied with the opening of the mouth. "What are you doing here round and round?" "Ha?" Su Qing turned back in bewilderment. "What's wrong? You're busy here. People's patience are just getting a little better. Seeing you like this isn't going to make their heads spin even more?" Su Qing then responded, "Oh, then I'll sit down." Su Qing finally sat down obediently, and Lu Hanchu was then a little more satisfied. He re-looked at Jiang Yan. "The matter of the speech group has me in the handling, you do not need to worry about it. First, is that this matter is sure to hide not long, when you recovered sure to go back to open a board of directors." "Good," Jiang Yan responded. "But I don't know how to run a company." "This is fine, there are some things I can help you deal with, or agents are fine, it's just that if we let everyone know that something has happened to Yan Han, those old guys on the board of directors will definitely not be honest." "Good. You rest then, I'll leave you to it." "Aha." Lu Hanchu looked at Su Cheng and asked, "Are you leaving? I'll see you off?" "No, I'm not leaving, I'm staying here with Redeemer." "You're already doing a favor by not adding to the mess here. Jiang Yan has Si Yan to keep her company, why are you bothering the mother and son here?" Su Qing was moved a bit by the words and turned his head to look at Jiang Bing. Yan Sibei rushed to Su Qing and said, "Godmother, you go back, I'll just stay with Mom." Su Qing was touched by Yan Sibei, the little warm-hearted man who helped Jiang Bei out of the doldrums, and walked up to him and rubbed his hair, then kissed his cheek. "Good, our Sibei is the best, Godmother believes in you, you can definitely take care of Mommy, right?" The little group raised their little fleshy fists and swore, "Yes." "Okay, so pull a check with your godmother." Xiaoduanzi stretched out her little finger and pulled the hook with Su Qing, our Sebin baby is the best behaved. Call your godmother if you need anything. Okay, godmother. Su Qing exhorted Jiang Bing a few more times before leaving. Lu Hanchu stood by the side watching Su Qing and Yan Sibei's interaction, thinking that in the future Su Qing likes children so much, when Su Qing's baby is born she will definitely be a kind mother. Lu Han Snapdragon turned into a very twisted person. He still can't forget that she did hurt him before. He began to hate his own hesitation, obviously have come back to already see her, why still refuse to take that step, and ultimately missed the opportunity. Lu family education from childhood to the big teach him not to be a third party, but Lu Han Snapdragon now feel that person in Su Qing pregnant when still not at all care about love and care for her, every day cannot see the shadow of the person is not a boyfriend, that even if he is now on the Su Qing show of goodwill is not considered a third party. Hey, Lu Han Snap. Ha! Lu Hanchu snapped back to his senses. What are you thinking about? Get going, not that you want to see me off. You didn't even hear me when I yelled at you 3 times. Didn't think anything of it. Let's go, drop you off. Su Qing followed him towards the underground parking lot. She always felt that he was inexplicable these 2 days. Chapter 109 Wills. After the two of them got into the car, Lu Hanchu fastened his seatbelt and spoke. I had thought that Zhang Bian didn't like Yan Han that much. Before she gave birth to Yan Si Bian and said she was leaving, she didn't come back for 5 years, and this is only back for 3 months, so I thought that the relationship between them wasn't strong. Su Qing gave him a blank look, who said that, although not around but the two are husband and wife and also entangled for 5 years, these 5 years of love is impossible to cut off. He is still Yan Sibei's biological father, there is such a deep bond between the two people, Yan Han is such a good person, misunderstanding is lifted, Bei will fall in love with him is also very normal. Yeah, sure, but I'm not so bad. Why don't you love me? Lu Hanchu didn't say this, but asked, what about the years I was away? Su Qing was stunned, not reacting to what he was referring to, and opened her mouth to ask, what years? What Lu Hanshiro wants to ask is, so during the years I was away, was there a bond between us? But in the end, he still didn't ask. After all, Su Cheng already had a child, and it didn't make any sense for him to ask these words again. After sending Su Cheng downstairs, Lu Hanchu did not leave immediately, but sat on the driver's seat, lazily took out a cigarette from his pocket, and after lighting it, he inhaled deeply and spat out a large smoke circle. Between the smoke, his thoughts gradually drifted away. Time passes by, Lu Han Snapdragon is still sitting quietly in the car, until the cigarette in his hand is about to burn out hot to the fingertips. He came back to his senses, extinguished the cigarette and started the car to leave. Yan Si Bei these days to kindergarten leave, has been in the hospital to accompany Jiang Bei together. Jiang father and mother asked, she said she was abroad on a business trip, and did not tell them about it, for fear that they are worried but cannot do anything. In the past few days, Jiang Bo's appetite has gradually gotten better, and he can accompany Yan Si Bo to play together, and his smile has gradually increased. It wasn't long before it was Jiang Bei's day to be discharged from the hospital. Lu Hanchong went to do her discharge formalities, Su Qing helped her pack up her things, and Lu Hanchong sent the two of them home. After putting everything down, Lu Han Snapdragon said to Jiang Bing, yesterday, I don't know who put out the news of Yan Han's accident, now the board of directors is in chaos, everyone wants to sit on the chair of the chairman of the board to get a piece of the pie, so we may need you to come out tomorrow to hold a board meeting. Okay, no problem, I'll work with you. Lu Hanchu left with Su Qing after instructing some other things. After Jiang Bing washed up, he told the little group a bedtime story to lull him to sleep. Since the accident of Yan Han, Jiang Yan did not dare to sleep alone in the house. The person who had been with her before was suddenly not there. She always felt especially lonely, and every night Jiang Yan had to lie down for a long time before she could fall asleep, and her sleep was especially light as long as there was a little wind blowing. It would wake her up. Tonight is no exception. After coaxing the little group to fall asleep, Jiang Bo lay down for a long time before going to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yan sent Yan Sibian to school, went home to change a set of professional attire, white shirt with black high-waisted straight pants with a pair of short high heels, hair rolled into a big wave and put on a light makeup. It looks full of gasfield. After arriving at the company, Zhuo Lin brought her to Lu Hanchu's office. Lu Hanchu poured her a cup of hot water and said, the board of directors will be carried out in a while. Today's board of directors are some old directors, shrewd, all will only look out for their own interests, and their words will definitely be tricky. Don't be afraid, I will help you. Yeah, I'm fine. After the time, Lu Han Snapdragon took Jiang Bei to the conference room. People have arrived. Inside the people see Jiang Bei look different. There is a measure, there is contempt, there is disdain. Jiang Bei all as if they did not see, calm and collected in the main seat. Lu Hanchu opened his mouth and said, everyone, this is Mr. Yan's wife called Jiang Bo. I'm sure you all know her, Mr. Yan passed away. All the shares under his name were inherited by Jiang Bo. This statement triggered the dissatisfaction of the majority of the directors. This is not in order. How can such a big company be handed over to a woman to take care of? They women know how to take care of the company. That's right, this is so uncharacteristic. Since the news of Mr. Yan's accident was released yesterday, Yan's stock price has plummeted, and if we let another woman take care of the company, the stock price will only fall even more. That's right, Mr. Lu, Mr. Yan is the biggest shareholder, the shares in Mr. Yan's hand can be purchased by several of our major shareholders together, and the rest of the shares can be directly sold to the public, so that Miss Jiang can get a large sum of money, definitely enough for them to be clothed and fed in the future, and it can also ensure that Yan's share price will no longer fall. Jiang Bei had been listening quietly, hearing this group of people who didn't care in the slightest whether Yan Han was dead or alive arguing about how they could maximize their own interests. She couldn't help but lose a bit of her smile. So this was the cold and heartless shopping mall that was only linked to interests. Jiang Bing mocked. Then what all the shareholders are saying is that if I'm a man I can take over the company? It's true that I don't have experience in managing a company, but since this is what Yan Han wants to see, then I will definitely do my best, and if you all don't agree, you certainly have the right to object. But no matter what, this is still the Yan Group. The surname is Yan, not your family, and as you all said, Yan Han is the biggest shareholder, of course it's his call. Jiang Bo's words were firm, her voice was clear and bright, invisibly carrying an intimidating pressure. The shareholders looked at each other in dismay. Of course they wouldn't agree to let Jiang Bing become the largest shareholder. They all wanted to divide up the shares so that they could maximize their own interests. Mr. Liu, it's absolutely not feasible to let a person who has never taken care of the company to hold the shares of such a large enterprise as the Yan Group. The stock price of Yan will definitely plummet, and from the perspective of Yan's future development, I don't agree with Jiang Bo inheriting these shares. That's right, we don't agree either. The crowd at the bottom agreed. Lu Hanchu suddenly took out a document from his hand and said to the crowd, I have a copy of the will that Yan Han wrote before. He said that if something happens to him, all the properties under his name, including the shares of the Yan Group, will all belong to Jiang Yan. The shareholders were in an uproar. Jiang Ren heard the word will, hard as stump. The original he has long been decided, all his back roads are paved for her. Jiang Yan took the will and looked at it carefully. It was indeed Yan Han's handwriting, neat and powerful, waving. This familiar handwriting was like a hard cut between her heart, blood dripping, pain to the heart. She tried to hold back the tears in her eyes and make herself look uncharacteristic. Are you sure this suicide note is real? What if we get someone to fake it? Lu Hanchu snorted, I don't care to do such a thing. If you don't believe me you can ask the legal department to appraise it. Yeah, well, get the legal department in here. Not long after, Zhuo Lin came in with people from the legal department, and Ji Nan, who had accidentally splashed coffee on Jiang Bei before, was also there. Her major in college was handwriting identification, and she walked up with a specialized tool, and not long after, she spoke, this is indeed General Manager Yan's handwriting. Now the directors had nothing to say, but it was absolutely impossible for them to agree to a woman running the company. Yan's share price has fallen. If I let her be a woman to manage the company, then I will sell off the shares in my hand and quit the Yan Group. Jiang Bian snorted, fine, then go away. From today onwards, you will no longer be a part of the Yan Group. You. The man was furious, disliked by a woman in front of the crowd. He felt that his face was dishonored and took the door. Jiang Bing continued, if anyone else wants to leave, hurry while you can, no one will keep you. The shareholders look at each other, although the speech group share price fell, but he is still famous outside. What happens in the future who cannot say, do not dare to easily sell the hands of the share price. The final shareholders meeting only to be unhappy dispersal. After the end of the meeting, Lu Hanchu sent Jiang Bei downstairs and said, your performance today is very good. I thought you would have stage fright, but the result is that you have a very strong aura. The company has me to help take care of this side temporarily. If you can't do it, you can also ask for a full-time manager. You don't have to worry about any of this. Jiang Bing smiled, I'm not worried, but if there's any news from Yan Han can you tell me right away? Of course there's no problem. Lu Hanchu responded. Thanks then, I'll leave you to it. Good. After Lu Hanchu watched Jiang Bei leave, he went back to his office to change into a set of clothes and left through the back door of the company. The back door of the company faces a sparsely populated road. Usually very few people will pass by here. There is a black Volkswagen waiting for him on the side of the road. After Lu Hanchu got on the car, the Volkswagen took him away from here. Lu Han Snapdragon 7 turns, and in the middle of the car changed again, drove for a long time before arriving at a remote suburb, where a private hospital was built. No one outside knows that there is also a hospital here. People passing by only think that this is a piece of abandoned factories. Lu Han Snapdragon walked in and went up to the second floor, looking through the window at the person in the ward with all kinds of tubes inserted into his body, and asked the doctor beside him, is he still not awake? Chapter 110, did something happen to Yan Han? Not awake yet, Mr. Liu. The doctor said respectfully from the side. But all the physical indicators are already showing signs of improvement, much better than they were half a month ago, and they'll probably wake up in 2 more days. Good, please take care of him, and if you need to use any medicine, just ask, I will find a way to get it for you. No problem, Mr. Liu. After Guming detonated the bomb that day, Yan Han jumped directly into the sea, but was still hit by the huge shockwave from the bomb. On top of the helicopter for Guming was carrying Cheng Guang, who was originally holding a machine gun in a firefight with the Bloodthirsty Society, and when he saw that Yan Han jumped into the sea he immediately asked the captain to pilot the helicopter and fly over to save him. When Cheng Guang found Yan Han, he was lying on a piece of the wreckage of the cruise ship has fainted, although wearing a bulletproof vest but other parts of the body have been shot, especially the thigh by Guming's stab that knife. coincidentally stabbed to the aorta, is constantly gushing out blood. Yen Han's pants are stained red. Chang Guang in the helicopter to Yen Han did emergency treatment, but still due to soaking in seawater wound some inflammation, but also blood loss led to Yen Han has been unconscious until now did not wake up. Later, the doctor felt that this was not normal, so he carefully gave Yen Han another full body checkup and found that Gu Ming's knife actually had poison on it, and the toxin had penetrated into Yen Han's body. The doctor draws blood from Yen Han again to test what kind of poison he is suffering from, but they have not found this kind of poison on the market, and of course there is no antidote. This was most likely a poison developed by the Bloodthirsty Society, which would be hidden in the blood and spread to all parts of the body along with the flow of blood. Subsequently, when it flowed through the various organs in the body, these organs would fail at an alarming rate until all the organs were unable to function, and would finally die due to the failure of all the organs in the body. In the past half-month, Lu Honshu has been secretly looking for the antidote, also invited many antidote experts to configure the antidote, but there is little progress. Yen Han should wake up in a couple of days, but without the antidote he will only become weaker and weaker. At that time, when they searched the wreckage of the cruise ship, they didn't find Gu Ming, and they guessed that Gu Ming had followed the people of the Bloodthirsty Society and escaped, and hadn't been involved in that explosion. If Gu Ming is still alive, if he knows that Yen Han is still alive, he will probably continue to send people to kill him. Yen Han's body has not yet recovered and has been in a coma. If he finds out, it will be very dangerous, so he came here in a very low-profile manner, and in the middle of the road, he changed several cars, for fear of being discovered by the people of the Bloodthirsty Club. Luhan Snapdragon didn't tell Jiang Bei because he was worried that if Jiang Bei knew about it, she would definitely want to see Yen Han, and the people of the Bloodthirsty Society would definitely keep an eye on Jiang Bei's every move, and if there was any abnormality they would definitely find out, so Luhan Snapdragon didn't tell anyone about the fact that Yen Han was still alive. He thought that when Yen Han woke up, he would decide whether to announce to the public that he was still alive based on his thoughts. Lu Hanshu learned more about Yen Han's condition from the doctor before leaving. Just shortly after Lu Han Snapdragon left, lying on the hospital bed, Yen Han's index finger gently moved. Jiang Bei back to the home after feeling unusually tired, changed clothes and paralyzed on the bed, do not want to get up, not at all in the outside of the thunder and lightning. She felt very tired, outside of the people are cold-hearted and cold-hearted, did not come to this time she is particularly want a Yen Han, thinking that he can quickly come back. Jiang Bei buried his head into the quilt, and constantly murmured the name of Yen Han. Jiang Bing was confused as if she had seen the scene of that day when she and Yen Han were standing on the deck. She stood behind Yen Han, tightly grasping his sleeve, but Yen Han was full of indifference, not the slightest trace of the favor and love he used to show her. He coldly said, Jiang Bo, you go, I don't want you anymore, and I won't go back to you. Yen Han said and then pushed her off the cruise ship. A huge sense of suffocation came. Jiang Bei desperately swim but cannot make strength, can only watch themselves sink to the bottom of the sea. The scene shifts. Jiang Yan has a vision of herself tied and escorted on the deck, with Yen Han standing across from her, and the Bloodthirsty Society's man holding a gun to her head telling Yen Han to exchange one life for another, and that one of the two of them must die. They threw Yen Han a gun and told him to choose for himself, and without hesitation, Yen Han picked up the gun on the ground and pointed it at himself. Jiang Yan cried and begged him not to shoot, not to leave her alone, but Yen Han said to her, I'm sorry Yen Yan, forgive me. Yen Han fired the gun in front of her face. Jiang Yan's eyes became a blood red, could not see anything, looked down at his hands, but realized that his hands were full of blood. Jiang Bo suddenly woke up with a start, gasping for breath and looking at the surroundings in horror, realizing that it was in the bedroom before she let go of her heart. She tried to calm herself down, thinking that the dreams are all the opposite. She dreamed that something happened to Yen Han. Does it mean that Yen Han is actually still alive? And she dreamed that Yen Han didn't want her, which means that Yen Han is surely thinking of her, and that he will surely come back to see her. Jiang Bei felt a little thirsty and went downstairs to prepare to pour a glass of water, only to find that Xiao Duanzi had long returned from school and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Jiang Yan walked over to her, and when Yan Sibei saw Jiang Yan, she shouted, Mom, you're awake from your nap. Aha! Jiang Bing also saw that Yan Sibei was not in high spirits today, and also had a faint sadness. She wondered, what's wrong baby? Not happy today? Aha! Tell mommy what happened today. Mommy, I miss daddy, why isn't daddy home yet, can we call him? Jiang Bei heart-shocked, eyes gradually red, she again put back the tears, do not want to let the little group of people see the difference. She wanted to wait for Luhan Snapdragon's side of the exact news and then tell him. Dad is still on a business trip, the past 2 days, Dad is too busy so he did not have the time to call, wait for 2 days, Dad is busy, we will be together to give him a phone call, okay? Okay. The little group was a little lost, but he agreed. Okay, baby don't be sad, let's go eat, we'll be good at home and daddy will be back soon. Every day, Jiang Bo would only be a little bit happier when Yan Sibei accompanied her. The rest of the time she was thinking about Yen Han, very much, even late at night she had thought about going to accompany him, but she could not rest assured that Xiao Duanzi was alone. She was afraid that Yan Sibei would be bullied. Yan Sibei is Jiang Bei's only hope of staying alive now. Early the next morning, Lu Hanshu was in the middle of his office when his personal cell phone suddenly received a call with no notes. He walked into the lounge before picking it up and said in a hushed voice, "Hey, is that Yen Han? What's wrong?" Chapter 111, a month or so. Mr. Yen is awake. Great, you guys hurry up and check his health indicators, I'm coming over now. Luhan Snapdragon made a phone call and asked Cheng Guang to bring his car and wait for him at the back door of the company, and he changed into casual clothes and went to the back door to meet him for assembly. By the time the two arrived at the hospital, the doctor had just finished examining Yen Han. Yen Han's attending doctor reported after seeing Luhan Snapdragon's arrival, Mr. Yan's current physical state is still quite stable. It should be that the poison hasn't broken out yet, other injuries only need to recuperate well, the poison in his body were in the process of developing an antidote. So what percentage are you guys sure of? The attending doctor lowered his head and replied, about 30%, the antidotes for this poison all require extremely rare herbs, which we haven't quite found yet. Lu Hanshu nodded, tell me if you need anything, and I'll send someone to find it. Yes, Mr. Lu Hanshu walked into the hospital room after talking to the attending doctor. It's called a hospital room but it's really more like a bedroom filled with medical equipment. The room has everything you need and lots of greenery. Yen Han had been in a coma for half a month before he just woke up. His body was now very weak, his originally tall and straight body had become even more thin, his handsome face was even more pale and bloodless, and his whole person looked exhausted. However, it was this emaciation and weakness that made his already hardened features stand out more and more. Yen Han frowned when he saw Lu Hanshu walk in, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Lu Hanshu was exasperated and laughed. Now only I come to see you, no one else, nurse your injuries. Where's the salvation? Yen Han spat out these words with unusual difficulty, his voice sounded as if it had been sandpapered, his voice was unusually hoarse, as if every syllable was squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Luhan Snapdragon poured a cup of hot water, inserted a straw and put it to the side of Yen Han's mouth, and only after Yen Han finished drinking a cup of water did he feel a little bit better. Lu Hanshu put down his glass of water before he began to answer Yen Han's question. Jiang Bian is fine now, you've been in a coma for half a month, now only I know that you're still alive, everyone else thinks that you're dead, including Jiang Bian. At that time, after Cheng Guang rescued you, but no traces of Gu Ming were found there, we guessed that he had probably escaped, so we didn't say anything about the news that you would still be alive for fear that they would come after you, and Lu Hanshu paused before saying, the knife Gu Ming stabbed you with at the time, he smeared poison on it, so you're now poisoned, and no antidote has been found yet. Yen Han's face only fluctuated a little when he heard this and asked, so, how long will I live? Doctors say about a month. Yen Han nodded and didn't say anything. I'm arranging for someone to be working on the antidote, it will definitely be developed, don't be anxious, if you want to go and see Jiangren that's fine, I'll bring her over when you're better. No need. Yen Han refused. Lu Hanshu raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't expect him to say that. He thought the first thing Yen Han would do when he woke up would be to clamor to see Jiangru, that's not like you, and she's really upset. I don't have much longer to live, and since she already thinks I'm dead, there's no point in me going back to see her and putting her through another life and death again in a month or so. No, the antidote will definitely be developed in a month. Yen Han smiled indifferently, if it was possible, this half a month would have been developed long ago, and it wouldn't have waited so long. When he went to the cruise ship to save Jiang Bo, he originally held the determination of certain death, did not intend to come back alive, and now he can still live for one more month is already God's favor. Lu Hanshu didn't want to see Yen Han look so negative and deliberately provoked him. I advise you to cooperate with the recuperation of your injuries and go back to see Jiang Bian. She had a miscarriage after she came back from the cruise ship, and according to the doctor, she has been pregnant for more than a month. What did you say? Yen Han was shocked to look at Luhan Snapdragon, pregnant for more than a month, but Bibi never told him. He suddenly remembered that he was still in White Country when Jiang Bibi told him, when he returned to the country there is a gift to give him, it will not be the news that she is pregnant, is not it? But at that time, all Yen Han thought about was that Jiang Bo would give herself to him, and never thought that Jiang Bo would get pregnant, which was a surprise that he didn't expect. In recalling the scene on the deck that day, Jiang Yan walked toward him as if every step carried a huge pain. He did not know at all at that time, even thought it was because of. Speech Chill's eyes suddenly began to redden, and he raised his hand to put his arm over his eyes. Their first child was conceived because of his coercion, and it was still the result of Yen Han's begging that they were able to keep Yen Sibian. But now it is in the case of two people love each other pregnant child but because of this incident miscarriage, Yen Han more heartache Jiang Bo's body, in the sea blowing so long sea breeze, but also suffered a shock, he was afraid that Bo's body will fall sick. Yen Han now wanted to pull out these tubes on his body and immediately go to see Jiang Bei, to see if she was doing well, if she was in good health, and if she had eaten properly. But Yen Han can't even do that now. Luhan Snapdragon saw Yen Han's appearance as not too good, if you want her, hurry to get well and go out to see her, do not give up on yourself here. Yen Han slowly clenched his fists, of course he has to get well, they now become like this or all Gu Ming's harm. He must put these pain 1,000 times 100 times from Gu Ming to ask back. There are specialized caregivers and cooks in the hospital, and they will help Yen Han to take good care of his body, and Luhan Snapdragon is also very relieved. When Yen Han finished eating, Luhan Snapdragon was ready to go. since you've woken up later I won't come often, for fear of being discovered. The Yen group has already inherited all the shares to Jiangbo in accordance with your will. Lu Honshu snorted, not that I'm saying, but you're also really bold, handing over a company as big as Yan's to an inexperienced person just like that. Yen Han glanced at him lightly and said, isn't this still you? You expanded the wise market in wise country. I still have great faith in your business ability. Lu Honshu was furious and reached out to hammer him. I don't care. You guys can do whatever you want. Before Lu Honshu left, he threw him a cell phone. This cell phone is encrypted. Just contact me with this cell phone in the future. After Lu Honshu left, Yen Han took his cell phone and searched out Zhang Bei's social account from memory, although they were all dynamics posted a long time ago, but still looked and looked. On the other hand, Zhang Bei is also constantly looking at her in Yen Han's previous chat logs to see what's going on. Before getting the exact news, Zhang Bei thinks that Yen Han must still be alive. Chapter 112, The Fate is Not Over. A week passed like this. This day Jiang Yan went to send the little group to school. On the way out, suddenly heard the two parents next to them chatting. They were saying that the old man in the family has not been in good health lately, and that they want to go to the temple recently to pray for the blessing of their family. I've heard that the Fayan temple over on the west side of the city is particularly spiritual, and many people go there to pray for blessings. Yes, there's a Master Jingkong in there that I've heard is very spiritual, and I've heard that you can even ask for a peace talisman there. How was it? Did it work? This I do not know. I have not begged. They are there to seek peace. Talisman is particularly difficult. I heard that the 108 steps below, you must be 3 steps a kowtow, and even if you go up, but also may not be able to get it. That Jingkong master said that it is only given to the person who has the destiny. Some people go up and even after the master's face is not seen. This peace blessing is so hard to find. Yeah. Fayan Temple Zhongren felt especially familiar, thought carefully before remembering. She was a child every year on her birthday. Jiang mother will go to Fayan Temple to give Zhongren blessings, until she was 18 years old. But she seemed to have no impression of seeing Jiang mother has taken the peace talisman back. Jiang. Jiang Bo followed the navigation to reach the west of the city's Fayan Temple, the 108 steps at a glance. She thought of the two parents said, sincerity is the spirit, then from the first step to start 3 steps a bow. It was already 2 hours later when Jiang Bian reached the temple at the top of the mountain. Jiang Bian's legs were trembling and her forehead was red. Jiang Yan propped up her knees and rested for a while before straightening up and walking forward. In the middle of the compound there is a very thick old banyan tree with flourishing branches and leaves as if to symbolize vitality, and on the old banyan tree there are countless red strips of cloth hanging with blessings written on them. Jiang Bian also took a few strips of red cloth and wrote on each of them, I hope that Yen Han is safe and well. May it be said that there is no sickness or disease in the cold. May Yen Han return safely. After writing, Zhang Bing moved a ladder and tied all these red strips of cloth to the old banyan tree. After Zhang Bing came down, a master came out of the temple, twirling his Buddha beads. He asked, what is the girl's purpose in coming to this temple today? Zhang Yan bowed to him and said, Master, my husband has had some accidents, and I would like to come to Master Jingkong to ask for a peace talisman for him, for his safety. The Grand Master nodded, the two of you, the road to your relationship is indeed a bit bumpy. Zhang Bing was shocked, Master, you know about the two of us? Jingkong stroked his beard and laughed. Do you know that this peace talisman of mine is only given to those who have a destiny? I know, that's why I'm just here to try today. If I can get Master Jingkong's peace talisman it's best, if not, I'll offer incense to the Buddha. Master Jingkong nodded and said, Scholar, please follow me. Zhang Bing followed Jingkong into the temple, and Jingkong took 2 peace charms and gave them to her, one with Yen Han's name written on it, and one with her name written on it. Zhang Bing was shocked too. You are Master Jingkong? Jingkong just stroked his beard without answering. And how do you know what my name is? But, why do I have it too? Jingkong laughed twice. 3 years ago, the words of the sure master came to me said for his wife to seek a peace talisman. I see his obsession is too deep. I do not know the future cannot finally cultivate the right fruit. So I told him if the future you can come to me to seek a peace talisman, then I will give you these 2 together. These 2 peace blessings in my 3 years. Today is finally returned to its rightful owner. Jiang. Zhang Bing thought about it, and without realizing it, he had already burst into tears. Jingkong looked at Zhang Bian's disoriented appearance or said one more sentence. Zhang Sure Master, I see that you and Sure Master Yen are also destined to be unfulfilled. This destiny can't be broken. Can't be broken. With that, Jingkong headed out the door. Only then did Zhang Bing come back to his senses and asked busily, Master, what do you mean, will I be able to see him again? Jingkong didn't turn around or stop, only leaving behind a sentence, far away, but close at hand. Jiang Yan couldn't figure out what this sentence actually meant, wondering if it meant that Yen Han would always be by her side? But then it didn't feel right to just assume that nothing had happened to Yen Han and that she would have a chance to see him again in the future. Jiang Bian finally got a little comfort. She walked to the center of the lobby, kneeling in front of the Buddha hall, hands together, kneeling for a long time, in her heart, constantly praying for hope that all things go well for Yen Han, peace and safety, and hope that the Buddha can hear her heart's desire. I don't know how long she had been kneeling. Jiang Yan slowly propped up the ground and stood up. Her legs were so sore and numb that she almost collapsed. She held onto the doorframe next to her for a long time before she felt a little better. Passing the big banyan tree in the middle of the compound, the wind blew the red cloth strips on the tree kept fluttering. Jiang Yan looked at it for a while before slowly walking down the hill. Yan Han has been recuperating in the hospital these days, watching Jiang Bian's past developments every day to miss her. On this day, Yan Han's health condition was much better. He was able to get out of bed and walk around, and his daily life did not need an escort at all, but he still needed to pay attention to rest and avoid overwork. That day when Lu Han's Snapdragon came, Yan Han said to him, "I want to go and meet Jiang Bing." Lu Hanshu wasn't surprised at all. He had long guessed that the first thing that Yan Han would do after his body recovered was to go and see Jiang Bing. He took out a set of clothes in the cabinet and threw it to Yan Han. "Change into it and I'll take you out." Yan Han took the clothes and followed Lu Hanshu to the car. The driver is Cheng Wang. If he does not come to the hospital are his Jiang Bo's secret guards, afraid of Gu Ming to come back to her, but also afraid of his Jiang Bo's personal bodyguard will be too obvious, so that the bloodthirsty people will notice the difference, has always been a silent protection of her. Cheng Wang of course knew about Jiang Yan's visit to the temple today, so he spoke to Yan Han and led them directly to Fayan Temple. They arrived just in time to see Jiang Yan's car at the bottom of the hill, and Yan Han had wanted to go up to find her, but when he had just sat on the stairs, he saw from afar that Jiang Yan was walking slowly down the hill. Yan Han immediately hid behind a nearby tree, but he inadvertently glanced down the mountain, but he saw two people dressed in black. They had uniquely shaped tattoos on the back of their necks, that seemed to be from the Bloodthirsty Society, and the clothes around their waists bulged, that looked like they had guns pinned inside. Yan Han just wanted to go up and pull Jiang Yan over. If those people found out it would be very dangerous. He just wanted to come out. He found that Cheng Wang had already preceded him to pull Jiang Yan inside the grass. Chapter 113, Far Away, Nearby. Jiang Bo was suddenly startled by being dragged into the bushes, and just as she wanted to cry out for help, Cheng Wang hurriedly voiced out, "Hush, Miss Jiang, it's me." It was only then that Jiang Bing saw Cheng Wang clearly, her chest heaving violently. "You scared me to death. Why are you here?" Cheng Wang pointed to the two black-clothed men outside. "Miss Jiang, look at the tattoos of special characters on the back of their necks. These people are from the Bloodthirsty Society. This is their symbol. They should have gotten the news by coming here today and know that you are here, so they came to look for you." "Looking for me?" Jiang Bei suddenly thought of something and suddenly looked at Cheng Wang and questioned, "Then how come you came out to protect me so coincidentally? Aren't you the personal bodyguard that Yan Han arranged for me before?" "So?" Jiang Bing suddenly became agitated. "So is Yan Han still alive? Did he send you here? Answer me quickly." Cheng Wang didn't know how he was going to answer Jiang Bian's question. He remembered that Yan Han wasn't going to tell Jiang Bian the news that he was still alive. Jiang Bing suddenly thought of what Master Jingkong had just said, far away in the sky, but close at hand. Jiang Bing was even more convinced that Yan Han must be in this neighborhood, and she said to Cheng Wang, "If you don't say anything, I'll look for myself." The two left after the men in black searched all over the place but found no one. After the two of them walked away, Jiang Yan ran out from the bushes and shouted towards the surroundings, "Yan Han, I know you're around here, I know you're still alive. You're obviously alive, why are you refusing to come see me? No matter what you've become, I want you to come and talk to me face to face. What do you mean by hiding from me all this time?" Jiang's fists clenched a few points tighter, veins rippled on his arms, and he shivered uncontrollably. Jiang Yan slowed down his breath before continuing, "These days you know how I live it. I think of you all the time, every night to sleep. I will think, obviously a week ago still lying beside me, still reporting to me to take the medicine properly, how today it is gone. A little bit of news, obviously said that we will live together and die together, but you still let go of my hand, from the high seas after coming back. Our child is gone, even I haven't had time to tell you this matter in person. Not only one person is suffering these pains, I am also, but you still don't want to see me. If you don't come out, I'm going to take Yanqian out of here, to a place you'll never find in your life, and I'm going to marry another man, and forget about you." Jiang Yan said more and more sad, the voice gradually small down, looking around the empty, in addition to the wind blowing through the leaves of the rustling sound, in addition, there is no little movement. Jiang Bei also knew that it was unlikely that Yan Han would come out. Her eyes gradually dimmed and tears blurred her vision. She slowly crouched down and wrapped her arms tightly around herself, as if she wanted to draw an ounce of warmth and comfort from this embrace. She buried her head deep into her knees, her body trembled slightly, and she let out a dull choking sound. I don't know how long it took. Jiang Yan felt a shadow enveloping her in front of her. She sluggishly raised her head, the blinding sunlight shone in front of her eyes. Jiang Yan closed her eyes, and only when her eyes focused again did she see the person standing in front of her. Jiang Bei's eyes became red again. She tugged on Yan Han's hand and stood up, her hands gripping him tightly and refusing to let go of him, afraid that after letting go of him, he would disappear again in the next second. Jiang Bei pinched Yan Han's hand hard and realized that she could really touch someone with a solid sense of flesh and blood, not an illusion she had created. Jiang Bei buried into his arms at once, her hands continuously pounding his chest, crying, "Yan Han, you bastard, asterisk 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 asterisk. You're obviously still alive, why didn't you come back to see me? Letting me suffer all this alone, I almost wanted to follow you, you bastard." Yan Han's eyes are red, let Jiang Bei whacked him. Also do not stop, just stand and let her vent. When Jiang Ren was tired of fighting and also tired of crying, Jiang Ren let go of him, took 2 steps back and calmly said, "Since you don't want to see me or come back, then don't come back, let's be strangers from now on." Jiang Bing crouched down again after he finished speaking. "You're such an asshole, who allowed you to exchange your life for mine. Go away, I never want to see you again." After a while, Jiang Bing seemed to be afraid that Yan Han would really leave, and reared his head again, running over to hug him. "No, you still have to take care of me by my side in the future to slowly make it up to me." Yan Han hadn't moved or spoken since he appeared, and it was only now that he reached out and wrapped Jiang Yan tightly in his arms, burying his face in the middle of Jiang Yan's neck and greedily breathing in her scent. "I'm sorry." Speech Chill opened his mouth with a slightly hoarse voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Bing could no longer speak, and tightly hugged Yan Han's waist. More than half a month has not seen, Jiang Bo felt that Yan Han has lost a lot of weight. Hugging up feel choked, Jiang Bo that point of anger is also instantly replaced by heartache. She quickly asked, "Where have you been these days? Why did not you come back to see me? Why have you lost so much weight?" Yan Han didn't know how to explain these things to Jiang Bing and only said, "Let's go back and talk about it." Yan Han took Jiang Bei's car keys and led Jiang Bei to sit on the car. Jiang Bei also saw Lu Han Snapdragon, who was leaning on the side of a black Volkswagen and was smoking. Jiang Bei twisted her head and asked Yan Han, "So he knew all along?" Yan Han nodded, and Lu Han Snap next to her heard it and looked over towards Jiang Bei, shrugging at her. Jiang Bian was furious. He always knew, but always kept her in the dark. No matter how many times he asked, his answer was people are still searching, and as a result, she was a clown. Jiang. Yan Han brought Jiang Bei back home, Shen Ma in the kitchen cooking. A turn of the head to see Yan Han and Jiang Bei hand in hand together and the spatula did not hold, snapped fell to the ground. Speech Chill looked over toward the source of the voice. Chen Ma hurriedly walked out. "Sir. So you're still alive, it's good to be safe, it's good to be safe." Jiang Bei said, "Chen Ma, make 2 more of his favorite dishes at night to replenish his body." "Good la ma'am, I'll go do it now. Come back just fine, come back just fine." Not long after, little Tuanzi also came back from school. After he put down his school bag he saw Yan Han who was sitting on the sofa at a glance and immediately ran over. "Daddy." Yan Bei hugged Yan Han's leg. "Dad, why did you take so long to come back? Mom said you were busy at work and never let me call you. Mom said she was afraid of disturbing you." Yan Han picked up Yan Bei and carried him to his lap. Chapter 114, You Won't Be Absent. Yan Bei felt that there was really a big difference between her father's embrace and her mother's. Her father's embrace was full of warmth and strength. That broad shoulder seemed like a strong fortress that could withstand all the storms in the world. Yan Han asked him, "Did you protect Mom well during the days when Dad wasn't there?" "There is. I've been spending time with my mom and no one has bullied her." Yan Han smiled. "Well, Dad believes in you." "Dad, so are you still going to come back this time?" Yan Bei's big eyes that are extremely like Jiang Bei's look at him with hope. Yan Han's doesn't know how to answer him. He also doesn't know whether the antidote can be developed or not, and he also doesn't know whether he can survive this month. Jiang Yan also saw Yan Han's hesitation from the side, and her heart lifted up. She had too many questions she wanted to ask him, but none of them had been answered by him yet. It just so happened that Chen's mom had just finished cooking and greeted everyone. Yan Han sighed in relief and led Jiang Bei and Xiao Wanzi towards the restaurant. Today's dinner is very sumptuous. Chen Ma made a total of 6 dishes and 1 soup, or stewed chicken soup said to complement the body of Yan Han, but this meal Yan Han did not eat much. Almost all of them are in the Jiang Yan and Yan Bei clip food. Jiang Bian also saw the abnormality of Yan Han, but didn't say anything. After dinner, Xiao Duanzi went back to the bedroom by herself. Jiang Yan pulled Yan Han back to the master bedroom. Jiang Yan got straight to the point. "Say, what's going on? Why didn't you come home for so long? And you didn't eat much at dinner just now. Is it because you don't have an appetite?" Yan Han was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to even notice this. Yan Han was silent before he spoke. "It was Gu Ming who detonated the bomb when we were on the high seas before. I jumped into the sea when the cruise ship exploded. It was Cheng Guang who rescued me. But after that I was in a coma for half a month. And I only woke up recently, and I've been in a coma for a long time. But I never came back because then I was detected to be poisoned, and Gu Ming put poison on the knife that stabbed me, and I didn't know if I could make it through the month. So I never came to see you for fear that you'd have to go through life and death again in a month's time." When Jiang Bing heard that Yan Han had been poisoned, her heart sank downward, as if there was a big stone weighing her down, and she asked in a trembling voice, "So, your poor appetite has something to do with it?" Yan Han nodded. "Can an antidote be developed?" "Lu Hanshu has found someone who is working on it, and it's not certain if it will work." Jiang Yan would have wanted to complain about Yan Han, but she never thought it would be for this reason. Her voice choked with red eyes, and she spat out a complete sentence with difficulty. "Then is there any other way to cure the poison?" Yan Han didn't answer, just looked at Jiang Bing in silence. Jiang Yan read the answer from the silence. She stepped forward and hugged Yan Han tightly. "There will be an antidote. There will be, don't worry." Jiang Yan recited silently, not knowing whether she was comforting Yan Han or herself. Jiang Bei suddenly felt some moistening in front of Yan Han's chest. She reached out and touched it. Realizing that it was red, she immediately tensed. "What's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" Yan Han only then noticed his wound opened. Should be in the Fian Temple and Jiang Bo encountered too much action to pull the wound. Because the clothes are black, so no one has been noticed. He also just feels some pain and did not put on the heart. Jiang Bei pulled Yan Han to the sofa and sat down, and took out the medical bag to squat on the ground to rebandage him. Jiang Bei looked at the shocking wounds of Yan Han, and suddenly red eyes. Yan Han looked at the laugh. His little wife is really made of water, like a little rabbit cannot withstand a little shock, was scared a little red eyes. He said that he was fine and that it didn't hurt at all, and he got up again with the intention of pulling Jiang Yan into his arms to comfort him, but as soon as he moved, he pulled the wound on his chest again, and Jiang Yan hurriedly stopped him. Jiang Yan glared at him and said, "What are you doing? The wound will open up again in a moment. Sit still and don't move." Yan Han immediately sat up straight, and when he didn't move a muscle, obediently letting Jiang Bei put medicine on him. Jiang Bei's eyes were filled with water droplets, and she couldn't see anything in front of her hazy eyes, so she wiped the tears from her eye frames before continuing to give medicine to Yan Han. "Where have you been recuperating these days?" "A hospital on the western outskirts of town." "There's still a hospital there?" "Well, it's not open to the public, no one knows it's a hospital, others will just think it's an abandoned factory." Jiang Bing was silent for a while before continuing to speak. "Yan Han, I don't need you to sacrifice anything for me. I mean it when I say we should live together and die together. Don't want you to make decisions for me." Yan Han was firm too. "If I were to do it again, I would still choose to do it." Jiang Bing glared at him and put a little force under his hand, and Yan Han hissed in pain. Yan Han let out a light laugh. "Baby, you're going to murder your own husband." After such a long time, Jiang Bei once again heard this dangling voice of Yan Han felt extraordinarily familiar. Jiang Yan put on the medicine and intended to get up, only to fall back down again with a pain in her knees. Yan Han frowned and pulled Jiang Yan up. He thought that Jiang Yan had gone to Faiyan Temple today to ask for a peace talisman, so he knew that these 108 steps must have been walked up by her 3 steps in a kowtow. With a solemn face, he pulled back Jiang Ran's pants leg and unsurprisingly found a bruise there at the knee. Yan Han was a little heartbroken that she had walked up the 108 steps 3 at a time in order to beg for his peace, and ended up tossing her knees like this, and at the same time, she was a little resentful of herself. Yan Han put Jiang Bei's leg on his lap, took out the medical kit, and carefully put medicine on her. Jiang Yan rested her chin and looked at Yan Han's cold and silent side, and asked tentatively, "Are you angry?" Yan Han looked up and swept her a glance without a word. "Well wow, I'm not mad at you for not coming back for so long, but you're mad at me first." Yan Han sighed after applying the medicine. Bien, I don't need you to do this for me, I just need you to take care of yourself, okay?" Jiang Bian was a little bit happy that she could finally let Yan Han feel what she felt, and she repeated with an old sense of humor, "If I were to do it again, I would still choose to do it." Yan Han understood that she was joking him with his words, and only agreed, "Okay, I promise you that I won't make decisions for you in the future, so can you manage to take care of yourself? If you can do it I can do it. Baby, if I'm not around in the future, you must take care of yourself too." Jiang Bian quieted down for a moment. "You won't be away. Can you do it, baby?" Jiang Ren just looked at him stubbornly and repeated, "You won't be away." Yan Han does not know what to say, he does not even know if he can survive this month, and cannot give Jiang Bing any promise. Chapter 115, Does It Hurt? Yan Han didn't respond to Jiang Bei's remark, but instead lowered his head and focused a bit on medicating her. Jiang Bian did not get an answer from Yan Han was a little lost, she lowered her eyes and looked at the bruises on her knees and froze. 3 years ago, when you asked for a peace talisman for me, were you also injured this badly? Speech Chill's hands moved with a lurch. Jiang Bing continued to ask, 3 years ago I didn't like you at all, so why did you go and beg for a peace talisman for me? After Yan Han finished treating Jiang Bing's wound and packed up the cotton swabs, he opened his mouth. It has nothing to do with whether you like me or not, because I love you, so I want to ask for your peace. 3 years ago, you and M Country Jewelry Exhibition, that time there was not very peaceful, and there was a shooting. At that time I call you never answer. I took a plane to the United States to look for you, in the apartment where you live outside stayed a night. The next day it was hard to wait until you come down, but you only looked at me and got into the car. I have no choice but to go to pray for you. Want to ask the Buddha to bless you. But I wasn't able to ask for it for you. Master Jingkong said that my obsession was too deep and that I wasn't sure how the future would be, so he refused to give me the peace talisman, no matter what, and in the end I knelt in front of the main hall for a long time, and financed the repairs to the temple to pray for your blessing. Later, Master Jingkong told me that our destiny had not yet been fulfilled, and that in the future, if you could also go and pray for me, he would hand over both peace charms to you. The more Jiang Yan heard, the more her heart ached, and she felt that the tears she had shed in the past half-month were more than the tears she had shed in her first 20 years combined. Her face was full of tears, her lips trembled, and her voice also said with a sobbing tone, "How much did we really miss? I'm sorry Yan Han, I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, maybe we wouldn't have missed so much. It's all my fault." Jiang Bei's tears slid down his cheeks, smashing drop by drop onto the back of Yan Han's hand, and that piece of skin was all searingly painful, as if it was going to burn a hole in his heart. Yan Han shook his head as he reached out and swept Jiang Ru into his arms. "Ru, you never have to say those 3 words to me, you've never wronged me and you don't need to feel sorry or guilty, just like I told you the other day, I've done all of this with my heart. It's not like that, if I hadn't been so willful nor distrustful of you in the first place, we wouldn't have missed those 5 years. Yan Han leaned over and kissed her forehead, it's all in the past bien bien. Jiang Yan took out 2-piece talismans from her pocket and handed one of them to Yen Han's hand. She held Yen Han's hand tightly and said, it's all in the past, we still have the future, there is still the future, and a lifetime of time to make up for it in the future. Yen Han smiled, raised his hand and gently stroked Jiang Bei's hair, and did not respond. Yen Han placed his hand on Jiang Bian's belly, his gaze becoming painful and withdrawn. Bien Bien, does it hurt? Although it wasn't said in full but Jiang Bian knew what he was asking, he asked her if it hurt the day of her miscarriage. Jiang Bei thought of the child that had been aborted before she had a chance to tell Yen Han. A dull pain came from her heart. She reached out from the cabinet next to her and took out a pregnancy test, which was originally a gift she wanted to give to Yen Han when he came back, but in just a few days things have changed. Since the month of pregnancy was so small, only a small black dot could be seen vaguely on the labor and delivery form, but it was also a new life that had just been conceived. Yen Han looked carefully at the pregnancy test slip, his eyes reddened, a tear slid down from the corner of his eye, he raised his hand to cover his eyes, his voice hoarse and out of shape. I'm sorry Bien Bien, I didn't see your abnormality that day, it's me who didn't protect you before you got hurt, it's me who didn't protect our child. But the word cold and gloomy do not want to let Jiang pregnant again, before pregnant Yen Sirang when she pregnant back, what she ate what vomit, and even to the late stage of her have not slept once a complete sleep. The whole pregnancy she lost 10 pounds, the whole person thin with the same as a piece of paper, only a pregnant belly is greatly bulging, looks unusually scary. And if he doesn't make it through this month, he'll have to go through another pregnancy, and it's too much work to bring up 2 kids on her own. Jiang Bing didn't notice Yen Han's mind, but said, this can't be blamed on you Yen Han, if you hadn't gone to save me, I wouldn't have been able to come back at all, you've already done a good job, we'll have another chance in the future, the baby will definitely come back to us. Speech Han turned around and hugged her tightly, burying his head in her shoulder and neck. Jiang Bing found that since he came back, as long as they talked about later, Yen Han did not give her a response, as if he had been avoiding the topic, and never gave her any commitment. Jiang Ren gently pushed him away, gazing at him closely and asked, are you coming back this time, and are you still leaving? Since the two met, Jiang Yen felt that although Yen Han was by her side, she always felt very vague, and once she didn't look at him well, he might just disappear again and go to a place she could never find, so Jiang Yen asked him if he was still gone, and she wanted to get a definite answer. In fact, Yen Han just wanted to come to see Jiang Bian this time, he did not intend to let Jiang Bian find him, but somehow seeing Jiang Bian sad he couldn't control himself to go up to him to try to make him not to be so sad. Now everything is outside of Yen Han's plan. He took Jiang Yan's hand. Yen, I'm sorry. Jiang. Yen Han, Jiang Bian interrupted him. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Yen Han was silent. I'm sorry, I have no way to promise you anything else. Jiang Yen took a step back, then for the rest of the month, can you promise to stay by my side all the time? Speech Chill remained silent. Jiang Yen was furious. Yen Han lost his smile and could only respond, okay, I promise you. That's more like it. Jiang Bing was satisfied. Since Yen Han's wound was cracked, so he couldn't touch the water, he was ready to take a wet towel to wipe himself. Jiang Yen noisily wanted to go in to help him, but was stopped by Yen Han. Your body has only just recovered a little bit, and you're going to go to seek the peace talisman again and be so laborious. Do you want to let your body fall sick? Riverbend came down honestly. Go lie down, I'll be out in a minute. Oh. Jiang Bing walked back unconvincingly. When both of them had washed up and were lying on the bed, Jiang Yen rested on Yen Han's arm and reached out to caress his chest, feeling the big and small scars on it. She couldn't even dare to imagine how much pain he would have felt at that time. Yen Han was afraid that his little wife was going to cry again in a while, held her little hand and took it down, coaxing to, sleep baby. Chapter 116, Smoothing Out Obstacles. Jiang Bing was also really tired today, and it didn't take long for him to fall into a deep sleep. Yen Han felt Jiang Ren's long and regular breathing, and reopened his eyes, reaching out to meticulously depict the contours of Jiang Ren's cheeks. He has to stay to deal with the matter of the Yen family, but also to Jiang Ren and the small group of people to plan a good way out. Even if there is no him in the future, their future life should be carefree. After all, Gu Ming is likely to be alive, and he also has to use himself to draw out Gu Ming, to completely solve his, Jiang Ren and the small group of people to be safe in the future. Tuanzi can only be safe. The next morning, Yen Han woke up very early. He had to go to the company to deal with the affairs left behind these days. He was afraid that Jiang Bo woke up worrying about him, so he wanted to tell her, but Jiang Bo slept too deeply. Yen Han tried to call her several times but did not wake up, and in the end, he could only tell Mrs. Chen, if Jiang Bo woke up and asked him where he was going, just tell her that he was going to the company. After Yen Han arrived at the company, it was as if the mute button had been pressed on the places he passed by. Everyone stared at Yen Han with wide eyes. The president, who was rumored to have met with misfortune, suddenly appeared in front of their eyes so intact, anyone would feel shocked. When Yen Han arrived at the top floor and passed by Zhuo Lin's office, Zhuo Lin was shocked to see Yen Han's figure outside the office, thinking that he was really sick with longing, and now he was hallucinating. After a short while, Zhuo Lin suddenly received an internal phone call. Before it was Lu Hanju who was dealing with official business in the president's office. This time he also thought it was Lu Hanju's call. Zhuo Lin picked up the phone. Mr. Lu, what are your orders? However, it was indeed Zhuo Lin's incomparably familiar voice that came from the other end of the phone. Notify, the board meeting will be held in half an hour. After that, Zhuo Lin hung up the phone. Zhuo Lin listened to the beeping busy sound on the phone. A little unbelievable, so now he also has hallucinations? Or when did Mr. Lu sound so much like Mr. Yan? Zhuo Lin wanted to go and confirm it, so he knocked on the door of the president's office while holding the documents. Enter. Lu Hanchu's voice came from inside. Zhuo Lin is a little lost. He said, how can Mr. Yan come back? It must be his hallucination. After Zhuo Lin pushed open the door, he saw Lu Hanchu sitting on the sofa, and he didn't have any surprises. Just as he was about to open his mouth to report, a voice interrupted him. What is it? Zhuo Lin looked toward the source of the sound, and as soon as he turned around, he saw Yan Han sitting in the boss chair. Zhuo Lin's eyes widened as he even suspected that he had misread the situation. Forgot what he came to do, immediately walked over, pulling the hand of Yan Han left to look at the right to see, to confirm that it is really a complete person in front of him. Zhuo Lin jumped up, embraced the Yan Han voice with some crying. Mr. Yan, you're back. I knew that you were blessed with a great life. Surely nothing will happen. After all, the scourge of 1,000 years, like you, such an evil capitalist, will surely live a long life. Pfft. Lu Hanchu, who was sitting on the sofa, heard Zhuo Lin's words and couldn't hold back his laughter. Yan Han disgustedly stretched out a finger against Zhuo Lin's head to push him away, and Zhuo Lin also reacted to what he said and quickly explained. No, Mr. Yan, I mean you will definitely live a long life. Lu Hanchu smiled and opened his mouth. Zhuo Lin, your family's Mr. Yan just came back and you don't want this position of special assistant anymore? No, Mr. Lu, I don't mean this. Yan Han interrupted. Have they all been notified? The notice went down to Mr. Yan. The board meeting will be held on time in half an hour. Okay, go ahead and go down. Yes, Mr. Yan. Zhuo Lin silently walked out, saying more is more wrong, he'd better get going. After Zhuo Lin went out, Lu Hanchu collected his smile. So you showed up now because you wanted to use yourself to lure Guming out? Yan Han nodded. There's no way I'm keeping him as a hidden danger. Lu Hanchu no longer said anything more, but pushed the medicine bottle that was placed on the table forward. There is currently no antidote developed for this poison of yours, but this is the latest medicine they have developed that can slow down the spread of the venom. Yan Han took it, although he also did not know whether he could survive in the end, but he did also fear that this last less than a month would be too late to finish what he was going to do, and this medicine also solved his urgent need. Thanks. Come on, let's go, those old things can't wait since you came to the office. The two walked into the conference room, before the people with Jiang Bo against Lu Han Snapdragon told Yan Han silently remembered in the heart. Just into the conference room on the cold swept them a glance, the few directors back cold sweat straight. They did not think that Yan Han really came back in one piece. Yan Han took his seat at the main seat, and Lu Hanchu sat to his right. Yan Han spoke. There are many rumors about me these days. It's true that something happened to me before, but I still survived. But how have I heard of people disagreeing with my decisions? The directors at the bottom were silenced. This group of directors are all people who see the wind to steer the helm, one more shrewd than the other, all in order to maximize the benefits for themselves. Yan Han is indeed very business-minded. Yan's development into the current situation, he is the first creditor, so the directors under his hand are also willing to listen to his words. Before, because of the Yan Han accident, they think the Jiang Bo woman family do not know anything. They want to annex the remaining shares of the hands of Yan Han to become the largest shareholders of Yan, so that you can make Yan's name change. But they cannot imagine that Yan Han actually came back safely, which makes the previous most opposed to the Jiang Bo on the board of a few directors panicked, afraid that Yan looking for them to settle the score. I hold the most shares of this Yan clan, I am the largest shareholder of the Yan clan, and I don't think everyone here has the right to intervene in my decisions, right? After all, the Yan clan is still surnamed Yan, am I right? Right, Mr. Words is extremely right. The directors at the bottom followed in agreement. Since that's the case, then I've decided to let my wife, Zhang Ren, inherit all the shares in my hand. That's no problem, right? Mr. Yan, I'm afraid this is out of order. Oh, yeah? Yan Han looked at him playfully with one hand resting on his chin. Then where is it out of order? Tell me? Your wife doesn't have any experience in managing a company, and there's no way for a woman with a woman's heart to take over the management of such a big business. Yeah. The people at the bottom chimed in. Whether it's worthy or not, whether it can or can't, it's up to me to say. If you guys don't think it's possible, you can sell off the shares in your hands right now, and leave the Yan clan right away. No one of the directors at the bottom said anything at once. Yan Han is back. They will not be so stupid to sell off the shares in the hands of the speech of a year's share are enough for their family to live a lifetime without worrying about food and clothing. Chapter 117 Agreements. Seeing that no one opened their mouths, Yan Han continued, I will transfer all the shares under my name to Jiang Bo's name. In the future, she will be the head of Yan clan. If anyone has any objections, they can leave Yan clan right now, if they stayed today, and then let me hear any more gossip in the future, or don't blame me for not being polite. The shareholders at the bottom were disconcerted, but they didn't dare to openly call out to Yan Han, and only agreed to do so. After all, Yan Han was still in good hands. and as long as there was Yen Han sitting in the middle, they didn't have any objections. Since no one else is leaving, let's sign. Yen Han raised his hand at Zhuo Lin, who immediately understood and sent the contract in his hand to the directors present. Yen Han has long anticipated that these people are just a set of face behind the back. By the time he is not there, they want to make trouble again, so Yen Han prepared this agreement in advance. It is written on the agreement that they voluntarily follow Jiang Bo and are willing to obey all of Jiang Bo's decisions, except for reasonable suggestions and advice and guidance, and once they violate the rules, they voluntarily and unconditionally transfer the shares they own and quit the Yen Group for life. The directors looked at each other. None of them want to sign this agreement. If they sign, it is not the same as they work under the hand of a woman. Mr. Yen, if Miss Jiang can lead the company to better development, we will definitely support Miss Jiang's decision. Yes, Mr. Yen, we definitely all want the company to become better. We were afraid that Ms. Jiang was inexperienced, and now that you're back, we don't feel relieved. So you see, this agreement, can you not sign off? The directors carefully observed Yen Han's demeanor. Could be. The bottom of the director's eyes instantly brightened, thinking that the weight of Jiang Yen in the heart of Mr. Yen is just so. This agreement seems to be just going through the motions, and do not have to be signed. The directors just put down their pens, and Yen Han hung back and continued, if you don't sign, go out and turn left, go slowly. Luhan Snapdragon was beside him and watching the fun. This is the true face of Yen Han, arrogant and arrogant, no one in sight, do not care about anyone other than Jiang Bei. These people messed with Yen Han, it is considered to be kicked to the iron plate. Yen Han seemed to be waiting a little impatient, urging to sign quickly. Those who do not sign directly out, do not delay my time. There was someone else who wanted to open his mouth, but Yen Han swept over with a cold eye, and that person swallowed back the words that had just reached his mouth and shut up immediately. Yen Han tapped his fingers regularly on the table one by one, like a silent urging that struck at the hearts of the crowd, and some of the directors weighed the pros and cons before choosing to sign that agreement. Seeing that someone had put pen to paper first, the rest of the directors successively followed suit and signed the agreement. Seeing this, Yen Han nodded in satisfaction. That's fine, the board meeting will end here today, everyone go and get busy. After saying that, Yen Han got up and left, not giving anyone a chance to speak. Zhuo Lin stayed behind to put away all the agreements, and when Lu Hanxuan passed by him, he reached out and patted his shoulder. Hard work. Not hard, life is hard. Zhuo Lin thought to himself. After returning to the office, Lu Hanxu sat back on the sofa and crossed his legs, lighting a cigarette, blurring his side face in the smoke. Yen Han picked up a glass of water, ate a piece of Lu Han Snapdragon, brought him medicine, raised his eyes to look at him, asked, you still do not intend to go home? Your family has contacted me several times. This morning I know that I came back and called me to say that let you go back to inherit the family business. Uncle is old, some of the management of Huaxing cannot help. You really do not go back? Previously, when Lu Hanxu and Su Qing were together, due to his family's firm opposition to the two of them being together, Lu Hanxu detached himself from his family and was no longer subject to them. As a result, at that time Su Qing and he mentioned a breakup. Lu Han Snapdragon could not pull down his face to go home, so he simply went to Y to help Yen Han to expand the overseas market. After so many years, Lu Chuan has wanted to retire to the second line, wanting him, his only son, to inherit the family business, but Lu Hanzue said nothing, not willing to go back. How to persuade is useless. Lu Chuan had no choice but to know that all these years Lu Han Snapdragon has been with Yen Han, which is why he called Yen Han here, wanting him to help persuade him. Lu Han Snapdragon sat on the sofa gulping down clouds and fog, dangling, no return. If they agree that you and Su Qing are not returning either? Lu Hanxu let out a light laugh. If they agree, then they can consider it, but I don't think I can agree in this lifetime. What? They didn't agree with the two of us being together before, and now that Su Qing is pregnant, it's even more unlikely that they'll agree. When Yen Han heard this, he suddenly thought of the child he had with Jiang Bo that he had aborted before he had a chance to know. Lu Hanxu realized that he had said the wrong thing and also silenced his voice. The two sat speechless relative to each other for a while. Yen Han organized his emotions and lifted his head. It's good not to go back, to help Jiang Bian take care of the Yen Group. With you as a right-hand man, I'm very relieved. Zulin is right, he is an unscrupulous capitalist of all evil. Jiang Bian panicked all of a sudden, fearing that everything yesterday was a dream of his own. She went to the guest bedroom and then to the study, but she didn't see Yen Han's figure. She was even more panicked and rushed downstairs to ask Chen Ma. Chen Ma was cleaning up. When she saw Jiang Bei running down in a panic, she urged, Madam, what's the matter in such a hurry? Slow down, don't fall. Chen Mom. Jiang Bei panted and asked, did you see Yen Han this morning? See Mr. Has already gone to the company, and before he left, he specially explained that when you woke up, he asked me to let you know. That's good. Yes ma'am? It's okay Mom Chen, did you just make lunch? Yes ma'am, it's all warm, just waiting for you to get up and eat. Okay, Mrs. Chen please pack this for me, I'll bring it to the office to eat with Yen Han. Okay, you wait, I'll go now. Jiang Bei took advantage of Chen's mom's efforts to pack, quickly went upstairs to wash and change clothes, and then carried a thermos box and went to the speech group. Jiang Yan came many times, already familiar with the road. The front desk will not stop her. The road encountered a few before the board of directors to meet the directors. Her attitude is also respectful, before the original to her indifferent, and now will be enthusiastic with her greetings. Jiang Bei wondered how their attitude changed so quickly. She thought it was because Yan Han came back. She could not threaten their interests, so they did not bother to target her. Jiang Yan was also too lazy to care about them. She now only wanted to go to see Yan Han, all the way unimpeded to the president's office. She knocked lightly on the door of the room twice. Enter. Lu Hanchu's voice came from inside, and Jiang Bei pushed the door open to meet Lu Hanchu, who was sitting on the sofa. Chapter 118 Poisoning. Jiang Yan came in to see the person who was not Yan Han. She is still a little lost, but a turn of the head to see Yan Han is getting up from the boss chair toward her. Jiang Yan also do not care about there are other people in, ran over to him and hugged him tightly, like a kangaroo bear hanging on his body. Her heart has not settled down all the way here, afraid that Yan Han will leave again, and also afraid that everything now is a beautiful dream that she fantasized herself. Yan Han sensed Jiang Bei's panic and his heart ached, but he couldn't promise Jiang Bei anything right now, so he could only reach out his hand and gently pat Jiang Bei's back in a soothing manner. Lu Han Snapdragon raised his eyebrows when he saw that it was Jiang Yan who had come, turning his head down to see the thermos box in her hand. He knew that it was time for him to leave. He stood up and straightened his clothes, and when he walked to the door, he really couldn't hold back and turned back to ask, "That, do you know whose child Su Qing is carrying? Qing is pregnant?" Jiang Bing said in shock. How come she didn't know that Qing was pregnant? Lu Hanchu frowned. You don't know? Jiang Bing also frowned. How do you know? I saw her at the hospital maternity ward the other day. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, before Su Qing had accompanied her to the hospital for a maternity checkup before, so she tentatively asked, "What day did you see her off?" "I forget, it was probably during the days when Yan Han had just traveled." Jiang. The more Jiang Yan thought, the more certain she was, knowing that it was Lu Han Snapdragon who misunderstood and wasn't ready to tell him, who made him also not tell her that Yan Han was still alive. Jiang Yan said, "It seems like there is indeed such a thing. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Anyway, this child is not yours, right?" Lu Hanchu almost died of anger. This couple was more angry than one another. "Are you her bosom friend or enemy friend? It's been so long. The child's father hasn't even seen a single person. A while ago you let her go to the hospital every day by herself to take care of you, and she's obviously pregnant. You still let her go to take care of you." Before Jiang Ren could speak, Yan Han was dissatisfied and frowned. "Alright, what are you getting into with Binbin?" Jiang Yu. Lu Hanchu was momentarily speechless. Yes, he was now the least qualified person to control Su Qing. Jiang Yan saw that Lu Hanchu wasn't talking, so she knew that she had won this round, but then she thought that he was still helping her husband to develop the antidote. He just wasn't emotionally enlightened, so she kindly reminded, "Actually, there must be some misunderstandings between you and Qing. The two of you should have a good chat." "I know, there's something else to do, so I'll go first." Lu Hanchu sat in the car, looked at Su Qing's phone, hesitated several times, and finally did not have the courage to click down. Luhan Snapdragon Dark extinguished the screen, threw the phone to one side, leaning on the seat backrest pressed the forehead, usually signing $100 million contract or not so hesitant, and now as long as it is encountered with things related to Su Qing, he has no clue. After Lu Hanchu left, Jiang Yan pulled Yan Han to sit at the dining table and opened the thermos boxes one by one. "This is the meal that Chen Ma made at noon. I brought them all. You quickly eat more to replenish your body." Yan Han pulled Jiang Ren's hand to let her sit down. "I'm fine, Ren. Don't worry about me. Don't overwork yourself. It's now that you need to take good care of your body." "I'm not tired. I'm just bringing you a meal. It's nothing. Let's go for a checkup tomorrow. I can only let go of my heart if I see that you're healthy." Yan Han, since I know Jiangbo miscarriage, every day in the search for miscarriage will have what effect on the girl. There is said to be lifelong infertility, there are said to leave sequelae and so on. The more Yan Han read the more alarmed, afraid that Jiangbo will be the same way, and every day I cannot wait to Jiangbo locked up in the home to raise the body well. Jiang Bing knew what he was worried about, nothing more than worrying about the aftereffects of her miscarriage, but she knew her own body well, nothing happened to her properly, but in order to put Yan Han's mind at ease, she still agreed to do so. Jiang Bei kept on giving Yan Han dishes. "You eat more, Shen Ma made all the food you love." Actually, Yan Han didn't have much of an appetite, but Jiang Yan kept giving him food, and he obediently ate all the food that Jiang Yan gave him. In the end, Jiang Bian was only satisfied after finishing all the dishes. She wanted to stay and wait for Yan Han to go home with her, but Yan Han insisted on letting her go back first, and Jiang Yan had no choice but to leave. First, knowing that he was doing it for the sake of her body. Jiang Bo had just left with his front foot, but Yan Han could no longer hold back his blood and ran to the bathroom to spit out a mouthful of black and red blood. Yan Han felt his internal organs twisting as if they were misplaced, and that sharp pain made it almost impossible for him to stand. He held onto the wash basin with difficulty, his body slowly sliding down to the floor. Every breath brought a piercing pain, and beads of sweat from his forehead slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. Time seemed to become long and endless. I don't know how long it took, but finally, the intense pain began to gradually diminish, and he felt his body slightly regain some strength. However, it was still so weak that he could only barely support his body, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. It was only after a while that Yen Han felt that his condition had improved and was no longer as agonizing as it had been a while ago. He forcefully got up and rinsed his mouth, took out the medicine Lu Honshu brought and took another pill before feeling a little better. Yen Han knew that he had already begun to poison, there was not much time left for him, and this poison, as long as the poison is almost impossible to have a chance of surviving. Gu Ming was to make sure that nothing was wrong, it was impossible to leave him a way to live, and he knew that there wasn't really any medication that could alleviate the poison. The medicine that Lu Han Snapdragon had brought could only alleviate his pain, and he could feel the... Before, he didn't have any desire to live, but ever since Jiang Bing came back, he felt the beauty of this world, and developed a trace of attachment to this world, and for the first time, he felt as if it was not bad to be alive. It was so hard for him to ascertain Jiang Ren's feelings, and he now greedily wanted to spend more time with Jiang Ren. Chapter 119, The 7 Heart Pills. Zhuo Lin was shocked to see Yen Han's pale and bloodless face when he came in to deliver the documents to him, and hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Yen, what's wrong with you? I'll call an ambulance for you. Yen Han pressed Zhuo Lin's hand that went to get the cell phone and said weakly, it's fine, I'll be fine after a while, don't tell anyone about this. But, Mr. Speech. Well, interrupted Speech chill. I'm fine, go ahead and get out. Yen Han closed his eyes and leaned on the boss chair with a look of refusal to communicate. Zhuo Lin could only instruct, then dial the internal phone number for me if you need anything. Yen Han nodded, still not opening his eyes. Zhuo Lin took a step and turned back 3 times. After a long time, Yen Han slowed down almost, only to restart the office. He wants to Yen's planning for the next 10 years to write down, if Jiang Bei want to personally run the company in the future, but also let her have a grip. In the evening, after Yen Sibei was released from school, Jiang Yen accompanied him to play for a long time and did not see Yen Han come back. Thinking to make a phone call to him, just picked up the phone when he heard the sound of an engine ringing in the yard, followed by Yen Han opening the gate and walking in. Jiang. Yen Han had wanted to pull her down to teach her a lesson not to run so fast in the future, but he ended up touching something hard when he gripped her hand. As soon as he looked down he saw the ring on Jiang Ren's ring finger. There were too many things to confess to Jiang Ren yesterday to even notice that she was wearing the pink ring that he had given her. Yen Han lifted her hand and put it in his palm to play with it. Being Yen Han so straight looking at Jiang Bei was a little shy, wanting to draw back her hand, but Yen Han didn't give her this opportunity. He lifted Jiang Ren's hand and kissed her ring finger. Jiang Ren's heart was tingling, her finger was her most sensitive place, she instantly blushed. This pink diamond suits you, it looks good on you, salvation. Yen Han rubbed Jiang Ren's ring finger delicately. Jiang Ren burrowed into his arms and asked, when did you make this ring? I've wanted to buy you a ring since I went to the mall with you earlier, and now that you've come back to me, you're going to have what everyone else has. A tinge of sweetness rose in Jiang Bing's heart. Like it? Jiang Bo lay in his arms and said petulantly, like, as long as it's from you, I like it. Yen Han laughed, laughing so hard that his chest vibrated, his voice rang in Jiang Ren's ears, shaking her heart. It's good that you like it, and my redeemer is worthy of all that is good in this world. You come less. Jiang Bing pouted with a red face. The two hugged for a while longer, still no intention to eat. Next to the little group of people really can't stand to watch, Milky Voice shouted, Mom and Dad, quickly come to eat, I'm so hungry. The two of them then reacted, and Jiang Yen hurriedly pushed away Yen Han and led him towards the dining table. Sorry babe, let's eat. Ever since Yen Han came back, Jiang Bing wanted to keep pestering him, not wanting to be separated from him, so this time, forgetting that Xiao Duanzi was also present, Jiang Bing blushed a little. Yen Han, however, was serving food to the two like nobody's business. Why did you come back so late tonight? Jiang Bing asked. There's a bit too much going on in the company, and some things need to be redocked, so it took a bit of time. Yen Han said without changing his face. I've already transferred the shares to your name, in the future you're the real controlling person of the Yen clan, I'm in the process of writing the company's development plan, I'll organize it and send it to you in a couple of days. Jiang Bing was not stupid, she guessed Yen Han's intention, he must be planning for her future. Jiang Bei's eyes were a little moist as she asked, can't I just not take over? Yen Han is also very heartbreaking, if he can he also wants to protect him under his wings for the rest of his life, not letting her lift the darkness outside, but now he can't even do this possible. Yen Han touched Jiang Ren's hair, let's eat first. Jiang Bei lowered his head and pulled the rice in the bowl, instantly felt that today's meal was tasteless and tasted like chewing wax. After dinner, Jiang Yen accompanied Xiao Duanzi to watch TV, while Yen Han went back to his study to continue working. Yen Han had just arrived at the study when he received a call from Luhan Snapdragon. Those experts who developed the antidote for you found out today that the poison you were actually poisoned with is the 7 steps scattered plus a poison that the Bloodthirsty Society developed on its own. The antidote to the 7 steps scattered we already have. The antidote to the other poison requires the 7 hearts Dan. But this Dan is currently only available to the royal family of the country of Y. You mean Lisa? Yes, it's the one you had a scandal with before. From what I know people can always be interested in you, now you might have to use your pretty boy trick if you want to live. Asterisk 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 off. Speech chill cursed in annoyance. Luhan Snapdragon shrugged his shoulders indifferently, before you used people to speculate gossip with you just to be angry with Zhang Bo. people can be angry not light. You quickly think about how to get people to agree to give you the antidote. Yen Han asked, if there is that 7-heart pill, can the people on your side develop it 1-to-1? It should work. This is the most powerful team in pharmacology in the world. They have all the exotic herbs. If there is a formula, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yen Han reached out and pinched his brow. Okay, I'll think of something. Luhan Snapdragon did not have a proper form. According to me, you don't even need to think of a way. Directly on the beautiful man plan, she surrendered. Are you tired of living? As far as I know, the royal family has 3 daughters in this generation, and the old king already has thoughts of abdicating. The 3 of them are fighting for power, so if you can find a way to help her, I think your antidote will be fine. Okay, I got it. After that, the 2 hung up. Yen Han rubbed his brow with a headache and called Zuo Lin again. You go and approach Lisa's assistant in Y country to see what they need recently and how they can give us the 7-heart Dan. Mr. Yen, what is the 7-heart pill? A very precious herb. Go ahead and approach them. Okay, President, I'll go now. As soon as Zuo Lin heard the herbs, he thought of the president's pale face when he was in the office this afternoon. Mr. Yen had disappeared for half a month for no reason after he came back from the high seas. Of course Zuo Lin wouldn't think that nothing had happened to Yen Han. He just went outside for half a month and then came back. He guessed that Mr. Yen should be suffering from a very serious disease. Only the 7-heart pill could make him well. Zuo Lin counted the time difference between the 2 countries, intending to call them as soon as they went to work. After all, Mr. Yan's matter can never be delayed. After Jiang Bing put the little group to bed, he went downstairs and brought a cup of sleep-aiding milk to the study. Yen Han was leaning on the back of the chair and resting his eyes, and he didn't hear the voice coming from the door at all. Jiang Bei gently walked over, put the quilt on the table, and pressed her hands on Yen Han's temples, gently helping him to press and rub up. Chapter 120 Breakfast. Yen Han opened his eyes were covered with red blood because of exhaustion. He smiled and raised his hand to hold Jiang Bei's hand clutched in his hand. Jiang Ren's heart ached for him, raised his hand and closed the computer on the table, and said with a small face, okay, the company's matters are not so important, the body is the most important, quickly go and rest. After saying that, he took Yen Han's arm and got up, dragging him towards the bedroom. Yen Han didn't resist and followed Jiang Bei obediently back to the bedroom. Jiang Yen rebandaged his open wound for him, and supervised him to quickly wash up and finally go to bed. Yen Han lay behind Jiang Bei and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, greedily breathing in the scent of her body. Jiang Ren was a little tickled by him. Alright, stop it, go to sleep. But I can't afford to go to sleep when I'm with you. Because I don't know how much more time I can spend with you like this. Don't be poor, you just came back and go to work. Your body is not well yet. Where can you eat? Tomorrow don't go to the company so early, rest well before you go. Good. Speech Chill agreed. Perhaps it was because the past few days were just too exhausting, and there were just too many things piled up in his heart, so Yen Han fell into a deep sleep without a moment's notice. After holding it in for a whole day, it was not until now that Jiang Yen dared to shed tears without fear. In front of little Tuanzi she had to act as if nothing had happened, not letting him see the cracks, and in front of Yen Han she didn't dare to show her sadness for fear that it would make him worry. She could feel that Yen Han was saying goodbye to her in his own way, and that he had paved all the back roads for her, so that even if the future didn't have him, she would be able to live without food and clothing. She raised her hand and stroked Yen Han's cheek, her fingertips gently rubbing. What do I have to do to help you? I don't want to be a person who can only be protected by you. I also want to stand by your side and stand side by side with you. Early the next morning, Jiang Yen rolled over, she gently moved, reached out and suddenly touched a solid chest. She opened her eyes in a daze and realized that she was lying in Yen Han's arms. His chest was hard and strong, making her feel an inexplicable sense of security. Jiang Bei looked at the sleeping Yen Han in front of him. His breathing was smooth and deep, his face was handsome, his high nose and deep eye sockets made him look extraordinarily charming. Taking advantage of the fact that Yen Han hadn't gotten up yet, Jiang Bei lightly sat up from the bed, went to the guest bedroom to wash up, and then went downstairs to go make breakfast for Yen Han. Jiang Bei learned from Chen Man grilled steaks, made soups and stews, so luxurious that it didn't even look like a morning meal. When the little group and Yen Han came down, they were shocked by the breakfast on the table. Mom, did I sleep too long? It's nighttime already? What's with all the yummy food? Jiang Bian was amused by the little group. Noah baby, Mom made breakfast for you and Dad. To give you a good tonic, our family should be healthy. Yen Han understood Jiang Bei's intention and took the little group's hand and walked to the dining table. This was made by Mom's hands, so we all have to eat it all before we can do so. Good, eh? The little group rolled up their sleeves and looked like they were going to do something big. Jiang Yen looked at the father and son eating a table of breakfast that she made with her own hands, and felt that happiness was materialized at this moment. Yen Han had already taken the medicine before going downstairs, and at the moment he didn't feel so uncomfortable, plus he had eaten quite a lot of the food that was made by Jiang Bin himself. Jiang Yen made enough for 6 people, in the end there is still a lot left. A few people really can't eat, Jiang Yen said. Well, don't eat if you can't eat, don't prop up the bad. Then we'll put them in the fridge for dinner, surely Mom's thoughts can't just go to waste. Jiang Ren stroked the little group's head. Yes, baby is so good. Well, quickly go up and get your book bag, fast fun kindergarten, in a while it should be late. Yen Han said. The little group looked at the time and realized that they were really late, so they ran back to the bedroom to get their school bags. Chapter 121, A Clue. While the little group went up, Yen Han said to Jiang Ren, I've asked Zhuo Lin to make an appointment for a checkup in a little while. After I drop off Yen Sibei, I'll accompany you to the hospital. I can only rest assured if I see that you're fine. Jiang Bian thought he was just talking yesterday, but he didn't expect to actually make an appointment for a checkup, so he had to agree. Okay, I know. And so Yancy patiently listened to the responsible for answering all kinds of his questions. Yen Chan is on the sidelines looking at this warm scene. He also wants to accompany Yancy. When they arrived at the kindergarten, the two of them watched the little group go inside and then instructed the driver to drive to the hospital. Since Yen Han had made arrangements early in the morning, the dean and the director of the obstetrics and gynecology department were waiting at the entrance early in the morning, and when they saw a Bentley parked at the entrance of the hospital and two people with extraordinary temperament walking down, the dean hurriedly greeted them. Mr. Yen, our side is ready, please come with me. After arriving at the entrance of the examination room, Director Wang took Zhang Bo in. Yen Han raised his foot to follow him in, but was stopped by the nurse next to him. The small nurse next to him looked at this person who came in with the dean and the director, and knew that this person was not to be messed with, but the examination room is not allowed for outsiders to enter, and she still tremblingly stopped the person. Sir, the examination room is not allowed to be accompanied. Words coldly swept the little nurse a glance. The little nurse was so scared by his expression that she was on the verge of crying. The dean next to her went up to relieve the little nurse. Mr. Yen, since we are a sterile examination room, everyone who goes in is required to be sterilized, so family members are not allowed to accompany her. Mrs. Yen will be out in a while. Do you think you should wait for her here? Yen Han faintly swept a glance at him and continued to stand in place, not saying anything and certainly not taking a step inside. The dean sighed in relief at this, and the little nurse turned and walked into the examining room. Jiang. After a long time, when Jiang Yen did a full set of checks and came out, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Yen Han standing in front of the door. Yen Han toward Jiang Yen reached out his hand. Jiang Yen very naturally reached over to pull him. The dean of the side of these moves to see the real, thinking that before the news is actually true, the words of the general and Mrs. Yan's feelings are really very good. The life of these small actions really cannot deceive people, especially he noticed just Yen Han waiting for Jiang Yen that has been the spine of the stiff, until he saw the Jiang Yen out only to relax. The dean thought that Yen general speech Mrs. really love. Director Wang brought the two to the clinic, and waited for a while before the report card came out. Director Wang carefully looked at the report card, and Yen Han tightly grasped Zhang Bei's hand, looking a little nervous. Zhang Ren tightly held his hand back, counting it as a pacification. Shortly after, Director Wang spoke. All of Mrs. Yan's tests are fine, it's just that she's been a bit tired lately, and there's also. Director Wang did not dare to directly say that Jiang Bing miscarried, but implicitly said, there is also the current body is still relatively weak. Pay attention to not touching cold things. I will give you a few pairs of traditional Chinese medicine. You take half an hour after meals, twice a day, and even drink a week will be able to. Jiang Bei frowned. She had drank Chinese medicine before when she was regulating her menstruation. She knew how bitter it was, so she wanted to refuse. Doctor, can I go back to recuperate by myself? Chinese medicine is so bitter. Director Wang hesitantly said, that's fine, but if something goes wrong, it's likely to leave a root of illness. Yen Han disagreed, then prescribed medicine. Zhang Ren turned his head and glared at him. Yen Han turned a blind eye. He could go along with Zhang Ren on anything, but once her body was involved he had to be listened to, not sloppy at all. Director Wang did not know who to listen to for a moment. Left and right were in trouble, but looking at Zhang Bei wilted and lowered her head like a deflated ball. Yen Han raised her eyes, slightly anxious gaze was looking at her. She hesitantly opened her mouth and said, then I'll prescribe a few pairs of herbs for Ms. Jiang, and heat them up before you drink them. Seeing that there was no change in the state of the two men, Director Wang knew that he had made the right bet. However, Zhang Bei remained undeterred and asked again, then can you prescribe me another medicine? Chinese medicine is really too bitter. Director Wang apologized too. I'm sorry Ms. Jiang, Western medicine does have a quick effect, but it can only solve the symptoms of your manifestation, treating the symptoms but not the root cause, while traditional Chinese medicine is able to slowly regulate your body, so it is still recommended that you take traditional Chinese medicine. Riverbend redropped his head. Then you can just prescribe herbs and we will take them on time. Director Wang gave the medication, and Yen Han handed the medication list to the bodyguard for him to go and grab the medication, and the two of them walked towards the hospital entrance. Zhang Bei suddenly pulled on Yen Han's arm. Come what may, why don't you go for a checkup as well? I also want to know what's going on with your body right now. Yen Han rubbed her hair. No need, the doctors at the City West Hospital have been testing my vital signs every day, and have also developed medicine for me to delay the onset of the poison, and the ordinary hospitals can't find out the poison that's in my body. In fact, Yen Han lied, although the hospital could not find out that he was poisoned, but the physical examination can still see that his kidneys are failing. He in order to not let Jiang Bian worry, so he lied to her. However, Jiang Bing believed him, and when she heard him say that he already had a medicine to delay the onset of the poison, her eyes lit up. Really? They already have a clue? Are they about to develop an antidote? Yen Han nodded. Well, they're working on it, they should be able to develop an antidote soon, don't worry about me. Yen Han is not considered a lie, because it is true that the antidote was found, but it depends on whether he can get. Zhang Bing has not had a moment more happy than now. The stone pressed in the bottom of the heart in the past few days also relaxed a little. The whole person's footsteps are lighter. So are you going to the office now? Riverbend asked. Speech Chill nodded. Take it away, I'll go with you and just have the driver take me home again. The two sat together in the car. On the way Zhang Yan and told Yen Han work is not too tired, to combine work and rest, must pay attention to rest. Yen Han had heard this many times, but still listened carefully and echoed Zhang Bing. After arriving at the company's downstairs, she watched as Yen Han walked into the company's building before Zhang Yan instructed the driver to let him take her to the mall. After arriving at the mall, Zhang Bei went straight to the jewelry store. Yesterday she saw that Yen Han's hand was empty. She wanted to buy him a ring, because before Jiang Bei reluctant to marry him, so the two simply did not do the wedding. The exchange of the ring this link is even more so. Yen Han ordered a ring for her. She also wanted to send him one. Zhang Bing had trouble choosing. She thought every ring looked good. She thought that Yen Han was extremely low-key and usually didn't like fancy and exaggerated styles, so she picked a plain ring that men wore. Chapter 122, You Can Only Trust Me. But again, she had a hard time choosing a size, and she didn't know what the size of Yen Han's finger was. She couldn't help but admire Yen Han a little. He was able to send her a diamond ring that was just the right size. She took the ring and compared it on her own finger, and then flipped out the photo she had taken with Yen Han before, zoomed in to carefully compare the size of his finger with her own, and finally chose a ring that was about the same size based on the comparison, and asked the waiter to wrap it up. When Yen Han arrived at the company, he called Zhuo Lin in. How did it go? What did they ask for? Mr. Yen, the other party said that the 7-heart pill is the most valuable thing in their family, and with her current status she is not qualified to be able to get it. If you help Lisa get the throne and she becomes the new queen of country Y, then she will be able to get the 7-heart pill for you. Yen Han was thoughtful. And did she say what she needed me to do? Zhuo Lin shook his head. The other party said that Princess Lisa would contact you personally. Yen Han nodded and said, alright, you go ahead and get busy. Okay, Mr. Words. Zhuo Lin had just gone out when Lu Hanshu came in. When he saw Yen Han, he said with a derisive face, how is it? Have you thought about it? Do you want to use the beauty plan? Yen Han picked up the pen and threw it at him. Lu Han Snapdragon's eyes and hands quickly dodged, spitting, what are you doing? I kindly advise you actually want to assassinate me. If you say that again, you can just get the hell out. Ugh, seriously, what's the offer on their end? Just as you guessed, to help her successfully inherit the throne, only the king has access to the 7 hearts pill, and there's no chance they'll ever be able to see it with their current status. Lu Hanshu nodded. He guessed it would be this result. Lisa is the king's third daughter, and also the most favored one. Originally the king intended for her to become the new queen, but because her private life is too chaotic and has been reported by many media outlets and that's why it makes the current king so bitter. The two were talking when the phone on Yen Han's desk rang, and Yen Han answered it. Mr. Yen, Lisa's call came through. Do you need me to take it for you now? Take over. Yes, Mr. Speech. Zhuo Lin transferred the call to the president's office. Yen Han opened the speakerphone. Lisa's broken Chinese came from over there, because she grew up loving Chinese culture, so she started to learn Chinese at a very young age, and now it's no problem to carry on a simple conversation. Lisa opened the door and said, Mr. Yen, I heard that you want our family's 7-heart pill? Yes, you can ask for anything. Why did Mr. Yen think that I would help you when you had clearly used me to get the media to hype you up before? Because you're going to sit on the throne, aren't you? And right now you need someone of stature to help you the most, and I'm guessing that if it's your 2 sisters on the throne they won't leave you anything to live for. Although it was a question, Yen Han used an affirmative tone. Ha ha ha, as expected of Mr. Yen, you've already investigated all of our family before finding me, right? I don't know if Ms. Lisa has ever heard of an old Chinese saying, knowing your enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Since Mr. Yen already knows, I won't beat around the bush with you. If you can help me successfully become the new queen, then I'll give you the 7-heart pill. How about it? And how do you need me to help you? You should know that the last time we worked together made my father like you very much. He likes your talk and status. In 2 days it happens that a royal banquet will be held, and you will appear as my male companion. He already thinks highly of me, and with you helping my father to be assured of me, he will make me the first heir, and at that time, I will have the right to enter the royal chamber, and I can find the 7 hearts pill and give it to you. Yen Han was silent. He knew what this meant, that is to say, let everyone think that he is Lisa's boyfriend, let him openly become Lisa's booster, help her become the first heir. How can I trust you to do what you say you're going to do? Mr. Yen, not only you can investigate me, I can also investigate you. As far as I know, you've already been poisoned, and you probably won't even last a month. Only the 7 hearts pill can save your life, so there's no other way for you to do it but to trust me now, isn't there? Yen Han clenched his fists and didn't say anything. And there is no need for me to lie to you, the 7-heart pill is a royal treasure that can cure 100 poisons. This is also the reason why my royal family has been able to stand for thousands of years, and I do need your help if I want to become the new queen, and most of all my father likes you very much, I don't have any better choices other than you, we're taking advantage of each other. Yen Han felt that Lisa had a point, but didn't agree to it. I'll think about it. I can give you time to think about it, but the royal banquet will start in 3 days, so I'll only give you 2 days to think about it, so get back to me as soon as you can. Finished, Lisa hung up the phone. Yen Han sat in the boss chair, eyebrows knit. He is not at all want to agree to this proposal, but also cannot really, and Lisa somewhat, before after the scandal, he has regretted it, and now even more do not want to let the Jiang misunderstanding, but also do not want to let her sad. Lu Han Snapdragon looked at Yen Han's expression and knew what he was thinking. He was definitely thinking about Jiang Bing again. Lu Hanshu thought for a moment, then advised, I know you don't want to make Jiang Bei misunderstand by spreading rumors with her again, but you only have less than a month left now. If you really didn't make it through, what about Jiang Bei? What about Yen Si Bei? Most importantly, Gu Ming is still alive. He must know that you can only live for less than a month now. There's no way he'd risk coming out before your final time of poisoning has passed. If you really die, who can still protect Jiang Yan? What if you're gone and he takes the opportunity to come and seek revenge on Jiang Yan? Lu Han Snapdragon is aware of what to say to impress Yen Han the most. If only say he will die, he will naturally not care. But if it involves Jiang Bo will have any danger, he will absolutely pay attention to it. As expected, after Lu Hanshu finished speaking, Yen Han fell into silence for a long time. Not long after, Zhuo Lin came in to deliver documents to Yen Han, and when he saw how serious the expressions of both men in the office were, he didn't dare to speak. Lu Hanshu didn't have a straight face. Zhuo Lin, you said that if you speculate a scandal with someone else and then survive, or die of poison, which one would you choose? Zhuo Lin immediately reacted to the fact that this must be Princess Lisa's condition, and without thinking, he said, it must be a choice to live. Yeah, but your boss isn't normal. Zhuo Lin secretly glanced at Yen Han's face, suddenly mawkish, said, but I remember before in the royal family to talk about the contract, the current king especially like Mr. Yen with them to talk about a few of the most preferential contract, can we want to come over to us to see the formula for ourselves Lu Hanshu looked at Yen Han, won't you consider changing your assistant? Now consider this. Zhuo Lin scratched his head, he actually thought this proposal was not bad. Lu Hanshu was very speechless, but still explained, that's just out of appreciation for the juniors, if it can be given to an outsider casually, then their royal family is really casual. The more the two looked at Zhuo Lin, the more speechless they became. Get out of here, you only have a bit of talent when it comes to managing the company before your Mr. Yin decides to fire you, otherwise you're better off gagging. Oh, okay Mr. Lu. Zhuo Lin made a zipper pose in front of his mouth and left the office. Lu Hanshu straightened his expression, you'd better think it over, no one can let their guard down until Gu Ming is completely resolved, he's likely to make a comeback. Yen Han pondered for a moment and said, I know. Jiang Yan arrived home and pondered where to hide the ring for half a day. In the end, she decided to hold it in her hand and put it directly on Yen Han's hand when he came home. After spending the afternoon at home, Zhang Ren's heart was loaded with things, and he felt that the seconds felt like years. When she went to the kindergarten to pick up Yen Si Bei after school, the little group came out and kept looking at the roasted quail eggs sold in front of the school. In fact, Jiang Bei herself especially liked to eat these roadside stalls, but she was afraid that it was not hygienic, so she never bought it for the little group. Today's roasted quail eggs Jiang Bian has enjoyed since childhood and has not eaten for many years. This roadside stall looks to have just set up not long ago. Tableware are very clean. Jiang Bian thought she will have to drink the difficult Chinese medicine, so today want to indulge a little. Jiang Yan asked the little dumpling, do you want to eat Xian? Wordsmith's eyes lit up as she nodded repeatedly. Jiang Yan bought a few skewers of grilled quail eggs with the little group, added ketchup to the little group, and added a full chili sauce to herself. The two of them ate and drank their fill before making their way slowly home. Shortly after arriving home, Yen Han returned. Jiang Bian ate especially little because she had something on her mind, and she looked a little sullen throughout the meal. Yen Han could see that Jiang Yan had something on her mind, but she didn't poke her nose in, intending to observe and watch quietly. After dinner, Yen Han went to the study office as usual. Jiang Bei went back to the bedroom and took out the ring from the desk, clutched it in her hand, and sneaked to the door of the study, with her ear pressed against the door to listen to what was going on inside. Because the soundproofing is too good, Jiang Yan did not hear anything. The result is that the sudden opening of the door by Yen Han almost made Jiang Yan fall down. Jiang Yan fell into a warm embrace in the next second, and Yen Han's quick eyes and hands held her. Looking at her, he raised an eyebrow. What are you doing sneaking around here? Nothing. Jiang Bian raised the glass of water in her other hand. I've come to bring you a glass of water. Yen Han obviously didn't believe it and answered, sidestepping to let Jiang Bei walk in. After Jiang Bing put the water cup down, he turned back to meet Yen Han's line of sight, and suddenly hemmed and hawed, reaching out to hold his hand. She was going to compare rings to see if they were the right size for him, and if they weren't she'd go get another one and wait until tomorrow to give it to him. Jiang Bing touched it and it turned out to be about the same size, so she took the ring and secretly put it on Yen Han. Yen Han noticed a hard, cold object land on his ring finger, looked down and realized that Jiang Yan had brought him a ring, and he froze in place. Chapter 123, I promise you. Yan Han raised his head to look at Zhang Bing again, the shock in his eyes couldn't be suppressed, he couldn't say anything right now. Zhang Bing secretly sighed in relief, fortunately the ring was the right size, it seemed that the two of them usually held hands for nothing. Jiang Ren looked up at him, I think you definitely don't like that kind of flashy style, after looking for a long time I still think this is the best, and finally chose this plain circle, do you like it? Yan Han lowered his head and gently kissed Jiang Ren's forehead, then as he swept Jiang Ren into his arms, he muffled his voice to, like it a lot, thanks baby. Yan Han's heart was overflowing with happiness and joy, finally, they both wore the wedding ring that symbolized eternal love, this was a unique ceremony between them and a testimony of their commitment to each other. This meant a lot to Yan Han, he had wanted Jiang Yan to help him put on the ring since a long time ago, and in this moment it was finally realized. But people are always greedy, he really wanted to make up a wedding with Zhang Bing, wanted to see her in a clean white wedding dress, Yan Han silently in the bottom of his heart to make certain decisions. Zhang Bing feels that this feeling is very wonderful, to see that Yan Han likes the gifts she sends him, she will feel very happy, Yan Han is happy she will also be very happy. As if she suddenly thought of something, she suddenly raised her head in Yan Han's arms, right, is there any new news on the antidote development now? Yan Han nodded, almost there, only the last herb is missing. Great! It's been half a month since you were poisoned, have you had any discomfort lately? No, I'm fine, don't worry. In fact, Yan Han in the past 2 days in the middle of the night will always be woken up by the pain, internal organs like being gnawed by 1,000 bugs, often the pain of his body in a cold sweat, back are soaked in cold sweat, and lasted longer than once, until he was about to lose consciousness, to slow down for a long time in order to feel a little bit better. But I see that you haven't been in good spirits for the past 2 days, and you're getting thinner and thinner. Jiang Bei was heartbroken. Yan Han smiled, which can grow meat so quickly, slowly it can be adjusted, don't worry. Then you take a good rest these days, don't work for now, the company has Zwolin. Okay, then I'll go accompany you after I finish the 2 expedited documents left at the company today, okay? Jiang Yan frowned, and wanted to say no, but the expedited documents seemed to be very important, and instructed, then hurry up. After saying that, he was ready to go out, but suddenly turned back after opening the door, why don't I stay here with you? No, I'll be done in a few minutes, is Yanqian asleep? Oh yeah, Xian said he wants me to put him to bed today, so I'll go first you hurry up. Okay, I know, don't forget to drink the medicine, I've asked Chen's mom to heat it up, I'll bring it up for you later. Jiang Yan's small face instantly wrinkled into a bitter melon. Yan Han lost his smile and touched her head, okay, good medicine is good for the disease, be good and drink the medicine, huh? Jiang Bing wilted, I know. After Jiang Yan left, Yan Han sat back down in front of his desk and took out the medicine Lu Han Snapdragon had given him intending to take a pill with water, but in the end, just as he picked up the glass of water, he felt a warm liquid running down his nose, and when he reached out to touch it, he felt a handful of scarlet, and bright red blood flowed down his hard chin, dripping down to the ground to form a flower of blood. Yan Han took a paper towel and wiped it with a tissue, but it flowed more and more without stopping. He simply threw away the paper towel and went to the bathroom to turn on the faucet to rinse a little. It took a long time for the bleeding to stop and for the water in the wash basin to become clear. Yan Han turned off the faucet and took a towel to wipe his cheeks. As a result, a familiar sensation came up. As usual, a drilling pain came from the depths of his body, quickly spreading to every corner of his body like a tidal wave. He bent down, his face turning as white as paper, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His internal organs felt like they were being tightly gripped by a large invisible hand, convulsing violently. This pain was more intense than ever, as if it was going to tear his body apart. He woefully held onto the wash basin and slowly slid to sit on the floor, but no matter what he did he could not relieve the unbearable pain, it was all in vain. Yan Han realized that he was now getting sick more frequently and more violently at a time. Before it was only at night, and now the symptoms may also appear during the day. He really did not have time to delay in. After Yan Han waited for the pain to pass, he slowly straightened up and walked back to the study, took out his cell phone, and hesitated before dialing that number. After the phone was connected, Yan Han directly said, I can agree to your request, but I have to get the 7 heart pills before the end of the month, or else I will disclose all the truth of the matter with the media, and I guess due to the pressure of public opinion, the current king will not inherit the throne to you. Lisa Humden laughed, yes, I promise you, happy cooperation, Mr. Yen. The day after tomorrow afternoon you'll pick me up at the office and we'll go to the royal banquet together. Good. Yan Han hung up the phone after saying that, and immediately dialed a call to Zwolin. Book me a flight to Y the morning after tomorrow. Zwolin is a little excited, Mr. Yen finally figured it out. He also knows that Mr. Yen has deep love for Miss Jiang, but he doesn't want Mr. Yen to lose his life, and if there is really any trap, Mr. Yen can get out of it, so he still has to seize this opportunity. Okay Mr. Yen, I booked the tickets for you and Mr. Lu, and Mr. Lu said that he would accompany you if you agreed. Good. Yan Han took a pill and leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a while. Zwolin's news notification was also fast enough, and shortly after hanging up the phone, Lu Hanchu's phone call came in. Speech chill picked up, speak. Yoo-hoo, you finally agree? This is the right thing to do. You can only protect Jiangren if you survive. If you die, no one can protect her for you if Guming kills you. I can go by myself. I don't need you with me. Do you think I want to be with you? I was afraid you'd die of poison out there, all alone, and I was there to collect your body. Got it. Hanging up. Yanhan took his cell phone and pondered for a few seconds before dialing Luyu over. Hey, this is Yanhan. I want to ask you for one thing. Try not to let Jiang Bian see the news the day after tomorrow. Yanhan roughly explained the reason to Luyu, and Luyu over there was silent for a few seconds before saying, no problem, I can help you, but you must come back alive. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yanhan closed the computer and went to the bedroom to find Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was looking at the traditional Chinese medicine in front of her and fretting. She was wondering if she should just pour it out, and when Yanhan asked later she would say that she had already finished drinking it. Chapter 124, Stay home and wait for me. Just smelling this pungent flavor Jiang Bei is a bit unbearable. She hesitated for half a day, and finally picked up the bowl ready to quietly go to pour out. Yanhan stood in the bedroom doorway, leaning on the doorframe, watching her with good humor. Just as Jiang Yan was carrying the medicine bowl and preparing to go to the bathroom, Yanhan suddenly coughed, scaring Jiang Yan so much that she almost didn't hold the medicine bowl. She huffed back and glared at Yanhan. Why don't you make any noise when you walk? Scared me. Yanhan walked in with a smile on his brow and teased, isn't this to see if a certain disobedient child has taken his medicine properly? Jiang Yan was a bit weak, but still said stiffly, of course I've taken my medicine properly, I'm not planning to drink it here? Yanhan raised an eyebrow. Well, I'll watch you drink it then. I just tried it and it's a little hot, can I drink it later? Yanhan took the medicine bowl and tried the temperature. Warm, just right to drink. Yanhan repassed the medicine bowl into her hand. It's not hot, just right to drink, I've tried. Jiang Bei indignantly glared at Yanhan, so angry that his teeth itched, and really had no choice, put on an expression of death, pinched his nose and tilted his head back to dry the medicine in the bowl in one gulp. Jiang Bei's little face was wrinkled like a bun with bitterness, when suddenly, something cool against her mouth. She subconsciously bit down, and a sweet and sour flavor spread in her mouth. It was a lemon mint candy. The outer layer was wrapped in a thin layer of sugar coating, and inside was a sweet and sour fruit syrup. Jiang Bei's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but take another bite, feeling the sweetness melt in her mouth, instantly dispelling the bitterness in her mouth. Jiang Bei opened her eyes and saw that Yanhan was still holding the sugar paper that had been unwrapped in his hand, looking at her with a smile in his eyes and asking, your favorite lemon mint candy, is it still bitter? Jiang Ren shook his head dully. Yanhan laughed lightly and rubbed her little head, then I'll go take a bath first. Yanhan's wounds have healed and he can now go bathe by himself. It was only when he closed the bathroom door that Jiang Yan reacted, and she covered her chest in an attempt to ease the little heart that was pounding. The moment she opened her eyes just now, all she could see was Yanhan's enlarged handsome face, his eyes looking at her with a smile, and a touch of sweetness in her mouth. That moment made her feel that the air around her was sweet. But there was also a lot hidden in his eyes that she couldn't read. There was deep love, there was reluctance, there was regret. Jiang Bei didn't know what this meant. She only knew that after being married for so long, she would still be tickled by this tiny little move of Yanhan's. Jiang Yan jumped onto the bed and rolled around a few times, thinking back to the scene just now, blushing a little, until she heard the water in the bathroom stop. She gently patted her heated cheeks and hurriedly lay back down. Yanhan walked out wearing a black robe, with water still dripping down from his hair, and water droplets sliding down Yanhan's chest. Seeing this, Jiang Bei got out of bed and took out the hairdryer from the cabinet and ran over. I'll help you blow dry your hair. Yanhan did not refuse and obediently sat on the sofa. Jiang Yan picked up the hairdryer and turned on the switch. The warm wind blew Yanhan's hair. She gently stroked Yanhan's hair. Yanhan's hair was very good, hard and somewhat solid, and in the end, Jiang Bei didn't hold back and even grabbed 2 handfuls. When the sound stopped, Yanhan took the hairdryer in Jiang Bei's hand and put it away, then pulled Jiang Bei's hand to sit on the bed again. He weighed his words and said towards Jiang Bing, Bing Bing, I'm going to go to Y country in the morning of the day after tomorrow. Why are you going again? How can you go when you're not well enough? Jiang YY. Yanhan curled up his index finger and scraped Jiang Bo's small nose. Don't worry, it's because Luhan Snapdragon said that they found the antidote in Y country. That medicine can cure all kinds of poisons, but if you pick it back it will be inactive, and there is a special medical device over there, so he asked me to go over and try it out, and I'm fine with Luhan Snapdragon accompanying me. Jiang Bing felt a bit more relieved when she heard this, but still said, then I'll accompany you too. Baby, since the treatment is at their secret base, where only patients are allowed in, no escorts can get in, and where all the follow-up healing takes place, it's okay if you stay home and wait for me. Is that okay, baby? Jiang Ren sniffed and lost a little, lowering her head and asking sullenly, then how long are you going to be gone? About a week. So long. Jiang Yan just reunited with Yanhan a few days. She did not want to separate from Yanhan at all. She had a bad feeling, always felt that Yanhan only in her side, so that she can see the real Yanhan her heart can be put down. Yanhan saw Jiang Ren's hesitation. It's okay, if I can return to my country to convalesce after the treatment, I'll be right back, okay? Jiang Yan reluctantly hummed. The two of them turned off the bedroom lights, leaving only a dim nightlight, and Jiang Bian lay flat on the bed without coming over to hang on to Yan Han as he usually did. Sensing that Jiang Ren was in a bad mood, Yan Han reached out to encircle Jiang Ren's waist and swept Jiang Ren over at once. "Baby, don't be mad. I'll be back as soon as I can, huh?" Jiang Bian was puzzled. "I'm not angry. You go and detoxify the poison. I'm still looking forward to you getting well soon." "I thought you were angry for ignoring me." "No, I was just wondering if you needed to bring anything. Why don't you bring some of the Yin family's secret guards and have them protect you outside?" "Don't worry, wife, Zuolin has made all the arrangements. There will be no danger." Jiang Yan rolled over and hugged him. "But I always feel uneasy. I always have a bad feeling." Yan Han's silence. If he went to Y country this time did not get the 7 heart pills, can he still come back safely to see Jiang Bing last? The two of them, each with their own concerns, hadn't slept much all night. Early the next morning, both appeared at the restaurant with a black eye. Little Tuanzi was shocked to see the dark circles underneath their eyes. "Mom and Dad, did you two sneak out to play behind my back last night? Why are there such heavy dark circles under your eyes?" Jiang Yan sat down next to the little group. "No, yesterday Mom and Dad have something sleep late, quickly eat Yen, a little later still have to go to school." Jiang Bo did not have much of an appetite, and yawned several times during the meal, which Yan Han saw in his eyes. After dinner, Jiang Ren wanted to send them to work and school as usual, but Yan Han stopped her and said to her, "You go up and take a rest, I'll just send Ren to school." Jiang Ren didn't want to listen to him, but Yan Han didn't give her a chance to refuse. Holding her and walking upstairs, Jiang Ren couldn't break free, and could only beg to, Okay, I know. I'll send you guys out and go upstairs to sleep." Chapter 125, On the Eve of Departure. Before Yan Han left the door, he stared at Zhang Bei drinking the medicine and fed her a lemon mint candy before leaving with peace of mind. Jiang Yan stood in the doorway to watch Yan Han and Yan Sibei's car leave before returning to her bedroom. She looked at the clean white ceiling and fumed, tired and sleepy, but how could she not sleep? After thinking about it, she still took out her cell phone and called Su Cheng. Su Cheng was still sleeping and answered the phone with a hoarse voice that hadn't woken up yet. "Hey, what's up? Calling me in the morning?" Jiang Yan sighed. Yan Han has only just returned, and he's going to Y again. Su Cheng also knows the news of the return of Speech Cold back the next day Jiang. Su Cheng is also very happy. After all, Speech Cold life and death of the uncertainty of those days, she has watched her good girlfriend that lost soul state, and do what are not interested in the whole of a zombie Walking Dead. Su Cheng's doze woke up for a few moments and asked, "Why are you going abroad again?" He said there's a special antidote over there and there's medical equipment, but escorts aren't allowed in the secret base. Then you should just stay home and wait for him to come back. After all, it's only a big deal if he gets the poison out of his body. Jiang Yan sighed. "Yeah, I understand all the reasoning, but I just feel panicky. After all, every time I went to Y before, nothing good happened. It should be fine, and in such a dangerous place as the high seas where Yan Han was able to come back safely, your husband's ability is still worthy of your peace of mind. No one can put him at a disadvantage." Jiang Yan nodded. "It makes sense for you to say that. Lu Hanshu is going to follow too." "He's going to?" Su Cheng's doze woke up completely. "Yeah. It's not like he can be accompanied by a family member, so what's he doing there?" Yan Han said that he was going to the Yen branch and Y to take care of something, and that he would be back with him when he finished his treatment. "Oh." Jiang Bing thought of something and asked, "Has he looked for you recently?" "Looking for me? No, we haven't seen each other since you got out of the hospital." "It shouldn't be. I saw him in Yan Han's office that day, and I even told him that there should be some kind of misunderstanding between the two of you, so that the two of you can talk about it, and he actually hasn't looked for you yet?" Jiang Yan will not tell Su Cheng what the misunderstanding is. The two of them have to solve it themselves, and she can still hold a grudge against Lu Han Snapdragon. "Nope." Jiang Bian was indignant too. "What an elm brain that doesn't get the hang of it." Su Cheng laughed. "Well, don't mind him, let it be. Those who are destined to be together will not be separated after all, and those who are not destined to be together will not be forced to come." Jiang Bing mocked her. "How come you've started to be materialistic now as well? It's not like you, 108 steps just to go up and ask for a peace talisman." "That's true, you've reminded me. I'll have to put the peace talisman in Yan Han's pocket so that it will keep him safe wherever he goes. Then you don't need to worry even more. With your peace talisman and Lu Hanshu, double insurance, absolutely no problem. Don't scare yourself." Jiang Bing thought carefully for a while, also felt that he was overthinking. The two chatted for a while longer, and then hung up the phone. After arriving at the company, Yan Han locked all the information he had prepared these days in a cabinet and instructed Zuolin that if he didn't make it back, he must personally hand it over to Jiang Bei. He looked at the design drawings of the wedding dress sent by Zuolin and pondered on how Jiang Bei would look when she wore the wedding dress. She would definitely be the most beautiful girl in the world. He had wanted to prepare a set of wedding dresses to Jiang Yan before going to Y country, and wanted to see Jiang Yan wearing it with his own eyes, but he was afraid that he really could not come back. Leaving a set of wedding dresses may become the obsession in Jiang Yan's heart, but even without him, he wanted to let Speak I live well, so he decided that if he had the opportunity to come back, he would make up for the organization of a wedding ceremony for him and Jiang Yan, and to see with his own eyes when she was wearing a wedding dress at the wedding. He decided that if he had the chance to come back, he would organize a wedding for him and Jiang Yan, and see her in the wedding dress with his own eyes. In the end, Yan Han still locked this wedding dress design sketch into the drawer as well. Compared to the last time he left without saying goodbye, this time he prepared everything for Jiang Bing. Even if he can't come back this time, he can still feel more at ease. At noon, Jiang Yan was afraid that Yan Han would not eat properly at the company by himself, so he packed a meal and went to the company intending to eat with him. To the office door, Jiang Yan knocked on the door to go in, and saw the still in the office of the Yan Han, at this time is already about to pass the lunchtime, he is still a little bit to go to eat, the meaning is not. Jiang Bing walked in and put the food on the table. Did you not eat on time again? Yan Han put down the pen in his hand and walked towards Jiang Bo, hugging her slender waist from behind. I forgot, I was just planning to go eat. In fact, Yan Han didn't forget, but simply didn't have an appetite. He had eaten less and less in the past 2 days. He was also getting weaker and weaker, and often had a sense of vertigo. Jiang Bing set up the meal. Come on Lesu, go wash your hands and get ready to eat some rice. Good. When Yan Han came back from washing his hands, Jiang Bei had already set up all the meals, and she handed Yan Han a pair of chopsticks. Hurry up and eat, it's all going to get cold in a while. A whole meal down, Yan Han did not eat much, but after Jiang Bo clip food, see Jiang Bo eat so fragrant, he also recovered a bit of appetite, ate 2 more mouthfuls. After dinner, Jiang Yan said that she wanted to wait for Yan Han to go back together in the evening, so he told Jiang Yan to go to the lounge to take a nap. It was clear that Yan Han didn't sleep well last night either, and Jiang Bei didn't want him to work so hard, so she pestered him to go and rest with her. In the morning, Jiang Bei couldn't sleep by herself in the bedroom, but now that she was lying beside Yan Han, her sleepiness came especially fast, and she fell into a deep sleep in no time. When Jiang Bing woke up again, she was a bit dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling, thinking for a while before reacting to where she was now, and there was no one around her anymore. She was the only one left in the entire large lounge. She was a bit flustered and tried to go out to find Yan Han, but she couldn't see anything in the darkened lounge, and just as she got out of bed, she tripped over her slippers. Is outside the office of Yan Han heard the commotion. Busy put down the hands of the documents ran in. Jiang Yan only saw the lounge door was opened. The light from outside penetrated in the ground to form a clear line of light and darkness. Yan Han stood against the light, like a god who came to save her. Open the lights in the room. Only then did Yan Han see the scene in front of him. Jiang Bo's hair is messy and pitiful, sitting on the floor rubbing his home knee. The tip of his nose is red. His big eyes are flashing with tears. Seeing Yan Han come in, Jiang Yan deflated and held out her hands and said, "Hug." Yan Han helplessly propped up his forehead and walked over to pick Jiang Yan up, holding her hips with both hands. How can you fall off the bed when you're such an adult? Jiang Yan stared at him with wide eyes, accusing him. You're blaming me? I even fell down. I'm so pitiful and you're still blaming me? Yan Han knew that he had said the wrong thing and quickly clarified. No baby, I didn't blame you. I was trying to say be careful in the future. Don't get hurt again. That's more like it. Yan Han gently put her on the bed, lifted her pants, and found that the knee is really miserable. The last time was not good all, and now there is a piece of bruises, and purple, not a good place. Chapter 126 Going Abroad. Yan Han sighed softly, took out a side of the medical box to reapply medicine to Jiang Bo. I go out these days, you will be at home to recuperate well. When I come back cannot add new injuries, hear me? Heard that. Jiang Bing wilted and nodded. After the medicine, Yan Han just got up. Jiang Bo drilled into his arms, and the two of them just like this quietly hugged for a while before Jiang Bo felt that the panic had just been suppressed a little. Yan Han lowered his head and kissed Jiang Bei and said, I had someone prepare a fruit plate for you outside, go out and eat some? We'll go home when I'm done with those papers. Jiang Yan nodded in his arms and let him lead the way. Jiang Yan sat on the sofa, eating a fruit plate, and looked at Yan Han's office with wide, clear-rimmed eyes. After Yan Han finished dealing with the last bit of official business, he closed his computer and walked towards Jiang Yan, extending his hand towards her. Come on wife, it's time to go home. Jiang Yan reached out and put her hand in the palm of Yan Han's hand, and the two of them walked out together. At night, when both of them had finished their baths and were ready to go to bed, Jiang Bo suddenly took out the peace talisman she had begged for Yan Han from under her pillow and put it in the pocket of the clothes he was going to wear when he left the house tomorrow, and instructed, this peace talisman you must carry with you, don't ever lose it, the Buddha will definitely keep you safe. Yan Han smiled, got it baby, I'll keep it with me. Jiang Bing checked again to make sure that Yan Han hadn't left anything behind before she was willing to go to bed. Jiang Bei realized that in Yan Han's arms she always fell asleep quickly, and could feel a full sense of security. Early the next morning, Jiang Bian woke up very early and double-checked that Yan Han's peace talisman was in his pocket before letting him go. Jiang Yan stood in the doorway until Yan Han's car was out of sight before she turned around and went back inside. Obviously just go out for a week, but Jiang Bei felt that this week is exceptionally difficult to endure. She looked at this large house feel exceptionally empty, as if a person talking have echo. At this time her cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was Lu Yu. Jiang Yan was a little puzzled. She and this brother are usually not much contact. How come he suddenly called her today? Jiang Yan picked up. The other party opened his mouth first. It's me, Lu Yu. I know, what can I do for you? Mom said you guys haven't been home in so long, so she wants you to come home tonight. Good, Yan Han is traveling, so I'll take Yan Sibei over there. Okay, I'll talk to Mom. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan also cannot sleep, thinking of a long time not to go home, so directly drove to the mall to buy some good tea and skincare products intend to bring together in the evening. When Jiang Yan finished shopping and was ready to go home, she happened to receive a text message from Yan Han. Already on the plane, baby. Have a safe trip and send me a message when you get there. Good. Jiang Yan did not reply again, found a coffee shop and sat down, ready to wait here for the little group of children after school to pick him back. Yan Si-bei saw Jiang Bei excitedly running towards her after school. Mom. Jiang Bei squatted down and picked him up. Let's go to Grandma's house for dinner today. Okay, Grandma said she misses Si-bei. Yeah. After getting into the car, Yan Si-bei didn't find Yan Han's figure and wondered, where's Dad? Isn't Dad coming with us? Well, Dad's away on business and won't be back until a couple days. Xiao Duanzi's mood was visible to the naked eye. Why is Daddy traveling again? Didn't Daddy just come back? Daddy has an emergency at the company this time, so I'll be back with you in a few days, so forgive Daddy first this time, okay? Yancy was reluctant. Alright, for the sake of Mom, forgive him for now. Zhang Bing smiled, then started the car. Upon arriving home, Xiao Duanzi saw Zhang's father and mother and sweetly shouted, Grandma, Grandpa. Hey! Quickly let Grandma hug you to see if you've gained weight. Lu Yu had already arrived long ago, and he took the things in Zhang Bei's hand and placed them on the table. Zhang Yan said at him, thank you. Lu Yu's faint smile counted as a response. Zhang mother chided, you didn't bring my grandson to see me after such a long time. If I hadn't asked your brother to call you, would you have forgotten about me? No Mom, I was planning to bring Cebu to visit you in the next couple of days. Cut it out you, come help in the kitchen. We're making all your favorite dishes today. Zhang Bei did not tell them about what happened some time ago, including the miscarriage, because she was afraid that Zhang's father and mother would follow and worry about it, and after so much to come back and see them again, Zhang Bei had a feeling that she wanted to cry. She turned her back so no one would see her reddened eyes and turned and walked off to help in the kitchen. Lu Hanshu sat on the sofa watching everyone in the kitchen. No one noticed him for the time being. He looked down at the cell phone that Zhang Bei had rested on the table when he first came in. He took out a miniature scanner and scanned it against Zhang Bian's cell phone. After the scanning was successful, he took out his cell phone and imported the data and operated it again, blocking any news about Yan Han on Zhang Bian's cell phone. He had to avoid letting Zhang Bian see the news about Yan Han to be able to do so. After the operation, Lu Yu put the phone in his pocket as if nothing had happened, pretending that nothing had happened. After dinner in the evening, since Zhang's father and mother hadn't seen them for a long time, they proposed, it's too late today, so you should all stay here for the night. Lu Yu refused. Mom and Dad, the driver has already come to pick me up, and I have a morning meeting at the company tomorrow. I won't stay today, next time. Jiang father Jiang mother some loss. This son, although not biological but with them, has always been very good feelings, but after growing up rarely accompanied them, can only say, then you first go busy. After saying that, he turned to Jiang Yan again. It just so happens that Yan Han is also traveling today, and you don't have anything to do on tomorrow's weekend, so take little Tuanzi and stay at home tonight. Jiang Ren agreed. The little group is very happy, followed by grandparents went to play with toys in the toy room. But until Jiang Bian returned to her room and finished washing up, she hadn't been receiving any messages from Yan Han, so she took out her cell phone with the intention of giving him a call. The phone rang several times, until the automatic hang up. The other party did not pick up. Zhang Yan looked at the time. Yan Han should have long been there. Now why is exactly afternoon? Or perhaps Yan Han arrived after the jet lag. Zhang Yan thought about it, finally put down the phone. When Yan Han arrived in country Y, the long journey caused him to be even weaker, and he fainted before taking 2 steps off the airplane. Lu Hanshu and Zuo Lin sent him back to the apartment. Lu Hanshu brought a medical team and a pharmaceutical technician so that he could test Yan Han's vital signs at any time. This time the chief physician, Dr. Zhang, shook his head after giving Yan Han a series of checkups. Mr. Yan's current situation is not very optimistic. The liver in his body is rapidly failing. Based on the current situation, it is estimated that Mr. Yan should have the symptom of vomiting blood for a period of time, and the previous medication didn't have too much of an effect except for relieving the pain, and it is also necessary to take an antidote quickly, or else it's hard to make it through this month. Spitting up blood? Lu Hanshu's face was grave as he turned his head to ask Zuo Lin, does he often have this symptom? Zuo Lin frowned and shook his head. Mr. Yan never said that. I only remember a few times when I went to the office to deliver the information, I did see Mr. Yan leaning against the back of the chair to rest and his face was pale. I guess it was. Chapter 127, The Banquet Begins. Lu Han Snapdragon frowned tightly. Yan Han's current situation could not be delayed any longer. There were still 4 hours before the banquet would begin. If they could not make it to the banquet, then they would not be able to get the antidote. He turned his head to look at Dr. Zhang again. So when will he wake up? It won't be long. I'll probably wake up in a little while. Lu Hanshu nodded and told everyone in the bedroom to go out, leaving only him and Zuo Lin. Is everything you need for the party ready? It's ready, Mr. Speech's gown, and the gift for King Castle are ready. That's good. Just now Princess Lisa called to urge, and asked where Mr. Yan was, and I said that Mr. Yan was still getting ready. Alright, tell the people below to keep their mouths shut, and no one is allowed to reveal any news about Yen Han's current situation. If the news of Yen Han's poisoning and unconsciousness is revealed, the stock price of the Yen clan will definitely plummet, and it will also attract the attention of many forces. Good, I'll order it down. After the two arranged everything, they waited for Yen Han to wake up. During this period, Princess Lisa called several times to urge the phone, but Zwolin used the excuse that Mr. Yen is still getting ready to put it off. Until there was still an hour left before the banquet started, there was still no sign of Yen Han waking up, and Zwolin was even thinking about the feasibility of him attending for Mr. Yen. Just then, Yen Han suddenly moved and slowly opened his eyes. Zwolin saw that Yen Han woke up and hurriedly walked over. Mr. Yen? Mr. Yen, you finally woke up. Lu Honshu heard the commotion and also walked over, looking at Yen Han's pale face. How do you feel now? Yen Han's voice was like sandpaper rubbing, with an unspeakable hoarseness. Not bad. Just now Dr. Jiang infused you with some medication that can inhibit the poisonous flare-ups. It doesn't last long, but it will make you behave like a normal person during the party. Yen Han nodded without much concern. You've been spitting up blood a lot lately? Yen Han understood that they already knew about his current physical condition and no longer hid it, sometimes. And are there any other symptoms? Frequent colic in the kidneys, and more than one at a time. Lu Honshu said with a grave expression. Dr. Jiang said that your body now can't be delayed any longer. Your liver is rapidly failing. You must get the antidote as soon as possible, or you won't even make it through this month. As if he had already expected it, Yen Han calmly responded, I know. In fact, his own body he can feel out. Now he is but the end of the strong crossbow, just waiting for the day when the oil runs out. Yen Han reached up and rubbed the corner of his forehead as he asked, what time is it? It's already 5 o'clock, and the banquet starts in an hour. Zwolin replied. Yen Han sat up and Zwolin helped him to the bathroom to wash his face. He wanted to look a little more refreshed. After coming out of the bathroom, he said towards Zwolin, let's go, to the banquet. I'm going to the company to take care of things. Call me if anything happens. Lu Honshu said. Yen Han responded, and the several people set off together. In the car, Zwolin handed his cell phone to Yen Han. Mr. Yen, just now when you were unconscious, Madam gave you a call. Do you want to go back now? Yen Han pressed the bright screen to see the time. Now China should be early morning. She should have already slept, so he did not bother her, but sent a text message back. I'm sorry baby, I didn't get a call when my cell phone went dead after I got off the plane, and now I'm still in my apartment, so don't worry about me. Take care of yourself at home and get some rest. Zhang Bian did not wait for the news of Yen Han always feel unsettled, so he put his cell phone on the pillow and wanted to receive the first call from Yen Han. Zhang Yan slept very shallowly. As soon as her cell phone vibrated she was awakened. Seeing that it was a message from Yen Han she let go of her heart, and returned a confused, good, then you also need to pay attention to rest. When will you go to the treatment? When Yen Han saw that Zhang Bian was still awake this late and actually returned his message in seconds, he dialed over with a voice call. The phone rang once and was picked up. Hello? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? On the other side of the microphone came Zhang Ren's soft and sticky voice, like a kitten scratching at his heart. He could even imagine the scene of Zhang Ren nestling in his arms and pampering him. Yen Han had just wanted to teach her a lesson for actually staying up so late, and instantly muted his fire after hearing this voice. His voice also softened. How come you're still up so late, and the message still comes back in seconds? The front of the Zwolin heard his own speech, always this gentle can drip water voice. Body goosebumps fell all over the place. He is still accustomed to the usual speech always without the slightest emotion and different voice. Now hear this kind of voice. He cannot help but heart flooded a chill. I called you and no one answered, and I've been so relieved that I've been waiting for you to get back to me. Yen Han felt a little guilty and quickly apologized. Sorry baby, I just didn't see it. It won't be like this in the future. You grab some rest. Zhang Yan responded and added, got it, then you go and get busy. Good. Only after Zhang Ren hung up did Yen Han shed the phone. Just then the car stopped in front of a makeup store and Zwolin spoke. Mr. Yen, we're here, Miss Lisa is inside. Yen Han glanced faintly, and played with his cell phone by himself, without any intention to get off the car. Zwolin resignedly got out of the car and went inside to ask Miss Lisa to come down. It didn't take long for Lisa to arrive in a dark green gown with a bustier design. She wore a pair of black gloves on her hands, and a dazzling crown hair accessory on her head. Behind her, there were several professional stylists carrying that long skirt for her, following her steps. Zwolin opened the car door for her, and Lisa elegantly got into the car. Today she is bright and generous, is beautiful, but in addition to when she got on the car Yen Han turned his head and glanced at her. That glance did not have the slightest emotion, as if looking at a passing irrelevant strangers. After that has been playing with the phone did not care about her. Lisa wasn't angry and smiled. Mr. Yen, even if it's an act, shouldn't we act a little more realistically, with your expression as if I owe you $8 million? No one would believe that we're a couple. Yen Han let out a cold laugh. Hasn't it started yet? Who are you pretending to be? Lisa nodded her head as if in agreement. Then I hope that when the banquet starts in a little while, Mr. Yen can act a little bit more like it. Not wanting to chime in, Yen Han leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. It wasn't long before the car slowed to a stop and came to a halt in front of a glorious and imposing palace. Its architectural style was unique and magnificent, with towering spires, finely carved stone pillars and colorful glazed tiles, all of which showed its dignity and luxury. There were guards standing by the palace's gate, checking their invitations for every person who entered, and through the cracks in the door, one could also see the guests mingling inside. Chapter 128 Banquet. Lisa was the first to get out of the car and walked to the front of the car to wait for Yen Han, and when he walked up to her, she reached out and tried to take Yen Han's arm. Yen Han noticed, immediately moved away from the body, so that Lisa pulled a blank. Lisa, now also a little angry, but still patiently asked, Mr.
Yen, what do you mean? Since the beginning of all said yes, you are going to back out in the middle of it.
Yen Han looked down at her lightly. Since it's just an act, there's no need to have physical contact, right?
And how do you expect people to believe we're boyfriend and girlfriend now?
Yen Han appeared to think for a while, and then nodded his head in recognition. You have a point, but since it's an act, it's a full set. You pretend to hold me, but don't touch me, or my wife will be jealous when she sees it.
After saying that, Yen Han walked towards the front door.
Lisa in the back of the angry chest violently rise and fall. This speech cold, also thanks to him, can say this kind of words. Lisa clenched her teeth, viciously said, see you after these 2 days, can still not laugh out. Lisa raised her feet to catch up, but because her 8-centimeter high heels are really too high, making her walk very slowly, in terms of the cold tall and long legs to walk in front of themselves, not the slightest intention to wait for her. Lisa had to lift the hem of her skirt and jog a few steps to catch up with him, lifting her hand to loop her arm around him vainly, trying not to touch him.
Lisa skinned her face. You're going too fast, can't you wait for me? The fact that you're not catching up is proof that I'm not going very fast.
Lisa was speechless by Yen Han's anger, so she simply closed her mouth and stopped talking to him, or else she would be the one who got angry. The two of them walked to the gate. The guards saw that it was Princess Lisa and didn't look at the invitation. Instead they directly bent down and respectfully said, Princess Lisa, please enter.
Okay, this is my date, come in with me.
Yes, Princess Lisa, please. The two paced the hall together. This banquet invited many celebrities, both Chinese and foreigners. Originally was talking happily to the guests saw Lisa came in and she also brought a male companion. All have to stop the action toward the two side to see. The original lively hall was quiet for a moment, and then resounded with a lot of whispering voice.
Who's that next to Princess Lisa? That person you don't even know?
He's the president of the Yen Group in China, and the Yen Group has a branch in country Y.
You don't know him? Oh, so it's him. I often see him on the financial news.
Yes, to be able to sit in the position of president at such a young age, and to have opened up overseas markets, the ability is evident.
But why did Princess Lisa come with him? Are the two of them married?
No, but I heard he has a wife in China.
People in their position only care about profit. Who cares if he ever had a wife? Makes sense. So if the third princess has found such a powerful boyfriend, then isn't she the first heir this time?
It's possible. After all, King Castle likes her a lot. The reason he didn't let her become the heir was because her private life was too messy. Now that she has such a powerful boyfriend to help her out, I think this first heir will definitely be her. Not necessarily. How come the two of them are together at this time of the year? This might be her means of fighting for the position of the new queen. Since the banquet hadn't come down yet before the official start time, King Castle hadn't come down yet, so the two of them chatted with the other celebrities first.
Aaron, the group president of Country Y's K,
came first to make a toast and asked tentatively, Princess Lisa and Mr. Yen came to the banquet together today, is this
a good thing?
The other guests around the room had their ears perked up to hear the commotion over here, wanting to hear how the two would respond. Yen Han grabbed in front of Lisa and said in fluent English, Mr.
Aaron, if there is a happy event in the future, you will definitely be invited.
The guests next to some disappointment, which also did not positively answer whether the two are together or not. However, Aaron also knows the proportion, since others have said so will not continue to pursue, but smiled and said, good Lou, with the words of Mr.
Yen, I am relieved. Aaron finished by raising the glass in his hand again and taking a drink.
Behind him came a lot of people who want to ask what is the relationship between Yen Han and Princess Lisa, where Yen Han, dripping circumstantial back, neither denied nor affirmed, came to toast the people of begged a self-interest. Yen Han could not drink due to his health, and the people who came to make a toast were all blocked by Zhuo Lin. Lisa in the side to see clearly, sighing to, not worthy of being the heart of the speech cold a micro-expression he knows what to do. Time passed by, I don't know how long, and a melodious and soothing melody echoed lazily in the hall. King Casso, dressed in a magnificent gown, slowly descended from the stairs. His pace was steady and elegant, and he greeted every guest with a smile on his face. Eventually, he walked to the frontmost dais, picked up the microphone placed aside, and spoke in a loud and solemn voice, welcome to this royal banquet. Here, we will spend an unforgettable night together. Upstairs, we have already prepared guest rooms for everyone, so if you feel tired, you can go upstairs to rest at any time. At the same time, we have also prepared a grand ball for everyone, so I hope you all have a good time. A patter of applause rang out from below, and as the words fell, the stage next to them was lit up, soothing jazz music rang out, and many of the guests pulled their female companions onto the stage to dance. And at that moment, Lisa walked over to King Castle on the arm of speech Han. He just saw his own daughter in the upstairs when she came with a male companion, of course, also know that her male companion is Yen Han. At this time to see Yen Han is not at all surprised, but smiled to greet to. I did not expect that this banquet will always be attended as a young daughter's male companion together, really a great honor. King Casso's eyes hovered between the two, and he tentatively asked again, then, if Mr. Yen attends the banquet as Lisa's male companion, can I understand that you are boyfriend and girlfriend? Lisa glanced at Yen Han and rushed ahead of him to pick up the conversation. Father, can't you see that it's so obvious? You recognize Yen Han's ability and status. Now that he's with me, won't he be a great help to our family? King Casso was incredibly happy. He was very appreciative of Yen Han's ability. If his daughter could take him down, his hand could not only reach out to China, but also hold a major economic lifeline in Y, and his power would only continue to expand at that time. Chapter 129, Family Marriage. Moreover, as a business giant, Yen Han's marriage with their family would bring huge benefits and influence. Moreover, Mr. Yen and Lisa seemed to get along very well, and such a union will undoubtedly benefit both families. King Casso was very happy to have such a competitive daughter. He smiled twice and complimented, of course, Mr. Yen's achievements and strengths are obvious to all of us. If Mr. Yen and Lisa can make it work, then this is something that will be beneficial to both of our families without any disadvantages. Yen Han pulled his lips and smiled faintly, didn't deny or affirm, obviously didn't want to continue this topic, but twisted his head towards Zhuo Lin and waved his hand, then turned his head again and said, I heard that King Castle loves collecting oil paintings, so I ordered someone to buy this oil painting by Mr. Bob. Would you like to see if you like it? King Castle was overjoyed and couldn't wait, then quickly have someone bring it up. Mr. Bob's paintings are really worth $1,000. Zhuo Lin called for the oil painting to be brought up, and King Castle pulled off the dust cloth covering the oil painting and was shocked. This is Bob's sunflowers. This painting was bought by a mysterious buyer for $8 million at an auction some time ago, and that mysterious buyer is you? Yen Han nodded, it's me. I heard that you like collecting oil paintings, so I brought it to you as a gift this time when I came to the banquet. King Casso was even more satisfied, smiling from ear to ear. Good, good. Mr. Yen really has a heart. The words fell and hurriedly ordered to take down the oil paintings and put them in the drawing room to collect them properly. Lisa looked at the side as also very satisfied. She previously did not know that Yen Han also prepared a gift. She also thought that Yen Han really liked to show so indifferent it. The original should be prepared for him have been prepared. She said that she look at the man's eyes will not go blind. At this time, the second sister, Catherine, who had just been maneuvering between the various celebrities from the sidelines, was not to be outdone and came forward to respectfully say, Father. King Castle turned his head and saw that it was Catherine and smiled, you're here too, quick, introduce this as your sister's boyfriend, the president of the Yen Group, Yen Han. Of course Catherine had heard of Yen Han, his ability was obvious to all. When she heard this she just lightly cast a glance and slightly nodded her head, counting it as a greeting. She twisted her head towards King Castle and continued, Father, the Ride Wind Group that you last divided into my name had a turnover of $40 million in the last quarter, and the stock price has been rising, and yesterday, it signed a contract with the leading company in Country Y, promising that the two companies will be bundled for the next 3 years. King Castle, some surprise, 3 daughters and his favorite Lisa, intends to let her become the new queen, but this second daughter of the company is very talented. He 2 years ago to a minimum income and no development prospects of the company to her name, want to see her ability to see how, but these 2 years ride the wind actually rapid development, and now he really heard the turnover of the last quarter is also a bit of a surprise, actually 2 years of time. His second daughter will be able to let the wind ride back to life. Yen Han raised an eyebrow, multiply the wind is the rising star of these 2 years, the development is very rapid, it turns out to be this Catherine in the back of the operation. Yen Han some wonder why Catherine ability is so strong, why the king of Casso refused to let her be the first heir. King Casso became even happier, raising his hand to pat Catherine's shoulder, laughing, great, today is really a good day multiplying the wind I'm relieved to have you here. It's really awesome. King Casso was actually a bit shaken now, but once he thought that his third daughter has Yen Han as a booster now, he no longer dwells on it, and is just bent on making her the new queen, and the big deal is that the company is handed over to Catherine to run. Catherine saw that King Castle also only praised her 2 sentences, she cannot help but some loss, is her own strong ability is not good, and there is no chance to fight with Lisa? Catherine's resentment toward Lisa grew a little more, while Lisa raised her chin triumphantly toward Catherine at an angle that no one could see. King Castle reached out and pushed Yen Han and Lisa, rushing at them, alright, don't stay here with me, you two go to the dance floor as well. King Castle wants more people to see Lisa and Yen Han, to get the message out in the open, so that everyone else will know that the 2 strong families can only bring more benefits to him. Lisa and Yen Han could only walk towards the dance floor under the watchful eye of King Castle. On the side, Catherine watched Castle looking over there with a smile on his face and didn't have time to notice her at all, so she silently left. Catherine went to the courtyard to drink alone. The eldest sister Wendy came over. She is the most uninterested in competing for the position of the new queen. She is very optimistic about the second sister. Catherine is not only capable but also know the difference. Her third sister was watered down from childhood, become rude and unreasonable, and also do not know how to run the company, but cannot hold the father's favorite. When Catherine saw Wendy coming, she just gave her a faint look and did nothing else. Second sister, I actually think more highly of you as the new queen. You have to realize that Lisa has nothing but the help of a man. She has nothing, but if the man doesn't really want to be with her, then she won't have the slightest bit of competitiveness left in her. Catherine twisted her head to look at her, her eyes full of disbelief. What do you mean by that? Wendy turned her head to look at the two people standing in the center of the dance floor, smiled and spoke again. Do you really think that Mr. Yen truly loves her? As far as I know, he has a wife and son in China, and he is deeply in love with her. It's impossible that he doesn't know how chaotic Lisa's private life is. What kind of person can't he get with such a status? Why did he choose Lisa? You mean, both of them? Wendy stood up and headed towards the ballroom. Think about the rest on your own, second sister. Chapter 130. Come to me. Catherine turned her head to look at the two figures in the middle of the dance floor to observe for a long time, suddenly hooked the corner of her lips, the glass of wine and a drink, put down the glass and turned to leave. On the other hand, Yen Han couldn't push back and could only walk onto the dance floor with a stiff upper lip. After walking out onto the dance floor, the people around them tacitly gave up their place in the middle, and the two of them walked to the center of the dance floor as a matter of course. Yen Han's hand vaguely ringed Lisa's waist and did not touch it. Lisa's hand grasped Yen Han's sleeve. She took one step further, Yen Han took one step back, and the two of them kept a safe distance from each other all the time. The guests watched the two dance with some confusion. The behavior between Mr. Yen and Princess Lisa is not intimate at all, and even some suspicion of avoiding suspicion, like Princess Lisa wants to rub on each other, but Mr. Yen seems to have been backing up. It was hard to wait until the end of the song, and Yen Han quickly walked off the dance floor with the excuse of not feeling well. Lisa looked at the back of the speech cold, secretly gritted her teeth. Even to dance, speech cold do not have physical contact with her. The eyes have never glanced. She looked down at her own proud body. She is confident that she can make speech cold fell under her garnet skirt. Zhuo Lin walked forward and asked in a low voice if Yen Han was not feeling well, and Yen Han shook his head before Zhuo Lin backed away. And King Casso watched as Yen Han walked down from the dance floor and greeted him and chatted with him. King Casso always asked him on the side about how he and his youngest daughter's marriage was arranged, and even said, I heard that the etiquette in China is to hold an engagement banquet before the wedding. Should we pick a date to hold an engagement banquet first? There's no rush. Let's wait for Lisa to stabilize and hold it when she does. What do you think? That one sentence puts the initiative in the other person's hands, and it also reflects that it's not that I don't want to get engaged, it's because the other person is being duplicitous and insubstantial, it's that the other person hasn't stabilized. King Casso quiet for a moment, his youngest daughter, those things have reached a household name. Yen Han no is also expected. He can only smile and said, you can rest assured, this is for sure. Sasha is just young, more fun-loving. I immediately let her in outside those who broke the contact. King Casso was a bit hateful. Lisa could love to play, but she must stabilize Yen Han first. There was no one who could bring more benefits to their family than Yen Han. King Castle immediately had Lisa, who was still on the dance floor dancing with other men, called back and allowed her to spend the night peacefully by Yen Han's side. Yen Han and Casso talk about business things. Lisa cannot understand, can only sit next to the god, but also has been holding back not to be able to yawn. Zhuo Lin looked at Lisa's sleepy and suffocating expression, couldn't help but sneak in a nod for Yen Han. This is really in the invisible revenge. The banquet was full of songs and dances, and by the time the wine had passed 3 rounds, King Castle was a little too energetic to keep up and a little too tired, so he told everyone and went upstairs to rest, and called Lisa up as well. Yen Han saw that both of them had left, and was too lazy to make false accusations with others, so he also left first. After a few people had left, the remaining guests began to whisper, I think this third princess can definitely become the new queen. King Castle has never approached the first and second princesses to talk to them. That's right, and according to the grapevine, King Castle has told her to find someone to marry who will bring great benefit to the family, and then he can give her the status of first heir. Really? Then hasn't she found this already? Yeah, if the two of them could have a wedding, I bet the new queen would be her. King Castle called Lisa to his study and said in a serious tone, Sasha, I'm very satisfied that you brought me back this boyfriend, but the way I see Mr. Yan's attitude, it seems like he doesn't have this intention for you, and didn't I tell you, as long as you can marry him, the position of the new queen will be yours. Father, didn't I bring him here, and then use the media to hype him up, and then film me having sex with him, and put public pressure on him, so that by then he'll have to get married even if he doesn't want to? King Casso thought for a moment and nodded, since you want to do it, then you can let go of it, but you have to remember what I taught you about doing things without leaving any handles. Yes father, I'll keep that in mind. He came to the banquet just after he came to his senses after being in a coma, and he feels very tired now, and even can't stand up a bit without Zhuo Lin's support. When he got to the car, Zhuo Lin first took out for him the special effect medicine that Lu Han Snapdragon had newly given him and fed Yen Han one, and then hurriedly sent him back to the apartment. Speech Chill had a splitting headache, and even looking at what was in front of him felt a little blurry. On the way, Zhuo Lin had already reported these things to Lu Hanshu, so when they arrived at the apartment there was already a doctor waiting, and they gave Yan Han another set of full body checks.
The attending doctor, Dr. Zhang, said, "This is the reaction of a toxic eruption, the toxin in Mr.
Yan's body has begun to spread, and in the future, cases like this will only become more and more common. We can rely on fluids to alleviate the symptoms right now, but it's only a temporary and not a long-term solution. It's still necessary to take the antidote as soon as possible to be able to do so." Zhuo Lin sniffed and frowned. Tonight Casso also didn't announce the news of making Lisa the heir, and now they were getting no idea in their hearts. After Dr. Zhang gave Yan Han the fluids, only he and a small nurse were left to watch, and Zhuo Lin left with the rest of the people. The other side of the river, wait until noon also did not wait until the word cold to send her a message. She felt that maybe the word cold is in the middle of the treatment, but also think that if the word cold to go to the treatment will also be sure to talk to her, so she tried to give him a phone call, but no one answered. Zhang Yan put down her cell phone, thinking that Yan Han was probably doing a checkup and couldn't answer the phone during the checkup, so she didn't bother him. After lunch at Zhang father and mother's house, they went out to accompany Yan Sibian to play in the park. Originally the two intended to stay only one night, but thought that they went back to the houses also alone. The homeless a person seems to be a lot of cold, so Zhang Bo decided to stay a few more days and then take the little group back, and Shenma the other day to take care of her is also very tired, just to give her a vacation. To the park, the small group of people see what they want, pestering Zhang Yan to buy him. Zhang Yan to the small group of people to buy cotton candy, hydrogen balloons, and also bought a doll headband. Yan Sibi satisfied to go home. But until after arriving home, Jiang Bian also did not receive a message from Yan Han, cannot help but be a little lost, want to give him a call in, but do not know what he is doing for fear of disturbing him, so become hesitant to simply send him a message directly.
"Have you gone for treatment? Are you feeling any better? If you have time, remember to give me a message back." Yan Han woke up at noon the next day. He has already forgotten how he came back yesterday. He only knows that yesterday he held on until the banquet ended, and when he left the door of the banquet hall he fainted or Zhuo Lin brought him back, and he doesn't know anything about the rest. Yan Han propped up and walked out of the bedroom. Lu Han Snapdragon is in the living room to deal with the documents, sought him out, put down the things in his hands, said, "You can be considered to have woken up. Your body is getting worse and worse now can all rely on the infusion hanging. You have no certainty that you can get the 7 heart Dan?" Yan Han sat on the sofa and rubbed the corner of his forehead. "I don't know."
"No? Just no? What did Lisa tell you today?" Yan Han frowned. Yesterday he came back and fainted. His cell phone has not been taken care of. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, pressed half a day and did not respond. I think it is a long time ago out of power. Yan Han took out the charger and charged it and turned on the phone. He received a prompt of Jiang Yan's missed calls, which was mixed with Lisa's message.
"Meet me tonight, 8 o'clock, Maplewood Bar." Chapter 131, How Come It's You?
Yan Han frowned, first called Zhang Ren. The phone was picked up just after 2 rings. Zhang Ren's surprised voice came from the receiver. "Hello?
Yan Han."
Yan Han gently hooked the corners of his lips, his voice doting to, "What are you doing?" Zhang Bo put the last block to Yan Sibei, changed his hand to hold the cell phone back to his ear and said, "I'm not doing anything. I just finished dinner and I'm playing with Sibei." Yan Han walked to the balcony, blowing the wind, explaining to, "I have not yet gone to the treatment, after the medical examination qualified to go. Yesterday the phone did not receive a call without electricity, may not be able to see the phone in time in the next 2 days. Back to the message will be a little slower baby." Although Jiang Bian was a bit frustrated, he still said sympathetically, "It's okay, you go ahead and treat yourself without worry. We'll talk about everything else when we come back."
"So have you passed your physical now, met your targets?"
Yan Han paused before answering, "We don't know yet. The results will be out tonight." I don't know if it's from letting the wind blow or what, but Yan Han felt a little cold, and he called out, "Bian Bian."
Zhang Bei didn't know why he suddenly called her, and answered in a confused manner, "HM?
What's wrong?" It took a long time before Yan Han finally spoke out. He let out a light laugh. "It's fine, I just missed you." Zhang Bing was still a little worried, but smiled at his words. "I miss you too, get well soon and come back soon."
"I will, Salvation."
After hanging up the phone, Yan Han stood on the balcony with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. The smoke filled the air and gradually blurred his face. He stood silently, smoking cigarette after cigarette, scattering ashes on the floor. It was not until he felt that the mass of air smothering his chest seemed to have dissipated a little that he turned and walked into the house. Lu Han Snapdragon watched him walk in and teased, "Yo, so quickly finished chatting I thought you guys have to get bored for an hour." Yan Han did not respond to his flirting, but instead picked up the water cup on the table and gently sipped the water. The warm liquid flowed down, moisturizing the throat that had become a bit dry because of the smoking earlier, making him feel better. Yan Han spoke, "Lisa just messaged me, saying that she's going to Maplewood Bar tonight." Lu Hanshu raised an eyebrow, "Go on, let's see what else she can do." Yen Han shook his head. I always feel that this matter is not so simple. Catherine's ability to run the company is very strong, and her big sister Wendy doesn't look like she would care about the new queen's throne. Castle wants to give her the throne, definitely needs her to have a right hand. I guess Lisa's ultimate goal may be the need to get me to marry her, and tonight is most likely to be a hangman banquet. Lu Honshu pondered for a moment with a grave expression. What you said makes sense. We thought about this matter too simply before due to being in too much of a hurry. How could it be that their royal family was able to determine the first heir just by the mere virtue of something as simple as speculating on a scandal? Yen Han looked at the desktop without saying anything. Lu Honshu paused before continuing. Although I know that this is a hangman banquet, but this is the last ray of hope. There's always a chance to try. Zhuo Lin and I will send good guards to wait at the entrance. There won't be any accidents. As if he had made up his mind, Yen Han nodded and said, good. In the evening, Zhuo Lin drove Yen Han to the Maplewood bar while he waited at the entrance with his dark guards and Lu Honshu. Yen Han had just found room 707 and was about to knock on the door and enter, when he was stopped by someone who swooped in from the shadows. The man was dressed in a black suit with a mask and hat, and was a fraction shorter than he was, making it impossible for him to immediately tell who the man was. Just as Yen Han was about to open the door, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a dark figure rushing towards him, and he immediately reached out to press down on the other party's shoulder. However, the figure twisted its body nimbly, easily breaking free of Yen Han's control and pulling him towards the darkness with force. Naturally, Yen Han would not comply with her wishes as he raised his hand and slashed viciously at the man in black. At the same time, the other hand reached out in an attempt to grab the man in black's mask. However, the man in black reacted extremely quickly, leaning back and skillfully avoiding Yen Han's attack. The black-clothed man saw the opportunity to kick in Yen Han's leg nest. Yen Han was not prepared for a moment. The whole person staggered down. The black-clothed man took the opportunity to drag him to the side of an empty box. The door had just closed when Yen Han dropped the man in black to the ground with a backflip. His movements were swift and decisive, so that the man in black could not react in time. After the black-clothed person fell to the ground, she tried to struggle to get up, but Yen Han quickly stepped forward and pressed her back with his knee, pinning her to the ground. At the same time, Yen Han tightly grabbed the black-clothed person's hands and twisted them behind her back, making her completely unable to move. The black-clothed person struggled violently, but Yen Han's strength made it impossible for her to break free. Word's cold look at the person lying on the ground, reached out to forcefully want to pull down the person's mask. The result just touched. Behind the door was suddenly opened. From the outside surged in a few fit bodyguards. They raised their hands on the rushing Word's cold attack. Word's cold is sideways to avoid. He specializes in attacking those who can make a person feel abnormal pain, even if the other side of a large number of people, but also did not get a little advantage. After a round of exchanges, Yen Han already felt a bit overwhelmed. His body was too weak now. He was not a match for these people. The other side of the people recuperated, and again to come back up to catch Yen Han. At this time the door of the private room was once again opened. It is Lu Han Snapdragon with people rushed in. Yen Han heart only a little bit relieved. Lu Han Snapdragon had been drinking on the loose stage. Wanting to have an accident can be the first time to go in. The results of the waiter to go in to send the wine. Lu Han Snapdragon only see Lisa a person inside. Yen Han is not at all. He immediately realized that something is wrong. Immediately let the people start searching. Heard the next box. There is a sound of a fight. Immediately rushed in with the people. The black-clothed person on the opposite side saw that things were about to get out of hand. She quickly stepped forward and told her men to back off as she looked straight at Yen Han. Wait, I have something to talk to you about. Yen Han felt that this voice was exceptionally familiar, but couldn't recall where he had heard it for a moment, so he simply stopped thinking about it, and he snorted and walked to the front. The flow of your conversation here is to arrest people first? The man in black didn't say anything, stared at Yen Han for a few seconds as if admitting defeat, and raised his hand to take off the mask. The moment Yen Han saw the visitor, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. Why you? Chapter 132, Giving Her Up. Catherine took off her mask and turned to Yen Kan. I'm sorry, because I guessed that you would not trust me and probably wouldn't waste time listening to me. That's why I came up with this plan. Lu Hanchuan and Zhuo Lin also knew Catherine, and were both a bit shocked to see that it was her now. Yen Han frowned, confused as to what she meant by this now. So why are you looking for me? Mr. Yen, as far as I know you have a wife in China, and you are deeply in love with her. I don't believe you haven't heard of Lisa's gossip, and you try to avoid physical contact with him at the banquet. This is not the behavior of a man and woman who are passionately in love, right? Catherine carefully observed Yen Han, not sparing him every micro-expression. Today she came here to make a final gamble, because Lisa definitely did not have a good day for her after she came to the throne, but if she gambled correctly then the identity of the first heir was hers. Yen Han also did not reveal the slightest crack, full of indifference, and let her stare. Suddenly he snorted, backed up a few steps and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs with a scornful look. Miss Catherine thinks that because of a banquet, she can understand me very well? Yen Han wasn't sure of the other party's intentions at the moment, so of course he wouldn't be honest with her. Catherine also laughed. Of course not, but what kind of woman can a man like Mr. Yen find? Why would he want her? A woman with a messy private life and an abortion. What's it to you? Catherine was disliked and speechless. She didn't expect that she couldn't get any benefits from Yen Han. she couldn't get a single word out of him. She could only soften her tone and continue, Mr. Yen, I guess you don't really love her, you guys must have some kind of deal. I guess it must be that she has the one thing that you really need right now. Yen Han looked at her with a pale face, still not speaking. Catherine paused and continued, as you can see, my ability to run the company is outstanding, at least a lot stronger than Lisa. If not for my father's favoritism, the position of the new queen will definitely be mine. The reason she can be valued by my father right now is because of you as a powerful aide. If you give up on her, then I'll be the first heir. And at that time, whatever you need, I will definitely help you get it. What do you think? Luhan Snapdragon was also a bit impressed by this second princess on the sidelines. After only one short day, she was able to guess a lot. Yen Han suddenly snorted. What makes you think that I would give her up to help you? And taking a step back, even if what you say is true, why should I believe you? Catherine also walked to the sofa and sat down. Mr. Yen surely won't be naive enough to think that just you and Lisa stirring up gossip my father will give her the heirship, right? Last month my father had a talk with Lisa. If she can marry a person who can bring benefits to the royal family, he will give her the heirship. So her ultimate goal is to get married to you, Mr. Yen can really give up your Chinese wife in China? Luhan Snapdragon raised his eyebrows in realization. It was really the same as they guessed. This Lisa is really not any oil lamp. Seeing that Yen Han didn't respond, Catherine knew that Yen Han was also a bit shaken now, so she showed her sincerity. I know that you can't fully trust me right now. Catherine pulled out a white pill from her pocket and placed it on the coffee table in front of her, explaining, my people found out that she sent someone to the black market in the morning to buy ecstasy. This is an aphrodisiac. Just a little bit of it will make a person lustful, and even lose their mind. So I guess Lisa called you over today to use this kind of drug on you, and she contacted a reporter to squat around during the afternoon. Even if you didn't have anything happen, but being photographed as a lone man and a woman sharing a room with no clothes, you will be forced to marry her due to the pressure of public opinion. This is the antidote to ecstasy. You can take it if you're really herbal. If you're not sure, you can get someone to test it now. Yen Han narrowed his eyes as he looked at the pill on the table and made a wink towards Zuolin, who immediately went forward to take the pill to be tested. In the middle of the day, Lisa sends a message urging saying cold. Where have you been? I've been waiting for a long time. Yen Han frowned tightly, looking at her message was a bit annoying, and succinctly returned a traffic jam. Then hurry up, I'll wait here. Yen Han put down his cell phone, lazy in care of her. Since Luhan Snapdragon had brought his medical team along, so the lab results came out quickly. Zuolin came in with the report sheet and reported, Mr. Yen, this is indeed the antidote to ecstasy, and there are no ingredients that are harmful to the human body. Catherine then said, now the words can always be assured, right? You don't have to agree to cooperate with me now. This is my sincerity. If what I say in a while really comes true, it won't be too late for you to decide then. I came to see you today about this. I've said my piece, so you can think about it, then I'll leave. With that, Catherine put her hat and mask back on and left with her men. Only after the crowd had left did Lu Hanshu say, this Catherine back tuning was done quite comprehensively, and she was able to find out all of these things in one day. Zuolin said, the royal family's backtone has been done before we came. Catherine's news in these years is very little, are focusing on running the right-wing group. There is no negative news, only in the financial newspaper can see her news. It's not easy to let the right wing come back to life in these years to go to the front of the castle to claim the credit, but because of his bias, but he is oblivious of all these. So Catherine, it's normal for Miss to have resentment. Luhan Snap nodded, so this Catherine is much more reliable than Lisa, who always appears in the entertainment news, I think. Yen Han this half a day did not speak, looking at the coffee table, that small white pill, contemplating. Now he does not have so much time to trial and error. As long as the wrong step, he cannot turn the tide. Yen Han picked up the pills and stood up, saying, let's go, I'll go, and try to see if she's telling the truth first. Lu Hanshu stopped him and handed him a miniature headset over, saying, you put this on, so we can be the first to arrive if anything happens. Yen Han nodded, put on the headphones and went out the door of the box. Arriving at the door of the next box, Yen Han directly pushed the door in. Lisa was boredly sipping her wine. Seeing that Yen Han finally came, her eyes lit up, got up and twisted her hips, stepped on her high heels and walked towards Yen Han's side. Tonight she was dressed very cool, a short lace halter dress in champagne-colored satin, her hair all pulled up to reveal all of her shoulder and necklines. The design of her chest boldly showed off her voluptuous curves. Her career line was exposed as if she would break free from her restraints at any moment, and the cutout design at her waistline outlined her waistline, evoking endless reverie. The hem of her skirt barely covered her hips, but every time she moved it was accompanied by a gentle fluttering of the skirt. Yen Han let out a cold laugh in his heart after seeing her dress. He already knew that what Catherine said was probably true. Chapter 133, Marry Me. Lisa liked to get on the man did not have a failure. She only planted a heel in the speech cold, and today she is fully prepared, bound to take down the speech cold. Lisa twisted her waist and walked over to Yen Han's side, then her entire body was pressed towards him. Yen Han, however, did not give her this face, reaching out and pushing her away with a gentle flick of his hand. Afterward, he turned around and walked over to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs and looking at her with cold eyes. Lisa wasn't annoyed and continued to walk over and sit down close to Yen Han, saying in a delicate voice, Mr. Yen, we've known each other for so long. We've never sat down for a good meal. How about we don't get drunk tonight? Lisa said that her hand was about to rest on Yen Han's shoulder. Yen Han held her wrist, her eyes filled with disgust, and snapped, Lisa, please show some self-respect. Don't make yourself look so cheap. Yen Han shook off her hand. Lisa's face clouded down, secretly gritted her teeth, but still endured, thinking after seeing tonight, can you still be so hard? She sorted out her emotions and turned around again, tears in her eyes, pitifully saying to Yen Han, you should know, I've always been devoted to you. Even after you've used me to hype me up before, I still agreed to help you get the 7 hearts pill, so why won't you turn around and look at me? Yen Han didn't buy it in the slightest. He sneered, I admit that I am a bit selfish, but Miss Lisa might be forgetting that last time, it was you who took the initiative to ask me to go to the hotel, and I just went to the appointment, and if I don't remember wrongly, it seems that Miss Lisa stayed in the hotel for the night after I left? Yen Han, Lisa this time really some annoyed, that I see the poor look instantly disappeared, the expression became vicious and mean, she took a few deep breaths, forced to let herself calm down, now at this time cannot be too difficult to make a scene with Yen Han. If I want to help you get the 7 hearts pill, I have to become the heir first, and my father has told me that if you can marry me, then he will give me the status of heir. Yen Han raised an eyebrow, then MS. Lisa is telling me this because you think that I will really marry you? Won't you? If you don't promise me, you'll die. Lisa was very confident, she felt that Yen Han would agree to her, because even if the internet said that he and how he liked his wife, he could not use his life to joke, only she can let him live, she believed that Yen Han knew how to choose. Yen Han, however, shook his head, you're wrong, even if I were to gamble with my life, I wouldn't choose to marry you. Lisa is a little shocked, the internet said even in the real, she would not believe that the word cold how much love his wife, and now really hear from his mouth, cannot help but still a little shaken too. Lisa was undeterred and persuaded, you don't have to worry about this, according to the laws of China, only with a marriage license can you be considered a couple in the legal sense, I just need you to cooperate with me in organizing the wedding. No way. Words of cold refusal rode sharp and dry. Because Yen Han knew that Lisa couldn't just need a marriage ceremony, the royal family wouldn't be so stupid, there must be a bigger plot waiting for him. But if you don't marry me, I won't be able to help you get the 7 hearts pill, and you might not even make it through this month. Doesn't matter. Yen Han said without the slightest hesitation. Lisa really doesn't understand. What's the use of having only your love left when you're not even alive? Isn't it more of a torture for the living? Do you want her to live with guilt for the rest of her life? That's different. The world can turn without anyone, no one is inseparable. It's only a matter of time before she puts me down, but I could never do anything to wrong her. Lisa can't understand Yen Han's thoughts, and she never wastes so much time and energy on one person. There are thousands of handsome men in the world, and she just wants to give each handsome man a home. Lisa got up and walked around the coffee table towards the wine cooler, her slender fingers gently sliding over the bottles and picking out a vintage bottle of red wine. Yen Han took this opportunity to switch his and Lisa's wine glasses, and he did so with a quick and stealthy intent. Lisa picked up the bottle and poured a glass of wine for Yen Han and said, then our cooperation will have to be terminated, good luck in the future, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Lisa didn't notice anything and picked up her glass of wine and took a drink. Speech Chill raised an eyebrow and hooked his lips, then I wish you good luck tonight as well. After saying that, he also picked up his glass and drank it. Lisa did not understand the meaning of his words, but only noticed that he drank the wine. She put in advance in the cup of ecstasy, and the dosage is not small, as long as the words of the cold drink, she is confident that she will be able to take him. But not a moment later, Lisa's cheeks flushed, her body began to heat up. Her body was like a flame that had been ignited, blazing hot and unbearable. She felt her consciousness gradually become chaotic, as if enveloped by a layer of fog, dizzy, the scene in front of her eyes began to blur, and everything around her became illusory and unreal. Lisa wasn't sure what was happening, her mind seemed to be out of control and she couldn't think. All she could feel was a strong surge of desire, and she felt unbearably hot, causing her to reach up and tug at the clothes on her body, hoping to gain a hint of coolness that would alleviate that feeling of hotness, but that coolness was fleeting, and was soon replaced by an even more intense hotness. Lisa's breathing became rapid and heavy, her eyes were disoriented and helpless, she gradually lost her sanity, and her whole body fell into a state of extreme confusion. She shouted in a daze, Mr. Yen? Mr. Yen, can you help me? I'm so uncomfortable, I feel so hot. Yen Han watched this coldly, and before he saw that she was on the verge of ripping off all of her clothes, he stepped forward and took off his suit jacket to cover her. Come on, I'll walk you upstairs to the lounge. Lisa's consciousness was blurred, she felt like there were millions of ants crawling on her body, and she wanted to pounce on Yen Han and cling to him to alleviate the dryness of her body. Lisa could only obediently follow Yen Han now, attempting that he could help her later. Yen Han brought her upstairs to the room that he had just let Swolin open in advance. Lisa lay on the bed and kept wriggling her body. Mr. Yen. Mr. Yen. Please help me. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Lisa got up and tried to look for Yen Han. The room did not turn on the lights, she could not see anything, she could only use her memory to feel around. Mr. Yen? Are you still there, Mr. Yen? As a result, he had just taken a few steps when he suddenly bumped into the middle of a hard chest. Lisa dimly saw the man's upright form in the darkness and felt the firm lines of muscle. She found that the tingling sensation on her body lessened a lot the moment she stuck it on, so she reached out to take off the shirt of the man across from her and murmured, "Mr. Yen, I've liked you for a long time, so help me, I'm really hard right now." Lisa removed the man's clothes and then quickly removed the already rubbed and messed up clothes from her own body. She felt much more comfortable as she pressed herself against them, but she wasn't satisfied with that and pushed the man across from her back onto the bed again as she leaned down and pressed a precise kiss to the man's lips. Chapter 134, Announcing the Marriage. As if she were crazy, Lisa wrapped her arms tightly around the man's waist and pressed her lips to his, kissing him. The kiss was not skillful in any way and was full of longing. Her body trembled slightly with excitement, and the fire in her heart burned brighter and brighter. Lisa's hands began to run over the man's back, feeling the strong lines of his muscles. Her breathing became rapid, her heart raced, and the blood in her body boiled, and now she was focused only on the man in front of her and the longing within her. It seemed the only way to slightly reduce the dryness in her body. It wasn't long before the man underneath him rolled over and sat up, reversing his position, taking Lisa's face in both hands and kissing her hard. Lisa was taken aback by the suddenness of the move, but soon she was intoxicated and responded to him enthusiastically. Lisa's breathing became rapid, the man did not give her a chance to catch her breath, his kisses became deeper and deeper, more and more passionate, as if he wanted to devour Lisa. Lisa felt her body losing strength as she struggled to meet the man's movements, their breaths intertwining. Until the man made a move, Lisa's lips hooked up. Thinking that Yen Han, how deep love is just a man, no one can withstand her temptation, and so on. Tomorrow the news reports out, Yen Han does not still have to obediently submit to. The night was charming and calm was not gradually restored until dawn. The next day, by the time Lisa woke up it was already in the afternoon, and she was the only one left in the room with her clothes scattered all over the place, and Yen Han was long gone. She moved slowly, only to feel her body ache all over like it was falling apart. Lisa looked down at herself, and there wasn't a good spot on her body, with all kinds of red marks and bruises from being pinched. Lisa cannot help but somewhat admire the physical strength of the speech-cold. She talked about so many boyfriends have not been one as long-lasting as him. It seems that the speech-cold not only handsome in this kind of thing is also so powerful. She cannot help but think that in the future to get married she cannot withstand the. Just as she was thinking, the cell phone she put on the side of the bed suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone. Her voice was lazy. "How did things go?" "You can rest assured, Princess Lisa, yesterday Mr. Yen went into the bar and sent you to the lounge. The photos of you going into the room together were all taken and the news was edited. It will be released soon." Lisa hooked her lips. "That's fine, send it now, and I'll have someone call you right away with the remaining $10 million. When the man on the opposite side heard this, he immediately curried favor and said, "All right, Princess Lisa, I'll get things done for you right away." The man moved quickly and released the news just after hanging up. The president of the Yen Group and the third princess of the royal family, Lisa, spent the night together in a hotel, and the two had attended the royal banquet together, so it seems that the good thing is close, according to people in the know. It didn't take long for this news to reach the top of the news list in Country Y. The comments section instantly exploded with, "That day the royal banquet President Yen was present as Princess Lisa's male companion, so it turns out that the two of them are really close to good things. Congratulations! Wow, that new queen is definitely Lisa. Blessing! What a doorstop! The news is all over the place, they're going to officially announce their marriage next, aren't they? Does anyone remember the news broke 3 months ago that the two went into a hotel together? At that time the clarification statement I thought it was fake, so long ago the two finally fixed it. I remember. I thought it was true when it broke that the two were in a hotel together. Congratulations! When will the parties make their official announcement?" Lisa looked through the comments section, hooked the corner of her lips. Speech cold this time do not want to marry her also cannot, and so the two marry to give speech cold antidote is not her say. Lisa put away the phone to get up and wash up. She just held the wall to get up. Her legs were soft and fell to the ground. Lisa sat on the ground to slow down for a long time. Her crotch bone is unusually sore. Every step to slow down for a long time. Yen Han usually a look of abstinence. It turns out to be so brave in bed. Lisa took a soak in the tub and got out only to feel less sore. The outfit from last night was wrinkled beyond recognition. She called her assistant to bring her a set of clothes and had just finished changing and was ready to leave when her cell phone rang again. Lisa thought it was Yen Han finally contacting her, but she couldn't help but feel a little lost when she saw the caller ID. She picked up the phone. "Father." King Casso's bright laughter came out. "Ha, Sasha, ah, well done, I saw the news. I can rest assured in the future when you have such a powerful husband. This afternoon I will hold a press conference to publicize your relationship, and then after establishing you as the first heir." Lisa could not hide her inner excitement and said excitedly, "Thank you, Father. I will definitely work hard and won't let you down." Well, I'm very relieved for you." The two talked for a while longer before hanging up. Lisa's face was full of spring, complacent. So what if she was the president of the Yen Group? So what if she was the new queen? In the end, not all of them were hers. The only thing that makes Lisa a bit puzzled is that Yen Han hasn't contacted her until now. but it doesn't matter, the news has already reported it, the two have had a relationship and it's already nailed down, so there's no use for Yen Han to struggle anymore. With that figured out, Lisa got in her car with brisk steps, just wait until the afternoon and she'd have it all. On the other side, Yen Han had just come out from his daily routine checkup, when Zhuo Lin came forward with his cell phone and respectfully said, Mr. Yen, Miss Lisa's side has already published the news, and King Casual has issued a notice that a press conference will be held at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Yen Han took the cell phone and scanned it twice, casually threw the phone aside and walked to the sofa to sit down by himself. Is the evidence all ready? Zhuo Lin respectfully said, it's ready, Mr. Yen. Lu Honshu asked from the sidelines, what are you going to do? Yen Han sipped his water and calmly said, smash the scene. Luhan Snapdragon did not hold back the laughter out. This Lisa to mess with who was not good, have to mess with him, this is good, have to make himself a reputation for the end of the Chapter 135 press conferences. Just then, Yen Han's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhuo Lin handed his phone to Yen Han, he scanned the caller ID, it was a string of calls with no notes, but Yen Han also probably guessed who it was. Speech Chill picked it up and didn't speak, but the other party said first, it's me, Catherine. I know. Catherine wasn't surprised that he could guess that it was her, and continued, how about Mr. Yen, can you always believe that I'm sincere in working with you now? Yen Han leaned back, leaning on the backrest of the sofa, his voice lazy, so what are your requirements? My father will be holding a press conference at 3 o'clock this afternoon when he will announce your marriage. I need you to be there. I have all the evidence ready, all you need to do is show it on the big screen. Yen Han raised an eyebrow, he was just about to do the same, and he wasn't going to be so naive as to think that all he needed was for Catherine to help him. Catherine paused and continued, let my father stop interrupting to make Lisa the heir, and then I need you to have to publicly announce Ridewind as the most promising company, and that the Yen Group will cooperate with Ridewind for the next 5 years, forming a strategic alliance cooperation model with Ridewind to carry out business together, and to share the market, technology, and channel resources together. Yen Han snorted, Princess Catherine, I'm a capitalist not a philanthropist, my Yan's century-old enterprise, why should I become a strategic alliance with you, a small and medium-sized enterprise that has just risen to prominence, don't be too delusional, my Yen stomped on one of your multiplying wins, it's as simple as pinching an ant to death. Yen Han directly refused to leave no room for error, even if the development of the wind in the past 2 years is very good, but also cannot be compared with the Yan's business empire. Catherine also wanted to take a gamble, and was not surprised by Yen Han's refusal, but instead persuaded her undauntedly, but Mr. Yen, I am the chairman of Ride the Wind, I have the royal family's resources and connections, and you can see the speed of Ride the Wind's development, and if I become the new queen, Ride the Wind's development is bound to be unstoppable, and I've already done a risk assessment report, and there is absolutely no risk of losing money. Yen Han crossed his legs and said carelessly, but how can Miss Catherine be sure that you will definitely become the new queen even after Lisa goes down? And with Ride the Wind's current strength, if I want to make it go bankrupt today, it definitely won't survive until tomorrow. Catherine was speechless, what Yen Han said was indeed the truth, she was completely incapable of fighting against him now, she was still too weak. Catherine took a step back, so what do you want? Yen and Ride the Wind can cooperate, but only in a division of labor, in accordance with their respective areas of expertise and strengths, and in the event of a loss, Yen can terminate the cooperation at any time. The initiative of such a cooperation was completely in the hands of Yen Han, but Catherine now desperately needed to use Yen's name and resources to try to develop and grow herself, so that she could have the capital to negotiate with others in the future, so Catherine gritted her teeth and agreed. But, Mr. Yen, I have one more request. You say, if there is no loss, the Yen shall not terminate the cooperation, or else it will have to pay $1 billion in liquidated damages. No problem. Yen Han agreed readily. Catherine sighed in relief, then I'll have a contract drawn up now. Not a moment later, Catherine sent an electronic version of the contract over, after checking that there is no problem. Yen Han signed. It was then that Catherine asked, so what was Mr. Yen's deal with Lisa? What do you need me to do for you? Yen Han picked up the water cup and drank before saying nonchalantly, I want your royal family's 7 heart pills. 7 heart pills? Exactly. Are you poisoned? MS. Catherine, that shouldn't be something you should be curious about. Catherine also realized that she had crossed the line a bit. I'm sorry, I was the one who asked too much. The 7 hearts pill is in the royal secret room, and only the successive kings are allowed to enter the secret room. I know, and when you become the first heir you'll have the qualifications to do so as well. Also, I need to get the 7 heart pill within this month. In such a hurry? Speech Chill didn't answer her question. Catherine pondered, I know, I'll get the 7 hearts pill as soon as possible. Yen Han nodded, didn't have the heart to continue chatting. It's okay to hang up. Okay, I've sent all the information to your phone. Yen Han responded and then hung up the phone. Lu Honshu gave him a thumbs up, it won't be a black-hearted capitalist, whose life is about to be lost and is still here to negotiate with people. Yen Han coldly glanced at him and didn't answer. It didn't take long for Catherine to send all the information, and Zhuo Lin copied them all onto a USB flash drive and handed it to Yen Han. Yen Han took the USB flash drive and played with it in his hand for a few rounds, the corner of his lips hooked up in an arc, stood up and straightened his clothes, and opened his mouth to say, "Let's go, and smash the scene." Luhan Snapdragon looked at Yen Han's back and shook his head. Now there is a good show to watch. Live from the royal press conference. All the reporters from Y Country basically arrived at the scene, all of them set up their cameras, some media were also broadcasting live, all of them were waiting for King Kaso to appear. Everyone wanted to get the first-hand news and grab the first drop of the news. A reporter at the bottom was whispering. Previously, an entertainment reporter photographed Mr. Yen and MS. Lisa. At that time I didn't believe it, but as a result, now I'm here waiting for people's wedding news. In fact, I don't believe it either. I think Mr. Yen doesn't like her at all, especially I saw it on the day of the banquet. The distance between the two people during the dance can still be in the put down of a person. There is no love at all in Mr. Yen's eyes when he looks at her, and now it's more like the two people have been photographed and had to announce it. How can there be true love in a powerful family? It's just a bundle of interests, let's just do our job. In a few moments, King Castle came out of the room, the flash and shutter click sounded immediately. Castle walked to the center with a smile on his face and sat down. Thank you to all the media reporters for attending today's press conference. There are a total of 2 things to be announced today. The first one is the wedding news of my youngest daughter, Lisa, and the president of the Yen clan, Yen Han, and the second one is about the establishment of the first heir. Castle paused. First of all, you have seen the news this morning. My youngest daughter Lisa and Mr. Yen have been dating for a few months. Due to the fact that it is still unstable, it has not been made public. Now it's also time to tell you, the two good things will be close to each other. The wedding is expected to be held this year. The specific date and so on will choose a time to tell you when it is finalized. A reporter below asked, the two have never publicly acknowledged their relationship, and only came out to admit it this time when they were photographed. Is it because they are unmarried and pregnant or something else? The others were shocked that this reporter actually dared to ask so much, while King Kaso's face darkened, but quickly recovered. No, my youngest daughter is very simple. There's still a difference between her in person and the rumors outside, so I hope that people won't make malicious rumors about her. Chapter 136, Why Didn't I Know? Castle continued, what about the second thing, is that after my youngest daughter, Lisa, and Mr. Yen have consummated their marriage, I will be holding a succession ceremony for her, and I will need all of you in the media to be present at that time. The following was in an uproar. Everyone also guessed that Kaso would let Lisa succeed the throne, but there were also other reporters who sought injustice for Catherine. What about your second daughter? Ride the Wind's achievements in the past few years are obvious to all. Princess Catherine is the most capable. Why did you choose Lisa to succeed the throne? Yes, King Castle, is it because Lisa is better in some other way? Please answer. King Kaso cleared his throat before continuing. Establishing a candidate for the heir apparent is definitely a comprehensive consideration within the royal family. My second daughter Catherine's ability to run a company is indeed outstanding, and in the future the right to run the company under the name of the royal family will be given to her, while Lisa is more capable of management. And Yen Han is also an outstanding businessman, so after comprehensive consideration I have chosen to give the new queen's position to Lisa. Position to Lisa. It was only at this time that Lisa arrived late. She had just heard these reporters' comments about herself backstage as well, and now a little annoyed, she didn't care about the current occasion, and snatched the microphone from the reporter's hand and said towards everyone present, no matter how I'm capable or not, the position of the future new queen is mine. No one else can ever snatch it away. Besides, don't you all have a private life? Are you guys so concerned about other people's privacy that you have nothing better to do? When I finish my wedding with Yen Han, you'll all be waiting to participate in my succession ceremony. Because the microphone is very loud, coupled with the fact that Lisa is roaring out, the sound coming out is extraordinarily harsh, and the reporters below all frowned, increasingly feeling that this brash and unreasonable princess is simply not worthy of being a queen. But when the reporters saw those ambiguous red marks on Lisa's bare neck, they all guessed that the odds were that last night was real. The reporters at the bottom were about to open their mouths to ask something when they were suddenly interrupted by the sound of applause from the entrance behind them, and the crowd looked back. Lisa saw that it was Yen Han came, could not help but smugly hook the corner of the lips, even if it is a morning or not contacted, so what, now is not to come to obediently find her. The reporters immediately turned their lenses to focus on Yen Han. Yen Han clapped his hands and came in with a mixed face, walked to the front of the stage and stood still and then coldly opened his mouth. I'm going to get engaged. How come I, the party concerned, don't know? Reporters were shocked, did not think there was actually a reversal, immediately carried a camera aimed at a few people a wild shot. Kaso also got angry and clapped his hands, angrily rebuking Yen Han. What are you talking about? If you want to apologize to our Lisa, you won't blame me for being rude. Lisa's expression was no longer so calm, suddenly becoming flustered. She took 2 steps forward and pulled on Yen Han's sleeve, whispering, what's wrong with you? We've already had sex and you still want to deny it? The following reporters also asked questions. Then may I ask what happened to Mr. Yen's morning news? Just now King Castle said that you and Princess Lisa have been dating for several months now, stabilized and planning to get married. Is it a lie? Yen Han pulled his own sleeve from Lisa's hand and his eyes swept her lightly, which caused a bad feeling to well up in Lisa. Yen Han walked onto the stage and gave a look towards Zwolin, who immediately went to the computer, took out a USB flash drive, and replaced the photo on the big screen with a video. Zwolin clicked start, and only after the video had finished playing did Yen Han open his mouth to speak. Words cold low sexy voice through the microphone to everyone's ears. Reporters friends, this video is last night's Maple Grove Bar surveillance video. Miss Lisa asked me to Maple Grove Bar last night. The result, I went in less than 15 minutes. Miss Lisa drunk. Out of goodwill I sent her to the upstairs lounge. I went in less than 2 minutes to come out. I and Lisa miss nothing ever happened between us. And shortly after that another man came into the suite and didn't leave until the next morning. No one knows what happened that night. What Yen Han said was very obvious, and combined with the red marks on Princess Lisa's neck, it was hard for people not to think in that direction. The reporters got even more excited, totally not expecting such a shocking reversal today. Lisa's face instantly changed. She had always thought that the person who flirted with her in the hotel yesterday was Yen Han, until now she didn't realize that the person last night wasn't him at all. But Mr. Speech and Ms. Lisa were also alone in the box for 20 minutes, and no one can be sure what happened to you during that time. Yen Han laughed in anger when he heard this and asked back, "Who are you looking down on?" Yen Han had long thought that someone would ask this question, so he had Zwolin release the image recorded by the miniature camera that Lu Honshu had given him yesterday. This convinced the journalists at the scene that the relationship between the two was innocent. Then Mr. Yen, may I ask what happened to the news that broke 2 months ago about you and Princess Lisa entering the hotel together? Was that also false? Yen Han looked at Lisa next to him, his voice lazy. Should you say it or should I continue? Chapter 137, Uncovering Lies. Lisa's face had turned pale. She didn't dare to let Yen Han speak anymore. Who knows what words he would say again. She hurriedly explained that time it was we happened to run into each other on the road, and I took Mr. Yan's ride back to the hotel. We didn't have anything. Yen Han raised an eyebrow. It was obvious that Lisa had asked him out, but Yen Han still didn't expose her lie. Yen Han re-looked at the reporters below. Now that everyone knows that there is nothing between Lisa and I, do you know what to report next? The following reporters are in a huge shock. No one has slowed down, heard just a mute nod. Everyone thought it was the nail in the coffin, who did not expect to encounter such a shocking reversal today. Yen Han suddenly thought of something, and re-said, in the next 5 years, Yan's group and Ride the Wind will determine the partnership. In the case of guaranteeing not to lose money, Yan's will be funded to help Ride the Wind's development. There was an uproar below, which made it clear that Yen Han was now supporting the heir candidate of Catherine instead of Lisa, which meant that he was going to openly go against Lisa. King Castle, his face green with anger in the background, stood up and left the conference without looking back. Yen Han looked at him indifferently and continued, I've finished what I have to say. The rest of you journalists go and report on your own. There are still things to do, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Yen Han left with Zwolin, and Lisa hurriedly chased after him. Catherine, who stood in the corner and watched it all with cold eyes, saw that the event was finalized and left with her people as well. Reporters would have liked to go after them to see what other breaking news there was, but they were stopped by security guards at the door. Lisa didn't catch up with them until Sehan was just about to get in the car and leave. With a bang, she raised her hand and closed the door of Yen Han's car, questioning, why are you doing this to me? In the beginning, we did not say yes. Now why do you want to embarrass me in the conference? Lisa was teary-eyed and looked so miserable. Yen Han's eyes were clear and cold. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes, only endless indifference. Ms. Lisa, this kind of question still need to come to ask me? It was you who said that you would let me accompany you to the banquet, but as a result, you now insist that I marry you to obtain the status of heir, and last night, you also pretended to compromise, but in reality, you put ecstasy in my cup, and arranged a large number of reporters, wanting to wait for the evidence to be conclusive so that I would have to compromise, and announce the wedding without me, the person concerned, knowing anything about it. Yen Han let out a cold laugh before continuing, Miss Lisa is really playing a good game. If not for me changing the wine glass, would I be at your mercy now? You are the one who planned me, but now you are questioning me? Lisa's face was white, but she couldn't say a word of rebuttal, because what Yen Han said was indeed the truth. It turned out that Yen Han knew everything. It turned out that last night she was in that state because Yen Han switched the two of them's wine glasses. She asked with a trembling voice, so are you really going to openly support Catherine against me now? Yes. Lisa's hands came off and the bag in her hand fell to the floor in a haunted state. Yen Han watched with cold eyes. If Miss Lisa has nothing else to do, Mr. Yen will take his leave first. Zwolin re-pulled open the door, waiting for Yen Han to get on the car. He went around to the passenger side to get on the car. The Maybach slowly started and left Lisa's field of vision. Last night Catherine told Mr. Ian that let him bring Lisa to the room on the good. What happened behind in fact they do not know. Mr. Ian also watched the news this morning before knowing that Catherine and one of Lisa's ex-boyfriends said Lisa still cannot let go of him, inviting him to go to the room to look for her at night. And this is what happened after the incident. As if Lisa's body had lost all its strength, she fell heavily onto the cold ground. Tears flowed down her pale cheeks like a bursting flood, forming a puddle. Lisa's eyes gradually became malicious. It was all because of Yenhan. It was all because of him that caused her to become in this state. Lisa knew that at this moment, she had already fallen into a desperate situation, and there was no longer any chance to salvage the situation. All the plans she made have now come to naught. Especially since this incident has brought her into disrepute and made her the object of ridicule. Even if her father loved her dearly, there was no way he would risk handing over the family's succession to a disgraced daughter. After all, the interests of the family would always reign supreme and could not be compromised because of a certain person. Lisa felt a chill rise up her spine as everything she once had, including status, power and wealth, left her in an instant. When Lisa returned home, disoriented, she found King Castle already sitting in the living room waiting for her with a serious look on his face. Sensing something big, Lisa walked up with red eyes and choked out, "Father." King Castle frowned tightly. Seeing Lisa in this state was also a bit heartbroken, softening his tone. "Didn't I tell you not to leave any handles in anything you do? This time letting people take out all the evidence, not leaving any room for us to turn the tables." Lisa, tears like rain, choked, "I'm sorry, father. I also did not expect that Yenhan actually know everything." He also changed the wineglass in advance. King Castle shook his head and sighed. "During this period of time, you should stay out of the public eye for now. I'll have it declared to the public that you're going to be at home for this period of time to recuperate, and when public opinion passes you'll be fine." Lisa's eyes widened. "Father, that heir apparent." King Castle was silent for a moment before replying. "Tomorrow I will issue a statement that the heir apparent will be given to your second sister." "Don't father, obviously your most favored person is me haven't you already decided to give me the status of heir? You can't keep your word." King Castle reprimanded. "Who says I don't keep my word? Now that you've messed everything up, how can I still make you the heir? Sasha, everything has to be in the big picture the family's interests come first Castle spoke heavily and raised his hand to pat Lisa's shoulder as he stood up and headed upstairs. Undeterred, Lisa grabbed Castle's sleeve. Father, you can't do this. Your favorite daughter is me, not second sister." Castle pushed aside the hand that grabbed him and commanded in a deep voice, "Why don't you hurry up and take Princess Lisa upstairs to rest?" The servant next to him was busy stepping forward to pull Lisa out of the way as Castle headed upstairs without looking back. Lisa was now sure that she really had nothing left. The interests of the family came first. She could not bring benefits to the family, then she could only become a discard. Chapter 138, Go Home Early. The Other Side. Jiang Bing has been a whole day and night did not receive news from Yenhan, think he should also be a medical examination qualified as closed for treatment, although she is very interested in knowing the current situation of Yenhan, but firmly believe that when Yenhan treatment is completed will be the first time to send her a message. Jiang Yen took Yen Si-bei to stay at Jiang Mother's house for 2 days, and on Sunday night Jiang Yen took Yen Si-bei back home. Jiang Bing sat on the floor and helped Yen Si-bei put the stationery and books she needed for school on Monday in her book bag. The little Yen Si-bei sat next to her playing with her Legos and suddenly sighed. Jiang Bei felt a bit amused and asked with a teasing smile, "What's wrong, Si-bei? What's so agonizing that it's worth sighing? Tell mommy." Yen Si-bei put down the toys in her hand and said with some sadness, "Mom, why isn't Dad back yet? It's so cold after there's one less person in the house." The arc of Jiang Bo's mouth faded. In fact, she also misses Yen Han and wants to know how he is doing now, so she holds Yen Sibian on her lap and soothes him. "Daddy may be busy right now and doesn't have time to pick up the phone, but mommy tries to give Daddy a call, and if Daddy doesn't get it we'll go to bed and be good and wait for Daddy's news, okay?" The little group's eyes lit up. "Yes." Jiang Bei took out his cell phone and dialed Yen Han's phone, a small 4 eyes staring at the screen. Listening to the receiver came beep 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 sound. The phone is about to be automatically hung up has not been picked up. The two expressions are a little frustrated. Just as Jiang Bei was about to hang up, Yen Han's low, magnetic voice came from the other side of the receiver. "Bei?" Hearing this voice a small pair of eyes lit up. Before Jiang Bian could speak, little Tuanzi grabbed the opportunity to speak. "Daddy." Yen Han laughed softly when he heard this childish voice. "Where's Daddy? Where's Mommy? Is Mommy next to him or not?" "In." After waiting for a while for no one to speak, Yen Han asked, "Pulling?" "I'm at." After Yen Si-bei handed the microphone to Jiang Bei's mouth, Jiang Bei choked for a moment. Do not know what to say, want to ask him when to come back, but feel too active. It looks like she seems to miss him. Jiang Bei is now not adapted to such a straightforward expression of affection. Instead, it was Yen Si-bei who couldn't hold it in first and asked, "When can you come back, Dad? The house isn't lively at all when you're not at home." Yen Si-bei asked the question that Jiang Yen wanted to ask, and Jiang Yen was relieved and waited for Yen Han's answer. Yen Han was silent for a while. He also did not expect this time out will appear so many accidents. Now can get the 7 heart Dan. When can get the 7 heart Dan he is not sure. Yen Han knew that Jiang Ren was also listening next to him. He deliberated on the wording before continuing. "I'll be back in a couple days. There's something tricky going on over here, so I may have to stay for 2 more days. Jiang Bing's heart instantly lifted. "What's wrong? Did something happen to you?" "It's not me, I'm fine. It's just that the attending physician suddenly changed, and it's going to be fixed right away, but it's going to take a few days of delay before it's done." Jiang Bian then put his heart down, but he still lost a little in his heart when he sniffed. Little Dumpling said, "Daddy, then you come back quickly. Oh, Mommy and I miss you so much." Yen Han gently said, "Well, Dad will go back right after things are taken care of." It's late, give your phone to your mom and get in the shower and go to bed or you'll be late for school tomorrow.
Okay, then I'll go now.
Yen Si-bei returned the cell phone to Jiang Bei and ran into the bathroom with a thump, thump, thump.
Jiang Bing hadn't thought of what to say yet, but Yen Han opened his mouth first. Are you too, Bing Bing? Jiang Bing was confused by his sudden words. What am I too? Did you miss me too?
Jiang Bei's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was a boiled shrimp, and she let out a very, very soft, The word seemed to be squeezed out of his throat, so vague that one could not hear it clearly, but the meaning was more than obvious.
A soft laugh came from Yen Han over there. I miss you too.
When he finished, he suddenly added, very, very much, more than you want me to. I'm afraid I really can't go back. I'm afraid of another change. I'm afraid I'll never see you again.
Then you'll get well soon and come home early. Good. How is your body? Have you been poisoned? Can they develop an antidote?
Jiang Bing is now most worried about Yen Han's body, afraid that the poison in his body in the end or cannot be solved. I'm fine, the antidote is being worked on, it's almost ready to be formulated, don't worry about me. With Yen Han's assurance, Jiang Yan put her heart down, and the two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. I don't know if it's because of the news of Yen Han, so Jiang Bing slept well this night. After hanging up the phone, Yen Han leaned back on the backrest of the seat with a miserable face and frowned gently as he looked at a few clumps of paper towels with blood in the trash can in front of him. In the past 2 days, he vomited blood more and more often, and obviously felt his body getting weaker and weaker. In addition to the time when he had to go out, the rest of the time is almost always in a coma, which also made him more and more panicked, especially just after hearing Jiang Bing's voice. He really wanted to go back to hug her, even if he could see her for the last time. Early the next morning, Jiang Bei suddenly received a call from Su Qing after dropping little Tuanzi off at kindergarten. Su Qing's voice was still a bit hoarse, and it sounded like she had just woken up from a nap. Bien bien.
Have you seen the news? Is it true that Yen Han is being treated in country? Why?
Yeah, why, what's the news?
Su Qing was shocked. Didn't you see it reported on so many platforms yesterday? Jiang Bian was confused. What the hell are you talking about? Where was there any major news in the past 2 days?
Jiang Bian took out her cell phone, opened the speakerphone, clicked on various software to read them all, and made sure that there really wasn't any news, which made her even more sure that it was Su Qing who was scaring her.
Qing, are you awake right now? You're not sleepwalking, are you?
Su Qing rolled her eyes with a big, speechless look.
Chapter 139, He lied to me. Yeah, I'm sleepwalking and I'm accurately calling you. You want to know what's going on? Come to my house right now, or you won't know.
After saying that, Su Qing didn't leave Jiang Bian time to react and directly hung up the phone. Jiang Bian was confused, and did not quite believe what Su Qing said, and thought she was playing truth or dare to lose the game, but was afraid that she really had something, so still started the car to go to the direction of Su Qing's home. Jiang Bei had just pressed the doorbell when the door was opened from inside the house, and Su Qing stood there quietly, his hands clasped in front of his chest, an expression on his face that seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Jiang Bei went into the house and looked around, found nothing unusual in the house, walked to the sofa in the living room again and sat down, and asked, "Say, what's going on? What's the point of tricking me over here?" Su Qing had an incredulous look on her face as she walked up 2 steps and sat beside Jiang Ren, big sister.
You actually think I'm lying to you now?
Jiang Ren nodded rightfully, but I really haven't seen any news. After saying that, Jiang Yan took out her cell phone and put it on the table. Is your cell phone being hacked by some hacker? I swear I really didn't see any news about Yen Han. Su Qing is absolutely impossible to believe that their own cell phone problems. She out of the determination to reveal that Jiang Bian unlocked the phone, opened the major software to check all over, but found that there is really no news she saw. Su Qing retook out her own cell phone to compare them one by one, and found that indeed any information about Yen Han had been blocked out. She looked at Riverbend in shock, and for a moment she couldn't tell whose phone had been hacked. Seeing Su Qing's shocked expression, Jiang Bian also guessed that she should have discovered some difference, and curiously came over to look. Just after seeing the large print headline of the news, Jiang Bian's face turned pale. #surprise. The president of the Yen Group, Yen Han, entered the hotel with the second princess of the Y royal family. #Y's royal press conference to publicize Princess Lisa and Yen Han's marriage. The president of the speech group is suspected to be married to his wife. Saying cold, cheating. Yen Han attends the launch event and denies dating Princess Lisa. Evidentially reversed. Yen Han's news alone dominated half of the hot search list, and several of the news were followed by the word explosion. Jiang Bian clicked in one by one to see. These days she hadn't received any phone calls from Yen Han to her on his own initiative. She had always thought that it was because he was in close treatment and hadn't been able to get a cell phone, so she had been holding back from bothering him, wanting to wait for him to get well and come back for a reunion as soon as he was able to recover from his injuries. But she never expected, in her cognition now should be in the hospital detoxification of Yen Han but with another woman went to the bar, but also sent her to the lounge, and even the king of Y country to announce her and Lisa's wedding news. But she, the real wife, was kept in the dark without any knowledge, and even if it is not Su Qing told her, she would not have known all these things in her life. Jiang Yan was so angry that her hand holding the cell phone began to shake. Su Qing see Jiang Yan mood is not right, also realized that they seem to be in trouble. Jiang Yan is really did not see these news, really not in the teaser. Su Qing's breathing sounder lightened, awkward smile and opened his mouth. Bien, you first calm down. Maybe it's really my cell phone was hacked, right? These are all fake, mister. Yan loves you so much, it's not possible for him to do all these things, and it has already been clarified, mister. Yan's security camera footage have been taken out. It's all that Lisa who is directing herself. Don't be angry yet, ha. Su Qing finished this pile, carefully to observe Jiang Bo's face, found that there is no improvement, so Su Qing brain running rapidly thinking there is no other way to remedy. Su Qing was still thinking about it, but Jiang Bei suddenly put down her cell phone and asked, do you have a spare? Su Qing nodded dumbfoundedly, yes. Give it to me, let's see. Su Qing took out the spare phone and handed it to Jiang Bian. A hot search interface inside is also exactly the same, only Jiang Bian's phone was blocked. The news related to Yan Han. The last glimmer of hope in Jiang Bing's heart was shattered. She looked at the time, now Yan Han should be in the time of sleep, she could not care so much, directly a phone call, she wanted to give him a last chance, she wanted to hear him personally admit. That side rang for a long time before it was picked up, and Yan Han's sleepy voice with hoarseness came out, which was also mixed with a touch of nervousness. Pulling? What's wrong? Is something wrong? Words cold side is exactly early in the morning, he was woken up by the phone. A look at the phone. Jiang Yan, he immediately tensed up, usually this time Jiang Yan will not call him, he was afraid of Jiang Yan out of something, immediately picked up the phone. Jiang Yan paused and suppressed the trembling in her voice, she didn't want Yan Han to hear anything different. I'm fine, are you sleeping? Yan Han heard Jiang Bei's voice calm and confirmed that she was fine before letting go of his heart. Yan Han sat up and turned on a small table lamp before speaking back, yeah, it's early morning on my side, why are you calling me at this hour? It's okay, I just had a bad dream last night and was a little worried about you, so I called you to make sure. Yan Han laughed dotingly, dreams are all fake, bing bing. Well, it's fake. Jiang Yan paused before continuing, then what have you been doing these past few days? In for blood tests, physicals, and waiting to go to closed treatment. Yan Han was still lying to her. Jiang Bei's eyes instantly reddened, tears were swirling in her eyes. Jiang Bei just didn't want it to fall, she forced herself to hold back the choking in her voice, then treat yourself well, I'll wait for you to come back. Okay, I'll be sure to get back as soon as I can. After Yan Han finished the sentence, Jiang Bei hung up the phone, she was afraid that in one more second, her crying could not be hidden. Su Qing saw Jiang Bei like this is also very difficult, pulled out a tissue to Jiang Bei wipe clean tears, comforted, Bei, you first do not feel bad, things have been clarified, the evidence is conclusive, Mr. Yan did not do anything wrong to you, he must have some pain, what is the problem? Wait for him to come back and we personally ask him. Okay, first do not think wildly. Jiang Bei's tears couldn't stop falling, her voice choked, but he just lied to me, he just attended the banquet with Lisa, and let her take his arm, and they even danced together. If it wasn't for Yan Han's voluntary will, no one could have forced him. Su Qing was silent this time as well. Jiang Yan is right, Lisa can do all these, must have gotten the tacit approval of Yan Han, but why did Yan Han do this, and why did he suddenly go to the conference to expose her after tacit approval? Su Qing couldn't think of any of these questions right now, so she simply didn't think about it, and now the trickiest question was how she was going to be able to coax Jiang Bing. Chapter 140, Asking for Forgiveness. Su Qing regretted a lot. If she had known that this is the case she would not take it to Jiang Yan to see, because she felt that Yan Han is definitely not betrayed Jiang Yan, which must have other hidden reasons. Jiang Bei's hand hung down disengaged, and the cell phone in his hand came off on the edge of the sofa, bouncing a few times before falling to the ground again. Splat, the cell phone fell to the ground, as if it also turned on the switch of Jiang Bei's tears. She finally could not control the loud crying. Su Qing drew out a tissue and wiped the tears on Jiang Bei's face, and kept comforting, Bei, Mr. Yan won't betray you, there must be some misunderstandings here, let's wait for him to come back and question him properly, okay, if he's sorry for you, I'll be the first one not to let him off the hook. Jiang Yan cried a little lack of oxygen, and the scene in front of her eyes was a little blurred. She also believes that Yan Han will not betray her, but now she does not know how to convince themselves. Obviously they are so worried about his physical examination passed or not, there is no good health, the body of the poison cannot be solved, and do not even dare to always call to disturb him for fear of affecting the progress of his treatment, but now tell her. She is worried about him worrying about him in the time he was in the other woman hand in hand to participate in the party. What? Closed treatment do not allow family members to accompany, all are false. She did not know why he would deceive her, but must admit that he has deceived her. Su Qing's hands were busy wiping her tears. In her heart, she had already scolded Yan Han 180 times, at the expense of her still trusting him so much, but it turned out that he was also a dead scum, she would never help her again. Su Qing suddenly thought of something and said as she went to get her cell phone, I'll give Lu Hanshu a call and ask, they're so close, he must know everything. Jiang Bei huffed and pressed her hand, Don't fight, you said that they're so close, of course he won't tell you. If I lie to Yan Han and he calls to ask you, will you betray me? Of course not. Yeah, then of course Lu Hanshu won't say anything. Su Qing's skull instantly lowered, right, he definitely won't say, so can we only wait for Yan Han to come back and ask him? Jiang Bei's eyes were red, but she still nodded firmly. I'm going to ask him myself just why he deceived me. Su Cheng nodded her head in agreement. She reached out her hand and heartbreakingly took Jiang Ren into her arms. If you're angry and don't want to live with him anymore, you can move in with me, and the two of us will bring big little Tuanzi together, regardless of these stinky men of theirs. Jiang Bian tried to hold back the tears in her eyes, nodded and said, good. But why can't you receive any news about Yan Han? Is it because he did something? Jiang Yan shook her head. I don't know, but I guess he was afraid that I would know, so he blocked it for me. Which means that he knew that I would be angry and jealous, so he tried to cheat me in every way possible, but he still went ahead with it. Su Qing instantly didn't know what to say. Jiang Ran's analysis was right. Yan Han had deceived Jiang Ran, but he had taken everything into consideration. Su Qing scolded Yan Han several times in her heart again. After Jiang Bing slowed down a bit, she raised her head and rushed to Su Qing. I'll go back and pack up my things. I'll move over to live with you in the next 2 days. I'll have to ask him nicely when he comes back. Okay, then I'll go back with you. Jiang Bing is now very angry, but she is still very worried about the body of Yan Han. She felt that this time he went to Y country must have something to do with the poison in his body, and his poison has not yet been solved. She wants to wait for his body to get well before slowly find him to settle the score. She does not want to wait until later even find him to settle the score. There is no opportunity to do so. Yan Han hung up the phone. Has been a little distracted, so late to call him must be something, but she refused to tell him. After thinking for a while, Yan Han still called the phone to Chen Ma. Chen Ma was in the middle of cleaning when she heard the phone in the living room ring, and after seeing the caller ID on it, she busied herself by drying her hands and answering it. Hello, sir. Is Bunny home? Madam is not at home. Madam went to take the young master to school after breakfast and is not back yet. Well, has she done anything unusual in the last 2 days? Chen Ma thought back carefully before answering. Madam took the young master back to her mother's house on Saturday and Sunday. She just came back last night and didn't find anything unusual. Did something happen, sir? It's fine, please pay more attention to Bian Bian. If she has any mood changes what happened immediately report to me. Yes sir. Yan Han answered and then hung up the phone. After attending the press conference during the day, these 2 days are the time when the media is making a big fuss about it. He is afraid that Jiang Yan will notice something and will think nonsense, so it is better to pay attention to it. Yan Han was uneasy and still decided to give Lu Yu a call. The phone rang twice before being picked up. Hello? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Lu Yu's voice came from the receiver. The media is going to be all over me and Lisa for the next 2 days. Have you taken care of everything on Redeemer's end? Lu Yu was confident. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. She won't be able to see any news about you, and I've taken care of Jiang's father and mother. Yan Han nodded, but always felt a little panicked, and instructed, that's good, you pay more attention to Bian Bian, and tell me if anything is wrong. Lu Yu let out a light laugh. To what if she knows? Yan Han was silent for a long time before he said, beg for her forgiveness. In fact, Yan Han also thought if Jiang Bo knew how to do, as long as Bo can forgive him, let him do anything. Okay, got it. All I can do is help you keep an eye out, and if she finds out you'll kowtow to her and apologize. Speech Chill responded. After getting a response, Lu Yu hung up the phone. Yan Han slowly stood up and walked towards the balcony. He stood there quietly, feeling the cold wind in the early morning hours. This cold wind was like a sharp knife cutting across his cheeks. Yan Han took out a cigarette from his pocket and skillfully lit it with a lighter. The faint flame flickered in the darkness. The firelight of the cigarette shivered slightly in the cold wind, as if it also felt the cold and silence of the night. Yan Han silently stared into the distance, his thoughts drifting away with the smoke. He hid it from Jiang Bing because no one is not angry when they know that their husband is going to attend a banquet with someone else, but now only the 7-heart pill can cure his poison, and Gu Ming is nowhere to be found. If he doesn't go to cure the poison, after he dies, if Gu Ming comes to find Jiang Bing, there will be no one who can protect her at that time, so he must live. Chapter 141, Moving Out. After Jiang Bing had sorted out her emotions, Su Qing accompanied her home to pack her things. When the two arrived home, Chen Ma walked up. Madam, you're back. Jiang Yan responded. Since Chen Ma had never seen Su Qing before, she inquired, who is this? Jiang Bing felt that Chen Ma might have also been Yan Han's advance, afraid that she would talk to Yan Han, so she looked natural and said, Chen Ma, this is Su Qing, my best friend. In the past 2 days Yan Han is also not at home. I stayed at home is too boring, so I came back to take 2 pieces of change of clothes to take the little group of people to go to Su Qing's home to stay for a few days. After 2 days, I will be back. Oh, well, do you need me to accompany you up to clean up? No need, just keep busy. I'll just grab a couple of clothes and go. Good Lu ma'am. Jiang Yan pulled Su Chung upstairs back to her bedroom and took out her suitcase for her clothes. You're packing so much stuff that Chen's mom won't suspect you later? Just tell them you moved to a new house and don't have a lot of stuff, so I'll just take some of my daily necessities over. Su Cheng nodded, then helped Jiang Bian pack her things together. When the two of them packed up and went out, Chen Ma said, Ma'am, why don't you stay home for lunch today? Jiang Bei pulled the suitcase and walked out while saying, No need Mom Chen, you don't have to cook, we'll go out to eat. After saying that, Jiang Bei and Su Qing left, as if they didn't want to stay in this home for a minute longer. Chen Ma cannot help but feel a little strange, but then thought of the lady every day at home by herself is indeed a little bored. The lady this is back to her mother's home and go to her girlfriend's home to live. It is also understandable, so did not tell Yan Han this matter. Jiang Bo and Su Qing lifted the luggage into the trunk together. Su Qing sat in the driver's seat, Jiang Bo sat in the co-pilot. Su Qing fastened her seatbelt while asking, "Where to eat?" "Hot pot, under the sea." "Jiang." Su Qing started the car and answered, "Okay, let's go." The two went in and went directly to the box. Jiang Yan ordered a pot of the spiciest. These days did not eat the chili pepper to make up for the back. Su Qing looked at her small dish of chili pepper, gulp, smoke. The spiciness of her such cannot eat spicy bite can go to the west, but she did not dare to persuade. It is not easy to make her mood better in the past morning. Su Qing will also let her. Jiang Yan ate with relish, but in the end, I don't know if it was spicy or what, but snot and tears flowed out together. Seeing this, Su Qing hurriedly picked up a tissue and handed it over. "What's wrong, ancestor? Wasn't you fine just now? Why are you crying again?" Jiang Yan raised her head stubbornly with red eyes and retorted, "Who said I cried? I didn't cry, this is spicy." Su Qing hurriedly nodded, okay, whatever you say." Jiang Bei continued to bury her head to eat, but she couldn't stop the tears from staying, snapping, and falling all over the tabletop, quickly accumulating a small puddle of water stains. Jiang Bing suddenly put down his chopsticks and looked up. "Qing Qing, why is this dish so spicy? Spicy how I keep shedding tears, oh. Su Qing sighed, "No Jiang." She re-grabbed 2 pieces of paper and dried Jiang Ren's tears for him, suggesting, "Why don't we call him now to straighten things out, and you won't feel so bad." "Don't." Jiang Bing huffed. "He went to Y must be related to the antidote. He shielded me, also do not want me to see angry. In case I disrupt his plans, that would be more than worth it. His poison if not solved. I will not even find him in the future to settle scores, have no chance. Can only sit in front of his tombstone to cry. Since you've thought it through, then stop crying. Let's wait for him to come back and solve the problem. Your eyes are swollen like walnuts now, ugly." Su Qing said in disgust. Jiang Yan glared at Su Qing. "Maybe that's how girlfriends are, they never forget to dislike you at all times." The two of them ate really slowly, so by the time they finished eating, it was just about time for the little group to get out of school. So the two decided to go to the mall first. When she was about to leave, Jiang Bei realized that her eyes were a bit red and swollen because she had just cried too much. In order not to let the little group of people see the abnormality, she went to the restroom and washed her face with cool water, and then took out the powder from her bag to make up her face. She covered up the redness of her eyes and made it look like there was no abnormality before she and Su Qing set off to pick up Yan Bei. To the kindergarten door, did not wait for a while, Yan Bei they walked out in line. The little group came out and saw Jiang Bei and Su Qing happy, jumped up and hugged Su Qing's legs. "Auntie Qing, how do you and mom came to pick me up?" Su Qing squatted down and looked at the little group flatly. "Isn't your father traveling for the past 2 days, afraid that your mother will be bored staying at home, so in these few days, you guys will go to Auntie Qing's place to stay first." The little group of children especially like Su Qing, because every time we meet Su Qing we'll bring him a gift. This time is no exception. Su Qing just bought a remote control car to give him when shopping malls. Yan Sibian sitting in a child seat obediently fiddling with the remote control car. Su Qing is too much like Yan Sibian, this kind of children who do not cry, do not quarrel and do not make a fuss, and so he lamented. "How on earth can you have such a good and cute little baby as Sibian? What's the best way to have a good and cute little baby like Siban?" Jiang Yan glanced at her lightly from the rearview mirror. "First you have to have genes as good as mine." "Has been insulted too." Su Qing said disdainfully, "I do have such excellent genes, I just don't know what the future child's father will look like." "I see that, Mr. Lu is also charming." "Okay," she did not speak, said but Jiang Yan Jing which pot not open mention which pot. After a few people arrived home, Jiang Yan pulled her suitcase upstairs, Su Qing let her sleep in the guest bedroom, and Shadwanzi slept in the other small guest bedroom. After packing up the luggage, Jiang Bei was really too tired this day, so she tried to save trouble and directly ordered a takeaway. After eating, she wanted to directly go to rest, but she was afraid that the little group of people for the first time in an unfamiliar environment will be uncomfortable, so she went to the little group of people's bedroom to sleep with him. Yan Bei lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep no matter what. He saw the door to his room suddenly being opened. He sat up and through the light from the window saw that it was Jiang Bei's figure. He excitedly said, "Mom, it's me, Siobhan." There were no lights on in the room, and Jiang Yan saw a small black figure sitting obediently on the bed with the blanket hugging her, and her heart was a soft mess. "Why are you here, Mom?" Yan Siwei said in surprise. "Mommy's afraid you won't be able to sleep if you don't get used to it, so she's here to keep you company." "Yeah." Yan Bei head into Jiang Bei's arms, wrapped around her waist ready to sleep. I do not know whether it is because Jiang Bei's embrace is too secure. Originally had been unable to sleep the little group, not long after the sound of steady breathing. Chapter 142. Country Y. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yen Han was woken up by the sound of talking in the living room. He didn't sleep much all night. After he came back from smoking on the balcony, he kept his eyes open until dawn before he could get some sleep, and now he was woken up with a splitting headache. He pressed his temples tightly, and sat up for a long time before he felt a little bit better. Yen Han got up and washed up, then changed his clothes again before opening the bedroom door. Outside the door, Zuolin and Lu Hanshu have arrived. Lu Hanshu on the sofa is also a sleepy face, still wearing pajamas, obviously did not wake up as temporarily rushed over the appearance. Zuolin turned around when he heard the sound and saw that it was Yen Han coming out, bowing slightly. "Mr. Yen." Yen Han nodded his head a little, and made a sound in response. He walked over to the couch and sat down, legs folded, his posture idle as he inquired, "What happened? Why did you come over so early?" Zhuo Lin walked up with the tablet and respectfully said, "Mr. Yen, this morning King Casso made an announcement that he will soon establish Miss Catherine as the first heir, and will hold a crown conferral ceremony tomorrow." After saying that, Zhuo Lin handed the tablet in his hand to Yen Han. Yen Han swept a glance, not much other emotions, as if all of this is within his expectations, his promise he is done, the next he just need to wait for Catherine to come to take the initiative to contact him just fine. Lu Honshu immediately woke up, his sleepy eyes immediately became clear inside. Holy, this King Casuo has such strong execution? Yesterday just had an accident and today an announcement was made? After such a big incident with the prospective heir, the royal family's reputation is in tatters, the public opinion outside will be enough to crush them, and the stock prices of the companies under their names will definitely fall, and with Catherine being the most vocal heir candidate, plus the support of the Yen Group, Castle will definitely have to announce the new heir as soon as possible in order to stabilize the situation in order to minimize the losses. Luhan snap nodded inside. This Lisa is really a hand of good cards played to pieces, obviously with the king's favorite. As long as she doesn't make a demon, the new queen will definitely be her, and as a result, she has made herself useless. As he was talking, Yen Han's cell phone suddenly rang, and Zhuo Lin picked it up and handed it to him. Yen Han picked up. "Hello, Mr. Word, it's me, Catherine. Mr. Yen should have seen today's news. Thank you for your help. After tomorrow's conferral ceremony, I will honor my promise and give you the 7-heart pill. Okay, just remember to keep your promise. That's natural, after all, Mr. Yen has helped me a lot. If it wasn't for you, this heir position would inevitably not be mine." Yen Han laughed softly and didn't talk. In fact, it was also because Catherine could see that the relationship between him and Lisa was fake, and took the initiative to come to him for cooperation, or else he wouldn't have been able to get the 7-heart stand, and the two were actually accomplishing something for each other. "I'll have my assistant send the medicine over tomorrow afternoon. Without anything else, I'll hang up first, Mr. Yen." Yen Han responded and then hung up the phone. Lu Honshu spoke from the side. TSK, this Catherine is indeed much more reliable than that Lisa, and still manages to ride the wind so well, so courageous and resourceful. Yen Han lightly glanced at him. "There's nothing going on, you all go back, I'm going to sleep." "Since when do you have a habit of sleeping back?" Yen Han walked towards the bedroom without turning back and only threw down 2 words, "Headache." With that, he went into the bedroom, leaving the 2 men in the living room staring at each other in disbelief. Lu Honshu yawned, stood up and patted Zhuo Lin's shoulder. "Let's go, your bosses have all gone back to bed. It's a vacation day." After saying that, Lu Honshu left on his own. Zhuo Lin scratched his head, thinking that there is such a good thing? Paid vacation, no vacation for nothing, so he also immediately packed up and left. When Yen Han woke up again almost to noon, he picked up the cell phone to look at the eye. There is no missed calls and no news, it seems to, anyway, tomorrow afternoon to get the 7-heart dan after he can go back to the country in the evening, he now just want to quickly see. Early the next morning, the entrance to the royal palace was surrounded by reporters. Since the day after Lisa had such a big incident, every move of the royal has become the main object of media coverage. Today's conferral ceremony was even more surrounded by reporters, who all want to get the first line of coverage. This banquet Yen Han refused with the excuse of physical discomfort, and did not come to participate. Less a big focus, the reporters can only go to question Catherine. Catherine's car arrived at the door, all the reporters instantly swarmed up, holding the microphone and reaching out to Catherine's mouth. "Princess Catherine, the internet said that you are picking up the pieces. If it were not for the accident of Princess Lisa, this heir position would not be given to you. May I ask if you have any response to this?" "MS. Catherine, may I ask if you have intervened in the matter of Princess Lisa?" "MS. Catherine." The surrounding bodyguards blocked the reporters on both sides, not allowing them the chance to come up to them, and Catherine didn't respond to them in the least, carrying the hem of her skirt and walking quickly inside the palace, isolating all the sounds from outside. After all, it doesn't matter if she ever meddled in Lisa's affairs, she's already lost her reputation, and in order to stabilize the big picture, King Castle can only declare her the heir apparent, and no matter how it turns out, the one who ends up succeeding is her. Catherine slowly walked into the hall. The surrounding people saw her immediately surrounded by a toast and said compliments. Before, they all thought Lisa was the new queen, busy to please her but ignored Catherine. Now this unexpected reversal, they can only pray that Catherine adults do not remember the small man, forget the cold eyes that they threw at her before. Catherine looked at these people in front of her and felt a little ridiculous. Ride the wind before, or a small company when she wanted to cooperate with them, can only go to their company downstairs and so on. Sometimes sitting in the hall for an afternoon cannot see people, and finally can only wait for a sentence. The boss in a busy, but also in the meeting, do not have time to talk to you about cooperation. Rejection words heard too much. Now looking at their ingratiating face, Catherine only feel funny. Toast to the wine, all do not drink, of course, did not give them a good face. The crowd also feel embarrassed. Before long they all dispersed. The chatter in the crowd died down as King Castle stepped out. Behind him, he was closely followed by a butler, who was carefully holding a tray with his hands, on which was placed an exquisitely designed crown. This crown emitted a dazzling light, making it impossible to ignore its existence. The material of the crown was pure gold, glittering with golden luster. Around the crown, it was covered with gemstones of various colors. These gemstones were as bright and dazzling as stars, and in the center of the crown, there was a huge ruby inlaid, which was just like a burning flame. That ruby was surrounded by diamonds tightly, which made the whole crown even more gorgeous, as if it was a symbol of power and glory. Chapter 143, Swap. The crowd also sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this crown. The person who wore this crown would become the new queen of Country Y. This was a fact that could not be changed. King Castle went up to the stage and picked up the microphone and said towards everyone, after internal discussion within the royal family, due to Catherine's outstanding personal ability and ability to run the company, the new queen will be my second daughter Catherine. We will now hold a crown conferment ceremony and Catherine will enjoy all the rights that a queen enjoys. Having said that, King Castle invited Catherine to the stage, and Catherine, lifting her skirts, slowly walked up under the gaze of the crowd and stood side by side with Castle. Catherine stood after. Castle put down the microphone, picked up the tray next to the crown. Catherine bent over and bowed his head. Castle to Catherine to put on this moment of applause under the stage. The peripheral journalists picked up the camera. Crazy photo. Everyone together to witness this historic moment. And the crowd, in an inconspicuous corner, Lisa dressed in guard uniform with a mask cannot see the appearance of the hand is also holding a tray. See King Castle really put the crown to Catherine to wear. Lisa eyes crossed the thick hatred, tightly clenched fists, nails deeply embedded into the soft flesh of the palm. The palm became a bloody mess. But she was oblivious to the fact that she put the tray in her hands on the table, and left alone. After the crown granting ceremony is completed, Castle needs to continue to take Catherine to hand over, need to record the pupil. The new queen has the right to go to the royal secret room and history book's canonical room, and so on. All the ceremonies are completed. And then came to the reporter's interview. This time the reporters who can be left to be interviewed are screened. Some inconvenient to talk about the problem are blocked out. Only a few inoffensive questions remain. May I ask King Castle, what is the reason for the sudden change in the choice of the heir apparent? Can you tell us all about it? Castle, after the unpleasant events of that day, we reopened the discussion internally and realized that Lisa's mind is still not mature enough to take on a big role, and Catherine's overall ability is very strong, so we still decided to make Catherine the new queen. So how come we haven't seen Ms. Lisa tonight? King Castle was afraid that Lisa went out to get into trouble again, so he kept her in the bedroom for the past 2 days to let her calm down for 2 days, but of course Castle couldn't say that, and could only say, Lisa wasn't feeling well for the past 2 days so she didn't take part in the ceremony, and when her body healed it would have let her study under Catherine to exercise her mind. And may I ask if it was within your expectation that Miss Catherine would become the new queen? This time it happened very suddenly too. I didn't expect it, but I also prepared a lot for the position of the new queen, so I think I can handle the position. Only after the interviews were done did the guests and reporters at the scene leave. After seeing the guests off, Castle called Catherine into his study and instructed her a great deal, handing her the seal representing royal authority before letting her go, and when Catherine left he went back to his bedroom to rest. These 2 days encountered too many changes. King Castle, a handful of years old, energy is really cannot keep up. The younger generation's grudges he also do not want to manage. Now as long as Catherine can manage this country he will be satisfied. Catherine still remembered the agreement with Yin Han, and also remembered that she needed to get the 7 Hearts pill as soon as possible. She didn't take a break, and rushed straight to the secret room after coming out of the study, and pointed her eyes at the pupil recognizer. As a faint light flashed, the door slowly opened to both sides, revealing a mysterious passageway. Catherine also wondered why the secret room was not guarded by secret guards. As far as she remembered, the secret room usually had 3 to 5 secret guards. She guessed that they should have gone to replace the pupil identification. After all, it was a great amount of work when replacing the identification at every change of term, so even if there were no secret guards at the door she could understand. Without hesitation, Catherine stepped into the secret room and arrived in front of the herb room, pushing open the door and stepping inside. The room was filled with a faint aroma of herbs. The 7 Hearts pill was in the very center of the entire room, where this one wooden box was placed containing a black pill. Catherine smiled, loaded the pill and left the secret room. However, just as Catherine emerged from the secret room, a figure was hidden in the shadows silently watching her every move. Lisa's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Seeing Catherine's departing back, Lisa slowly hooked her lips. Catherine decided to go and deliver the antidote to Yin Han herself just to be on the safe side. She came to a villa area according to the location that Yin Han sent her, and found the one that Yin Han lived in and rang the doorbell. Zhuo Lin ordered the doorman to open the door when he saw it was Catherine on the intercom system. Both Yin Han and Lu Hanshu were sitting in the living room drinking tea. Seeing that Catherine had come in, Yin Han said in a faint voice, "Sit." When she finished speaking, she picked up a clean teacup next to her and poured her a cup of tea and placed it in front of her. Catherine walked over and sat on the single sofa, took out a small wooden box from the box and placed it in front of Yin Han, speaking, "Mr. Yen, this is the 7 Heart pill." Yin Han nodded and didn't reach for it, but looked up at Zhuo Lin. Zhuo Lin immediately understood and stepped forward to pick up the 7 Hearts pill, saying with an apology, "I'm sorry, Miss Catherine, we're going to take it to the lab now." Catherine nodded, "Be my guest." Waiting for the lab results, Catherine was on pins and needles. There was a very powerful pressure on Yenhan, and she felt a little breathless sitting next to him. In fact, the royal family in the beginning and the production of poison and compulsion is very powerful, or would not have developed 100 poison can solve the 7 heart dantu, but later because 2 hurt the body and will reduce the life expectancy so gradually decline, to the current descendants of only a few people are left to understand a little bit of poison production. And while Catherine had been gifted in this area from a young age, she hadn't told anyone about it and wasn't really exposed to it because it was considered an ominous sign nowadays, and her father wouldn't have let her become the new queen if he knew she knew about witchcraft and poison making. So she knew from a young age that this was something she was going to have to rot in her stomach. Now Yenhan's body is getting weaker and weaker. Just now when Catherine came in and saw Yenhan's first glance she knew that he had been poisoned. It wasn't so obvious before so she didn't see it and thought it was his closest relatives who were in danger. Now it seems to turn out to be himself, and she can see it. It proves that Yenhan doesn't have much time left. But the 7 heart stain can solve all kinds of poisons, so as long as he serves the 7 heart stain he will be fine. Catherine was sipping tea to herself, and not a moment later, Zhuo Lin walked in with a somber look on his face, holding a lab sheet. Catherine couldn't help but be startled at the look on his face and subconsciously asked, "What's wrong?" Zhuo Lin couldn't contain his anger either. "And you ask me what's wrong? What you brought is not the 7 heart pill at all, but the broken intestine pill that will lead to a violent death within an hour of eating it. MS. Catherine, we did everything you asked for. Why are you harming Mr. Yen so much now?" Chapter 144, The Broken Intestine Powder. Catherine was confused, somewhat unable to understand what Zhuo Lin was saying, and opened her mouth to ask, "What do you mean?" Zhuo Lin sneered, "What do you think I mean, mess? Catherine? You said that this is the 7 hearts pill, but the test results said that it's the broken heart pill. As long as you take it, you will die a violent death within an hour from bleeding from all 7 orifices." The moment Zhuo Lin said this, it was like a thunderbolt exploding. The faces of everyone present changed, and Yen Han's face became blooming in an instant. His eyes narrowed, and there was a cold glint in his eyes as if they were 2 sharp sword blades, causing people to shudder. The entire face seemed to be covered by a layer of frost, and the air around him seemed to freeze, the air pressure obviously dropping several degrees, leaving people breathless. Lu Hanshu, who was originally leaning back on the sofa with a scattered face, immediately sat up straight when he heard these words, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's as he stared tightly at Catherine. His eyes flickered with vigilance and skepticism. Catherine froze in place, her eyes crossing in bewilderment. "Impossible. I went straight to the secret room to take out the 7 hearts pill after the conferral ceremony was completed, and I didn't tell anyone or let anyone else touch it in the middle of the process. How could it be the broken heart pill?" Zhuo Lin threw the test report and pills in front of her eyes and said in a cold voice, "You're still dying, so you can see for yourself." Catherine picked up the pill on the table and placed it on the tip of her nose and sniffed it. She knew a little bit about poison making, she hadn't noticed it just now in the secret room, and although she didn't know exactly what kind of poison it was, but now that she took a closer look at it, she was able to ascertain that it was a highly toxic poison. Catherine instantly panicked, turned her head to look at Yen Han anxiously said, "Mr. Yen, this is not what I did. It must be someone who has moved. I can't possibly take the poison to harm you, and if I want to harm you I won't personally send you the medicine, It's not a self-inflicted trap, but being detected by you it's impossible for me to get out of here at all, and there's only me and my assistant coming here today. I didn't bring any bodyguards, I can't possibly risk my life, Yen Han, a pair of dark and wave-free eyes without emotion stared at her. Those eyes seemed to be a deep pool as if it can suck people in. Yen Han quietly watched her, as if thinking about the truth or falsehood in her words. And Zhuo Lin had already decided that it was Catherine who had done it. Unable to stop his own anger, he coldly snorted, "This move is risky, but the chances of winning are great, just because I saw that you came here in person, and if everyone lets their guard down on you and thinks that the 7 hearts pill that you have brought with you is real, who else will be in the inspection?" Catherine was dumbfounded by what she said, but it was also true that there was a mistake in her hands, so she could only turn to Yen Han and said seriously, "Mr. Yen, you believe me, this matter really isn't my doing. You give me 2 days, I will definitely find out who switched the antidote and send you the real 7 heart dane. Do you think it's okay?" Lu Han Snap turned his head to look at Yen Han. He now cannot be sure whether this thing is actually Catherine did not do it, but her reaction just now and really does not look like a fake. Yen Han was pondering the truthfulness of her words while Lu Han Snap turned his head and spoke first. "How are you going to make us believe you?" Catherine thought for a moment and took out the queen's crown, which symbolizes the royal identity, from the combination box she was carrying and put it on the table. Just now she went to the secret room to get the medicine and then she came directly to find Yen Han. Her clothes were still changed just now in the car, so the crown was also carried with her. Catherine opened her mouth. "This is the crown that symbolizes the supreme power of the royal family. Whoever owns it proves that whoever uses has the throne of the queen. I'll give it to you, and when I find the 7 heart dan I'll take the 7 heart dan and exchange it with you. How do you think about this?" Chapter 145, Lisa's Escape. Lu Hanshu looked at the crown that was placed on the table and raised his eyebrows. For these 200 years of the royal continuation of rule, this crown that symbolizes status has never fallen into the hands of another person. Now that Catherine took the initiative to hand it over, Lu Hanshu could not help but be a little shaken. he twisted his head to look at Yen Han and asked for his opinion. Yen Han has never opened his mouth to speak, only silently looking at the crown placed on the desktop, half a long time, before he opened his mouth. Can give you 2 days time. If after 2 days you can't get the 7-heart Dan, then I will auction the crown. Your royal family may have to change the owner. On top of that, not to mention multiplying wind, all the companies under your name. Even if I kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800, I will definitely make them all go bankrupt overnight. Mr. Yen, you can't trust her so easily. Zuolin hurriedly opened his mouth to stop him. He now had a very bad impression of the royal family and felt that this Catherine was also lying. If Mr. Yen let her go, then it would be very difficult to cure his poison. Yen Han lightly glanced towards Zuolin's side. The eyes implied a thick warning. Zuolin did not dare to speak but could only stifle his mouth closed. Catherine was startled by the pressure on Yen Han's body, and realized that he had already been very restrained before. Catherine nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you the antidote within this month. Catherine left after saying that. She was now also wondering who on earth could have swapped the 7 heart pills in such a short period of time during the watch gap at the time of the change of guards, and that person must have known that the first thing she did after she took over the throne was to go to the secret room to get the 7 heart pills. All these clues pointed to one person, Lisa. Catherine clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and spoke. Have someone check the surveillance at the entrance to the royal chamber, and send me all the footage from today's day. Yes. The little assistant hurriedly inquired. She could see that Catherine was not in a good mood. She had been frowning tightly since she came out of the villa. Now she didn't dare to slack off, otherwise she would be the one who would be scolded. And have someone find out where Lisa is now. Yes, Your Majesty. Catherine needs to find out the whereabouts of the 7 hearts pill as soon as possible, or else not only will she not be able to keep her position as queen, the pure bloodline of the royal family will be cut off in her hands, and even the entire royal family will face a huge catastrophe. After Catherine left, Zuolin hurriedly spoke. Mr. Yen, you just let her go? What if she's lying? Yen Han leaned against the backrest of the sofa, raised his hand and pressed his brow, and said in a faint voice, do you have any better methods? Zuolin was instantly silenced. At the moment there didn't seem to be any better way other than trusting Catherine. Arrange for the dark guards to follow Catherine and see what she's going to do next, and also, get someone to find out where Lisa is. Lisa? Who else do you think could have known that Catherine would surely have to go to the Chamber of Secrets to get the 7 hearts pill when she came to power? Only then did Zuolin react, due to the fact that he had just thought that it was Catherine who had switched the antidote, so he had not been thinking in other directions. He now realized that the probability was that it was that Lisa who had messed up again, and he immediately arranged for people to go and look for her whereabouts. Luhan Snapdragon sat on the sofa, legs wide open, elbows supported on his legs, looking at Yen Han seriously said, this month is about to pass. If you get the antidote a little later, you're afraid that it will be difficult to hold out. Yen Han in the past 2 days also noticed the body's extreme changes, even more serious than before. He also realized that the body has become worse and worse, and now can only rely on drugs to ease the pain. The antidote development has not made any progress. The only hope is to quickly find the 7 heart Dan. Yen Han snorted lightly. Do your best and listen to heaven. Then he straightened his demeanor again and instructed, if I really can't hold on, you must help me protect, and you mustn't let her be in danger. Lu Hanshu gave him a blank look. I'm not going to help you, either you live to do it yourself or no one will help you. Yen Han also wants to stick around in a company for the rest of his life, but he may not really be able to do it. Once Catherine returned to the royal palace, someone came up with a computer. My queen, this is the security footage from outside the chamber today. The guard opened the video and put the computer in front of Catherine, respectfully said, after you and King Casso handed over, the dark guards went to the secret room for pupil replacement. In this gap where the guards were weaker, Princess Lisa went to the secret room, saying that you had arranged for her to go and check that the pupil entry had not finished being replaced. As a result, she sprinkled hypnotic pills towards the dark guards after she went in, and the surveillance filmed Princess Lisa taking the opportunity to go into the herb room, only to come out 2 minutes later, and since there is no surveillance in the herb room, we don't know what Princess Lisa did in there at the moment. Of course Catherine knew what she had done in there. I didn't realize that she was really bold now that she had already broken the pot. She actually even managed to get her hands on a forbidden drug like broken intestine. Catherine ordered in a cold voice, go and find out where Lisa is now, find her within a day and bring her back to me immediately. If she dares to resist, break her legs. The dark guards, seeing Catherine so angry for the first time, hurriedly responded and sent 2/3 of the entire royal family out to find Lisa. Catherine knew that Lisa was desperate, and that she was doing it just to drag others down with her, so she must have thought of her own backstory long before she did this, but she was going to find Lisa even if she dug up the why. Lisa saw Catherine leave from the secret room, also left the palace, but because she was under house arrest by King Castle, all the exits are arranged guards standing guard for fear that Lisa will sneak out, so Lisa stunned a maid to change clothes with him and followed the maid who went out to purchase to leave the palace. She had arranged for her previous subordinates to give her a new identity and had them get her a human skin mask on the black market so that she could leave this place unnoticed. Lisa meets up with Aaron, the subordinate who handled her papers, in the suburbs. No one's found out, have they? Lisa worried. Absolutely not, it's all handled by me personally, and no one will find out the end of it. Lisa nodded. I've already credited the rest of the million to your card, it'll be there in half an hour. Take this money and take your mom and daughter and get out of here. Aaron nodded. Last month his wife took all his savings and ran away with someone else, leaving his daughter with him. He also had a sick mother. He desperately needed money to pay for his daughter's tuition fees as well as for his mother's treatment, so Lisa approached him and asked him to get himself a new identity as soon as possible. Aaron still compromised for the money, and it only took half a day to get everything in place. He was relieved now that the money had arrived, so he returned. I understand, take care of yourself, Princess Lisa. Lisa put on a human skin mask and then grabbed her new documents and went to the airport. She knew that Yen Han and Catherine would never let her go, so she had to hurry and leave now to have a chance of survival. But when she arrived at the airport she was still a step too late. Catherine and Yen Han's people had already arrived at the airport one step ahead of her and were checking the people going through security one by one. Lisa couldn't help but feel a little nervous as she went to the bathroom and checked to make sure she was absolutely fine before heading to security. Security checkpoint. Lisa handed her credentials to the guard in front of her, her mind apprehensive but her face unmistakably calm. The guards carefully compared the ID in Lisa's face, and after a long time, they were sure it was the person before opening the barrier and letting Lisa through. Lisa finally breathed a sigh of relief and tried to look as natural as possible. The plane hadn't even taken off yet and Lisa's nerves were still on edge. She still couldn't let her guard down now. She would make Yen Han pay a terrible price no matter how much she had to pay. Time passed by. Finally, the plane began to taxi, gradually accelerated, and finally left the ground. Lisa looked out of the window at the fading city. The corners of her mouth showed a smug smile. If Yen Han hadn't taken the intestine-breaking powder, then she would have tried to do everything she could to break up his family and make him feel that life was worse than death, and only in this way would she have been able to take her revenge. Catherine waited from the morning until the evening, but there was no news at all. Her heart became more and more anxious and uneasy. She sent out so many secret guards, it was impossible that she couldn't find Lisa even for a day. Catherine felt that Lisa most likely had already left the Y country, that's why she couldn't find her. But she'd already made Lisa a key arrest. If she used her ID scanner it would definitely ring, so now the only possibility was that she'd taken out a new identity to leave the country, and now the only way to get a trace of her was to find the person who'd given her the new identity. Realizing this, Catherine was furious, knowing that if they were any later they wouldn't be able to find Lisa again. So she immediately dialed the intercom, immediately called the assistant, commanded, let people give me to check how Lisa is out of the palace today, investigate all the road monitoring, see what people she has seen today, you only have a night time, must be fast, tomorrow morning I want to know the results. Yes, I'll order it down. The little assistant hurriedly arranged it down. On the other side, Yen Han, who had a sudden attack of poison at night, spat out a large mouthful of black blood. His heart rate began to drop extremely rapidly, and his entire body fell into a coma. Luhan Snapdragon immediately called in a medical team for emergency treatment, and the attending doctor told Luhan Snapdragon, Mr. Yan's body can't hold up any longer, plus Mr. Yan's unstable emotions over the past 2 days have accelerated the invasion of the toxins, and I'm afraid that. Lu Hanchu frowned and asked in a cold voice, you tell me how long he is left? The attending doctor hesitated before speaking, 3 days at the most. If the situation continues to deteriorate extremely rapidly, then it may only be 1 day. Chapter 146. Lu Hanchu clenched his teeth. This was unexpected. He did not expect the sudden deterioration of Yen Han's condition, but now the 7 heart stand is still unaccounted for. Lu Hanchu slammed the inspection report in his hand on the ground heavily, the paper scattered all over the place. He grabbed the bodyguard next to him by the collar and roared, hurry up and go to me to find out who Lisa last contacted in the past 2 days. Notify Catherine that before tomorrow night I must get the 7 heart pill. Otherwise, let them suffer the consequences. The bodyguard was startled. He had never seen Mr. Lu so angry before and hurriedly responded, yes, Mr. Lu, I will go now. Lu Hanchu's eyes were filled with anger, his fists clenched tightly, veins rippled. He raised his hand and pounded hard and fiercely on the wall, making a dull thud. Catherine called all the maids guarding Lisa into the hall, and the maids were all on their own, looking down at the floor afraid to look up. Catherine frowned without anger, a stormy face, her eyes coldly staring at the people in front of her, the pressure coming out of her body, the pressure of the people can't breathe. Catherine angrily said, all of you are responsible for guarding Lisa, just guarding at the door of her bedroom. Why would you still let her escape? The maids didn't dare to take a breath, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably, not daring to look directly into Catherine's eyes. One of the maids summoned up courage and replied softly, we have been guarding the door and have not seen Lisa leave the room. Another maid also hurriedly concurred, yes, we really don't know, we left after serving Miss Lisa breakfast. Miss Lisa said he had to catch up on his sleep in the morning and told us not to go in and disturb her. She didn't come out of her bedroom door all morning until we sensed something was wrong when we went in to check it out at lunchtime, only to find out that what was lying on the bed was a human doll, and that Miss Lisa had escaped through the window and escaped. Catherine's face grew more and more somber as she frowned tightly and questioned, where is the doorman? Isn't there a doorman guarding the entrance with people coming in and out? How could you let such a big living person escape? The guard guarding the doorway raised his hand tremblingly and said in a trembling voice, "I'm the door guard, Queen Catherine. I've checked the identity of all the people coming in and out, and I really haven't seen Princess Lisa.
Where's the surveillance? There must be surveillance of her jumping out the window. Can't anyone find out where she went?"
"Back to Her Majesty, the surveillance in that place has been broken since last night, and we're looking for workers to repair it in the past 2 days, so we weren't able to capture Princess Lisa escaping in that direction." Catherine narrowed her eyes slightly, her brows knitted deeper and her expression became more grave. She was even more certain that there must be someone secretly helping Lisa, otherwise she couldn't have been able to go so smoothly, but she also knew now that she probably couldn't ask anything on these people. The matter had broken off the clues again at this point. At this time, Catherine's assistant came up with a cell phone scowling and whispered, "Your Majesty, just now, General Manager Yan's side called to say that as of tomorrow afternoon they want to see the antidote, or else." Catherine was annoyed as hell and had even less time to dilly-dally with her here, or what? Straight to the point. "When did you get so bad at doing things?" The little assistant was startled and hurriedly said, "Mr. Yan said that otherwise you will receive the news of Ride the Wind's bankruptcy tomorrow night." Catherine's face became even colder, her gaze was like a sharp sword, she was facing an unprecedented pressure mood of anxiety, her eyebrows were furrowed, thinking of ways to deal with it. While she was fretting, the logistics supervisor suddenly dragged a maid hurriedly in from outside. The supervisor pulled the lady in waiting to stand in front of Catherine, bowed her head and said respectfully, "Queen Catherine, this is the logistician who organized the handover ceremony today, and according to her description, she should be the last person to have seen Miss Lisa in the palace. What's going on? Speak." The maid was frightened and trembled, she couldn't understand the new queen's temper, she was afraid that she would end her life in a fit of anger, her voice trembled a little. Back to Your Majesty, I'm in charge of the logistic purchasing. Not long after today's conferment ceremony, I had to go out to purchase fresh ingredients as usual, but as a result, right in the backyard, Miss Lisa came out of nowhere and suddenly stood in front of me and sprinkled a powder on me. Soon my brain started to fog up and finally I became delirious and fainted on the ground. When I woke up again I realized that I was in the bathroom and that the clothes on my body were gone. The rest I don't know why, Your Majesty, you have to believe me." At the end of her words the maid had taken on a bit of a sobbing tone. Catherine immediately asked, "The back garden? Don't you guys usually go through the front door for your purchases?" The maid shook her head. "No guests will go through the back door, carts used for purchases or repairs, and cleaners only go in the back door." Since royalty never went out the back door, Catherine had forgotten about it, which would make sense why the doorman hadn't seen Lisa go out. Catherine hurriedly ordered down, "Why don't you go and check the surveillance in the back garden?" "Yes." The guards were fast and returned with the flash drive in no time. The young assistant plugged the flash drive into the computer and clicked play. On the screen, Lisa had been hiding in the shadows, and when the maid in charge of purchasing came out she used ecstasy to knock her out, and pushed her into the toilet, and in no time at all she walked out in her maid's uniform, got into the car that was going to make the purchases, and left the palace. Catherine asked the supervisor, "Who noticed where Lisa went after you made your purchases?" The supervisor respectfully said, "Each of us had a different purchasing task, and after arriving at the location we went to make purchases separately, and when we were ready to come back we realized that one person was missing, but we couldn't contact her. We waited for a long time, and finally came back first in order not to delay the follow-up, and now that I think about it, the one who left should have been Miss Lisa. This matter finally has a key clue." Catherine immediately let people continue to investigate, and also let the small assistant to General Manager Yin back to the message that she has made progress. Tomorrow night will definitely give him the 7-heart Dan. Lu Hanchuan looked at the news coming back from Catherine's side, and only settled down a little. He put away his cell phone and looked up at Yen Han, who was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and was in a coma. He and Yen Han grew up together, each other is each other's best brother, he will do his best, absolutely will not let Yen Han accident. Chapter 147 Clues. The medical team that had been in charge of treating Yen Han was also always by his side, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The situation was urgent and every moment was crucial. They first injected Yen Han with drugs that could ease the toxic attack. These drugs were designed to slow down the onset of the toxicity, in an effort to buy more time for the subsequent treatment, and also in an effort to allow Yen Han to hold on for a few more days, leaving more time for Lu Hanchu and Catherine. Jiang Yen has been beating his right eyelid since noon, and his heart has been feeling panicky, always feeling that something bad is going to happen. Jiang Bing told Su Qing, and Su Qing said to her, "You're just scaring yourself, relax, it's definitely fine." Jiang Bing didn't know what the reason for her panic was, but even though she was angry with Yen Han, she was still worried about his poison, so she said, Qing, should I give Yen Han a call? The poison in his body hasn't been detoxified yet, and I'm afraid that something will happen to him. Su Qing looked at Jiang Ren's so anxious look and said, "Don't be anxious first, it happens to be nighttime at their place right now. It's not too late for you to give him a call if you're really worried." Jiang Bei nodded, picked up the cell phone and dialed the phone number of Yen Han. Time passed 1 minute by 1 second, the phone ringing continuously, but there was never anyone to answer, until the phone rang until it hung up automatically. Jiang Bei's heart sank violently, a strong uneasiness surged up to his heart. that uneasiness in his heart was infinitely amplified. The hand holding the cell phone was shaking a little, and a fine bead of sweat appeared in the heart of his hand. After calling several times in a row, no one answered. Jiang Bei directly called Zhuo Lin. The phone rang for a long time. Jiang Bei's heart sank a little bit, until it was almost hung up when it was picked up. Zhuo Lin's respectful voice came, "Ma'am?" Jiang Bei looked like she had grabbed the savior and hurriedly asked, "Zhuo Lin, where is Yan Han now? I've called him so many times, why isn't he answering?" Zhuo Lin gave a beat and turned his head to look at Lu Hanshu, who shook his head at him. So Zhuo Lin opened his mouth and said, "There are more inspections today, Mr. Yan has been too tired to rest earlier in the past 2 days, so that's why he didn't get the phone call. Do you have any urgent matters? I can go and relay it for you now." Jiang Yan wanted to say that there is. She now wants to hear the voice of Yan Han in order to feel at ease, but thought that he must have a lot of things to deal with after revealing Lisa. These 2 days some tired to rest early is also justifiable, so Jiang Yan changed his words. "Nothing, I just want to give him a call, right, his poison." "There is no solution?" Jiang Yan asked with some hesitation. She was afraid of hearing a bad answer, but she wanted to understand the current situation of Yan Han before she gathered the courage to ask. Zhuo Lin paused, not answering for a moment, and this mere second's pause also raised Jiang Bei's heart into her throat. Zhuo Lin and Lu Hanshu glanced at each other. Jiang Bian knows the truth can only be one more person to worry about him. All of their secret guards have gone to look for Lisa, should be able to have news soon, and the Y country is not safe now, such as Jiang Bian must come to the Y country. On the way to what happened, the speech always have to peel off his skin. So Zhuo Lin still chose to tell a lie. "Mr. Yan's poison will be almost detoxified in the next 2 days, and he will probably be able to return to China the day after tomorrow, you can rest assured." Jiang Bing didn't beat around the bush with him and asked directly, "Did you find the antidote? Were the things that happened between Yan Han and Lisa also to find the antidote?" Zhuo Lin froze for a moment before reacting and spoke tentatively. "You know everything? Well, I saw the news, so did it work out? Will he still get the antidote after he reveals Lisa? This matter is a bit complicated to say the least. But you don't have to worry, you should be able to get the antidote tomorrow, and Mr. Yan will definitely be able to return home safely." Zhuo Lin looked at Yan Han, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Jiang Ren was then slightly relieved and instructed, "Then tomorrow morning when he wakes up you have him call me back." Jiang Ren still felt that hearing his voice in person would be reassuring. "Yes ma'am," Zhuo Lin agreed. Only then did Jiang Bian hang up the phone with a sense of relief. Su Qing said, "See, nothing's going on, you're the one scaring yourself." Jiang Bian still felt flustered, not really settling down, but she couldn't figure out where this feeling of panic came from. In the afternoon, Su Qing is afraid that Jiang Bei stay by herself will be thinking nonsense, so he pulled her to go to the mall as a way to divert her attention, but this afternoon Jiang Bei is always distracted, always feel that something bad is going to happen. On the other hand, the plane Lisa took landed in China. The first time she got off the plane she picked up her phone to read the news. There wasn't any news about Yan Han. Lisa a little lost. "No, that must be he found that is poison, so he did not take that 7-heart Dan. But it does not matter." Lisa lips hooked up a touch of evil smile, only the words of the cold alive to accompany her to play slowly. Lisa went to the airport's bathroom and changed her human skin mask and a set of clothes before coming out from it. She stood in front of the sink and looked at her new appearance feeling unusually satisfied. The mirror reflected Lisa as a face exactly like Jiang Bing's. Lisa sighed to be worthy of being the woman that Yan Han looked at. Even the appearance is a first class out of the ordinary, Lisa appreciated for a while and then unhurriedly took out the voice changer from the bag and put it on, before leisurely walking out. Catherine's people found out that Lisa left in a car with license plate number 945 based on the surveillance footage at that time, so they immediately activated the Sky Eye system to track it down, and finally according to the system, they found out that Lisa met with one of her previous subordinates named Aaron in a remote suburb. Catherine finally saw hope and called for Aaron to be brought up right away. The small guard at the side stepped forward and said, "Back to your majesty, we have just sent our secret guards after him and found him at the airfield. He was planning to leave the country with his child and his mother, and now they are escorting people to see you." Catherine nodded appreciatively. "Well done. Now they have finally found a breakthrough. As long as they catch this Aaron, they will surely know where Lisa is going now." After Lisa left the airport, she took a cab directly to the little group's kindergarten, following the information she had gathered earlier. The car stopped in front of the kindergarten, and Lisa stood and straightened her clothes and walked in with her bag. Since Jiang Bei often came to pick up Yan Bei, the security guard was more familiar with the face and knew that she was the parent of a kindergarten child, so the security uncle politely asked, "May I ask if you're here to pick up your child?" Lisa laughed, "Yes, something happened at home today, so I came early to pick up Sybil back home. Is it convenient to let me in?" "I'm sorry, we can't just let anyone into the kindergarten. How about you tell me which class your child is in and I'll contact his homeroom teacher to check with you and then ask her to bring the child out." Chapter 148, You're Not My Mother. Lisa smiled and said, "Yes, Siyuan is in primary 3, please get in touch for me." "Okay, no problem, you wait a moment." The security uncle took out the phone book and made a call, and in no time, the homeroom teacher of the 3rd class of the small class, Mr. Li, came out. Because Jiang Bing is very beautiful as in the crowd at a glance to see the degree, and Yen Sibian is the president of the Yen clan, Yen Han's son. She usually pay attention to him, so Mr. Lee remembered that she is Yen Sibian's mother.
Teacher Lee enthusiastically walked up and spoke with a smile. You're Sibei's mother, aren't you? Is there something you want to come over today?
Lisa replied, Siobhan's dad is back from a business trip today and is going out for a meal, so I wanted to pick him up early.
Teacher Lee was very good at talking and immediately agreed. That's fine, then I'll go and bring Si Yen out now.
Yes, please.
It's okay, no trouble, it's what we do.
After saying that, Mr.
Lee walked back. Soon, Teacher Lee brought out Yen Sibei with him, and Yen Sibei bounced along beside Teacher Lee with his little school bag on his back, and when he saw Lisa standing in the doorway he ran up excitedly, hugged Lisa's leg, and cried out, Mommy.
Lisa answered, crouched down and touched Yen Sibei's head, confirming that it was the same as the photo searched on the internet, and only then did she let go of her heart. She held Yen Siwei's hand towards Teacher Lee and said, We're leaving, see you later Siwei and teacher. Yen Qian obediently raised her little hand, Goodbye Mr.
Lee.
Mr. Lee waved back at him and smiled, Bye-bye Siobhan. As Lisa led Yen Qian away, Yen Qian asked, Mom, why did you come to pick me up so early today? Dad's coming home tonight and we're going out for dinner tonight, so I'm picking you up early.
Good Daddy is finally back, Yen Qian said excitedly. Lisa smiled faintly and didn't answer. So Mom, are we still going to Auntie Qingqing's house? Lisa was thinking about her plans for a while and didn't pay much attention to the little kid in front of her, so she said perfunctorily, Auntie Qingqing? What's the point of going to her house? Yen Sibei noticed that Zhang Bei was a bit strange and said suspiciously, Isn't it true that we're not staying at Auntie Qingqing's house these days? No go, we're staying home. Yen Sibei sensed that something was wrong. His mother never used this tone of voice to talk to him. He looked up at Zhang Bei, but suddenly realized that there was a mole on her elbow, but Yen Sibei remembered that there was no mole on Zhang Bei's arm. He sensed that something was wrong, and probed, Mom, didn't Grandma say that she wanted us to go to dinner tonight, so are we still going? Lisa was impatient. I thought I said I was going out to dinner with Dad. I just told your grandmother we're not going tonight. This time, Yen Sibei could be sure that she was indeed not Zhang Bei, so she violently shook off her hand and backed up to, You're not my mother. Who the hell are you? Lisa was a little shocked, not worthy of being Yen Han's son. In such a short time he knew she was a fake, and knew to test her. Knowing that he was no match for Lisa, Yancy turned his head and ran back. As long as he ran back to the kindergarten he would be safe. But Yen Sibei and how it is also impossible to be a match for an adult. Lisa caught up with him in 2 steps, yanked his collar and dragged him back, coldly grunted, I didn't expect that you actually found out so quickly. Do you think you can escape from my hands and palms? As this is a small road, very few people passing by, Yen Sibian wanted to shout the road to the attention of the people on the road, just ready to shout for help, Lisa but suddenly pulled out a handful of powder from his pocket, sprinkled on the face of the Yen Sibian in front of his eyes instantly became blurred, his eyes slowly closed. He only remembered that before he fell unconscious. Lisa hooked her lips and said to him, Sleep, wait for your wake up from sleep, there will be a big show to watch. Why? The dark guards caught Aaron at the airport and rushed to escort him back to the royal palace. Catherine sat on the gilded sofa, her sitting posture dignified and straight, as if she were an unshakable mountain. Her eyes were cold and sharp, like 2 cold ons, making people not dare to look directly at her. Her face was well defined with deep contours, exuding a cold aura without anger. The dark guards held Aaron in custody and kicked him in the knee. Aaron didn't stand still and fell straight to his knees. He hung his head and looked at the ground. He knew what he had done and now he had no face to see Her Majesty. Catherine got right to the point and asked, Why did you meet Lisa this afternoon in the suburbs east of town? Aaron knelt on the floor with his eyes closed as if he hadn't heard Catherine, and hadn't the slightest intention of answering her. Seeing this, Catherine asked again, Then just tell me where Lisa is now. Aaron still kept the same position just now and refused to speak. Catherine didn't have time to spend with him here. She knew that no matter how much she tortured him, she couldn't get any words out of his mouth, so she decided to use the most convenient way, to hit the snake and directly look for his weak point, and it would surely be able to kill him with a single blow. Aaron's information had just been checked out by her dark guards when they were escorting him on his way to the palace. Aaron came to the royal guard 3 years ago, married 2 years ago and had a daughter, but his mother suddenly got uremia, incurable. Every time the chemotherapy and dialysis need to spend a huge amount of money, despite the royal treatment but still cannot afford to pay the big medical bills. His wife advised him to give up the treatment, but he had to treat his mother even if there was a glimmer of hope, and refused to agree to anything. Finally, his wife really didn't want to live such a life of scrimping and saving, so she filed for divorce from him, and left him with a daughter who had just turned 1 year old. According to his previous co-workers and friends he was very nice, hardworking and rarely made mistakes, so Catherine guessed that he could help Lisa with this kind of thing. It must be because he was short of money, and Lisa took advantage of that to get him to do things for her. Catherine hooked her lips in a soft smile and said nonchalantly, Know the royal punishment room? Aaron's expression changed, and he no longer had the same calm demeanor he had just had. Catherine also guessed that he must have heard of it and continued, It's a scary place, the people there are good at using all sorts of tricks and tortures, and when you go in there, even if you're innocent, they have a way of making you confess to a crime or two. Royal punishment room inside the collection of various kinds of torture. going without dying or shedding skin. But Aaron knew that this thing was that he did wrong even if he went to be punished he also people, but who knew that Catherine said, do you think that your mother could withstand a few pieces of torture if she went in there? Chapter 149, Lisa Goes to China. Aaron opened his eyes instantly and looked at Catherine in horror. He thought that he was the one who made the mistake and was punished, but it turned out that Catherine had decided to let his mother be punished for him. Aaron's expression completely lost the calmness he had earlier, and hurriedly begged, don't, Your Majesty, I'm the one who did these things. If you want to punish me, just punish me alone. Please don't involve my mother in this. She's already 70 years old, she can't withstand the torment. Catherine raised an eyebrow, but I think you must have been able to do all those things because she didn't teach you well as a child, and there was a problem with the family culture, so shouldn't she be punished as well? Don't! Your Majesty, please spare my mother. I'll do anything you want me to do, if only you'll spare her. Catherine breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had made the right bet. Aaron's weakness was his mother. Here's the deal, then. Catherine said, it's my first day on the job, and I don't want to see any blood, so how about I let your mother go if you tell me where Lisa is right now? Aaron clenched his fists, gritted his teeth or decided to tell the truth. Miss Lisa asked me to go to the black market to buy her 2 human skin masks and ecstasy, and also asked me to get her a new identity. The name is Lynn. In the afternoon Miss Lisa got the stuff and went to the airport, and bought a ticket. Where to go I don't know. Your Majesty, that's all I know. Please spare my mother and let me be punished for her. I'll do anything. Catherine, in order to verify that Yakin said is not a lie, let a person take the SkyEye system directly in accordance with the document number to search. The results of the investigation is that Lisa purchased today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the minute to fly to the country of China's air tickets. Lisa went to the country of China. Catherine had a bad premonition gradually rising in her heart. She immediately made a call to Yen Han. The phone rang several times but was not answered. She directly called Zhuo Lin. Yen Han just woke up. The medical staff just finished checking his body, is waiting for the medical report. Yen Han leaned on the bedside to drink water. Zhuo Lin's phone rang at this time. Zhuo Lin looked at the caller ID, and then picked up. Hello, Ms. Catherine. Zhuo Lin, listen, we found out here that Lisa took a 1 o'clock flight to China in the afternoon. I always have a bad feeling. Is Mr. Yan's wife and child in China? Catherine spoke too fast, didn't give Zhuo Lin a chance to cover the microphone at all. He looked at Yen Han, who was lying on the bed. Yen Han heard some of the conversation and turned his head to look at Zhuo Lin with a question between his eyes. Zhuo Lin said, I'll pass it on to Mr. Yen. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Since Yen Han had already heard it, he didn't have the need to hide it in, thinking about how to express it more euphemistically. Mr. Yen, Mr. Lu, MS. Catherine's side has found out Lisa's whereabouts. Where is she? Lu Han Snap asked. According to the search, MS. Lisa bought a flight to China in the afternoon. China. Lu Hanshu was shocked. Yen Han did not even hold the cup of water in his hand, just intending to open his mouth to speak, but his anger attacked his heart. He suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of black and red blood gushed out, splashing on the ground. The nearby detection instrument also issued a rapid drip sound. The medical staff next to them were startled by this sudden turn of events. They quickly reacted and hurriedly stepped forward to carry out a comprehensive and detailed examination of Yen Han. Yen Han, however, violently pushed hard, pushing the medical staff in front of him away. His eyes were covered with bloodshot. The anger in his eyes seemed to be about to spurt out. His body trembled slightly, as if he was trying his best to restrain the anger inside him. He roared, "Get me a helicopter immediately! Send me back to the country immediately! Hurry!" His voice carried an irresistible majesty and determination. Zhuo Lin opened his mouth to persuade, Mr. Yen, we will send the elite secret guards of the Yen clan to protect Madam and the young master. You are just now sober. It is really not suitable for a long journey. You can't joke with your own life. Yen Han picked up the cup on the table next to him, and directly dropped it on the ground. Pop, a crunch. Glass fragments splashed all over the place. Yen Han roared, "Are you deaf? Don't you understand what I said? I said go arrange a helicopter for me right now, apply for a route. I want to go back to China now." Zhuo Lin looked at Lu Hanshu in a difficult situation. Lu Hanshu had no choice but to nod at Zhuo Lin, who could only respond with difficulty, "Yes, I'll go now." Only then did the surrounding medical staff regroup to check on Yen Han. Zhuo Lin was very fast. He came back just after Yen Han's inspection was over, towards Yen Han to, "Mr. Yen, it's all arranged, we can take off in 15 minutes. Yen Han sniffed and directly pulled out the 4-tube in his hand to get up and change his clothes. The sanitary patch on top of the back of his hand that had not been pressed to stop the bleeding was soon soaked with blood, but he didn't care in the slightest, and with a ghastly white face, he changed his clothes and took a big stride out the door. Lu Hanshu and Zhuo Lin followed closely behind. Zhuo Lin said, "Mr. Yen, all of Yan's elite dark guards have been sent to protect Madam and the young master." Yen Han didn't say anything, only silently took out his cell phone and dialed Jiang Bei's number. The phone was picked up after 2 rings, and Jiang Yan's excited voice came from the opposite side. "Yen Han? You're awake?" Yen Han heard Jiang Bian's voice before he gently sighed in relief. "Well, Bian Bian, I'm going back now. I can probably get there in the evening. You take Sha Duanzi at home and wait well for me to come home. Don't go anywhere." Jiang Bing was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Did something happen? Yan Han didn't want Jiang Yan to worry too much, so he said, "It's fine, it's just that I've been a little worried about your safety lately." Jiang Yan knew that it must be that Yan Han had encountered something on his side and had offended the royal family. The Wei royal family would not be so willing to give up. Jiang Yan agreed. "Good, then I will go and pick up Sabu now and go home to wait for you." "Okay, I'll be back as soon as I can." After hanging up the phone, the Yan Han who has been tense only slightly relieved, he now just want to quickly go home. Guarded in the sight of Jiang Bo and small group of children, he can feel at ease. Catherine, who got the news, also immediately had a plane arranged to go to China. Jiang Yan hung up the phone and then prepared to drive to pick up little Miss Tuanzi from school. When she arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten, the security uncle saw her and asked smilingly, "Why are you here again? Is there anything else?" Jiang Bing was puzzled. "Again? Yeah, didn't you just come by once to pick up Siobhan?" Jiang Bian's left eyelid suddenly thumped, and she realized that someone should have picked up Yan Sibian by pretending to be her. Jiang Ren's voice was a bit shaky when he spoke. "What time did I just come? Did Sabu follow me?" The security uncle was a bit puzzled, but still answered truthfully, "About an hour ago. Didn't you say that the child's father was coming back from a business trip tonight, and was going out for dinner, so he picked up the child early?" Chapter 150. I'm here. Jiang Bo instantly felt like falling into an ice cellar. Her hands and feet became cold, and her brain was instantly blank. After she received the call from Yan Han, she rushed over directly, but in the end, she was still a step too late. At this moment, she does not even know where the small group of children, and up to now no one has contacted her, which makes her feel clueless, completely do not know what to do. Jiang Bei asked the security uncle in an anxious tone, "Then which direction did I go at that time, do you still remember?" The security uncle felt that the woman in front of him was strange, but still cooperated with her by pointing in the right direction. Jiang Bei quickly thanked, back to the car with trembling hands, took out his cell phone to find the phone number of Yan Han dialed out. Yan Han had just gotten on the plane and was heading back. When he saw that Jiang Yan had called, he quickly picked up. "What's wrong with Yan Yan?" Jiang Bei just could still analyze rationally, but now as soon as she heard this low voice that filled people with a sense of security, tears in her eyes couldn't be stopped, and her voice brought a sobbing tone when she spoke. "Hey, Yan Han." Yan Han heard Jiang Bo's tone, a heart all seized up, also thought that should be what happened, so first opened his mouth to comfort. Bo, don't be anxious, I'm there." "What happened, you slowly say?" Jiang Yan slowed her breath, suppressed the sobbing in her voice, and spoke again. "I came to the kindergarten to pick up Saib back home, but I was told that I had already picked him up an hour ago, and I don't know who impersonated me to take Saib, and the security guard said that the person took Saib to the west." Yan Han's eyes fiercely tightened, a flash of cold light flashed, his heart already had an answer, he knew it must be Lisa. He clenched his fists tightly, his forehead veins bulging, a strong anger surged to his heart. He promised to make her pay, he would make her life worse than death. Yan Han comforted, "Must be Lisa, we also just got the news that she went to China, so I am now rushing back. Baby, you first, do not worry, her goal is me, in the absence of me before she dares not think of Sibian. How I have sent Yan's elite secret guards to protect you. A moment I will let people go to check the road monitoring. Now I'm going to contact Lu Yu. First let him in the west side of the city to conduct a carpet search. During this time you must protect yourself, okay?" Lisa? The one who is the princess of the royal family of Wei. Jiang Bing knows her. Before, when Yan Han wanted to divorce her, it was with her, was photographed together to go to the hotel to use her as a shield. This time to go to Wei country is also with her to participate in the banquet. Well, it's her. She must still harbor a grudge against me, so she kidnapped Sibi. I'll send someone to check it out. Your task now is to protect yourself, okay? Yan Han had already arranged everything, and Jiang Ren's heart settled down a little. She answered and instructed, "Then you have to come back quickly." Yan Han responded, "Don't worry Bien, I'll go back soon. You go to Liu Yu first now. I'll ask him to send someone to search now." Since Liu Yu was in China and by Jiang Yan's side, it was best to let him go ahead and protect Jiang Yan now. Jiang Yan responded. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan wiped clean the tears in front of her eyes and took a breath before restarting the car and driving toward Lu. Yan Han hung up the phone and immediately dialed Liu Yu. Liu Yu is working in the company office. Seeing that Yan Han suddenly called him, he picks up with some bewilderment. "Hello? What's up?" Lisa went to China, pretending to be Jiang Bian, kidnapped Xiaoduanzi. Bian said she took Si Bian in the direction of the west side of the city. I've already sent people to check. Now Bian is on her way to Luz. I'm on the plane. You protect Jiang Bian first. Send people to the west side of the city to carpet search. Tell me as soon as you have any news. Liu Yu directly shot up when he heard this. Si Bei was kidnapped? Liu Yu especially liked this little nephew. Eyes like a black grape, cheeks fleshy, cute love. Actually, someone dares to kidnap his nephew? If it falls into his hands, he'll have to drain her blood drop by drop. I know. I'll send someone to search the west side of the city right now. Before I go back to my country, is in your hands. No problem. Hang up the phone, Liu Yu the first time to let all the mercenaries under his command all go to the west of the city to start a carpet search, but also let the people pull out the road monitoring, to determine the location of Lisa's escape to track. Not long after, Jiang Bei also arrives at Lu's, and Liu Yu personally gets out of the car to pick her up. This is still the first time Jiang Bian has come to Lu's group,
but she's not in the mood to appreciate it, or even just numbly follow Luyu, not knowing what she's thinking, so much so that Zhang Bian doesn't even see when Luyu stops and crashes straight into him. Zhang Bian covered her nose, her eyes tearing up in pain. Luyu sighed lightly, raised his hand and pressed Zhang Bei's shoulder, comforted, Bei, don't be anxious, I and Yan Han have already sent out all the staff to look for it. I believe that there will be news right away, so you calm down first, let's wait slowly, okay? Zhang Bei's eyes turned even redder. It's not that I don't want to calm down, it's that Bei is still so young, and it's impossible to resist her, and if she really hurts Bei, I can't possibly forgive myself for the rest of my life.
It's not your fault, Salvation.
No, this is my fault. If I had been faster, would Siobhan not have been taken by someone else? Zhang Bei's tears can no longer stop. She slowly crouched down, wrapped her arms around herself and shrunk herself into a ball, as if this could bring herself a little security. Luyu also has no experience in coaxing people, at this time also do not know what can say, can only let Zhang Bei bawling, he can only be silent at the side to accompany her. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Ren's legs were unconscious, and his sobs gradually diminished. Luyu reaches out and pulls Zhang Bei up, helping her to sit on the sofa. Zhang Bei has just cried for too long, her legs are already unconscious, letting Luyu hold her up and limping to the sofa. Zhang Yan was just about to open his mouth to speak, when I don't know whose phone rang. Zhang Bei hurriedly picked up her cell phone and found that it was a string of unknown calls. She had a vague premonition of some kind in her heart, and with a trembling hand she went to press the answer button, and because her hand was shaking too much, she pressed the button several times before she could get through to the caller.
After picking up the phone, Zhang Ren didn't open his mouth to speak. A female voice came from over there. Zhang Yan, is it?
Although it is a question, it is indeed stated in an affirmative tone. Zhang Bei only felt the blood flowing backwards in her body at that moment, her brain was fuzzy, her hands and feet were cold, she forced herself to calm down. I am. There was a soft chuckle over there. I'm sure you know by now that I have your son.
Chapter 151, You Come Alone.
Zhang Bei turns on the amplification, and Luyu listens to the movements across the room with bated breath.
She forced herself to calm down before she spoke. Lisa, is it? Come at me with what you want and don't touch my son.
Lisa snorted, you know who I am so quickly, then it seems that Yin Han and the others are moving quite fast. They should be in China right away now, right? Zhang Yan didn't deny but didn't answer her either. She couldn't figure out what exactly Lisa wanted to do right now. Lisa didn't care if she answered her back or not, she only said, before Yin Han arrives in China, you come to the west side of the city to look for me by yourself. I will only give you 40 minutes, you are not allowed to hang up the phone, I'll tell you how to get there, but if you let me see anyone else around you, you won't be able to see your son for the last time. Zhang Bei twisted her head to look at Luyu, who nodded at her. It was only then that Zhang Yan continued, yes, but right now I need to listen to Yan Bei's voice to confirm that he's okay. Lisa grunted lightly in disdain, then I'll grant you that wish first. There was a rustling sound from across the room, followed by Lisa's voice, hey, say something. Lisa handed her cell phone to Yanxian, and Yanxian's tears were circling in her eyes, but she just stubbornly didn't let them fall. When Yan Yan woke up, he found himself here, his head was so dizzy that his consciousness was still a bit blurry. He tried to sit up, but realized that his hands and feet were tightly bound, and he was now in a pitch-black room, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything. Yanxian shouted loudly, hoping to get some response. However, no matter how hard he tried, no one answered him, and the silence made him feel desperate. He was filled with fear of this strange place, and a chill could not help but well up in his heart. He did not understand why the person pretending to be Zhang Bian wanted to kidnap him, but Yan Sibian knew that he was so small that he could not be her opponent, and could only obediently stay here and wait for his mom and dad to come to save him, and he also believed that his mom would definitely come.
Zhang Bing said gently, Cien? Is that you? Can you hear me? Mom will come to take you home soon. Be good and don't move, you must protect yourself, Mom will come to you now, okay?
Yan Bei heard Zhang Bei's voice, this time finally couldn't control it, whimpering and crying, Mom, it's so dark here, I'm scared. Whimpering. Zhang Bing heard Yan Sibian's voice with a crying tone, as if there was an invisible hand tightly gripping her heart, making her feel a stabbing pain. She softly consoled, Sibian, close your eyes and don't think about anything, don't look at anything, Mommy will be there soon, Mommy came to take you home. Are you hurt? Yan Bei choked and responded, no, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me, I'll be good and wait for you, Mom. Zhang Bing said in relief, good, RC Bing is the best. Lisa didn't have time to listen to their sensationalism, directly took back the phone impatiently to, I only give you 40 minutes, now leave immediately, no hanging up, you come alone. I'm going over there right now, Lisa, no matter if the person you want to deal with is me or Yin Han, what's going on between us has nothing to do with Yan Bei. If you dare to touch a single hair on my son's head, I will definitely not let you off the hook. Lisa seemed to have heard some very funny joke and couldn't stop laughing. Zhang Bian, listen carefully, it's your son who is in my hands now, you're not qualified to negotiate with me, if you don't want to come, just wait to collect your son's corpse. Zhang Yan doesn't dare to delay, immediately picks up the car keys and goes out. Liu pulls her hand, takes out a miniature headset from the drawer and puts it in her hand. Zhang Yan looks down and then puts on the headset before leaving. Liu follows behind Zhang Bei, switching to an inconspicuous car to follow her not far behind. Lisa stood on the roof of an abandoned, rotten building with a full view of the neighborhood streets, where she planned to keep an eye on Jiang Biao, and push Yanshi Biao down the stairs as soon as someone came with her.
Jiang Yan followed Lisa's instructions for a long time and made many detours before entering that suburb in the west of the city.
Luya knows that this is Lisa testing Jiang Bian. She's likely able to observe him from the shadows, plus there are no cars passing through here at all, and knows that it'd be risky if he follows her in. He was at a loss when his phone suddenly rang and he took it out and pressed the answer button. A bodyguard's voice came from over there. Mr.
Lu, we've just found out from the surveillance that the car that kidnapped the young master is parked there in a rotten building in the west of the city, in a location near you.
Lu Yu hurriedly asked, is there any high ground around where snipers can be arranged? Still surveying at the moment, there's a tower to the southeast of that rotten building, but it's likely to give the sniper a restricted view. Then arrange for a man to stand by up there first, before arranging for someone to survey for a better sniping spot.
Yes, Mr.
Lu. They're most likely watching our every move from the shadows. You guys must be careful with your movements and not let anyone find out. Also, send me the exact location of the rotten building.
Okay, Mr.
Lu. Lu Yu hung up the phone, opened the trunk and took out a pistol from the compartment inside, took out the bullets and loaded it and pinned it on his waist. He looked at the bodyguard, sent the positioning, found that the rotten tail building from his current location is only 10 minutes to the distance, so he intends to walk directly to the past. Now the sun is just setting, and the darkness of the action also gives him a lot of convenience. Lu Yu immediately set off in the direction of the rotten tail building. Jiang Bian, based on Lisa's knowledge, circled left and right, and only after Lisa had determined that there were no suspicious people behind Jiang Bian, did she say to Jiang Bian, now pull over to the side of the road. Jiang Bing didn't dare to provoke Lisa, so he could only listen to her command. Go ahead 300 meters, then turn left and go all the way to the head. You'll see a gate. Come in and go up to the top floor. I'll meet you here.
Lisa hung up after that. Zhang Ren walked to the front door as she said, pushed it open and walked in.
Lisa made sure that Zhang Yan came up by herself before she turned around and opened the house behind her. Yanqian's tiny figure was curled up pitifully, there was no light in the room, and the sunlight couldn't come in at all, and he was a bit emotionally devastated until Lisa opened the door and came in, when a sliver of light shone in, and Yanqian squinted his eyes. Lisa roughly carried him out. Yan Yen came out only to realize that the sun had already gone down. He should have been locked up for more than 4 hours.
Chapter 152, Only One Can Be Chosen. Yancy wondered what Lisa was doing bringing him out all of a sudden.
Just see, Lisa took out an arm-thick hemp rope, tied on the waist of Yan Bei. After confirming that the tie was strong, she pushed Yan Bei outside the guardrail, clutching the other end of the rope in her hand and tied it to the railing. This rotten building has 8 floors, and there is a narrow circle of downward sloping steps outside the parapet on the top floor, which can barely accommodate a person standing here. However, this space is too small. The slightest carelessness or unsteady standing may lose their footing and fall. Once the fall, it is bound to be shattered. No chance of survival. Yan Bei can stand firmly here or this rope's credit. Once this rope is loose, he will certainly slide down. The night's bitterly cold wind was like a sharp sword, blowing relentlessly. He couldn't help but feel a chill surging up from his spine. His tiny body involuntarily trembled. His legs felt like they had lost their strength, trembling as if he might not be able to support himself at any moment. He forced himself not to look down, to look forward, to look in the distance, to believe that his mother was already on her way, that she would be here to save him soon, if only he would hold on just a little longer. Not a moment later, Yan Bei heard a rush of footsteps coming from the stairway, followed by Jiang Bei's voice coming clearly as the door was opened. Bei. Yan Bei's nerves have been tense for too long, and now some of his reactions are slow. When he heard this familiar voice for a moment he didn't react. He thought that he was hallucinating. Siobhan. Until this call became more and more clear and more real, he turned his head, and when he saw Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, without the numbness and emptiness of a moment ago, and he said with a sobbing voice, Mom, help me. I'm scared. Oh. When Jiang Bei approached and saw that Yan Bei was standing outside the guardrail, she couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. She turned to look at Lisa and shouted angrily, Lisa, are you crazy? How can you let him stand there? You quickly let him in. He's only so small. If you have any complaints, just come at me. She rushed up and tried to pull Yanshi back. Lisa bellowed angrily, you stop right there and don't go any further, or I'll push him off right now. Zhang Bing hastily paused, not daring to take another step forward. Lisa laughed softly and said smugly, don't be anxious, the game hasn't even started yet. Your husband intentionally let the media take pictures of him in Y country before, using me to make you jealous to achieve his goal, and this time, if he is willing to cooperate with me, then the new queen position will definitely be mine. It's all because of him. I am nothing now. I have nothing left. And I will definitely let him taste the taste of losing everything. Lisa couldn't suppress her anger as she spoke. Her eyes became red and her voice began to tremble. Jiang Bei knew that she couldn't provoke her now and tried to calm her down. Yan Han did something wrong to you. You rushed us and spared the child. I don't even need to make a move at Yan Han's place. He doesn't have the 7 hearts pill. I guess he probably won't even be able to see tomorrow's sun.
7 heart pills? What's that?
Lisa's eyes widened in shock and looked at Jiang Bing twice, not knowing what kind of funny joke she had heard. She laughed so uncontrollably that tears came out of her eyes. Lisa laughed enough before kindly opening her mouth to explain to her, so you don't know anything? Ha ha ha, the outside world still rumors that you guys are in a good relationship. It seems to be nothing more than that. Lisa was generous with her kindness. Since you asked, then I will kindly tell you, the 7-heart pill is the treasure of our royal family. It can cure all poisons. There is no antidote for the poison that Yen Han has been hit by, so he can only use the 7-heart pill to cure the poison, and he and I are just using each other. He used me to get the 7-heart pill, and I used him to ascend to the throne as the queen. Lisa didn't know what came to her mind. Her eyes suddenly became malicious, and her voice was gloomy. Who knows that he didn't keep his word, poking me in the press conference, making me lose my reputation, and giving the throne of the queen that was originally set to be given to someone else. It's him who caused me to lose everything. It's him who caused me to become what I am now. Ha ha ha, so yeah, I stole the 7 hearts pill. He can't get the antidote, so naturally he won't live for long. So now it's enough for me to just finish you two off. It was only then that Jiang Bing figured out what was going on. Yen Han is not considered to have lied to her. He did go to the antidote, but also for the antidote to go with Lisa, to go with her to participate in the banquet, in the middle of the surely out of some other things, so Yen Han will be out of line, Lisa in order to retaliate against him to take away the antidote, so the Yen Han's poison pressure is not solved at all. Jiang Yen thought to understand after the hands and feet instantly become cold. She has always thought that Yen Han they have developed the antidote, soon can be detoxified. She has always held a positive attitude towards this, but who knows, Lisa told her, Yen Han now simply cannot get the antidote. He also have to rush to take the plane to come back. I do not know if his body cannot afford to eat. Lisa looked at Jiang Bing's shocked look very satisfied, feeling that she had achieved her purpose. Then she unhurriedly took out a box from her pocket and said, inside here is the 7 heart stand. Now I want you to make a choice between Yen Han and your son. If you want the 7 heart stand, I'll push him down right now. And if you choose him, then I'll burn this 7 heart stand directly. The choice is up to you. Jiang Yen looked at her with wide eyes. She didn't know how to choose, and she couldn't make a choice at all. Lisa watched her expression with a smirk, as if she was watching a good show. Lisa looked at Jiang Ren, who hadn't made a choice for so long and was a bit impatient. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you still can't make a choice, I'll just push your son down. Seeing this, the little group cried out, Mommy, you don't have to care about me. You and Daddy will definitely have another very cute baby in the future, and I can still come to you to be my mom in my next life. Jiang Bing was furious. Yan Bei, what are you saying again? I'm telling you, Mom won't let anything happen to you. Mom will definitely bring you back safely. You're not allowed to say such things. Although it is to let Jiangren make a choice, but Lisa simply did not intend to let them leave alive. She has a pistol in her waist. No matter what choice Jiangren made, in the end she will result in her. Lisa started the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the palms of Jiangren's hands. Her thoughts were chaotic. Her mind was blank. She could not concentrate at all. Chapter 153, My Choice. It was simply impossible for Jiang Bei to make a choice. Whether it was Yen Han or Yan Bei, she couldn't possibly cut her losses. But Lisa's countdown continued. 7, 6, 5. As Lisa's countdown was getting closer and closer, Jiang Yan only felt chilled and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She clenched her fists tightly, trying to keep herself calm, but her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. He could only think of ways to stall for time now, in search of other solutions. Suddenly, Lu Yu's voice came from the miniature earphones she wore in her ears. Because she was so nervous before, Jiang Bei had completely forgotten about the existence of this miniature headset, so when Lu Yu's voice suddenly came out from it, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and her heart was instantly much more solid. Pull back, listen to me, our sniper is on the high tower behind us, but due to his limited field of view he can't aim at Lisa. Now we need you to move 2 meters to the left and move enough field of view for him. We'll try to get a shot off. Even if we don't get it, it doesn't matter. I'm on the stairway right now. As soon as I've distracted her, I'll be able to rush in and we'll have a way out of this. Jiang Bei, that hanging heart only then settled down a few points. She gently hummed sounds silently in her mind, calculating how to divert her attention in a moment. 3, 2. Lisa ran out of patience, and the rope clutched in her hand loosened a few points. Seeing this, Jiang Bing immediately shouted, wait, I'll choose now. When he finished speaking, he moved a few steps to the left without moving. Lisa also turned around and urged, make your choice quickly. I don't have that much time to wait for you. After Liu got the message, he turned on the headset again and said to Jiang Ren, just now Lisa moved a bit, causing her to be completely blocked by you now, and she still has a gun in her hand, so we can't afford to miss. You have to cooperate with me now. In a moment when the sniper finds the best view and gets ready, I'll tell you to crouch and you crouch down right away. Do you understand? Jiang Yan coughed lightly to indicate that she had heard. Lisa saw Jiang Ren dawdling there and guessed that she should be stalling for time. She immediately took out the pistol pinned on her waist and aimed it at Jiang Ren, her tone disdainful. You don't need to think that you can stall for time right now. Even if Yen Han could arrive right now, he wouldn't be able to save you guys. Without the news of Lu Yu, Jiang Bo didn't dare to act rashly now. Plus Lisa pointed a black hole gun at her. Jiang Bo could only soften her tone and try not to provoke her. Lisa, you obviously come from a noble family. Your starting point has already reached a height that other people can't reach in their whole life. You're still so young. and you still have a bright future. Why would you want to do this kind of thing? You let go of us now. I can help you leave China and escape from this place. Us. I can help you leave China and escape this place. Lisa laughed like she heard some funny joke. Ha 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 ha. What are you? Do you think you know me well? I was about to have it all and I ended up in this state. Do you understand the feeling of someone falling from the top? You don't understand at all. Seeing that Lisa was getting more and more agitated, Jiang Yin immediately went along with her. Fine, I don't understand. But if you let my son go now and then give me the 7 heart pills, I can give you a sum of money so that you can go to a place that no one knows about, and live a carefree life there. Is that okay? Ha ha ha, I don't need it. Listen up, Jiang Bian, I don't need it. I just want you all to suffer as much as I do. Lisa waved her hand holding the gun in the air a few times. Don't talk to me about this useless stuff. Choose, or I'll push your son off right now. Don't be impulsive. You don't impulse. I'll choose now. I choose. After Yanhan got off the plane, his face was pale. The long road trip had made him a bit unbearable. He now felt as if the things in front of him were covered with a layer of fog, making it impossible to see. Yanhan doesn't know where Jiang Bei is right now, and is just about to call Lu Yu when he gets a call from him. Yanhan picked up. Lisa let Jiang Bian meet her alone. She tied up Yan Si Bian to threaten her. Now they are all in the abandoned rotten building in the west of the city. I also just got here. I'll send the specific location to you. You now rush over immediately. Yanhan frowned tightly and clenched his fists, his nails sinking into his skin, letting himself feel the pain to clear his head a bit. He couldn't help but feel a bit angry as he listened to Lu Yu's words. How could you let her go to see Lisa all by herself? Si Yan is in her hands. Can I stop Jiang Yan from letting her go? Yanhan was speechless for a moment. He knew that Jiang Yan could not possibly let the little group alone in such a dangerous environment. Even if she might not be able to come back safely either, then she would have to go and save him. Then, is Zhang Bo in any trouble now? No, they're negotiating. I've arranged for a sniper and sent you the location, so grab your ass and get over here. Good. Yanhan's body is already at the end of its strength, and is now running out of gas, but Lu Hanchu and Zuolin also know that it is impossible to persuade him. As long as it is in matters related to Zhang Bo, this person is just like a madman, and cannot tolerate any difficult mistakes. Lu Hanchu and Zuolin could only choose to go with him. Along the way, the word cold let the driver put the gas pedal to the ground, all the way wildly. Originally half an hour's journey hard to shorten to 15 minutes on the way. The driver was scared sweaty, stopping the car. Hands and feet cannot control the shaking. Lu Yu had just instructed him, so Yanhan parked his car on the side of the road and walked on foot to the bottom of the rotten building. Yanhan with a sharp ringing in the ears came. He only felt that the heavy shadow in front of his eyes is getting more and more serious. He braced himself to walk up the steps, but Yanhan just went up to the second floor. Suddenly a gunshot came. Yanhan's heart tightened, immediately accelerated his footsteps to run towards the upper floors. Who knows that immediately after that? But then came a few gunshots. Yanhan, I do not know if it is the emotional ups and downs are too big or what. His eyes went black and directly planted down. Mr. Speech. Zuolin took 3 steps and immediately rushed up, so as not to let Yanhan roll down the steps. Mr. Yan? Mr. Yan, are you okay? You wake up, Zuolin shouted. Lu Hanchu also rushed up. He could not care about anything now, lifting up Yanhan's arm and Zuolin together to carry Yanhan toward the stairs. They do not know what is the situation of Yanhan now. They must immediately send him to the hospital for treatment. Zuolin hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, you go up and see what's going on, Mrs. Should need help, Mr. Yan has me here, or else it won't be easy to explain when Mr. Yan wakes up and asks. Luhan Snapdragon wanted to refuse, but then he thought of the real danger that Zhongren is facing now, and Yanhan's appearance of not being able to let Zhongren suffer half a bit of aggravation. He still nodded his head and turned around to quickly run towards the roof of the building. Chapter 154, Mommy Save Me. Lisa must ask Zhongren to make a choice immediately now. Zhongren was forced to do nothing but hesitantly say, I choose. Choose. Lisa held up her gun with the muzzle aimed at Zhang Bian, a look of watching the show, just waiting for her to make a choice. Just then, a voice came from Zhang Bian's miniature headset. Bian, listen to my command. 3, 2, 1, get down. Zhang Bian immediately crouched down with his head in his hands. Lisa also reacted quickly. Seeing Zhang Yan make a move, immediately sidestepped and pulled the trigger. Lisa was still a step too late, and the bullet brushed against the gun in her hand. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain struck her as the bullet grazed her arm, cutting out a long bloody scar. Although the shot didn't directly kill her, the intense pain made Lisa unable to resist letting go of her hand, and the pistol fell to the ground. Lisa's shot went astray, only to hear a loud bang. A bullet grazed Zhang Bian's ear and flew past, scraping off a few locks of her hair. Zhang Bei immediately rushed up to try to pull the little group down. Lisa immediately loosened the rope on the hand, but also do not care about the pain of the body. Quickly pick up the gun on the ground, and then looked for a pillar to avoid the sniper's attack. She was right in the sniper's field of vision blind spot. Now who can't take her? Lu Yu also saw this opportunity to rush in. Yanqian was unsteady on his feet slipped and he slowly slid downward, his big eyes filled with tears and his little face was covered with tear stains as he cried out in terror, Mommy, help me. Jiang Yen grabbed the corner of his coat at the last moment when Yen Sibian was about to fall, but the thin clothes couldn't bear the weight of one person, and the collar gradually ripped open. Jiang Ru immediately reached out her hand and shouted, "Siru, pass your hand to mommy. Hurry!" Yen Sibei raises her hand to Jiang Bei's hand. Jiang Bei firmly grasps him. When Lu Yu also rushes over, the two of them together forcefully pull Yen Sibei back. Lu Yu rushes at Lisa and fires a few shots to cover the retreat of the few people. Jiang Bei holds the little dumpling tightly in her arms as Lu Yu takes the two of them to hide behind a wall to avoid Lisa's attack. Jiang Yen hugged Yen Sibei and stood still, her eyes reddened with a kind of lost and found joy. "Sibei, I'm sorry, it's mommy who's late." After all, Yen Sibei was too young, still a little stunned, buried in Jiang Bei's arms, refusing to look up.
Jiang Bing asked, "Is there any injury anywhere?" Wordsmith shook her head and said sullenly, "No. That's good, that's good." Jiang Ren patted his back gently and kept soothing him.
Lisa sneered, "Good, so you still have helpers, then it's just as well, you won't be able to get your hands on the 7-heart pill."
"Wait." Riverbend blocked.
"Lisa, there are all our people outside, you're surrounded now, you can't escape. If you give me the 7-heart pill, I can let you leave China in one piece." "Ha, when I came to China I had already thought of my end. Coming to your territory I didn't think of leaving alive. I'm not so lonely if I can drag you all to hell." Taking advantage of the gap between the two talking, Liu quickly shifts to another place, trying to flank Lisa and stop her movements. But Lisa is no longer a member of the royal family, and grew up contacting things that normal people can't touch, so her evasive abilities are very strong, and Liu can't find a breakthrough. He could only choose to attack her head-on, right from the position where he came in from the stairway, or he could attack head-on, but the risk factor was just as high, and he was planning to let Jiang Bing divert Lisa's attention, and attack up there himself while he was unprepared. At that moment Lisa took out the box containing the 7-heart pills and opened the lid about to take the pills into her mouth. But at that moment, there was a sudden noise from the stairway, followed by the door being pushed open from the outside with a loud bang. Lu Han Snap pushed the door and rushed in, raising his pistol and shooting at Lisa. Just now, he wasn't clear about the battle situation here, so he stood at the door for a while, and after hearing that the 7-heart stand was in Lisa's hands, he immediately walked in with his gun raised. Lisa didn't set up a defense, her abdomen and legs were shot, she stumbled and fell to her knees, and the pills in her hand rolled out. Lu Hanshu ran over and was about to snatch away the 7-heart pills. With her last consciousness, Lisa crawled forward a few steps, grabbed the pill and sent it to her mouth. Lu Han Snapdragon was still a step too late, grabbing her hand to snatch the rest of the 7-hearts pill, and in the end, only a third of it reached him. Lisa laughed triumphantly, her hands and face full of blood, living like an evil ghost that had just crawled out of hell. Great, great, Yen Han can't live anymore either. Ha 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 ha, so that I won't be alone on the way to the Yellow Springs. Ha 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 ha. Lu Han Snapdragon gritted his teeth, veins rippled on his forehead, his resentment towards Lisa reached its peak. He slowly stood up, raised his pistol and aimed it at Lisa, without a moment's hesitation. Bang bang bang, added a few more shots, and did not give up until Lisa did not have any breath. When Jiang Bei saw Lu Han Snapdragon raise his pistol, he raised his hand and pressed Yen Sibei's head into his arms, covering his ears to prevent him from seeing such a bloody scene. After all of this returned to calm, Lu Yu's several people also walked out. Jiang Bei looked at the bloody Lisa on the ground, forcibly holding back the feeling of retching to avert her eyes, waiting for that bout of nausea to pass before she opened her mouth, her voice a little hoarse. "Where's Yen Han? Hasn't she come back yet?" Lu Hanshu hesitated, he was already downstairs, but heard the gunshots. It should be the emotional ups and downs that caused the toxin to spread rapidly, and is now in the hospital for treatment. Jiang Bing froze in place for a moment, no time to think about anything else. After slowing down she hurriedly urged, "Then let's go to the hospital, didn't we get the 7-heart pill? Although it's not complete, it might be able to delay the onset of the poison." The group rushed downstairs, arriving on the first floor just in time to meet Catherine, who had arrived late. She still didn't know what had happened and looked at the crowd with an anxious face. Lu Hanshu turned toward her with an expressionless face. "Your sister is upstairs, go up and see for yourself." After saying that, Lu Hanshu turned around and was about to leave. Catherine stopped him and asked, "Did you guys get that 7-heart pill?" "Got a little bit, not sure if this will be enough." Catherine lowered her eyes. "I'm sorry." Lu Hanchuan was a bit unable to control his temper. "There's no use talking about this now, you should think about how you can bring Yen Han back to life." Catherine stopped talking. Lu Hanshu also knew that his tone was too heavy, and this matter was not Catherine's fault, and only added, "We're going to the hospital, your sister is on the top floor, go see her." With that said, the four of them walked off together, none of them looking at Catherine again. Due to Lisa's reason, Zhang Yan really doesn't have any good feelings towards their royal family, and she didn't share any of her glances when passing by her. Chapter 155 Deadlines. When the crowd had gone, Catherine headed upstairs with heavy steps. Catherine's steps became unusually heavy as she reached the top stairway, as if each step took a tremendous amount of strength. She stood silently in the doorway, her gaze fixed on the closed door. In fact, she had already guessed what kind of end Lisa was in for, but she still didn't dare to really face it, her hand resting on the doorknob, just standing still. It was as if time had frozen, and Catherine had no idea how long she had been standing here. Her legs began to tremble slightly as a numbness gradually came over her, and her fingers also became stiff from holding the door handle tightly for a long time. Catherine took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the heavy door in front of her. Even though she had already made some mental preparations, when she saw the scene in front of her, she still stretched out her hands to cover her mouth in shock to prevent herself from screaming out, only to see Lisa lying in a pool of blood. The clothes on her body were soaked with blood, sticking to her skin in a viscous and horrible manner. Her body was twisted and had long since stopped breathing, lying motionless like a broken doll. The bright red blood underneath his body snaked across the ground like a blooming blood-colored flower, still spreading around. The blood flowed onto the ground, forming a dark red trail that made people shudder. Her hands and face were also covered in blood. Lisa's eyes were still open, but they had become empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. She looked straight into the distance. Catherine walked over with heavy feet and reached out to close Lisa's eyes. She finally couldn't control her voice and let out a sob. She didn't expect to be fine yesterday, but today the yin and yang were separated. When they were young, their three sisters have a very good relationship, whether it is to buy clothes or to buy snacks to buy 3 copies. If anyone buys something to buy less than 1 copy, Lisa is going to go to argue. She grew up with the character of the quirky, very pleasing to the eye, and she is very sullen, encountered nothing to say like to hide themselves in the heart, and even less love to laugh, so the adults grew up to like Lisa. But Lisa has what good things to take 3 copies, and give one to her and her big sister. No one can be left behind. Lisa would also follow her ass and shove goodies into her hands. This is a fruit candy someone gave me. It has a sandwich in it. It's delicious. I got you one of each flavor. Try it. Second sister. Here's a bow hairpin for you. This one is red because I think you look especially good in red, so I got this for you. Second sister, second sister. But slowly, by the time a few of them came of age, there was a notion of competition for the queen's throne, and anyone who wanted to sit at the top of the heap, so the relationship between the 3 broke down and became incompatible, calculating each other. She didn't want it to be like this either, but they were born in such an environment. Behind them were all the forces fighting and all kinds of interests linked to each other. If they fell behind, they would most likely even lose their lives. They had no choice but to desperately rush upwards. Childhood memories came flooding back like a tidal wave, and Catherine's tears gushed out of her eyes like a breaking flood, blurring her vision in an instant. She cried uncontrollably. Catherine slowly fell to her knees amidst the pool of bright red blood and reached out her hands to gently help Lisa up. Lisa's body had long lost its temperature, becoming cold and stiff. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were tightly closed. Catherine gently held Lisa in her arms, feeling her cold body heat. Her tears continued to flow, dripping down on Lisa's body, mixing with the blood, forming a heartbreaking picture. Catherine pushed the hair stuck to her face behind her ear for her, smiled and said gently, "Our third sister loves beauty the most. Second sister will clean it up for you. Let's go home, okay? Third sister, in the next life we are born in an ordinary family. Is there not so much hooking up? Remember to come to me in the next life. We'll still be sisters, and I'll make up for what I owe you in this life." The assistant arrived late and saw such a scene when she arrived, and she didn't dare to walk up and interrupt, but only stood in silence at the door. Jiang Yan and the others got in the car and rushed to the hospital. In the car, Jiang Yan only remembered to ask about Yan Han's recent situation. "Didn't you guys keep telling me that the antidote would be developed soon? Why is there some kind of 7-heart pill now, and why is it suddenly poisoned again?" Lu Yu drove the car in the front, and Lu Hanshu sat in the co-pilot. At those words, Lu Hanchuan also fell silent. They had thought that not so many accidents would happen before, so they didn't think to tell Jiang Bei, or else telling her would be one more person to follow and worry about. They had wanted to take the 7-heart Dan and then they could return to the country, who knew that so many things had happened in the middle, which led to the delay in solving Yan Han's poison. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Hanchu's delay in speaking and urged, "What exactly happened in between?" Lu Hanchu sighed lightly, "It's a long story in the middle." "Then you'll make a long story short. In fact, originally at the beginning we were cooperating with Lisa to get the 7-heart stand to cure the poison. Who knows that she went back on her word, so we cooperated with her second sister Catherine, that is, the one you just saw, to expose Lisa, and utilized Catherine to get the 7-heart stand. Who knows that it was stolen by Lisa, and that's why all these things happened later on. So, there's no medical team, no antidote at all, and you can only get this 7-heart pill to cure the poison, right? That is to say, Yan Han's poison has not been cured until now. And Lisa's comment that he will most likely not see the sun tomorrow is also true? When Jiang Yan said these words, her voice was a little slightly trembling. She did not expect that all these are fake. Yan Han turned out to be lying to her from beginning to end. Lu Hanshu nodded in silence. Jiang Bian forced herself to cry. "So he just has one more day now?" Lu Han's snap returned in a hoarse voice, "Right." Jiang Bing took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. Now she can only rely on this 1/3 of the 7-heart pills to save Yan Han's life. Several people rushed to the hospital as fast as they could. Liu held Yan Bei in his arms and walked behind. Lu Han Snap and Jiang Bei rushed to Yan Han's hospital room first. Yan Han was lying quietly on the bed in the intensive care unit. His body was filled with all kinds of tubes, his face was as white as paper, and he was lying there lifelessly, his eyes closed tightly, as if he had lost all his vitality, making him look even more fragile. Chapter 156, We Did Our Best. The doctors were examining Yan Han inside the hospital room, constantly injecting new medication into the bottle, and the cold liquid flowed down the catheter into Yan Han's body. Luhan Snapdragon took the 7-heart Dan and handed it over to the laboratory. His voice was heavy too. There are only 2/3 of the 7-heart Dan here. I didn't get all of it, so you guys see if you can match it up or if these are the ones that can slow down Yan Han's poisonous eruption so that you guys can have more time to develop the antidote? Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry, we will definitely do our best. Dr. Lee in the examining room got the pills and turned around and went right back to the examining room. Jiang Yan quietly stood outside the hospital corridor. Through the transparent glass, her eyes gently fell on the Yan Han lying on the hospital bed. Her eyes were filled with endless heartache. She slowly raised her hand and gently placed it on the glass. Due to the emergency situation of Yan Han, so no one is allowed to enter the ward to visit him, Jiang Bo can only look through the window to see the person she hasn't seen for more than a week. More than a week's time, but Jiang Bo felt like a lifetime ago. He seems to have become thinner now. His face is as pale as paper. Lining that pair of dark circles under his eyes is even more scary. On the hospital bed, Yan Han closed his eyes tightly, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, seems to be suffering from great pain. Time passed by. Jiang Yan still stood there quietly, not moving. Only the emotions in her eyes were changing. She could only silently pray now that Yan Han would recover soon. The line of sight moved down. Yan Han hands folded on the belly, left hand ring finger is still wearing the ring she gave him. More thoughts surged to the heart. She thought of the two before all kinds of passed. The carefulness of Yan Han when she first returned to the country. She slowly determined down her heart when Yan Han's repeated confirmation. A happy family of 3 as they went to the playground in their bonding outfits. His instantly reddened eyes when she took out the ring and put it on Yan Han. All of these things, one by one, crossed Jiang Bian's mind like a walking lantern, and each one of them made her feel heavy and heartbroken. Just as Jiang Bian was immersed in her memories, the instrument in the hospital room that detects Yan Han's vital signs suddenly rang with a sharp drip. Jiang Yan even cry have forgotten, staring blankly at the hospital room, the doctor anxiously to do CPR and pick up a variety of instruments used in the body of Yan Han rescue. Jiang Yan across a glass can only dry anxious but cannot help a little help. Luhan Snapdragon grabbed a small nurse who came out from inside to get the medicine and asked with a frown, "What's happening inside?" The little nurse anxiously said, "Mr. Lu, the patient's state has suddenly begun to deteriorate, his vital signs are dropping extremely fast, and all of his organs are declining at an extremely rapid rate. If it continues at this rate, I'm afraid." The rest of the words the little nurse didn't dare to say out loud, but Lu Hanchu and Jiang Bing both guessed it. "Speaking of me, I choked out, I'm afraid I won't live through the night?" The little nurse lowered her head and didn't answer yes or no, but it already amounted to a tacit. Jiang Bei stepped forward and grabbed the little nurse's hand. "Please save him, isn't there already an antidote? Why is it still not working?" "Miss, don't worry, the antidote is still being tested. If it's okay, we'll inject it into Mr. Yen in a moment. We'll inform you as soon as we have the results." Lu Hanchu didn't control his emotions and yelled, "Hurry up and hurry, what are you doing? It's been so long and not a single lab result has come out?" The little nurse was taken aback by his sudden temper and stammered for words. Jiang Ren let go of her hand in despair and slowly crouched down. She wrapped her arms around her legs and buried her face at her knees, crying silently and painfully. Lu Hanchu also realized that the little girl in front of him was also innocent, so it eased its breath and ordered, "Go to the examination room and tell them to speed up. Be quick, or else all of them won't be able to keep their jobs." After saying that, he waved his hand for the little nurse to leave first, and the little nurse immediately ran away with her head lowered. This empty corridor is left only Luhan Snapdragon and Jiang Bei, 2 people. He stood next to look down at Jiang Bei, also do not know with what kind of words to comfort her, can only stand in silence. The doctors in the ward used all the instruments but Yan Han still showed no sign of improvement. The doctors gradually put down the instruments in their hands, leaving only one doctor to do CPR for Yan Han unremittingly. Jiang Bian saw this and broke down and shouted, "Why have you stopped? Continue resuscitation, please save him, please." Jiang Bei slapped the glass window hard. She wanted to rush in and question them. Why did they stop? Why didn't they continue to resuscitate? But the doctors inside couldn't do anything about it. They had really tried their best. Liu stood in the distance holding Yan Sibei, not walking over. Liu's expression was stoic and painful, his body trembling slightly, his eyes covered with red blood. Little Tuanzi clutched his little hands and locked them in Liu's arms. He raised his head, his eyes were also red and he forced himself to cry, "Uncle, what are they saying? Do they mean my dad is too sick to be rescued?" Liu freed a hand and quickly touched his eyes to keep the tears from falling. He lowered his head with a gentle expression and looked at Yan Siyuan. "No, the doctor is resuscitating it, we still have hope. We have to trust the doctor." Yan Qian hesitated, "But mommy is crying so hard." "It's because dad is sick, mom is sad. There's hope for us yet. Siobhan, don't worry." Yan Sibei buried her head into Luyu's arms, rubbing her tears on Luyu's clothes, and answered in a muffled voice. After a long time, Yan Han's attending doctor came out of the hospital room, took off his mask, and said to the 2 men, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry ma'am, we have done our best." Lu Hanshu stepped forward and viciously yanked the doctor's collar. "What are you talking about? The lab results haven't even come out yet, so who are you to say so?" "It's too late, Lu, it's too late, Mr. Yan's mood swings are too many ups and downs, and he didn't pay attention to recuperating, but after such a long time of road trekking, he has long since depleted his energy, and I'm afraid that even if there's an antidote now, it's still too late. You fart. The 7 heart pill is a treasure of the royal family. I forbid you to give up before the test results come out. Keep going in to rescue it. The attending doctor sighed and turned just as he was about to walk back into the hospital room when there was a clutter of footsteps in the distance. Dr. Lee from the examination room ran over sweating with the test report and the 7 heart pills. He stopped in front of the crowd and gasped, "Mr. Liu, the test results are out. It is indeed the royal 7 heart pill, with many kinds of precious herbs inside." Chapter 157, Surviving the Night. A glimmer of hope flashed through Lu Honshu's eyes. He couldn't care less about anything, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, "Then can you detoxify the poison on his body?" Mr. Liu, the ingredients inside this 7 heart dan as well as the production process is extremely complex, and there are also poisons inside, so the grams of each herb must be very precise. If you want to match it out 1-to-1 at least it will take 3 months. The dosage of these medicines is too small to completely detoxify Mr. Yan's body, the specific absorption of how to do it, or to look at Mr. Yan's own physical condition. Lu Honshu couldn't care less. First hurry up and let him eat it. It's fine if it can alleviate the poisonous eruption, or else he won't even make it through today. Okay Mr. Liu, we'll go now. The attending doctor took Dr. Lee inside the hospital room in a hurry. The doctor in the hospital room doing CPR on Yanhan was tired and sweating, but he hadn't given up yet, and there was only a faint float on Yanhan's heartbeat detector. After Dr. Lee received the water handed over by the nurse next to him, he carefully placed the pills into the water and gently stirred it. The pills quickly melted and formed a cup of clear and transparent medicinal liquid. Then, Dr. Lee carefully poured the liquid into Yanhan's mouth, making sure that every drop of the liquid was swallowed smoothly as he watched Yanhan's reaction, carefully observing if he had any discomfort or abnormal symptoms. After a long time, there was no other reaction from Yanhan, so the crowd breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Dr. Lee also let the nurse to bring the medicine can accelerate the effect of the medicine into the infusion tube of Yanhan. After doing these, the doctors again to Yanhan with a variety of instruments and then collectively retired out. Dr. Lee said, "Mr. Liu, the pills have already let Mr. Yan take them. According to the formula of the 7 heart pills, there are several main antidote herbs in it. We send them to him every 2 hours after we have matched them according to the formula. You let Mr. Yan take them on the line, and the rest will depend on the degree of Mr. Yan's own absorption. If Mr. Yan lasts through the night, then there is no problem, and if Mr. Yan doesn't wake up in the morning, I'm afraid that." Jiang Bei's body began to shiver. She now only felt cold, bone-chilling cold as well as fear. She was really afraid that Yanhan would not wake up. Luhan Snapdragon nodded. The 7 heart pills have already let Yanhan take. The doctor can only try to stabilize Yanhan's current situation now. The rest can't do much more. All they can do now is wait. The attending physician said to them, "Now you can send a family member in to stay with the patient after putting on a protective suit, and talk to the patient more. If he can hear it will also strengthen his desire to live." "Good." Luhan Snap nodded, and the doctors left together. Lu Honshu looked down at Jiang Ru. "Do you want to go in now?" Jiang Ren nodded firmly. The little nurse left next to her saw this and spoke, "Miss, if it's you going in, you can come with me to the sterilization room now to put on the protective clothing." Jiang Bei turned around and followed the little nurse into the sterilization room. After Jiang Ru finished sterilizing and put on her protective suit, she turned her head and asked, "How long can I stay inside?" "It's okay for you to stay in there as long as you need to, and talking to the patient more often will also make him more solicitous and more helpful in his recovery." Zhang Yan nodded without speaking and turned to walk into the intensive care unit. When Zhang Bo went in, Luhan Snap looked down at the clothes that were already stained with dust and blood, and was a bit disgusted with himself. No wonder many people looked at him with horrified gazes when he entered the hospital just now. Lu Hanzue was now planning to go home to take a shower and change his clothes before coming back to replace Jiang Yan so that she could get some rest. He turned around and walked out towards the corridor. Just after taking 2 steps he saw Lu Yu standing at the end of the corridor holding the little group. He walked up and reached out to gently pat Yan Sibei's little head. Yan Xian raised her eyes to look at him. After this night's tossing and turning, Yan Sibian was also frightened. He is still so small. Luhan Snapdragon is also afraid that he will not be able to support. So he said, "Sibian, your mother just went into the ward to accompany your father. You first and uncle go back to rest. Tomorrow morning when he comes dad will be well, okay?" Yan Sibei's eyes did not have any fluctuations, calm and frightening. At this moment Luhan Snapdragon seemed to see the figure of Yanhan and Yan Sibei. Just now, Yan Sibei also heard the doctor's words. If his dad lasted through tonight there was a possibility that he would survive. But it was also very likely that he wouldn't last through tonight, so Uncle Lu was simply lying to him. He looked at Luhan Snap and asked, "Will my dad really be okay tomorrow?" Lu Hanshu pretended to be relaxed and said, "It will definitely get better." Yancy continued, "But what if he doesn't make it through the night?" This time it was Lu Hanshu's turn to be silent. These things, he couldn't say. Yan Sibei noticed Luhan Snapdragon's silence and knew that she couldn't be of much help here. and that she would have to let the adults spend time taking care of him, so she understood and said, "Then can I go in to see Dad for one last time, and after I come out I'll go home with my uncle?" Luhan Snapdragon couldn't possibly refuse. "Of course you can, let's go, we'll let the nurse's sister put on the protective clothing for you." Luhan Snapdragon led Yen Sibei to find the little nurse and let her take Yen Sibei into the sterilization room. Jiang Yen entered the hospital room and looked at the lifeless Yen Han lying on the hospital bed. Her heart was incredibly heavy, her legs were like lead, and she walked up slowly with slow and difficult steps. She stood quietly by the bedside, gazing at Yen Han's haggard face, her heart filled with endless sadness. Tears swirled in Jiang Bei's eyes, gradually blurring her vision. She tried her best to hold back the tears from flowing down her face, but in the end, she was unable to suppress the pain in her heart, and a crystal-clear teardrop slid down her cheeks. Jiang Run was cold and hungry. She hadn't eaten for a day, but she was now filled with the man in the hospital bed in front of her didn't have the heart to think of anything else. She sat down on the stool next to the hospital bed and reached out to stroke his cheek. For the first time in a week she touched him, and there was still a sense of unreality in Riverbend. Her hand outlined the contours of Yen Han's face, slowly sliding down to hold Yen Han's hand, gently rubbing the ring on his ring finger, and softly speaking, "Obviously you were fine when you left. Why did you become like this after you came back? You clearly said a week will be back, but our again meet is in this cold rescue room. You simply do not have the antidote but lied to me that is to go to the antidote, but also said that immediately can be developed out of the antidote. Put me in the drum so that I stayed in the happy fantasy, but you are suffering from the great pain of the poison when you are suffering from the great pain of the poison. You are not willing to tell me anything, all of the things are all carried by you alone. I still have to find you to settle the score. You quickly wake up. You must get well, don't even refuse to give me a chance to let me find you to settle the score." Chapter 158, Be Strong. The more Jiang Yan said, the more sad she became, and lowered her head to lean her head on the back of Yen Han's hand and sobbed softly. Not a moment later, the door to the sterilization room was suddenly opened. Jiang Bei turned back and saw the nurse lady holding Yen Sibei walked in. Jiang Bei saw the little group of people came and then let go of Yen Han's hand and walked over. Jiang Bei crouched down to be at eye level with Yen Siwei. She touched Yen Siwei's head through her protective suit and softly said, "Why did Siwei come in?" "Mom, I want to see Dad, then I'll go home with my uncle." Jiang Bing looked at the well-behaved and understanding child in front of her and her heart was filled with emotion and relief. She felt that she was really lucky to be able to have such an understanding son. Although he was still young, he had already shown maturity and strength beyond his age. Everything that happened today was a huge shock and challenge for him, yet he didn't cry or make a scene, which made Jiang Bei feel very heartbroken. But Jiang Bei also knew deep down that she couldn't let her son's strength ignore the hurt he had suffered inside. After all, he was still just a young child, and she was afraid that this incident would leave a shadow in his heart. Jiang Yan picked up Yen Sibian. She sat back on the stool to let Yen Sibian sit on her lap, and said softly, "Sibian was really great today, she was not afraid of the danger, and I also blame Mom for not arriving in time. If I was a little bit earlier Sibian wouldn't have gone through all these bad things." Yanqian shook her head. "Mom, it's not your problem. Even if she doesn't take me away today she'll have other ways to kidnap me in the future, but I'm sure Mom will come and get me out. I trust you." Jiang Bian was touched when she heard this. It's good that Si Bian believes in her mom. No matter what danger Si Bian encounters in the future, Mom will definitely be the first to rush to your side and won't let anyone bully you anymore. "Okay, I trust Mom." Jiang Bei smiled, pulled up Yen Sibei's small hand and asked, "What do you want to say to Daddy now? You can say it to Daddy. Daddy is able to hear it." "Okay, Mom, you can put me down first." Jiang Yan picked up the little group and placed him on the ground. Little Dumpling walked up 2 steps, looked carefully at Yen Han, and thought before speaking, "Daddy, since I was a child you have taught me to be strong and courageous. I hope that tonight you can be strong as well, and you have to be strong to survive. Mom, Uncle and Uncle Lu, everyone is working very hard to help you get the antidote, and all of them care about you very much, so Daddy, you mustn't let everyone down." Jiang Bei's tears had long been uncontrollable, falling down her cheeks, long wetting the protective mask she wore. After Yen Sibei finished speaking he stretched out his small hand again. He stretched out his 2 small fleshy hands in order to wrap around Yen Han's big palm. After holding it tightly for a while Yen Sibei let go of his hand. He took 2 steps back and looked up at Zhang Ren and said, "Mom, then my uncle and I will go home first." Zhang Ren couldn't speak. The moment she made a sound her choking sobs had no place to hide. She nodded and took the hand of Yen Sibei and let him out. Zhang Yan took off her protective suit and led the 2 of them out together, holding onto Yen Sibei. Lu Yu, who was guarding the doorway, was a bit surprised to see the 2 come out together, and he rushed at Zhang Yan. "Why did you come out too?" "Want to take Cebu to check if there are any injuries." Cebu also did not eat. A moment back you cook a bowl of noodles for him and then quickly go to bed. Today Cebu also suffered a shock, go back to have a good rest. Lu Yu really wasn't as meticulous as Jiang Bei and didn't think of these things, so he responded, "Okay, I didn't think it through. I'll cook him a bowl of noodles when I get home in a while." Jiang Yan nodded, holding Yen Siwei's hand, and the few of them went to the diagnostic room together. Jiang Yan asked the doctor to check if Yen Sibian had any injuries, and the doctor first took a film of Yen Sibian, confirming that there were no internal injuries, before lifting up her clothes to check for any external injuries. The doctor lifted up Yen Sibei's blouse. The sight in front of her made Jiang Bei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. there was a shocking bloodstain in the circle above her stomach, a stark contrast to Yen Sibei's fair skin. She immediately reacted to the fact that this is the marks left by Lisa when she tied Yen Sibei outside the guardrail. Zhang Bei took 2 steps forward and looked at the bruises on Yen Sibei's body. Her heart ached too. Does it hurt, Sibei? Why didn't you tell mommy earlier? Now mommy just realized that you're hurt, right? Zhang Bing blamed herself. Had she known that she would have just asked Lu Yu to bring Yen Sibei to check it out first, so that she wouldn't have delayed so much. Yen Sibei hurriedly said, "It doesn't hurt, Mom. It just looks bad, but it's just a bruise. It's not bleeding." Cebu, in the future, if you are hurt or have any difficulties, you have to speak out, okay? Don't keep it to yourself. No one will know what you've suffered, and in the long run, people will take it for granted, you know? Yin Sawai nodded plausibly. Zhang Yan told the surgeon to hurry up and put medicine on Yen Sibei. Zhang Yan carefully observed and looked at the little group of people really did not have any hidden expression before she was relieved. After the doctor took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Zhang Yan, this medicine is applied externally, twice a day. Don't touch water on the wound for the first 3 days, after 2 days it will be fine. It's a slight abrasion, the injury is not too serious, it's the children's skin that is delicate and white, so the wound looks extra shocking. Zhang Yan was relieved to hear this and instructed Lu Yu a few more times before letting the two leave. Zhang Yan walked back to the intensive care unit, just walked to the door. Luhan Snapdragon came back. He said towards Zhang Yan, "It's just that you don't want to go in, you go home to take a shower and eat something. I'll keep an eye on it for a while for you, or else you won't be able to hold on for the rest of the night." Zhang Yan did not even think about it and directly refused. "No, I'll go. He is now in this state I can't let go even if I go home. Why don't we just keep watch here? You go back to rest. I'll call you if there's anything." Lu Hanshu looked at Zhang Bei's firm attitude and knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he also stopped persuading her and directly answered, "Okay, then I'll sit outside. If you're tired, you can go and lie down for a while. I'll go in and watch." Zhang Yan responded before walking into the sterilization room to re-sanitize. Zhang Bei sat on the stool next to the bed, holding onto Yen Han's hand tightly, and said, "Did you hear what your son said to you just now? His idol has always been you, so be strong too and set a good example for Sibin." "Yen Han, husband, I always call you with my name. I rarely call you like this because I feel it's very meaty and uncomfortable. If I call you like this all the time in the future, will you be willing to wake up? Honey, I've been back home for so long, have I not said how much I love you?" Chapter 159, Spitting Blood. "Husband, in fact, in my pregnant Cebu when I get along with you that year I have been a little bit like you. You're excellent, handsome, you take care of me in every possible way. It's hard for me to not be attracted to you, but I at that time bent on thinking that it was you who had destroyed the feelings of Guming and me, so I have been suppressing my emotions, deliberately angry at you, deliberately not give you a good face. I'm afraid that if you are good to me I'm afraid that if you treat me better, I really won't be able to control myself." Jiang Bing fell into memories, her eyes a little dark. "But at that time, you still treated me well, even better than before. At that time, I really had thought about getting along with you. If it didn't work out I would not be too late to leave. But on the eve of my production, Gu Ming called me and said that you deliberately targeted Goose to make Goose stock price plummet." Jiang Bei lowered his head and bitterly pursed the corners of his lips, and only after a pause did he continue, "At that time, I felt that you were a sinister person, and it wasn't enough to snatch me over, but also not to Gu Ming to stay alive, so I was also more determined to leave, and since then even if you were good to me I never looked at you in the eye. But I had already fallen in love with you at that time, but later on, after so many things that made I missed it for so long. Hubby, later, we still have later right, we still have a long time to get along well, you always don't believe that I don't love you enough, then you wake up first I will come later to prove how much I love you." Yen Han quietly lying on the bed, like a sleeping statue, without the slightest movement. His eyes were closed tightly, as if a heavy black curtain was covering his eyes. There was no sign of waking up, only the faint sound of breathing proved that he was still alive. The ward was filled with a quiet and heavy atmosphere, as if time had frozen. Jiang Ren felt a little helpless and frustrated, but she still did not give up and recited to her what had happened these days. "You know what, in fact, I knew 2 days ago that you were all lying to me, you blocked my cell phone, but Qingqing she saw the news is also going to tell me the first thing I did after I knew these things is to take Yen Sibian and move away. I moved all my things to Qingqing's home. If you woke up, I'll take the little group of people to go home. If you do not wake up, we will never go back in this life." Jiang Bei looked at Yen Han lying on the bed. How she wished that he would immediately wake up and agree with her, but the only thing that responded to her was endless silence. Jiang Bei's emotions also broke down a bit. She directly lay down beside Yen Han, just quietly looking at his upright side face. Yen Han only felt that he was in the middle of a dark fog, without a trace of light. He walked aimlessly, he wanted to break through this fog, but no matter how could not find the exit. Until he heard the voice of Jiang Bo, his Bo was shouting at him, she was telling him how much she loved him, she wanted him to go back. Yen Han desperately wanted to rush out of this mist, wanted to go out and hug his Bo. Finally he saw a glimmer of light, he ran towards there, but until he ran to exhaustion he could not catch up with that light. Zhang Yan did not sleep much all night, sitting next to the hospital bed with him, talking about dry mouth but not the slightest effect did not start. Every 2 hours there are nurses to send a different medicine over, but even so the vital signs of Yen Han still did not have any change. Until Jiang Bei twisted her head to see a flash of light coming from outside the window, but Yen Han had no signs of wanting to wake up. She was even more panicked in her heart, and for the first time in her life, she wished that the next day wouldn't come so soon. Luhan Snapdragon had been sitting on the stool outside all night, squinting for a short while in between, and now that he saw that Yen Han hadn't made the slightest progress, his expression was becoming more and more grave. Jiang Bian finally couldn't control it. She broke down and said, "Yen Han, you quickly wake up ah. You've been sleeping for a day. If you don't wake up we really have no choice." Suddenly Jiang Bei twisted her head to see a small red line leaking out of the pocket of the suit jacket next to Yen Han was hanging up. She walked over and yanked something out of his pocket, and found that it was the peace talisman that she had stuffed in his pocket before. She walked over and put the peace talisman under Yen Han's pillow, praying that Yen Han could be safe and sound. When the sky gradually rose to fish belly white, Yen Han suddenly spat out blood without warning, and the black and red blood instantly haloed out, staining a large part of the bedsheet red. Jiang Yan was shocked and immediately rang the call bell. Lu Hanshu, who was sitting outside, also hurriedly stood up when he saw this. Doctors heard the call bell immediately rushed over. The small nurse took Jiang Yan out, reclosed the door to go back to resuscitation. Jiang Yan was brought out like a walking corpse. Her whole body hadn't come back to her senses. She raised her head and saw Luhan Snapdragon walking towards her. She couldn't hide the trembling in her voice. What happened to Yen Han? Why did he suddenly vomit blood? He won't have any accidents, right? Lu Hanshu was also worried, but there was nothing he could do about it now. He just said, "We don't know yet. Calm down first. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Listen to what the doctor has to say in a while." Jiang Bing's hands couldn't stop shaking as she panicked too. But, obviously, it's always been fine. Why would it suddenly vomit blood? Lu Hanshu shook his head. He was not in the mood to talk right now, and he was even less able to answer Jiang Bing's question. The two stood wordlessly for a moment. Not a moment later, the lights in the operating room went out, and Jiang Bei's heart felt like it was being clutched tightly by a big hand, and she only felt breathless. She couldn't help but wonder, the doctor resuscitated so quickly. Was it because there was no need to resuscitate anymore? She was afraid that they would come out and tell her that the patient was in an emergency situation and could not be resuscitated, and that the family could prepare for the aftermath. The two of them, Dr. Li and the attending doctor, came out together, but their expressions weren't as grave as Jiang Bian had imagined. Jiang Bing heard Dr. Li say, "General Manager Yan's condition has stabilized. It seems that the 7-heart pill has worked." The attending doctor then spoke, "Mr. Yan just vomited blood as has spit out the remaining toxins in his body, but since he only took 1/3 of the 7-heart pill, there must still be remaining toxins in his body. In the future, he still needs to cooperate with the medication, and slowly clean it up and there will be no problem. About 2 hours later Mr. Yan will be able to wake up. It is now enough to transfer the patient to the general ward." This was the only good news Jiang Bei had heard in the past 2 days, and she covered her cheeks with trembling hands, unable to control her tears any longer, and muffled her voice, "Thank you doctor." "Thank you. You're welcome ma'am. It's still thanks to you guys bringing back the 7-heart pill, or else Mr. Yan's poison wouldn't have been able to be undone so quickly. When Mr. Yan is transferred to the general ward you guys can go and see him. If there's something you need to do you can just call us. I'll take my leave for now." Chapter 160. I'm fine. After Yen Han was transferred to the general ward, Jiang Yan and Luhan Snapdragon both went in together, and both saw with their own eyes that Yen Han's vital signs were normal and there was no major problem before they breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hanshu looked at Jiang Bei and spoke, "You haven't rested all night. Now that Yen Han's situation has stabilized, go to the next ward and take a shower. When Yen Han wakes up he will still need you to take care of him." Jiang Yan had wanted to refuse, but Lu Hanshu had a point. When Yen Han woke up she wouldn't have time to clean herself up, so she just agreed. In a moment, Zhuo Lin will bring a change of clothes and breakfast, so eat and go clean up afterward. Jiang Yan responded. She sat on the stool next to the hospital bed, Lu Hanju sat on the sofa, and the two of them then looked at each other without words. Before long, Zhuo Lin came over with clothes and breakfast. Besides Zhuo Lin, there was also a Su Qing behind him. As soon as Su Qing entered the door, she rushed to Jiang Bei, lifted her arm, led her in a circle, carefully looked around her, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, she opened her mouth to ask, "What's wrong with you? You scared me to death. Yesterday, I just had an errand in the afternoon. How come so many things happened?" Yesterday lunch 2 people at home after dinner. Su Qing received a phone call said to go to the city of Lin a trip. Originally she wanted to let Jiang. Zhongren smiled helplessly. This was the first smile she had shown in the past 2 days. The big stone in her heart only really fell down after everything had settled down. "I'm fine, it's Siobhan who got a bit of a shock. It's all over, it's fine." Su Qing confirmed that Jiang Bo was fine before she started to lose her temper, shaking off Jiang Bo's hand and huffing, "Then you didn't say anything to me. It was too late last night to get on the highway, so I came back this morning. I thought you were still sleeping, so I didn't contact you, but when I opened the door, there was no one at home. I called you and you didn't answer. If it wasn't for Zhuo Lin going to my house to get you a change of clothes, I still don't know anything." Jiang Yan went to pull Su Qing's hand. I'm really fine. The situation was too urgent yesterday so I didn't bother to tell you, and Yen Han's situation has only just stabilized, so we've only had time to spare." Su Qing was a bit puzzled. He was injured last night?
Jiang Yan shook her head and returned, no, his poison wasn't solved at all, and he went to the banquet with Lisa just to get the antidote, but something happened in the middle and the two of them turned against each other, and Lisa stole the antidote, and only brought the antidote over last night. So he was lying to you before? He didn't have the antidote at all, and he almost died and was just revived? The words were rough. Jiang Yan thought about it, there really wasn't anything she could refute, so she hesitantly nodded her head. Holy, so this Lisa kidnapped my godson to threaten you? Jiang Yan nodded. What about Yinsawai? What happened to my godson? Is he okay? This time, Jiang Yan shook her head. It's okay, a little bit of shock and a little bit of trauma, let him go back with my brother to rest, should come over in a while. If only I had been there yesterday, I might have been able to help you. That would only put you in danger as well, and it's enough that you're safe and sound. Su Qing took 2 steps forward and hugged Zhang Bing, then she thought of something else and suddenly rolled up her sleeves in anger and asked, what about that Lisa? Has she been sent to the police station? Zhang Bing said with some hesitation, she is already dead. Although they all knew that Yan Han and Lu Hanshu were black and white and had an arms business, so their hands definitely wouldn't be so clean, she was still a bit shocked to really see these things. After Su Qing so mentioned, Zhang Bo also just thought of last night's scene. Lu Han snapdragon to the rooftop to confirm Lisa's position without hesitation, rushed to shoot her a number of shots. In the last moment is expressionless, even shot several shots completely in Lisa's life. Blood splattered all over his body, but he did not have the slightest reaction, as if a cold and merciless life-suppressing Yan Wang. Yesterday, Jiang Bian's fear was greater than these, so she didn't pay too much attention to the details, but when she suddenly recalled these images today, a chill rose from her spine and the hairs on her back stood up in sweat. She clearly remembered that at that time, Lisa was lying still and stopped breathing, and the smell of blood, which was so strong that it was sickening, was lingering in her nostrils. The scene was etched in her mind, and she never wanted to see it a second time. Su Qing froze before asking in a low voice, dead? Who killed them? Zhang Bei didn't say anything and raised her eyes in Lu Hanshu's direction. Su Qing understood for a second, and she instantly felt a chill run down her back as she twisted her head around to see Lu Hanshu raising his eyes to look at her. Su Qing instantly got goosebumps and immediately hid behind Zhang Run. This is not to blame Su Qing to avoid him, is really Lu Han Snapdragon now expression is too scary, due to a night of no sleep, he is now dark circles extremely heavy, a black clothes plus he is sitting there with a black face expressionless, living like a come to find who to take revenge. Lu Hanshu didn't care what they said, he was just observing Su Qing's stomach. So long ago, Su Qing still did not show pregnant body is still so slim, and the color is also very good, does not seem to be a just pregnant by pregnancy vomiting torture mother. He suddenly felt that this child seems to be okay, at least no not to toss her mother. He is also very sober yesterday. Fortunately Su Qing traveled, otherwise if she had any accident miscarriage, he would hate himself for not protecting her. But he hates her scum boyfriend even more, so long have not seen people, but also let the pregnant girlfriend business trip. Listen to what she just meant should be her yesterday business trip her boyfriend simply did not go with, let a pregnant person driving so long to the city of Lin, if Su Qing in the future pregnant with his child, he cannot wait to Su Qing for up, do not let her tired and sleepy. The more Lu Han Snapdragon thinks about it, the more angry he gets. The Su Qing's vision of men is really getting more and more rotten. Until he saw Su Qing turn back to look at him, the two of them met each other's eyes, but it was Lu Hanshu who first coldly grunted and moved his eyes away. Su Qing was a bit puzzled not knowing what was wrong with this man in front of her, she was too lazy to care about him, even more lazy to guess what he was thinking. Su Qing also followed his example, coldly grunted and moved away from the line of sight, pulling Jiang Ru to go and sit down on the sofa next to her. Chapter 161. Zhang Bei saw Lu Han Snap staring at Su Qing's abdomen when she entered, and she probably guessed what was going on, but she didn't take the initiative to open her mouth in an effort to hold in her laughter. Su Qing, who was talking to her, was puzzled. Biao biao, what are you laughing at? Is there something on my face? Zhang Run hurriedly waved her hands. No, I'm just too happy right now. Su Qing gave her a half-hearted look. Zhuo Lin, who had been standing by the side and hadn't yet interjected a word, took advantage of this opening to rush to speak. Madam, Miss Su, I've brought breakfast and a change of clothes over. Do you guys want to eat before we talk? Otherwise breakfast will get cold in a while. Su Qing then reacted, slapped his forehead and rushed to, right, Bing Bing, you should not have had time to eat until now yesterday, I just focused on talking to you, let's go eat first. Su Qing took the breakfast in Zhuo Lin's hand and opened it and set it on the table. Come on, you quickly eat more, you definitely didn't even eat yesterday. Two people eat while chatting. Su Qing let Zhang Bian last night's details are told to her again. Su Qing a moment of shock, a moment of righteous indignation, want to find someone to do a fight posture, the emotional value to give very in place, so long since Zhang Bian for the first time to reveal the expression of relaxation. After the two of them finished eating, Zhang Yan picked up the clothes she had put aside and went to the next ward, and Su Qing followed along. It was only when she arrived at the next ward that Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, as if she was relieved. She had always felt a line of sight staring at her from that room, and now that oppressive feeling had finally disappeared. Zhang Bei was a little anxious, she was afraid that the first thing that Yan Han would see when he woke up in a while was not her, so she hurriedly took a change of clothes and went to the bathroom. She opened the bag and found that all the clothes inside had been brought with her, even the intimate apparel, and she felt sure that it wasn't Zuolin who had packed it for her, so she opened the door and asked Su Qing, Qing, did you get these clothes for me? Su Qing took it for granted, of course. It can't be Zuolin who packed it for you. Then how did Zuolin know to look for me at your place? He called Chen's mom at first and asked her to help pack a set of clothes and he went to pick them up, but it turned out that Chen's mom said that you were staying at my place for the past 2 days so he came straight to me, and that's when I found out that you guys were in an accident, so I followed him here. Speaking of which, Su Qing even glanced at her grudgingly. Jiang Yan pulled the corners of her lips and hemmed and hawed twice, knowing that she had done this thing wrong and made Su Qing worry, so she immediately closed the door and hid back in the bathroom. Su Qing waited for her while he swiped his cell phone. Jiang Bei remembered Yan Han in her heart, so she quickly came out, took a hairdryer to dry her hair, and then pulled Su Qing back. Just opened the door of the ward and just woke up Yan Han 4 eyes. Jiang Bei handbag did not hold steady, when fell to the ground, she did not know how to react for a moment, just stood frozen outside the door. Su Qing looked at her so half a day is not in the inside, due to her blocked also cannot see the situation inside, so bypassed her into the hospital room. The first second to see the Yan Han is also in Jiangbian the same frozen in place. But Su Qing reacted quickly, she immediately reacted to look back to Jiang Bo, she was still standing there frozen with tears in her eyes to fall or not. Su Qing let out a tisk and pulled her hand inside. Come in, what are you doing outside? Jiang Yan walked over to the hospital bed, and she froze as she asked, when did you wake up? Yan Han scrutinized her carefully, as if to make sure she wasn't hurt, and only after confirming that she was really alive and well and standing in front of him did he truly breathe a sigh of relief, and said in a muffled voice, a minute before you came in. Perhaps because he hadn't spoken for too long, his voice had become very hoarse, as if it had been scratched on sandpaper, although his voice wasn't really good but every word tugged at Jiang Bei's heartstrings. Did the doctor come? Jiang Ren asked, opening his mouth. Yan Han shook his head, just now Zuolin called a doctor, he should be on his way here now. As soon as the words fell, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door, followed by the door of the room being opened. Dr. Li and the attending doctor walked in with the nurses. Dr. Li drew blood and laboratory tests for Yan Han, the attending doctor tested Yan Han's vital signs, and the crowd waited for a while before the results came out. Because the dose of the antidote is not enough, so Mr. Yan's poison is not completely cleaned up, there are still some residual toxins in his body, we will develop a specific antidote based on the formula of the 7 Hearts pill, you will be able to take it for 2 weeks and your body will be almost cleaned up of the toxins. Jiang Bing hurriedly said, no problem, we will definitely follow the doctor's instructions. Yan Han's attending doctor also said, Mr. Yan's body is slowly recovering, but after all, he just woke up from a poison attack, so his body is still very weak right now, so if he replenishes his body more in the next 2 days, he will recover faster. Jiang Run hurriedly responded. After the doctors left after explaining the precautions, the stone in Jiang Bei's heart finally fell to the ground. She let out a long sigh of relief, and now, she was finally able to make sure that Yan Han was really fine. Only now did she notice that Yan Han's face had indeed regained some blood color, no longer as pale as it had been last night when she was lying in the hospital bed. After the doctors had left, Zuolin glanced at Lu Hanshu. Lu Hanshu noticed Zuolin looking at him, also turned his head to look at him. Only then did he think of something. He coughed lightly and spoke, so what, since we've determined that you're fine, we'll leave first. We'll come back to see you tomorrow. Zuolin also hurriedly answered, yes Mr. Yan, there are still some things that the company hasn't finished dealing with. I'll go to the company to take a look first. Just call me if you have anything. The two were ready to leave when they finished. Lu Hanshu saw Su Qing did not have the slightest intention of leaving, standing firmly behind Jiang Bei, without the slightest realization that she was a big and bright light bulb. Lu Hanshu reminded her, didn't you say you had something to do at home? Why don't you get going? Su Qing felt puzzled. When did I say I had something to do? Zuolin's eyes were blinking badly next to her, and he kept giving her a wink. Su Qing didn't react at all and kindly opened her mouth to ask, what's wrong with you, Special Assistant Zua? Is it uncomfortable to explore your eyes? Do you want to go take a look? Lu Hanshu couldn't bear it, and took 2 steps forward to tug on her wrist. You're just not going to be okay in a while. And you're not going to be okay. Chapter 162. Lu Hanshu pulled Su Qing and walked out of the hospital room. Su Qing struggled, hey? Why are you dragging me? Waiting until outside the hospital room, Lu Han's snapdragon let go of her, saw her a look of mindless and unhappy gas is not a place, nodded her forehead, said, you do not see the couple have something to say it? What are you doing there? Su Qing covered her forehead, unconvinced, and wanted to retort, but felt that he had a point, and really couldn't think of anything to say in rebuttal, so she could only pucker her face in defiance. Lu Hanshu didn't coax her, only continued, didn't you say you drove back in the morning? Why don't you hurry home and rest? Su Qing gave him a blank look and responded heavily, oh. After saying that, he turned around and walked over to Zuolin, then please trouble Special Assistant Zua to send me back again. After Zuolin went to her place in the morning to get her clothes, she didn't drive and came to the hospital together in Zuolin's car. Lu Hanshu turned his head and looked at Zuolin, his eyes were flat and waveless,
Obviously he didn't say anything Zuolin, but he felt as if he said everything. Zuolin was accustomed to reading people's words. He looked at Lu Honshu and then Su Qing, and finally smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Miss Su, there's something urgent that Yen has to deal with, so I probably won't be able to send you home. How about this, then I'll trouble Mr. Lu to help me send you back? Zuolin looked at Lu Honshu and tried. Lu Honshu retracted his line of sight, took out the car keys in his hand, and reluctantly said, then I'll reluctantly send you back. Zuolin speechless, Mr. Lu is really a stuffy person. Obviously he wants to send people back. The result is that he still have to be tough mouth, deserve that he cannot find a wife. Lu Honshu moved a bit hastily as if he was afraid that Su Qing would refuse, and walked directly towards the elevator after he finished speaking, leaving no time for Su Qing to react. Su Qing silently rolled her eyes as she looked at Lu Honshu's back and breathlessly followed. Lu Honshu sat in the driver's seat. Su Qing went to the passenger side. After fastening the seatbelt, Lu Honshu started the car. Su Qing drove back early in the morning, and was indeed a bit tired from the morning, and was now leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. Lu Han snapshot glanced at her through the rearview mirror and reached over to turn up the air conditioning a few degrees. In between waiting for the red light, Su Qing opened her eyes to look at the countdown of the red light in front of her and froze. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, we're really destined to meet each other. Every time we meet, it's in the hospital. Lu Han snorted. It's still true. In addition to the 2 times she knew about meeting at the hospital, there was another time he met her at the OBGYN that she didn't know about. It was strange to say that 2 people that you would normally never meet anywhere else could be met as soon as they came up to the hospital. Lu Honshu suddenly spoke, then should we not meet at the hospital next time? Su Qing was a bit puzzled by his clueless words. What do you mean? Lu Han snapdragon as if nothing had happened to him too. I was wondering if we should go out for dinner tonight? His tone was flat, with no ups or downs, making it difficult to tell if he was joking or seriously asking her out. This ambiguous attitude confused Su Qing and she didn't know how to respond, but she didn't think that the 2 of them were acquainted to the extent that they could calmly sit down and have a meal together, so she also half seriously and half jokingly said, what does Mr. Lu mean by this? Trying to make up with me? Lu Honshu did not say anything. Su Qing said this sentence after some regret, but also noticed that the atmosphere in the car is a bit awkward, so simply continue to close your eyes and pretend to sleep. After arriving at Su Qing's downstairs, she turned towards Lu Honshu and said, thank you, Mr. Lu, I'll leave first, see you later. With that said, she got out of the car and opened the door without a second thought and entered the door of the building. Lu Honshuan looked at Su Qing's back before he responded with a low, aha. After everyone left, only Yen Han and Jiang Yen were left in the hospital room. Jiang Yen had a lot of things she wanted to say to him but didn't know where to start. She raised the hospital bed, grabbed the nearby kettle, poured a cup of warm water for Yen Han, and fed it to him. It was only then that Yen Han felt more comfortable in his dry throat. Jiang Bei took the empty water cup and put it on the table, and just as she turned around, Yen Han held her hand. Yen Han's warm and dry big hand wrapped tightly around her hand. Jiang Bei felt very secure. What's wrong? Riverbend asked. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Yen Han lowered his head somewhat forlornly. I'm sorry, it's because I came back late. If I had come back earlier you guys wouldn't have to encounter all this. Last night, Yen Han fainted just as he arrived downstairs, so he didn't get to Jiang Bei's side first time, which made him feel guilty. Jiang Bei felt that at this moment, Yen Han's body is surrounded by lonesome lingering. She leaned over and hugged him. It's not your fault, and we are not good now. It's okay, it's all in the past. You don't blame yourself. Yen Han also reached out and hugged Jiangren tightly. He smelled the familiar smell of Jiangren's body. Until this moment he felt that he had really come back to life. Pull back. Yen Han closed his eyes and said with difficulty, I will never let such a thing happen again. Jiangren smiled and softly replied back, yeah, I believe you. Yen Han gently hooked his lips. The 2 of them hugged for a while longer before Yen Han let go of her. Jiang Bei moved a chair to sit beside the hospital bed, picked up the fruit basket that was placed aside, and twisted her head to ask, Yen Han, do you want to eat oranges? Speech Chill raised an eyebrow, disgruntled. Speech Chill? Jiangren looked at him doubtfully. She hadn't always shouted him with her name before. What's wrong with this? She opened her mouth and asked, is there any problem? Yen Han leaned on the bed and sighed. I wonder who was calling me husband in every breath when I was unconscious. Jiangren's cheeks exploded red, shocked. You heard all that? Speech Chill nodded indebtedly. Jiang Bei thought that all the meaty words she said were heard by him. She felt a little embarrassed. At that time, she just wanted him to wake up quickly without thinking of anything else, but she didn't expect to be publicly lynched by him. Jiang Bing played dumb and said, weren't you not in a very optimistic situation at that time? I just wanted you to wake up quickly. Yen Han nodded in understanding. I intermittently seem to have also heard her say that she loves me very much, and fell in love with me a long time ago, also. Honey. Jiang Yen was afraid that he would say something else and hurriedly opened her mouth to interrupt him. Yen Han was satisfied now and hooked his lips in a smile. Jiang Run was relieved to see that he finally stopped talking. Chapter 163, I was forced. But Jiang Bing wasn't willing to be in a passive situation. She looked at Yen Han and squinted her eyes. The corners of her lips rose to reveal a sweet smile as she spoke. Husband? Yen Han was a little surprised that Jiang Yan would take the initiative to open his mouth and call him. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Yan with bright eyes and answered, yes. Jiang Yan smiled even sweeter. Then tell me, why didn't you tell me the real purpose of your trip to country? Why? Why did you block my cell phone? Am I so unworthy of your trust? The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more angry she became, so she simply asked all of them in her head. Now the person who didn't know what to do became Yen Han. He hesitated for a long time before he tried. Bien, when did you know about this? You knew a few days after you left the country. You blocked my cell phone, but Ching can still see it, and she's sure to tell me if she sees it. Missed the boat, Speech Chill said silently. He was silently calculating in his heart, now pretending to be sick to escape Jiang Bo's chances of success in settling accounts in autumn. Jiang Yan waited for a long time but didn't wait for Yen Han to open his mouth, so she urged, speak up, husband. Yen Han was about to open his mouth to admit his mistake, but the sound of the door opening came from the doorway, and Yen Han twisted his head to look over. Jiang Bing could see what was on Yen Han's mind, so she glared at him and whispered, I'll be looking for you to settle the score later. Lu Yu opened the door to his room with little Dumpling and saw Yen Han sitting on the hospital bed, and was pleasantly surprised. You're awake? The little group immediately rushed in. Daddy. He stood beside the bed, and Yen Han took him to sit on his lap. Did you miss Daddy? The little group nodded frantically. Were there any injuries yesterday? No, Mom and Uncle got me down in time. I wasn't hurt. That's good. It's Dad's fault for not getting there in time. Yen Han touched the little group's head. In the future, Daddy will protect you and Mommy and won't let a similar situation happen again. The little group cuddled up to, I believe in Daddy. Lu Yu watched the interaction between father and son, lifted his chin towards Yen Han and asked Jiang Yan, when did she wake up? Jiang Bian returned to him. He just woke up not long ago, and was only transferred to the general ward in the morning out of danger. Is the dose of the 7-heart pill not enough to cure the poison in his body? Jiang Yan shook her head. It can't be cleaned up, but it's not a big problem if you slowly cooperate with the doctor's medication in the future. Lu Yu nodded. That's fine. Jiang Bing suddenly thought of some details she hadn't noticed before. Yen Han just left the country. Lu Yu called her to let her go home for dinner, but before that it was Jiang Mother who called her directly, never letting Lu Yu relay the message. Plus when Yen Han hadn't rushed back yet, he said that he would contact Lu Yu first to protect her, and Yen Han and Lu Yu hadn't met in total, and then again, it's unlikely that the first person who thought of seeking help would be him. Previously, Jiang Bing just felt something strange and didn't think about it carefully, but now the more he thought about it, the more suspicious it became. She looked at Lu Yu and then at Yen Han. Lu Yu was puzzled by her searching gaze, so he opened his mouth and asked, what's wrong? Jiang Bing probed, brother, did you know what Yen Han was doing in country Y in the beginning? Both men sucked in a breath of cold air at these words. Yen Han, who was playing with Yen Bei on the bed, also quickly raised his head to look at the two. Jiang Bian stared closely at the two men's every move, and was now also more certain of his suspicions. Brother, you helped him hide it from me too? Lu Yu was just thinking about how to defend himself, and before he could think of a reasonable excuse, Jiang Bei then asked, but, why would he tell you what he's doing? You two don't know each other that well, do you? Tell me, did he ask you to do something to hide it from me? Lu Yu saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he simply told the truth and pushed the pot onto Yen Han. That's right, Bien, he told me to do it. Lu Yu looked at Jiang Yan sincerely. Really, you believe me? He's the one who asked me to help him block the messages on your phone. It's all him. I was forced. Jiang Bian then realizes that the original message on her phone was blocked by Lu Yu's help. Yen Han cannot believe that Lu Yu so quickly sold him, but also put the blame on him. But this matter is really he begged Lu Yu to help. He cannot say the words of sophistry. Jiang Yan surveyed Lu Yu with meaningful eyes. Lu Yu hemmed and hawed and laughed twice, suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened his mouth. By the way, Bing, I'm relieved to send my great-nephew to you guys. I still have an urgent matter waiting for me to deal with in my company. I'll leave first. You guys take your time to chat. Lu Yu turned around and walked away without looking back, fearing that Jiang Yan would call out to him. The sound of the door closing sounded. Yen Han helplessly looked at the door. The ward was silent. This time there really would be no one to save him. He had to hold tightly to Yen Bei in his arms. Jiang Bei saw his small action and knew that now was not the time to find him to settle the score. When he got well and was discharged from the hospital, she had plenty of time to find him to settle the score. She smiled and spoke. It's okay hubby, you don't have to be nervous. I'll get you when you get out of the hospital. For the first time, Yen Han felt that the name husband is so terrible. Yen Bei could not see the undercurrents between his mom and dad. He opened his mouth and asked, Dad, have you gotten better already? Yesterday Uncle Doctor said that you would be fine as long as you woke up this morning. Well, Daddy's fine. I heard what Siobhan said yesterday too. You said to tell Daddy to be strong. So Daddy's trying really hard to hang in there. Yen Bei raised her small hand and wrapped it around Yen Han's neck, saying excitedly, I knew Daddy would be fine. Jiang Bian looked at the interaction between a large and a small group of people and felt very pleased. Si Bian, have you had breakfast in the morning? Yen Bei lifted her little head from Yen Han's arms. I've eaten Mom, Uncle bought me little wontons. That's good. When the words fell, there was a knock on the ward door, and Jiang Yan shouted, enter. Chen Ma walked in with a thermos box. Sir, madam.
Why are you here, Mrs. Chen? Yen Han opened his mouth and asked. Sir, it's Madam who told me that you just came back from Y country last night and were sick, so she asked me to stew some bone soup and bring it to you. You'll get better faster if you eat some nutritious meals. Zhang Bing and Su Qing in the next ward to eat thought a moment. Yen Han woke up certainly cannot eat outside meals, should only eat a little bit of liquid food, so in advance to the Chen mother called to let her to Yen Han stew some soup to send. Zhang Bei walked up and took the thermos box. Trouble you Chen Ma, give it to me, I'll just feed her. It's okay ma'am, it's all I should do. Mrs. Chen, the doctor said that Yen Han needs to avoid food, so in the next 2 days, if you make more healthy meals for Yen Han to deliver, I'll double your salary this month. Chen Ma was busy waving her hand, and just as she opened her mouth with the intention of refusing, she was interrupted by Jiang Bei. Chen Ma, don't refuse me, this is what we should do, you should do more delicious meals as a thank you to us. Chen Ma is not good to refuse again, can only promise, good la ma'am, you can rest assured that I will definitely do. Chapter 164, Not Feeding Me? After Chen Ma delivered the meal, Jiang Bo let her go back to rest. Chen Ma stewed bone soup, millet porridge, boiled eggs, and everything else. Jiang Yan set the rice on the table and handed the spoon to Yen Han. Yen Han gave her a surprised look. Didn't you just say you were going to feed me? It's not like your hand is injured, you're perfectly capable of eating on your own. Yen Han reached out to take the spoon in the hands of Jiang Bei, but before he could hold it steady, it fell on the table with a clang. Yen Han then looked pitifully at Jiang Yan. Look, Yen Yan, I don't have the strength, I can't hold it. Jiang Ren resigned herself to picking up a spoon and acting as a feeding machine. Yen Han leaned on the hospital bed peacefully accepting Jiang Bei's feeding, while Jiang Bei was silently calculating how she was going to get back at him when he was discharged from the hospital. After dinner, the doctors came in for a routine checkup. Dr. Li Tu, congratulations Mr. Yen, the poison in your body has been almost cleaned out, we'll prescribe you a few more pairs of medicines, you'll be fine if you take them on time. Jiang Bing was delighted. Thank you, Dr. Li. You flatter me ma'am, it's all we have to do. Yen Han opened his mouth and asked, since I'm better, when can I be discharged? Yen Han had been here all morning, smelling of disinfectant all morning, and now he just wanted to hurry home. Dr. Li looked down at the report card in his hand again before speaking. If the follow-up tests are all fine as well, you can be discharged the day after tomorrow. Yen Han was not satisfied. Tomorrow. The affirmative tone made it unclear whether he was a patient or a doctor. Jiang Yan was speechless as she twisted her head and glared at him. Listen to the doctor. Yen Han didn't dare to confront Jiang Bing. He can only turn his head to look at Dr. Li. Yen Han clearly didn't say anything, just looked at him expressionlessly, not a single emotion in those eyes, but it made Dr. Li feel a deep sense of oppression. This. Dr. Li pretended to look down and flipped through 2 more pages of report cards before speaking. If there are no signs of relapse in Mr. Yan's follow-up checkups, it's fine to be discharged tomorrow morning. It was only when Yen Han heard this that he withdrew his gaze, and Dr. Li felt that oppressive feeling on his body disappear before he exhaled in his heart. Jiang Ren was a bit hesitant. Really? He just woke up this morning, does he really not need to be hospitalized for 2 more days? Dr. Li had bitter words. He also wanted to say 2 more days of observation but the one beside you oppression is really too strong. Dr. Li hesitated for 2 seconds and spoke. We will dispense a few pairs of medicines to you after you are discharged from the hospital, as long as you take them on time with no signs of recurrence, you will be fine. Dr. Li had said so. Jiang Bian couldn't say anything else, so he could only nod his head. Learning that he can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, Yen Han was refreshed, and this day was exceptionally easy. In fact, ever since the two had reunited back from the high seas, they hadn't been as relaxed together as they were now. During this period of time, they had experienced too many ups and downs and challenges, each of them harboring things in their hearts that they couldn't let go of. Now that all the dust has settled, they can finally let go of the burdens in their hearts and enjoy this rare time of peace. At noon, Chen's mom delivered the meal to the hospital, and the 3 of them ate lunch together. After dinner, the little group was a little sleepy, but since there were no available beds, and Jiang Bei wanted to let Yen Sibei sleep a little more comfortably, so she let Chen Ma take the little group home first, and waited until the afternoon to pick him up. Jiang Yan pulled Yen Sibei to the sofa and sat down. Sibei, wait for mom changed the medicine for you first. Yen Sibei obediently sat next to Jiang Bei and sweetly responded, good. Jiang Bei takes out the craft paper bag Liu gave her in the morning and takes out the medicine inside, ready to put medicine on Yen Sibei. She lifted the little group's blouse. The red marks on it had gone down a lot, only some dark purple marks remained. But Yen Han's eyes flinched, and his face instantly became gloomy. How did this happen? This morning Yen Han just woke up. Jiang Yan didn't tell him for fear that his emotions would be agitated. She couldn't hide it from him anyway. Jiang Yan returned. Yesterday Lisa threatened me with a small ball. This is the trace she left behind when she tied up Sabu. Chapter 165. Does it hurt? Yen Han blamed himself even more. As a man did not protect his wife and children, this is his problem. Are there any other injuries? Jiang Yan shook her head. No more. Did a full body check, only a circle of abrasions here.
Yen Han gave a low got out of bed and walked to the sofa, reached out and took the medicine in Jiang Bei's hand, squatted down and gently applied the medicine to Yen Bei, for fear of hurting the little group of people, blowing while applying the medicine. After applying the medicine, Yen Han checked again before putting down Yen Bei's blouse. He asked the little group painfully, "Does it hurt?" Wordsmith shook her head. "It doesn't hurt, Dad, it's almost healed here." Yen Han lowered his eyes. "I'm sorry, Bei, it's Dad who didn't protect you." "Dad, it's not your problem, you don't have to apologize." Yen Bei also followed his example and gently patted the top of Yen Han's head. Yen Han gently hooked his lips. "Alright, quickly go back to rest with Chen Ma." Yen Bei usually takes a nap and has already developed a habit. Now is the time for him to take a nap. He sleepily rubbed his eyes. "Mom and Dad, then I'll come back to see you in the afternoon." Oh. Jiang Bei squatted down and rubbed Yen Bei's hair. The little group's hair was very smooth and soft. It felt good. Jiang Bei couldn't help but grab it twice more. "Okay, Mom and Dad are waiting for you here. Bei should be good and listen to Mom Chen O." The little group dutifully responded. "Good." He reached out his chubby little meaty hand and waved at the two, "Bye Mommy and Daddy." When Yen Bei left, Yen Han got up and hugged Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei froze in place by this sudden movement of his, and when she reacted, she reached out and stroked his back, patting it gently. She felt Yen Han's self-blame, even if he didn't say it out loud. She could understand that he was in a bad mood right now. "Hubby, it's not your problem. You rushed back very quickly and also arranged for the talent to be able to get my sibling rescued so quickly. You don't need to blame yourself." Yen Han hugged her tightly without saying anything. How could he not realize that he had brought them so much danger, and that Lisa would not have found them if it had not been for him? The two of them hugged for a while before Yen Han let go of Jiang Ren. He cupped Jiang Ren's cheeks and said gently and solemnly, "Baby, it's all my fault. In the future I will never hide what I go to do from you again. That's right, you have to trust me. I won't hold you back. I'll support you in whatever decision you make." Yen Han raised the corner of his lips. He stretched out his slender fingers and gently gathered Jiang Bei's hair scattered around her cheeks behind her ears. His movements were gentle and delicate, and then he slightly lifted Jiang Bei's chin, letting her face tilt up, and when their gazes met, both of their eyes were filled with deep love and affection. Then, Yen Han slowly lowered his head and gently touched Jiang Bei's soft lips, leaving a kiss as light as a feather on it. This kiss did not carry any desire or impulse, but carried a deep sense of cherishing and celebration. Time seemed to stand still. The whole world belonged only to the two of them. The end of a kiss, speech cold backed away. Jiang Yen opened his eyes. The pair of watery like a deer general eyes looked straight at the speech cold, as if a hooked his heart itchy. Jiang Yen licked his lips, the speech cold to see some of the hot eyes, his throat knots up and down rolling, swallowed, and immediately moved away from the line of sight. Jiang Yen slowed down for a while, and when her breathing evened out, she suddenly spoke. "Since you said you won't hide anything from me in the future, then tell me why you're hiding it from me this time?" The pink bubble between the two just now burst. Yen Han was a bit vain. He raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose. He opened his mouth to explain. "Biao biao, this time it's my fault. I'll definitely reflect on it, and I definitely won't be like this next time." Jiang Ren nodded seriously. "I trust you." Yen Han breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had escaped, only for Jiang Yen to continue. "So, why did you hide it from me this time?" Yen Han sighed in the bottom of his heart, helped Jiang Yen to sit on the sofa, holding her hand and explaining to her, because Lu Han Snapdragon found out that Y Country's Royal 7-Heart Dan can cure 100 poisons, and at that time there was no progress in the development of the antidote. The antidote that can be quickly obtained within my deadline is only the 7-Heart Dan. I let Swalin go to contact Lisa. Lisa said to me that only the person who is in charge of the country of Y can access to the secret room, so need me to help her to win the queen's position. So need me to help her fight for the throne of the queen. I accompanied her to the banquet. Yen Han stole a glance at Jiang Bing's expression and hurriedly explained, "At that time, I had made up my mind not to go, but if I didn't go then I definitely couldn't last the month, and if there is any news from Gu Ming now, I'm afraid that he will come back to take revenge on you guys after I die, so in the end, I agreed to do it." Speaking here he tensed up and hurriedly waved his hand. "But Bing Bing, you don't worry, I definitely didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The photos reported by the media are all a matter of angle. I didn't let her touch me at all. There has always been a distance between us. This you have to believe me." Jiang Yen narrowed her eyes, looked dangerously at Yen Han, and spoke, "Even when dancing?" Yen Han raised 3 fingers. "I swear, we were definitely not next to each other during the dance either. My hands were hanging in the air. I didn't touch her at all. If I lied I would." Before the latter words could be said, Jiang Bei covered Yen Han's mouth and said, "You're not allowed to say the latter words. I believe you." Yen Han's mouth was covered, only his eyes were exposed, and when he heard what Jiang Yen said, his eyes curved, and some sporadic smiles came out from them. Jiang Ren noticed it and couldn't help but feel a little hot in the face. She coughed lightly twice to release her hand and leaned back and said, "You continue." Yen Han put down his hand, re-grasped Jiang Ren's hand and squeezed it in his palm to play with it. "Later, she had to let me hold a wedding with her, otherwise she would not get the queen's throne. I did not agree to her to ask me to go out, drug me inside the cup, but also arranged a lot of reporters outside the squatting guards, wanting to take photos to make use of the public opinion to make me compromise." Jiang Bing's eyes widened, completely did not expect that there were actually these things happening in the middle, also completely did not expect Lisa to actually be able to do this kind of thing, and busily pursued. "And then what?" It was Catherine who stopped me in time and told me the truth so that I didn't fall into her trap. That's why I later exposed her at the press conference. Then she held a grudge, so she stole the 7 Hearts pill and switched it for the poison, which led to me recognizing it, and after that she came to China, and then finally all these things happened. Chapter 166. Why didn't you tell me? Zhang Bing said incredulously. She even switched the medicine for you? Yan Han nodded. Zhang Yan completely dare not imagine if Yan Han did not realize that the medicine was switched. What to do, if he took the medicine, and what to do. Zhang Yan's impression of their family and a little worse. Speaking of Lisa, Yan Han just remembered that since he woke up he still does not know the whereabouts of Lisa. Bien, where is Lisa? She's dead. Dead? Yan Han was a little shocked. He thought Lu Han Snapdragon and the others would lock her up. She originally wanted to destroy the 7 Hearts pill, thanks to Lu Hanchu rushing up in time to fire a few shots at her, leaving him time to be able to snatch the remaining 7 Hearts pill. Yan Han lowered his eyes, nodded in silence. Really cheap Lisa, otherwise if it fell into his hands, he would not let her die so easily. After a while Zhang Bing opened his mouth and asked, so, Gu Ming is still alive now? Yan Han nodded. Z found any trace of him when we searched earlier. We guessed that he should have escaped. Zhang Bing also fell silent this time. If Gu Ming is still alive, that is undoubtedly another potential danger. But Jiang Bei this time also finally understand the ins and outs of this matter. The misunderstanding between the two people is also finally explained clearly. She shook the wide palm of Yan Han, comforted. Well husband, this matter has passed, we get well, pay more attention to the future is sure to be alright, don't worry about it. Yan Han raised his eyes to look at Jiang Bei, her pair of soulful fawn eyes just looked at him like this. Yan Han felt that anyway, now that his most precious treasure was by his side, the rest didn't matter. Yan Han leaned over and put his arms around Jiang Bei, so that he could calm down his agitated heart. I don't know how long it took. Jiang Bei gently patted him. Let's go hubby, let's go take a rest as well. You just woke up and have to pay more attention to rest. Yan Han had just woken up in the morning, his body was still recovering, and this morning had been very draining on him. He felt a little sleepy, but he had only just met Zhang Bin and couldn't bear the thought of being able to spend time with him, so he hadn't been able to go to sleep. Yan Han lowered his head, buried his head in the nest of Zhang Ren's shoulder and inhaled deeply, his voice lowered to, you accompany me. Zhang Bian was a bit tickled by him and kept cowering. Okay, you get up first, it's ticklish. Yan Han really didn't mess with her anymore and slowly raised his head, leading Zhang Yan towards the hospital bed. Yan Han lay on the bed and covered the quilt. Zhang Yan sat on top of the chair next to him to accompany him. Yan Han was not satisfied. Yan, I said to accompany is not so accompanied. Zhang Bian was a bit confused. How was that accompanied? Yan Han moved to the side and vacated a spot. He patted the empty bed next to him and said, come up and sleep with me. Zhang Ren punched him in shame and indignation. You haven't even recovered your body yet and you're thinking about these things. Yan Han rubbed the place where he had just been whacked painfully, and raised his eyebrows at the words, Bien. Are you misunderstanding something? I was thinking that you should have been up all night last night as well, so I wanted you to come up here and rest with me for a while. What's going on in your head? Hearing Yan Han's words, Zhang Bei's face turned even redder, while Shi Yan was looking at Zhang Bei with a teasing face. Zhang Bei was a little annoyed by his look, so she directly took off her shoes and went to bed. She put the quilt over her head, separated from Yan Han's direct line of sight, and said indignantly, I don't think about anything. You do not hurry to sleep. Really not thinking about anything? No. Yan Han pretended to be distressed and said, but wife, just now you didn't look like you didn't think of anything. Yan Han said as he pulled the quilt off Zhang Bei's head, but Zhang Bei refused to let go and shrunk under the quilt as a turtle. Yan Han lifted the corner of his lips and lightly coaxed, okay baby, you're not thinking about anything, not messing with you. Zhang Yan only loosened some of the force in her hands when she heard this, and Yan Han pulled down the quilt in her hands and tucked the corner of the quilt for her, and suddenly opened her mouth. But baby, you just really. Zhang Bing immediately glared at him and threatened, say it again. Yan Han took back the second half of the sentence, afraid to annoy people immediately shut his mouth, no longer squeak, covered himself with the quilt and then obediently lay back. Zhang Bing muttered, that's more like it. Yan Han sidestepped his body and stretched out his arm to gently wrap his arm around Zhang Bei's waist, gently circling her into his warm embrace. His eyes were filled with deep love and fondness, as if he wanted to integrate Zhang Ren into his soul. He faded away the tone of playful flirting he had just used, and replaced it with a husky and low voice that carried endless longing and longing. Baby, I really miss you. These words were like a heavy hammer hitting Zhang Yan's heartstrings, making her heart start beating uncontrollably, and at the moment Zhang Yan couldn't hear any sound but her thumping heartbeat. Yan Han hugged Zhang Bei tightly, feeling her soft body and familiar scent. Yan Han in Y country, he was really afraid to insist not to come back that period of time he thought of her every night want a heartache. Zhang Bing also felt Yan Han's uneasiness. She gently stroked her back and whispered, it's okay husband, it's all over. The two of them were holding each other quietly like this. Time seemed to have stood still. Yan Han's embrace was warm and solid. Zhang Bei felt very secure. He gently stroked Zhang Bing's hair, feeling her breathing and heartbeat. Zhang Yan leaned against Yan Han's embrace as her body gradually relaxed. Perhaps it was because Yen Han's embrace made her feel at ease, perhaps it was because she was too tired from a sleepless night last night, and it wasn't long before her eyes slowly closed. As Yen Han looked at the sleeping Jiang Bei in his arms, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. He carefully adjusted his posture so that Jiang Bei could lie more comfortably in his arms. Yen Han felt Jiang Bei's even breathing and also closed his eyes with satisfaction. Yen Han was woken up by a knock on the door. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to look at the person in his arms. Jiang Bei also heard the sound. She turned around, opened her eyes in a daze and muttered, "What happened?" Yen Han bent down and planted a kiss on her forehead, saying gently, "It's fine, you continue to sleep." Jiang Yen didn't even open her eyes, and with a confused she continued to close her eyes and sleep. Yen Han casually put on a jacket and walked to open the door. Outside the door, Zuolin and Catherine stood outside together, and when Zuolin saw Yen Han, he respectfully called out, "Mr. Yen." Yen Han made a silent gesture and looked back at the small bulging bag on the bed, seeing that Jiang Bei hadn't moved much before closing the door to the hospital room with confidence. Yen Han whispered, "Go to the next ward and talk." With that said, he led the two towards the next ward. Chapter 167. Catherine is a little surprised. From this kind of small detail she can see how much Yen Han cares about him as his wife in China. Originally she was still skeptical about the rumors on the internet, thinking that it's impossible for them to have true love in this status and position. She now saw it with her own eyes to know how radical her previous ideas were. After the three of them arrived at the next ward, facing outsiders, Yen Han's gentle and loving side was all put away, and all that was left was the aura of a stranger not to be approached, and his eyes also became cold and deep. Yen Han sat in the center of the sofa and crossed his legs. "Say, what's the matter?" Zuolin replied, "Mr. Yen, MS. Catherine said there is something she wants to see you about." Catherine walked up 2 steps and stood in front of Yen Han, saying, "Mr. Yen, I've already taken care of Lisa's aftermath, and I'll take her back to Country Y at night, and since the problem is solved, can you return my crown to me?" Catherine asked the question with some trepidation in her heart. She had wanted to say something on Lisa's behalf. Although the relationship was bad, she was still her own sister after all, and she would still be saddened to learn that something had happened to her. But then she found Zuolin to learn the ins and outs. It was Lisa who kidnapped Yen Han's son first, and even wanted to destroy the 7 Hearts pill, which made her incredibly shocked, and it was hard for her to think that her own sister could do such a vicious thing. It also made her feel that it was good enough for Yen Han to keep his promise to return the crown to her. Yen Han looked at her lightly, not a trace of emotion in his eyes, and Catherine couldn't figure out what he was thinking for a moment, so she could only wait apprehensively for him to open his mouth. "What happened to Lisa has nothing to do with you, and you weren't involved in it. She's to blame for all of this. The crown, I'll have Zuolin bring it to you in a moment." Catherine's heart really fell into place when she heard Yen Han say that. Catherine breathed a sigh of relief and opened her mouth to say thank you, Mr. Yen. It was my sister's failure to think things through that caused all of this to happen, so I apologize again. Yen Han waved his hand. "She is her, you are you. The person who did these things is Lisa, and she paid the price she deserved. You don't have to apologize for her. If you hadn't been the first to find out her trail, I probably wouldn't have been able to make it back to China so quickly, so anything that I promised you before, Yen will do." Catherine froze. She thought that Yen Han would terminate the cooperation with her. She had already thought about it. If Yen Han offered, she would definitely not refuse. But now he said to her that he would keep his promise. She seems to understand why Yen Han is so popular. His pattern and vision are not comparable to ordinary people. Catherine was about to say something when suddenly the sound of a door opening came from the next ward, and Yen Han keenly caught the subtle sound and immediately stood up and walked towards the door with hurried footsteps. Yen Han just opened the door and is going out intending to go to find him. Jiang Yan collided with a full embrace. He directly smoothed Jiang Yan in his arms, asked, "How come out? Not sleeping?" Jiang Bei just woke up from sleep and her reaction is still a little slow. She has not even seen who is coming. She was suddenly swept into the arms of someone. She just wanted to struggle, but then she smelled a familiar flavor, and raised her head to meet with Yen Han's eyes with a smile. Originally Jiang Bei felt nothing, but after seeing Yen Han she suddenly felt a little aggravated. She reached out and hugged Yen Han, and pitifully asked, "Where did you go? I just opened my eyes and didn't see you." Yen Han helped her smooth her hair, his voice containing a smile. "I was just next door talking to Zuolin about something. I'm going back now. Do you want to go back and sleep for a while?" Jiang Yan nestled into Yen Han's arms and muttered, "Then you carry me back to lie down for a while longer." Yen Han's voice contained infinite doting. "Okay, I'll carry the baby back." Yen Han twisted his head and made a wink towards Zuolin, who immediately understood and raised his hand towards Catherine to lead the way. "Miss Catherine, you can follow me." Jiang Yan, who was originally comfortably nestled in Yen Han's warm embrace and sleepy eyes, jumped up like a frightened rabbit when she heard these words, and her originally confused eyes also glared round all of a sudden, and her drowsiness instantly disappeared without a trace. She just came out and crashed into the arms of Yen Han. The line of sight was firmly blocked by Yen Han simply did not see anyone around. She thought that Zuolin had long left, so she was unscrupulous with the Yen Han pampering, and now know that there are actually people present. Jiang Bei was scared not light. Zuolin has long been accustomed to this mushy scene between Mr. and Mrs. Yen, and is now able to be expressionless and unperturbed.
But Catherine had never seen such a Yen Han. She knew that Yen Han had always been a high and cold image of a cold-faced Yama outside, but she had never expected him to become so gentle and loving as if he had changed when facing his wife. She didn't hold back an extra sentence, Mr. and Mrs. Yan's relationship is really good, standing together and matching, just like the reports on the internet. Catherine's words made Zhang Bei's face even redder. Wouldn't that be equivalent to the interaction between the two of them just now, all for others to see? She raised her eyes to look at Yen Han for help. Yen Han was naturally happy to hear the words saying that the two were a good match. He couldn't hide the smile on his face, and after receiving Jiang Ren's request for help, he raised his hand and tugged Jiang Ren into his arms. Thank you, Miss Catherine, for your compliments, but right now, my wife needs to go and take a rest. Zhuo Lin will hand over the things to you, so Yen will take his leave for now. After Yen Han finished speaking, he didn't care what other people thought, and took Zhang Bei into the ward by himself, closing the door. The moment she closed the door, Catherine saw the two people in the hospital room, one looking up and the other looking down, their eyes locked together. Zhang Bei looked at Yen Han in shame, while Yi Han pinched her cheeks with a doting face. Catherine couldn't help but be a little envious of such a relationship. She thought that when it came to people of their status and position, all the relationships around them, including marriage, were to be tied to interests, and were not to be able to make decisions on their own. But she saw Yen Han, which made her feel that there were also people who could live such a successful and free life, and she couldn't help but look a little mesmerized. Miss Catherine? Miss Catherine? Zhuo Lin called out several times before Catherine came back to her senses and hurriedly responded. What's wrong, Special Assistant Zhua? Come with me, Miss Catherine, and I will fetch you the crown. Oh, okay. Catherine stood in place, took one last look at the ward door that had been closed long ago, turned around and followed Zhuo Lin out. Chapter 168. Jiang Yan had just returned to the hospital room with Yen Han, and the moment the door to the room closed, Jiang Yan pounded her fist on Yen Han's chest. In fact, Zhang Bo did not exert any force, and the whack on the body did not hurt at all, but Yen Han still covered his chest and pretended to be shocked. Wife, you want to murder your own husband? Jiang Yan gave him a blank look. Humph. Who told you not to tell me that there were people around, causing me to lose face in front of others? Yen Han aggravated. Baby, that can't be blamed on me. I thought you saw it, and since you jumped into my arms and started pampering yourself, I didn't have time to talk to you. Hearing that Yen Han was actually still sophomore at Zhang Bei became even more furious and punched him on the chest again, indignantly saying, I don't care, it's your fault. Yen Han suddenly covered his chest and bent over, as if he was trying his best to hold back the pain. Zhang Bo panicked, and hurriedly went to help him sit on the hospital bed, worrying, Are you okay, did I hurt you? Yen Han suddenly straightened his waist, and without warning, he pressed down on Zhang Yan in one fell swoop. Ah! Zhang Bing was startled and shrieked. Yen Han pressed down on Zhang Ren, raised his hand to press Zhang Ren's chin, and said in a mute voice, The baby's force isn't so strong that it can hurt me, but it's true that my heart aches a little from thinking about you. After saying that, Yen Han didn't give Zhang Bei the chance to react and directly leaned down and kissed him. This kiss was different from the previous one. This one came with extreme aggression all the way through. Zhang Yan's hand was also pressed by him, and Yen Han's fingers snapped in a little bit, until they were clasped with her fingers. Zhang Bei's entire body went soft, in terms of the cold breath is getting heavier and heavier, as if it is going to devour her. Until a sound of footsteps came from outside the door, accompanied by Chen Ma's voice, Young master, run slower, but don't fall down. Hearing that it was Yen Sibian who had come, Jiang Yan hurriedly pushed away Yen Han and sat up, sitting on top of the chair next to the hospital bed and organizing the clothes on her body that had just been rubbed and messed up. Yen Han sat on the hospital bed with a lustful face, looking at Zhang Bei's messy movements. He couldn't help but laugh a little. He propped his hands behind his back and leaned his body back, looking at Zhang Bei in a good way. At this time, the door to the room was pushed open, and Yen Sibei trotted in with a basket of fruits, cheerfully saying, Mom and Dad. Zhang Yan looked at this Yen Han. This unhurried on the sidelines of the matter is not concerned about the posture of the high, fiercely glared at him, and when he looked at the Yen Sibei, and then changed to a gentle expression. Yen Han raised an eyebrow. How come he hadn't realized before that his little wife was such a good actress? Zhang Bei took the fruit basket in the hands of the little dumpling and put it on the table, and drew a paper towel from the table to wipe his sweat. How to run so fast, sweating so much, to be in case of a fall. How to do? I want to see my mom soon. Zhang Yan couldn't bear to say anything else once she heard this. Chen Ma had just come in, and when she heard Zhang Ren's words, she picked up. The young master wanted to come to Mr. and Mrs. quickly, and as soon as he got up from his nap, he urged me to bring him quickly, which is why I sped up to make dinner and send it over. Tough on you, Mom Chen. Harm, what are you talking about, ma'am? I don't work hard, it's what I do. Zhang Bo smiled, lowered his head and raised his hand to gently nod the little group's forehead. Next time you're not allowed to run so fast, hear me. Mom and Dad are right here and won't run away. The little group bristled and said with some frustration, I hear you. Zhang Yan pinched his soft cheeks. Alright, go play with Daddy first. Mommy will wash the fruits for you to eat. Good, eh? Yen Sibei got down from Zhang Bei's lap and climbed to the hospital bed to look for Yen Han, who had just been interrupted by this little thing in front of him, and was really not in a good mood right now, and looked at Yen Sibei's face with a bit of a grimace.
The little group looked at his own father's eyes, inexplicably feel a little bad.
Chapter 169, that's what it means.
Jiang Yan picked out some of the fruits that Yan Sibian loved from the fruit basket and put them on a plate with the intention of washing them, but Chen Ma immediately stopped her. Ma'am, you can stay with the young master and the others for a while, I'll just go and wash them. After saying that, he didn't wait for Jiang Bei to refuse and directly took the fruit plate in Jiang Bei's hand, turned around and walked into the restroom.
Zhang Ren had to turn around and sit back in his chair. Mommy! The little group cried out. What's wrong?
Yan Sibei climbed to the side of the bed and looked at Jiang Bei and whispered, Mom, what's wrong with Dad?
Is he in a bad mood?
Jiang Bei twisted her head to look at the black-faced Yan Han, instantly understood what he was angry because of. Jiang Bei forced a smile. Daddy is not in a bad mood, Daddy just didn't wake up at noon.
After saying that, she even extended her finger to poke Yan Han. Isn't that right, husband?
Although Jiang Bing said it in a very gentle tone, Yan Han still felt a hint of threat and could only hook a forced smile at the corner of his lips and responded, yes, Dad just didn't wake up. Jiang Bian was then satisfied and patted the little group. Go on, go and play with Daddy. The little dumpling sniffed before humming and puffing and crawled back to Yan Han's side. After washing the fruits, Chen Mom put the fruit plate on the table. Jiang Bo feeds the two fruits from time to time. The family of three get along extraordinarily well. After setting all the meals she brought on the table, Chen Ma spoke, Madam, I'll go back first then, just put the box here after you finish your meal, and bring it back to be washed when I come tomorrow.
Zhang Yan nodded, okay, hard work to you Mom Chen, go back to rest. Good Lu ma'am.
After Chen Ma left, Jiang Bei greeted towards the large and small group on the bed, come and eat, play again in a while, or the food will get cold. Yan Han got up and walked over to the dining table with the little group in his arms to prepare for dinner. Shortly after finishing his meal, Yan Han had just cleared his desk when the door to his room was knocked on again. Enter.
Yancy's brittle voice rang out.
Jiang Bei lowered her eyebrows and looked at Yan Sibei with a smile on her face.
Noticing Jiang Bo's line of sight, Yan Sibei raised her head, confused too, what's wrong Mom, am I wrong?
But that's usually how Dad shouts. The little group thought back for a moment and was pretty sure that's what Yan Han usually said when someone knocked on the door. Jiang Bian reached out her hands and pinched the little group's cheeks. That's right, Si Bian is right. As the words fell, the door to the hospital room was pushed open from the outside, and the visitors were Zhou Siki and Bai Jiejia.
After Zhou Siki came in and didn't say anything, Bai Jiejia ran up and directly hugged Jiang Yan, Sister Yan Yan, long time no see.
Jiang Bo was stunned for a moment by Bai Jiejia's sudden enthusiasm, and before Jiang Bo could react, Bai Jiejia let go of her and looked at Yan Siyuan with bright eyes. Sister Yan Yan, is this your son? So cute. His eyes look just like yours.
Jiang Yan smiled and replied, it's my son, his name is Yan Siwei.
After saying that, Jiang Bing turned her head toward little Tuanzi and said, Si Bing, call sister. Wordsmith said obediently, sister. Hey! Bai Jiejia's heart was about to be broken by this soft and sweet sister. She took out a packet of soft candies from her pocket and handed it to Yan Sibei. What a cute baby, here's some candies for you.
Yan Sibei looked up at Jiang Bei with eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Yan laughed lightly and nodded at him before Yan Sibei reached out her small hand to accept the candy, and sweetly followed up with, thank you, sister. Bai Jiejia really liked Yan Sibian too much and looked at him with a big smile, but she suddenly thought of something else and looked at Jiang Bing and said excitedly, Yan Sibian? Does it mean that Yan Han misses Jiang Bing? A little embarrassed, Jiang Bian nodded and said, that's what it means. Wow, Mr.
Yan, this cold-faced Yan Wang has such a romantic side, I envy your love. Chapter 170 Discharge from Hospital. Jiang Bei didn't know how to answer, so she smiled towards Bai Jiejia and didn't say anything, as Bai Jiejia continued to lower her head and tease Yan Sibei.
Zhou Siki simply did not have eyes. This woman threw him away as soon as she entered the door, only focusing on her own play. He knew from Lu Hanchu what happened to Yan Han in the past 2 days and then he was ready to come to the hospital to see Yan Han. But then he thought that Bai Jiejia got along well with Jiang Bing last time, so he thought to call and ask Bai Jiejia to come or not. Bai Jiejia was usually too lazy to pay attention to him, this kind of thing that doesn't even need her to step in, naturally refused without hesitation. But Zhou Siki told her that Jiang Bing was also there. Bai Jiejia immediately asked him to come to pick her up in front of her house. She liked Jiang Bing very much. She felt that Jiang Bing was like a big sister, even though she'd only seen one side of her, but it was very relaxing to get along with her. Zhou Siki stood in the doorway and looked at it for a while, then walked to the single sofa next to Yan Han and sat down, and opened his mouth. Brother, do you treat me as a brother or not? You didn't even tell me when such a big thing happened, and if it wasn't for Lu telling me, I wouldn't have known anything until now. Yan Han and Lu Han Snapdragon grew up in a compound when they were small. Zhou Siki's family moved in later, and they and Zhou Siki began to cross paths only later. But because their parents did not do business in the same way, so they did not come and go so closely. But even so, they all treated Zhou Siki as a younger brother, and if he encountered any difficulties they would all help out. Yan Han smiled and spoke without much concern. Tell you, and how can it? Can only be one more person to worry about. I'm not. This is already good at. It's already fine. Brother, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Tell me. There's no use in telling me. Let me. I'll go to hell and back for you. Yan Han snorted at his words. Less poor. Joseki also knew that he was just a younger brother who hadn't grown up yet in their eyes. If he had anything, Yen Han and Lu Honshu would help him out, but if they were in any kind of trouble, they wouldn't even tell him. Today or he went to find Luhan Primrose, want to let the three get together, only to learn that Yen Han and the ghost of a walk, if he did not take the initiative to contact until Yen Han healed he did not know it, which makes Joseki quite a bad taste. Joseki put away the dangling expression positive look, tone also serious up, brother, I know in your eyes I'm still very childish and not mature enough, but if you encounter any difficulties in the future, also tell me a word, maybe I can also help. Yen Han's expression also became serious, he twisted his head to look at Joseki, hooked his lips and raised his hand to pat his shoulder, got it, next time for sure. Joseki was then satisfied for a few moments and chatted with Yen Han for a few more moments. Suddenly, Yen Han asked him, this girl has seen you bring her around several times, but never before, what's the situation? Upon hearing this, Joseki scratched his hair and was a bit distressed, she was in trouble at home, I helped out a bit, and as a price let her follow me around. Yen Han raised an eyebrow at his words, no name yet? Chelsea nodded with difficulty. This is something you did wrong, the little girl has been with you for so long, and you won't give her a name? Speaking of this Joseki even more bitter, brother, it's not that I don't give her a name, it's that she doesn't give it to me, I want to get along with her as a formal boyfriend and girlfriend, but she said she doesn't like me, when will I get tired of playing with it and immediately leave me, today with me or because sister-in-law is there, usually she can't wait to be 800 meters away from me. Yen Han was a bit speechless, how could all three of their brothers have such a bumpy road in their relationships, but the good thing was that he had already gotten over it, and the rest was up to the two of them to work on themselves. Yen Han reached out his hand and patted his shoulder heavily again, saying in a serious tone, keep up the good work, sincerity is always a must. The few people chatted for a while longer, and when Joseki was ready to leave with Baijeja, Zhang Bei asked for their help in sending the little group of people back together. After the crowd left, Yen Han hugged Zhang Bei from behind and whispered, baby, should we continue what we didn't finish just now? Zhang Yen took her elbow and disliked him, no way. Quickly let go of me, your body hasn't recovered yet. I've gotten better bun, don't you believe me, feel it? Zhang Ren's cheeks burned a little as she sniffed, and she stomped hard on Yen Han, who was caught off guard and let go of her in pain. Zhang Yen immediately fled out of his control, no means no, don't joke about your body, hurry up and take a shower and go to bed. Yen Han looked pitifully at Zhang Bei didn't eat him at all and looked at him with her hands clasped on her chest, if you don't go to take a bath I'll go home now to accompany Si Bei. Now Yen Han didn't dare to say a word more, took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. Due to Zhang Bei's strong opposition, the two lay in bed at night well water each other peacefully through the night. Early the next morning, Chen Ma sent breakfast over, just after breakfast, the doctor came for a routine checkup, after giving Yen Han a full body checkup, Dar. Li spoke up, Mr. Yan's body has gotten a lot better, the situation has basically stabilized, and after being discharged from the hospital, as long as he remembers to take the medication to clean out the remaining toxins in his body, he will have no problem. Zhang Bian then put down her heart, then can we go and do the discharge formalities now? Dr. Li nodded, of course, you can be discharged after the procedure. Thank you doctor. You're too kind, ma'am, we still need to check on the room, so we'll take our leave, you go back and recuperate your body. The doctor had just left a short while ago when Lu Honshu and Zuo Lin came over. Lu Honshu just entered the door and saw the already packed change of clothes placed next to him, raised his chin towards that side and asked, what's the situation here? Yen Han stood up and lightly glanced that way, I'm going to be discharged. Discharged? You're getting out of the hospital so soon? Yen Han nodded asterisk, good health and quick recovery. Lu Han Snap didn't believe it, he thought it must be because Yen Han threatened the doctor again, so they had to discharge him. A few people are chatting, not a moment later Su Qing also came, and Su Qing came with a boy. The boy is thin and tall, a youthful atmosphere, the sense of youth is very strong. Zhang Bei think he should still be a student. Luhan Snapdragon's face darkened when he saw the person who came in after Su Qing. He didn't know when Su Qing liked this kind of model, and actually started to go towards the ones who were smaller than her. Su Qing was also startled when she entered the door and saw what had been packed, and asked directly, this is to be discharged from the hospital? Zhang Bian nodded in confusion, then looked at the boy Su Qing had brought with her and asked, what is this? Chapter 171, Song Wenjing. Su Qing glanced back at Song Wenjing and opened her mouth to explain, this is my friend, Song Wenjing, we're going to go to the capital city together in a while, so I brought him along. Su Qing and Song Wenjing before some cooperation, but not close, until 2 days ago she went to the city to talk about cooperation. Originally the big single is not down, but in the restaurant she just met Song Wenjing. Two people will say hello. Song Wenjing had a great reputation in Lin City, and Wen and Group was also the largest red wine manufacturer in Lin City, so many people wanted to flatter him. That partner saw Su Qing and Song Wenjing know, they changed their minds and signed a contract directly with her. Song Wenjing know is also to help her, so the two people's Jiang Bo began to close up. This time it is to go to the capital city together to see the store. We're also opened a chain of bars, to make the business bigger.
A flash of loss crossed Song Wenjing's eyes when he heard Su Qing's words, but he covered his emotions well again and extended his hand towards Jiang Bei. Hello, I didn't bring a gift this time when I came in a hurry, I'll definitely make up for it next time. This is the word out of the mouth of the crowd tasted out of place. They, as Su Qing's friends, thought that this meeting is just to travel together happen to run into, and then there will be no more interactions. Next time goodbye this sentence so that people subconsciously feel that he will be often with Su Qing in the future, and will come to see her friends. The crowd also perceived that he was on the Su Qing. I'm sure there's something else going on here. Jiang Yan just wanted to put her hand out to shake his hand, only to be pressed down in midair by Yan Han, who freed a hand to shake lightly with Song Wenjing, sparingly saying, Yan Han. Jiang Bing smiled apologetically at Song Wenjing. Song Wenjing didn't care about these details. He had followed the news and knew that the one in front of him was Yan Han's wife, so he wasn't surprised. And Yan Han has always been his idol, always heard him in class before. Today he also happened to travel together to accompany Qing Qing to meet friends. He simply did not know Su Qing's friends have Yan Han. This time to see the idol he stretched out his hands intent to shake Yan Han's hand back. Yan Han quick eyes and hands, and immediately withdrew his hand so that Song Wenjing shook an empty. Song Wenjing didn't feel embarrassed, and put down his hand and said excitedly, Hello Mr. Yan, I've heard a lot about you. I also graduated from Cambridge, and the head of the finance department always mentions you in class. Yan Han nodded and responded nonchalantly, I should. Jiang Bei raised his eyes and secretly swept Lu Hanshu. Since Song Wenjing came in, his eyes have not left him. Burning eyes like to burn a big hole in the body of others. Jiang Bing cannot help but some dark pleasure. Qing is really a good plan. The appearance of other members of the opposite sex around to make Lu Hanqing anxious. Let you pretend to be high and cold, let you do not care. Qing is also very popular, this time to see if you have a sense of crisis. Song Wenjing also noticed Lu Hanshu on the side, as he had been staying abroad some years ago. There wasn't a lot of reports about him in China, so Song Wenjing was still somewhat unfamiliar with him. Su Qing faintly glanced over then withdrew her eyes and said, I don't recognize it. Lu Hanshu was exasperated by Su Qing's words and laughed. So it turns out that people really do laugh a little when they are speechless. This time it was Lu Hanshu who took the initiative to extend his hand. Introduce yourself, Lu Hanshu. Song Wenjing reached out his hand to shake it back, and the moment he did, Lu Hanshu suddenly increased his strength. Song Wenjing noticed the sound of bones crunching and hurriedly drew back his hand. Lu Hanshu spoke, Did I pinch you? Sorry. Although he said that he was sorry, but from Lu Hanshu's expression, there was not the slightest hint that he felt sorry. Song Wenjing squeezed his hand and returned, Mr. Lu. His hand is quite strong, haha. Lu Han Snapdragon lightly swept him a glance. Modesty too, the body is better, your small body can need to practice or walk outside even girlfriend cannot protect. Song Wenjing also detected some inexplicable hostility towards him from Lu Hanshu this time. He laughed a couple of times and replied back, Mr. Lu is joking, I have been working out lately as well. Jiang Yan and Yan Han both stood on the sidelines watching the undercurrents between the two like a good show. Su Qing also noticed that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit off, so she directly interrupted. When are you guys going to be discharged from the hospital? Zhuo Lin went to do the discharge paperwork, so you can be discharged once you're done. Su Chang nodded, that's fine, we'll leave first on the 10 o'clock flight later. Zhang Ren waved her hand and busily responded, okay, hurry up Ching, have a nice business trip. Su Qing was confused, what's so pleasant about a business trip? Jiang Bing just gave her a meaningful look and secretly gave a thumbs up towards her. Su Chang was even more confused and didn't know why Zhang Bo was being so godly today. Song Wenjing also spoke towards the crowd at this time, then we'll work together again next time we have the chance, so we'll take our leave. After the two left, the hospital room was quiet, and Lu Hanshu stared at the two's backs until they were out of sight. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Han Snapdragon standing there like a statue, shook her head and deliberately raised her voice and sighed, ugh. Lu Han Snapdragon looked back at her and didn't say anything. At this time, Zhuo Lin happened to finish the discharge formalities and came in, opened his mouth and asked, Madam, I just saw Miss Su Qing. There was another boy with her. The two of them talked and laughed and walked out side by side. Who was that boy? Zhang Bian replied directly, Cheng Qing's boyfriend. Zhuo Lin's mouth opened wide in shock. Ms. Su Qing isn't with. Said here. Zhuo Lin hastily shut up, turned his head to look at Lu Hanshu, saw Lu Hanshu did not look at him. Zhuo Lin then relieved. Lu Han Snapdragon didn't know if this was the father of Su Qing's child, but this was the only man he had seen by Su Qing's side, and he stood still and thought for a while then stepped away. Zhuo Lin saw Lu Hanshu walking towards the door and opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Lu, where are you going? Lu Hanshu only left two words, company. Then he left the hospital room without looking back. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Hanshu's back. Alas, this time he can't act like a stuffy wood anymore. At this rate, Qing will be abducted sooner or later. Yan Han was not satisfied with Jiang Bei looking at other men all the time, and with a sideways turn, he blocked in front of her, blocking her line of sight. Baby, don't care about the others, let's go home quickly. Jiang Bing was so focused on eating melons that he forgot that there was a princess beside him that needed coaxing, and he hurriedly retracted his line of sight and coaxed, Fine, we'll go now. Chapter 172 Acquisition. Princess Yen was satisfied for a few moments. The two walked in front, Zuolin took the luggage and followed behind the two out of the hospital, and the few people got into the car together. Due to the physical condition of Yinhan cannot yet go to work at the company, so the meetings of the past few days were chaired by Zuolin, and halfway through the driver sent Zuolin back to Yan's before taking the two of them home. Little Dumpling knows that this morning mom and dad will be able to go home, so did not follow Mom Chen to the hospital, but stayed at home. This morning he is a little quiet, has been watching out for the movement of the gate. Toys cannot play down, but carry a small bench, has been sitting at the gate and waiting. Not a moment later, the honking of a car came from the front door, and the little group stood up excitedly, hovering in the doorway. Only when the car stopped did the little group sprint up, Mommy and Daddy. Zhang Bei opened the door and got out of the car. The little group jumped into her arms at once. Yan Han got out of the car and circled around from the front of the car, stood aside and watched the two. Mom and Dad, you're finally home. Has baby been waiting long? Yanqian nodded repeatedly. I've been sitting at the door in the morning waiting for you guys to come back. Jiang Yan rubbed his little head and apologized. I was delayed in the hospital checkup, and I'm just now rushing back. Yancy shook her head. It's okay mom, let's go inside. Yan Sibei pulled Zhang Bei with one hand and Yan Han with the other, and the three of them walked in together. On the other hand, Lu Han Snapdragon took out his cell phone and called his assistant once he was out of the hospital room. Mr. Lu, what are your orders? How are the talks going with that land in the first district? District 1? Yes, the land that was never acquired. The little assistant was a bit puzzled. That piece of land had been discussed with Mr. Wang of Cheng for a long time before, and the other party offered $4 billion and bit the bullet. Although that piece of land is in the center of the city's most prosperous section, but $4 billion to buy down also simply cannot make much money, and not lose money is good, so this matter was shelved, and no one went to talk about cooperation with Mr. Wang. The small assistant cannot figure out why Mr. Lu suddenly mentioned this matter. Mr. Wang seems to be close to Mr. Qin of Guangfan lately, and it's said that Mr. Qin is interested in a takeover. Buy me that land. Ah? The little assistant was a bit confused, not knowing how Lu Hanchu suddenly wanted to buy that piece of land. Don't make me repeat myself, now, immediately, right now, I want to see the contract today. Yes, Mr. Lu. Although the little assistant was puzzled, Lu Hanchu gave the word, he could only do as he was told. After hanging up the phone, Lu Han Snapdragon sat in the driver's seat, touched out a cigarette to light. The smoke also pulled him back to the memories. Previously he wanted to build a mall there. When he went to talk to Mr. Wang about the acquisition that day, he had seen Su Qing. Previously her bars usually opened in the outskirts of the city. She recently wanted to open a bar in the city center, but because the rent in the center of the city was too expensive, so she talked to a number of them and hit a wall. When he saw another man appear beside Su Qing today, he also had a sense of crisis, so he also had to hurry to create some kind of bond with Su Qing, so that he could have a reason to see her every day, so that she didn't have the time to go and meet with other men again. When the cigarette stubs burned out, burning his fingers, he came back to his senses from his thoughts, and busily pressed the cigarette out. And he didn't care that his fingertips were burned red. He directly started the car and left the garage. The little assistant's movements were quick, and Lu Hanchu had just arrived at the company when the little assistant came in to report on the progress. Mr. Lu, Mr. Wang and Mr. Qin are signing the acquisition contract. The two negotiated the acquisition price of $2.5 billion. Mr. Wang said that if you sincerely want to acquire it, $5 billion, he can come and sign the contract with you right now, if you do not agree to him to sign with Mr. Qin now. We all know that Mr. Wang had been asking for a lot of money because of the high traffic flow in the city center, but now that it is going downhill and the profitability has become less and less, he wants to take advantage of the situation to make a profit and then turn over his hand in a hurry. But 4 months passed. After hearing the price he offered, no one had any intention of acquiring it. He could only lower the price again and again. Now it was hard to sell it for $2.5 billion, but Lu Hanchu came to contact him again. Contacting him when it was time to sign the contract, he felt that Lu Hanchu must be in a hurry, and wanted to ruthlessly rip him off. If he really couldn't do it, $2.5 billion wouldn't be a bad deal after signing a contract with Mr. Qin. The little assistant also thinks that $5 billion is outrageous to the extreme. He thinks that Mr. Lu will not agree. Even if he is rich, he cannot be such an ingrate. But who knew that Lu Han Snapdragon said to him, yes, have him come over and sign now. Ha! The young assistant didn't react for a moment to what she had heard. Get him here within the hour. The little assistant now knew that Mr. Lu was serious, and opened his mouth to persuade, Mr. Lu, this piece of land Mr. Wang originally intended to sell it for $2.5 billion, and he temporarily increased it to $5 billion, which is treating us as an ingrate. Mr. Lu, you're thinking about it. Lu Hanchu said impatiently, you're the boss and I'm the boss? Quickly do as I say. The little assistant still wanted to say something, but was scared back by Lu Hanchu's expression, and could only take the report sheet and back out.
Luhan Snapdragon does not have time to negotiate with them again, do an evaluation report, and then go to bargaining, and so on. These processes are completed. Have to wait until the monkey years and months. He has to find a reason to immediately call Su Qing back today. Absolutely cannot let him and that song What Jing in the night there. Luhan Snapdragon waited anxiously in the office, his fingers constantly tapping rhythmically on the desktop, constantly looking at the watch on his wrist. This matter absolutely cannot appear any mistakes. 50 minutes later, Mr. Wang finally arrived here at the stuck point. The door to the office was knocked on, and Lu Hanshu let out a breath. A low, magnetic voice rang out, "Enter." The little assistant walked in with Wang Hao. Wang Hao walked in with his assistant with a spring in his step. Originally thought that the piece of land will be sold at a low price, but who knows that Lu Hanzue is actually willing to double the price of the acquisition. Mr. Wang cannot suppress the joy on his face. Little assistant, Mr. Wang has arrived. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu, long time no see. Lu Hanshu didn't have the heart to catch up with him, lifted his eyes and gave him a light glance, said emotionlessly, "Did you bring the contract?" "Of course I brought it, Mr. Lu, it's just waiting for your signature." Wang Hao made a wink at his assistant, who immediately took the contract and handed it over. "Mr. Lu, this is the acquisition contract, please take a look at it, and if there's no problem, you can just sign it directly." The little assistant took it back first and let the people from the legal department check it carefully to make sure there was no problem before handing it to Lu Hanshu. Lu Hanshu casually flipped through two eyes, and then directly signed at the drop. Wang Hao saw Luhan Snapdragon sign the word. This also just breathed a sigh of relief. Such a wrongdoer cannot be easy to find. He was afraid that he came late. Luhan Snapdragon sobered up to know that he lost, so refused to sign with him. This way he is to let the driver accelerator pedal to the end of the fastest speed rushed over. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Lu is quick. The contract is in duplicate. If there are no other questions I will leave first. I wish Mr. Lu a prosperous life. Chapter 173 Couples Package. Luhan Snapdragon didn't even raise his head to look at him. He just turned his head towards the little assistant and said, "Send the guests away." "Yes, Mr. Lu." The little assistant walked to Wang Hao's side and bowed down respectfully. "Mr. Wang, you come with me." Wang Hao does not care at all about Lu Hanju's attitude. Anyway, the contract has been signed. Lu Hanju cannot back out. As long as the money in the hand on the line, he was full of spring, followed by a small assistant left. After everyone had left, Lu Hanshu found Su Qing's phone and dialed. The first call didn't connect until it rang, until it hung up automatically across the room. Luhan Snapdragon was furious. He felt that things were getting out of his control a little bit. This feeling made him very anxious. He was anxious and kept pacing back and forth in the office. He was thinking that in case the song What Jing is the father of the child, then wouldn't he be even more uncompetitive? On the other hand, Su Cheng and Song Wenjing's plane had only just landed, and Su Qing's cell phone's flight mode hadn't been turned off yet, so naturally she hadn't received Lu Hanshu's call to her. After the two of them got their luggage, Song Wenjing consciously took the suitcase from Su Qing's hands, moving naturally as if the two of them had been a couple for a long time, and he had done this kind of action countless times. Su Qing felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was not familiar with Song Wenjing to such an extent, and hurriedly had to snatch the box from his hands. No, I'll take it myself, it's not heavy." Song Wenjing smiled and rejected her. "Don't, there's no such thing as letting a girl carry her own luggage when you're out with the boys. I'll do it, it's not very heavy." Su Qing sniffed and had to take back her hand. "Thank you then, I'll treat you to dinner later. Ah, this you can't be robbing." Song Wenjing smiled dotingly. Good. The two of them hadn't eaten since the morning, and after getting out of the airport and into the car they had contacted a long time ago, they found a restaurant to eat at first. The restaurant was chosen by Song Wenjing. He chose a French restaurant. The lights inside were dim, the decor was romantic, and an ambiguous atmosphere spread everywhere. Su Qing was really hungry and just wanted to hurry up and go eat, so she didn't care so much and agreed directly. After arriving at the restaurant, the two of them went straight into the private room, and Song Wenjing gentlemanly pulled out the stool for Su Qing before he himself went around and sat down on the other side. Not a moment later, the waiter came in. "Hello too. Our store is holding an event today. All the couples who come to the store today, order couples set meal can be discounted by 70%. Do you want to participate?" Su Qing was just about to speak. "We don't." Before Su Qing could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Song Wenjing. "Fine, then just serve us 2 couples set meals." The waitress smiled and said, "Okay, just a moment." With that, the waiter exited the box. Su Qing asked, "We're not a couple, why didn't you just explain it clearly?" "Song Wenjing, there's an event at the store today. As long as couples come in they get a discount. It's not like we need to prove anything, so why spend that extra money when you can save money?" Su Qing thought about it and felt that what he said was also right, is also not dwelling on this issue. It was only when the meal came up that Su Qing gradually came back to her senses. The table was lit with a few candles and was set with a large bouquet of bright red roses. The table was sprinkled with rose petals, the 2 steaks were in the shape of a love heart, and the 2 saucers filled with cream of mushroom soup were combined to make a whole love heart. The lights were dimmed, and even the music in the restaurant carried an ambiguous mood. Su Qing felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Eating French food or a couple's set meal with a boy she didn't know very well was extraordinarily awkward.
causing Su Qing's meal to be extremely difficult. Song Wenjing cut the steak and then switched with her Su Qing's portion. Su Qing could not refuse to refute his face, and could only take it with a smile. But Song Wenjing's grasp of size was very good, and he seemed to see Su Qing's discomfort and spoke, "What's wrong, not to your taste?" Su Qing laughed awkwardly twice, "Nothing, it's just that this couple package I didn't expect so." Su Qing couldn't think of a euphemism for a moment, but Song Wenjing filled in for her, "Ambiguous is it?" Su Qing didn't expect him to be so direct, and she froze slightly. Song Wenjing understood, "Just now I did not think so much, before the business trip to eat this restaurant, think it's not bad, their family never do activities, today happened to meet it to do activities so directly ordered a set meal, really did not think it was such a scene, that now want us to reorder another one?" Song Wenjing made a gesture to call the waiter to come in, but was stopped by Su Qing, "Alas and alack, no need, don't reorder, it's too much of a waste, we're all almost full, and this store does taste good, so it's fine if we just finish eating quickly and leave." Song Wenjing hooked the corner of his lips and accelerated the speed of his meal. In fact, when he was checking out the restaurant online, he saw that this store had an event for the couple's set menu today, so he called Su Qing over, because Su Qing still had the attitude of an ordinary friend to him, so he wanted to quickly make the two of them become familiar with each other. Song Wenjing picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of his lips after eating and said, "I'm going to the bathroom first." "Oh, good." After Song Wenjing went out, Su Qing took out her cell phone only to realize that her phone's flight mode hadn't been turned off yet, and just after she turned off the flight mode, a lot of calls from Lu Hanshu popped up inside. Su Qing felt puzzled, and she was just about to return a call when Song Wenjing opened the door and returned. Su Qing was surprised too, "So fast?" Song Wenjing smiled, "Yeah, the bathroom is right next door." Su Qing nodded, thinking that it must not be a big deal for Lu Hanshu to look for her, so she put her phone away first and said, "Let's go then." Su Qing packed up her things and went to find the waiter to settle the bill, but the waiter inquired and said, "Ma'am, the cost of your table with the man you came with has just been settled." "Tied the knot?" "Yes." Su Qing instantly reacted, it must be that he had just excused himself to come out to use the restroom, so he came to settle the bill. Su Qing angrily walked up to him with the air of looking for him to settle the score. "Didn't you say I'd settle the bill? How come you jumped the gun again? How much is this meal? I have to transfer the money to you." Song Wenjing smiled, "It's not that the couple's set meal that I ordered without authorization this time made you feel bad about the experience, so this meal is on me, and the next time you come, you can order whatever restaurant you want, how's that?" Su Qing didn't have any reason that she could refute by these words. She always felt that she had been following Song Wenjing's rhythm during the time that the two of them had been together. "Alright, I'll treat you for the night then." Song Wenjing raised the corner of his lips, "Good." Song Wenjing's purpose has been achieved. He is trying to find a reason and Su Qing can have the next contact, so that the two want to have development. Two people always have to have a party among the initiative, so that the future can have the story. Song Wenjing arrived and said, "Then let's go back to the hotel and rest for a while. The appointment with the partner over here is for the evening, we still have time." Su Qing nodded and agreed, "Good." It just so happens that she got up early in the morning and hasn't rested until now. She's about to die of exhaustion and now she just wants to hurry back to the hotel to rest. The two exited the restaurant and rode back to the hotel together. The two's rooms were next to each other, and when they reached the door to their rooms, Song Wenjing said to her, "I'll be right next door to you, just call me if you need anything." Su Qing smiled at him, "Good, hurry up and grab some time to rest, we have to go talk about cooperation later." "Well, good afternoon." Su Qing closed the door, pushed the box to one side, kicked off the shoes on the feet, directly climbed on the bed. She has been running back and forth this morning, is about to die of fatigue, and now just want to hurry up and sleep. Su Qing did not take a moment to enter the dream incense, which also allows her to reply to the matter of the Luhan Snapdragon completely forgotten behind the back of her head. Lu Hanshu in the office every 2 minutes to look at the phone. Every time the phone rings he hastily picked up, but every time it is not Su Qing. The more he waited, the more grumpy he got, estimating the time she should have gotten off the plane long ago. It's impossible that she didn't see his call. Could it be that she simply didn't want to care about him? Think of this possibility. Luhan Primrose more angry. He wanted to make a phone call over to question, but has given her so many phone calls, and he really do not want to be on the rush. After a long time of heart struggle, he can only countless times to pick up the phone and then put it down again, and in the sleep of Su Qing is completely unaware of these. By the time Su Qing opened her eyes again, the sun had almost set, and she picked up her cell phone to see what time it was, hurriedly got up and changed into more formal clothes, and went to the restroom to put on a light makeup before sending a message to Song Wenjing. "How are you? You're awake from your nap? I'm done, we're getting to dinner now, just in time." Su Qing was a little embarrassed. She was obviously here on business but had slept in the hotel for so long. She hurriedly replied, "I'm fine, let's leave now." There was no further reply there, and before long there was a knock on the door of the room. Su Qing opened the door. The door is wearing a suit of Song Wenjing. She only saw him in that hotel encounter when he wore a formal dress. That day focus on popping cooperation, did not pay attention to look at him. This time Song Wenjing is really stunning to her. In Su Qing's impression, Song Wenjing was like a little white boy, with clear eyebrows and white eyes, but this set of all-black suits set off Song Wenjing's tall and long legs, with a straight figure, his shirt tied meticulously, and his black tie with a dark stripe appeared to be calm and handsome. Such a sense of contrast caused Su Qing to be a bit stunned for a moment. Song Wenjing's ears turned a little red and asked, "What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with my outfit?" Su Qing sniffed back and hurriedly shook her head. No, it's good. It's just that I've never seen you wear it like this before, and you're quite handsome like this." When Song Wenjing heard Su Qing compliment him on his handsomeness, the roots of his ears instantly reddened, and he hurriedly sidestepped to hide the corners of his lips that he couldn't suppress. Such a movement allowed Su Qing to clearly see his ears, and she certainly didn't miss his earlobes, which were red and dripping with blood. Su Qing was a little novel. He always thought Song Wenjing was a master of love. I did not expect him to be so innocent. Song Wenjing coughed lightly twice. "Let's get going, or it's not good to be late." Su Qing tried desperately to stifle her laughter, trying not to laugh out loud as she realized that the man in front of her was kinda funny. "Yeah, let's go." Until the two of them sat in the car, Song Wenjing's earlobes did not recover. When they arrived at the restaurant, after the two of them followed the waiter to the door of the private room, Su Qing stopped Song Wenjing's hand that was about to knock on the door, and she took out the sobriety pills from her bag to consume two of them before signaling him to open the door. Su Qing, although she owns a bar, but her alcohol consumption is very bad, drink a little bit of it is easy to play alcohol crazy, so every time before the entertainment to take sobriety pills, and she also do not like this kind of entertainment, before it is forced by life has no choice, she forced herself to accept, but now her business has some upturn, but also have the right to refuse. In addition to this kind of entertainment must be his personal appearance, the other social functions are generally able to avoid. Song Wenjing said, "Don't worry, with me here today, I definitely won't let you drink more." After saying that, Song Wenjing opened the door to the compartment. In the box, the various partners have long been there. See, the two of them came in to meet up familiarly. "Song, Su, you can finally come. We have been waiting for you for a long time. This can be self-punishment of 3 cups ah." Song Wenjing sat down and smiled. "Of course I have to drink, but today Mr. Su wasn't late because I had to deal with some official business, so it was hard for me to drag him late. This wine as long as I drink it." After saying that, he didn't give others a chance to refuse, picking up the white wine bottle on the table and pouring a whole glass, directly drying 3 glasses. Su Qing looked at some stomach pain. She did not know Song Wenjing to come before the hotel has not eaten something to pad a little, otherwise a come up to drink 3 cups of 70 degrees of white wine, not only hurt the stomach but also very easy to drunk. The partner sitting next to him coaxed, "Good, Mr. Song is really a huge amount of this time, even if Mr. Su escaped, in a while you can not renege on the bill Su Qing smiled without being condescending to, "Definitely." When Song Wenjing sat down, she moved over and whispered in his ear, "Did you eat before you left the house?" "Nope. So you come up here and drink white wine, you don't have a bad stomach?" "It's okay now. I have sobriety tablets here, so hurry up and take 2 first too." Su Qing pulled out the pill box from her bag and quietly slipped it into Song Wenjing's hand under the table. Song Wenjing secretly hooked his lips and swallowed 2 antidote pills when no one else was looking. A meal down, Song Wenjing for Su Qing blocked a lot of wine, and cooperation business is basically all he is talking about. Su Qing is just present quietly as a transparent person for a while. The contract was signed very smoothly. This makes Su Qing's favorability to him also rose a lot. She did not expect that the flirta sentence can be read through the ears of the teenager in the socializing actually so handy, and he has always thought that he is a golden spoon grew up the young master, but this socializing down but found that he for the various partners to grasp the information of the information is very accurate. Obviously beforehand to do enough to prepare for, and now Su Qing has changed her mind about Song Wenjing. Chapter 174, Worried About You. The contract was signed smoothly, and it was only after dinner and sending the various collaborators away that Song Wenjing relaxed and showed a hint of drunkenness. This night he has not eaten much, has been drinking on an empty stomach. This will be the stomach burning pain, and in order to let those people less pouring Su Qing wine he is almost a person all stop down. Su Qing at this time there is some guilt. You say, "Why do you want to keep blocking the wine for me? I ate the antidote to drink a little bit of it is fine." "How can that be, since you're out with me? Where's the sense in letting you drink? Our company rule is that little girls never attend drinking parties." Su Qing was a bit touched and helped him sit in the car, asking, "You haven't eaten much all night. Why don't we now is to take you to eat a bowl of noodles before going back to the hotel for a rest, or else your stomach will be very hard." Song Wenjing smiled, half-fakingly saying, "Worried about me?" Su Qing froze for a moment at her words. The biggest beneficiary of this contract signing was her, but Song Wenjing had made more preparations than she had, and now that it had turned out this way because of blocking the drinks for her, she was naturally worried about him, and so she directly responded, "Yeah, worried about you." Song Wenjing hadn't expected Su Qing to answer, but as a result, when he heard that she was really worried about him, Song Wenjing couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth, and giggled to himself in the passenger side. Su Qing was startled and thought to herself, "Is this kid drunk and stupid? What are you laughing at?" Song Wenjing forced himself to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth and replied, "It's fine, I'm just too happy today." Su Qing wondered even more, was he happy today just because he drank a lot of wine? Then his happiness was too simple. Without waiting for Su Qing to speak, Song Wenjing continued, let's hurry up then, I'm starving. Su Qing hurriedly started the car and followed the navigation to the nearest highly rated noodle shop. When they arrived, because it was too late in the day to eat too much for digestion, Su Qing wanted Song Wenjing to eat lighter, so she only ordered 2 bowls of yanchen noodles. Su Qing sat there at night and just ate, not even using her to do anything, so she put down her chopsticks after 2 bites and waited for Song Wenjing. Su Qing this time to learn smart, and Song Wenjing is still eating when you go out to pay the bill, and then come back to sit across from him at ease and wait for him. I do not know if it is because Su Qing ordered the noodles, so Song Wenjing ate extra fragrant. After finishing the meal, after leaving the restaurant and letting the cold wind blow, Song Wenjing's wine had sobered up quite a bit, and since the restaurant was across the street from the famous Grand Canal, he opened his mouth and suggested, why don't we take a walk here to cool off before we go back? Su Qing didn't object. She also felt that a little blow of the slightly cool evening breeze could calm the whole person down. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder quietly by the river, chatting one to the other, and the atmosphere did not seem awkward at all. Song Wenjing said, actually, although we didn't know each other well before this collaboration, I very actually appreciate you. Really? Su Qing was a bit surprised. Song Wenjing had never talked to her of these words before. Song Wenjing nodded and continued, because we always do backtesting before we work with someone, assessing whether or not the person is worth working with, as well as what the likelihood of profit and loss is, so even though we haven't worked together in depth, I'm in possession of all the information about your background, so you won't mind if I say this, will you? Song Wenjing was a little apprehensive in his heart. He was afraid that Su Qing would hate him because of this. Casually investigating someone else was indeed a very rude behavior, but he had to do it. Su Qing could actually understand him quite well. A big company like theirs couldn't just cooperate with others, they always had to do some back-tuning, and this kind of thing couldn't be more normal. Su Qing returned, it's fine, I can understand. It was only after hearing Su Qing's words that Song Wenjing truly breathed a sigh of relief as he continued, knowing your situation, I realized that you really are an exceptionally motivated person, and I also particularly admire your courage to turn things around against all odds, and even when you're deep in the mire, you continue to climb upwards without compromising in the slightest. Su Qing was a little embarrassed by what was said. Don't send me a good guy card, I'm not as good as you say. When you get to know me better you'll know that I'm actually a very selfish person. Song Wenjing laughed softly, is selfishness a flaw? If a person is not selfish, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Su Qing laughed out as well, it seems reasonable for you to say that. Anyway, in my eyes, I think you're just an extraordinarily awesome person, and I admire you, which is why I helped you when we met at the restaurant the other day. Su Qing then realized that she had been wondering why the two of them obviously didn't have many encounters, and he was willing to cooperate with her in the drama at the restaurant that day. Anyway, Qing. Song Wenjing stopped and turned sideways to look at her seriously. Su Qing also looked up to meet his eyes. I don't want to just be your partner, how about we be friends? Let's get to know each other better. Su Qing couldn't stand such a formal atmosphere and intentionally wanted to make it a bit more cheerful. She said in a relaxed tone, aren't we already friends? When Song Wenjing heard these words, he resumed the air of the rich son of a wealthy family who was uninitiated in the world and rejoiced in the world. I'm relieved to have you say this. The two took another stroll along the canal this time before driving back to the hotel. After arriving at the hotel, Song Wenjing first sent Su Qing back to the door of her room, and just as he was about to turn his head to leave, she suddenly spoke up and called out to him, Song Wenjing. Song Wenjing stopped and turned around. What's wrong, Qing? That, you've had so much to drink tonight, get an early night. Song Wenjing gently hooked the corners of his lips, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze as he returned. Good, you should rest early as well. Su Qing nodded, go back quickly, I'm going in as well. When he saw Su Qing enter the door, Song Wenjing also turned to leave. Luhan Snapdragon this afternoon waiting for Su Qing's phone or almost waiting for crazy. What did not do and to just focus on staring at the phone to see, this look at the sky is so late Su Qing has not given him a call back, he really cannot hold on. He cannot accept Su Qing and another man in a different place with the night. Luhan Snapdragon is not in the twist. Pick up the phone, directly dial a phone over. He was a little nervous for fear that Su Qing will not pick up his phone. The phone rang for a long time, have not been picked up by the opposite side of the heart of the Luhan Snapdragon has fallen to the bottom of the valley. Just intend to hang up the phone. The other side of the suddenly came Su Qing's voice. Hello? Luhan Snapdragon? Su Qing went straight to the bathroom to take a shower after arriving at the hotel, and just as she finished her shower and came out, she heard her cell phone keep vibrating, and she hurriedly dried her hands to answer the phone. Lu Hanchu's eyes lit up when he saw the call being answered, and he immediately re-picked up the phone and pressed it back to his ear. Hello? What's the matter with you for calling me so late? Chapter 175, Going to the Capital. Lu Hanchu was offended when he heard this. Couldn't he call her if he was fine? But he definitely couldn't say that, he said with a stiff upper lip. My company recently acquired that piece of land in the center of the city, and according to the information that the person in charge brought to me, you've been wanting to open a bar there? Su Qing has not been disked the store there to come as because the rent is too expensive. They're a year's rent as much as her other store profits, so she has been hesitant. If Luhan Primrose acquired to take a piece of land, then she is not a low price can be disk a store.
Su Ching said excitedly, really? I did always want to open a store there, but the rent is too expensive. Can you accommodate me with a discount? The corner of Lu Hanchu's lips hooked up, and he coughed lightly. This depends on your performance. You now come to talk to me about your future bar development plan. I have to do an evaluation report before I can decide whether or not I want to sell you the store at a low price. Su Ching thought she had misheard, and she confirmed again, now? Lu Hanchu nodded rightfully, and thinking of Su Ching's invisibility, he immediately added, yes, now. Su Ching was exasperated to the point of speechlessness. Have you got it wrong? Didn't you say in the morning that I was on a business trip in the capital city? Do you want me to flash in front of you right now? Luhan Snapdragon justified to you by the fastest flight back, not just good. Come on, don't you want to see what time it is now? 10:30 p.m. Take a step back. Even if I rush back now, it's already early in the morning. Your president prefers to talk about business in the wee hours of the morning, right? Luhan Snapdragon still insisted. Don't you care what time I talk about cooperation? Anyway, you have to come back right now. Otherwise you don't want to open a store in that piece of land in the center of the city. Su Qingliang had realized that this damn Lu Hanchu was just being unreasonable. He didn't really want to help her at all. Su Qing was also impatient. If you are really bored in the middle of the night, you should go and find someone else to ventilate and entertain yourself. Don't seem to have nothing to do but call me crazy. I'm not your dog. You say what you want to do. Su Qing hung up the phone directly after she finished speaking in a huff, not caring what Lu Hanchu wanted to say. Luhan Snapdragon just wanted to open his mouth to coax people, heard a busy tone coming from the phone. He dialed the phone over. Su Qing has been hanging up. To the end of Su Qing is really annoyed, so sex directly turn off the phone. Su Qing is now considered to understand, this Luhan Snapdragon pressure fundamentally did not want to help her, is purely idle, nothing to amuse her, interesting, she was lazy in the care of him, felt that he was too annoying, simply directly turn off the phone to go to bed. Luhan Snapdragon really panicked this time. He dialed a call to his little assistant. Book me a flight to Beijing City as soon as possible. Now, Mr. Lu? Yeah, right now. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll check for you. The young assistant moved quickly and immediately sent him the flight information. Mr. Lu, I booked a flight for you to Beijing in an hour. Is the hotel still the same as the one you always stay in? No, find out which hotel Su Qing is staying at and book the suite next to her. The little assistant felt that their Lu general manager was a bit like a stalker, checking the hotel where Ms. Su lived for no reason and also booking the suite next to her. Anyone who looks at it is like a pervert, but he had no ability to resist and could only do what he was told. It didn't take him long to find out Su Qing's hotel address and booked a suite for Mr. Lu as well, sending him all the room information again. After the arrangements were made, Lu Hanchu picked up the car keys and rushed straight to the airport. After Yan Han's family finished dinner, he took the lead and went upstairs to take a shower, and just as he entered the bedroom, he realized that something was wrong. His heart tightened and he rushed down and asked, Biao Biao, how come all of your things are gone in the bedroom? Zhang Ru tapped her head. Oh, you probably don't know, I took Si Ru to stay at Ching Ching's house. Yan Han's fists instantly clenched, nails deeply embedded in the meat. He did not know what Zhang Ran suddenly moved away means. He did not want to not listen to also press dare not think. Yan Han's knot in his throat swallowed hard and forced the trembling in his voice. Why did you move away with Si Bin? Zhang Bian did not notice the ups and downs of Yan Han's emotions, lightly hummed, with some small temper. At that time, you did not even tell me what you went to Y country to do. And then Ching Ching told me I only know. From the day I knew the news I moved out with Si Bian. Yan Han asked with some trepidation, then, if I coax you, will you be able to come back? Yan Han nervously waited for Zhang Yan's answer. He was afraid that Zhang Yan would reject him, and even more afraid that Zhang Yan would be angry with him, and really do not forgive him, and even want to divorce him. Jiang Bo twisted his head, as if thinking seriously, and Yan Han's heart instantly raced to his throat, afraid of getting a negative answer. Zhang Yan said in a reluctant manner, then let's see how you behave. Yan Han instantly looks like he's gotten a get-out-of-jail-free card and rushes to say, Bien Bien, then do you still want to take Si Bien to stay at someone else's place tonight? Zhang Ren immediately said, of course, I won't come back to live until I've forgiven you. But Bimba, nothing really happened with Lisa and I. It was all for show. Zhang Yan nodded, I know but even so you still lied to me so I'm still angry, I won't forgive you. Yan Han deflated, it seems that he how to say can't stay Jiang Bing. Ouch. Suddenly, Yan Han bent down and covered his stomach, a pained look on his face. Jiang Bei panicked at once and immediately rushed over. What's wrong? What's wrong with you, Yan Han? Where does it hurt? Zhang Yan helped Yan Han to sit on the sofa. Yan Han obediently lay on her lap, raised her hand to cover her eyes, and looked pained too. Yan, I feel that my stomach hurts. What's wrong? We're going to the hospital now. Zhang Yan said as she was about to pull up Yan Han and head out. Yan Han lay on top of her and refused to get up, his voice weak. I'm in, you say. I just have a bit of a stomach ache. I don't need to go to the hospital. I think it's because the toxins in my body haven't been cleared out yet, so I'll have some sudden symptoms. Should we go to the hospital? No, just let me lie down and slow down for a while. Once all the toxins are cleared from my body I should be fine. Oh good, then you lie down and ease up.
I don't know how long it took before Yen Han slowly got up and said in a weak voice, sorry Bien, I've just been discharged from the hospital today, and the toxins in my body haven't been cleaned out yet, I'm still very weak, so can you stay home with me for the next 2 days first? Chapter 176. Don't go. Jiang Bing said without thinking, of course. Then I won't go to Qingqing's house for the next 2 days, until you get better. Hearing these words, the corners of Yen Han's lips hooked. His purpose has been achieved. He knew that his retainer was kind-hearted and could not bear to leave him alone at home, so he played a bitter trick. As long as he could retain his retainer it would be good. Jiang Bing was concerned, hubby, are you feeling better now? Much better. Since you haven't recovered well yet then I won't be leaving lately, I'll leave when your body is almost recovered. Yen Han stretched out his hand to pull Jiang Bei's hand, wrapping her small hand within his palm, pretending to feel guilty too. I'm sorry Bei, but I also have to ask you to take care of me. What are you babbling about? How can you call this aggravation? I don't feel aggravated at all. That's good. Yen Han obediently pulled Jiang Yan into his arms, his face buried in her stomach, holding her tightly, where Jiang Yan could not see he revealed a triumphant smile. On the other side, Lu Hanchu rushed to the airport as fast as he could and took a plane to the capital city. Waiting for him in the arrival of the capital city has been more than 1 o'clock in the morning. He came in a hurry this time also did not have time to arrange a driver. He took out his cell phone to call a car to the hotel to rush. It took Su Qing a long time to forget about those troublesome things, and she had just fallen asleep when the door to her room was awakened by a sharp knock on the door shortly afterward. She didn't know who would come looking for her at this late hour, and by the sound of this knocking it definitely wouldn't be Song Wenjing. Su Qing was a bit scared. She didn't even dare to open the door alone at this late hour, nor did she dare to make a noise for the people outside to hear. Luhan Snapdragon was already uneasy about Su Qing spending the night away from home with another man, and now that he's standing outside the door and sees that Su Qing hasn't opened the door for him in such a long time, he's even more anxious and knocks on the door a little bit more urgently. Su Qing became even more frightened when she heard the gradually stormy knocking, her hands tightly covering her lips as she slowly moved to the doorway to look at the situation outside through the cat's eye. But I don't know whether it was because the person was standing relatively remote or the other party had already left. She didn't see anyone outside at all, and she was even more afraid to open the door, so Su Qing took out her cell phone and turned it on and dialed a number to Song Wenjing. The phone rang several times before it was picked up by the opposite party. Song Wenjing was obviously woken up as well. His voice was very hoarse with some tiredness. Qing? What's wrong? Why are you suddenly calling me so late? Su Qing whispered, someone suddenly came knocking at the door of my room. I don't know who it is and I don't dare to open the door. Can you see the person outside my door? Song Wenjing instantly sobered up at the words and immediately lifted the covers and put on his clothes. Qing, I'm coming now, don't open the door. Good, you be safe too. After Song Wenjing hung up the phone, he picked up the golf ball dryer sitting on the side and waited before opening the door. What met his eyes was a tall, handsome and upright man standing in front of Su Qing's door with a face of impatience, knocking urgently on the door. Song Wenjing felt that the man in front of him was not a bad person with an extraordinary aura and outstanding appearance, so he put down the club in his hand. Lu Hanchu sniffing also looked over, saw Song Wenjing out of the other room and then put down his heart, and then turned his head without expression as if he had never seen this person. Song Wenjing felt familiar after seeing Lu Hanchu's front face, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen it before, and he tentatively opened his mouth to ask that. Lu Han Snapshot returned his head to look over. Haven't we met somewhere before? Lu Hanchu only looked at him faintly and did not answer. Chapter 177, Qing. The more Song Wenjing looked at him, the more familiar he looked, and he was able to determine that they must have met somewhere before, so he thought back carefully, and suddenly he slapped his forehead. I remember. Didn't we meet at the hospital this morning? You're Qing's friend, right? Lu Hanchu finally spoke his first words of the night. Qing? Song Wenjing nodded. It's Qing. We went to the hospital together this morning. You were there, don't you remember? Lu Hanchu snorted. Who allowed you to call yourself by the name Qing? Even if Song Wenjing was being obtuse, he noticed Lu Hanchu's obvious hostility now, and he frowned, asking rhetorically, how do I call Qing, and do I still need to ask for your permission? As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere between the two instantly became tense. Su Qing in the room heard the opposite side of the door open sound. After the sound can no longer be heard, she cannot help but be a little anxious. In the heat of the moment opened the door of the room, into the eyes of Lu Han Snapdragon's tallback. Su Qing spoke in confusion, Lu Hanchu? Lu Hanchu sniffed and didn't bother with Song Wenjing, turning to look at Su Qing and frowning. What took you so long to open the door? Su Qing had a questioning look on her face. Big brother, you came knocking on my room door at 1 a.m. It's good that I didn't call the police to arrest you, and you still want me to open the door for you quickly? Lu Hanchu said with a disinterested face. So what? Who told you not to go back? Just because I'm not going back, you rushed to the capital at 1 in the morning? Lu Hanchu gave her a mocking look. Don't flatter yourself, I'm here on business and just happened to stop by to take a look. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, wrapped her arms around her chest, and laughed. You mean to say that you happened to come to Beijing City on business tonight as well, happened to pass by the hotel where I was staying, and happened to know my room number? Lu Hanchu nodded. Is there a problem? Su Qing was also really surprised by his stinking shamelessness. She nodded and said, "Of course there's no problem, then Mr. Lu will go to your client at 1 a.m. to talk about the cooperation. We commoners are going to sleep, bye-bye." After saying that, Su Qing is going to close the door. Lu Han snapped, stretched out a foot against. No matter how Su Qing cannot close the door. Su Qing angry. "Lu, chill. Snapdragon. On it." Lu Hanchu flashed into the room with a sideways turn, and before Su Qing could even react, he closed the door to the room. Song Wenjing stood frozen outside the door alone with his club. He was not stupid. From the interaction between the two of them he could guess that there must be some history between them. In any case, there was absolutely no way that it could be the "don't know" in Su Qing's words. Song Wenjing didn't know what kind of relationship the two had, whether they were exes or a couple in the middle of a disagreement, so he couldn't decide whether to go up and knock on the door or not, so he could only hover outside the door with his racket in hand. Where could Su Qing be a match for Lu Hanchu? He gently pushed and Su Qing followed him towards the house without any room for resistance. Lu Hanchu. Su Qing was furious. "What the hell are you mad about not going to bed at 1 in the morning? I have to sleep if you don't." "And sleep? Two people come on a business trip alone. If he wants to do something to you, you really don't have the slightest resistance, so you don't understand." "What are you talking about, Song Wenjing? He's not that kind of person." "Not that kind of person? What makes you so sure? Have you gotten to know him that well?" "I just understand him." Luhan Snapdragon, "Are you tired of this? You came here at 1 in the morning just to talk to me about this?" "I don't want to hear it, you leave now." Lu Hanchu, also somewhat unable to control his temper, yelled at her, "Okay, you understand, you know best. I am just being cheap to run here in the middle of the night to look for you." Su Qing couldn't figure out what Lu Hanchu was pumping today. She only felt that she was inexplicable today. "Yes, you're just being a, get the hell out of here." Luhan Snap was infuriated as his chest kept heaving up and down. He gave Su Qing a deep look and turned around and left without looking back. Chapter 178, Not That Kind of Man. Song Wenjing is still standing in place. He cannot hear the sound of the two talking, and do not know what the two are talking about, and even more do not know that Lu Hanchang will not stay, until he heard the movement and then raised his head to see Lu Hanchang angrily left. The heart of that big stone really fell. Luhan Snapdragon looked up at Song Wenjing, and his gaze was as sharp and biting as an icy blade, making Song Wenjing's heart tighten. This glance is very different from the previous Luhan Snapdragon's look at him. The previous Luhan Snapdragon was always flat without the slightest emotion, as if he was indifferent to everything around him. However, at this moment, Song Wenjing could clearly feel the anger contained in those deep eyes, like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time was about to erupt. That kind of fiery anger seemed to engulf Song Wenjing as a whole, causing him to involuntarily shiver. After Lu Hanchu left, Song Wenjing stood in the doorway and thought for a while before carefully walking up and knocking on Su Qing's room door. The door to the room was quickly pulled open from inside, and Su Qing's impatient voice came over. "What else do you want to do? Are you bored?" As soon as Su Qing raised her eyes after the door opened, she saw Song Wenjing standing outside the door. Su Qing was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly waved her hand to explain. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." "It's okay, you guys. What's wrong?" Song Wenjing held back the words he wanted to ask. "It's nothing. It's getting late, so grab some rest." "Well, you too. I'm sorry to bother you so late." "It's fine, just call me if you need anything." Su Qing nodded, "Then go back and rest quickly." Su Qing wasn't in much of a mood for chatting, and after finishing, she closed the door and went back to her room. Su Qing lying on the bed, the body tightly curled up, as if wanting to hide themselves, she pulled aside the quilt, will be completely covered, hidden in the quilt tightly closed his eyes, trying to calm their own thoughts. A closed eyes popped out of the brain as Lu Hancheng that face let her mood for a long time cannot be calm. Luhan Snapdragon left and went directly upstairs to the presidential suite, opened the door and went straight to the balcony without even turning on the lights. He fished a box of cigarettes out of his pack, took one out and put it to his lips, lit it and inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. His eyes were fixed on the distance, but his thoughts had long since drifted away, one after the other, until the ground was covered in ashes and his lips were dry, before he took his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a call out. The little assistant over there was still asleep, suddenly woken up by Lu Hanchu's phone call. He had to maintain his politeness and smile respectfully picking up the phone. He tried his best to make his voice sound the same as usual. "Hello, Mr. Lu, what do you have to order at this late hour? Bring the contract for the store and buy yourself a plane ticket to come to the capital now." The small assistant suspected that he heard wrong. He pressed the bright cell phone to look at the time, which showed 2:15 a.m. He asked again, "Now? Mr. Lu, now, get here as fast as you can." The little assistant's heart is 10,000 times reluctant, and still wants to say something to call back Lu Hanchu's conscience. "But Mr. Lu, double your salary this month." "Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll leave right away." The small assistant immediately booked a class of the earliest plane line, immediately get up and wear clothes, to the fastest speed to print a good contract, go out. This set of processes down with less than 10 minutes, the small assistant thought, people cannot be in order to dignity, and even the money do not want it. Chapter 179, Invitation to Dinner. Lu Hanchu hung up the phone and then stood on the balcony for a while before going back to his room. he first went to the bathroom and took a hot bath to stabilize himself before going back to his bedroom. Lu Honshu didn't know how the situation had turned out like this. Obviously he wanted to help Su Qing, but after coming here and seeing that man coming out of the opposite room, he couldn't control his emotions. Luhan Snapdragon lay in bed and took a deep breath to make himself forget about those things, but he tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep until the day dawned and he fell asleep in a daze. Early the next morning, Su Qing, who hadn't slept much the whole night, also woke up with 2 dark circles under her eyes. She sighed as she looked at herself in the mirror, picked up the concealer on the table to cover the dark circles under her eyes, and drew a light makeup on herself before going out. Song Wenjing had already waited at the door, knowing that Su Cheng must not have been in a good mood last night, so he didn't knock on the door to disturb her, and saw Su Qing open the door and rushed to welcome her.
How long have you been waiting here? Su Qing asked.
Not for long, I just got here too.
Why don't you knock?
Song Wenjing scratched his head. It wasn't the appointed time yet, so I thought I'd let you rest for a while.
It's fine, just knock on the door when you get there. I'm sorry to keep you waiting outside.
Okay, next time for sure. Let's get going then, they're all here already, let's just go sign the contract. Su Cheng nodded and turned to take her room card to go out with Song Wenjing. The two waited for a while before the elevator came down from the upper floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and the entry point was Luhan Snapdragon propped up on the handrail of the elevator fence, lazily standing. The elevator door opened for a long time. Luhan Snap noticed that no one had come in after a long time. He lightly raised his eyes to look at it. Seeing that it was Su Qing and Song Wenjing, he was not in much of an emotional state, and his eyes did not fluctuate too much, but his gaze locked onto Su Qing. A hint of complex emotion flashed in his eyes. But very quickly, that emotion disappeared, replaced by an indifferent look, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Song Wenjing saw that Lu Honshu was also a bit at a loss for words, and he whispered in Su Qing's ear, "Should we wait for the next elevator?" Su Qing shook his head and said, "No need, let's go." Su Qing felt that she hadn't done anything wrong, so why should she avoid him? So frankly and openly, she walked in with Song Wenjing. The two entered the elevator. Back to Lu Hongwa, one stood at the end of the two people stood in the forefront, a long distance between. Lu Hongwa's eyes stared straight at Su Qing's back. His heart is far from being so calm as he showed, especially when he just saw Song Wenjing come to Su Qing's ear to talk. He wanted to rush forward to carry him out, but he still held back. Can't lose control of his emotions in front of Su Qing again. He was so calm, especially after seeing Song Wenjing get together and talk to Su Qing's ear. He wanted to rush up and take him out, but he still held back. Couldn't lose control of his emotions in front of Su Qing again. Otherwise she would hate him to death. The elevator went down. Su Qing felt that behind her there had been a burning line of sight staring at her. She was like a prey being stared at, and she couldn't escape. When the elevator doors opened on the first floor, Su Qing left the elevator as if she had fled, shaking off the burning line of sight behind her before letting out a breath of relief. Song Wenjing saw it all in his eyes and still asked the words that he didn't say yesterday. Qing.
What's going on? What kind of relationship are you with him?
Su Qing actually didn't really want to say it, but she also knew that she couldn't muddle through with the excuse of not recognizing him anymore, so she deliberated for a moment or spoke. He's my ex-boyfriend. Hearing this answer, Song Wenjing wasn't very shocked, because he actually guessed it, otherwise the two couldn't have acted like this, and it would have made Su Qing react so much, but he could also tell that Lu Hanqing still had feelings for Su Qing, and he hadn't let go of them yet, and the opposite side was still someone who had an emotional foundation with Su Qing and was still very good at what he did, and Song Wenjing had a sense of crisis this time. The two of them rode together to the partners company, and after checking that there were no problems, they just signed the contract. After signing the contract and coming out, Su Qing was in a great mood, and even those annoyances were forgotten a lot. She turned her head towards Song Wenjing and said, "Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner." Song Wenjing was in a good mood when he saw Su Qing happy, and asked with a smile, "Why did you suddenly think of inviting me to dinner?" Chapter 180. You've really helped me a lot in the past 2 days. You've held back my drinks, you've helped me negotiate the contract. Without you helping me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to take it down so quickly, so I've got to treat you to dinner today, and you can't turn me down. Song Wenjing smiled dotingly. "Okay, I won't reject you, I'll listen to your arrangements this time." Su Qing had learned her lesson, and this time she chose a normal-looking Japanese restaurant, and this time she also paid the bill before entering the box. Song Wenjing looked a bit like he wanted to laugh. "As for being so defensive of me? Of course, as far as that goes. Who made you always sneak the check? Okay, then I definitely won't steal it from you in the future. That's more like it." During dinner, Song Wenjing asked Su Qing what kind of person she liked, and Su Qing thought back, remembering Lu Hanshu's face, and said, "I like patient, good-tempered people who don't get all twisted and have things to say." Su Qing thought about it and realized that Lu Han Snap seemed to like black clothes. Every time she saw him it was almost always black clothes, rarely any other color, so she added, "and hates men who wear black clothes the most." Song Wenjing looked down at himself and let out a light breath. Fortunately today he is wearing a beige suit. He was still a bit puzzled. Is there such a detailed requirement for the dressing aspect as well? Of course there is. Wearing black a lot proves that he has a particularly dull character, and his temper certainly isn't very good. There's something to be said for that.
Song Wenjing nodded with seeming understanding. Okay, I know. It seems that in the future, you need to buy clothes in brighter colors in order to leave a good impression on Qingqing. The two finished lunch and drove back to the hotel. Lu Hanchu had been waiting at the stairway since he saw the two go out together in the morning, and waited all morning before he heard Su Qing's voice coming from that direction of the elevator. So we're set then? Good. Then pick this flight back tomorrow morning. Sure, I'll get the tickets in a few minutes and send you the flight number. Good, then get some rest. Well, so are you. It wasn't until the door closed that Lu Han snapped turned to go upstairs. Upstairs in the presidential suite, the small assistant is working in the living room. He bought today's earliest 6 o'clock flight over, 8 o'clock arrival in the capital city. A whole night did not have much rest, and now sleepy, but saw Lu Hanchu came back, and immediately got up and respectfully said, Mr. Lu. Aha. Lu Hanchu walked over to the sofa and sat down, instructing, call Su Cheng and tell her to come up to talk about the signing. Okay, Mr. Lu. Yang Shua, the young assistant, was also used to Lu Han Snap's situation where he wanted to come out as soon as possible, and had long since gotten used to it. And he now also realized that he is actually a toolman. Yesterday must be Lu and Miss Su Ching talk avalanche. He is not good in the face, so this called him over to reapproach people to talk about cooperation. So Lu arranged him to do what he did. He will do what is good, who will be in the money over it. Yang Shua took out his cell phone and dialed Su Ching's number. The phone was picked up after 2 rings. Hello? Hello, MS. Su Ching, this is Yang Shua. I'm giving you this call to talk to you about your opening a store in the center of High City. Su Ching guessed what was going on and said bluntly, you're Lu Hanchu's assistant? Yang Shua raised his eyes and looked at Lu Hanchu. There was no way for him to hide this matter. He could only answer truthfully, yes. Su Ching was really angry to the extreme, yelling towards the phone, you tell Lu Hanchu, if he wants to play let him go find someone else. I'm very busy and don't have time to play house with him here. Yang Shua hurriedly opened his mouth before Su Ching hung up the phone. Miss Su Ching, don't hang up the phone first, listen to me first. It's like this, Mr. Lu did acquire that piece of land in the city center, and when he learned that you wanted to open a bar there when he was learning about the regional stores, we did a market assessment at the first time and found that the profitability of opening a bar there was the highest. The chances of you opening a bar there are the greatest, so we contacted you at the first time to talk to you about cooperation. Why should I trust you? It's like this, MS. Su Ching, we know that the reason you haven't been able to rent the store is because of the rent issue, so we have also determined a more reasonable range of interval based on the amount of your revenue, so if you have time you can come and communicate with us. Su Ching still didn't quite believe it, still felt that it was Lu Hanchu who was playing her, but the other party's words made her heart beat as well, because she had wanted to open her store to the city center for a long time, and this was also one of her dreams. Su Ching clenched her teeth and said, okay, but I'm not in the high city lately. It's okay, MS. Su Cheng, we're right above you, 1305 on the 13th floor, you can just come straight over. Just upstairs from me? Yes, MS. Su Ching. Su Ching was once again convinced by Lu Hanchu's shamelessness. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to hold back her anger. Alright, I'll come up now. She also made up her mind in her mind that this was her last chance to give Lu Hanchu. If he was lying to her, then she would never say another word to him in her life. After hanging up the phone, Yang Shua said towards Lu Hanchu, Mr. Lu, MS. Su said she's coming up now. After hearing these words, Lu Hanchu's heart was put down, and the corner of his lips also hooked up a trace of if not a smile. Su Ching packed up her things and went upstairs, finding room 1305 and knocking on the door. Yang Shua jogged over to open the door, while Lu Han Snapdragon sat on the sofa like a grandpa without the slightest intention of moving. Yang Shua belabored, you on the sultry Lu General, and so daughter-in-law ran you know the power. Just heard the others Miss Su to come up to you to fish into the mouth of the warped. That corner of the mouth then the AK is still difficult to pressure. To see you can pretend to win. The door to the room opened and Yang Shua had a standard smile on his face. Please come in, Miss Su. Su Cheng walked through the door and sat down on the single sofa. Lu Han Snapdragon didn't move at all. He just hung his eyes faintly and didn't even raise his eyes to look at Su Cheng, while Yang Shua had the good sense to pour Su Cheng a cup of tea. Su Cheng was a bit angry when she saw Lu Hanchu's attitude. Is this your attitude when you talk about cooperation? Upon hearing this, Lu Hanchu lowered his legs, sat up straight, and glanced at Yang Shua, who immediately understood, picking up the contract and handing it to Su Cheng. Su Cheng didn't want to stay here any longer when she saw their attitude, and wanted to turn around and leave, but was attracted by the contract Yang Shua handed over, and took the contract and opened it to read it, and the more she looked at it, the more alarmed she became. The rent in the contract is half as cheap as her rent in the outskirts of the city. Su Cheng is a bit shocked. So cheap price Lu Han Snapdragon really will not lose money? She eventually couldn't help but ask, why are you arranging such a low rent? Won't you guys lose money that way? As far as I know, land in the city center doesn't seem to be cheap. Yang Shua wiped the sweat. The rent is certainly not so cheap, Mr. Lu wants to return to the capital but also to adjust the rent upward to be able to, Mr. Lu put the rent of this store a pressure on the pressure, almost directly to the store to you. It's my business, stay out of it, just say sign or don't sign. Yang Shua is a bit speechless, Mr.
Lu wants to coax people to say straight, have to be so arrogant, deserve that he cannot chase his girlfriend. Su-ching thinks Luhan Snapdragon has schizophrenia, yesterday also had a big fight with her in the hotel, today is going to rent her store at such a low price, she in line with the principle of not taking advantage of if there is a bargain, hurriedly returned, of course I signed. Su-ching again looked down and carefully read the contract, fearing that there were any hidden clauses in it, and only signed her name after she was really sure that there was no problem. Lu Honshu also took over and signed the contract in duplicate, Su-ching took one, Lu Honshu kept one. After signing the contract, Lu Honshu stretched out his hand towards Su-ching and faintly said, happy cooperation. Su-ching reluctantly stretched out her hand and shook it lightly with him, also returning, happy cooperation. The moment his hand gripped it, Lu Honshuan's heart tip trembled, and he was tempted to pull Su-ching into his arms with that force, but he held back hard. After letting go, Su-ching said, since the contract has been signed, I'll leave first. Luhan Snap nodded. Waiting for Su-ching to leave, Luhan Snapdragon twisted his fingers again with great interest, as if Su-ching's body temperature was still left on them. Yang Saku. In, Mr. Lu has any orders. Book a flight back to King City for tomorrow morning. He really wanted to say that he had just come over. He's really just acting as a toolman, no doubt. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll book the tickets now. Luhan Snapdragon looked out the window out of focus, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably gently raised. Chapter 181, A Pleasure to Work With. Early the next morning, Lu Honshu woke up early and waited downstairs, seeing Su-ching and Song Wenjing come out before pretending that he had just come down as well. When Su-ching walked up to him, he glanced away as if inadvertently and said in mock surprise, such a coincidence? Su-ching glanced at the bag in his hand and asked, you're going back to High City as well? Right. That's quite a coincidence. Song Wenjing looked at him defensively, and he couldn't figure out why the two, who had been at swords drawn yesterday, were suddenly on good terms today. He didn't want Su-ching to have more interactions with others, so he interrupted, Ching-ching, I just turned in the car, the driver should be here soon. Su-ching nodded, good. The driver who was responsible for transporting the two before had something going on at home today, so they had to go to the airport on their own, so Song Wenjing called for a car in advance. No driver to pick up? Su-ching shook her head, the driver had something to do today. Then come along in my car, I happen to be going to the airport as well. After Lu Honshu finished speaking, he walked towards the McLaren parked on the side of the road, not giving Su-ching a chance to refuse at all. Su-ching did want to refuse, but Lu Hansheng left after he finished speaking, so she had no choice but to pull Song Wenjing and chase after him. Luhan Snapdragon pulled open the backseat door and twisted his head to look at Su-ching. Su-ching understood what he meant and sat up after handing over her luggage to Yang Shua. Song Wenjing wanted to follow suit, but Luhan Snapdragon closed the door and went around to the other side to get into the car. Song Wenjing had no choice but to huff and puff and pull open the door of the passenger side of the car. Lu Honshu glanced at him smugly in the rearview mirror, a glance that was thick with provocation, and deliberately sneaked over to Su-ching's side and leaned in. Song Wenjing in the passenger seat clenched his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Honshu suddenly spoke up and asked, are you still opening a bar in the city center in the same mode as your bar on the outskirts of the city? Su-ching didn't know why he suddenly opened this topic, but she still obediently answered, that's what I think now. Luhan Snapdragon shook his head, the people there in the center of the city are either rich or expensive. Continuing your original profit model will definitely not work. The category of wine must be chosen better, raise the price of the boxes and card seats, only for high consumption groups. But wouldn't that narrow the clientele served? Luhan Snapdragon shook his head, now the employment situation is grim, consumption is not downgrading, but ingrading, the rich will only get richer, the outskirts of the city you can choose a moderate price, but since you chose the city center, can go there to consume the group must not be poor, as long as they experience high quality service will not be a problem, and that is also a business circle. Your bar's reputation to hit up after some bosses talk about cooperation also go back there. Up, some bosses talk about cooperation also go back there. Su-ching nodded, good, then I'll have the planning team create a new program. Luhan Snapdragon nodded did not speak, in fact, even if Su-ching did not make a name for herself, he will also help her, it just so happens that the location of that store is near his company, so he can often go to see her. Song Wenjing was listening to the clouds in front of him, he couldn't interject a word and was scratching his ears anxiously. Luhan Snapdragon saw his anxiety, smugly hooked the corner of his lips, he is intentional, he thinks he can find the opportunity to talk to Su-ching alone, but he is now to let Song Wenjing know that he and Su-ching have more in common with the topic between him. Song Wenjing cannot be inserted into the Song Wenjing this all the way as if sitting on pins and needles, it is not easy to get through to the airport, he thought, this can finally please him, right, but the result is to learn that Lu Hansong and they are the same flight. Song Wenjing now have to doubt Lu Hansong is not investigated the two of them. Su-ching was also a bit puzzled, Lu Honshu obviously arrived in the capital city in the early hours of yesterday morning, how come he went back today, his cooperation was finished so quickly? Su-ching thought so and asked, why are you going back so soon? Are you done with your cooperation? Lu Honshu faintly said, the talk is done, it was done yesterday. That fast?
Su Qing didn't feel that a president of such a large conglomerate as him talking business could be over so quickly. Instead, Lu Honshu asked back, what else? It's just a matter of signing. Is it a very big cooperation? Then it's still worthwhile for you to come to the capital city all night? No, pay out cooperation. You have to sign it to pay for the damages? To sign. Su Qing couldn't figure it out and didn't ask anymore. Maybe they capitalists have some unique fetishes. When a few people got on the plane, Su Qing woke up too early in the morning and just got on the plane and put on an eye mask and started to sleep. Lu Honshu and Song Wenjing both ignored no one, each doing their own thing. And so it went on without incident for the rest of the way. When the plane landed smoothly, Su Qing was still sleeping. Lu Honshu originally wanted Su Qing to sleep for a little longer, but his afterglow glanced at Song Wenjing walking up to wake her up, so he got up in a hurry as well, took 2 or 3 steps to Su Qing's side, and said softly, "It's landing, wake up." Song Wenjing had to stop when he saw Lu Honshu stop beside Su Qing, secretly clenching his fists. This Lu Honshu was really annoying, he had to grab everything from him. This time I don't know whether it's God's will or what. Lu Hanzui's position and Su Qing's position, and Su Qing is only separated by an aisle, while Song Wenjing is half a cabin away from them. He can only watch Lu Hanzui gently calling Su Qing to get up, but he can't do anything about it himself, and he huffs and puffs and walks back again to get his luggage. Su Qing looked for her blindfold in a daze, her voice still carrying the soft huskiness of just waking up. Landed? Well, you wake up and snooze. We'll just be in the afternoon in a little while, or you'll catch a cold easily if you just woke up. Oh. Su Qing rubbed her eyes and gathered her things before standing up. Song Wenjing in the back saw Su Qing get up and immediately walked up and said, "Qing, let's go?" Good. Su Qing put her bag on her back and walked out side by side with Song Wenjing. The airplane's corridor was only big enough to accommodate 2 people side by side, so Lu Honshu could only walk out after the 2 of them, and Song Wenjing even smugly turned back to Lu Honshu with a provocative smile. Lu Han Snapdragon was infuriated and laughed. This little brat really took him for a vegetarian, didn't he? Lu Honshu didn't spoil him either and shouted out, "Su Qing." Su Qing turned around at his words. What's wrong? Lu Honshu took out his cell phone, opened a page, and asked, "What do you think of this bar design? My planning department just sent it to me." Su Qing walked back over to him and looked down at her cell phone. In this way, Su Qing and Lu Honshu were side by side, while Song Wenjing fell alone again, which caused Lu Honshu to raise another eyebrow at Song Wenjing. Chapter 182, Taking You Home. Song Wenjing is about to be infuriated. Why does this old man have so much heart? Su Qing didn't notice the undercurrent between the 2 men in the slightest, looking at the design with interest. The design of this wine cabinet is good. What's the meaning of the 3 layers above? These 3 floors are divided according to the level of the membership card. The higher the floor represents the higher status and consumption level, and the people who come to talk about cooperation value face the most, so they will try to go to the topmost floor, so their sales come up. Su Qing nodded. Lu Han Snap added, the business model here should be very different from your bar on the outskirts of the city, where you can focus on a casual entertainment venue, but opened in the center of town it would have to be a symbol of power and status to make it work. Su Qing investigated, opened many bars in the city center before, but the operating time is not long. She now understands that the original is their business model problems. If not, Lu Han Primrose told her, she may still follow the previous business model, that she is also likely to soon operate not to go on. I'll send you a copy of this design and you'll have your team put it together again and it's pretty much done. Su Qing knew that she really wasn't as good as Lu Honshu in this regard, so she obediently nodded. Good. Lu Han Primrose hooked the corner of the lips. Since he came back to meet the 2 cross swords he has not seen for a long time can be so obedient to listen to his words. Su Qing. Song Wenjing could only silently follow behind the 2 as a bodyguard along the way, watching Lu Honshu and Su Qing talking and laughing, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was hard to get out of the airport. Song Wenjing took a step to stop in front of the 2. Qing, my driver just happened to pick me up. Let me send you back. Su Qing hadn't opened her mouth yet, but Lu Honshu opened his mouth first and refused for her. No, I'll just send Qing back. It just so happens that I still have some alternatives I'd like to show her. Su Qing heard this. Qing, also some trance, only in the 2 love period. Lu Han Snapdragon called her so, after so many years. After hearing this, Qing, as if the relationship between the 2 has never changed. She originally wanted to reject the 2 of them and go back on her own. But when she heard that Lu Honshu still had something to say to her, she spoke. Okay, then you go back first, I'll just go with Lu Honshu. When Su Qing had said so, Song Wenjing couldn't say anything else and could only agree. Alright, then send me a message when you get home. Aha, got it, go about your business. Song Wenjing could only take 1 step and turned back 3 times before leaving. When he left, Yang Shua happened to bring the car over, and Lu Honshu opened the back seat for Su Qing to sit in, and he went around to the other side and opened the door to get in. After getting into the car, Lu Honshu took out his computer and started working, and Su Qing didn't bother him, but sat quietly on the side. Halfway through the car ride, Lu Honshu showed no signs of opening his mouth, so Su Qing finally couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to ask, what do you want to talk to me about? Lu Han Snap turned his head in disbelief. I thought you said you were going to show me alternatives. Lu Han Snapdragon faintly said, oh, none of them are very suitable, the program was beaten back, so I won't show you. Su Ching couldn't figure him out. The current Lu Han snap was getting weirder and weirder. After sending Su Ching downstairs, Lu Hanshu-eyed her up the stairs. He felt that Song Wenjing didn't look like the father of Su Ching's child, otherwise the two of them wouldn't be so rusty, and even Song Wenjing might not even know about the existence of this child. Lu Han Snapdragon was thinking out of his mind when he was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of the phone. He took out his cell phone. The caller ID was Lu's father, Lu Qingshu. He frowned and guessed what the purpose of his call was. He didn't want to answer it, but his hand slipped and clicked to answer. He resigned himself to lifting up the phone and placing it to his ear. Hey, chill Snap. Dad. Well, do you have time tonight? Come home for dinner. You haven't been home in a long time. Lu Han Snapdragon didn't want to go back. He had already guessed that when he went back, he would definitely have to talk to him about something about inheriting the company again. Lu Hanshu raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. Dad, there's a meeting at the company today, so I can't go back. Lu Chengshu's tone was a few points harsher. What would be so important? You don't even have time to have a meal with us? Lu Hanshu closed his eyes in annoyance. Every time I go back it's all about these things, making everyone unhappy. Is there any need to go back? Asshole, how do you talk to me? Lu mother Zhang Qingyun has been listening to the side. See, the father and son are about to quarrel. She hastened to stop Lu Qingshu. Line, you say a few words, must let the relationship become so stiff? Zhang Qingyun snatched the cell phone. Hey, cold snap, it's mom. When Lu Hanshu heard Zhang Qingyun's voice coming from the other side of the receiver, he also suppressed his temper and spoke. Mom. Hey, cold snap. Mom hasn't seen you for a long time and misses you a bit. Why don't you make time to come out and have dinner with mom tonight? Zhang Qingyun had opened his mouth. Lu Han Snap didn't know how to refuse. Zhang Qingyun only had him as a child, so he had been good to him since he was a child, even spoiling him, and since Lu Chengsu was always away on business, his relationship with Zhang Qingyun was even better, so it wasn't good for him to open his mouth to refuse, and it was like this every time. They knew that he couldn't refuse Zhang Qingyun, so they let her persuade him every time. This time it was the same. Lu Hanshu could only compromise. Got it, mom, I'll go back tonight. Chapter 183 Conditions. Lu Hanshu let young Shaw drive directly back to the company. After he spent the afternoon to finish all the work that he had left behind in the past 2 days, he lifted his watch and looked at it. It was exactly 6 o'clock. He really got up and straightened up his clothes, and directly took his car keys and went out of the company. He drove back to the old house. Lu's mother had already prepared a large table of dishes waiting for Lu Han Snapdragon to come back. She kept wandering in the doorway, looking up from time to time to see the table in the living room. Lu's father was dizzy by her. You quickly sit down, he will be back in a while, you are making me dizzy. It's been too long since my son has been back, so I have to be here to welcome him. Humph, what's there to welcome? Can't see him more than a few times a year. Let him inherit the company and he won't come back. I don't know what there is to be busy about. Lu's mother glared at him. Tonight the family will have a peaceful dinner first. Don't talk about the company's business. Do you have to make the relationship so stiff for you to be happy? Oof. Lu's father turned his head away to continue reading the newspaper, no longer paying attention to her. Zhang Qingyun stood in the doorway for a while longer before she heard the sound of an engine coming from outside the courtyard, and she hurriedly jogged out. Lu Hanshu had just gotten out of the car when he saw Zhang Qingyun walking towards him, and he called out, Mom. Son, you're finally back. Mom missed you. Have you lost weight again? Lu Hanshu faintly said, the company is rather busy. You have to eat more even if you're busy. The body is the capital of the revolution. Come on in, Mom made all the food you love today. Zhang Qingyun pulled Lu Hanshu and headed for the house. Old man, come on, the son is back. Lu Qingshu put down the newspaper in his hand and looked towards the door. Lu Hanshu walked in just in time, and he bowed his head slightly and said, Dad. Lu Qingshu just gave him a faint look. Well, back, go eat. The three walked to the dining room to prepare their meal. During this meal, Zhang Qingyun had been giving Lu Hanshuan dishes, asking about this and that, caring about all the things he had done in big and small ways. Lu Hanshuan's mood was light with questions and answers, while Lu's father was sitting on the side eating in silence. The three of them sort of melted through a meal. After the meal, the three of them sat in the living room for a while. Lu Hanshuan followed Lu Qingshu into the study. He knew that this was a topic that he could not escape every time he came home, so he also just went through the process as usual. Before going upstairs, Zhang Qingyun specially pulled Lu Qingshu and urged, don't force him. Let him do whatever he wants to do, don't let the family get so upset. Lu Cheng continued, I have my own plans. The two of them reached the study on the second floor, and Lu Han Snap entered the door after the last one, casually closing the door behind them. Lu Qingshu sat down in front of the desk, poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the opposite table, saying, sit. Lu Hanshu sat down in an unassuming manner and waited for Lu Qingshu to speak. Lu Qingshu drank a mouthful of tea unhurriedly before continuing. Every time I go home in these years, I have to talk about letting you inherit the company. You're tired of it, and I'm tired of it too, so let's talk about something else today. Lu Han Snapdragon didn't say anything, just raised his head with little emotion and looked at him. How are you doing with that little girl Su Qing? Lu Hanshu was a bit surprised that Lu Qingshu would open this topic. He thought for a moment before replying, we're okay. Come on, I still don't know you. You look like you still can't get over the little girl, and you still want to chase back, right? Lu Hanshu knew that he didn't like Su Qing too much, so he didn't want to talk to him more about Su Qing.
so he ambiguously said, "Let's see what fate has in store for us." Lu Qingshu took a sip of tea before continuing. "Previously, I was extremely opposed to the two of you being together, which led to the current situation." Lu Qingshu suddenly some emotion. "I carefully think about it, your descendants have their own life to go. I cannot control you for life, as long as you feel no regrets on your own, what you want to do just let go." Lu Honshu looked at him with some surprise, as if he didn't expect Lu Qingshu to let up. "Don't look at me like that, I have conditions. The Lu family's business is so well run, surely you won't hire an acting manager. The only way to rest assured is to put it in the hands of the Lu family, and the Lu family only has you as a sole seedling. The condition that allows us to recognize the two of you is that you come back to me to inherit the family business." Lu Honshu had long guessed that he would say this, and there was nothing to be surprised about now. "Yes, I'll think about it." Lu Qingshu nodded. "You go and think about it carefully yourself, I'm tired, you go out first." "Good." Lu Han snapped, stood up and prepared to turn around and leave. When Lu Honshu walked to the door, Lu Qingshu stopped him again. "By the way, if you have time, stay at the old mansion tonight, your mom has been wanting you to stay at home for a day." "Got it." After Lu Honshu finished speaking, he pushed open the door and walked out. Zhang Qingyan sat on the sofa and watched the variety show, but in fact, she didn't even watch what was playing on the TV. She glanced upstairs every now and then, fearing that the father and son didn't talk again, and every time Lu Honshu came out of the study with a black face and left. Not a moment later, footsteps came from upstairs. Zhang Qingyan put down the remote control and walked over. She carefully observed Lu Honshu. Lu Honshu's mood didn't have too many ups and downs. She tried, "Son, what did you and your father talk about?" Lu Honshu hooked the corner of his lips. "Nothing, Mom, don't worry, has my room been packed? Tomorrow happens to be nothing, today in the old mansion to stay a night." Zhang Qingyun instantly forget what the two talked about in the back of his mind, and quickly said, "Long ago let Auntie Zhang to pack up, directly go to live on the line, inside the things have not touched anything, or before you leave the arrangement, quickly go to see full of unsatisfactory." "Okay Mom, I'll just go and see for myself, you also have an early rest. Well, remember to tell Mom if you need anything." Lu Honshu smiled, "Got it Mom, I'm not a kid anymore, you go and rest." Lu Honshu walked towards the bedroom after he finished speaking. Zhang Qingyun is very happy. Lu Honshu a year do not always have time to sleep at home one night, but today he agreed, which makes her incredibly happy. The other side. Jiang. Jiang Bian was a little skeptical about the truthfulness of what Yan Han said. She even felt that it was the remaining toxins in his body that had poisoned Yan Han's brain. If Jiang Bei hadn't witnessed that his logic was still very clear and poisonous when he scolded Zhuo Lin, she would have really thought that he had turned into a giant baby who couldn't take care of himself. Chapter 184, Heart Beats Fast. That night after Jiang Yan helped Yan Han take a bath, Yan Han started to act out again. "Wife." Jiang Bei was a little scared now when she heard Yan Han call out to her, but she was afraid that he was really not feeling well, so she could only respond, "Yes, what's wrong? Clothes won't fit." Jiang Yan sighed, opened the bathroom door and walked in. The bathroom was steaming hot. Yan Han was wearing only a pair of black pants underneath. His bare upper body, his pecs and abs were as pronounced as carvings, each one exuding a masculine charm. His hair was wet and plastered to his scalp, and water droplets flowed down his forehead, sliding across his cheeks, neck, and finally dripping down onto his broad chest before sliding straight down his chest again, forming a trail of crystal-clear watermarks. Jiang Bian forced herself not to go to these. She walked to Yan Han's side without slanting her eyes. "Why can't you put it on?" Yan Han, disheveled, leaning on the washstand, looking at Jiang Yan pitifully, said, "Hand pain, arm cannot lift up." When he was discharged from the hospital, the doctor did advise that there would be some adverse reactions before Yan Han's body fully recovered, so Jiang Bing thought that this was normal. She picked up Yan Han's blouse and commanded, "Lift your hands." When Yan Han heard this hard tone of Jiang Bei's voice, he started to act pitiful again. "Why are you so fierce? Wife, are you impatient?" Jiang Bei didn't realize that she had a bad attitude. She just wanted to quickly help him put on his clothes and then quickly go out. Otherwise she didn't guarantee that she wouldn't do something to Yan Han. Jiang Bei could only soften her tone. "I'm not being mean, it's just that it's getting late, we have to go back and rest quickly." Yan Han obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't say anything else, only softly humping and cooperating to raise his arm. Jiang Run was relieved to see this and hurriedly helped him put on his top. But when Jiang Bei lowered her head, the hair she had pinned behind her ear fell out, and Yan Han instantly noticed her reddened ear, and as if he had discovered some new continent, Yan Han reached out his hand and tucked the hair that had fallen out of Jiang Bei's ear back behind her ear again, and Jiang Bei's ear became even redder at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Jiang Bing sensed his movements, and she dodged back slightly, speeding up the movements of her hands. As if he knew the reason why Jiang Bing was so anxious to go out, Yan Han deliberately slowed down his movements and said in a careless tone, "Bing Bing, why don't you look up at me?" Jiang Yan sighed mentally, "I'm not dressing you." "Oh, that's right." Yan Han's hands were not honest, and went to touch Jiang Ren's reddened ears again, and said indebtedly, "I thought it was because you didn't dare to look at me." Jiang Bei did not speak this time. She felt that the more she spoke the more Yan Han wanted to tease her. She dressed Yan Han in 3 or 2 times and left the bathroom as if she was escaping. Yan Han looked at the back of Jiang Bei, fled dotingly, hooked the corner of his lips. Jiang Bei lay down on the bed and patted her hot cheeks, not wanting to let Yen Han see anything strange. Not a moment later, the sound of the door opening came from the bathroom side, and Yen Han turned off the bedroom's headlamp, leaving only a small nightlight, and then walked over towards Jiang Yen. Jiang Bei turned her back to Yen Han and closed her eyes tightly, pretending that she was already asleep. She felt the bed beside her sink slightly, as if something heavy had pressed on it, and the quilt that had been covering her body was gently lifted, and then she felt a warm breath approaching, and a warm body slowly lay down beside her. Yen Han gently lay down on his side, his movements were very light, his breathing was smooth and even, what lingered on the tip of her nose was the sandalwood fragrance unique to his body. Yen Han's arm naturally rested on her waist, holding her tightly in her arms, she could feel his sturdy chest and powerful heartbeat. Jiang Bei's heartbeat instantly became faster, and in this silent night, the sound of the heartbeat became even more obvious, and Yen Han suddenly laughed softly and teased, "Wife, your heartbeat sounds so fast." Jiang Yen turned to glare at him, "Shut up and sleep." "Roger that, wife," said. Yen Han also really obediently closed his eyes. Jiang Yen hooked the corner of the lips. This time Yen Han is actually quite cute. Yen Han suddenly opened his eyes again. "Wife, your heart is beating so fast, is it because of what you just saw of me in the bathroom?" "Shut up." "Oh, good." After saying that, Yen Han closed his eyes again. Jiang Yen silently scolded herself in the bottom of her heart. She is also crazy to think that Yen Han is cute. Early the next morning, Yen Han woke up first. He looked at Jiang Bei who was sleeping soundly in his arms, slowly withdrew his arm that was resting on her pillow, gently imprinted a kiss on her forehead, went to the bathroom to wash up and then went into the kitchen. During this period of time, due to his health, he hadn't even cooked for Jiang Bing once. He had let her worry about his 3 meals a day. Today he woke up a little early, intending to cook a breakfast for Jiang Bing. Chen Ma was busy in the kitchen and was startled to see Yen Han come in. "Sir, why did you come in? I'll do the breakfast." Chapter 185 Exposure. Yen Han shook his head. "I'll make breakfast today, Mrs. Chen, you rest for the day." "Sir, you've just been discharged from the hospital, it's better for you to rest first. It's not too late to cook for madam when you're completely well." Yen Han insisted, "I'm not that fragile, I can still make breakfast." When Chen Ma saw that Yen Han insisted, she couldn't say anything else, but just instructed, "Then be careful, and just call me if there's anything." Yen Han waved his hand, so Chen Ma withdrew. Yen Han took out a lot of ingredients from the refrigerator and made sandwiches, steamed dumplings and other meals, as well as double-skim milk and other desserts for Jiang Bei, until the whole table was full of them. When Jiang Bei woke up in a daze, she habitually leaned to the side, trying to find the warmth of the fireplace, but next to the touch is a piece of cold. Jiang Bei opened her eyes, get out of bed to go to the bathroom and the cloakroom to stroll around, but did not see the Yen Han, guessing that he may be going to the study, so Jiang Bei in the bathroom to wash up to go to the study, but also did not see people. She went straight downstairs. Just after arriving on the first floor, he saw Yen Han in and out of the kitchen, busy, and only after approaching did he notice that the table was already filled with all kinds of exquisite breakfasts, and it didn't look like Chen Ma had made them. Jiang Bing's eyes shone brightly. "Did you make all of these?" Yen Han felt cute when he saw this kind of Jiang Bei. He dotingly rubbed her hair. "You're the one who's been taking care of me all these days when I'm sick, and you've said before that my cooking is good, so I got up early today to prepare breakfast for you. So are you feeling better?" "Much better, don't worry about me, taste how it tastes?" Yen Han pulled Jiang Bei about to walk towards the dining table, but Jiang Yen didn't follow him, and with one force she pulled him back. She looked up at Yen Han seriously, who threw her a questioning look. Jiang Bei suddenly stepped forward, ringed around Yen Han's waist, stood on her tiptoes, and gently planted a kiss on his lips. Yen Han's pupils dilated, as if he didn't expect Jiang Yen would suddenly kiss him, but he was only stunned for a split second, and immediately turned the tables and kissed back hard. But at that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from upstairs, followed by the tender voice of the little group, Mommy and Daddy. Jiang Bing reacted extremely fast. He pushed away Yen Han in a flash and pretended to organize his clothes. People always pretend to be busy when they are embarrassed. Yen Han was watching from the side and wanted to laugh a little. When the little group ran to the restaurant, he took the lead to squat down and pick up the little group in order to give Jiang Bing more buffer time. "Let's go, Daddy will carry you to eat." Yen Bei was also shocked for a moment when she saw the meals on the table. "Wow, did you make all of this, Dad?" "Yeah, don't you love double cream? There's plenty of it today for you." "Wow. Yeah." Yen Han placed Yen Bei in the child's seat. Jiang Bei also organized herself and walked over. The family sat at the table and began to eat. "You've made too much breakfast, how will you finish this? It's such a waste." "Waste not, eat all that you can't." Jiang Bing can't help but think of the last time Yen Han made so much breakfast or when she just returned to China. He woke up early and made a big table in order to please her. 4 months have passed. The relationship between the two has turned into a real couple with a real emotional foundation. Jiang Bing feels that this feeling is a little bit marvelous. After breakfast, Jiang Yen was afraid that Yen Han's body would not be able to eat after getting up so early and making so much breakfast, so she let him stay at home and rest, and let the driver send Yen Sibian directly to the kindergarten. Jiang Bei took out the medicine she brought back from the hospital and warmed it up for Yen Han, watching him drink it before she felt relieved. After drinking the medicine, Yen Han began to make a demon again. has been pestering Jiang Bei, a moment to say that the arm hurts, a moment to say that the stomach hurts, must let Jiang Bei to put all the attention on him. He is willing to give up, take advantage of the physical reasons now can be pleasurable. Of course, he refused to give up this opportunity. Jiang Ren was worn down by him and had no choice but to put down what he was doing and stay with him all the time. Honey, when will the poison in my body be cleared? It's a real pain in the ass, wife, having to let you take care of me until I'm better. Honey, why do I feel a little pain in my heart? Is it just me? Wife. Jiang Bei was a bit annoyed by his cry of wife, and just wanted to hurry away from him. Hubby, wait for me, I'll go to the bathroom first, huh? After saying that, Jiang Bei ran towards the bathroom. She was now bent on escaping from Yen Han and clearing her head. But maybe the bathroom door spilled to some water. The corner just a puddle of water stains. Jiang Bo did not notice a foot stepped on it. She suddenly felt a burst of heaven and earth. The body loses balance, eyes are about to fall to the ground. Jiang Bo screamed, desperate to close her eyes. But she waited for a while, the expected pain did not come. Jiang Bei opened her eyes to see Yen Han's enlarged handsome face in front of her. Just as she was about to fall on the ground, Yen Han rushed over and steadily held her waist, and swept her whole body into his arms, which didn't let her fall on the ground. Speech cold said with concern, are you alright, pulling? Jiang Bei is still in shock, did not come back to God, she just fell straight down. If the fall on the ground is the back of the head first on the ground, the consequences are unimaginable. Jiang Bei some do not dare to think back. Yen Han righted her and checked her carefully, confirming that she was fine before he sighed in relief. He also knew that Jiang Ren was frightened. He wasn't asking anything, pulling her hand and letting her sit on the sofa. Next time be more careful, don't be in such a hurry. What should I do if I'm not there this time and you fall down? Jiang Yan deflated, oh, I see. But Jiang Bing felt something was wrong. Why was Yen Han so agile, not at all like someone who was in pain everywhere? She narrowed her eyes and observed Yen Han for 2 seconds, somewhat suspecting that he was lying to her and simply didn't want her to find Su Qing. Yen Han didn't notice that he had been exposed in the slightest, and was taking the mop to dry all the water stains in the toilet, checking it twice more before walking back with confidence. Yen Han looked at Jiang Bo's eyes and felt a bit puzzled. Why are you looking at me like this? Chapter 186, Lying to Me. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes and looked at him measuringly. Your body really hasn't recovered well? Yen Han realized that it was not good, and hurriedly pretended to be soft. Really, a wife, how do you doubt me? I just saw that you were in danger, so I rushed over all at once. I'm so dizzy now. With that said, Yen Han covered his forehead and collapsed onto Jiang Bei's shoulder, pretending to be in great pain. But Jiang Ren didn't look like it was true in any way. She nodded and said, then you lie here and get some rest. I'm going to use the restroom. Yen Han nodded repeatedly as he lay on the bed. Jiang Yan walked to the bathroom door, looked back at Yen Han, pretended not to stand steadily, screamed sharply, and made a gesture to fall down. Seeing this, Yen Han directly jumped up and rushed to Jiang Yan's side in 3 steps. Jiang Yan stood up straight and looked at him with a smile on her face. Yen Han silently said in his heart, finished. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ren sat on the sofa, with Yen Han standing in front of her. She opened her mouth and asked, tell me, since when did you start pretending? From the time you said you were going to Su Qing's place. Jiang Yan glared at him, then you've been lying to me from the beginning. Yen Han didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Ren nodded, good, very good. Jiang Bei got up and went upstairs to change into a set of clothes, carrying her bag and about to leave. Yen Han pulled her back, pull back, don't go, I just want you to stay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. Jiang. Jiang Ren let him take her hand without turning around or looking at him. Honey, please, you can punish me all you want, but don't leave, okay? Jiang Ren turned to look at him, you can cheat me all you want, but you can't joke about your health condition. Do you know I'm worried about you? Yen Han lowered his head, not daring to speak. He also knew that he had pissed people off when he saw how serious Jiang Bing was, so he could only coax them slowly. He tried to ask cautiously, then can I go find you? Jiang Bing clasped his hands to his chest and snorted coldly, humph, you can come back when I've lost my temper. After saying that, Jiang Yan turned around and left without any lingering. But just after walking out not 2 steps, Jiang Ren turned back again. Yen Han's eyes lit up, stepped forward 2 steps to Jiang Bing. Bing Bing, I knew it, you can't give up. The words were interrupted by Jiang Bing. Remember to pick up little Tuanzi from school at night. He needs a glass of warm milk every night before he goes to bed. Warm it up before he takes a bath. He can drink it right after he takes a bath. Let him go to bed at 10 o'clock on time. He can fall asleep by telling him 2 fairy tales in general. He will be able to fall asleep if he goes to class at 9 o'clock in the morning. He needs to remember to wake him up at 8. Jiang Bei instructed a whole lot of things about Xiao Duanzi. Su Qing's place is too far from his kindergarten, driving an hour and a half to get there. These 2 days first Xiao Duanzi to you. Yen Han listened attentively for half a day. Jiang Yan didn't say anything about him. He couldn't help but feel a little lost. He lowered his eyelashes and nodded. Jiang Bing still instructed as he left. You have to remember to take your medicine on time. If you don't get yourself well, I won't come back. Yen Han's eyes lit up and he raised his head to look at Jiang Bing expectantly. Jiang Yan did not dare to look directly into his eyes, afraid that she would be soft again, so she simply turned around and left. She wouldn't see Yen Han until her anger subsided. Jiang Yan drove herself directly to Su Qing's house. Su Qing is still at home to catch up on sleep, was a knock on the door to wake up. She got up, annoyed, thump, thump to go to open the door to see the backpack dressed in gorgeous standing outside the door. Jiang Bing was a bit shocked to see her sleepy eyes. Why are you still sleeping? Big sis, I just got back from a business trip this morning and I'm still catching up on my sleep, so keep your voice down and pack your stuff. I'm going to keep catching up on my sleep. Su Qing felt that after Yan Han's illness had been recuperated and the misunderstanding between the two of them had been cleared up, Jiang Bo naturally came to her to pack her bags and prepare to go home, so after she finished speaking she finished and walked towards the bedroom on her own. But Jiang Ren spoke up. Who told you I'm here to pack? Jiang Yan walked to the sofa and sat down gracefully. You're not here to pack, what are you doing here? Yan Han and I haven't made up yet, so I'll have to come stay with you for a few days. Why? Aren't all your misunderstandings cleared up? Jiang Yan took a sip of water before saying nonchalantly, he knew I was going to move in with you and lie to me with the excuse that he wasn't feeling well, so I'm going to wait for the anger to subside before I go back. So am I a part of your two-play? Jiang Bing's expression feigned shock. How could you think that? Of course you're not a baby, you're my big baby. Su Qing didn't appreciate it in the slightest and directly rolled her eyes. Scram, you play by yourself? I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. Jiang Yan skimmed her mouth, and just as Su Qing was about to enter the bedroom, she suddenly stopped her. Ugh, Qing Chung. Su Qing turned his head, an impatient expression of having something to say quickly on his face. Jiang Bing had a gossipy expression. What is that song Wen Jing's relationship with you? Su Qing was puzzled. What relationship? I'm just an ordinary friend. What else could it be? Jiang Yan shook her head. TSK, ordinary friends don't look at you in this way, he's obviously interested in you. Jiang Bing even winked ambiguously at Su Qing after he finished speaking. Su Qing gave her a blank look. Don't you think nonsense? It's just a common friend, what relationship can it have? Pull yourself together. That day Lu Hanshu looked at him like he was trying to stare a hole through him. Su Qing was puzzled. Why? Jiang Yan shook her head. Everyone can see it, only you can't see it yourself. That Song Wen Jing is just interested in you. Su Qing thought for a moment, then it seems to make sense if you say that, because yesterday Lu Hanshu went to the capital city to look for me. As soon as Jiang Yan heard this, she immediately became energized. He went to look for you? Quickly, expand on that. It was that night when he asked me to come back saying he wanted to talk to me about a partnership. I thought he was having a nervous breakdown, but it turned out that he arrived in the capital at 2 in the morning, and the next day after he talked to me about the partnership, we came back on the same flight. Xing Chang. He's so obvious, can't you see anything? Didn't think anything of it, but it seems pretty obvious when you say it like that. Yeah, he just still likes you, afraid that you and Song Wen Jing go out alone do not feel at ease. I said that day after you left how he left in a flurry of fire. The feelings are to go thousands of miles to chase love. But the two of us are particularly conflicted, although both want to make up, but both do not say. He felt that I was seamless before. I think I do not deserve him, coupled with his family's block. So many years have passed he still refuses to come home. Egu, don't you internalize it. You have to have the sense of being worthy. If he really wants to marry you, he'll take care of all these things. If he can't even take care of these things, then he's not worth trusting his life with. Su Qing bowed his head and thought for a moment and nodded. You have a point. Su Qing let out a big yawn. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to bed. I'm so sleepy. You play by yourself. Oh, there you go. After Su Qing went to bed, Jiang. Chapter 187, Stalking. A full body burns 60%. Cannot see the original appearance of the person sitting in the driver's seat, eyes viciously staring at Jiang Bei. That Primera. Gu Ming had been squatting outside the neighborhood where Jiang Yan and Yan Han lived, but because the security there was too strong, he hadn't been able to find a chance to get in, so he had been squatting at the entrance of the neighborhood no matter what time of the day or night, until this morning, when he saw that Jiang Yan drove out of the neighborhood by herself, and that's when he hurriedly followed him up. When the fire on the cruise ship burned all of him, at that time, he almost died, or the bloodthirsty will save him up. He lay in the hospital for a whole month before he could get out of bed, but when he saw the news of Yan Han on the TV, he guessed that he must have gotten rid of the poison, or else he couldn't have lived up to the present time. Gu Ming's heart is not willing. He turned into this kind of ghost. Why are the two of them still so happy in their lives? Gu Ming was just discharged from the hospital 2 days ago, so that the bloodthirsty will give him a brand new identity. He can enter the territory of the state of China. Otherwise, if he appeared in the identity of Gu Ming, less than half an hour will be arrested. Yan Han has long since put him in the ranks of the most wanted criminals, but also thanks to this burns to make him simply not see the original appearance, which also provides a great deal of convenience for his operations. Jiang Yan went to the largest supermarket near her home. Due to the downtown area, Gu Ming is not very good hands, so he dressed himself up tightly, all the way to the tail Jiang Yan, looking for the opportunity to strike. Until Jiang Yan finished her shopping and got back into the car, Gu Ming hadn't found the right opportunity to make his move, but he wasn't in a hurry at all. Now that he was in the dark and others were in the light, he was enjoying this feeling. Just on the way back, passing by the former Gu's building, where it has long been abandoned, the building also hung a for sale banner. Gu Ming see this heart is not good. He had previously paid attention to the news. Gu's father and mother had long thought he was dead, all day in tears, To give him a funeral also did not have a business leader dared to go. If you go is undoubtedly in the declaration of war with the yen, so his funeral exceptionally cold. The white hair to send the black hair of Goo's father and mother to face the media interviews are also full of Haggard. The family's mansion and luxury cars, including the company, are all sold to offset the debt. The life of the Goo's father and mother did not live a hard life outside. The Goo's father and mother rented a 40-something square feet of a small house, barely living day to day. Ming looked at it with guilt in his heart, but there was no way he could go back to see them, and it would even bring them more trouble, so it would be easier to just let them think he was dead. Thinking of these, Ming looked at the front of the car of Jiang Bo's eyes became scarlet, and the hatred in his eyes was more dense. All the way to the entrance of the neighborhood, Jiang Bei parked the car on the side of the road and took out his cell phone to call Su Qing. Hey, Qing, are you awake? Just woke up, just washing up. That's just right, I went to buy some daily necessities in the morning, now just come back in front of the neighborhood, you come out, sister, to take you to dinner. Hearing that there was a meal she could dabble with, Su Qing sped up her washing. 5 minutes, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan leaned back on the seatback and swiped her cell phone. Ming looked at the smile on her face from the other side of the room and found it particularly piercing. Why did he turn into such a ghost and they were still able to live such a happy life? Why did they lose nothing? Why? All of this is the reason why. A little man's voice in his head kept screaming, crash it, and you'll be relieved and your revenge will be avenged, crash it. Ming's eyes widened, his hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins rippled on his forehead, and his lips trembled as he tried his hardest to ignore the voice in his head, but it grew louder and louder, as if it was going to tear his soul apart. Kill her! Kill her! The thought echoed in his mind, preventing him from thinking about anything else. Ming's eyes became more and more ferocious, full of killing intent and hatred as he stared dead ahead, with only one thought in his mind, kill her. Just then, his foot unconsciously stepped on the gas and the car lurched forward. Su Qing, just out of the cell door, saw Jiang Bo's car, excitedly waved his hand towards her. Jiang Bo also rolled down the window and greeted her, but at this moment Su Qing saw that the car in front of Jiang Bo speeding towards, a little bit of braking signs are not there. She hastened to shout loudly, Bo, be careful. But the distance was too far away, Zhang Bing could only see her lips moving, and couldn't hear what she was saying at all. When Zhang Bian in the front to see the car toward her at great speed, everything is too late. Only heard a loud bang, the two cars ruthlessly collided with each other. Ming's car stopped instantly, while Zhang Bei's car was knocked far away and tumbled a few times before coming to a stop. Ming's head hit the steering wheel so hard that blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision. But he did not stop, but continued to step on the gas, rushed to Zhang Bei's car. He pushed Zhang Bei's car toward the front of the car and walked a good distance before stopping. He, due to excessive injuries and bleeding, the scene in front of his eyes are blurred by blood. See, everything is blurred, and more tired, as if he is about to fall asleep. Chapter 188, Car Accident. As the car approached, Zhang Bei saw the appearance of the person in the driver's seat through the window, and although the man was covered in burns and could barely be seen in his original form, Zhang Bei was almost instantly certain that he was Ming. Zhang Bo has not yet had time to react. In front of a burst of heaven and earth, the whole car was knocked out. Although the airbag popped out in time, but Zhang Bo's head was still heavy on the glass, she fainted directly. And Ming is not much better, he had not yet recovered his body, still very weak, coupled with the loss of blood, the scene in front of him became more and more blurred, eyelids also more and more heavy, until completely closed. Su Qing stood by the side and witnessed the whole thing. She rushed over and called Yan Han as she ran. Yan Han is in the study in the online search for wife-chasing skills, serious in the small book to make notes. Heard the phone rang, he thought it was Jiangbin, back to the heart, excited to pick up. The results, see not Jiangbin, phone some lost. The mood is a little annoyed to pick up. Which one? Su Qing panicked, her hands and feet were cold, her hands were shaking as she held the cell phone, her voice carrying a heavy sobbing tone. As soon as he heard Su Qing's state, Yan Han felt that something was wrong, and directly stood up from his chair, picking up the coat hanging on the side and heading towards the door. As soon as he talked about things related to Zhang Bing, he was extra patient. Take your time, what happened to her, Bing? Su Qing's crying couldn't be suppressed. She could only try her best to let Yan Han understand her words. Bian, she had a car accident. Someone deliberately hit her. Yan Han's pupils tightened violently, he clutched the cell phone in his hand tightly, his fingers trembled slightly due to overexertion, the knuckles were even flushed with white. Where are you guys now? In front of the neighborhood. I'll get someone there right now, you guys stay there and don't move. After making the arrangements, Yan Han hesitantly asked, Bian, is she okay now? He didn't know the situation over there, and he didn't know exactly how Jiang Ren's injuries were. A heart seemed to be hanging in midair, he was afraid of hearing bad news, and all sorts of horrific scenarios kept surfacing in his mind, making his heart beat more and more violently. Each beat seemed to carry a stabbing pain, gripping his chest tightly, causing him to feel unbearable pain. And as his heartbeat intensified, his breathing became more and more rapid, as if there was an invisible force pressing on his chest, making him breathless. Su Qing's sobbing couldn't be suppressed any longer, pulling her back. She's hurt very badly. Yan Han's heart was completely seized up, the heart is followed by pain. I will immediately send people over, you first put to a safe place to wait a while, immediately. Good.
After hanging up the phone, Su-ching came right next to Jiang Bo. Due to the speed of the car, the two cars drove out to go a good distance, all the way to the glass debris and falling car parts. Jiang Bo's body has a lot of abrasions and small cuts by the glass, clothes are drenched in blood. Due to excessive blood loss and head impact, Jiang Bo is now unconscious. Su-ching smelled a gasoline smell only after he approached, and only when he looked back did he realize that the fuel tank had ruptured, and was flowing gasoline outward, and the car was about to explode. Su-ching's eyes widened as he sped up his movements to unbuckle Jiang Bei's seatbelt, dragging her hurriedly out of the area. Before she left, she glanced at the opposite driver's seat. Due to the man's extensive burns, Su-ching did not recognize who the person in front of her was, but only felt that he looked familiar. But at the moment she did not have time to think about it, she only glanced at it and retracted her sight, hurriedly carrying Jiang Run to withdraw to a safe distance. Guming blurred to see Jiang Bian lying there covered in blood, satisfied hooked the corner of his lips. Even if he goes to hell, but also to pull a cushion, he also seems to know that he cannot, calmly and slowly closed his eyes. Su-ching had just walked out a short distance carrying Jiang Bo when she heard a deafening explosion from behind her. She turned around to look, only to see the car instantly engulfed in a blazing fire, the flames rising into the sky and forming a huge fireball. Immediately afterward, rolling smoke rose up like a black dragon, quickly filling the air and shrouding the entire area in darkness. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the area like a gale, carrying with it a searing heat and a powerful force. Su-ching only felt a wave of heat coming over him, almost toppling him to the ground. She hurriedly hugged Jiang Bei tightly, blocking her with her body so that Jiang Bei wouldn't be harmed. After Yan Han hung up the phone, he called the police chief. He almost yelled out, "Now immediately have the police cars open up the road. Go to Yuan He neighborhood to pick up someone. There was a car accident there. Immediately send my wife to the First People's Hospital. I'll only give you 10 minutes, but if anything goes wrong with her, none of you can escape." The police chief did not know how Yan Han was so angry, and hurriedly promised, "Okay Mr. Yan, we will leave immediately." Yan Han did not respond to him, directly hung up the phone, and asked the First People's Hospital to prepare the best doctors and wards waiting in front of the hospital, arranging everything before he got in the driver's seat and took off. Along the way Yan Han gas pedaled to the end, unimpeded, encountered a red light as also regardless of the car next to see his speed so fast also want to curse, but see his limited edition Rolls Royce and even the number of the license plate, but also know that cannot afford to mess with the big man, can only have to give way to the way. Chapter 189 Resuscitation. Su-ching sat on the side of the road carrying Jiangren, looking in shock at the ruins that were sending rolling smoke into the sky, her mind constantly searching for memories of that driver, and she suddenly came up with the idea that that person was Gu Ming. I heard Jiang Bing say before that Gu Ming escaped when the cruise ship exploded at sea, and now I think that the person whose face was completely burned by the fire should be him. The wounds on Jiang Bei's body were bleeding more than Su-ching took his own clothes and pressed Jiang Bei's wounds to help her stop bleeding, and kept patting her. "Bei, you open your eyes and look at me. It's going to be okay, don't go to sleep first." But Jiang Bo did not give her any response, just lying quietly in her arms. Su-ching was anxious and kept calling out Jiang Bo's name, hoping that she would respond to her. However, Jiang Bei's eyes were still shut tightly, and she didn't move at all. Su-ching's voice began to tremble, and she couldn't help but shed tears. She hugged Jiang Bing tightly, as if this would keep her alive. And because this is in the back door of the neighborhood, passing pedestrians are few and far between, others see the rolling smoke here are all detour away. So she now only hoped that Yan Han can quickly arrive. 2 minutes later, though, a siren sounded in the distance, growing louder. Su-ching turned his head to look over, only to see 2 motorcycles flashing red and blue police lights and blaring their sirens as they drove ahead. Right behind them was a black Cayenne, heading this way at breakneck speed. The Cayenne's body lines were smooth, and the window glass reflected the sunlight. The wheels spun rapidly, raising a cloud of dust. Su-ching's eyes lit up as if she had seen hope. Yan Han was not in the car. He rushed over from home. The fastest will take half an hour. He was afraid of delaying the best rescue time for Jiangren, so he arranged the nearest person to drive immediately to Jiangren to the hospital. Cayenne stopped in front of them. The 3 bodyguards immediately get off. A person and Su-ching together to put Jiang Bo in the car. The other 2 stayed in the place of the incident. Survey are arranged properly after a few people redrive the vehicle to the hospital rushed to. There was a private doctor of Yan Han's who was temporarily arranged in the car. She roughly examined Jiang Bei's injuries, made a simple bandage, and said towards the driver, "Miss Jiang's injuries are too serious. There are many big and small wounds on her body, and now the preliminary judgment is that the loss of blood has caused a coma, and it needs to be rushed to the hospital for a blood transfusion to be done." "Okay, we'll do it as soon as we can." Su-ching heard the doctor's words on the side and broke down even more. She could only clutch Jiang Yan's hand tightly. "Yan, be strong. We'll be at the hospital soon. You must hold on." At this moment, the clothes on both of them were all drenched in blood, and their hands were also covered in dried blood, but Su-ching didn't care at all, and clutched Jiang Bei's hand tightly, wanting to feel her body temperature. There was a police car in front to open the road, the way a few people unimpeded, only 10 minutes to arrive at the hospital. Since Yan Han had explained everything beforehand, a few people had just arrived at the entrance of the hospital when a doctor came over.
Coincidentally, at this time, Yen Han also rushed over. He pushed open the door to get out of the car, and what he saw was such a scene. Jiang Bian was lying lifelessly covered in blood on the hospital bed, above which a nurse had been giving her CPR, while the doctors talked about her condition and prepared to send her to the operating room. This scene to Yen Han brought a huge impact. He froze in place for a long time, cannot return to God. Obviously the morning is still with him, pampered angry girl. How now, covered in blood lying in the hospital bed. Yen Han's feet are like nailed in place, do not dare to walk up to. When the nurse pushed Jiang Bei and hurriedly rushed to the rescue room, Yen Han came back to his senses and hurriedly chased after him. Doctors were communicating with each other about the patient's condition, and Yen Han clutched Jiang Yan's hand tightly. Open your eyes and look at me, promise me that you must wake up, okay? I've held on, no matter how difficult it is, you must hold on, okay? Su Qing followed behind Yen Han with a tear-stained face, looking at Jiang Bei on the hospital bed, silently praying for her in her heart. When they reached the door of the ward, the nurse stopped the two of them. The two of you can't go into the operating room. We'll come and inform you as soon as there's a situation, so please be patient. The nurse didn't wait for the two to answer when she finished, closing the door to the operating room and hurrying toward it. Yen Han looked at the operation, 3 big words lit up. Can only stand in front of the ward quietly waiting, but cannot do anything, which makes him feel unusually irritable. Not a moment later, Zuolin rushed over, seeing Mr. Yen covered in bloodstains. He could guess what had happened. He cautiously walked forward, bowed his head and respectfully said, Mr. Yen, who's that guy? The person who drove the car into Madam was Gu Ming. Yen Han secretly gritted his teeth when he heard this name. He had guessed that it was him on the way here. He had thought that Gu Ming would look for him to take revenge. Yen Han didn't think that he would go directly to Jiang Bing. Where's the video? Here it is. Zuolin handed over the tablet he was holding in his hand, and what was displayed on it was the surveillance of the road where Jiang Bei had an accident. He watched the entire surveillance frame by frame, without blinking his eyes for fear of missing any important details. When he saw the two cars colliding, his eyes reddened and his heart clenched up, as if pinched by an invisible hand, so painful that he couldn't breathe. After watching the entire video, Yen Han closed his eyes and took a deep breath in an effort to calm his emotions as he reopened his eyes and asked in a low voice through clenched teeth, "Where is Gu Ming?" His voice carried a hint of coldness that made people shiver. The people around him felt the powerful aura emanating from him, and they knew that although Yen Han looked calm at the moment, he was actually in a state of violent rage. Zuolin replied, Gu Ming was seriously injured when the ship exploded. Before, he hadn't recovered from the extensive burns on his body, and this time he lost too much blood and passed out directly in the driver's seat, so he didn't manage to escape when the car exploded, and when our people found him, all that was left of him was a burnt and charred corpse, and it was only through DNA comparison that we were able to determine that it was Gu Ming. Yen Han let out a cold laugh. That's really cheap for him. If I remember correctly, although their family's company collapsed, there are still quite a few branches of their family running the company, and they're even doing well. Zuolin heard what Yen Han meant and directly agreed. Okay, Mr. Yen, I know what to do. Well, you have 3 days to do it. Okay, Mr. Words. After Zuolin left, Yen Han resumed his original posture, standing motionless in front of the operating room, like a statue. And Su Qing sat aside not far from the stool, kept shedding tears. She was blaming herself. If she went out earlier as not it can be. If she did not go back to make up, sleep has been at home to accompany Jiang Bo as not, it would not have happened. So things. She thought of a million possibilities in her mind, but none of them would help. It had happened, they could only think of how to fix it now. Just as Su Qing was still blaming herself, there was a sudden burst of messy footsteps at the corridor. Luhan Snapdragon hurriedly rushed to the body of the suitor. Some wrinkles, looks like all the way to run over. To see the words of cold breath have not yet gasped. Opened his mouth to ask, how are they people? Su Qing have something to do? Of course there was no way that Yen Han could answer him, pretending that there was no such person as him. Luhan Snap's heart was burning with anxiety, and when he turned around, his afterglow caught a glimpse of Su Qing, who was sitting not far away, also covered in blood, not knowing whether it was someone else's or her own. He hurriedly walked over and grabbed her shoulders and anxiously said, Qing, are you alright? Are you hurt? Chapter 190, Critical Illness Notification. Su Qing only then came back to her senses from the shock. Probably out of spiritual dependence, she saw Luhan Snapdragon as if she had finally seen someone she could rely on, and wantonly allowed herself to cry out, Luhan Snapdragon. Luhan Snapdragon. Pull her, she's left a lot of blood. She covered her face and cried in pain, it's all my fault. If I had stayed with her instead of going to bed in the morning, wouldn't something have happened to her? Lu Honshu looked at Su Qing, and unspeakable pain welled up in his heart. It felt like there was an invisible hand gripping his heart tightly, making him almost unable to breathe. He uncontrollably took Su Qing into his arms and patted her back. It's okay, Qing. It's not your fault, even if it's averted this time around. As long as Gu Ming doesn't remove it completely, he'll always be looking for an opportunity to do something about it. Su Qing buried her head in Luhan Snapdragon's arms, crying uncontrollably. Tears and snot all rubbed on his clothes, and Luhan Snapdragon did not have half a complaint, just so quietly accompany her. Yen Han stood motionless in front of the operating room, cold as ice and frost. To the things happening outside, he now only Jiang Bo in his heart,
if one of the two of them is destined to have something to do, then he would rather die for Jiang Bo. He does not want to let Jiang Bo have an accident. In fact, this matter is all his fault. If he died with Gu Ming on the cruise ship that day, it will not give him the opportunity to take revenge, and will not be in trouble. Yan Han was drowned by hatred, hated to make Gu Ming resurrected in tightly clenched fists, until the nails to the palms of the hands are scratched out. Blood marks also do not care. It wasn't until the door to the operating room was opened and a small nurse with an anxious face shouted, "Who is the patient's family?" Yan Han's heart was seized up, fearing that what he got was bad news. His dry and hoarse voice rang out, "I am." Perhaps because he hadn't spoken for too long, his voice became hoarse and low, as if it had been roughly sandpapered. Each word carried a heavy breath, as if it had been squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Su Qing immediately lifted her head from Lu Hanchu's arms and walked towards the entrance of the operating room. "Doctor, how is she doing? Is she out of danger?" The nurse lady anxiously said, "The patient's condition is very bad. The right little arm is severely fractured. There is a large amount of stasis in the skull, compressing the brain nerves. The situation is not optimistic now. We need the family to sign a critical notice." When Yan Han heard the last 5 words, his brain went blank and he forgot to react for a moment. Su Qing's eyes instantly reddened again. At this time, in the ward came out another small nurse holding a few pieces of paper in her hand and said, "Patient's family, sign the critical notice quickly, don't delay the surgical process." Yan Han had a ringing in his ears, unable to hear the outside world, and even his voice began to tremble as he spoke. "What did you say? Sign?" What the nurse said he did not hear a word, only to see her mouth open and close. Yan Han's attention was attracted to the paper, critical notice, 5 big words. The bottom of his eyes filled with blood, his eyes became red, he reached out and snatched the piece of paper, tore it to shreds, and directly raised it in the air as he roared, "What kind of bull asterisk notice, I won't sign it. The person must be saved for me. If anything happens to Jiang Yan, your hospital won't be able to do anything." The nurse lady was startled. Since they have been working, they have never seen such a patient's family. For a moment they did not dare to speak. The head of the anesthesiology department, who had just finished removing the anesthetics on the side, came back and saw this scene, and hurriedly came forward and said, "I'm sorry, General Manager Yan, we'll definitely do our best to save Madam." Before the director could finish his sentence, Yan Han directly interrupted him, "Then why don't you hurry up and get in?" The director of the anesthesia room hurriedly left with the 2 nurses. He didn't want to mess with Yan Han, the cold-faced king of hell. After the 3 left he said towards the 2 little nurses, "That's Mr. Yan, the president of the Yan group, the one inside is his wife. This kind of thing has to let the dean step in. He's not something we can afford to mess with." The 2 only then realized, secretly glad that they did not continue to go up to exhort, or suffer as their own. A few people finished and then rushed to the operating room. Yan Han took out his cell phone and called Zhuo Lin. "No matter what method you use, immediately summon all the most authoritative and top brain doctors in the country to come over. Be sure to arrive within 2 hours. Zhuo Lin also guessed something when he heard Yan Han's anxious tone and hurriedly responded, "Yes, Mr. Yan, I'll do it now." Zhuo Lin moved very quickly. Because almost all of the top experts in the country are in the capital city, Zhuo Lin arranged a special car to transport them, and soon received the experts to the First People's Hospital. Zhuo Lin brought them to the entrance of the operating room, and when he was on the way he opened his mouth and instructed, "Everyone, the patient inside is General Manager Yan's wife, so it's imperative to ensure the patient's safety, please." The doctors didn't dare to jump to conclusions without seeing the patient's real condition, but simply replied, "We'll do our best." Yan Han's voice was a little shaky as he spoke, "My wife is counting on you guys. Please make sure to get her out of danger. No matter what you guys need, as long as I, Yan Mao, can give it up, I'm absolutely obliged to do so." However, a few doctors still wouldn't easily promise anything, and could only say in a businesslike tone, "Mr. Yan, we'll do our best." After saying that, a few people walked into the operating room together after signaling towards Yan Han with their eyes. Doctors in the operating room are operating to see the various experts gathered is also a bit surprised, once again intuitively recognize the financial strength of the word cold. After the doctors had all gone in, Lu Hanchu turned towards Su Qing and said, "Jiang Bei doesn't know when she'll be able to come out yet, so you should go back first and take a shower and change your clothes." Su Qing's mental state wasn't very good this afternoon, and Lu Hanchang was really a bit worried about her, which is why he wanted her to do something else to distract herself. But Su Qing shook her head. She had been blaming herself, and now it was even more impossible for her to leave Jiang Bing by herself. Lu Hanchu could only advise, "Yan Han is here, he won't let anything happen to Jiang Bei, let's go back and take a shower and come back soon, huh?" Su Qing's expression was a bit loose. Right now she was covered in blood and her hands were all covered in blood that had already solidified. When she saw this she would think back to the scene where Jiang Bing had just been in a car accident, causing her heart to palpitate. In the end, Su Qing could only agree and followed Lu Hanchu back home. All the way Su Qing was quietly looking out the window, her eyes glazed over, and she basically ignored Lu Hanchu when he spoke to her. Lu Hanchu had no choice but to drive her home as fast as he could, but he was really relieved to see her and insisted on going upstairs with her. Su Qing did not refuse or agree, and just let him follow her. Chapter 191, Strawberry Bear.
Su Qing entered the house without closing the door. Lu Hanchuan followed her in and got his first look at the original appearance of her house. Su Qing's house was decorated by her in a very cozy way, but Lu Hanchuan wasn't in the mood to appreciate it right now. Today Su Qing had suffered such a big shock, he was worried that she was in a bad state. He quickly walked 2 steps to catch up with her and pulled Su Qing's hand. Xing Qing. Su Qing looked up at him. Why don't you grab a change of clothes and go take a shower first? I'll wait for you in the living room, just call me if you need anything. Su Qing didn't say anything, nodded and headed for the bedroom without a trace of emotion, like a puppet on strings. Lu Hanchu watched her enter the bathroom before he walked out and sat down on the sofa, and only then did he have time to start surveying Su Qing's room. The coffee table, the corridor were put on the vegetation, it looked cozy and nice, until his remaining light glanced at a pink strawberry bear that had lost one of its eyes placed on the top of the TV cabinet. Maybe because of too much time, that strawberry bear was a little bit faded, but it was still placed on the TV cabinet by Su Qing. Luhan Snapdragon looked more and more familiar, suddenly his pupils shrink. He remembered the university period Su Qing very much like strawberry bears. Just before the rise of that period, Su Qing bought a lot of peripheral. That day they watched a movie out, just to see a doll machine, which are strawberry bears. Su Qing asked him to give her to clip up. Perhaps the machine's clips are too loose, resulting in his clip many times have nothing until the last coin into the A coin. He only gave Su Qing clip up a strawberry bear with missing eyes. Luhan Snapdragon does not want her to get it defective. Directly take her to the mall to buy 2 strawberry bears. He didn't realize that after so many years, Su Qing still had this doll on the TV stand at home. Su was just about to come out of the shower after cleaning himself, but he suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his belly, followed by a burst of scarlet liquid running down the center of his leg. Su Qing hurriedly turned on the hot water, rinsed herself clean, rummaged through the locker but could not find the anti-napkins, guessing that they should have already been used up before she could buy them. She thought of Luhan Snapdragon sitting outside and was too embarrassed to open her mouth towards him. But she couldn't really get out herself, so after struggling for a long time she still whispered, Luhan Snapdragon? Are you still there? Luhanchu had been paying attention to the movements over here. Even though Su Qing's voice was small, he still noticed it at the first time. He quickly walked over and asked, I'm here Qing Qing, what's wrong? So, I'm coming with that whatchamacallit, can you go get me a pack of tampons? Luhan Snap understood that Su Qing's physiological period had arrived. He instructed, good, I'll help you go buy it now. You're in there all the time rushing hot water don't catch a cold. Su Qing responded, okay, I know. Getting an answer, Lu Hanchu took Su Qing's key and opened the door to go out. To the convenience store downstairs, Luhan Snapdragon lightly took a few packs of different brands of day and night use and sleeping pants, each type of buy, because when he was in college he helped Su Qing buy these things, so now he is also extraordinarily familiar with it, and went to buy ginger and brown sugar, and then bought 2 packs of baby warmers before going to the silver counter to settle the bill. When the little girl at the cashier's counter saw that such a handsome man as Lu Hanchu was still thoughtful enough to help his girlfriend buy this kind of thing, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times, wanting to strike up a conversation, so she hesitantly opened her mouth and asked, handsome man, are you buying these for your girlfriend? Lu Hanchu looked up at her and said expressionlessly, or else I'll use it myself? The other party knew he had said the wrong thing, made a blush, and stopped talking. Luhan Snapdragon also does not care, after checking out carrying things hurriedly rushed back. Su Qing stayed in the bathroom for a while, but finally put on her clothes, patted some toilet paper and came out, boiled herself a cup of hot water, and sat on the sofa with the cup in her arms, waiting for Lu Hanso. Luhan Snapdragon came in to see such a scene, Su Qing wearing a set of white cotton pajamas sitting on the sofa, because the weather is not yet very cold, so she wore short-sleeved shorts, her hair is soft and smooth hanging down on her shoulders, good behavior is not like words. Lu Hanchu walked over and didn't resist reaching out to rub her hair, asking softly, why did you come out? Didn't want to be in the bathroom. Patted up with some toilet paper and came out. Luhan Snapdragon didn't say anything else and took out a packet of sanitary napkins from the bag and handed it to her. Quickly go inside and change into a set of pajamas, don't catch a cold. Su Qing nodded, took the sanitary napkin and headed for the bathroom. Luhan Snapdragon, on the other hand, took ginger and brown sugar to the kitchen. He remembered that Su Qing will have menstrual cramps every physiological period, but if you can pay attention to keep warm, it will be much better. So before, when he and Su Qing were still together, every time he would give her boiled brown sugar water. When he was boiling brown sugar water for Su Qing, he suddenly thought of something, and the movements in his hand stopped, taking out his cell phone and dialing over to a doctor friend he knew. Lu Hanchuan's hand holding the phone was a little trembling. Without waiting for the other to speak, he spoke up hurriedly and asked, let me ask you, does a pregnant person not have a physical period? Yes, normally speaking, but it's normal to see a little bit of red if there are problems like emotional ups and downs. So there won't be a normal period as usual, is there? Yes, it is, but why are you asking? Luhan Snapdragon looked like he was hit by a huge surprise, which meant that for such a long time, he was the one who misunderstood. Moreover, Su Qing also placed the dolls that the two of them had caught together before. Did it prove that Su Qing hadn't let go of him either? Lu Hanchu was so happy that he didn't answer the other person's words and just hung up the phone. When Su Qing had finished organizing herself and came out, Luhan Snap's brown sugar water happened to be ready, and he greeted her by asking her to hurry and drink it while it was still hot.
Chapter 192, Brown Sugar and Ginger Tea.
It was only when Su Chang walked towards him that he noticed the reddish patch on Su Qing's knee, and even the slightest bit of blood oozing outwards. Lu Hanshu couldn't care less for a moment, directly pulling her into a chair and sitting down, anxiously saying, "What's going on here? Why didn't you say anything before?" Su Qing looked down at her knee. She had only just realized it. She hadn't even cared about herself before because the situation was too urgent. "It's probably a knock. I'm fine. I don't feel anything." But Lu Hanshu didn't feel the same way. Both knees were knocked through the skin. Even after taking a shower it was still oozing blood. If not treated properly it would easily get infected. He put the brown sugar ginger tea in front of Su Qing. "It was just boiled. Drink it while it's hot." With that, he headed toward the living room. He'd pretty much mapped out the layout of her house when Su Qing had just showered, and had seen that the medicine cabinet was under the TV cabinet. He walked back to the dining room with the medical kit, and Su Qing was a bit shocked when she saw it. "Isn't this the first time you've come to my house? How do you know where the medical kit is?" Luhan Snapdragon took out a cotton swab and dipped it in iodine vapors, didn't even lift his head, and said succinctly, "Just now you saw it when you took a shower." Su Qing wasn't talking and silently drank the brown sugar ginger tea. Lu Hanshu squatted in front of Su Qing, carefully wiping the wound for her, afraid of hurting her, and constantly blowing gently. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Su Qing looked down at the way he was seriously applying medicine for her, somewhat in a trance. The last time the two of them sat together calmly like this seemed like many, many years ago. Lu Hanshang was still so meticulous. As long as it was about her, all the details were well thought out by him, and a flash of time so many years had passed, the two of them were still like this, as if nothing had changed. Lu Hanshu carefully put on the medicine for Su Qing, put away the medicine box, got up and sat on the chair next to her, saw her distracted appearance, thought Su Qing was worried about Jiang Bo. He reached out and touched the bowl in front of her, said, "Drink quickly, it won't work if it's cold, I'll take you back to the hospital after drinking it." Su Qing retrieved her thoughts and nodded, cupping the bowl in front of her and starting to take small sips of ginger tea. Lu Hanshu just sat aside quietly looking at her. The atmosphere between the two was very harmonious. The whole picture is harmonious and beautiful. While Su Qing was drinking ginger tea, Lu Hanhwa went to the kitchen to cook 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles. Originally, Su Qing's heart was hung up on Jiang Bing and had little appetite, but when she saw Lu Hanhwa's vegetarian noodles, her stomach grumbled indomitably. Luhan Snapdragon knows that physiological period of the girl is the most fragile. If not eat properly, body nutrition cannot keep up. It is easy to hypoglycemia, and now do not know how the situation of Jiang Bian. It is likely to have to stay in the hospital for a night, so he directly to Su Qing cooked a bowl of noodles, so that she first patted the stomach. Su Qing quietly ate her noodles, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. Luhan Snapdragon came to her house, but he ended up doing this and that like a master. So after the two of them finished eating their noodles, Su Qing volunteered and stood up one step ahead of him, intending to go and wash the dishes. As a result, Luhan Snapdragon gently patted her hand away. "I'll do it, you go change, I'll take you to the hospital." Su Qing was a bit embarrassed. "No, I'll do it, it's a bit not very nice to let you do this and that." Luhan Snapdragon was exasperated and laughed. "Now you know it's not good? If you know it's bad you should take good care of yourself, don't have any accidents and be healthy." Su Qing lowered his head and didn't say anything. Luhan Snapdragon couldn't look at her like this, and softened his tone. "Okay, as long as I'm here you don't have to do anything, be good and go change clothes, we'll go to the hospital after I finish cleaning up." "Oh, got it." Su Qing felt a little strange. The previous Lu Hanso never said these words to her. The two stayed together and thanked God if they didn't quarrel. How come they spoke so bluntly now? But Su Qing didn't say anything, and after answering the question, she turned around and walked toward the bedroom. The words "in surgery" stayed on, and Yan Han waited outside the door. Chapter 193. Yan Han and the capital city of the best doctors have all invited, but the operating room is still delayed. He does not know the specific situation inside, can only be annoyed at the door pacing constantly. The heart of the fear is infinitely amplified, the heart seems to be tightly clenched, breathing is a little difficult. Zhuo Lin stood aside and watched. The heart is also not a taste, but there is nothing to do. When Lu Hanshu and Su Qing rushed over, what they saw was Yan Han, sitting alone on a stool outside the door of the operating room, his hands folded and his face sad. Su Qing walked over to Zhuo Lin's side and inquired, "How is Bian Bian?" Zhuo Lin shook his head. "Mr. Yan invited all the best doctors in the capital city over, and there's still no news." Su Qing's heart trembled. So many top doctors were in the operating room, and still no news after so long. The situation was definitely not optimistic. She walked in silence to the chair behind her and sat down, clasping her hands and praying over and over. Lu Hanshu also sat side by side with her and waited with her. It wasn't until after 3 a.m. that the words "in surgery" went out and the door to the operating room was pushed open from the inside. Yan Han immediately walked up. Because of the long time waiting, his legs and feet are a little numb. He did not stand steadily, staggered a little, or next to the Zhuo Lin quick eyes and hands to support him, only did not let him fall down head first. Zhuo Lin assisted Yan Han to walk up briskly as he anxiously said, "How is the situation?" The attending doctor took off his mask and said with a grim face, "The patient's condition is very bad, there are some bleeding problems in the internal organs, and due to the violent impact all the limbs have different degrees of fracture, and there is stasis in the skull, due to the patient's physical condition is very bad so it has taken a conservative treatment, and when the situation stabilizes in determining the need for an operation." Yen Han's heart, which had been slightly lowered, lifted up again and questioned, "What do you mean by the situation stabilizing? And when will the situation stabilize?" The attending doctor's face difficult, in fact, they have been examined, agreed that there is no need to carry out surgery. One is the patient's vital signs are weak after surgery is very likely to not recover, and the second is because the patient probability of not waking up, so they expressed a more euphemistic. The attending doctor, Dr. Wang, thought for a while before replying, "General Manager Yen, the lady's condition is very bad, we are now transferring her to the intensive care unit, and when she wakes up based on her recovery we will be able to judge whether or not to continue with the surgery." "So when will she wake up?" "This depends on the lady's physical condition and sense of survival, we have no way to give you an accurate answer." Yen Han now understood what they meant. "So, what you're saying is that there's a possibility that she'll never wake up?" Dr. Wang lowered his head and didn't say anything, which was equivalent to acquiescence. Yen Han instantly became furious. "What kind of bull ***** doctors are you all? Get lost. All of you, get out." Speech Chill waved them all away and stumbled over to the ICU. Su Qing heard the news, a burst of tinnitus outside, the sound she cannot hear, the mind is also a blank, the whole person did not stand still, almost fell to the ground, or Lu Han Snapdragon in time to help her, so that she leaned on his body. Su Qing's eyes were disoriented, his gaze lax and unfocused as he stared blankly at the ground. Lu Hanshu wrapped one arm around her shoulders and held her cold little hand tightly with the other in an attempt to bring her a little sense of security. "Qingqing, there's still hope, the doctor said that if she's in good physical condition, she'll still be able to wake up." Su Qing, the scene in front of her eyes gradually blurred, but also completely unable to hear what Lu Han Snapdragon is saying. She really cannot withstand this bad news, the whole person directly fainted. "Kyoshi! Qing!" Lu Hanshu saw Su Qing fainted, he could not care about anything, directly picked her up, rushed to the doctor's office. Yen Han arrived at the door of the intensive care unit, pushed open the door and walked in. The room was filled with the smell of disinfectant and the depressing atmosphere, making his mood heavier and heavier, and finally his gaze fell on the figure lying on the hospital bed. Jiang Bian was lying quietly, her body was filled with all kinds of tubes, as if she was bound by countless threads. Her face was as pale as paper, lifeless, and her eyes were tightly closed as if she was in a deep sleep. Yen Han's eyes moist, tears blurred vision, but he tried not to let them fall. He was thinking of his that day to see him in the resuscitation room is also this kind of heartache and helpless feeling. No wonder she will go to seek peace talisman to find a spiritual support. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Zhang Bei's cheek, feeling her faint breathing. Each touch carried endless tenderness and love, and he softly called out her name, his voice filled with pain. He hoped that she could hear it, and he also hoped that she could be as strong as he was last time and pull through. "Redeem. I'm coming," he muttered. Yen Han said softly, Bien, remember that time when you told me to be strong, even if it's hard, I have to get through it, this time it's my turn to ask you, okay? Please, no matter what, you have to persevere, okay?" He sat on the edge of the bed and held Zhang Bei's hand tightly, as if he could then pass his life force to her. Zhuo Lin stood in the doorway of the ward, quietly watching this scene. Before, when Mr. Yen was in a coma, the lady was also like this all the time to keep beside Mr. Yen, and now that the identity has been switched, it's still the same despairing. For the whole night, Yen Han just sat quietly beside Zhang Bei, talking to her from time to time, hoping that she could hear. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone in from outside the window, right on the hands of the two interlocked. Yen Han's fingers moved, his coarse thumb stroked the back of Zhang Bei's hand. He hadn't drank a single drop of water the whole night, his throat was dry as if it was going to smoke, and accompanied Zhang Bei to say a lot of words, and his lips began to become dry and flaky, so when he opened his mouth again his voice was as if it had been polished by sandpaper, husky, unbecoming. Bien, it's dawn, why don't you wake up? Wake up and look at me." Yen Han lifted Zhang Yan's hand and put it on his cheek, rubbing it over and over. At that moment, there was a knock on the ward door. Zhuo Lin walked over with the packed breakfast. "Mr. Yen, I ordered breakfast for you and brought the toiletries, so have a little bite." Yen Han quietly sat beside Zhang Bei's hospital bed, not sleeping all night. His eyes were covered with bloodshot, the dark circles under his eyes were extremely heavy, the two eye sockets were deeply sunken, he looked very haggard, the stubble also grew a large section overnight, the originally smooth chin became rough, a sharp contrast with his usual delicate and handsome image. But even so, he still didn't have the slightest intention of taking care of Zhuo Lin. Zhuo Lin persisted, "Mr. Yen, I just asked the doctor said that it will take a while for madam to wake up, and your body has just recovered. If you don't take care of your body, madam will have to worry about you again when she wakes up, and this will not be conducive to the recovery of your condition." Hearing this, only then did Yen Han's expression loosen a little. He grabbed Zhang Bei's hand and gently kissed the back of her hand, and looked at her deeply for a while before taking the things in Zhuo Lin's hand and walking into the bathroom. Yen Han, due to his worry about Jiang Bei's situation, stayed in the bathroom for less than 10 minutes before coming out, his entire body refreshed. He took the breakfast that Zhuo Lin had placed on the table and began to eat it. Zhuo Lin then relieved, he knew, not to move out the lady who cannot persuade General Manager Yen. Su Qing was in the ward next door and gradually woke up after being unconscious for a few hours. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was the clean white ceiling. She reacted for a while before remembering where she was. She immediately sat up and prepared to put on her shoes and get out of bed. Lu Hanchu, who had just returned from smoking, saw Su Qing putting on her shoes and heading out, and hurriedly stopped her. Where are you going in such a hurry? The doctor said that you have been malnourished for a while, often low blood sugar coupled with the shock, so that led to the coma. You now need to rest. Go back to lie down and do not move. Su Qing shook off her hand in a flash. Don't, I'm going to look for Bian. She hasn't woken up yet, and besides, with Yen Han accompanying her, why are you going to add to the chaos? Su Qing was a bit angry now. I'm going even if I have to sit outside. Get out of the way. Lu Hanchu knew that the two were very close, and also knew that he couldn't stop her, so he could only take a step back and persuade her. Okay, it's fine for me to get out of the way, but I'll let you go if you finish your breakfast first. Su Qing looked at him and didn't say anything. Her eyes were stubborn, without a hint that she was going to agree. Luhan Snapdragon knows her very well, knows that she is a stubborn bone. This time she eats softly but not hard, so soft voice to persuade. The doctor said that you were always hypoglycemic lately. I let the assistant in advance to bring the breakfast. You eat first and go to guard the Jiang, otherwise a moment you hypoglycemic fainted. The hard thing is you yourself still cannot take care of her, you say, right? Su Qing thought about it for a moment and felt that Lu Hanchu had a point. She had to wait until Jiang Bei woke up. Her physical strength must keep up, so she immediately sat back and picked up the porridge on the table and drank it. Lu Hanchuan sighed in relief and sat down across from her, keeping her company. Su Qing quickly finished her breakfast and rushed to Jiang Bei's hospital room. Seeing Jiang Bei quietly lying on the bed, Zuolin and Yen Han guarding the side, the whole hospital room only the heartbeat detector issued the drip sound. The atmosphere is very depressing. Dr. Wang also walked in with his entire team of doctors at this time, and when he saw Yen Han, he respectfully said, General Manager Yen, we've come to conduct an examination for Madam. Speech Chill didn't say anything, just took 2 steps backward. After the inspection, Yen Han said with a hint of hope, how is the situation? Dr. Wang shook his head, the situation is not good. If the lady does not wake up within this week, I am afraid. He couldn't go on with the latter words, but everyone in the room knew them by heart. A burst of scarlet sweetness welled up in Yen Han's throat. He closed his eyes and hardened them down. He waved his hand and said, I'll go out. Zlolin, yes, Mr. Yen. Zlolin took the people in the ward and walked out. Su Qing took 1 step and turned back 3 times to look at Jiang Bei, but also knew that he could not do anything, but could only follow Zlolin to walk out, sitting on a chair outside the ward, and has been guarding Jiang Bei. After everyone left, only Yen Han and Jiang Bei were left in the large hospital room, and the atmosphere seemed even more dead. Yen Han clutched Jiang Yan's hand tightly. Baby, please, we still have a lot of things we haven't done together, even the wedding hasn't been done yet, please, wake up. Yen Han kept talking to Jiang Bei, and during that time, Zuolin also brought Xiao Duanzi over, and the two of them accompanied Jiang Bei together. But after a day like this, Jiang Yan didn't even show the slightest sign of waking up. Yen Han has no other way but to accompany Jiang Bei day after day like this. As the days go by, the hope of Jiang Yan waking up is getting slimmer and slimmer. The doctor also politely reminded Yen Han to give up, but as long as there is a slightest chance, there is no way that Yen Han will give up. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 4th day that Yen Han accompanied Jiang Bei as usual, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Bei's fingers, which he was holding, moved a little. Yen Han couldn't even tell if this was real or if it was because he was so tired that he was already hallucinating. Yen Han clutched Jiang Yan's hand tightly and called out tentatively, Yen Yen? Is it you who is going to wake up? He called out several times, but Jiang Yan didn't move, knowing that he thought it was his hallucination and was about to give up, when Jiang Yan's eyelashes fluttered. Yen Han instantly energized, pressed the summoning bell at the bedside, came forward and kept calling, pulling, wife, if you're awake, open your eyes and look at me, honey. Jiang Bei's brows were tightly furrowed together, as if pulled by an invisible force, and she tried to struggle to awaken from her slumber, but her eyelids were as heavy as if they were weighed down by lead. Jiang Bei opened her eyes with difficulty, however, the scene in front of her made her feel a burst of dizziness and confusion. Everything around her became blurred, as if covered by a layer of thick fog. She reclosed her eyes and waited for the uncomfortable feeling of dizziness to pass before slowly opening her eyes. At this moment, Jiang Bo felt as if his body had been drained of all its strength, limp and without a single ounce of strength. Her head was also dazed as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer, accompanied by a burst of stabbing pain. Yen Han saw Jiang Yan woke up, perhaps because of too much excitement, eyes became red, voice a little choked. He was afraid of scaring Jiang Yan, carefully inquired, Yen Yen, how do you feel? What's wrong with your body? Jiang.
Doctors at this time also rushed over, has been sitting outside the door of Su Qing, saw the doctors rushed over, thought it was something happened to Jiang Yan, also followed in, but when she saw Jiang Yan lying on the bed with her eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling, her mind is like fireworks exploding, a moment do not know how to react. Until the little nurse came forward towards Yan Han and Su Qing. Hello, please go out for a while, we are going to give the patient an all-round check now. Chapter 194, Your Yan Han. Zhang Bo did not know what happened before, only felt that her consciousness seemed to be a little fuzzy, and her memories also became intermittent. She froze and looked at the snow-white ceiling, the voices in her ears were also hazy and could not be heard clearly at all, and the scene in front of her eyes slowly changed from blurring to clarity, and it was only after her eyes were focused that she saw Yan Han's anxious face, and then she saw that someone had pushed him out. Yan Han was reluctantly pushed out and stood at the door of the ward anxiously waiting. About 20 minutes later, the doctor walked out with the other nurses. He opened his mouth towards Yan Han. Mr. Yan, the madam is out of danger of her life when she wakes up, and now she can be transferred to the general ward, but she still needs to observe the subsequent physical recovery to determine whether she needs to undergo surgery. Yan Han pursued, then how is her condition now? Ma'am has woken up and her vitals are stable so far, you can go in and talk to her now. Yan Han didn't bother to answer him, opened the door of the ward and rushed in. Su Qing followed when he saw this. He entered the door and saw that Jiang Yan was lying on the bed. The nurse was holding a cup and inserting a straw to feed her water. Hearing a noise at the door, Jiang Yan looked toward the door. Until the two people's eyes met, the big stone in Yan Han's heart fell to the ground. His eyes were a little acidic. He took one step and slowly walked towards Zhang Bo. The little nurse saw this and put down her glass of water before leaving the room. Yan Han stood in front of the hospital bed, his throat choked, his eyes reddened, and his words came out with a thick nasal tone. On the contrary, Jiang Yan was calm, but it was when she glanced at Su Qing behind Yan Han that her face became more than a little happy. Ching Cheng. Yan Han's pupils shrunk, the loss in his eyes flickered, but he still didn't say anything. Su Qing was also dumbfounded by this call. Jiang Bing had just woken up. She had witnessed how much pain Yan Han had been living in the past few days. Now it should be a two-person world for both her and Yan Han. Just now she was still thinking about whether or not to leave, but as a result, Jiang Bing actually called out to her without any warning. Su Qing walked up and inquired, "What's wrong, Bian Bian? Are you in any discomfort? It just feels like a big truck has run over my body. It hurts all over. What happened to me?" Su Qing was even more confused when she heard this. "Don't you remember what happened?" Jiang Bian thought carefully for a while, still with intermittent fragments, only remembering as if she had been in a car accident. She shook her head and said towards Su Qing, "I can't recall." Yan Han's face changed and he hurriedly walked forward. "Bian Bian, can't you remember anything?" Jiang Bei was startled by his sudden movement. She blinked and gave a small nod. "Can't think of anything." Yan Han asked with the last trace of hope, "Then do you remember who I am?" Jiang Bian was instantly a bit speechless. "You're Yan Han." The big stone in the heart of Yan Han this fell to the ground. As long as still remember who he is good. Su Qing asked her, "Then do you remember how you came to the hospital?" Jiang Yan frowned and tried hard to recall. "I just remember that I seem to have been in a car accident." "Yes, it was Gu Ming who hit you with his car." Jiang Bing was shocked. "Gu Ming? Why did he hit me?" Su Qing is now almost certain that Jiang Bing has almost completely forgotten the bits and pieces of what happened with Yan Han after she returned to China. Su Qing carefully twisted her head to look at Yan Han, only to see that his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his forehead veins jumping. Su Qing hurriedly moved back her eyes and rang the call bell at the bedside. The doctors rushed over when they heard the call bell, and after Su Qing told them about Jiang Bian's condition, they went straight to Jiang Bian for a brain CT. The result came out very quickly. Dr. Wang looked at it for a long time and pointed to one of the places towards Yan Han. "Mr. Yan, you see, Madam suffered a violent impact on her brain, so she has some concussion and slight internal bleeding. There are a lot of clots in her brain. We are afraid that Madam's body can't withstand it, so we chose to treat it conservatively. There is a piece of blood stasis here that has pressurized the nerves of her brain, so Madam can't think of some things, but these blood stasis will be slowly absorbed by the body. Can't recall, but these stasis blood will be slowly absorbed by the body, and after the absorption Madam should be able to regain her memory." Yan Han breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the salvation can wake up, the body can be restored is good. Other than that he does not pray for anything. But Jiang Bing's eyes widened as she listened. "Amnesia?" She raised her hand and pointed to herself. "I'm losing my memory?" The doctor nodded. "That's true at the moment in conjunction with your condition, but you'll be back in 3 months at the most, don't worry." Jiang Bei felt that she had been fine, but as a result, she was suddenly told that she had lost her memory, but she couldn't remember what had happened before, and this feeling made her feel very uncomfortable. After the doctors left, only Zhang Bo, Su Qing, and Yan Han were left in the room, and the atmosphere was awkward for a while without anyone talking. Yan Han could see how rusty Jiang Bei was right now when she was facing him, and knowing that she had something she wanted to ask Su Qing right now and wasn't quite sure where her memories were stuck right now, he opened his mouth. "Bei just woke up, I'm going to go and buy you something to eat first." Jiang Ren immediately responded, "Okay, then go quickly. Then you should call the doctor if you're not feeling well." Jiang Yan nodded. Yan Han turned towards Su Qing again and barked, "If anything happens call me immediately." Su Qing nodded. I know, don't worry. Getting the promise, Yen Han then turned around and left the hospital room. The moment the door to the hospital room closed, Jiang Bing couldn't help himself and immediately said, "Ching ching, ching 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 ching." Su Qing walked over and sat on the stool next to the hospital bed. "What's going on you? So where are your memories stuck right now?" Jiang Bian thought back. "I just remember. My brother called me to tell me that Gu Ming that year that thing was not done by Yen Han. I think there is a misunderstanding between us, so I went back to China. Just got off the plane and still sitting in the car to go home, and then it's as if I had a car accident, and can't think of anything else." Su Qing propped up her forehead. "So you've forgotten all about what happened between you and Yen Han?" Jiang Yan laughed awkwardly twice. "This is also not something I can control. I didn't expect it to be like this. Then you quickly tell me. So what exactly happened in the past few months after I returned to China?" "There are too many things that have happened in these months." Su Qing only picks the key points to speak. Incidentally, in the talk about how good her and Yen Han's feelings are now, the two are like glue, inseparable, etc. Jiang Yan was listening to the novel like she was a little mesmerized. Such a metaphysical thing had actually happened to her. That is to say, in fact, I'm now in love with Yen Han, and have a good relationship with him? Chapter 195, Back Together? Su Qing nodded. Jiang Bo, however, looked embarrassed. "But what if I can't remember anything right now? It's also impossible for me to pretend that I'm in a good relationship with him, right?" Su Qing also frowned. "I don't know what to do either, but he really didn't move an inch in the past few days while you were in a coma, guarding you every day and barely sleeping." Jiang Yan heard this heart is also a little moved, but she now and really cannot think of anything. Her memory is still stuck in the two people like strangers to get along with the time. She really cannot pretend. Zhang Ren whacked his head in chagrin. Su Qing hurriedly pulled down her hand. "You just woke up, and there's still a slight concussion. Don't knock yourself out again." Su Qing sighed and said, "It's fine, it's okay if you can't remember. The love between the two of you is a feeling and doesn't have to rely on memories, and you'll regain your memories later, don't worry." Jiang Yan nodded. "You're right, if I really liked him before, I would definitely still be attracted to him even if I couldn't think about it. By the way, what about Yancy? Do I have the look of a good mom now? Of course, our sibling baby is especially cute. Before it was your blindness. Now you have to take sibling with you everywhere you go." Yen Han went out and did not go to buy food. He always felt that things outside were not hygienic. He called Chen Ma and asked her to make a good meal at home and bring it over. After thinking about it, he admonished, "Bring Shaban too." "Yes, sir." They weren't too sure about Zhang Bo's condition before, so in the past few days they had been telling Yancy Bei that Zhang Bo was undergoing close treatment, and that they would bring him along when Zhang Bo's body recovered. Now that Zhang Bei has lost her memory, without Yancy Bei there, the two of them will definitely feel uncomfortable getting along with Zhang Bei, so he instructed Chen's mom to bring Yancy Bei with her as well. After explaining these things, Yen Han walked to the corridor and fished out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He did not want to let Jiang Yan and Yen Sibian smell the second-hand smoke, before in addition to encountering annoying things or not much smoking. Recently Jiang Yan coma in the past few days his addiction to cigarettes again. Lu Hanchu re-entered the hospital after handling the company's business, and when he passed by, he saw Yen Han smoking alone. Lu Hanchu walked up and spoke. "Zhang Bei hasn't woken up yet?" Speechchill slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke before speaking. "Wake up. Why don't you hurry inside when you're awake and smoke a stifling cigarette all by yourself here?" Lu Hanchu was a bit shocked. This really wasn't quite like Yen Han's style. Yen Han extinguished his cigarette darkly on the trash can, has lost his memory. Yen Han saw Lu Hanchu's question. "I don't know exactly where her memories are stuck, but I felt that she was rusty with me, so I came out first, leaving her and Su Qing in the hospital room." Lu Han Snapdragon probably understood. He wanted to laugh a little, walked up and patted Yen Han's shoulder, said in a serious tone, "President Yen also has a day to be forgotten. It seems that your road to chasing your wife will have to start from the beginning. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Yen Han gave him an impatient blank look and gauged that it was about time, so he turned around and walked back to the ward. He gently knocked on the door of the room, then pushed it open and walked in. Lu Hanchu followed him. Jiang Yan, who was originally chatting hotly, looked up and saw that Yen Han had come in, immediately collected her expression and obediently sat on the hospital bed. Lu Han Snapdragon saw this and tried to hold back his laughter to prevent himself from laughing out loud, while Yen Han's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Was he really that intimidating? Su Qing didn't notice anything, but looked at Lu Hanchu and asked, "Are you done with your company's business so quickly?" Lu Hanchu nodded. "Let's go, take you to dinner." He was already working very hard to help Yen Han create a world for two. Su Qing's eyes gurgled. This time she reacted, immediately stood up and said, "Right, Bing Bing, I haven't eaten much in the past 2 days, go eat a meal first. Come back in a while to accompany you." Zhang Bei looked at her pitifully, desperately giving her a wink so that Su Qing wouldn't leave her behind, but Su Qing all pretended not to see it and stood up, ready to follow Lu Hanso. Zhang Ren reached out and grabbed her sleeve and spoke, "You two got back together?" In Zhang Bing's impression, now the relationship between the two is still Lu Han Snapdragon thought Su Qing seamlessly the state of the two old deaf. But Su Qing didn't expect Zhang Yan to ask such a thing.
For a moment she was a little embarrassed, she quickly snorted and said, what are you talking about? What's compounded? You quickly take a good rest, we're also going to go to dinner, I'll come back to see you in the afternoon. Su Qing turned her head away after saying that, and didn't dare to turn her head to look at Lu Hanzue when she passed him, walking towards the door on her own. Lu Hanshu took hold of her wrist, his voice carrying some doting that he didn't even notice. What are you running for? As soon as Su Qing broke away from his hand, she pretended to be unconcerned and said, it's nothing, I'm just hungry and want to hurry to dinner. Lu Hanshu smiled, let's go, take you to dinner. After saying that, he took Su Qing and left with him. Jiang, curious about the two, did not make up how the relationship suddenly became so cordial, especially hate this feeling of amnesia, even gossip cannot read. But Jiang Bei was also keenly aware at this moment that only she and Yanhan were left in the ward, and the atmosphere was silent and somewhat awkward. She thought of what Su Qing had told her about how Yanhan had hardly rested over the past 2 days, and she quietly glanced over and did notice that there was a very noticeable bruise under Yanhan's eye, and stubble had sprung up on his chin, but paired with his quite facial contours, he appeared to have even more sexual tension. Jiang Yan was just about to open her mouth to tell him to go and take a rest, but Yanhan made a move before her. He walked up and sat on the chair next to the hospital bed, picking up the fruit on the coffee table and peeling it. Jiang Bei just quietly watched his movements, his long and good-looking fingers held the fruit knife and peeled it up a little bit, the apples in his hands all seemed to become a work of art. After peeling the skin he cut the apple into chunks and handed it to Jiang Rin and said, eat some fruit first, replenish your moisture. Oh. Jiang Bing obediently took the bowl from Yanhan's hands. Although she couldn't remember some of the things that had happened between the two of them, the current her didn't hate Yanhan, instead she had an inexplicable closeness to him that wasn't present in her memories. Yanhan couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched Jiang Yan take small bites of the apple, like a little hamster. Jiang Yan cast a puzzled look at him. Yanhan dryly coughed twice, and then said, because you just woke up, the meals outside are somewhat less healthy and the nutrition can't keep up, so I'll let Chenma do a good job in a while to send the meals over. Chapter 196. Jiang Yan nodded. In fact, she was not hungry at all, but she also did not want to waste Yanhan's thoughts. Jiang Bei didn't know what to talk to Yanhan about, so she could only lower her head and take small bites of the apple. Instead, it was Yanhan who took the lead in breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere between the two, pulling. Jiang Run looked up at him. Can you remember what we went through before? Jiang Run lowered his head and gently shook his head. Yanhan was undeterred. Then do you still have memories of what happened after you returned to China? Riverbend spoke, I'm sorry. Yanhan also fell silent this time, then he hooked his lips and spoke again, it's okay, we still have a future. Jiang Yan nodded as a response. In her memory, the current her and Yanhan really couldn't talk about how good their relationship was, so there was no way for her to be warm to him, she could only reply to him out of politeness. The two were speechless relative to each other after that. Jiang Yan does not know what to say. Yanhan is afraid that his hasty opening will lose the sense of boundaries, so that Jiang Yan feel uncomfortable. Luckily, the two of them didn't stay for a while before Chenma opened the door and walked in with little Tuanzi. Yanxi Bei hadn't seen her mother for many days, and as soon as she saw Jiang Bei, she let go of Chenma's hand and flew over, jumping headfirst into Jiang Bei's arms. Mom! You're finally well. I haven't seen you in a long time and I missed you so much. Jiang Bei was a little stiff for a while, now she didn't know how to get along with small children. Such a fragrant and soft cupcake pounced into her arms. Jiang Bei's hands were free, she didn't know where to put them for a while. She contemplated how she was going to get along with Yanxi Bei now, but Yanhan was one step ahead of her. Si Bei, come over here to Dad, Mom just woke up and her body hasn't recovered yet. Yanhan knows that the current Jiang Ran's feelings for Yanxi Ran are not so deep. He is afraid that the current her does not like Yanxi Ran, causing her to hate, so he wants to rush to call the little group back. The little group sniffed and hurriedly backed away, blaming themselves a little. Mommy, I didn't hurt you, did I? Jiang Bian looked at her with such a cute little baby, the heart all melted, directly a hand to grasp the word Cebu into the arms. Mama's fine, I also miss Cebu. Yanxi Bei raised his head, those big watery eyes were practically carved out of the same mold as Jiang Bei's, and his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Jiang Bei. Yanxi Bei said in a worried tone, Mom, why are you and Dad always hospitalized lately? Are you guys sick? Jiang Bing was puzzled, always hospitalized? Yanxi beamed, yeah, Dad just got out of the hospital and you came back in. Jiang Bing looked up at Yanhan, she had forgotten too many things, for these things she had no impression at all. She lowered her head and looked apologetically at Yanxi Ru. I'm sorry, baby, Mom's head hit, so a lot of things can't remember. In the future you need to baby more with to help Mom remember, can it? Mom, so are you what they call amnesia now? Jiang Yan nodded, yeah, there's a lot of things Mom can't remember. Yanxi Bei patted Jiang Yan's back like a little adult. It's okay, Mom, in the future let me help you recall anything you can't think of. Jiang Yan smiled and stroked his head. Good, then it's us, Cian. Taking advantage of the time when the two of them were talking, Chenma had already neatly arranged all the meals she brought onto the table, and was also a bit shocked at what she heard. Ma'am, you've really forgotten all about the past? Jiang Yan scratched his head. I can't recall most of it, only some fragments can flash through my mind, but it's so fast that I can't catch them. Chenma worried, then will your memory still return? Jiang Bian nodded. It's fine, the doctor said that it would take at most 3 months to recover. Chen Ma sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. She was afraid that Zhang Bing had forgotten a little bit of what she had done with Yen Han, and that the relationship between the two had returned to that previous state of saber rattling, and now that she had learned that her ladyship's memories could be restored, she had completely put her heart back in her stomach. After Chen Ma set up all the dishes, she turned towards the several people. Madam sir, young master, come and eat quickly, or else the food will get cold in a while. Jiang Yan just woke up, the doctor specifically urged to eat a little light, more complimentary body, so Chen Ma gave Jiang Yan stewed chicken soup and seafood congee, and fried some seasonal vegetables to Jiang Yan sent. Since Jiang Ren's right leg was still in a cast, it was still a bit difficult for her to move around, so Yen Han put Jiang Ren's meal directly onto the small table on the hospital bed and pushed it in front of her. Jiang Ren was a little less than kind, and after saying thank you and urging him to hurry up and eat as well, he intended to reach for the spoon. But because her right hand was injured, daily life was fine. But holding chopstick spoon such a delicate thing was still a bit of force. Jiang Yan took a sip of congee and made it all over the table. She frowned a bit discouraged. She was about to put down the spoon. The spoon in her hand was picked up by the hand that had been wide with some thin calluses. Jiang Bing looked up at Yen Han. Yen Han guessed at the beginning of the hand may be a little inconvenient to eat. If Jiang Bo did not have amnesia, she will be pampered to let him feed. But now Jiang Bo and he is very rusty, so he did not dare to open his mouth. If he said to feed her, she will certainly refuse, but also very likely to be treated as a psychopath attracted her to hate. That's why when Yen Han saw that she had no way to act on her own, he came forward to take the spoon in her hand, and also pretended to ask, your hand also has some bone cracks produced, the injury is 100 days, the doctor said to let you recuperate properly, do you want me to feed you? Jiang Bo really wanted to refuse, now let her and Yen Han alone together she feel a bit suffocated, and then let him feed her, as she dare not imagine the embarrassment, but she has not eaten for a long time, coma in the past few days are relying on the infusion of nutrient fluids, originally do not feel hungry, but after seeing the meal brought by Mrs. Chen's stomach has been grumbling ringing. Jiang Bei struggled to find a countermeasure, suddenly she had a flash of insight and spoke, no, you haven't eaten yet, it's too much trouble for you, has Chen Ma eaten yet? Just let Chen Ma feed me. Jiang Yan quietly praised her own resourcefulness in her heart. Chen's mom wanted to come over to see if there was anything she needed help with, so she did come over after dinner at the house. Chen Ma stood up at her words and was just about to open her mouth to agree, when she saw Yen Han turn back to look at her expressionlessly and inquired, Chen Ma, are you going to come and feed the madam? Yen Han's tone had no ups and downs, nor did it carry any emotions, but Chen Ma was the one who heard the threat in it. She reacted to what was going on, and hastily did down again, ma'am, why don't you let Mr. Come, I'll keep an eye on the little young master. Only then did Yen Han turn back with satisfaction and concurred, yes, Chen Ma also has to take care of Sibei, she can't be busy by herself, let me do it. Jiang Yan reluctantly withdrew her eyes, but she couldn't starve herself to death, so she reluctantly agreed. Yen Han hooked the corner of his lips without any trace, scooped up a spoonful of seafood porridge and fed it to Jiang Bei's mouth after blowing it cool. Riverbend cooperated by opening his mouth. The moment the seafood porridge enters the mouth, Jiang Bei's eyes lit up, worthy of being Chen Ma, her craftsmanship is really to her liking. After that, Jiang Bei also forgot about the embarrassment and enjoyed Yen Han's service as a matter of course, even instructing him which dish he should give her to eat. Chapter 197, I've been here all alone. Jiang Yan got along with him less careful before. Yen Han very much liked to see Jiang Yan in front of her unrestrained to do their own feeling. Jiang Bei satisfied after eating her fill took a paper towel and wiped her mouth, only then did she react to the fact that she had just actually been making Yen Han do something. She laughed twice with some embarrassment, focusing on feeding me. You haven't eaten much in the past 2 days, right? The food is going to get cold, you quickly go and eat some rice. Yen Han didn't respond to her words, but only asked, are you full? Jiang Bian's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and she hurriedly said, the one who is full. Yen Han nodded and didn't say anything else, but cleared the table all the way before sitting down at the table to eat. Jiang Yan snapped her fingers and carefully said, that. Can you give me my cell phone? I want to see if there's any information in it. Jiang Bei knows that Yen Han favors her, as long as her request is not excessive. What she said Yen Han will agree, but she does not know how she and Yen Han usually get along, and now he is the most familiar stranger to Jiang Bei, and she does not dare to rashly make any request to him. Moreover, because Yen Han had been guarding her for many days without proper rest, his cheeks were somewhat sunken, appearing to have a more three-dimensional facial contour, with extremely heavy auburn under his eyes, and stubble sprouting up, making his entire person look menacing. Especially when not smiling appears to be the whole person more cold. Jiang Yan thought of the outside world for his cold-faced Yen Wang's name, thought really not at all exaggerated. Yen Han responded, of course you can, but your original one should have been lost in the car accident. I didn't bother to replace it in the past few days. I'll ask Zhuo Lin to buy a new one for you this afternoon. Jiang Bing was happy in her heart, adding 1 to Yen Han's favor value, but she didn't show it on her face, and only gently said thank you. Yen Han is not talking, only silent clip the dishes. The food is a little cold. He casually eat a few mouthfuls of rice. Let Chen Ma put away the lunchbox. In fact, Yen Han is also a stuffy gourd. Before and Jiang Bo get along or Jiang Bo more active. Now if Jiang Bo does not take the initiative to speak, he will not find the topic. The atmosphere between the two is incredibly silent. Fortunately there is a small group of people to make the atmosphere is not so dead silent. Yen Si-bei watched Jiang Bei finish her meal before carefully walking up. Mom, how did your legs turn out like this? Jiang Yan looked at her right leg that was in a cast and explained. Mom broke her leg, so she can recover faster with this. Little Tuanzi felt pain when he heard it. He held Jiang Yan's hand tightly. Then mommy must have been in pain at that time. I'll help mommy hoo-hoo. Before when daddy helped me with the medicine he said that if it hurts then hoo-hoo will be fine. After Yencher Bei finished speaking, she literally laid down next to Jiang Bei's legs and breathed gently on her wounds. Jiang Bian felt that the little group of adorable, how they did not realize it before, how could they give birth to him after leaving such a cute baby in the country to go abroad themselves? Jiang Yan took his hand and pulled him to her side. Thank you baby, mommy really doesn't hurt that much anymore. Yen Si-bei looked at her with bright eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth and tried. Then mom, where do your memories stay now? Do you still remember the time you and dad took me to the amusement park? Jiang Bian thought back carefully, but she couldn't find any clues at all, and she shook her head apologetically. The little group was undeterred. And does mommy remember the first time you gave me a present? Jiang Bian still shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry baby, mommy can't think of anything at the moment. The little dumpling lowered his head a bit in loss, but soon he smiled again. It's okay, let me help mommy remember in the future. Jiang Yan rubbed Yen Si-bei's smooth hair. Good, then it's hard work for our baby. Yen Si-bei has the habit of taking a nap. After the two of them talked for a while longer, Yen Si-bei's eyes became a bit open, and Yen Han asked Chen Ma to take him back to take a nap. Jiang Bo's physical strength was also a bit unable to keep up after Yen Si-bei left, and he lay in the hospital bed in a drowsy state. Yen Han said gently, sleep when you're sleepy, I'm always here. Chapter 198. Thank you. Jiang Yan had a wonderful feeling towards Yen Han. On the one hand, she felt awkward getting down with him, but on the other hand, she felt inexplicably at ease as long as she had him by her side. Receiving Yen Han's assurance, Jiang Yan covered the quilt and closed her eyes, falling asleep in no time. Yen Han sat on the edge of the bed quietly looking at Jiang Ren's quiet sleeping face, waiting for her to be asleep before he dared to reach out to hold her small hand exposed outside the quilt. God knows how much Yen Han wanted to hold her tightly into his arms to feel her real body heat when he saw Jiang Ren waking up today. But Jiang Bo lost his memory, and he became incredibly rusty. He can only silently accompany her side, do not dare to make any oversteps, and now Jiang Bo fell asleep. He was finally able to hold her hand, really feel her presence. Yen Han's slightly rough, warm hand wrapped tightly around Jiang Ren's small hand, his thumb rubbing the back of her hand, trying to restrain his impulse to embrace her in his arms. Bleeder, thank you for waking up, or I really was going to have to hold on. Yen Han's voice was getting lower and lower, and without realizing it, his eyes were already red and tears were welling up in his eyes. These days he experienced endless worry and pain. Every minute and every second is like a knife cutting in his heart, and he can only silently bear this pain. He had envisioned countless possibilities and had even prepared for the worst, but deep down he always held a glimmer of hope. No matter what, he decided to stay by Jiang Ren's side all the time, and fortunately, the heavens seemed to have heard his prayers and finally allowed his Ren to return to his side. Yen Han sat on the edge of the bed and quietly watched for a while, then leaned down and gently planted a kiss on Jiang Bei's forehead before getting up and leaving the hospital room gently. He called Zhuo Lin first and asked him to pack up his change of clothes and the documents he needed to deal with and send them over. Zhuo Lin did things very neatly and came over in less than an hour, handing everything to Yen Han. Mr. Yen, this is Madam's new cell phone, and all the backups inside have been retrieved by the employees of the company's technical department. Yen Han nodded. I know, the company's affairs in the recent week are left to you to deal with. The documents that need my signature send someone to me, non-essential, don't come to bother me. Okay, Mr. Words. Zhuo Lin knows that after Jiang Yan wakes up Yen Han will definitely leave most of the time to the lady, he can only recognize. Yen Han took a change of clothes and walked towards the bathroom, leaving a sentence without looking back, double this month's bonus. Zhuo Lin's eyes brightened up, his voice was twice as loud as it was just now. Okay Mr. Yen, I will definitely not come to bother you. Only after Yen Han entered the bathroom did Zhuo Lin turn around and leave. He thought to himself beautifully, always wanted to change that Range Rover next month can finally take down. Zhuo Lin's pace had become much lighter. After Yen Han took a shower, he took his computer and files back to the ward. Jiang Yan is sleeping. He sat aside the office. Jiang Yan woke up. He has to spare time to accompany her, so these trivial things he has to squeeze time to complete. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that the person lying on the bed stirred and slowly opened his eyes. Yen Han, who was sitting on the sofa, was the first to notice the movement over there and looked over there. Jiang Bei opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, slowed down for a few seconds before reacting to where she was, at which point Yen Han next to her voiced out, "Awake?" Jiang Bei thought she was the only one in the hospital room. A sudden voice made her jump. She turned her head to look at him, her eyes slightly complaining. "Why are you here? I thought no one was there. You startled me." Yen Han put down the computer in his hands and walked up to help her raise the hospital bed a bit before he spoke. "Sorry." Jiang Bei was originally a casual remark. Yen Han. This sudden apology made her feel a little guilty. She lowered her head and picked at her fingers, unsure of what to say. The atmosphere became awkward again. Yen Han picked up the box placed on the side table and handed it to Jiang Yen. This is a new cell phone. The things inside your previous cell phone are all backed up. You open it and take a look. Thanks. Jiang Bei took it with delight, surprised that Yen Han's efficiency was actually so high. The phone had no password and unlocked with a single swipe, and she tapped into her usual social media feeds, flipping through her previous records a little bit, trying to see if she could think of anything. Chapter 199. Is this okay? Jiang Bei found the dialogue box with Yen Han, flipped to the top, and began to slowly reminisce. The further she slid down the page, the more horrified she felt that the chat records of the two were actually so fleshy. With Jiang Bing's current feelings for Yen Han, it was really hard to imagine the scene when she sent these messages to Yen Han. Jiang Bei narrowed her eyes and frowned tightly as she finished reading the chat logs, and Yen Han sat on the sofa to the side and observed her, and although he didn't know what she was looking at, he didn't feel too good even looking at her expression. It was only after Jiang Yen had read all the chat logs that she was really sure that she had truly lost her memory. She looked up and sneaked a look at Yen Han, who appeared to be looking down at his office, but actually used his afterglow to notice every move over here. Jiang Bei opened the chat box with Su Qing and started typing. Qing, how do Yen Han and I usually get along? Su Qing was speechless for a split second when she received this message, helplessly typing in response, your mode of getting along, you ask me? Jiang Yen scratched his head, but I don't know read our previous chat records, especially ambiguous, I certainly can't say such words now. Then do whatever you're comfortable with, Yen Han, he'll be able to understand you. But we're so embarrassed to be together now. It's okay, just according to how much that person in your family favors you, he won't blame you. Jiang Yen snapped her fingers before continuing to type, does he spoil me? Nonsense, even if you want to tear the ward down and rebuild it now he will just be silent and arrange a construction team for you. Jiang Bian fell silent, and the opposite side didn't reply again. In just 2 days, Yuan Shu, who she once thought was her best friend, betrayed her, and Gu Ming, who she thought really loved her, tried to run her over with his car, and the whole memory was turned upside down, so Jiang Yen actually had some difficulty in accepting it, and even more so in accepting Yen Han. She clutched her phone for a moment, then tapped on her photo album and checked the pictures from earlier when the three had been out together, sliding all the way to the top. Yen Han can see the confusion and loss of Jiang Bing, also understand what she is confused, but if he went up to comfort her, perhaps only counterproductive, he lowered his eyes, tightly clenched fists, nails are deeply embedded in the skin and flesh, in order to allow him to come to alleviate the pain in the heart. He silently picked up the fruit basket on the side and walked to the bathroom to wash the fruits. Yen Han put the washed fruit platter next to Jiang Bei's hospital bed and said, eat more fruits. These are the fruits that you usually love to eat that I asked Chen Ma to bring. Okay, thanks. Yen Han didn't say anything else, but sat back in silence to continue working. After a while, Jiang Bei suddenly felt that she wanted to go to the toilet, but her right leg was injured, and now she still needed someone to assist her to get down to the ground, and there were only 2 people in the hospital room, she and Yen Han, so she really didn't want to open her mouth. Jiang Bing lay on the hospital bed and re-picked up her cell phone to try to distract herself, but gradually she couldn't hold it in any longer. Jiang Bei put down her cell phone and slowly propped up the bed to try to stand up, but as soon as she made a move, Yen Han looked over this way and he asked, what's wrong? Jiang Bing was silent for a moment before whispering, I want to go to the restroom. Without saying a word, Yen Han stood up and walked forward, originally wanting to pick Jiang Ren up, but thinking that it might scare her, he stopped and just gently assisted her arm, asking softly, is this okay? Chapter 200, I'm coming. Even though there were 2 layers of clothes between them, Jiang Yen was still able to clearly feel the warm body heat radiating from Yen Han's body. That warmth passed through the clothes, as if there was an invisible force that surrounded her tightly. Jiang. Yen Han also felt her clutching his hand harder and couldn't help but worry, what's wrong, does it hurt? Do you want me to hold you? Jiang Ren quickly waved her hand, no, I can do it myself. She relaxed her grip on Yen Han and took a slow step towards the toilet, and Yen Han matched her pace, patiently assisting her. After arriving at the bathroom, and with a sense of boundaries, Speech Han inquired, can you do it yourself? Jiang Bei was afraid that if she answered late that Yen Han would stay here to accompany her to the restroom. She quickly nodded her head, of course, I can do it myself. Yen Han couldn't help but feel a little like laughing at her anxious appearance. He forced himself to hold back his laughter and calmly said, okay, then I'll wait for you outside, call me if there's anything. Jiang Yen nodded, and when Yen Han got a response he turned his head and walked out. The bathroom door was closed. Jiang Bei then breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest. She had thought that Yen Han couldn't accept her sudden loss of memory, nor the relationship between the two of them that had suddenly become fainter, but now it seemed that he seemed to be adapting very well. Jiang Bing cannot help but be a little strange. According to Su Qing's statement, Yen Han should be very much in love with her. How she feels like Yen Han like nothing happened, and get along with her is also the feeling of lightness. Jiang Ren was a little confused about him, so she stopped thinking about it, and washed her hands after organizing herself before pulling open the bathroom door. Yen Han has been guarding the door, saw Jiang Bei out, walked up to help her sit back on the hospital bed, tucked her in and then sat back on the sofa to continue to work. Zhang Bei took out her cell phone and once again clicked on her in Su Qing's chat records and began to tap the words, "Qingchang, is it so strange between me and Yanhan? He never finds a topic to chat with me even after I lost my memory?" Su Qing replied in a second. "I don't think he's even close to what you're saying, he doesn't even care about me that much. My sister, don't worry about this, it should be that he has a rather stuffy personality, but you definitely don't have to doubt his sincerity towards you." Jiang Yan held her cell phone and stared at this sentence for a long time before she pressed out the screen. She secretly lifted her eyelids to look over towards Yan Han's side, and realized that he was seriously working and did not notice her small movements, which made her sigh of relief. Regardless of what Yan Han thinks, she now anyway likes this mode of getting along with Yan Han. His sense of boundaries is very strong. Zhang Bing also feels very comfortable. She feels that this is enough. Yan Han seems to be in serious office. In fact, the mind is in the body of Jiang Bo confiscated back. Naturally, also noticed that she secretly raised his eyes to measure him. Also noticed her eyes gurgle turn. Know that she is again in playing what little idea. Yan Han doting hooked the corner of the lips. The line of sight will be back to the computer. Not long after, Chen Ma came over with little Tuanzi. Yan Han still feeds Zhang Bei after eating first, before he sits down at the table to eat his share of the meal. After the last feeding, Zhang Bei is now also adapted to the service of Yan Han. Only take him as a feeding tool, people, and do not feel embarrassed. After dinner, Zhang Bo accompanied little Tuanzi to play for a while more, and because it was too late, Chen Ma took little Tuanzi and left first. Before Yan Bei left, she said very nicely, "Mom, tomorrow I'm going to kindergarten, so I won't be able to come see you until the evening, so be good and get well." Zhang Bei looked at Yan Bei's appearance of a small adult, couldn't help but smile and touched his hair. "I know, Mom is here waiting for you." Oh. When the two left, Yan Han assisted Jiang Yan to go to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Jiang Yan felt particularly itchy on her body. She had been in a coma for many days, and had not taken a bath for many days. Coupled with the smell of the various potions on her body, she felt that she was going to stink to death, and so she received a basin of water, intending to wipe herself down. There were still a lot of inconveniences for her to act on her own, but she could never ask Yan Han to help her, so she could only tough it out and do it herself. Yan Han waited at the door for a long time and didn't see Jiang Yan come out. He asked uneasily, "Yan Yan? Are you almost done?" Jiang Dian returned, "Not yet, it will take a while." Yan Han felt that washing couldn't have taken so long, fearing that something had happened to Jiang Yan. After thinking about it, he still chose to knock on the bathroom door. "Yan Yan, can I come in?" Zhang Bei was holding a wet bath towel in her hand and was planning to wipe her arms. When she heard Yan Han's words, she still put down the bath towel and said, "Yes, you can come in." Yan Han opened the door to see Zhang Bei's small body was wide hospital gown cover, appearing to be even more skinny, standing alone by the wash basin, still look a little pathetic feeling. Seeing this scene, Yan Han understood what Zhang Bing was trying to do. He let out a sigh of relief and walked up and asked, "Want to take a bath?" Riverbend looked at him and nodded. Yan Han knew that she would definitely not let herself help, so she wanted to do it herself, but he was worried that her drastic movements would cause secondary damage to the wound, or some of the wounds that he couldn't see would get infected when they touched the water. Thinking of this, his tone couldn't help but be a little hard. "You are still recovering from the wound, just call me if there's anything you want to do. Don't try to be strong on your own, do you know that?" Zhang Dian was a bit startled by Yan Han's serious tone, and looked at him as she froze and nodded. Chapter 201 Cream Cake. Yan Han was worried about Zhang Bei. He didn't realize that his tone was a bit heavy. Instead, he took a dry towel from the side and wrapped it around her small hand, wiping the water from her hand clean before saying, "Go to your room first. If you don't want me to help you, I'll arrange for an escort to come to help you wash. Don't do it on your own, the wound will split open." Zhang Ren nodded as he looked at his small, dried hands. Yan Han took advantage of the fact that Zhang Bei hadn't reacted by now, and after putting down the towel in his hand, he took her hand and walked towards the room. It was only when Zhang Bei sat on the hospital bed and Yan Han let go of her hand, and the touch of warmth in her palm disappeared, that she reacted to the fact that she had been led over by Yan Han, and hurriedly drew her hand back behind her back, lowering her head so she didn't dare to look at him. Yan Han twisted his finger, where it seemed to still stay Zhang Bei's body temperature. He spoke up, "I'll have them arrange for an escort to come over, wait here for me." Zhang Yan only nodded and didn't say anything. Yan Han didn't say anything else, but turned around and went straight out of the hospital room. Yan Han found the head nurse, let her arrange a careful female caregiver to go in to help Zhang Bei wash. After arranging these things, Yan Han knew that Zhang Bei would feel a little embarrassed to see him now, so he didn't go back to the hospital room, simply turned around and went to the smoking area. Yan Han fished a carton of cigarettes out of his pocket and leaned against the wall of the corridor to gulp down the smoke. It was true that he hadn't been able to hold back just now, and as he looked at Zhang Ren standing pitifully in front of him, he wanted to touch her, so he deliberately went to pull her hand. Yan Han thought back to the reaction of Zhang Bo. The corner of his lips hooked up a trace of a smile, and he did not regret it at all. If he gave him another chance, he would still choose to do so. After Yan Han left, Zhang Ren sat on the bed and looked at the door of the hospital bed. Before this, she thought as long as in Yan Han well water offenses river water, as ordinary friends to get along with, but Jongren ignored a problem. The two are legal couples with a license, they hold hands or wait for her to be discharged from the hospital after they live in a bedroom to share the same bed is a very normal thing. Previously Jongren never considered this problem, now she cannot help but some headaches. She couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. Just as she was thinking, the door of the hospital room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Jiang Bei thought that it was Yenhan coming back and hurriedly lay down on the hospital bed, trying to play dead, not wanting to face him. But after a while, she heard a female voice, "Miss Jiang, are you asleep?" Jiang Bing was relieved to hear that it wasn't Yenhan's voice, pulling down the quilt covering her head and saying, "No, you are?" The woman who came in looked to be in her late 40s, with short hair and a clean-cut look. "Ms. Jiang, my name is Wang, I'm the caretaker, Mr. Yen called. Jiang Bei also realized that Yenhan probably felt that it wasn't too convenient to have him around, so he didn't come in. Only then did Jiang Bei breathe a sigh of relief, lifting the covers and sitting up from the bed. "Okay, Wang Ma, you can help me up first to wipe my body." "Okay." Wang Ma walked up and carefully assisted Jiang Bei to send her to the bathroom, because she had also heard that the person living in this ward was a big shot that they couldn't afford to mess with, so she was extra careful with every action for fear of upsetting Jiang Bei. But Jiang Bo seems to be quite good at talking, without the aggressive stance of those rich and powerful women. It looks very easygoing. Wang Ma is also a lot of peace of mind. Wang Ma moved quickly, and it was all packed up in half an hour or so. Jiang Yan also came out of the bathroom refreshed and in a better mood. Wang Ma assisted Jiang Bei to sit on the hospital bed again, and left after tidying up the hygiene in the bathroom. Yen Han came in not a moment later, carrying two delicately wrapped gift boxes in his hands. Jiang Bing looked up when he heard the commotion, and naturally saw what he was holding. Yen Han put the box on the table and said, "The cakes in this house were your favorite before, I just asked them to send 2 of them." Jiang Bei's eyes lit up, although she couldn't remember which cake she loved, but she did love desserts. Yes, everything she ate these days was tasteless, God knows how much she wanted to eat something else. Jiang Yan cannot wait to open the package, which is a blueberry flavor and a matcha flavor. Jiang Yan hooked the corner of the lips. It seems that this period of time her tastes have not changed. She picked up her fork and gently speared a piece of matcha-flavored cake. The soft texture made her sigh tersely, the fluffy cake embryo, lightly melting on her tongue, the slightly bitter matcha with a light tea flavor and freshness, and the delicate cream wrapped around it. Jiang Bei ate a whole cake in 2 or 3 bites, and Yen Han looked at her with a smile from the side. "Slow down, no one will grab it from you." Due to eating too fast, Jiang Bo's lips rubbed on some cream, but she didn't notice it at all. After seeing it, Yen Han habitually reached out and wiped off the cream on Jiang Bo's lips. Jiang Yan only felt a heat at the corner of her lips, turning her head to look at Yen Han in shock. Now she still felt that the behavior of the two of them right now was just too ambiguous. Jiang Yan was a little uncomfortable, her cheeks were like ripe red apples, and she hurriedly lowered her head to cover her embarrassment. Yen Han also reacted to something and coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment as he stood up and said, "It's a bit stuffy in the house, I'll go out to get some air." Jiang Yan did not dare to raise her eyes to look at him, just nodded her head repeatedly. She looked up after hearing the door close, letting out a soft breath, holding the cake in her hand and walking away. Yen Han stood in the corridor to open the window and let the cold wind pour in. He is indeed testing Jiang Yan's bottom line to him where, but now it seems that. Chapter 202, Roses. It wasn't until after the cigarette held in Yen Han's fingertips burned out that he closed the window and turned to walk back to the hospital room. Jiang Yan ate the cake and then lay on the bed with her back to the entrance of the ward pretending to sleep. I don't know how long it took. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard the sound of the ward door being opened. Jiang Bo instantly woke up, tightly closed his eyes and turned his back to the door to pretend to be asleep, not daring to make a sound. Yen Han paced over to the hospital bed and quietly watched Jiang Bei until he saw her constantly trembling eyelashes to make sure she wasn't really asleep. Yen Han was amused by her appearance and wordlessly ticked the corner of his lips, and after clearing away the trash on the table, he sat back on the accompanying bed to the side to quietly watch Jiang Bei's back. Jiang Bing did not know what he was doing, and did not dare to turn his head to see, only a motionless stiff body pretending to sleep. After a while, Jiang Yan estimated that Yen Han might have fallen asleep before she dared to turn her body, which was already a bit numb, and adjusted a comfortable position before drifting off to sleep. Yen Han sat on the escort bed to watch a series of small actions of Jiang Bian cannot help but feel a little funny, until after hearing the sound of her deep breathing, then slowly got up, gently walked to the bedside, quietly watching Jiang Bian. After a long time had passed, Yen Han bent down and planted a kiss on her forehead and whispered, "Good night, wife." Then he recovered Jiang Ren's quilt before turning to leave. The next few days, the two are in peace with each other. Jiang Yan at first still worried about Yen Han will not do anything she cannot accept, but then found that he is busy working every day. She also relaxed, but also quite liked the two of this mode of getting along. After a few days, Jiang Bei's injuries had almost healed and she could walk on the ground by herself. She really hated the hospital smell of sterilized water, so she clamored to go home. Yen Han really had no choice but to let the doctor give her a thorough examination to make sure there was no problem before letting go. On the day she was discharged from the hospital, Su Qing held a large bouquet of colorful red roses to the hospital early in the morning. Jiang Bei was so excited to see Su Qing that she hurriedly greeted her and hugged her. "Qing Qing, You're finally here. I've missed you so much in the past few days. Why didn't you come to see me? Su Qing raised her eyes and looked down at Yanhan. It's not that she's not coming. It's that someone said that they want to cultivate feelings with not letting her come. This is something that Su Qing naturally doesn't quite dare to say. She laughed twice, loosened her hold on Jiang Bei's hand, and stuffed the roses in her arms into her arms. These 2 days have really been too busy. Isn't it true that I brought the flowers to make amends to you? Jiang Yan hugged the flower in her arms and smelled it. It smells so good. It's still Cheng Cheng who treats me the best. Yan Han stood aside and quietly watched the two. Hearing these words he could no longer hold back and walked up to interrupt them. Things are packed. Shall we go? Jiang Yan nodded, then turned her head and asked Su Qing, Qing, how did you get here? Shall we send you back? Su Qing hurriedly waved her hand and said, no, I drove here. I have an appointment later. You guys go first. Jiang Bing's selfish desire was to go with Su Qing, but hearing that Su Qing had something else to do in a while, she wasn't insisting. Alright then, we'll go first. We'll go out again in a couple days. Su Cheng nodded her head repeatedly. Good, then you guys should get going. I'm leaving too. A few people parted in front of the hospital. Zhuo Lin drove, Jiang Yan and Yan Han sat in the back seat. All the way to Jiang Yan holding the flowers did not let go. From time to time to go up to sniff a sniff. Yan Han saw it all in his eyes. He asked Zhuo Lin to stop the car on the side of the road and got out of the car himself. Jiang Run looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what he was up to, but he didn't open his mouth to ask. After Yan Han got off the car, he walked into a flower store on the side of the road, and the clerk warmly said, welcome, sir, who do you want to buy flowers for? We can make a recommendation for you. Wrap up all the roses in your store. The clerk was taken aback. Sir, the roses are our new arrivals this morning. There will be a bit too many. We can pack you a bunch of each color. No, I want all the roses. Seeing this, the sales clerk lady also stopped persuading and turned to say, okay, you wait a moment, we'll pack it for you. Jiang Bei sat in the cardboard waiting for Yan Han. Not a moment later she saw Yan Han walk back, followed by 2 or 3 people, each holding a large bouquet of delicate red roses in their hands. Zhuo Lin opened the trunk and directed them to put all the flowers into the trunk, while Yan Han sat back in the car holding a bouquet of the best-looking roses and put the flowers directly into Jiang Bei's arms. Jiang Yan was not prepared, hands and feet to pick up, while Jiang Yan went to get the flowers of the effort. Yan Han eyes and hands fast. Su Qing sent her flowers out, thrown to the side, and then picked up the laptop without expression of concern to continue to work. Su Qing felt speechless as she watched him go through this motions, but she didn't open her mouth to break him up, instead quietly moving over to sniff the bouquet of flowers. Of course, Yan Han noticed Jiang Bei's small movements, and he hooked his lips, which made him feel that he had bought the right flowers. It wasn't until the trunk was all stuffed to the brim that the florist's roses were moved. Jiang Bei now has little memory of Yan Han, of course, is not clear about this jealousy and careful character, naturally do not feel that these flowers are to give her. Hesitation for a long time. Jiang Bei finally could not help it, opened his mouth and asked, that, you buy so many flowers, is there another use? Yan Han sniffed and twisted his head to look at her, not answering her at first. Jiang Bei didn't know why he was looking at her with such a look, and just as she wanted to open her mouth to say something to skim over the topic, Yan Han opened his mouth before her. It looks good on display. Jiang Yan would like to say even if the family is bigger, it is not necessary to buy so many flowers. But she was afraid that Yan Han would think she was being talkative, so she only returned, okay. Then he turned his head to the side, looking like he didn't want to be around him. The car is back to a silence, only the front driving Zhuo Lin for Yan Han pinched a sweat, just according to his way of picking up. I do not know when to catch up with Mrs. Chapter 203. Su Qing drove straight to the Imperial Cuisine after leaving the hospital. Song Wenjing had been asking her out for dinner since yesterday, saying he wanted to celebrate signing a big order. Su Qing really didn't have much reason to refuse, so she agreed to go to lunch with him today. After arriving at the Imperial Cuisine, Song Wenjing was already waiting in the box. Su Qing reported the room number and then the waiter took Su Qing toward the box side. After entering, Song Wenjing looked up and saw that it was Su Qing who had arrived and immediately smiled, standing up and pulling out the chair next to her for her to sit down. Su Qing apologized after sitting down. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? I just went to the hospital so I was delayed a bit. Song Wenjing hastily waved his hands. No, I've also just arrived not long ago. Song Wenjing took the menu aside and handed it to Su Qing. Order first. Su Qing took the menu and ordered a few dishes according to her preferences and returned it to Song Wenjing. See if there's anything you want to eat? Song Wenjing didn't even look at it and directly said to the waiter, serve 2 of each of those she just ordered. Yes sir. With that, he took the menu and walked out. Song Wenjing saw that the irrelevant people had finally gone out, and only then did he get up and take out the roses that he had long ago put aside and handed them to Su Qing. It was also the first time he had ever given a girl flowers. His face was a little hot, and he wasn't sure if Su Qing would like it. Song Wenjing stumbled, that. Qing, this is a flower for you. Su Qing looked at this large bouquet of beautifully packaged, delicate roses in front of her some stunned. She felt that even if she wanted to send flowers Song Wenjing did not need to send roses. Su Qing for a moment could not figure out what he meant, but also felt bad to refuse, can only reluctantly take. Thank you, you do not need to send me flowers, this time to sign a successful contract because you helped me. I did not prepare a gift, next time to make up for it.
I didn't prepare a gift, I'll make it up next time. One sentence brings the conversation back to collaboration without any personal feelings. Song Wenjing was a little lost, but still smiled and said, "No need, Qingqing. I don't need you to send me a gift. I passed by the flower store when I came here and thought that this bouquet of roses is very suitable for you, the same bright and generous, passionate and flamboyant, so I wanted to buy it and give it to you. It has nothing to do with the cooperation, so don't feel burdened." When Su Qing came, it so happened that Lu Han Snap walked out of another box, and his afterglow glanced at the back of a person who looked a lot like Su Qing, and he just wanted to walk over to take a look, but the person turned around and went into the box. Lu Hanchu walked up and asked the waiter, "Who booked this box?" The Imperial Food Fast is never will disclose the privacy of the guests, but Lu Han Snapdragon is this gold card members, and open this restaurant boss as a friend. He also has shares as considered one of the shareholders. Even if she does not say, he also has a way to know, so she a small waiter did not dare to hide him. The waiter could only respectfully say, "Mr. Lu." It was Mr. Song Wenjing, the youngest son of the Song family, who booked this box at noon today. Lu Han Snapdragon frowned. He did not need to guess, all know must be that surname Song again about Su Qing over for dinner. The first time to see him, he can see that surname Song to Su Qing interesting. He is when he is dead? Lu Hanchu gritted his teeth in anger, his bite muscles bulging as he stopped the waiter passing by who was planning to serve the food, snatched the tray from his hand, and said hatefully, "I'll serve the food for you." The waiter was terrified and just wanted to refuse, who knew that Lu Han Snapdragon didn't even give him a chance to open his mouth, carrying the tray and striding towards the box. Lu Hanchu pushed his way in without even knocking on the door, just in time to hear Song Wenjing's last words. He snorted down and then spoke, "Knowing that other people have burdens, you can just don't send them." Lu Hanchuan put the dinner plate on the table and pulled out the chair directly beside Su Qing and sat down like he was returning to his own home. Song Wenjing and Su Qing both hadn't reacted yet and froze as they watched his movements. In the end, it was Su Qing who opened her mouth first. "Why are you here?" Lu Hanchu raised his eyebrows. "Of course I'm here to eat, or else I'm here to see you guys on a date?" Su Qing found him inexplicable and gave him a blank look, not bothering with him anymore. Lu Hanchu didn't care as he looked back at Song Wenjing and asked, "Since we've bumped into each other, do you mind if I dabble in a meal here?" Although he said it was an inquiry, Lu Han Snapdragon waved his hand and directly asked the waiter to bring another set of tableware over, and took the menu and nonchalantly ordered a few more dishes. Song Wenjing looked at him with a smile and politely said, "Of course I don't mind, but today Qingqing and I have something to talk about. It's not convenient to have outsiders present, so let's do it this way. The ones that Mr. Lu just ordered will be on my tab, and I'll ask the waiter to find a private room for Mr. Lu again." Song Wenjing's words fell directly, called the waiter in, did not give Lu Hancheng the opportunity to refuse, expulsion meaning obvious. "Hello, the dishes Mr. Lu ordered just now are all on my account. Now please help Mr. Lu find an empty box." Lu Hanchu lightly looked toward the waiter. The waiter was sweating coldly. This cultivation field actually let him stumble upon it, amongst annoying the shareholders to make himself feel bad and rebutting the Song family's young son. He quickly chose the latter. "I'm sorry Mr. Song, noon is the peak dining time, our boxes are all booked up and there are no more empty boxes." Lu Hanchu nodded in satisfaction. Song Wenjing just wanted to say something in his mouth, but was interrupted by Lu Hanchu's voice. "I know, you go down. Rumor has it that the Song family's youngest son is warm and generous, treating people friendly, leaving me to have a meal. This kind of reasonable request I think he won't refuse, right? Mr. Song?" Lu Hanchu erected Song Wenjing to a certain height. Song Wenjing then disagreed to show his aggressiveness. He turned to look at Su Qing and asked, "Qingqing, what do you think?" He felt that Su Qing now also does not like Lu Hanchu too much. If Su Qing refuses, he can't be in such a deadbeat to rely on here. Su Qing originally had the attitude that it was none of her business, and now that she heard someone call her back to her senses, she didn't want to get involved in what was going on between them, and only faintly said, "Whatever." Lu Hanchu wasn't polite either. "Then I'll take it as a default. Thank you for Mr. Song's hospitality. You guys talk about yourselves, just pretend I don't exist." Song Wenjing is not good to say anything more, can only reluctantly sit back. Originally belongs to him and Su Qing. Two people's time was interrupted by the sudden Lu Hanchu. Song Wenjing in the heart of Lu Hanchu's impression of a few points worse. The entire box fell into an eerie silence. Lu Hanchu acted as if he didn't notice. "What do you have to talk about? Give me a listen too, maybe I can help." Song Wenjing smiled and refused. "No need Mr. Lu, there's no hurry for me and Qingqing's matter first, we can just make an appointment to talk about it later." A sentence to clarify the relationship between several people. He and Su Qingkai is more familiar, while Lu Hanchu can only be considered an outsider. Chapter 204 Preferences. Lu Hanchu hooked his lips and smiled, picked up the red wine glass and sipped the wine, and did not rush to refute him. A few people were speechless relative to each other, and the box was terribly quiet. Well, it wasn't long before the waiter rang the doorbell and wheeled in the food cart. The dishes were served in no time. Su Qing was too lazy to pay attention to the two men's tit-for-tat. She just wanted to hurry up and finish eating and leave. She picked up the cutlery and started to eat, as if the two men beside her didn't exist. Lu Hanso naturally brought the steak in front of him, and cut it into small pieces for Su Chung before handing it to her,
and Su Qing took it without lifting her head, and the two of them were familiar with each other as if they had done it a million times before. Song Wenjing next to him was also not willing to be weak, put on his gloves and picked up the shrimp on the side and started peeling it. Lu Hanchu only snorted meaningfully when he saw it. After peeling the shrimp, Song Wenjing directly put all of those peeled shrimp onto Su Qing's dinner plate and said, "Qing Qing, eat the shrimp." Su Qing glanced at the peeled shrimp on her dinner plate, and before she could make a sound, a large hand reached over next to her and took all of those shrimp. Lu Hansnap put the shrimp into his mouth and said with a smile, "It tastes good, but she's allergic to shrimp and can't eat it." Song Wenjing's face changed when he heard this, and only then did he realize what had just happened to Lu Hanchu's implied snort, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Qing Qing, I didn't know that you were allergic to shrimp. I'll make a note of it this time, and I definitely won't make such a mistake in the future." But Su Qing felt indifferent. She and Song Wenjing weren't familiar with each other. It was only right that he didn't know what she was allergic to. She shook her head and said, "It's nothing." Song Wenjing, however, insisted, "Qing Qing, I will definitely memorize all your preferences." Su Qing didn't know what he was doing remembering her preferences, but she let him be, skimming her mouth and not answering. Lu Hanchu sat on the sidelines and watched coldly, not making a comment. A whole meal down, although Lu Han Snap's face is all stinky, but also has been taking care of Su Qing, although separated for so long but also all clearly remember Su Qing's preferences. Su Qing does not eat onions, he will be inside the dish for her onions are picked away. Su Qing loved to eat cheese but the calories are too high every time, do not dare to eat more. He will always pay attention to Su Qing. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Song Wenjing didn't talk much to Su Qing during this meal, and let Lu Hanson take all the chances to show off, and Song Wenjing's face didn't look too good either. When they finally finished their meal and the waiter served dessert, Song Wenjing pushed the macaroons and strawberry mousse cake in front of Su Qing and said, "Qing Qing, their desserts are delicious, try some." Su Qing picked up her fork and was just about to taste it when Lu Hanchu, who was next to her, pushed the cake away before her. Su Qing looked at him suspiciously, and Song Wenjing's face darkened instantly as he said in an unkind tone, "What does Mr. Lu mean by this? We were kind enough to leave you down for dinner. Is there something wrong with Mr. Lu's approach?" Luhan Snapdragon lazily ignored him, dropping his eyes and lazily said, "She doesn't like macarons, she thinks that stuff is too sweet, and she doesn't like strawberry cake even more, she loves taro puree." After saying that, Lu Hanchu pushed the taro mashed basilisk next to him in front of Su Qing. Spare Su Qing again slow, she now also reacted to what, she carefully recalled. Luhan Snapdragon came in after the order of those dishes seemed to be her usual favorite things to eat. Separated for so long, Luhan Snapdragon still clearly remember her preferences. Su Qing more or less a little moved. Song Wenjing's face changed when he heard this, and he resentfully withdrew his hand and stopped talking, sitting quietly on the side. All three had their own thoughts, and for a while the whole box was awfully quiet. Su Qing quietly ate the cake, not noticing that she rubbed the cream on her lips. Song Wenjing noticed and reached out his hand to hand her a piece of paper, but Lu Hanso saw it and directly helped her wipe it off in an incredibly natural way. Su Qing froze and turned her head to look at Lu Hanso in shock. "What are you doing?" Lu Hanchu leaned on the back of the chair and raised his eyebrows, not realizing in the slightest that there was anything wrong with his behavior. He said in a lazy tone, dabbing on the cream, "Pay attention, no one is robbing with you." Su Qing twisted her head to lazily ignore him, but her cheeks flushed a slight blush. Seeing the interaction between the two from the sidelines, Song Wenjing could only silently withdraw his gaze and pretend not to care. Several people finished a meal in such an atmosphere, and when they were leaving, Su Qing took the large bouquet of roses in her arms and took it away. The small act gave Song Wenjing another glimmer of hope. He walked to the front desk to pay the bill, and the front desk respectfully said, "Sir, you are exempted from the bill here, Mr. Lu is the investor of our store, and any time Mr. Lu comes to the store for dinner, the bill is exempted." Song Wenjing was a little surprised. Of course he had heard of the Lu family, but this store was only for dignitaries to be able to enter and spend money in the store. Lu Hanchu had shares in this store, so it was obvious that his personal strength was also very strong. Song Wenjing said thank you and headed in the direction of the two men. Su Qing today wore a beige wraparound skirt with a knitted jacket, hair with a hairpin coiled up. The whole person looks gentle and sensible, but now the weather is just the change of season. Indoors do not feel the cold, but standing outdoors by the cold wind and indeed some coolness. Su Qing's feet are a little bit frozen, can only be stomped in place constantly to ease the foot. Lu Hanchu caught a glimpse of her small movements in his afterglow and took off his own suit jacket and threw it directly onto Su Qing. Su Qing looked up at him, and before Su Qing could say anything, Lu Hanchu jumped the gun and said, "I'm too hot and don't want to wear it, so hold it for me." Su Qing was also too lazy to discern the truth in his words. Anyway, she was also cold, and it wasn't her who was cold with clothes draped over her. Song Wenjing looked at Su Qing's body draped in a suit jacket, felt a bit harsh, and when Song Wenjing approached, Lu Hanchu suddenly came toward the two men. "What other activities?" Su Qing didn't know what he meant by asking this, but still answered, "No more." "That's just right." As the words fell, Lu Hanchu stepped forward, grabbed Su Qing's arm and headed for the parking lot, saying as he walked, "I'll send the person home for you, you go home too." Luhan Snapdragon didn't ask for anyone's permission, and what he thought so directly did the same. Su Ching simply couldn't break away from him and could only be pulled along by him. She turned her head towards Song Wenjing and smiled apologetically. Thank you for your hospitality today, next time it's me instead. Before Su Ching could finish her sentence, Lu Hancheng accelerated his pace, holding Su Ching nodded his hand and unconsciously increased his strength. Luhan Snapdragon was tall and had long legs and fast steps. Su Ching had to jog up behind him to catch up with him. Coupled with the raw pain in her arm from his grip, Su Ching finally couldn't help herself. She stopped and shook off Luhan Snapdragon's hand with force, annoyed and said, Luhan Snapdragon, you let go, you're hurting me. Lu Hancheng heard Su Ching say next time, so he didn't control his strength, and when he heard Su Ching cry out in pain, he loosened his grip, but he didn't completely let go of her. Su Ching was a bit dissatisfied and frowned. What the hell are you so mad about today? Lu Hanchu's temper has also endured for a long time, and is now on the verge of going out of control, and his tone is not too good. What am I mad about? If I didn't see it today, are you going to date him alone? What solo date? What's wrong with a normal dinner between normal friends? Don't you have friends? Lu Hanchu was exasperated and laughed. His chin lifted towards the bouquet of roses in her arms and snorted, ordinary friends? I don't have any ordinary friends who send roses. Su Ching rolled her eyes and said in an unkind tone, what the hell are you conspiring about, somehow? Me somehow? Can't you really see or can't you see that he's clearly interested in you? Lu Hanchu swallowed back the words that were on his lips and still didn't say them. Su Ching was impatient too. He clearly what? The atmosphere between the two was stalemate. No one let anyone. In the end it was Luhan Snapdragon who compromised. He took a deep breath, softened his tone and said, it's nothing. It's me who just didn't control it. It's cold. I'll send you home first. Su Ching did feel cold, and didn't have the heart to argue with him in the cold wind, shaking off his hand and getting into the car, with an air of refusal to communicate. Lu Hanchu resigned himself to following behind. His patience for the rest of his life had been spent on Su Ching, and he resigned himself to it. Chapter 205 Pollen Allergy. Because of Lu Hanchu's actions just now, the little bit of goodwill Su Ching had just rebounded towards him instantly disappeared. Sitting in the car, Lu Hanchu saw Su Ching take off his suit jacket and throw it aside as he reached out and turned the warm air up to maximum. This time the fault is Lu Hanchu, but he is also a twisted person, not wanting to bow his head and apologize. He lightly coughed twice to find a topic to, next time you guys still wanna come out for dinner? Su Ching choked him, what's it got to do with you? Lu Hanchu was exasperated and laughed, and said gamely, fine, it's nothing to do with me, it's me who's talking too much. Su Ching wasn't chiming in. Lu Hanchu was also sulking by himself, and the two of them were speechless all the way. Even so, the more Lu Hanchu looked at the rose in Su Ching's arms, the more he looked at it. Lu Hanchu couldn't stand it any longer, and he pulled over to the side of the road. Su Ching turned her head to look at him suspiciously. What are you doing? I'm allergic to pollen. How come I've never heard of you being allergic to pollen? Just diagnosed today. Lu Hanchu finished without waiting for Su Ching to reply and snatched the rose in her arms, opened the car door and got out of the car. Ugh, Lu Han snap. You give me back the flowers. Lu Hanchu pretended not to hear and got out of the car and threw the flowers directly into the trash can. Lu Han snap. Su Ching was furious, just wanted to go to find him to argue, but it turned out that he went straight ahead. Su Ching did not know what he went to do. She felt a little cold, so she sat back in the car and waited for him with a puff of air. Lu Han Snapdragon, you big asshole. Bastard, always inexplicably shady, do everything to rely on others to guess, but also so fierce to me, and then to you soft I am a dog. Su Ching sat in the car and waited for a while, and just when she was really pissed off and ready to take her bag and leave, she saw Lu Hancheng walk over this way. Even more striking was the large bouquet of even brighter roses he was holding. Lu Hanchu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, shoving the roses in his hand into Su Ching's arms. Su Ching was confused. What does this mean? Didn't I just throw your flowers away? I'll buy you a new bouquet to make up for it. But I thought you said you were allergic to pollen? He probably bought them on sale at some store and picked up flowers that other people didn't want. They're not good quality. I'm the one with pollen allergies. I buy the freshest ones I can find. I'm not allergic. Su Ching was skeptical. There's still such a saying? Of course they do. My flowers are much better looking than his. And they smell better too. Don't believe me? Although Su Ching didn't quite believe it but still sniffed her head down and realized that Lu Han Snapdragon really didn't lie to her. But she didn't say anything and turned her head out of the window to ignore him. Lu Hanchu watched her small movement of lowering her head, and the corner of his lips hooked. Seeing that the purpose was achieved, he no longer teased her, but stepped on the gas and restarted the car. The car stopped at Su Ching's home downstairs, Su Chang holding the roses to get off. Lu Hanchu timely called her, "This is leaving?" Su Ching sniffed and wondered what he was going to do again, turning back to look at him warily. "What's that for?" Lu Han Snapdragon sat lazily against the backrest, one hand resting on the steering wheel, his eyes falling on the roses in Su Ching's arms as he reminded, "No thanks to me? I thought you took my flowers and brought them back to me to make up for it, so what's the point of thanking you? You can't buy me dinner and thank me in order to thank that what's his name Song Wenjing, and you're going to buy him dinner again next time? I'm thanking him for buying me dinner, not for giving me flowers." Lu Hanchu leaned back, That's even better, this meal isn't his treat, I'm a shareholder of that restaurant, as long as I'm there all meals are free.
Su Qing didn't expect this to be the case. So, is this the time for you to buy me dinner and thank me?
Su Qing's eyes rolled, her hand quietly touched the car door switch, and she threw down a sentence at him, tell me more. After saying that, she intended to open the car door to escape, who knew that Lu Han Snapdragon predicted her prediction and locked the car door ahead of time. Now Su Qing couldn't escape even if she ran. Su Qing closed her eyes with her hand on the car door.
Lu Hanshu snorted and uttered, trying to run again? Su Qing turned around and said smilingly, no didn't want to run.
Lu Hanshu looked at her and didn't say anything, but instead raised an eyebrow at her, his questioning intent obvious.
Su Qing sighed softly and agreed with resignation, fine, if you say so. Lu Han Snapdragon was then satisfied, that's fine, I haven't thought about what to eat yet, I'll send it to you when I decide. Okay, you're in charge, can I go now?
Lu Hanshu achieved his purpose and mercifully opened the car door, that's enough, don't forget what you said. Su Qing lazily ignored him, opening the car door and turning to leave without leaving him a single glance.
Lu Han Snapdragon looked at her back and hooked his lips until he was completely out of sight, then he started the car and left. On the other hand, Jiang Yan just got off the car, and the house heard the sound of the Yen Sibei ran out, just wanted to jump into the arms of Jiang Yan. Results halfway was stopped by Yen Han. Xiao Duanzi stared at Yen Han angrily with big watery eyes. Yen Han glanced down at him and still spoke, Mom just got out of the hospital, there are still injuries that haven't healed, don't bump into her. Little Tuanzi then reacted, bypassing Yen Han and walking to Jiang Bei's side, gently holding her hand and saying, Mom, are you still uncomfortable anywhere? Jiang Bei's heart was soft, holding the little group towards the house, don't listen to your father scare you, Mommy is fine. Yen Han looked at the back of the two mothers and sons' backs, bitterly holding his forehead, how it seems like he is redundant no matter what. Chen Ma has long been ready meals waiting for them to come back. A few people came in when Chen Ma just put the meals are placed on the table. Ma'am, you can finally be discharged from the hospital. Last night Mr. notified me to let me do something you love to eat today, to give you a good makeup for the body. Mrs. Chen. Yen Han just came in and heard these words, and directly opened his mouth to interrupt Chen Ma, not wanting Chen Ma to say anything more. I just got back from buying a lot of roses, they're in the trunk. Why don't you have a couple of guys plant all those flowers in the garden? Yes sir, I'll go now. After Chen Mom left, Jiang Bei raised his eyes and secretly surveyed Yen Han, thinking that it was clearly him who instructed Chen Mom, and he was still shy on. Yen Han sensed Jiang Bei's line of sight and coughed lightly, hurry up and eat, it'll get cold in a while. With that, he made his own way to the table. Jiang Bei looked at Yen Han's back, for some reason inexplicably felt that he had a feeling of being seen through and then fleeing. After dinner, Jiang Bei accompanied Yen Sibei to watch TV in the living room for a while and then felt a little sleepy. She went upstairs and put the little group to sleep before yawning and preparing to go back to her bedroom. Chapter 206 Sleeping in Separate Rooms. When she had just finished eating, Chen Ma had told Jiang Bing where the bedroom was, but she still hesitated when she walked to the door of the master bedroom. She was not in a position to accept sharing a bed with Yen Han right now. Jiang Yan stood in the doorway tangled for a while, and finally turned his feet to go to the guest bedroom. Jiang. Yen Han went to the living room and bedroom but didn't see anyone. He called Chen Ma again and asked, where's madam? Her ladyship has just taken the young master up for his lunch break with her and should be in the bedroom now. Yen Han nodded and said, okay, go get busy. Yen Han went upstairs to Yen Sibei's bedroom again, but still didn't see anyone. He couldn't help but feel a little panicked in his heart. He just planned to go downstairs to call someone to get Jiang Bei back, but suddenly stopped when he passed by the door of the guest bedroom. Ghostly, he put his hand on the doorknob of the guest bedroom and pushed his way in. Just opened the door, saw Jiang Yan whole person in a big shape lying on the bed. Yen Han breathed a sigh of relief, at the same time heart cannot help but also some bitterness. In the see Jiang Yan in the guest bedroom, he understood what. Yen Han closed the door behind him and walked in gently, helping Jiang Bei to recover the quilt, and stood at the edge of the bed quietly watching her for a while before turning to leave. By the time Jiang Bian woke up the sky had already darkened. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, fuming on the bed for a while before standing up. Little Tuanzi was playing with blocks in the living room, and when she saw Jiang Bei coming down, she excitedly shouted, Mommy! Jiang Yan walked over and sat next to the little group. Looking around she didn't see Yen Han. She wondered, where's Dad? Is he still in the study? The little group shook their heads. Daddy's going to the office this afternoon. Jiang Yan nodded, did not say anything more, but at the same time the heart is also a little angry. She has just been discharged from the hospital, he is her husband. How can he be so regardless of their own to go to the company, which is also too irresponsible? Jiang Yan in the heart and secretly give him a point reduction. Until Yen Han didn't come back at dinner time in the evening, Jiang Bing couldn't help but ask, Mrs. Chen, is Yen Han still not back? Ma'am, young master said there's no need to wait for him, he has a meeting to attend. Jiang Yan nodded, mentally relieved. After eating, Chen Ma heated up the Chinese medicine on time and brought it up to Jiang Bing. Madam, this is the Chinese medicine that young master instructed me to heat up for you. The temperature is just right. You should drink it while it's hot, otherwise the medicine won't be good if it's cooled down. Jiang Bei took the bowl of medicine, knowing that Yen Han was still concerned about her even though he was away.
and secretly added another 0.5 to him in her heart. Until the evening after Jiang Bei wash up, Yen Han did not come back. Yen Han does not come back on the good, this time also do not have to rack their brains to think of reasons to refuse, Jiang Bei directly holding their own things to go to the guest bedroom. And at this moment, Yen Han was drinking with his friends at the Phantom Bar. He knew that Jiang Ren wasn't in a position to accept him right now, so going out first and giving her a good amount of personal space should make her more comfortable. Yen Han sat in the main seat with his head down, fiddling with his cell phone, and pouring wine one glass at a time. Lu Honshu sat next to him and looked at him with amusement. He didn't even need to guess to know that there must be something wrong with Jiang Yen in order for him not to go home at this hour, but to call the few of them out to drink. What's going on, tell me. Jo Siki was watching from the sidelines. Needless to say, she must be in conflict with her sister-in-law. Yen Han didn't respond or raise his head, which was considered as acquiescence. Jo Siki continued, tell us about chanting brother, so that we can give you some advice. Yen Han lazily raised his eyelids to look at him and lit a cigarette before slowly opening his mouth, lost her memory, and now she can't accept me and has to sleep in a separate room from me. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Of course they know how much Yen Han loves Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei suddenly changed so much, the difference is unbearable for anyone, let alone Yen Han. Jo Siki was a bit puzzled, since your sister-in-law doesn't remember you, why aren't you at home now to cultivate a relationship with your sister-in-law and still have time to come out and drink? Yen Han looked at him askance, it's because she'll think she's uncomfortable with me being at home that I'll come out. He wouldn't have gone out if he wasn't worried that Jiang Yen would be embarrassed. Jiang Yen had just been discharged from the hospital, and he had to take care of her personally before he could rest assured. Oh no. Jo Siqi waved his hand and said, let me, the emotional tutor, analyze it for you. Lu Honshu snorted. Jo Siki was unconvinced. What are you laughing at? If I'm not an emotional counselor, are you? Then why haven't you gotten Su Qing back after such a long time? Lu Honshu grabbed the lighter on the table and threw it over. Jo Siki dodged out of the way with a quick glance and said in shock, you're going to lay your hands on me, huh? Lu Honshu looked at him askance, who told you to talk too much? Jo Siki was about to retort something but was interrupted by Yen Han, you continue. Jo Siki came to be interested and analyzed it head-on. Brother, look, since sister-in-law has amnesia now and doesn't remember what happened before you guys, isn't it even more important for you to spend more time with her and take the initiative to bring your relationship closer? Yen Han nodded thoughtfully, but what if she feels uncomfortable? That's for sure, but all the more reason to rise to the occasion. Think about it, who broke the ice between you first since your sister-in-law returned home? Pull back. And who has been actively easing your relationship? Pull back. Is that right? Sister-in-law has always been the active one, you've always been passive, now that sister-in-law has lost her memory, is it time for you to take the initiative? Yen Han felt that what he said seemed to make some sense. One of you has to be the active one between you, then if you keep running away, you'll only get farther and farther apart, and when your sister-in-law regains her memory she might think you don't love her, what if she wants to leave you? Yen Han felt that he said very reasonable, the more he thought the more afraid, directly extinguished the cigarette in his hand, stood up, leaving a sentence, there are still things, first to go, today's wine all on my account. Chelsea cheered, woohoo, it's still my brother. After Yen Han left, Jo Siki lit a cigarette and clamped it on his fingertips, looking across the smoke to Lu Han Snapdragon, leaning against the backrest of the sofa, crossing his legs, and saying in an old-fashioned manner, say, what emotional problems do you have that you need to consult me about? Lu Han Snapshot glanced at him, dried the wine in his glass, stood up and stroked the folds on his clothes, and said diffidently, wait until you've tamed the little wildcat at home before you come out as an emotional master. Lu Honshu left after saying that, not leaving Jo Siki any chance to retort. Jo Siki angrily looked at the door of the box. Lu Han Snapdragon left the back alone sulking. Lu Han Snapdragon, this mouth attack is even stronger without bounds, poking at people's pain. Chapter 207, The Farewell Kiss. Speech Chill drove home in a hurry. Downstairs, he opened the door to get out of the car and looked up at the lights in the bedroom that had gone out, fished out a carton of cigarettes from his pocket, leaned on the car door and lit it. The fire was brightly lit, as if he wanted to be one with the darkness. Yen Han went upstairs after smoking a cigarette, and when he held his hand on the master bedroom doorknob, although he knew it was impossible, but there was still a faint trace of hope in his heart. Slowly pushing the door open, the room was dark and the bedroom's king-sized bed was empty. Although he had expected it, he still felt a little empty inside. Yen Han quickly went to the bathroom and took a shower, washing off the cold air before walking to the door of the second bedroom. Standing by the bed and looking at it for a while, he gently lifted the quilt and lay down next to Jiang Bei. He had just laid back down when Jiang Ren felt the source of heat, dazedly rubbing over and nestling in his arms, finding a comfortable position to fall back into a deep sleep. Yen Han wordlessly hooked the corner of his lips, although he's lost his memory, but this kind of physical dependence and like to make him feel happier. Yen Han lying on his side with one hand on his head, his other hand on Jiang Yan's waist, just quietly looking at her. This is the closest the two of them have been since Jiang Yan woke up, and Yen Han is somewhat fond of such warmth. Until the day dawns, Yen Han estimated that Jiang Bian is about to get up before getting up and leaving. He went back to the master bedroom and simply washed up before taking out his cell phone and dialed Lu Yu over. The phone rang several times before it was picked up on the other side. Luyu is obviously still awake, his voice is hoarse, and under the fine hearing there is also a little dissatisfaction, something to say.
Yen Han got right to the point. Did you tell mom and dad about Tess' memory loss?
Luyu sat up straight and put the cell phone back to his ear again before he spoke. Just finished yesterday. Originally they had to go and see Bien Bien, but I stopped them. They insisted that they must go over today. Previously afraid of Jiang, father and mother worried and blamed themselves for not being able to help. They have been hidden from them, waiting for Jiang Bo's body to recover before they dare to tell them. Okay, don't let the second old man come over. I'll take the Redeemer back to dinner today, you tell mom and dad.
I see, why the sudden thought of going back?
Yen Han stood beside the bed and looked at the gardeners working in the garden, and returned. This may be able to help redeem her memory. Liu can also guess that Jiang Bo's memory loss during this time is the most upset Yen Han, before clearly two people like Lu. Now Bobo's memory loss. Yen Han was cold, think he will not feel good. It's just as well, my sister was the one who ran around you before, this time I'll let you have a taste of chasing people too.
Yen Han quietly looked out the window without answering.
Liu yawned and said, I'll tell mom and dad, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to catch up on some sleep.
Liu hung up the phone on his own after saying that.
Until the cell phone came beep busy sound, Yen Han only took away the phone and put it on the table. He also began to reflect on himself. Everyone said that the active party is, he was afraid of being hurt again so he closed himself up, is everywhere to accommodate him, but also to go along with his heart, but he actually still doubt that she is not really love him, he unintentionally hurt her many times. Thinking this way, Yen Han felt like even more of an asshole, and this time it was taken as a chance from God to give him a chance to chase Bien Bien once more and reopen the story that belonged to them. Jiang Yen was woken up by hunger. When she woke up, she first stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar environment in front of her, and only after a while did she react to where she was. She sat up and went to the bathroom to wash up and change into a set of clothes and went downstairs. Just as he arrived downstairs, he saw that Yen Han was sitting on the sofa in the living room looking down at his cell phone. The sunlight through the window sprinkled on him, his face folded high, three-dimensional deep features, wearing a housecoat sitting there really have a feeling of the years.
Zhang Bing had to admit that Yen Han's skin was extremely well born.
Seemingly sensing Jiang Bo's line of sight, Yen Han raised his head to meet Jiang Bo's line of sight. He smiled and stood up and walked toward the table, saying, Good morning, come and have breakfast. Jiang Bei was caught peeking, she was a bit embarrassed and lightly coughed twice to return, Good morning.
Good morning.
The little group also sat at the table and waved at her, Come on mommy.
I'm starving.
She saw that everyone was waiting for her to eat and hurriedly sat down at the table. Why don't you eat first if you're hungry?
The little group shook their heads. No, Daddy said we can't eat until everyone is here.
Embarrassed, you guys don't have to wait for me next time. You can just eat first, I'll just get up and warm it up myself.
Yen Han nodded and wasn't answering, but said, Eat quickly, it will get cold in a while. Zhang Bing kept stealing glances at Yen Han during the meal.
She didn't know when he came back, knew that she slept in the guest bedroom last night, she hadn't thought of a good reason for how to put it off, she was scared during a meal, afraid that Yen Han would open her mouth and ask her. Until Yen Han put down his chopsticks, Jiang Yen only breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this has passed, who knows that Yen Han suddenly opened his mouth. Zhang Bing was startled by the sound and looked up at him with some caution, What's wrong? Tonight we're going to mom and dad's for dinner, they're worried about you knowing about your accident and they're taking you back tonight.
Jiang Bian's eyes brightened as she agreed, Good.
Of course she wanted to go home, it had been as long as she could remember since she'd been there, and for her the only people she could count on now were her family. Yen Han spoke up and interrupted her thoughts, Then I'll come back to pick you up at night.
Jiang Yen nodded.
He turned his head to look at Yen Siyuan, Have you eaten yet? I'm just in time to send you to school. Upon hearing this, Yen Sibei also put down the chopsticks in her hands and jumped down from the child's seat to say goodbye to Zhang Bei in a very good manner. Bye mom, I'm going to school. Zhang Bei's heart was soft, she squatted down, pointed to her cheek and said, Did you forget something?
The little group understood, and came up to kiss Jiang Bian's cheek.
Jiang Yen smiled even more happily and also kissed his soft cheeks and stroked his hair again, My baby is so good.
Yanqian looked up at Yen Han, Mommy and Daddy need to have a goodbye kiss too.
Zhang Bei looked at Yen Han in horror, she didn't want to have intimate contact with him at all, let alone something like a kiss on the cheek, she couldn't accept it. She looked at Yen Han for help, wanting him to help her refuse, but Yen Han just looked at her fixedly and shrugged at her, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Jiang Yen laughed awkwardly and stood up, thinking about what reason she could refuse, but looking at the opposite side of the father and son's straight eyes and couldn't say anything. Finally she gave a compromising sigh, Fine. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yen Han stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Zhang Bei hadn't reacted yet, and stood there frozen and let him hold her. Yen Kan hugged her and took a deep breath before letting go. All that was left was, I'll pick you up tonight. After saying that, he held Yen Sibei and left. Jiang Yen stood in place and watched the backs of the two big and small. Chapter 208, Heartbeat Acceleration. Although she couldn't remember their previous patterns of getting along, her heartbeat didn't lie, and she could clearly feel her heartbeat speeding up when she just embraced with Yen Han. Jiang Yen covered her heart and turned toward the bedroom. She did not know what was wrong with her, she only felt that she needed to calm down now. Yen Han had broken through the boundaries between the two a little more in the morning, so he couldn't hide his good mood at work today. Zhuo Lin, who was a special assistant, of course saw it, and of course he knew that it must be something related to Jiang Run. He tentatively asked, Mr. Yen, has Madam recovered her memory? Yen Han was originally looking down at the documents. When he heard this, he raised his head and gave him a light glance, answering, no. Zhuo Lin does not understand why the lady has not recovered her memory again. Why is General Yen still so happy? Yen Han raised his hand and looked at his wristwatch, then closed the file, picked up the jacket on the president's chair and headed out, leaving only one sentence. I have something to do tonight. The left special assistant work hard to make the program out tomorrow morning for me to see. Alas, Mr. Words. The only thing left for Zhuo Lin was the cold back of Yen Han. Zhuo Lin cannot help but silently think in his heart, I hope that the lady will be able to restore her memory later, but also let Mr. Yen also eat bitter to feel the frustration. Because she was going home, Zhang Bei didn't want people to see that her temperament was too bad, so she put on a light makeup, chose a beige knit suit, and curled her hair into a big wave, so the whole person looked gentle and homey. She packed up in advance and then sat on the sofa waiting for Yen Han to pick her up. Zhang Bei had been looking down at her cell phone when suddenly the sound of a car's engine rang out in the yard, and she raised her head toward the door to see Yen Han push open the door and walk in. Yen Han was like an upright poplar, walking against the light, taking firm steps towards her. His figure was upright and slender, the sunlight sprinkled behind him like broken gold, covering him with a layer of golden light. Pulling? It wasn't until Yen Han walked up to Jiang Yen that Jiang Yen came back to her senses. I don't know whether or not Yen Han just saw her outburst. Zhang Bei stood up in a panic, picked up the bag next to her, and said, You're back, let's go then. Because of the haste in which he left, Jiang Bian almost became the same hand and foot. Yen Han stood back and looked at the flustered back of Jiang Bo, hooked his lips without a trace, although Bo has lost her memory, but as long as her aesthetics have not changed, he always has a way. After the two of them got in the car, Jiang Bo sat in the passenger seat and secretly sized up Yen Han in the rearview mirror for a long time. I have to say, this husband of hers is really handsome. She chose her husband well. Of course, Yen Han noticed Jiang Bing's gaze, but he didn't show it, only the corners of his mouth that couldn't be suppressed showed his inner ecstasy. The two of them went to the kindergarten first and picked up Yen Si Bei before the family set off together to Zhang's father and mother's house. Zhang mother early in the home cannot wait, keep pacing back and forth, is not said that tonight back to dinner it, how to now has not come. Zhang's father relieved, Hiya, Siwei is just getting out of school now, she'll be here in a while, so don't be in a hurry. Although the words were said, Zhang father stood by the window and kept going to see if their car had come or not. Zhang mother suddenly thought of something and urged, okay, don't look at it, quickly go and cook. Bing Bing loves to eat the braised pork that you made, and sweet and sour pork, this Bing loves to eat. Zhang father was pushed into the kitchen, can only be resigned to prepare food. Zhang mother is still in the living room, stopped pacing. Not a moment later, the doorbell was rung. Zhang mother hurriedly ran to open the door. Zhang father heard the commotion and also held up the spatula and ran out. Yen Han stood at the back with the gifts he brought in a big bag, and Zhang Bei stood at the front holding Yen Si Bei. Zhang mother hurriedly welcomed them in. Io, why did you bring so many things? Go back to your own home. Why did you bring so many things? Didn't buy anything. Bought a few clothes and tea for you and dad. Zhang Yen said as she sat on the sofa. Zhang mother also did not have the heart to care about other things, hurriedly came over to care. You say you, out of such a big thing, even dare to hide from me and your father. You stayed in the hospital for so long, are discharged from the hospital before we know, you're really against the sky. Mom, I was afraid you'd be worried. I'm fine, I can run and jump. You're good now. What if something happens? Aren't you going to tell us? For a moment the atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Zhang mother's eyes were red, and Zhang father also lowered his head with the spatula. Zhang Bian was also a little sad, bowing his head and clasping his hands like a child who had made a mistake. Zhang father opened his mouth and said, okay, don't talk about these bad luck words, isn't this fine now? Zhang mother reached out and wiped her tears and said no more, hurriedly pulling Zhang Bei to sit on the sofa. Bei, I heard that you lost your memory? Do you still remember your mom? Zhang Bing was a bit speechless. Mom, I'm losing my memory, not stupid, I still recognize my own mother. So do you remember if Saiwan is your child? Jiang Yen nodded, of course I remember, but I can't remember anything further back. Zhang mother also understand over, this is a combination of Yen Han's memories are all forgotten, now also no longer mention this topic. Instead, he turned and said, it's good that it's okay, let's go eat first, your dad's cooking all of his best dishes today. Zhang Bei smiled, okay. Everyone wouldn't let Zhang Ren help, and she had to stay honest as she sat at the table with the little group. Yen Han helped Zhang father and mother serve all the dishes before sitting down to eat. Zhang father raised his glass and rushed to Yen Han. Xiaohan, this cup I toast to you, your degree of devotion to my home. We all see in the eyes, in times of trouble see true love, this time it is really thanks to you otherwise this consequence we really dare not think. Yen Han also raised his glass and clinked it. Dad, this is all what I should do, since I married Bian Bian, I have to treat her well for the rest of my life. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Zhang Bian who was sitting next to him. Jiang Bei also looked up at him when she heard these words, and the moment the two of them locked gazes, she hurriedly lowered her head and casually pulled in 2 mouthfuls of rice to cover her somewhat hot cheeks. Jiang Bing felt a little strange. That feeling of a racing heart in the morning came back, and she was a little unable to control herself. After eating, the few people sat for a while longer, and then said goodbye to Jiang's father and mother intending to go home. Jiang mother really cannot rest assured, and urged a lot of words before letting them leave. Upon arriving home, it was time for Jiang Bian's biggest headache, how to sleep. Jiang Bei accompanied Yan Si Bei to play a game for a while, and when it was time to go to bed the little group ran to the bedroom on their own. Only 2 people, Yan Han and Jiang Bo, were left in the living room, and the air fell into an eerie silence. Just when Jiang Bing was planning to directly confess to Yan Han opened his mouth first. Bing Bing. Jiang Bing subconsciously replied, huh? Chapter 209, The Ferris Wheel. Yan Han corrected his look, said, I know you are not able to accept me now, it's okay, how do you feel comfortable how to do it? Feelings we can slowly cultivate, love is a feeling, not a memory. Jiang Bei tilted her head and looked at Yan Han, this big stone in her heart just fell to the ground, she answered down, good. Yan Han gently hooked the corner of his lips, felt that Jiang Bei this obedient look is really too cute, did not hold back to reach out and rubbed her hair. Customers sent me 2 movie tickets today, tomorrow afternoon, go see it together? Jiang Bian was immersed in Yan Han's gentleness and nodded furtively. Okay, we'll go together tomorrow, it's late, go wash up. Jiang Ren returned to his senses, said goodnight, turned around and headed upstairs. Jiang Bei washed up after lying on the bed, her mind automatically played the picture just now. She put the quilt over her head and felt that she had no talent, so easy to be confused by the beauty of Yan Han. I do not know whether Yan Han see it or not. Thinking so, Jiang Yan unsurprisingly insomnia, tossing and turning in bed until almost dawn before falling asleep in a daze. The next day, Jiang Yan woke up again when it was already almost lunchtime. She got up and hurriedly washed up before going downstairs. Chen Ma was downstairs tidying up the living room, and when she saw Jiang Bei come down, she put down the rag in her hand. Ma'am, you're awake. Mrs. Chen, how come no one woke me up? Where are Yan Han and Si Yan? Mr. saw that you didn't get up in the morning, specially ordered to let you sleep a little longer. No one is allowed to disturb you. Mr. went to the company, and already sent the little young master to the kindergarten in the morning. Jiang. Ma'am, breakfast has been warm. Would you like to eat now? Jiang Bing looked up at the time, it was almost noon. She shook her head. No, let's eat lunch directly in a while. Okay. Jiang Bei re-entered the bedroom again, and just as she reached the bedroom, she received a call from Yan Han. She coughed lightly twice before picking up. Hello? Good. After hanging up the phone and waiting until it was time for lunch, Jiang Yan went downstairs. After lunch, she thought that this should also be considered a date between the two, in order not to look too casual, so she went upstairs to clean up a bit, slightly put on a light makeup, look a little more colorful. Jiang Yan tied a low pill head, and finally chose a set of one-shoulder beige fishtail skirt knitting suit, tight belt-lined waist more slender. Fishtail skirt design can also outline the body dimpled. She stood in front of the mirror and nodded in satisfaction, touching up her lipstick again to see if it was about time before heading downstairs. It wasn't long before the sound of an engine sounded in the yard. Yan Han pushed the door in and saw Jiang Bei sitting on the sofa with her head down, looking at her cell phone. The design of the one shoulder makes Jiang Bian's swan neck completely exposed under the vision of Yan Han, the collarbone deeply sunken in, the broken hair falling by the side of the cheekline. Jiang Bian more gentle, the face is also more petite. Yan Han's mouth was a little dry from watching, and he hurriedly moved his eyes away to force himself to divert his attention. Jiang Bing just happened to look up. Yan Han walked to the kitchen as if nothing had happened, took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, and drank it in one gulp before relieving a wave of dryness in his body just now. He threw the mineral water bottle into the trash can with his hand before walking over to Jiang Ren and saying, let's go. Jiang Bing asked him suspiciously, are you thirsty? Yan Han nodded, very thirsty. Don't you have any water in your company? Drank it all, haven't bought it yet. After answering, Yan Han took a step forward. Jiang Bei felt a little puzzled when she followed him. Yan's such a big company can't even buy a cup of mineral water? She couldn't help but start imagining things again. It couldn't be because Yan was going bankrupt, but because she had amnesia. No one told her that fact. Jiang Bei, heart thinking about things, did not notice the front, suddenly hit the back of the Yan Han. Nose came a sense of soreness, eyes instantly red. She covered her nose and raised her head, eyes red to look at the Yan Han. Yan Han hurriedly bent down to check. How is it? Is there any bleeding? Yan Han took away her hand to take a closer look, and rubbed it for her, confirming that it was fine before he sighed in relief. Is it better now? After that soreness eased up, Jiang Ren felt nothing was wrong, and she nodded. That's good, let's go, next to me this time. After saying that, Yan Han reached out and held Jiang Ren's hand, and the two of them walked forward together shoulder to shoulder. Jiang Bing froze looking at the two people holding hands, and the heart of that strange feeling surged up again. After arriving at the mall, the two just got off the car. There was a courier boy riding an electric car hurriedly passed by. Because the car speed is too fast, did not brake the car. He was in the blind spot of Jiang Bo's field of vision, looked on the verge of collision. Yan Han quick eyes and hands to pull Jiang Bo into his arms. Jiang Yan closed her eyes in shock, and after feeling a warm embrace, as soon as she opened her eyes, Yan Han's clear jawline. Courier boy after stopping the car rushed to apologize. Sorry, I did not see you, almost did not break the car, you are alright? Yan Han maintained the position he was in just now, holding Jiang Bei tightly and frowning at the delivery boy who had just passed by. I was just about to have a fit when a female voice suddenly interjected. I'm fine, go about your business. Thank you. The delivery boy didn't linger much because he still had orders to deliver. Jiang Yan coughed lightly and withdrew from Yan Han's arms. Let's go as well, the movie will start soon. Yan Han didn't say anything else and nodded before continuing on. Only this time he let Jiang Bing walk on the inside, still holding Jiang Bing's hand tightly. This time the two went to a private theater. Yan Han has let people prepare in advance, cake, milk, tea, popcorn and so on. Jiang Yan loved to eat snacks. The waiter tuned up the movie for the two and went out. The whole movie Jiang Yan watched with great interest, but it was next to Yan Han's eyes did not fall much on the screen. He unwrapped the cake and handed it over to Jiang Bei's hand, waiting for her to eat almost all of it and then promptly inserting the straw and handing over a cup of milk tea. After a movie, he took good care of Jiang Bei, and Jiang Bei saw it all. It was almost 6 o'clock after the movie, and Yan Han made a reservation for a restaurant and took Jiang Bei directly there. Maybe it was because she had just eaten a lot while watching the movie. Jiang Bei didn't feel much appetite at this time, and she was full after a couple of bites. The food here is not to your liking? Want to go to another restaurant? Jiang Bei waved her hand repeatedly. No, I just ate too many snacks, I don't have much appetite at this moment. Yan Han also then put down his chopsticks and asked, is there anywhere else you want to go? Jiang Bing pondered for a moment, thinking that he hadn't been out for so long, and indeed he didn't really want to go home just yet. Let's go to the amusement park. I want to go on the Ferris wheel. Yan Han favored him with a smile. Okay, I'll have someone arrange it. When the two arrived at the amusement park, someone came out to greet them, saving them the step of buying tickets and standing in line, and they went straight to the Ferris wheel. She hadn't ridden the Ferris wheel here in Jiang Bei's memory, and she was incredibly excited once she got on it. And the opposite side of the speech cold seems to be dealing with something, has been holding the phone to send messages. Jiang Bing picked up his cell phone to take a picture of himself, but just when it was almost at the top, Yan Han put down his cell phone and said towards Jiang Yan, Biao Biao. Ha? Jiang Bei slightly tilted her head, her gaze looking in that direction. Just in this instant, a deafening sound suddenly came from outside. She quickly turned her head, only to see all kinds of fireworks blooming in the night sky, layers upon layers in full bloom. Some of them were like blue meteors, dragging their long tails across the skies, decorating the entire night sky like a dreamy world. Jiang Bei turned her head to look at Yan Han in shock, and only then did she realize what he had just been doing with his cell phone. Gorgeous light bloomed outside, hitting the side of Yan Han's face, outlining his face even deeper. At that moment, Yan Han raised his hand and pointed outside. Jiang Bing looked over in that direction and saw that the fireworks outside had turned into an abbreviation of the pinyin, followed by a big red heart. Even though Jiang Yan didn't have any feelings for him yet, she was really touched by his actions. She only remembers a quote she read earlier, Ferris wheel is synonymous with romance, and now it seems to be true. After the two of them came down, someone ran over to hand Yan Han a large bouquet of roses, and after Yan Han took it, he handed it to Jiang Yan. She didn't expect a gift when she came down. There are plenty of roses at home, why do you still buy them? The meaning is different. After a pause he added, the brightest and most delicate roses in the world to set you off. Thanks. Yan Han felt a little offended when he heard these two words. Between us, there's no need to say the word thank you. Jiang Bing didn't know how to answer, and only spoke after a while. How did you suddenly think of preparing these? It didn't just come to me. Being with you I wanted to prepare the best for you. Jiang Bei lowered her head a little touched, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Yan Han didn't care and held her hand towards the gate. Chapter 210, Late Night Snacks. On the way home, Yan Han pulled over and said, wait for me. After saying that, he got out of the car and went to the supermarket by the roadside, and in no time at all, he walked out with a pocket of fresh ingredients. Get in the car and started up to go home. Zhang Ren didn't know what he was buying these things for, but seeing as he didn't mean to say anything, he didn't open his mouth to ask. It was already very late after arriving home, and Shen Ma had already taken the little group upstairs to bed. To the bedroom door, Jiang Yan hugged the roses, looked up at Yan Han, and sincerely said, I'm very happy today, thank you. Yan Han hooked the corner of his lips. It's good that you're happy, it's late, go and rest. Okay, good night. After returning to the bedroom, Jiang Yan first put all the roses in a vase before going to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower and coming out because I didn't eat anything at night feeling a little hungry, I lay in bed and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so I carefully opened the door and went out, intending to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. Yan Han had just come out of the shower and was rubbing his hair. When he heard the door closing, he casually threw the bath towel aside, opened the door and walked out. Jiang Yan was about to go downstairs when she was startled by the sound of the door opening and hurriedly turned back to look. He only saw that Yan Han was wearing a pure black silk nightgown, which exuded a charming and dangerous luster under the light, and the top was loosely brought around his body, revealing a section of his collarbone that was exceptionally sexy. In Zhang Bei's memory, this was the first time she had seen Yan Han in this form, looking dumbfounded in place.
Yan Han walked over to her and softly inquired, "Hungry?"
Zhang Bian came back to her senses, feeling that he was practically a roundworm in her stomach, knowing whatever she thought.
Zhang Ren nodded in embarrassment. Since she didn't want to disturb him, she came out gingerly and didn't even turn on the lights. Yan Han walked over and turned on the lights in the hallway and said, "What do you want to eat?"
"I bought ingredients when I came back in the evening." Zhang Bian then realized why he got off the bus in the middle of the day and suddenly went to the supermarket to buy groceries. But it was already past 1 in the morning. She didn't want to trouble him, so she said, "No, it's already very late, you have to work tomorrow, go and rest, I'll just eat whatever I want." Yan Han, however, didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he went downstairs on his own and casually said, "I'm hungry too." Although he didn't know if what he said was true or not, but thinking that he really didn't eat anything in the evening, Zhang Yan didn't say anything else, but followed his footsteps to the restaurant. Yan Han opened the refrigerator to pick out ingredients. Zhang Bing didn't want him to be too troublesome, so he hurriedly said, "It's too late, cook a bowl of noodles and eat it, otherwise it's not good to digest you if you eat too much grease at night." Yan Han nodded and silently put back the ingredients he had just taken out, taking some corned beef and 2 more eggs before heading to the kitchen. Because every day is Chenma to cook, every day is also Chenma to buy fresh vegetables, so this time in the refrigerator is usually no ingredients. Zhang Bei also just realized that Yan Han night to buy those ingredients is to see her night did not eat much, and went especially for her to buy. Realizing this, Zhang Bing's heart felt sour and swollen. Before long, Yan Han walked out with 2 bowls of noodles. Although it was said to be boiled noodles, but Yan Han was not casual at all. He cut a lot of beef and put it on the top, as well as the black pepper ham that Zhang Yan loved to eat, and the fire of the loose egg was also grasped just right. Just looking at it made Zhang Ren's appetite grow. She picked up her chopsticks and tasted a bite, her eyes lit up. "It's delicious." Yan Han hooked his lips and smiled, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Zhang Bei felt that Yan Han's cooking was simply too much for her taste, and she finished the bowl of noodles in no time. Because it was already early in the morning, or maybe because of the carbon sickness, Zhang Bei's whole body was drowsy, but she didn't want to go to sleep right after eating. It would make Yan Han think she was a lazy bum. She braced herself to try to look refreshed. He happened to put down his chopsticks at that moment and looked up just in time to see the scene, which he found a little amusing. "Bambi, it's too late, go up to bed." Zhang Bei shot up and took the dinner plate from Yan Han's hand. It's fine, you've already cooked, I'll go wash the dishes." Yan Han didn't let go of his hand, and picked up her dinner plate by himself. "Go to sleep, it just so happens that I have to deal with work in a while, good boy." Zhang Bian happened to be sleepy and didn't be polite with him. "Alright then, you also go to bed early after you finish your work." "Good." Zhang Bing went upstairs to sleep after saying that. After Yan Han finished organizing the dining table, he also went upstairs to get ready for bed. He lightly came to Zhang Bo's bedroom, gently lay down on his hands and feet, and took Zhang Bo into his arms before sleeping peacefully. Early the next morning, Zhang Bei woke up and looked at the time first, just enough to accompany their father and son to have breakfast, so she hurriedly washed up and went downstairs. Downstairs, the little group asked, "Daddy, is Mommy not going to be able to eat with us again?" Yan Han rubbed Yan Sibei's hair. "Mom is still sleeping, let Mom sleep more, let's eat first." "Who says Mom can't eat with Sybil? Here we are." Upon hearing this, a large and small group of people brightened up and immediately turned their heads towards the stairway to see Zhang Yan walking down the stairs. Both of them were looking at her with eyes full of anticipation, and it warmed Zhang Ren's heart to see it. Yan Han was the first to react, stood up and walked up to hold her hand. "How come you woke up so early, not in a little more sleep?" Regarding Yan Han's natural behavior of holding her hand, Zhang Bei was also used to it by now and didn't feel anything. She shook her head and said back, "Not sleeping." Little Tuan Zi was also excited. "Mommy, you're coming down." Zhang Bei walked up and sat next to the little group. "Yes, Mom didn't eat with you yesterday, so I'll make up for it today." "Yeah." At the dinner table, the little group of people talking about the interesting things that happened in the kindergarten in the past 2 days, Zhang Bei sat by the side and listened patiently. In terms of the cold at the side from time to time to Zhang Bei clip food. After eating, Zhang Yan put on the clothes for the little group of people, and organized his small school bag. "Well, go to school, pay attention to safety on the road." "Oh. Aha." After saying that, Yan Sibei still looked at Zhang Bei expectantly. Zhang Bing was puzzled. "What's wrong? Forgot something?" Wordsmith reminded her, "Mom, there's no goodbye kiss today." Zhang Yi then reacted and leaned down to kiss his little cheeks. Who knew that Zhang Yan had just left when the little group spoke again? "Mommy, Daddy hasn't?" Yan Han stood aside and his eyes lit up. Originally there was still some dissatisfaction because Zhang Bei's attention was on Yan Sibei, but now those bad emotions were swept away, and in his heart, he secretly gave Sibei's little friend a nod of approval. Zhang Yan heard, raised his head to look at Yan Han. Yan Han also looked at her expectantly. "I do not know whether this time Zhang Yan will go further." Zhang Bei's face showed a difficult expression. She was still a bit unable to accept it now, but she could only stand up and approach Yan Han. Yan Han was happy in his heart and closed his eyes waiting for Zhang Bei's kiss. But who knew that the next moment there was a warmth in his arms. Zhang Ren still only hugged him and did not move further. Yen Han opened his eyes, a little lost in his heart, and coughed lightly, then we're leaving. After saying that, he led the little group out the door.
Jiang,